You are the prince of the North King who once dominated the world, but now you live worse than a beggar. Even to the point where the dogs in your family dare not make a sound when they bite you. But they don't know that all of this is just your disguise. For the past 5 years, you have been enduring silently, waiting for the activation of the God King cultivation system. Now that the system has been activated, as long as you cut off ties with the family, you can obtain the martial god technique, dominate the world, and live freely. Xiao Zhentian, who was standing beside you, became angry when he saw you standing foolishly in place. You dare not kneel down. Do you want to defy your father? I sentence you to kneel here for 3 days and 3 nights, and no one is allowed to bring you food. Hearing this, you immediately regained your composure, forcibly suppressing your joy, and looked at Xiao Zhentian. I was just a little late. Even if I defy my father, you really know how to put a label on me. Isn't it just because my dantian was shattered and I lost face for your North King? Why be so hypocritical? But don't forget, I used to have an unparalleled natural king's body. If it weren't for saving Xiao Lingfeng's life, would you two dare to be arrogant in front of me? With these words, everyone was shocked and trembling, looking at you in disbelief. Xiao Zhentian was even more astonished, never expecting his useless son to dare to talk back to him. You insolent child. You have some nerve. Today, I will break your legs. Xiao Zhentian roared angrily. A terrifying aura swept out from within him, and the surrounding servants felt a chill in their hearts and couldn't help but kneel down. At this moment, all they could think of was that you were doomed. Little did they know, you just sneered, a hint of mockery flashing in your eyes. Break my legs? Come on. Since you are the mighty North King with unparalleled power, I, a broken dantian waist, definitely can't beat you. On the side, the younger brother Xiao Lingfeng stood up at this time, with a proud face, and said, "What's your attitude? How dare you be so disrespectful to father? You are a waste. If it weren't for father raising you, you would have starved to death long ago, and you are still not satisfied? Ha ha, waste, what a waste." You suddenly burst into laughter at his words. Waste? Why are you laughing? Am I not right? Xiao Lingfeng frowned and asked. A touch of sorrow flashed in your eyes as you stared at him straight. You are right. I am being stupid. If it weren't for saving you, this beast, I would still be the natural king with extraordinary talents. I am really foolish, treating you, this heartless beast, as a brother, sacrificing my life to save your dog life. I am indeed a fool, the biggest fool in the world. As soon as these words were spoken, many people present had a drastic change in their expressions, with a hint of complexity in their eyes. Yes, if it weren't for saving Xiao Lingfeng, you would definitely be a world-class genius now, and would not have suffered such insults. Xiao Lingfeng's face turned green with anger, tightly clenching his fists. Xiao Zhentian felt a pang in his heart when he saw it, and immediately scolded. Nonsense! How dare you say your brother is a beast? Do you want to harm each other? You sneered. Are you blind? Which eye of yours saw this little beast treat me as a sibling? I saved his life, but instead of being grateful, he humiliates me at every turn. When he called me a waste, you didn't say a word, but when I said a few words to him, you feel sorry. Is this little beast's life really that precious? You waste, how dare you speak to me like this? Apologize to me immediately. Xiao Zhentian was about to erupt, and Xiao Lingfeng beside him couldn't help it. The terrifying killing intent instantly locked onto you. Looking at the surging and icy killing intent in his eyes, you couldn't help but laugh. What are you, worthy of making me kowtow? If it weren't for me saving you back then, the grass on your grave would be 3 meters high. What do I have to apologize for? Hearing this, Xiao Lingfeng's breath suddenly stagnated. Is this still the useless person who used to be so submissive in the past? It's true that you saved him, but as an older brother, isn't this what you should do? Besides, that was all 3 years ago. Is it necessary to always bring it up? Seeing Xiao Lingfeng looking embarrassed, you continued. You're just a useless parasite, yet you dare to mock me? In terms of talent, I have a natural king's physique, while you are just a top-tier talent. If it weren't for Xiao Zhentian's favoritism, could you have achieved your current cultivation level? Do you really think you're so great? Xiao Lingfeng was immediately infuriated, gritting his teeth. Your words hit him right where it hurt, shattering his pride. At this moment, when Wanrong couldn't bear to see this and gently advised, how can you speak to your younger brother like this? Over these years, our parents have indeed owed you. As long as you agree to divorce Ye Qingxuan and help her be with Ling Tian, mother will definitely make it up to you. Upon hearing this, you were dumbfounded. What divorce? You know very well that I have liked Ye Qingxuan for many years. Now you want me to divorce her and help this brat? Xiao Duan man was dumbfounded. Is this something a mother could say? Chapter 4. This, Dusty. Mother knows that it's hard for you, but your brother really likes Qingxuan. And for her, he doesn't think about tea or food, and he's starving and thinning. So you're an older brother. You can't bear to see him feel so bad, can you? Let him be, will you? Wanrong also felt that it was a bit excessive, but after hesitating for a moment, she still spoke the words out. You guys are heartbroken when he is hard to bear. I was abandoned in a small barbarian city for 3 years. You guys didn't even come to see me. You don't care about my death or life at all. And you even said that it was for the sake of my recuperation considerations. So you're really not mean to me. A trace of misery flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Although he was a traveler, but after all, the memories of the predecessor were fused. The pain and despair of longing for affection but not being able to get it. He empathized. It's simply miserable. And when Mr. and Mrs. Xiao Zhenbei recalled the predecessor back to desolate North City to fulfill the marriage contract with Ye Qingxuan, the predecessor was ecstatic and cried like a child. He naively thought, 3 years of cold feet and suffering are finally coming to an end. He was immediately about to gain the favor of his parents, the respect of his brother, and the nourishment of his wife. However, when he returned to desolation North City, he was greeted by the family's overwhelming indifference. That moment, he was heartbroken. Later, Xiao Lingfeng was even openly trying to snatch his fiancée, even beat him to death. And the parents did nothing about it, didn't even look at him more than once. And after, the predecessor died a depressed death. Such behavior from this family. Don't say people. I'm afraid the beasts will have to bow down. And at the moment, when Wanrong actually used the fact that Xiao Lingfeng would be sad and eat a few less meals as a reason for him to let out of the marriage contract, that's just ing bullying. A nameless anger surged miserably into Xiao Chen's heart. Duster. Don't misunderstand. Both of you are the flesh of mother's heart. Mother loves you both. It's just that you're in this situation now. Even if you don't let out the marriage contract, Qingxuan won't marry you. When Wanrong panicked when she saw how angry Xiao Chen was and explained with red eyes, she still had some thoughts in her heart for her oldest son. After all, it's the flesh that fell off her back. It was only that Xiao Zhenbei was an extremely face-saving person and would not allow the Zhenbei king's house to have the existence of such a waste like Xiao Duan, as that would affect the prestige of his Zhenbei king. Therefore, they threw the young Xiao Duan to the small barbarian city and handed him over to the care of an ordinary local family. And in order to dilute the impact of Xiao Duan, they hadn't gone to see Xiao Duan for so many years, because Xiao Chen was not around, when Wanrong logically gave all her love to Xiao Lingfeng. And over time, a favoritism developed. But she didn't think about it in any way. The brothers have only just met. Surprisingly, it got to the point where it was a watering hole. It was something she didn't want to see as a mother. But, one was a strange wasted eldest son he hadn't seen in 3 years. One is the youngest son of a heavenly pride who has been with him since childhood. She naturally favored her youngest son, even went so far as to ask for so much. She hadn't thought at all that Xiao Chen had already given too much for Xiao Lingfeng. Xiao Lingfeng owed Xiao Chen for the rest of his life. Alright, Wen Wanrong, don't pretend to be a mother and son with me here. Honestly, just for what you just said, you don't deserve to be a mother at all. So put away your tears, okay? I don't need them. Xiao Dust sneered. This statement was made when Wanrong's heart jerked hard. An unbelievable color flashed in his eyes. She didn't expect it. Xiao Chen, who had previously treated her respectfully and could be so excited that he couldn't sleep as long as she showed the slightest hint of a smile, was actually so desperate towards her at this moment. Unworthy of a mother? Had Xiao Chuan's grudge against her already reached this point? Adverse son, how dare you disobey your mother? I must kill you today. Xiao Zhenbei growled angrily. Kill me? Come on, Xiao Zhenbei. You've wanted this day for a long time, haven't you? If you're not afraid of the people of the world saying that you mutilated your own son, go ahead and take your shot. I definitely won't be able to hide anyway. Xiao Chuan held a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, and his pair of icy eyes stared deathly at Xiao Zhenbei. Everyone says that the king of Zhenbei is valiant and invincible, fending off the demon race outside of the desolate north, and that he is a great hero and the backbone of the human race. But in fact, you're just a hypocrite who is selling your name and reputation. Before the age of 15, you regarded me as the future of the Xiao family, and pampered me and obeyed me. But after the age of 15, when my dantian collapsed and my natural talent was destroyed, it was like you had changed your face, and you ignored me and were as cold as ice and frost. In the end, don't you think I've become a waste and can no longer inherit the glory of the Xiao family? The words fell. Everyone present was shaken. A look of fear appeared in his eyes. This Xiao Chen actually dared to talk about Zhenbei king like that? Aren't you afraid that the king of Zhenbei will really kill him on the spot in a fit of rage? As for Xiao Zhenbei, his entire body was already so furious that his face turned blue, his body trembled slightly, and a terrifying martial arts aura spread out from his surroundings, and even the void began to crack inch by inch, appearing like a spider's web of dawning cracks. The surrounding people immediately felt a terrifying pressure appear out of nowhere. It was as if a 1,000-foot mountain was pressing down on his head, and he was sweating coldly. Xiao Zhenbei was worthy of being a heavenly rank qualification martial arts genius, but middle-aged. Then he had already achieved the martial king realm. Just a few wisps of the mighty pressure. It's horrible. But the next moment, that mic receded again as quickly as the tide. Looking at the sneer on Xiao Chen's face, a hint of decadence suddenly flashed in Xiao Zhenbei's eyes, though he didn't want to admit it. But every word Xiao Chen said was true. He's the head of the Xiao family. Another king of Zhenbei who guards the deserted north, carrying too much on my back. It was true that he had neglected to take care of Xiao Chen over the years. It was he who was guilty of Xiao Duan, but it's not all his fault. Previously, when Xiao Dust was born, he was discovered to be born with a king's body. He's crazy happy. A born king body was just too powerful, strong enough at least to preserve the splendor of the Xiao family for 1,000 years. So, he put all his hopes and love on Xiao Chen. As the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. When Xiao Chuan's dantian shattered later, his mind almost collapsed. The natural king's body is gone. The 1,000-year-old heritage of the Xiao family shattered. He had trouble accepting it. Even the sight of Xiao Chen made him feel disgusted. Although he knew, it's not Xiao Duan's fault, but he can't control it. At a later stage, he simply threw Xiao Duan to an unseen place. Out of sight, out of mind. From start to finish, he only thought about his own feelings, but he didn't care if Xiao Duan lived or died. In the 7 years that followed, he almost completely forgot about Xiao Chen, forgetting that he once had that one son, until the marriage contract expired that year. It was only then that he picked up Xiao Chen back to his side. But long ago there was little camaraderie left, and Xiao Chen's constant rebelliousness had given him an illusion. He's the father. Do what you want with your son. It's alright. The other side can only take it obediently. Until Xiao Duan just exploded. He just found out. He's wrong. And so wrong. Unworthy of a father. But with his pride, there was no way he was going to admit his mistake. So, only silence. See this scene. Everyone in the room froze. I didn't expect that the always overbearing Zhenbei king would actually back down. That's right. Silence at this point. To Xiao Zhenbei, it was already a concession. Great concessions. Heh, what? Got me right? Dumbfounded? Xiao Dust sneered. Renounce the engagement and I'll make it up to you later. Xiao Zhenbei was silent for a long time and spat out a few words. Compensation? There's no need for that. From today, I am done with your Xiao family. I am no longer your son. And you are no longer my father. From now on, you and I will be strangers. And we will never see each other again. Xiao Dust took a deep breath, severed the last trace of restraint within his heart, and slowly said, this statement was made. All of the people present had their pupils suddenly shrunk, and countless paths of shock flashed through their eyes. A break in favor? No one will ever see you again? Is Xiao Chuan trying to cut ties with the Xiao family? Chapter 5, Not even worthy of your shoes? When Wanrong's face went white with fear, she didn't even think about it. The eldest son who had always been rebellious and obedient from his parents' words would actually suddenly explode today, and in such an absolutely forceful manner. She had only intended for Xiao Chen to let her marriage contract with Ye Qingxuan to her youngest son, but she hadn't thought of severing her relationship with Xiao Chen. Ah, dusty child. How can you say such words that will break your parents' hearts? You're the flesh of my heart that fell from my mother's body. How could my mother be willing to break off her relationship with you? When Wanrong was teary-eyed. When Wanrong, put away your fake tears. Ask yourself, in all these years, have you ever cared about the death of the flesh of my heart? Stop acting. Your heart's flesh has never been only Xiao Lingtian. This little don't get it wrong. Xiao Dust was unmoved and had a cold face. Adverse son, you want to cut ties with your parents over such a trivial matter? Are you out of your mind? When Wanrong was just about to try to persuade again when Xiao Zhenbei's angry voice suddenly rang out. He violently shattered the coffee table with a slap and snarled. Cutting ties? Ha! Good. You get the hell out of this home right now. From today onwards, you are no longer a member of my Xiao family, and I will remove you from the family tree. This statement was made. The people present were all shaken, and a look of incredulity appeared on their faces. Genealogical removal? I didn't think that Xiao Zhenbei would actually want to go this far, according to the laws of Disya. But whenever a family's son or daughter's name is removed from the family tree by the patriarch, it means that he or she is completely cut off from the family. The kind of old death. If Xiao Chuan was removed from the genealogy by Xiao Zhenbei, it meant that Xiao Dust would completely sever his relationship with the Zhenbei royal house, and without the shelter of the Zhenbei royal house, it would be impossible for Xiao Dust, who was a mere invalid, to live in a demonic chaos-ridden cultivation ground like the desolate north. Xiao Zhenbei was trying to kill Xiao Chen. While Xiao Lingtian heard this, a touch of joy surfaced on his face. Over the years, although Xiao Chen rarely appeared in the Zhenbei king's mansion, His affairs were more or less known. Xiao Lingtian had not been less shamed by others for having a waste brother. Nowadays, if this waste was expelled from the Xiao mansion, wouldn't that mean that the Xiao mansion would completely get rid of this heavenly disgrace in the future? He goes out with a little extra glow on his face. Xiao Zhenbei, what nonsense are you talking about? Removing your name from the family tree? Do you want Duaner to die? He's a man with a shattered dantian. Without the shelter of the Zhenbei royal family, how can he live in this chaotic world? When Wanrong couldn't bear it anymore at once, her gaze coldly looked at Xiao Zhenbei and angrily questioned. Xiao Zhenbei was momentarily stumped by the question, and was silent for a moment before saying, "Madam, I was momentarily angry. In fact, he knew he had gone too far and regretted the words as soon as they were out of his mouth. But he was too angry when Xiao Dust made this kind of request. He was the titular king of Zhenbei, one of the 10 great Xiao martial kings. The number of those who wanted to reincarnate as his son was countless. Even the entire vast desolate north couldn't fit. He, Xiao Chen, doesn't know what's good for him? Has he wronged him in any way? Even if it has been slightly neglected over the years, but didn't it also keep him clothed and fed? In this world of demonic chaos, many children die at birth. Isn't he lucky enough to be born in the Zhenbei royal family and enjoy peace? You are the king of Zhenbei, and the father of 2 children. Do you even have so little temperament? How dare you get serious with a child? When Wanrong usually had a mild personality, but at this moment, she was moved to true anger. Ma'am, I didn't mean it. As long as this rebellious son is now willing to kneel down and kowtow and admit his mistake, I'm willing to retract what I just did. Xiao Zhenbei took a deep breath and said, in his opinion, as the king of Zhenbei who said nothing, his willingness to do this was already giving Xiao Chen a great deal of leniency. Get a pen and paper. Xiao Dust, however, directly interrupted. Several servants looked at each other. One of them hesitated and brought Xiao Duan a pen and paper. You want to write a letter of repentance? It's not impossible, but it has to be presented on your knees. A trace of doubt flashed in Xiao Zhenbei's eyes and he frowned. He hadn't considered at all that Xiao Chen wanted a pen and paper because he wanted to write a letter of absolute departure. After all, to be born in the Zhenbei king's house was something countless people could only dream of. Now he has given a step. Xiao Dust would definitely climb down the steps. In fact, even when Wanrong and Xiao Lingtian thought that Xiao Chen was going to write a letter of repentance, they similarly did not believe that Xiao Chen really dared to leave the Zhenbei king's mansion. In his wasted state, he would definitely die a horrible death on the streets if he left. With the crowd watching, Xiao Dust penned it. Soon enough, the Jedi book was finished. Write the last word. Xiao Dust put down his pen and walked forward, handing the book of absolute departure to Xiao Zhenbei. When Xiao Zhenbei read the content on it, his pupils suddenly shrunk, and a majestic rage instantly surged in his eyes as his pair of tiger eyes stared straight at Xiao Chen. Rebellious son, are you looking for death? You actually dare to write an absolute letter of separation? Thinking that I really don't dare to remove you? What? The Jelly book? When Wanrong trembled and covered her mouth incredulously. The letter of separation is a document to sever ties with the family recognized by the Great Summer Law. She had thought that Xiao Chen was just acting on impulse, but she hadn't expected that he had even written the book of absolute departure. Does he really want to cut ties with the family? Xiao Zhenbei, there is no need to say more. Just sign directly. I don't want to stay in this Zhenbei king's mansion of yours for even a moment. Xiao Dust said expressionlessly with indifference in his eyes. It was as if what was in front of him was not his real parents and brother. Just a couple of strangers with nothing to do with it. This is true. So many years of indifference and mistreatment. He's had enough. Indeed, don't want to be here for a second. Fine. You rebellious son. I'll see how long you can live after leaving the Zhenbei king's mansion. Xiao Zhenbei couldn't bear it anymore and directly picked up a pen to sign his name on the book of absolute separation before violently slapping the book of absolute separation in front of Xiao Chen. The book of absolute separation. It has to be signed by all the parties together to be effective. He doesn't believe it. Xiao Dust really dared to sign his name. Sharp. If we're talking about desperation, it has to be you, Xiao Zhenbei. However, I have to thank you for these. Xiao Chen directly picked up the pen and signed his name on the Jedi book with great speed. The servants present looked dumbfounded. This Xiao Dust actually dared to sign it. Xiao Zhenbei saw this scene. It also froze in place. He never dreamed of it. Xiao Dust actually dared to sign it. And with such speed. This retrograde son can't wait to cut him off? When Wanrong, on the other hand, was also looking incredulously at the book of absolute separation in Xiao Chen's hand, she was sure now that her eldest son really wanted to cut them off. Somehow, her heart felt like it had been viciously stabbed by a sharp blade, and a sharp pain came over her. Previously, she favored her youngest son and despised her eldest, but when the eldest son really wants to leave, and she regretted it. You rebellious son, how dare you really sign it? After Xiao Zhenbei reacted, he stared at Xiao Chen with an angry expression. Why wouldn't I dare? Isn't this just what you wanted? Without this waste of a son of mine, I'm afraid that your Zhenbei King's name is going to be a bit louder again. Xiao Dust sneered back before taking the book of absolute departure and walking over to Xiao Lingtian. You sign it as well. Xiao Lingtian glanced at his parents and hesitated for a moment before finally ignoring Wan Rong's restraining eyes and signing his name on the absolute separation letter. And when Xiao Chen handed Wan Rong the book of absolute separation, the other party refused to sign it even in death, shedding tears and desperately trying to redeem herself. But at this moment, Xiao Dust had long since died in his heart. Without even looking at her, he was about to leave the Xiao family with the Jieli Shu. Xiao Chuan, you punk, after leaving the Xiao family, you are destined to be reduced to a wastrel for the rest of your life. Not even worthy of lifting my shoes. Seeing his mother clinging to such Xiao Dust, Xiao Lingtian was furious and ghostly spoke a harsh word to Xiao Dust. Chapter 6 How can he be penniless? Xiao Dust's footsteps lurched. Suddenly, he turned around and stared at Xiao Lingtian. Eyes stern as a knife. Little don't look down on people. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. I Xiao Dust may not have no turnaround day in my life. Ha ha ha, just with you. A waist with a broken dantian? Is it possible? Xiao Lingtian's eyes were contemptuous as he looked at Xiao Chen as if he was looking at a mole cricket. He was completely immersed in the jealousy of his mother's concern for Xiao Chuan, but he had completely forgotten that he was able to stand here alive today and be hailed as a genius all because Xiao Chuan had sacrificed his life to block a poem for him, or else he would have died long ago. Lingtian, why are you saying so much to this punk? Tell him to get lost. I'd like to see how many days this punk can live outside without the shelter of my Zhenbei royal house. Xiao Zhenbei chided angrily. Xiao Chen's series of actions just now had completely angered him. Xiao Zhenbei, then open your eyes wide and see how I rose from rags to riches, and how I stepped on you, the towering king of Zhenbei. Xiao Dust sneered and turned around. Although his current cultivation was not as good as Xiao Zhenbei, and even far worse than Xiao Lingtian, however, this gap was like a speck of dust to him who possessed a martial god's body, and was not worth mentioning. He believes, it won't take long, the heavens will be shaken by him, all the world will glorify his name. Dusty, don't go. When Wan Rong rushed forward and tried to pull Xiao Chen back, although Xiao Chuan signing the absolute departure letter shocked her and gave her a bit of a chill, but Xiao Chuan was after all a piece of meat that fell off her body, so how could she be willing to really let Xiao Chuan leave? Xiao Zhenbei, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. Rise from the rags and trample him underfoot? It's really great. He didn't expect that his firstborn son, who had always been a waste of space who didn't even dare to breathe a breath when he saw him, would actually have this kind of heavenly ambition. Had she been wrong about him before? It's just a shame. He was already an invalid with a broken dantian. Rising or whatever is out of the question. Otherwise, this kind of ambition combined with the natural king body can definitely preserve the splendor of the Xiao family for 1,000 years. Xiao Chen, don't pretend. You don't want to leave at all, right? Doing all this is just hoping that father and mother will retain you, right? Xiao Lingtian noticed the color of movement on his parents' faces, and a trace of resentment flashed in his eyes. He's selfish, simply unwilling to share their parents' love with others. In the past, when Xiao Chen was a little transparent, he already had a hint of displeasure. Nowadays, seeing that his parents were beginning to care about Xiao Chen, where could he stand it? Don't worry, from now on, the entire Xiao family is yours. And one day you will realize that everything you regard as precious is as light as dust in my eyes. The corner of Xiao Dust's mouth hooked into a sneer and he walked away without looking back. The first son of the Zhenbei royal family? Is it a big deal? Does he care? He's the man with the system. That's a bit of status for a chicken. Seeing Xiao Chen really walk out of the Zhenbei king's mansion, the people present were stunned. The group of servants looked at each other in disbelief, all seeing shock in each other's eyes. At this moment, Xiao Zhenbei was also already green in the face. He had never dreamed that Xiao Chen actually had such backbone and dared to really walk out of the Zhenbei king's mansion. As for Wan Rong, her face was also white, and she dropped to the ground in a state of disorientation. She didn't expect to be separated from her eldest son's flesh and bones for 3 years, and it's only just been a month since the reunion, but even the relationship between mother and child has been severed. To know, she hadn't even hugged Xiao Chen once since he came back. Xiao Lingtian also froze, but soon, a hint of snickering appeared on his brow. The biggest waste of the Xiao family has finally left. From now on, his parents will belong to him alone. Xiao Chen, who walked out of the Zhenbei king's mansion, was instantly relaxed and had a feeling of being relieved of his burden. Watching the crowds of people on the streets felt a kind of exhilaration that I've never felt before. Seeking and not being able to do so is truly the greatest suffering on earth. In the past, he was careful and lowbrowed to beg for just a little bit of affection. But what they got in return was cold eyes and dislike. Nowadays, he dropped it completely. That feeling. It's still awesome. From here on out, he lives only for himself and guards only those he wants to guard. As for blood kinship, after Xiao Chen left, the entire Zhenbei king's mansion was horribly depressing. Xiao Zhenbei's face was gloomy and he didn't say a word. When Wanrong fell to the ground with her hair in her cape and her face full of tears, the heads of the crowd of servants hung low, not even daring to breathe a single breath. This actually dares to go. How did he dare? He can't even survive for a month without leaving my Zhenbei royal mansion. Xiao Zhenbei was still incredulous. Your Majesty, when the eldest young master left, he didn't take anything. The world is bad outside. Will he? The white-haired steward Li came forward and cautiously reminded. He was an old man of the royal family, and had been there since Xiao Chen was born. Back then, it was he who was responsible for taking care of Xiao Duan's food and living, and he still had a few feelings for Xiao Duan. Since Xiao Chen's return, among so many servants in the royal residence, he was the only one who had taken more care of Xiao Chen. At this moment, when he saw Xiao Chuan just leave empty-handed, he was a bit of a heartbreaker. Humph, isn't he capable? Let him go and break in. He'll know how good the Zhenbei royal house is to him after he bumps into a wall. Xiao Zhenbei sneered. But the young master is penniless. I'm afraid. Steward Li worried. Penniless? Doesn't he get regular money every month? How can he be penniless? Xiao Zhenbei frowned. The children of the Xiao mansion have regular money to collect every month, and it is extremely generous. Take Xiao Lingtian for example. He has 200 taels of silver every month just in regular money, not counting the various cultivation resources. What was spent on him every month was at least 1,000 taels of silver or more. That's a scary number. To know, in the barren north, a family of 3 needs only 10 taels of silver a year. But even this, and very few people can reach it. Most civilians are starving. Only a family as large as the Zhenbei royal family could give their children such a huge sum of money. Your Highness, the eldest young master has never had routine money. You said that he can't cultivate, and that he eats and drinks at home, so he doesn't need to spend money. So with all this money, he has never been given routine money. Steward Li whispered. Hear that? Xiao Zhenbei was shaken. Suddenly remembered. It seems to have actually said that. At that time, he transferred the resentment of the Xiao family's dream of 1,000 years of splendor onto Xiao Chuan, looking at Xiao Chuan in every way, and thus cancelled his routine money. After saying this, he then forgot. In this way, then it lasted for 3 years, and after hearing these words, the people present were all dumbfounded. The first son of the Zhenbei royal family has no money? This is something that would never happen in any of the big clans. Ah, then why didn't he say so himself? Doesn't he have a mouth? Xiao Zhenbei's face changed color and struggled for a while, but in the end, he still had a stiff upper lip. Eldest young master, who holds his majesty in high esteem, once secretly asked old slave about this, but when he heard that it was his majesty's order, he didn't mention it again. Perhaps, he feels that if the king does this, there is naturally a reason for the king to do so. And, Steward Li sighed, wanting to stop talking. And what? Xiao Zhenbei pursued. Chapter 7, Couples Rebellion. Moreover, the eldest young master hasn't even had an aliyah of his own since he returned a month ago, and has been living in an underling's room, and he hasn't complained a single word about it. Steward Li slowly said. This statement was made. There was sudden silence in the arena. It was as quiet as death. Xiao Zhenbei's pupils suddenly shrunk and he froze in place as if petrified. Sawdust. In this huge Zhenbei king's mansion, there is actually not even a separate courtyard of his own? How is that possible? Even some of the low-status side descendants had their own luxurious apartments in the Zhenbei king's mansion. Xiao Lingtian even had 3 differently located aliens, so he could change his residence at any time according to his preference. Xiao Chuan, as the first son of the Zhenbei royal family, would actually be arranged to live in a servant's room? When Wanrong also looked back in shock, not wanting to believe what she had heard at all. His own eldest son has been back for so long, but he doesn't even have a separate house in the Zhenbei king's mansion? And she, as a mother, has been kept in the dark until now. This is a big joke. When Wanrong was so sad that she burst into tears. Thinking back now, ever since Xiao Chen was picked up, it seemed that she had always just stayed with her youngest son, never once visiting the place where her eldest son lived. Her own mother was so inept. No wonder the oldest son wants to cut her off today. Li Qi, how dare you? The eldest young master has been back for so long, but you didn't even arrange a separate home for him. What crime should you be held responsible for? When Xiao Zhenbei saw Wanrong so sad, he suddenly shouted angrily. Li Qi instantly blanched and knelt down to explain. Your Majesty, please don't be angry. It was the youngest master who found the old slave and said that he passed on the king's oracle to let the eldest young master stay in the servants' room. The words fell. All of the people present had their complexions changed drastically, and a look of shock appeared in their eyes. Xiao Lingtian did this? He himself owns 3 of the best located apartments in the royal palace. Yet he lets his savior, his own brother, live in a servant's room? It would be fine if the king of Jinbei had really ordered it, but looking at the Jinbei king's reaction, it was clear that he did not know. Mostly, it was Xiao Lingtian who had falsely transmitted the oral message, and it's been over a month. The Jinbei king and his wife were actually oblivious. It shows that the place where the eldest son lives has not been visited even once. Ignored to the core. The moment. Many of the servants couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity. This Xiao dust was also too miserable in the Jinbei king's mansion. Worse than any of them servants. At least they won't be backstabbed by their loved ones. Ling Tian, did you do this? When Wanrong questioned with red eyes, Xiao Lingtian's forehead seeped out a fine cold sweat, and his body appeared a little stiff. Mother, he's just a piece of trash. Where does he deserve my Xiao family's other house? Xiao Lingtian gritted his teeth. A cold and stern look appeared on Wanrong's face and she chided. Shut your mouth. He is your brother. Your blood is thicker than water. How dare you do this to him? The moment. She's really angry. She didn't expect her young son, who she had carefully taught for more than 10 years, to do something so bad. Was this still the perfect, good boy she had in mind? Look at the anger in your mother's eyes. Xiao Lingtian froze, then a trace of resentment flashed in his eyes. His mother, who had never uttered a single heavy word to him in the past no matter how big a mistake he had made, was actually so angry with him now for the sake of this waste of a man. Xiao Chuan, this punk really deserves to die. Mother, he is just a waste with a broken dantian. The more Xiao Lingtian thought about it, the more angry he became, and he couldn't help but blurt it out. Unbridled. Are you still stubborn? He's not a waste, but your brother. If it wasn't for him laying down his life to block a slap for you back then, you would have already died. Your qualifications are good, but no matter how good your qualifications are, you're only a top-tier heavenly stage, whereas he was born with a king's body, and if it wasn't for saving you, it would be your turn to sneer here? We've already done him a great disservice by leaving him unattended for 3 years in a small savage city. Now that he's come back with great difficulty to reunite with our family, and you're still trying to target him, you're simply too much. Hasn't he done enough since he came back to honor us in every way and tolerate you in every way? And you? What have you done? Robbing his fiancée and arranging for him to live in a servant's room? No wonder he wants to cut ties with us today. I wouldn't be able to stay in such a home. When Wanrong completely exploded. Seeing his mother like this, Xiao Lingtian trembled in fear and did not dare to say a word more. Talking about talking. When Wanrong's tears could not be stopped from falling once again, and she blamed herself with heartache. I am such a failure as a mother. My son has suffered such a great grievance, but I am blissfully unaware of it, and I even cooperated with you to make him let out of the marriage contract. I clearly know that he likes Ye Qingxuan so much, yet he still made such excessive demands. I'm not a human being. I deserve to die. Since Xiao Duan came back, she never felt much affection for the boy. After all, Xiao Chen had been away from home for too long. When Wanrong's heart was all on Xiao Lingtian, when Xiao Lingtian offered to ask Xiao Chen to let him have the marriage contract, she had hesitated, feeling that this was a bit cruel to Xiao Chen. After all, he liked Ye Qingxuan so much, but when Xiao Lingtian did not eat for an entire day, there was more than a hint of emaciation on his face. She went soft, compromised, thinking that Xiao Chen was the older brother. He had the obligation to let his younger brother go. As for the wife, just find him another one later. Xiao Duan is so obedient. Shouldn't have a problem with that. I didn't realize that this would actually be the last straw that broke the camel's back. Xiao Duan completely exploded because of this matter. Think about it. When Wanrong just couldn't help but blame herself. She always felt there was no favoritism towards her 2 sons, but what she did was exaggerated favoritism. She hadn't even asked a single question about her eldest son's 3 years of suffering in the barbaric little town. Her youngest son just didn't eat for a day and she was heartbroken. It was no wonder that Xiao Chen was so determined to cut ties with them today. If any other person was in Xiao Chen's position, I'm afraid that they would not be able to endure it. Why would she go so far as a mother? At one time, she had loved her eldest son so much. Is it because he was assassinated by his enemies and his dantian shattered because he saved his brother, and deserved to be disliked by her? At this moment, she finally saw her own hypocritical face and was in agony and regret, glancing at Wanrong, who was almost about to faint from crying. Xiao Zhenbei's eyes flashed with a trace of heartache, and he stepped forward to comfort. Madam, this time, it was Ling Tian who did the wrong thing, but he's still young, and he hasn't seen Xiao Chuan for so many years, so he can't accept it for a while, and that's also understandable, so we'll just teach him slowly. In fact, he also felt that Xiao Lingtian had gone overboard with this matter. But now that Xiao Chen has become an invalid, only Xiao Lingtian is left as a sole seedling. The future of the Xiao family depends on him. He couldn't afford to be too harsh. The words just fell. When Wanrong raised her head violently, a trace of coldness flashing in her eyes, Xiao Zhenbei, Duaner has been forced by him to leave home. And you're actually still defending him? He's your son. But Dusty isn't your son? Do you deserve to be a father when you do that? I'm telling you, if you don't get Dusty back for me, when Wanrong, am not finished with you father and son. Having said that, when Wanrong transformed into a stream of light and directly disappeared in front of Xiao Zhenbei's father and son. She was also a strong martial arts expert. Ma'am, you, Xiao Zhenbei was dumbfounded. The always gentle and sensible when Wanrong was actually so angry for Xiao Chen this time. Short time. Father and son break up. Husband and wife turn against each other. Even Xiao Zhenbei, whose cultivation was heavenly, was somewhat overwhelmed. There was a flash of exhaustion in his eyes. Father, what is she doing? Mother, what's the matter with her? Why is she so upset? Don't you still have me? Xiao Lingtian looked at Wanrong's distant back, and not only did he not realize his mistake, he also inflicted all his grievances on Xiao Chen. If it wasn't for this loser, my father and mother have their hearts set on themselves. And how can you be mad at yourself? Chapter 8, Encountering Ye Qingxuan. A sideways glance at her infant son. There was suddenly a trace of anger in Xiao Zhenbei's eyes. Over the years, it seemed like I had spoiled him. I can't believe you're doing things with such a lack of discretion. If he hadn't been so mean to his eldest son, the eldest son was not so negative that he ran away. Xiao Chen was, after all, his own brother, and had saved his life. So how could he be so heartless? But now Xiao Lingtian was astonishingly talented and had an unlimited future, while Xiao Chen was just an invalid. Almost without hesitation, Xiao Zhenbei had a trade-off in his heart, and that was to abandon Xiao Chen. Lingtian, leave this matter alone. Father will take care of it. In 3 days, it will be the day of enrollment for the 5 major martial arts academies in the desolate north. How are you preparing? Now that you're the only one left in my Xiao family, do you have the confidence to enter the sacred desolate academy? Xiao Zhenbei looked at Xiao Lingtian and squeezed out a smile. In his mind, the matter of Xiao Duan running away from home, it was far less important than Xiao Lingtian's participation in the martial arts academy exam. The Academy of Martial Arts is still established by the Daxia Martial Hall. It is the temple of martial arts that every martial arts practitioner dreams of. There were all sorts of cultivation resources there that martial artists regarded as treasures. Kung Fu, martial arts, elixir, weapons. Wait, if he could enter the martial arts academy, it would be extremely beneficial to his future path of martial arts. It was a pity that there were only nearly 100 martial arts academies in total for the billions of people in the entire Great Xia, and most people were destined to join without a chance. And the competition was extremely fierce. Of course, with Xiao Lingtian's top heavenly stage martial arts talent, getting into the Budo Academy, that was the nail in the coffin. The only one with suspense. It's whether or not you can get into the #1 martial arts academy in the desolate north, Holy Wilderness Academy. This is an ancient academy with a long heritage of several thousand years. The requirements for enrollment are extremely strict. The number of people is very small. Only 3 people are recruited each year. However, almost without exception, those who entered the Sacred Desolate Academy eventually grew to become renowned martial arts powerhouses in Daxia. Back then, Xiao Zhenbei had dreamed of entering the Sacred Desolate Academy, but unfortunately, he was not accepted. Although he later achieved the position of Martial King through his own hard work and chance, it was always a regret in his heart. He hoped that Xiao Lingtian would join and help him make up for this regret. Don't worry, father, I'm not Xiao Chen, a waste of space. With my qualifications, the Sacred Desolate Academy is begging for me to join, but it's too late. Xiao Lingtian had a proud face. Are you that confident? Upon hearing such an arrogant reply from Xiao Lingtian, not only did Xiao Zhenbei not get angry, a trace of pride also flashed through his eyes. His own young son's character was perhaps a little too proud, but the talent is really strong. It's half a point better than yourself, even. As for pride, which heavenly pride is not proud of itself? Can you call yourself a teenager if you're not exuberant? That's natural. My martial qualifications are top-tier heavenly stage. You can't find many in the entire desolate north, right? No matter how powerful the Sacred Desolate Academy is, can it still not look at me? Xiao Lingtian's face was full of arrogance. Xiao Zhenbei shook his head slightly. Lingtian, your talent is naturally supreme, but the enrollment of the Sacred Desolate Academy doesn't just depend on natural talent. Don't just look at natural talent. What else does it look at then? Xiao Lingtian froze. If a martial artist wants to grow into a geisha giant, it won't do to just have natural talent, but also great fortune and great chance. That way it can be guaranteed that he won't die prematurely before he grows up. The old ancestor of the sacred Desolate Academy had left behind a supreme treasure called the Martial Spirit Mirror. Any martial artist who passes through this mirror will be able to peek into the corner of the future. Whether it is a midway fall or a submerged dragon soaring into the sky, a light will tell. Xiao Zhenbei explained. Martial Spirit Realm? Then was father illuminated back then? Xiao Lingtian was curious. Yes, back then. The martial spirit had said that I had the stature of a martial king, but that's as far as it goes. But strangely enough, the martial spirit said that I had the stature of a great emperor, but I had broken my chance because I turned against a bloodline relative, and that this would be the most regrettable thing in my life. Also because of this assertion by the martial spirit, the sacred Desolate Academy turned me away. A hint of indignation flashed in Xiao Zhenbei's eyes. Turning against the bloodline's closest relatives to break the great emperor's chance? This can't be talking about this waste of a man. Xiao Chen? This martial spirit realm doesn't look good. Xiao Chuan has already had his dantian shattered. How can he still break your chance? How is this possible? A trace of shock surfaced in Xiao Lingtian's eyes. I don't know, but the martial spirit realm is an ancient divine artifact, and the prophecies of the millennia have never been wrong, so it stands to reason that there shouldn't be a problem with me either. Xiao Zhenbei frowned slightly. Don't worry, father. This time I'll definitely get into the Holy Desolate Academy and wipe out the previous shame for father. Xiao Lingtian said with a confident expression. The other side. Xiao Dust went out of the Zhenbei king's mansion. Then he went straight to a nearby barren mountain. He couldn't wait to fuse the martial god body. The world he was in now was not the kind of peaceful world of song and dance in his previous life, but a cruel and cold metaphysical world. Demon races run rampant. Human life is as cheap as grass. In this deserted north where demon races frequent, if you're not careful, you can die. He had to raise his strength as soon as possible. Soon, he arrived at the barren mountain and found a cave he had been to before with his memory, ready to start his breakthrough. Step into the cave. Find a rock and sit down, Xiao Chen directly said. System, start activating the martial god body. Martial body activation begins. A golden virtual panel appeared out of thin air. The heart of the martial god, which emitted a cold purple light and a terrifying aura, flew out from the panel and hovered in front of Xiao Chen. Next, the sky and the earth suddenly changed color. Turns out it was still clear. In a flash, lightning flashes and thunder. The storm clouds are surging. The void around the martial god's heart couldn't withstand that massive energy and began to crack inch by inch. The void. A terrifying deity's shadow emerged. A terrifying and invincible aura of silence emanated from his body. Seeing this vision of heaven and earth, Xiao Dust was startled. That's pretty high profile. However, in the next second, the golden panel in front of Xiao Chuan suddenly blazed with golden light, directly enveloping the heaven and earth vision. All the visions disappeared into thin air. It's like it never existed. The system is awesome. Xiao Dust couldn't help but marvel. The words just fell. That martial god's heart rushed straight towards his heart, turning into a flash of demonic purple light. It turned into his chest. Xiao Chuan felt an incomparably terrifying energy steeply appear in his chest, instantly surging into his limbs and bones. Tattered and broken dantian. Pulled by that energy, it surprisingly began to reborn quickly. That one terrifying crack at an extremely fast speed could fuse and grow a new dantian than he had before. Bigger and fuller. That's not all. Xiao Chuan only felt that every cell of his body had been washed and purified, and his originally thin and fragile flesh became strong all of a sudden. A terrifying sense of power lingered throughout his body. The whole body, stripped down. His heart fluttered with excitement. This martial god's body was just too terrifying. It was a world of difference compared to his previous body. It's worthy of being a legendary divine body. With the introduction of the system, Xiao Chuan learned the full effects of the martial god body. Superb resistance to blows. Superb recovery. Superb cultivation cap. Only at the moment, before he could be happy for too long, he frowned, looked down. He was seen to be covered in sticky black dirt and emitting an unpleasant odor that did smell a little sour, and it was turning him over. He got up in a hurry and walked outside to find a creek to start cleaning his body. Xiao Chuan, I heard that you've severed your relationship with the Zhenbei king? Right at this moment, a sweet and soft voice with a bit of coldness rang out from not far away. Xiao Dust looked back, only to see that a clear young girl with a stunningly beautiful face was standing beside him, looking at him with a look of disgust. The young girl was dressed in a white dress, with long hair reaching her waist, a delicate figure, and a faint fragrance emanating from her body, just as beautiful as a flower. It was none other than Xiao Chuan's fiancée, Ye Qingxuan. When Xiao Duan left the Zhenbei royal mansion, Ye Qingxuan happened to look for him and learned from the royal guards that Xiao Duan had severed his ties with the Zhenbei royal mansion. And seeing Xiao Duan leave from afar, she followed him all the way here, because the terrain was not familiar. At one point, he even lost them, and after searching for half a day, He just happened to meet Xiao Duan, who came out of the cave. Chapter 9, Leave the money and you can go. Yo, isn't this my Grand Xiao's most honorable highness, the 9th princess? How come you're free to come to find a wastrel like me? The corner of Xiao Dust's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Ye Qingxuan, the 9th princess of the Xiao royal family, loved by the Xiao emperor, combining thousands of favorites in one, born in the same year as Xiao Chen. In the past, when the Jinbei royal family gave birth to a natural-born king body, as soon as the news reached the palace, the Xiao emperor personally brought Ye Qingxuan to the Jinbei royal family overnight, and couldn't wait to finalize the marriage contract between Xiao Chen and Ye Qingxuan. The purpose was to tie Xiao Duan firmly to the great Xiao emperor's chariot. A born king body was just too terrifying. If he grew to the extreme, it could be said to be as easy to subvert an imperial dynasty. The summer emperor had to save for a rainy day. Under the deliberate arrangement of the Xiao emperor, Ye Qingxuan was raised in the Jinbei king's mansion from a young age and spent time with Xiao Chen. Before the age of 15, she and Xiao Chen could be considered childhood sweethearts. Xiao Dust also liked this girl who was as pretty and gentle as a porcelain doll. During those years, many hidden families whose status was far more transcendent than the royal family had brought their daughters to the Xiao family to try to marry Xiao Chen, all of which he had rejected. He was single-mindedly fond of Ye Qingxuan. Even once when Ye Qingxuan accidentally fell into the water, he sacrificed his life to save her. And while Ye Qingxuan was rescued, he almost died. Originally, if it had developed that way, he and Ye Qingxuan would have been considered a golden couple. But all this friendship went up in smoke when Xiao Duan was 15 years old. With the shattering of Xiao Chuan's dantian, Ye Qingxuan, who was originally gentle and lovely, sticking to Xiao Chuan from morning to night with a mouthful of brother dust, suddenly seemed to change her face, cold and distant, and was picked up and returned to the palace not long afterward. This world was just like the ancient blue star where Xiao Chuan was in his previous life. Men married very early, as early as 13 years old, so they were all more precocious about their feelings. When he was young, he and Ye Qingxuan's section of the two little ones had long been deeply rooted in Xiao Chen's heart. Even though Xiao Chuan was thrown to a small barbarian city afterward, he still insisted on writing to Ye Qingxuan every once in a while, but only received some perfunctory responses. Perhaps jealous of the military power in the hands of the Jinbei king, the other party responded that they would definitely consummate the marriage with Xiao Chen, but their attitude was extremely cold, and Xiao Dust was just hanging on by her, holding a glimmer of hope in his heart that the other party would really consummate the marriage with him. But he waited day and night for this day, but he did not wait for it. Instead, he was killed alive by Xiao Lingfeng because he refused to give up the marriage contract, and according to Xiao Lingfeng, it was Ye Qingxuan who authorized him to go to Xiao Chen to withdraw from the marriage. Think about it. Xiao Lingfeng was now hot, a heavenly pride that had suppressed his peers, and Xiao Chen was just a waste with a broken dantian in their eyes. Ye Qingxuan's desire to marry Xiao Lingfeng was justifiable. It was just that Ye Qingxuan clearly could have told him directly and given him a pain in the ass, but hanging him for so many years, and even letting Xiao Lingfeng go and use violence to bully him and finally beat him to death alive, was really a bit cold-blooded and heartless. But today's Xiao Chen would not be as foolish as his predecessor. He wouldn't like this woman any more than she was beautiful. Who still believes in love now that we've crossed over? I know you have a grudge against me, but that's your bad fate. It's not my fault. You still haven't answered my question. Have you severed your ties with the king of Jinbei? Ye Qingxuan coldly asked. Broken. Xiao Dust said indifferently. The tone was casual as if it was just a piece of trash thrown away. Do you realize what a foolish decision you have made? You're an invalid. Can you survive for more than a month away from the Jinbei royal residence? You really don't deserve to be my husband. A trace of contempt flashed in Ye Qingxuan's eyes as she looked at Xiao Chuan with eyes like looking at a little cutie. Xiao Dust was so angry that he laughed. You're not worthy of being Michelle Ye's husband? At the age of 9, if he hadn't sacrificed his life to save her, Ye Qingxuan would have turned into a skeleton by now. Still standing here pretending with him? He was also really baffled. What kind of moldy god physique is this in the original body? Why is it that all you meet are white wolves? Saved his brother and was killed by his brother. Saved his fiancée, abandoned by his fiancée. But it's normal to think about it. There were many people who saved old ladies and were blackmailed in their previous lives. Let's just say that there are too many stories of hearts and minds and farmers and snakes. Ye Qingxuan, it's not your turn to educate me on what I do. What is it that you are looking for me for? Just say it, Xiao Dust said in a cold voice. Hearing Xiao Chuan's reply that was so unforgiving, a trace of disbelief and dismay surfaced on Ye Qingxuan's face. Xiao Chuan's eyes were filled with indifference, very different from his previous attitude of holding her in the palm of his hand as if she were a fairy, and it was like a different person. Xiao Chen, are you crazy? To actually speak to me like that? What's wrong with talking to you like that? What's wrong with that? You think you're really a fairy? That everyone is going to worship you? But you used to like me so much. Xiao Chen looked at Ye Qingxuan and the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. I was blind before, but now I have regained my sight. Ye Qingxuan's face changed drastically as she bit her lip. You used to act? Xiao Chuan glanced at Ye Qingxuan with an odd expression, feeling that this woman's intelligence was truly worrisome. Acting? He damn near lost his life trying to save her back then. Can this be an act? It's true. People with hearts always like to think of others as dirty as she is. What's the matter? Just say it? I'm quite busy. Xiao Chen didn't want to explain to her. Ye Qingxuan glanced at the clothes that Xiao Chuan had taken off, which were sticky with black sticky filth and emitted a foul odor. Xiao Duan shouldn't be working as a manure picker, right? The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Xiao Chuan, an invalid, left the Jinbei king's mansion and was afraid that he could only go and do these lowly jobs. Thinking of this, she felt a little more contempt for Xiao Chen, and didn't bother to care if the other party had been acting on her in the past. Anyway, very soon, she would be enrolled in the martial arts academy and soar into the sky, becoming a true phoenix soaring through the 9 heavens. And Xiao Dust can only make a living by picking manure for people. The difference between the two is so great. It's like a cloud of mud. There's no way this life will ever cross paths. I think if you sign this letter of withdrawal, I can give you 1,000 taels of gold so that you too can be rich for the rest of your life and not have to pick dung for a living. Ye Qingxuan took out a document along with a pen and threw it in front of Xiao Chen. Xiao Dust couldn't help but twitch the corners of his eyes twice when he heard this. Picking up manure? I'll pick your ing. Where did you see me picking? Still, without explanation, he picked up the marriage contract and signed his name decisively. It's good that you're like this. You and I are destined for 2 worlds. I was born to stand tall and look down on the world. And you, cut the ing crap. Leave the money and get the out. Ye Qingxuan frowned slightly, a very uncomfortable feeling suddenly surging in her heart. She didn't understand Xiao Chen, who used to be so shy in front of her that he didn't even dare to raise his head. Why have you become so bossy today? And, seemingly, a little impatient with her? He's a lickspittle with a broken dantian. What gives him the right? Here's 1,000 taels of gold tickets. Take them, and from now on, you and I are done with each other. Ye Qingxuan dropped a stack of golden tickets and drifted away. Looking at the withdrawal letter in her hand, she felt a sense of relief in her heart. Finally get rid of this loser and be able to go find your good man. Her husband had to shine. Only a heavenly pride like Xiao Lingtian, who possessed Lingyun's heavenly aptitude, could be worthy of it. Xiao Duan? It was not even worthy of lifting Xiao Lingtian's shoes. The other side. Xiao Chen picked up the golden ticket on the ground and was in a good mood. He's worried about having money to eat. Unexpectedly, Ye Qingxuan actually took the initiative to send it to him. Count her in on this one. Stuffing the golden ticket into his bosom, his hand inadvertently touched an envelope, and it was then that he remembered that Lu Sanji had written him a letter that he had not yet had time to open. Being thrown to Xiangwu City for 3 years. Our Lu Sanji take care of him? This old man, although poor, and a little horny, but to Xiao Duan is really no words. The family has a good meal. Absolutely all left to Xiao Duan. Opened the envelope, pulled out a yellowed letter paper, only to see the above written, well, a son of the king, they are too much. Actually let the son of the world you withdraw from the marriage? If it's not for my lack of cultivation, I will definitely kill the king's residence and seek justice for you. Don't feel bad, Shitzi. If you are wronged in the royal residence, feel free to come to Xiangwu City to look for me. Remember, Xiangwu City will always have a home for you. Seeing the crooked and ugly characters on the letter paper, Xiao Chen could not help but have moist eyes. I didn't realize that people without blood could be warmer than blood relatives. Suddenly, he was all a little bit missing the cold chicken made by Lu Sanji, and he planned to wait for his cultivation to be restored, then take the time to go to Xiangwu City to see Lu Sanji and treat him to a good meal to quench his thirst. Ding! The system enacts the task. The blind box of life choice opens. 3 days later, the host is invited to attend the Desolate North Martial Arts Academy examination. Option 1. Join the Sacred Desolate Academy and become the son of the holy land of martial arts that everyone envies, with smooth sailing all the way. Option 2. Join the Sword Immortal Academy, and go all the way against the heavens, through 100 robberies and thousands of difficulties, to break into the sword path. Reward description. Reward 1. The reverse heavenly demon chopping technique. An extremely ancient and powerful sword cultivation technique that is terrifying and extremely restraining to the demon race. Reward 2. Vajra unbreakable divine skill. Can greatly increase the host's defense. Can withstand most of the world's attacks. Just then, the system's icy voice rang out. Chapter 10. What's a punk like you doing here taking the test? Another new assignment? A hint of joy surfaced on Xiao Dust's face. The more tasks you do, the more rewards you get. Currently, he lacked techniques, martial arts, pills, And weapons. The Wookiee body is powerful, but it's also a money burner. The resources he needed to break through his realm were 30 times that of others at the same realm. It was simply terrifying as hell. Joining the academy and jerking the wool of the martial arts hall was a very good choice. That sacred desolate academy he knew was the #1 martial arts academy in the desolate north. The holy land of martial arts in the hearts of all the people of the desolate north. But the Sword Immortal Academy he hadn't heard of. But the Sword Dao is the first killing Dao in the ancient times. The attack power is strong and invincible. I think that since that academy dares to call it the Sword Immortal Academy, it should be very strong as well. It seems good to join either one. Still, he preferred being a sword cultivator. The sword stepped into the 9 heavens and opened the gates of heaven with a single stroke. Invincible bully. Moreover, this Gong method also specializes in overcoming the demon race, very much in line with the current battlefield environment. If one obtained this technique, it would be like a tiger with wings. This time, the blind box, with some clear cards, knew at a glance that joining the Sword Immortal Academy would result in the acquisition of that reverse demon slaying technique. Thus, he planned to join the Sword Immortal Academy. After making up your mind, Xiao Dust directly left the barren mountain, bought a few clothes, and found an inn to stay in. The odds are that he'll live at the college in the future, so he's not planning on buying a house either. Time flies. It was soon the day of enrollment for the 5 major martial arts academies in the desolate north. During these 3 days, Xiao Dust had a very pleasant time every day eating, drinking, shopping, and looking at beautiful women. The center of Wasteland North City is still relatively safe, but the house prices and rents are extremely expensive. Most civilians cannot afford. Only in the periphery of the demon infestation, a little inattention will be killed in the hands of the demon. If Xiao Dust didn't have the 1,000 taels of gold given by Ye Qingxuan, he would only be able to go to the periphery to mingle. He just found a very ordinary inn, and it actually cost 2 taels of silver a day, which was almost as much as the living expenses of a civilian family of 3 for 3 months. It's expensive. The inn he was at was not far from the examination point, Wasteland North Square, and Xiao Dust directly chose to walk. Today's desolate North City could be described as a sea of people. The annual enrollment of the 5 great academies could be said to be the most lively event in the entire desolate North City. After today, there are those who are destined to soar and break into butterflies. However, more people return disappointed. There were too many people who wanted to enter the martial arts academy and too few enrollment slots. The vast majority of martial artists could only study in some small martial arts halls, but the resources of those small martial arts halls were far inferior to the martial arts academies under the name of the Martial Palace. On the main street, the flow of people was getting more and more turbulent, all heading towards the desolate North Square. Have you heard? Today, the unicorn son of the Jinbei King's residence, Xiao Lingfeng, released words that he will definitely let the Holy Wilderness Academy personally invite him into the academy, in order to bleed the shame of his father, the King of Jinbei, who was rejected by the Holy Wilderness Academy back in the day. How arrogant! People possess extremely high martial arts talent, so of course they can be wild. However, in fact, the Jinbei royal house originally had an even more formidable Geisher Heavenly Pride who was born with a king's body, but it's just a pity that he was backstabbed and fell in disgrace. You're talking about that punk Xiao Chen, right? He's been wasted for 3 years now. Why are you talking about him? I've heard that he's morally corrupt and of poor character. He's already been removed from the genealogy by the Jinbei royal house, and even Her Highness the 9th Princess has already broken off her engagement with him. A couple of candidates rushing to take the exam were chatting away. Xiao Dust could not help but reveal a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth when he heard this. Moral turpitude in poor character. Once a person loses his power, it is true that people will step on him, but it's coming to an end. Next, he would rise suddenly like a comet and make those who had despised him regret it. Soon, Xiao Dust followed the group of people to the bottom of a huge mountain that was 10,000 feet tall and majestic. There was a huge square at the bottom of the mountain, and at this moment it was already crowded. A small number of these people had come to take the test, and many more were relatives who had accompanied them together, the so-called hopefuls. It's all up to you whether or not you can make it to the top. Xiao Dust swept a glance. Not many were found to be gifted, and even fewer had cultivation. Possessing a natural talent for martial arts was a matter of very small probability. That's almost 1 in 10,000 people. 95% of them were still the lowest grade of yellow rank qualification. The center of the square. There are 6 camps. They were the 5 major martial arts academies in the desolate north as well as an unnamed Sword Immortal Academy. The 5 great martial arts academies were all powerful, and behind each academy's camp stood dozens of powerful martial artists with terrifying martial arts auras lingering all over their bodies, making people tremble with fear just by looking at them from afar. And that Sword Immortal Academy was downright shabby compared to the 5 great academies. Just a pair of tables and chairs that were rotten beyond repair, and a white cloth banner with the name of the Sword Immortal Academy written on it. The crowd was also sparse, with only a drunken old man sitting in on the scene. The eyes of the people from the 5 great academies looking at Sword Immortal Academy were filled with contempt, just as people were waiting anxiously. Suddenly, an old man wearing a black robe with a solemn expression slowly walked out from the center of the square. The black-robed old man scanned the crowd and spoke coldly. I am Zhao Song, the deacon of the Martial Hall of the desolate North Province, responsible for today's enrollment. The specific enrollment quota will be decided by each academy itself. When the old man assesses each student, each academy can send out invitations. If the student doesn't reap the invitations from any of the academies, it will be considered as a failure of the assessment. If a student receives invitations from more than one academy, the student can decide on his or her own which academy he or she will go to. Starting now, step forward those whose names are announced. The first one, Doggy Zhang. Zhao Song took out something like a crystal ball and started naming the test. This crystal ball is named Wuhan Yi. As long as the tester puts his hand on it, he can detect the cultivation and qualification. The simple teenager named Zhang Dogdan quickly stepped forward. You're Zhang Dogdan? Put your hand on the Wuhan Yi, and don't take it off until I yell stop. Zhao Song admonished. Aye, my lord. Zhang Dogwan nodded and obediently put his hand up. 5 breaths later, there was no reaction from Wuhan Yi. Zhao Song shook his head. Zhang Dogdan. Undetected martial talent. Zhang Dogman sniffed and withdrew his hand, walking down with a disappointed look on his face. Under the auspices of Zhao Song, teenager after teenager went up to the test full of hope, but test hundreds of them in a row. There are also a dozen or so with martial arts talent, of which only 3 are upper yellow rank, accepted by the academy. The others are all just lower yellow rank, although there is talent, but destined to go not long. These people have not been invited by the academy. Xiao Chuan, why are you trash here? Why don't you get back quickly? Do you want to lose the face of my Jinbei royal mansion? Right at this moment, Xiao Lingfeng, who was mixed in the enrollment crowd, suddenly realized that Xiao Chuan was actually there, and immediately walked over and gave an angry rebuke. Today is a great day for him. Xiao Lingfeng, to soar to the heavens. This punk actually came to disgust him on purpose? What kind of test is an invalid coming to? Chapter 11, A Generation of Pride. Ye Qingxuan. This person is Xiao Chen, that fallen Qilin child of the Jinbei royal house? How did he come to participate in the examination even though he's an invalid? I heard that he has been expelled from the Jinbei king's mansion, most likely because of his resentment. He came to cause trouble. This person is really thick-skinned. He's been kicked out by the Jinbei royal house, but he still comes here to disgrace himself. Does he think he's still the same supreme celestial pride who was born with a king's body? Many people instantly shot their contemptuous gazes at Xiao Chen. The people from the 5 great academies and the Sword Immortal Academy also noticed the commotion below, and a hint of shock surfaced in their eyes. They naturally knew the name of Xiao Dust, who had once been a supreme seedling that their academy had dreamed of. But 3 years ago he had already shattered his dantian and become an invalid. If you come to take the test today, you're not making a fool of yourself? Jinbei King Xiao Lingtian's husband and wife were also present at the moment, sitting side by side with the people from the 5 great academies. They also naturally saw Xiao Chen below. Seeing the disappeared eldest son appear, a trace of excitement flashed in Wen Wanrong's eyes, and after hesitating for a moment, she slowly got up and walked over. Dusty, have you come to admit your faults to father and mother? It's okay, as long as you sincerely repent. You're still a good boy to your parents. Wen Wanrong squeezed out a hint of a smile and said softly, and just as she was about to reach out to pull Xiao Chuan, she only saw the latter gently dodging away and coldly said, Wen Wanrong, you and I no longer have a relationship. Please stay away from me. This statement was made. Everyone present was stunned. Xiao Zhenbei was even so angry that his face turned green, and with a flash of his body, he instantly disappeared from his seat, as if he had instantly moved, and appeared directly in front of Xiao Chen. Adverse son, what are you babbling about? This is your attitude when you see your mother? You want to go back to my Jinbei king's mansion with this kind of attitude? Dream on. Xiao Zhenbei chided. When Wanrong even looked at Xiao Chuan with a shocked expression, and there was a trace of a knife cutting in her heart. The previous Xiao Dust to her respect and love, far from seeing her, are excited to rush up to greet, and she more than just nodded in response. Even a smile will not give. But even then, Xiao Dust also jumped with a child. But today, it's amazing how apathetic mother and son can be. Is this the retribution she got for snubbing Xiao Chen in the first place? She's having a bit of a hard time. The heart ached like a pinprick. Xiao Chen, on the other hand, looked at Xiao Zhenbei with a cold face. Xiao Zhenbei, what nonsense are you talking about? Didn't I sever my ties with you guys a long time ago? Who said that I'm going back to your Jinbei king's mansion? Sinner, are you really going to cut us off? Xiao Zhenbei's face was grim as he said, a terrifying martial aura emanating from his body, pressuring the surrounding crowd to gasp for air. Xiao Zhenbei, I, Xiao Chuan, am an 8-foot man, a spit and a nail. When I say break, then it's a true break. I won't be as hypocritical as you. Xiao Dust laughed coldly. This Xiao Zhenbei is also too narcissistic. Thought he was here to make peace. This family, the dogs don't return. Xiao Chen, why did you appear at this examination site if you didn't come to seek peace? You're an invalid. You shouldn't be participating in the examination as well, right? Xiao Lingtian said with a look of contempt. You got it. I'm here for the test, can't I? Xiao Dust nodded his head. What? He's an invalid who actually came to take the Martial Arts Academy examination? Who is he insulting? That's. A punk like him with a broken dantian is worthy of competing with us? It's just mean and nasty and shameless. This statement was made. There was a flurry of activity. The nearly 10,000 candidates all looked at Xiao Chen with a look of contempt. Seeing this situation, Xiao Zhenbei's face was red for a while and white for a while, feeling that his face was lost. After hesitating for a moment, he clenched his teeth and said in a deep voice, Gentlemen, this evil animal has severed its relationship with my Zhenbei royal house, and what he did today does not represent my Zhenbei royal house. After saying that, he pulled Wen Wanrong, who was still trying to persuade him, back to the square. Seeing this scene, everyone present froze. A time like this to just skim off and bolt, leaving your wasted son in the center of the storm to take the heat? Is this what the mighty king of Zhenbei should do? This king of Zhenbei is also too unresponsive, isn't he? He's just going off on his own? I also think it's a bit much for a father to just leave his son behind. I heard that back then. Xiao Chuan was injured in order to save his younger brother, but now that Zhenbei King and Xiao Lingtian are actually treating him like this, it's a bit wolfish. Some people fought. Gentlemen, silence. Now the examination continues. Those whose names are read come up for testing. Next, Li Daon. Just as the discussion intensified, Zhao Can's icy voice rang out, pulling the crowd back to the examination. With that, the test resumes. The appraisal was extremely fast, almost a few seconds. Next, Ye Qingxuan. Suddenly Zhao Can read a name, and a stunningly beautiful young girl in a white dress slowly stepped out from the crowd, dazzling like a fairy descending to earth. Ye Qingxuan ascended onto the square and placed her white jade-like hand on the Wuhan, which immediately emitted a dazzling green light, the terrifying energy fluctuations causing the surrounding students to feel a jolt of fear. Shock also appeared on the faces of the experts from the various academies. This is a top-tier Earth-rank natural talent? Her Highness the Ninth Princess is also too powerful. Quite a few people let out bursts of shock. The 4 colors of light emitted by the Wuhunii, namely red, orange, green and cyan, correspond to the 4 qualifications of Huang, Xian, Di and Tian respectively. The rich green light that Ye Qingxuan emitted during her test meant that her natural talent had reached the top Earth stage, and she could be called the pride of a generation. Ye Qingxuan, top-tier Earth-rank talent, cultivation level of Martial Apprentice 6, Zhao Tsang said with some excitement in his voice. Top Earth order. With such a high level of talent, he is bound to soar in the future. He, Martial Hall, was afraid that he would harvest a true phoenix today. Your Highness the Ninth Princess, my Xian Huang Academy invites you to join. I, Xiangba Academy, also invite you to join. I Zhenkuan Academy. I Southwoods College. I Sword Fairy Academy. The 5 academies other than the Sacred Desolate Academy all immediately sent invitations to Ye Qingxuan. Seeing that the Sacred Wilderness Academy did not move, a hint of disappointment flashed in Ye Qingxuan's eyes. The Sacred Wilderness Academy was really high and mighty. Couldn't even their own top-tier Earth-rank talent impress them? She wasn't much surprised by her talent. Ordinary people couldn't test the qualifications, but she came from a royal family, so naturally she had already tested it long ago. However, seeing the envy in the eyes of countless candidates, there was still some small satisfaction in her heart. The top Earth rank, which was just a hair's breadth away from the heaven rank, was good enough. I choose Zhenkuan Academy. Ye Qingxuan quickly made her choice. Zhenkuan Academy was the strongest of the 5 great academies, aside from the Sacred Desolate Academy. Excitement surfaced on the face of the Zhenkuan Academy's tutor as he walked over to Ye Qingxuan and handed her an identity nameplate. Your Highness, the Ninth Princess, in 3 days' time, just report to my Zhenkuan Academy with this nameplate. Yes, mentor. Ye Qingxuan respectfully received the nameplate, turned around and walked in front of Xiao Chuan, saying condescendingly, Xiao Chuan, now you know the gap between you and me, right? I withdrew my marriage with you for your own good. Someone like me is not someone you can climb up to. A mere Earth rank in the district. How dare you come to me and pretend to be a bully? Simply out of his depth. Xiao Dust sneered. Chow, You punk, how are you talking to the ninth princess? Do you think you're still the same born king body you were back then? Quickly kneel down and apologize to the ninth princess. Wouldn't a fairy like Princess Nine be worthy of you? I wouldn't even dare to climb high. How dare you? A punk, be so wild? In a flash, Xiao Chen encountered several licking dogs. Ye Qingxuan was top-notch in terms of her looks, figure, origin, and talent. Like her, no less. Xiao Chuan, I hope you recognize reality and don't have any more illusions about me. Ye Qingxuan also frowned. In her opinion, Xiao Chen's current uncharacteristic high spirits were just a desire to catch her attention. Chapter 12, Xiao Chen, you have the guts to come up. Ye Qingxuan, you're really making a fool of yourself. Xiao Dust shrugged helplessly. This woman is afraid she's a little catatonic in the head. It's been made so clear to her. And she's still sticking with this. You, seeing Xiao Chen's indifferent look, Ye Qingxuan felt that her dignity had been trampled upon, and a nameless anger suddenly surged in her heart. This Xiao Chen had obviously liked her for so many years and had always been obedient to her. How did he become so cold all of a sudden? Was all that kindness to her in the past a pretense? How dare he, a punk with a broken dantian, do this to her? Next, Xiao Lingfeng. Just as Ye Qingxuan was about to get angry, Zhao Cong's voice resounded as Xiao Lingfeng leapt out from the crowd and walked towards the square with a proud face, exuding a kingly aura. Xiao Chuan, today I will show you. A waste of space. What a true heavenly pride is. Suddenly, Xiao Lingfeng turned his head to look at Xiao Dust and said with a sardonic expression, seeing Ye Qingxuan entangled with Xiao Chen, a nameless rage surged within him. Ye Qingxuan had already been regarded by him as his future unmarried wife. How could he tolerate others getting their hands on her? The words fell. The gazes of the crowd all fell on Xiao Chen with contempt and pity. Both Yoga and Liang, the Xiao family had Xiao Lingfeng, the unicorn child, and Xiao Chuan, the invalid, was destined to be crushed by him for the rest of his life, unable to raise his head. Although Xiao Dust had once been born with a king body, but throughout the ages, all those who had grown to become hegemons were people with great fortune, and Xiao Dust's fall in the middle of the day showed that he did not have enough fortune, and was far inferior to Xiao Lingfeng. Xiao Dust completely ignored the gazes around him and just looked at Xiao Lingfeng indifferently, with eyes that were like looking at a clown. Xiao Lingfeng's breathing stuttered. A flash of resentment flashed in his eyes, but seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on him, he couldn't afford to have a fit, and came directly to Zhao Cong, placing his hand on top of the Wuhunyi. In the next second, the Wuhunyi suddenly lit up, and the green light blazed out, turning into a pillar of light that shot up into the sky and dazzled the eyes. Everyone was shocked by the scene that was happening in front of them. Tian rank? It's actually a heavenly rank, and it's still a top-tier heavenly rank. Zhao Cong felt his heart twitch fiercely, not realizing that among the students tested by him, such a supreme talent as the heavenly rank could actually appear. He had been in charge of the Academy's assessment for decades, and it was still the first time he had detected a heavenly rank. Celestial order is just too rare. Jinbei Royal House really has been hiding the news until today. With such a supreme demon, why would the Jinbei Royal House worry about not prospering? The tutors of all the major academies were all staring at Xiao Lingfeng in the center of the square with green light in their eyes, just like a hungry wild wolf staring at a delicious lamb, with an incomparable desire in their eyes. If a heavenly ranked demon could be pocketed by their academy, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Below, Ye Qingxuan's pair of big watery eyes also looked at Xiao Lingfeng. She had thought that Xiao Lingfeng was at most a top-tier earth rank like her, but she did not expect that the other party was actually a heaven rank, and a top-tier heaven rank at that. This is just horrible. Xiao Lingfeng, top-tier heavenly rank talent, cultivation level of martial apprentice 7. As soon as Zhao Cong finished his announcement, the head of the Xian Huang Academy stood up excitedly. World Sun, I, Xian Huang Academy, invite you to join and promise you the position of Saint Sun, also as long as you are willing to join. In the future, all the resources you need for your cultivation will be covered by Xian Huang Academy. In addition, in the future, whoever makes an enemy of you is making an enemy of my entire Xian Huang Academy, and my Xian Huang Academy will do everything in its power to exterminate them. How's that? What? Directly promising the position of Saint Sun and all the cultivation resources, and also do his best to help Xiao Lingfeng destroy his enemies? This treatment is too good, isn't it? Haven't seen anything, have you? Xiao Lingfeng is a top-tier heavenly rank qualification. Do you know what that means? The entire desolate north hasn't produced a heavenly pride with heavenly rank qualifications for decades. Wouldn't all the major academies go crazy? What kind of virtue did this Jinbei Royal House accumulate in its previous life? It actually managed to produce a heavenly pride like Xiao Lingfeng. There was a lot of talk in the city. Your son, the conditions of Xian Huang Academy. I, Qingxuan Academy. Can also promise you, I'm the same at Nanling Academy. So is my Shanghai Academy. In the next moment, the remaining heads of the three major academies also stepped out with sincere smiles on their faces as they extended invitations to Xiao Lingtian. Seeing this scene, the crowd was stunned. It was unheard of for the prestigious four great academies to actually send out invitations to a single student at the same time. And they also offered unprecedented conditions. The old man from the Sword Immortal Academy hesitated for a moment before he also stepped forward and spoke. Son of the world, if you are willing to join my Sword Immortal Academy, everything my Sword Immortal Academy possesses can be given to you. Xiao Lingtian froze. Everything for him? Is it that costly? Only the Sword Road. Although it is the world's first killing road. Terrifying. But this Sword Immortal Academy he has never heard of. In past years the enrollment has never seen. Do not know what kind of god. Xiao Zhentian. You were at least a sword cultivation expert who once reigned supreme. But now why are you doing the trick of deceiving children? Your Sword Immortal Academy is so poor that you can barely eat. What are you going to give to the world's son? The head of the Xianhuang Academy sneered and said, Seiji, don't be fooled. The Sword Immortal Academy did have infinite splendor 10,000 years ago. But now that the inheritance has been extinguished, and without the Sword Spirit Stones, it's simply impossible to delve deeper into the Tao of the Sword, and it's already become a ruined institution. The head of the Shanghai Academy also said with a disdainful face. The scorching heat in Xiao Lingtian's eyes quickly went out when he heard this. Turns out it's a ING crap college. White got him excited. He looked at Xiao Wantian with a disdainful face. Old man. What a waste Sword Immortal Academy. Dogs don't even enter. Don't think of coming to trick this Shitsi. Xiao Chen's heart thumped when he heard the conversation between a few people. The legacy is extinct. A piece of junk? Chow ah. No wonder the system was so nice this time. Playing straight up bright cards. So he's here waiting to get under his skin? My Sacred Desolate Academy also has some interest in little friend. It was at this moment that the head of the Sacred Desolate Academy also stood up. It was an immortal and Taoist green-robed old man. His body's breath was not visible, but his pair of cloudy eyes concealed a divine light. And many people felt a strong sense of fear welling up inside them even as their souls trembled after just glancing at him. Xiao Dust also looked up and felt that this green-robed old man was extremely uncomplicated, giving off an unfathomable feeling. Seeing the Sacred Desolate Academy open its mouth, everyone was shocked. It was important to know that the Sacred Desolate Academy's vision for accepting students was frighteningly high. And even though they said that there were 3 slots each year, they wouldn't even accept a single one if there wasn't a demon with particularly good talent. In the past 10 years, the Sacred Desolate Academy had only admitted less than 5 people in total. Today, they actually threw an olive branch to Xiao Lingtian. Even Xiao Zhenbei, who was not far away, couldn't help but get excited when he saw the scene. The Sacred Desolate Academy, the holy land of martial arts that he had dreamed of back then, had actually taken the initiative to speak up and say that it was interested in his young son. This is simply a great honor. At this moment, his mood was incomparably happy, and the unhappiness brought to him by Xiao Chen's appearance was instantly thrown to the skies. Without that ruined son, he, Xiao Zhenbei, still has a Qilin child. Congratulations to the Zhenbei king. The Zhenbei royal house is going to produce a true dragon. Ha ha, with this unicorn child, the Zhenbei king's house shall prosper. Many desolate North City giants congratulated Xiao Zhenbei. Xiao Zhenbei responded one by one with a full face. Wen Wanrong, on the other hand, was also smiling happily at the moment, looking at Xiao Lingtian with a doting face. A family of 3. At this moment, although he was at the same scene, Xiao Duan was completely forgotten by this family and seemed unusually redundant. Xiao Chen, are you convinced? You punk? You don't want to test the heavenly aptitude. You come up now. Suddenly, Xiao Lingtian looked at Xiao Chen with a cold smile on his face. Today, he would completely stomp on Xiao Chen's last shred of face, so that he would not be able to behave in desolate North City in the future. Chapter 13, Xiao Chen's dantian recovered? Asterisk. The Xiao Lingtian is also too ruthless, isn't he? Knowing that Xiao Chuan is a waste, but still letting him go up to test. Isn't this clearly making him look bad? Who told Xiao Dust to be so self-indulgent that he had to come to participate in the examination? A waste with a shattered dantian is clearly claptrap. This is the end of this trash Xiao Chuan. In front of so many people, if he really goes up to test, he will definitely lose all his face and will not be able to raise his head in the entire desolate North City in the future. For the Zhenbei royal house to have such a disgrace, it is truly a misfortune for the family. When they heard Xiao Lingtian's words, the crowd murmured, and many of them had cold smiles at the corners of their mouths as they shot their contemptuous gazes at Xiao Chen. People like to praise high and step on low. In the past years, Xiao Dust King body is not abolished. Pressure Xiao Lingtian cannot even raise his head up. The world only knows that the Jinbei royal house has Xiao Dust, but few people mention Xiao Lingtian. Now, everything was reversed, with Xiao Lingtian enjoying supreme glory while Xiao Chen suffered from blank stares and disdain. Sweeping a glance at the expressions of the crowd, a wisp of sighing appeared in Xiao Dust's eyes. Sure enough, no matter which world, it was always the weak that preyed on the strong. If he hadn't awakened the system, I'm afraid that he would have to live his whole life like a lost dog in the scorn of the people. Now, however, none of that is likely to happen. With the system in his hand, he will be able to override the world and trample all his enemies under his feet. Are you so eager to see me make a fool of myself? My once good brother. The corner of Xiao Dust's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Xiao Chen, don't try to get close to me. Who is your brother? You have already been removed from my Jinbei royal house. Understand? You're just a lost dog now. Xiao Lingtian's face was full of arrogance as he looked at Xiao Chen as if he was looking at a mole cricket. Seeing the two brothers arguing again, Wen Wanrong could not help but get up and walk over to Xiao Dust and softly said, Dusty, you should hurry back. Today is a good day for your brother to enter the sacred desolate academy, so don't add to his problems. Hearing these words, a chill immediately rose in Xiao Chen's heart. Adding to the congestion? He just came to participate in an academy examination and it became a problem for Xiao Lingtian? Just because Xiao Lingtian didn't want to see himself, when Wanrong was going to kick him out? Oh, being biased to this extent, and still paying lip service to equal treatment. It's just like having no face at all. Luckily, he broke with this family quickly, or else he would have been sickened sooner or later. When Wanrong, in your eyes, I'm just showing up to give you guys a hard time, right? In that case, please stay away from me, because talking to you also makes me feel sick. Xiao Dust sneered. When Wanrong heard this, a look of dismay appeared on her face. She just didn't want their brothers to turn against each other. Why did Xiao Chen say such heavy words to her? Can't you be the older brother and let the younger one go a little bit? Sinful animal, how dare you speak to your mother like this, without any regard for the love between mother and son? Xiao Zhenbei became furious and disappeared from his seat with an instantaneous movement, appearing directly in front of Xiao Chen in the next second. Mother and son? Do I have it with her? Isn't Xiao Lingtian the only son she has in her heart? Xiao Dust said expressionlessly. I know you have a grudge in your heart, but today is your brother's big day for the subterranean dragon to fly. It's not your turn to mess around here. Get out of here immediately, or I'll break your legs, Xiao Zhenbei said with a cold expression. The Great Xiao Law stipulates that all Great Xiao subjects can participate in the Martial Academy examination. So why can't I participate? Xiao Dust asked back without changing his face. Your dantian is shattered and your talent is destroyed. What's the point of participating? Xiao Zhenbei, have you ever heard of the Phoenix Nirvana, the withered wood returning to spring? If I say that my dantian has recovered, would you believe me? Xiao Dust looked at Xiao Zhenbei with a playful expression. This statement was made. Everyone present froze, and then a sneer surfaced on many people's faces. This kid is afraid that his brain is in the water. Actually saying that a broken dantian can be reborn. Treating us like 3-year-olds? Yes. In the 5,000 years of history of Daxia, I haven't heard of anyone whose dantian was shattered and still recovered. And this Xiao Dust doesn't make up a better reason for lying. He probably saw that his brother was so powerful and the Jinbei king and his wife favored his brother so much. He was too unbalanced in his heart and went insane. Xiao Zhenbei also looked disappointed and said coldly, Are you mocking me for not doing my best to save you? You can look it up yourself. Since the Great Xia has existed, no one has ever been reborn after their dantian was shattered. I did my best in the first place. When Wanrong also stepped forward. Yes, Dusty, how could we not save you if we could? You are our own son. Now, would you please leave first? If you anger the sacred desolate academy, your brother's future will be over. What does his future have to do with me? Xiao Dust returned indifferently and walked straight up to the square under the stunned gazes of the crowd. This sinful beast, he has to disgrace my Jinbei royal house before he will give up. Xiao Zhenbei was so angry that his face went white. Duster's really gone a bit overboard this time. I hope that the Sacred Desolate Academy won't leave a bad impression on Ling Tian because of this. When Wanrong also had a worried look on her face. In just 3 years, how could he become so insensitive? Luckily, I broke off the engagement with him in time. Ye Qingxuan, who was not far away, was also filled with disappointment and contempt when she saw the scene. Xiao Chen, I didn't expect you to really have the guts to come up here. On the other hand, Xiao Lingtian in the square was all excited. He had been suppressed by Xiao Dust for 15 years, and he had been living under Xiao Dust's shadow for these 15 years, so it was not easy for him to do so. And today, when he had the opportunity to humiliate Xiao Dust, he leaped so much that he practically wanted to jump up and down. Xiao Dust just looked at him lightly without replying and came directly in front of Zhao Tsong. You go down. The broken dantian won't detect any qualifications. There's no point in wasting time here, Zhao Cong said with a cold face. Come what may, take the test. Xiao Chuan directly placed his hand on the martial hunting instrument. Xiao Chuan, the martial hall test is a very serious matter. If you are fooling around like this, Zhao Cong's voice came to an abrupt halt in the middle of his words. Looking at Wu Huni in front of him who had a great release of green light, his pupils suddenly shrunk. His face was full of shock, his eyes staring as big as bronze bells. Heavenly rank. You are actually a heavenly rank as well. He was really a little unable to believe the scene that had just happened in front of his eyes. When Xiao Chuan's palm was just placed above the martial muddy instrument, the martial muddy instrument suddenly shook for a moment, and then instantly blossomed with an extremely dazzling green light. The explosive power of that green light appeared was extremely terrifying, and almost instantly, Wu Huni was as dazzling as a round of green blazing sun. The ferocity of its sound far exceeded what Xiao Lingtian had issued before. See this scene. The people present were all dumbfounded as well. Nima, what's going on here? Wasn't this Xiao Chen an invalid with a broken dantian? How come it's a heavenly qualification? And by the looks of it, it wasn't even an ordinary heavenly rank. Several academy tutors directly crushed the teacups in their hands due to their overexcitement, and Xiao Zhenbei felt like his heart was about to stop. Heavenly rank. Another heavenly rank. His Xiao family actually produced 2 heavenly ranks at once. This is truly the heavens blessing his Xiao family's prosperity. When Wanrong also directly froze, covering her mouth, dumbfounded. Not far away, Ye Qingxuan's delicate body trembled lightly, unable to believe what she was seeing. Xiao Chen's dantian had actually recovered? Moreover, from Wu Huni's performance, Xiao Chen's talent was even more above Xiao Lingtian. How is that possible? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It must be a mistake made by Wu Huni. He's just a wastrel with a shattered dantian. How could he possibly possess a heavenly rank qualification? Xiao Lingtian was in a state of madness after his shock. He really couldn't accept this fact in front of him. Xiao Chuan, this waist dantian was obviously shattered. How could it be good again? This hasn't happened in thousands of years. Chapter 14, Martial Spirit Mirror. However, as soon as Xiao Lingtian's words fell, the scene changed again. The green light emanating from that Wu Huni became more and more scorching, so eye-catching that it was almost impossible to open one's eyes, and a terrifying energy filled the air, and everyone in the vicinity suddenly felt a huge pressure. Not long after, the Wu Huni seemed to be unable to withstand the terrifying energy. A thin interlacing crack began to appear around the body. The cracks were getting bigger and bigger, and finally, with a bang, the entire Wu Huni directly exploded into powder. Fry, you're not a heavenly rank. You're above the heavenly rank. Zhao Cong looked at the white smoke that Wu Huni had turned into in front of him and said incredulously, this Xiao Chen was too terrifying. Wu Huni actually couldn't withstand his dantian energy and directly exploded. The Daxia Martial Hall is equipped with the highest detection of martial arts instrument used to detect the qualifications of the heavenly order. The heavenly order above the person to detect the martial arts instrument will not be able to withstand. Directly exploded. Only, in the entire Great Xia, not to mention the heavenly rank, even the earthly rank talent was pitifully low. In the thousands of years of Daxia's history, there have only been a total of 3 bombings of the meter. The most recent was 1,000 years ago. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen actually blew up Wu Huni today. Everyone present was stunned by this sudden scene, and quite a few people were even directly struggling to even breathe. Heaven, above the heavenly steps. Could it be the king body? Xiao Chen's dantian shouldn't really recover, right? It must be. Otherwise Wu Huni could have been ed to pieces by him? Xiao Zhenbei looked at Xiao Chen, who was standing proudly in the field, and felt his brain go blank for an instant. His own eldest son has regained his natural talent? That earth-shattering natural king's body is back? When Wanrong, on the other hand, was so excited that she was trembling and couldn't even speak. As for Ye Qingxuan, at this moment, apart from shock, there was more remorse on her face. Had she known that Xiao Chuan's natural talent had been restored, she would not have said anything to break her engagement with Xiao Chuan. Although Xiao Lingtian was strong, he was far worse than a born king body. She had simply picked up a sesame seed and lost a watermelon this time. Xiao Lingtian, on the other hand, was filled with stagnation and a look of lost soul as he muttered, impossible, how did he regain his natural talent? How is this possible? Just as the crowd was immersed in shock and did not react, the head of Xianhuang Academy directly rushed to Xiao Chuan and affectionately held his hand, saying with a fawning face, Mr. Xiao, if you join me in Xianhuang Academy, I will not only promise you the position of the Sacred Sun and unlimited resources, but also guarantee that the position of the next president of my Xianhuang Academy will be passed on to you. Are you willing? As soon as these words came out, Everyone immediately turned their gazes towards the head of the Xianyao Academy, and the heads of the remaining several academies each had a stunned expression. I thought to myself, this dog thing is really insidious. Actually going over to dig people up while they didn't react? In the next breath, the head of the Xiangba Academy directly rushed over and snorted. Li Huangshan, you dare to invite Duke Xiao into your academy when you're just a mere Xianhuang Academy that ranks 5th in the desolate north? Can this small temple of yours provide for this great Buddha, Mr. Xiao? After saying that, he turned his head to look at Xiao Chuan again and grinned. Mr. Xiao, if you ask me, you should join my Xiangba Academy. Everything that my Xiangba Academy has can be given to you, soon. The head of Nanling Academy also rushed over and retorted. Li Barbarian Bear, your Xiangba Academy is all a bunch of brown men with developed limbs and simple minds. How boring it would be for Mr. Xiao to go there. It's better to come to my Nanling Academy, where you'll be accompanied by more beautiful women. Mr. Xiao, enter my Qingxuan Academy. I will introduce my daughter to you. My daughter, that is. The head of Qingxuan Academy also could not sit still and came to Xiao Chen, intending to use his daughter as a bargaining chip. But before he could finish his sentence, Li Barbarian Bear interrupted in a conspiratorial manner. That's a tiger with a thrilling physical appearance. Ha ha ha, Mr. Xiao, don't let him fool you. Li Barbarian Bear, you son of a are having a hard time with me, aren't you? So what if I can't get along with you? If you dare to rob my Xiangba Academy's future Qilin son, I'll play with your life. Not to mention not getting along with you. I'm through your mother. Last time you were being chased by a great demon and cried for my help. If I hadn't saved you, could you be standing here robbing someone from me right now? And you say, if you hadn't sold out your teammates and managed to run away on your own, I could have been abused by that big demon? So you can't fight. So you don't run and wait to die? Are you trying to fight me? Just a wave. Just a wave. I'm not afraid of you. Li Barbarian Bear's eyebrows were raised upside down, and an unusually terrifying martial arts aura suddenly emanated from his body, and a barbarian bear silhouette as tall as 100 feet suddenly appeared behind him, hideous and incomparable. ******** The Xiangba Academy's top school barbarian beast scripture. This is too terrifying. I feel like I'm about to suffocate just by looking at that savage beast silhouette. Xiao Dust is powerful. The 5 colleges are high above. Never as others begged to enter. I did not expect today for a Xiao Dust actually fast fight. The crowd in the arena was stunned. At that moment, the head of Qingxuan Academy froze for a moment. Is this Li Yanxiong for real? In front of so many students, don't you want to lose your face? Li Barbarian Bear, for the sake of a student, you're so far gone? Li Huangshan frowned. Li Huangshan, don't you pretend here? A student? Is that an ordinary student? That's a natural-born king body. 100 of you can't even compare to a single hair on his body. Do you think that's enough? If you want to snatch someone from me, I'll see who dares. Li Barbarian Bear sneered. Several large colleges have been fighting openly and secretly for many years, and their relationship is not very good. And several of these negative colleges responsible for this have had problems with Li Banxiong, so he simply tore his face off. A born king body was too important. As long as he could snatch it, it would be worth it even if he died in battle here today. However, the several academy heads were not vegetarians, and one directly shouted angrily, Li Barbarian Bear, since you've gotten the word out, then I won't pretend anymore. This born king body, Nanling Academy, will take it. If you're stubborn, then we can't help but take action with you. The atmosphere was instantly gloomy, and several people stared angrily at each other as the battle flared up, just when a few people couldn't suppress their anger and intended to make a move. Come on, how old are you guys and you're still fighting? So many people are watching. The academy's face has been disgraced by you. The head of Qingxuan Academy came out to advise. He was relatively old-fashioned, and seeing that nearly 10,000 students were looking at him with dismay, he really couldn't wipe his face and make a move. That's if we really do it. Where will the 5 colleges have any face in the future? The king's body was good, but he didn't want to lose face. Upon hearing this, a few people immediately suppressed their fire and regrouped around Xiao Chen. Mr. Xiao, my Sacred Desolate Academy also has some interest in you. Right at this moment, the head of the Sacred Desolate Academy, Zhang Yutian, walked over and spoke with a faint smile. Compared to when he had invited Xiao Lingtian before, Zhang Yutian had a few more smiles on his face and was clearly more optimistic about Xiao Chen. Seeing this scene, the faces of the heads of the several great academies immediately turned ugly. They were in such a hurry to strike because they wanted to take down Xiao Dust before the Sacred Desolate Academy made a sound. And at this moment, since the Sacred Desolate Academy had already opened its mouth, there was naturally nothing left for them to do. The Sacred Desolate Academy was too powerful. It wasn't on the same level as them, and no martial artist could refuse the invitation from the Sacred Desolate Academy. Xiao Zhentian, who was just about to walk over to Xiao Dust to snub a few words to him, also stopped at once. A trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes, and he dismissed the idea of recruiting Xiao Dust. Sword Immortal Academy is in such a state nowadays, not to mention snatching people from Sacred Desolate Academy. Even snatching people from any of the 5 great academies is tantamount to a fool's errand. As for Xiao Zhenbei and Wen Wanrong, when they saw Zhang Yutian walk in front of Xiao Chen, their entire body trembled with excitement. Could it be that his Xiao family was going to have 2 Qilin children under the Holy Desolate Academy? That was a feat that hadn't been seen in the entire desolate North Province for hundreds of years. If this could really be the case, his Xiao family would still have at least 1,000 years to prosper. On the other hand, the faces of the nearly 10,000 students under the stage were filled with envy and jealousy. The 5 great academies. Joining any one of them would be enough to change their destiny and make them soar to the heavens. And the Sacred Desolate Academy was undoubtedly the most preferable of them all. It was a pity that none of the academies accepted them. While this dog Xiao Chen was coaxed by all 5 academies together, the same people, the difference was so great. Was there any justice in heaven? Seeing that Xiao Chuan did not sense anything on his face, Zhang Yutian's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Shouldn't any student be ecstatic to be invited by the Holy Wasteland Academy? Why was this teenager so calm, with no ripples on his face? However, he didn't think much about it and directly took out an ancient mirror with a glittering spiritual light and opened his mouth. Little brother Xiao Chen, please come to the old man's side and receive the illumination of the martial spirit realm. The moment this person came out, everyone in the arena was stunned. Just now, Zhang Yutian had clearly said that he was also interested in Xiao Lingtian, but at this moment, how could he only tell Xiao Chen to come forward to receive the martial spirit realm illumination? Is this to give up Xiao Lingtian? Chapter 15 Reversal. The Heavenly Jealousy. Senior, you just said that you would invite me too. Xiao Lingtian was also in a hurry. Joining the Sacred Wilderness Academy was extremely important to him. It was a very important step on the way to submerge the dragon out of the abyss. He really didn't want to lose this precious opportunity. Little brother Lingtian, although your qualifications are also amazing, they are still a little bit inferior compared to the born king body. Since the king body has already come out, my Sacred Desolate Academy intends to focus its resources on cultivating it with all its might. So this year, my Sacred Desolate Academy will only take in little friend Xiao Dust. Zhang Yutian responded indifferently. ********. Xiao Lingtian was directly squeezed out of his spot by Xiao Chen. This is too tragic. If you ask me, Xiao Lingtian also deserved it. Xiao Chuan destroyed his natural talent to save him. Not only did he not appreciate it, but he also fell down the well. Now it's only natural to have this bad karma. That's right, the Zhenbei king was wise for a lifetime. But he made a mistake in this matter. He gave up his kingly body for the sake of a heavenly ranked qualification. And now that he's well, I'm afraid that he even regrets his intestines. Underneath the arena, the crowd was abuzz with discussion, and Xiao Dust and Xiao Lingtian's popularity was instantly reversed. Senior, are you playing with me? And Xiao Lingtian was struck by lightning when he heard it, and under the chagrin, he blurted out, what did you say? Zhang Yutian frowned slightly as he coldly looked towards Xiao Lingtian, and a terrifying and abnormal pressure immediately enveloped Xiao Lingtian's head. Pust. Next, Xiao Lingtian violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Lingtian, don't be rude. Xiao Zhenbei hurriedly dodged to protect in front of Xiao Lingtian and slapped out a palm, dissolving that pressure. And only then did Xiao Lingtian's face look better. Xiao Zhenbei's face changed slightly. The hand hidden in his robe sleeve trembled slightly. He didn't expect that a random person from the Holy Desolate Academy would actually be as terrifying as this. This deception heaven was definitely as strong as him at the martial king level, and his strength was even more above him. Seeing that Xiao Zhenbei had stepped forward, Zhang Deuteronomy did not say anything more and turned his head to look at Xiao Chuan, revealing a warm smile. Little friend Xiao Chuan, please come forward. Xiao Chuan thought about it and walked over to Zhang Deuteronomy. Originally, he planned to enter the Sword Immortal Academy to obtain that heaven-defying demon beheading technique, but he didn't realize that the Sword Immortal Academy was actually such a waste of money and had nothing. It made him a little hesitant. Should I enter the Sword Immortal Academy to become a sword cultivator? Or should I go to the Sacred Desolate Academy to obtain the Vajra Unbreakable Divine Skill? If you went to the Sword Immortal Academy, there was a certain amount of risk, but with the system in hand, the risk wasn't really that big, whereas entering the Sacred Wilderness Academy would be very stable. It was just that he would have to be the king's ass who was beaten up furiously, which was a bit too much for him to accept. No matter what, he intended to let that martial spirit mirror shine through first. See what your future holds. After glancing at Xiao Chen, Zhang Yutian picked up the ancient mirror in his hand and shown it at Xiao Chen. A few breaths later, the original and ordinary mirror is no different from the martial spirit mirror. Suddenly golden light. Soon after, that golden light slowly in the void convergence into a few big golden words, heavenly talent cover the world, the ancient and unparalleled. See these two comments. The crowd under the field didn't have much of a reaction. In their opinion, the born king body would have deserved such an evaluation. Zhang Yutian, however, froze. A natural talent? The best of the best? How could a king body cause the martial spirit realm to give such a high evaluation? The martial spirit realm was an ancient divine object that had existed for endless years and had witnessed the rise of an unknown number of invincible heavenly prides, with an extremely high eye level. In the past when the king body appeared, the martial spirit realm would at most give a sentence of fair qualifications. But now, he had actually given Xiao Chen such a horrible comment. When the heads of the various academies saw the martial spirit realm's comment, people were dumbfounded, while others didn't understand the martial spirit realm. They knew something about it. In the past 1,000 years, there were countless heavenly prides, and the highest evaluation given by the martial spirit mirror was merely an astonishing qualification. What's the deal with being gifted and unparalleled? Could it be that Xiao Chen was not just as simple as a king body? At this moment, they looked at Xiao Chen and their eyes turned red with envy. Such immortal seedlings, which could only be seen and not eaten, were simply worse than killing them. Little friend Xiao Chuan, your natural talent shakes the ancient world and is rare to see in 1,000 years. You are definitely qualified to join my sacred desolate academy. I am now. Before the words left his mouth, he frowned as if he had discovered something unusual and looked up towards the void, only to see a few more lines of commentary suddenly appear in the void. However, this son's natural talent is too heaven-defying, and must be envied by the heavenly Tao, with a lifetime of calamities and misfortunes, and a very high risk of falling. But, halfway through the commentary, a terrifying force suddenly appeared and enveloped the martial spirit realm, and the golden characters in the void suddenly turned into smoke and dissipated. Seeing this scene, everyone present froze. A man who is envied by heaven, who was plagued by calamities in his life and threatened with the power of falling. Doesn't that mean Xiao Chen won't live long? Xiao Dust himself was confused. The jealous man of heaven. The danger of falling? What the is this? Shouldn't he be the chosen one with the system, with his fortune added? How come you're destined to die young? The host need not worry. That martial spirit mirror's assertion has the second half of the sentence. That is, but with the help of the system, this son will eventually be invincible to the world. It is I who have obscured the heavenly chances. Xiao Dust suddenly came to a realization. So there's the second half of the ing sentence. Scared the out of him. The people other than Xiao Chen who did not know the truth thought that Xiao Chen was going to be wasted again, and many of them looked at Xiao Chen with contemptuous and belittling gazes. Of course, there were many of them with regret in their eyes. Elder deception heaven. What does the martial spirit mirror mean by this? Xiao Chen. This son's talent is clearly unprecedentedly powerful, so why would he become the envy of the heavens and be in danger of falling? Li Barbarian Bear reluctantly asked. Xiao Zhenbei. Wen Wanrong. And Ye Qingxuan also looked at Zhang Dushan with anxious faces. Xiao Chuan had managed to recover his dantian with great difficulty and could fight for glory on their behalf, so it would be too much of a pity if he just fell for no reason. Xiao Lingtian, however, was full of joy and looked at Xiao Chen with a gloating expression. Under the gaze of the crowd, Zhang Yentian glanced at Xiao Chuan with a regretful expression and slowly spoke. Some martial artists with excellent natural talent will provoke the envy of the heavenly Tao and send down endless calamities to exterminate them in the cradle because their potential is too terrifying and could potentially threaten the status of the heavenly Tao. Only, there's one thing that old me can't figure out. To reach such a level, the natural talent must be terrifying. This little friend Xiao Chuan is merely a king body. How could he become a heavenly jealousy? Xiao Zhenbei smiled grimly as he gritted his teeth and asked, Elder Deception Heaven, is there a way to resolve this? Zhang Deuteronomy shook his head and said, there is a difference between heaven and man. In front of the heavenly Tao, everything is a mole. From ancient times to the present day, there has never been a heavenly jealousy person who could live past the age of 20. Little friend Xiao Chuan, I'm afraid, at most, he still has 2 years of longevity left. My poor child, why is your life so bitter? Wen Wanrong, who was on the side, was teary-eyed. Mother, don't be sad. You still have me. Xiao Lingtian softly comforted. Wen Wanrong looked at her young son and a trace of comfort grew in her heart. It's a good thing she has a son, or she really wouldn't know what to do. And when Ye Qingxuan, who was not far away, saw this scene, a look of relief appeared on her face, and her gaze toward Xiao Chen was once again filled with contempt and disdain. Turns out it's a short one. It seems like breaking off the engagement couldn't have been a better decision. TSK, 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 a person who is envied by the heavens won't live past the age of 20. This Xiao Chen is also too wasted. What kind of heavenly pride is he? I think he was born with a wasted body. Indeed outrageous. First the dantian was shattered. And then he got the martial spirit realm assertion to become a heavenly jealousy. This Xiao Chen is simply the reincarnation of a calamity. Hey, I thought my desolate North Province was going to produce some extraordinary big shot, but I didn't expect it to be a short-lived unlucky guy. The gazes of the crowd were unusually complicated. Pity, ridicule, gloating, a face with different faces, fully reflecting the multitude of people in this world. Human nature is evil, and when you are down and out, most people choose to fall on their sword. Xiao Dust also made the mistake of revealing a look of lifelessness, hanging his head low and his body trembling slightly in just the right way, but no one noticed that the moment he looked down. The corner of his mouth curled into a playful smile. A jealous man? He had the system, and he was still afraid of that damn heavenly Tao? I'm afraid that my sacred desolate academy is not destined to have a relationship with little friend Xiao Chuan. Would any of you be willing to accept him into the academy? Zhang Yutian said very realistically. Cultivating a celestial pride would require endless manpower and material resources, and even though his sacred desolate academy was a large family, it was impossible for him to waste his resources on someone who was going to die. Chapter 16, Entering the Sword Immortal Academy. Humph, my Xiangba Academy doesn't accept wastes. What qualifications does a short-lived ghost with only 2 years of life left have to enter my Xiangba Academy? Li Barbarian Bear instantly changed his face and said with a cold smile, I, Jinkuan Academy, won't accept it either. So is my Xian Huang Academy. The heavenly jealousy is too bad luck. I don't want it in Nanling Academy. In a short moment, the attitudes of the heads of the 5 academies who had previously been incredibly enthusiastic towards Xiao Chuan had all changed drastically, from the incomparable friendliness at the beginning to the coldness of ice and frost at the present time. King of Jinbei, in your son's current condition, I'm afraid he doesn't have much time left. You'd better hurry up and fetch him back for the last part of his life. Zhang Yutian looked towards Xiao Jinbei and gently advised him. His tone was fairly calm and not as gloomy as the other academy heads. He always felt that there was something fishy going on. Just now, looking at that situation, the martial spirit mirror's assertion clearly still had the second half of the sentence, but as soon as that word but came out, the martial spirit realm lost its response, which was completely inconsistent with common sense. If the heavenly Tao wasn't too terrifying, and there hadn't been a precedent of a heavenly jealousy person living past the age of 20 since the beginning of time, he would have had the idea of wanting to take in this Xiao Chen. Xiao Jinbei's face showed hesitation. Xiao Chen was after all his son. It was impossible to say that he did not care at all, except that this heavenly jealousy could affect the family's qi. At this moment, if he were to lead Xiao Chuan back to the Jinbei royal mansion, he was afraid that not only would the Jinbei royal mansion's reputation be damaged, but even Xiao Lingtian's martial qi would be affected. Father, this Xiao Chuan is a person who is envious of the heavens, a spoilsport, an unlucky person. You must not let him return to our Jinbei king's mansion, Xiao Lingtian hurriedly exclaimed. Dusty, why don't you find a place to settle down outside first, and mom and dad will come to see you when they have time. Seeing that her youngest son was so resistant to her eldest son, when Wanrong hastened to round off the situation, Xiao Chuan frowned. Zhang Yutian had damn well said that he was going to die, and this when Wanrong still told him to go and live outside? What difference does it make if he's a lost dog? Xiao Jinbei, when Wanrong, don't worry, I've already severed my ties with the Jinbei royal house and won't rely on you. Xiao Dust sneered. Dusty, mother didn't mean that. It's just that your brother he. When Wanrong, please have some face. I don't have a mother. I only have 2 years of life left, and you're still letting me go live outside? Just because Xiao Lingtian this little can't tolerate me? Have you ever had a son like me in your eyes? When Wanrong was still about to explain when Xiao Chen directly turned around and walked towards Xiao Wantian of the Sword Immortal Academy. He glanced at Xiao Wantian, who was cloaked in front of him, full of alcohol and in tattered clothes, and spoke. Senior, I want to enter the Sword Immortal Academy and reshape the Academy's former glory. Do you dare to accept me? Xiao Wantian was stunned. He did not expect Xiao Chen to actually want to enter his Sword Immortal Academy. His Sword Immortal Academy is now a family of 4, with nothing to lose. So what does this Xiao Chen want? Seeing this scene, the people in the arena were also dumbfounded. This Xiao Dust actually went to defect to the Sword Immortal Academy. Now that the Sword Immortal Academy Sword Spirit Stone has been extinguished, the sword inheritance is severed. He went there to do? 100 years ago, the Sword Immortal Academy was still a mighty giant, possessing 3,000 Sword Immortals, but during a general attack by the Demon Clan, the Sword Immortal Academy fought tooth and nail against the Demon Clan in order to keep the human race's payload. In the end, the elites were exhausted before they repelled the Demon Clan, and the Demon Clan destroyed the Sword Spirit Stone of the Sword Immortal Academy before they left in order to vent their anger. From then on, the Sword Immortal Academy fell with a bang. The human sword inheritance is almost extinct nowadays. Although there are sword cultivators, but no one can reproduce the invincible power of the sword road. And the people who choose to cultivate the sword also flow less and less. Xiao Zhentian tilted his head and drank a mouthful of wine. My Sword Immortal Academy has killed countless demons and is hated by the demon race. If you join my Sword Immortal Academy, you will be endlessly hunted down and killed by the demon race. Are you afraid of that? Xiao Dust frowned at the words. There was still this? He was just trying to mix up a reward, and he had to be hunted down by the demon race? But things have come to this point. He has no other choice but to clench his teeth and say, the demon race killed my compatriots. My sons and daughters of Daxia are all due to cut down the demons and remove the devils to protect my human race's salary. So what do I have to fear? Chow! What a braggart! He's a loser and still wants to kill demons? I'm afraid that the moment he sees a demon, he'll piss his pants in fear, right? Scrappers plus Scrappy Academy. A perfect match. The people of the Sword Immortal Academy have been almost killed off by the demon clan all these years. Rebuild its glory? This Xiao Chen is afraid that he doesn't know what heavenly fantasy he's talking about. Hey, people don't have 2 years to live, so what's wrong with letting him live it up? There was a murmur in the arena. Xiao Zhentian looked deeply at Xiao Chen. 13 immortal swords from my Sword Immortal Academy were taken by the demon race. You might bring them back? When Xiao Dust heard this, he was immediately delighted. And an immortal sword? A quick nod. Yes. Xiao Zhentian stared at Xiao Chen for a long time before slowly nodding his head. From this moment on, you are a student of my Sword Immortal Academy. Come back to Sword Immortal Academy with me. Xiao Chen nodded. Good. The two were just about to move, when Xiao Lingfeng, who was on the side, suddenly laughed coldly. The Sword Immortal Academy is really trash. Actually even wanting a waste that the 5 major academies don't want. It can't be a waste recycling station. Xiao Zhentian's figure suddenly lurched at the words and violently turned back to look at Xiao Lingfeng. 2 stern sword chi shot out from his eyes. The terrifying sword intent tore through the space, and the void was annihilated inch by inch. Everyone present felt a sharp and incomparable edge, like a divine sword coming out of its sheath. Sharp and unbreakable. Xiao Lingfeng looked at the sword chi flying towards him like an arrow, so frightened that his legs went limp and his entire body directly fell to the ground. His eyes horrified. Isn't Kendo in decline? Why did this old man have such a terrifying might with just a glare of his eyes? Lingfeng, be careful. Xiao Zhenbei's face changed drastically, suddenly dodging to Xiao Lingfeng's body, fiercely blasting a fist at the sword chi. Overbearing and terrifying fist intent sweeping all around. The wind of the fist swirling with gusts of thunderous sounds. The sword chi and fist intent ruthlessly collided together, stirring up a terrifying energy ripple that quickly spread in all directions. Xiao Chuan was enveloped by the sword intent released by Xiao Zhentian and did not receive any waves. But there were quite a few unlucky people who leaned in close whose entire person was directly lifted over and smashed heavily on the ground, spitting out blood from their mouths. In the blink of an eye, the sword chi was blasted apart by Xiao Zhenbei, while blood dripped from Xiao Zhenbei's hands. Some of the delicate-minded people present were suddenly dumbstruck when they saw this scene. The king of Zhenbei is injured? How is that possible? He's one of the top 10 martial kings of Great Xia. Xiao Zhenbei was also shocked as he glanced at Xiao Zhentian across from him, his heart turning over. The cultivation of this old man who looked like a beggar was actually high to this realm. Just a random strike had actually injured him. One must know that the entire desolate North Province couldn't find a few people who could injure him. The world said that all the Sword Immortal Academies had fallen, and it didn't look like that was true. Xiao Zhentian glanced at Xiao Lingfeng and said in a cold voice, Kid, the next time I hear you insulting my Sword Immortal Academy, I will behead you, and the king of Zhenbei will not be able to protect you. After saying that, Xiao Zhentian drifted away with Xiao Chen. Throughout the entire process, Xiao Lingfeng was shivering and did not dare to breathe a single breath until Xiao Zhentian walked away. Only then did he say with a face full of unwillingness, Father, why didn't you stop that old man? He almost killed me. 9 consecutive bottom feeders. Xiao Lingfeng looked at Xiao Zhenbei, and a trace of dissatisfaction even surfaced in his eyes. In his opinion, although Xiao Zhentian was strong, how could he not be a match for Xiao Zhenbei, the king of Zhenbei? Lingfeng, my father has always told you to be low-key and humble. You were the one who was rude just now. Xiao Zhenbei's face was a bit ugly. Why don't you leave Xiao Zhentian behind? He'd like to, but he'd have to beat it. Wow. This broad-mindedness of the Zhenbei king is too broad. He actually didn't bother with the Sword Immortal Academy? Strange. With King Zhenbei's overbearing and protective character, it shouldn't be. Do you guys think he doesn't want to? Look at his right hand hidden in his sleeve. It's dripping blood. Asterisk. It seems to be true. So the Zhenbei king actually didn't fail that old man from the Sword Immortal Academy. Is the opponent so terrifying? Quite a few people initially did not notice the blood on Xiao Zhenbei's hands, and when they saw it, their faces were stunned. The Sword Immortal Academy is actually so powerful? And Xiao Lingtian did not notice the dissimilarity on Xiao Zhenbei's face and continued to argue, but that old man deserves to die. He is in the district of the Sword Immortal Academy. He actually dared to. Shut up, don't talk nonsense. Xiao Zhenbei's face suddenly changed at his words and he fiercely rebuked. If Xiao Wandian heard this, if the other party really wanted to strike out and behead Xiao Lingtian, he might not be able to stop him. Father, your hand. Xiao Lingtian gritted his teeth and was just about to retort when out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Xiao Zhenbei's right hand that was dripping blood and a trace of shock flashed through his eyes. The invincible father of his heart was actually injured? He had originally thought that the Sword Immortal Academy was purely and simply a waste academy, and Xiao Chuan going there would be tantamount to sitting around and waiting for death. However, I didn't expect that Xiao Wandian actually had such a terrifying battle power. Wouldn't that mean that Xiao Chen, this punk, had gained an incomparably powerful backer? At this moment his heart became extremely unbalanced. What made that trash have such good luck? Several academy heads took a closer look at the injuries on Xiao Zhenbei's hands at this moment, and shock also appeared on their faces. I didn't expect that his battle power has actually reached such a terrifying level. What's so strange? You've forgotten that he's a sword cultivator and was that amazing back then. If he really strikes, who amongst you and I can be his enemy? It's just that in that battle back then, he was too injured and can't fight easily anymore. It's a pity that Xiao Chen and the Sword Immortal Academy, both of which should have been existences that should have shaken the world, can only fall into the dust now. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully choosing and obtaining a volume of the system reward Reverse Heavenly Demon Slaying Technique. Just after leaving the desolate North Square, the system's voice rang out. A golden virtual panel appeared in front of Xiao Dust, and the item bar on it contained an additional scroll of ancient parchment. The scroll looked like it had a long history, exuding an ancient intent around it, and an incomparably sharp and terrifying sword intent faintly permeated it. After taking a look at the scroll, a touch of joy appeared on Xiao Dust's face. This scroll looked extraordinary. It was definitely a peerless technique. However, in the next second, Xiao Chen remembered the words of the crowd earlier and asked with great concern, "System, can I practice this technique without a sword spirit stone?" Listening to those people before, the sword spirit stone should be equivalent to some sort of activation means. Without the sword spirit stone, sword cultivators could not enter the Dao. If that was the case, no matter how powerful this reverse heavenly demon beheading technique was, in his hands, it would be equivalent to a meaningless piece of trash. Host, please rest assured, the system rewards the gongfu. The host can directly cultivate them all. No other medium is needed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chuan's hanging heart completely relaxed, and after thinking for a moment, he asked again, "System, what grade of technique is this reverse heavenly demon beheading technique?" The feats in this world were categorized into yellow, Xian, earth, and heaven, just like the heavenly talents. The yellow level is the lowest and the sky level is the highest. The lower and lower the level of the gongfu cultivated, the lower the upper limit the martial artist could reach. Taking the yellow level technique as an example, if a martial artist cultivated a yellow level technique, then not only would the cultivation speed be very slow, even in the case of extremely high natural talent, at most he could only cultivate to the Xian realm, and could not continue to break through to a higher realm. And in the same realm, the battle power was far inferior to other martial artists who cultivated higher level techniques. And if a martial artist cultivated a heaven level technique, then even if his qualifications were not high, relying on the technique would allow him to achieve a certain cultivation speed and cultivation ceiling, and to have a relatively outstanding combat power in the same realm. The techniques above the heaven realm were even more terrifying, only that these techniques were extremely rare and hardly circulated in the world, and only some hidden families could possibly possess them. Xiao Dust was very much looking forward to this reverse heavenly demon beheading technique at the moment. The name of this reverse heavenly demon beheading technique sounded very domineering. It was just that I didn't know what the grade was. Could it reach above the heavenly rank? The one given by the system shouldn't be bad. It should at least be a king rank. The host is assured that the reverse heavenly demon beheading technique was created by an ancient sword god, and is so terrifying and invincible that it is a god level technique. God level? A flash of ecstasy appeared in Xiao Dust's eyes. He originally thought that the system giving a king level would be exaggerated, but he didn't expect a direct god level. God level was an invincible technique that only existed in legends, all created by ancient gods, and their power was extremely exaggerated. The benefits of cultivating a divine level technique were too great. First, unrivaled in its class. Second, the speed of cultivation was extremely fast, and there was hardly any bottleneck. Thirdly, with a high cultivation ceiling, You can go all the way through and eventually become a god is not impossible. If there was a god-level technique, it would be nothing less than cheating. The host should not be happy too early. The system rewards the host with the reverse of the heavenly demon decapitation technique. Is not a complete version. Just the first volume. Only available for the host to cultivate to the first 2 realms. The latter need to be extracted by the host as you wish. The smile on Xiao Chen's face stiffened when these words came out. Volume 1? You can only cultivate to the first 2 realms? Doesn't that mean that in case he can't draw a follow-up later, he'll just play it out? The system is still a ing dog. System, surely we'll be able to draw the follow-up volume of the reverse heavenly demon slaying technique in the future, right? Everything goes with the territory. Xiao Duan, boy, what's the matter with you? Grinning and crying all by yourself? Xiao Zhentian couldn't help but frown when he saw that the color on Xiao Chen's face kept changing. No, nothing. Senior, I would like to ask, now that there are no sword spirit stones, what will my Sword Immortal Academy students rely on to enter the sword path? Xiao Dust looked at Xiao Zhentian and asked. I don't know. My Sword Immortal Academy has not had any students for decades, if not for the fact that 3 months from now, the Martial Palace is going to have a once every 3 years academy competition, and the bottom of the list for 10 consecutive years is going to revoke the academy license. The old man wouldn't be brazen enough to come to enroll students. Xiao Zhentian grinned. A hint of lewdness surfaced on his face, completely missing the domineering spirit of the great killers just now. At the risk of asking, how many times is Sword Immortal Academy currently at the bottom of the list? It's been 9 times. The corner of Xiao Dust's eyes twitched twice when he heard this. 9 consecutive bottom feeders? Doesn't that mean that one more time, Sword Immortal Academy is going to collapse? Chapter 18, Xiao Zhentian's Heart Knot. Senpai. I suddenly remembered that I have some important matters at home. Can I do a withdrawal first? Ha? Xiao Zhentian asked as his fingertips suddenly condensed an air sword and aimed it at Xiao Chen's brow. Xiao Duan. And don't think you're at a disadvantage. With your moldy star physique, only my Sword Immortal Academy would be willing to take you in. Seeing that Xiao Chuan no longer mentioned the matter of withdrawing from school, Xiao Wani slowly put away his chi sword. But your Sword Immortal Academy's Sword Spirit Stone has been destroyed, and the Sword Dao inheritance has been severed. So what if I follow you back? Xiao Dust said in disbelief. Who said that my Sword Immortal Academy's legacy has been severed? There is clearly still half a Sword Spirit Stone left. If you are truly a Supreme Sword Cultivator seedling, there is still a glimmer of hope to enter the sword path and become a sword cultivator. Xiao Zhentian lifted his wine gourd and slammed a mouthful of it, saying with dissatisfaction. Xiao Dust followed Xiao Zhentian for a long time. Half an hour later, Xiao Zhentian stopped in front of a 10,000-foot majestic mountain, and Xiao Duan's footsteps lurched along with it. He looked up, a flash of surprise in his eyes. I only saw the majestic mountain in front of me, standing amidst the clouds, with a majestic momentum, and on top of that mountain, there was a majestic hall vaguely visible, entwined by mist, like a fairyland. At the foot of the mountain, there was a huge stone monument 100 feet high, engraved with 4 big words, Sword Immortal Academy. Each word was incomparably sharp, carved on with a long sword, and although the stone monument was ancient and rustic, not knowing how many years it had already existed, the sword chi lingering on it was actually indestructible for all eternity. From what he saw in front of him, he could imagine how brilliant the Sword Immortal Academy was back then. Only nowadays, beside the stone monument, the grass is overgrown and looks very desolate. Old man Qiu, this Sword Immortal Academy's mountain gate can be it's actually so overbearing? Judging from the words on the stone monument, the Sword Immortal Academy should have produced a true dragon back then. Why has it fallen so far now? Xiao Chen could not help but look at Xiao Zhentian. The demon clan invaded. The people of the Martial Palace only thought of saving themselves, unwilling to die for the human race. Only my Sword Immortal Academy is willing to stand in front of hundreds of millions of people with a 3-foot green blade and fight with the demon clan in blood. The human race was saved, but my Sword Immortal Academy's home base was also beaten up. And what's even more pathetic is that those people from the Martial Hall even took advantage of the fire and came to plunder the resources of my Sword Immortal Academy when it was at its weakest. And the demon clan hates my Sword Immortal Academy to the bone, coming to attack and kill my Academy's heavenly pride whenever they move. And so, gradually, my Sword Immortal Academy's talents withered away, and it became this downtrodden appearance today. Xiao Zhentian's eyes flashed a trace of despair and unwillingness, raised the wine gourd to pour a few mouthfuls of wine, the wine down his neck to wet the lapel of his coat, and he did not realize it at all. Xiao Dust nodded, a trace of admiration flashed in his eyes, and after some thought, he asked again, aren't all martial artists in the world under the Martial Hall? Doesn't the Sword Immortal Academy belong to the Martial Hall? The corner of Xiao Zhentian's mouth hooked up with a sneer. In the past years when my Sword Immortal Academy shook the world, the Martial Hall was still just a rising star. Although powerful, it was simply not enough to compete with my Sword Immortal Academy, if not for the fact that later on, my Sword Immortal Academy had fought with the demon race. Where in the world would it have been the turn of the Martial Hall to reign supreme? The two talked and walked, and soon arrived at the top of the mountain. And on top of the mountain, there was only an ancient hall with a large cluster of densely packed courtyards. The hall did not know how many years it had existed, although the materials used were excellent. But at this moment, there were already many traces of decay on top of the hall, and even the peripheral walls were covered with dense cracks as if they were cobwebs, and the gates seemed to be broken, and could only be hidden, revealing a tattered flavor everywhere, just like the dangerous houses of the Blue Star where Xiao Dust had been in his previous life, which looked like, at any time, there was the risk of collapsing. Sweeping a glance at the Grand Hall, Xiao Chen's eyes twitched at the corners of his eyes as he looked at Xiao Wandian. I say, old man Xiao, are you sure this place can be inhabited? Xiao Wandian laughed. Don't worry, no one can die. Oh yeah, you're not the same as the old man. You don't have a sword chi to protect your body. It's hard to say. The corner of Xiao Dust's eyes could not help but twitch. It's obscene that this dead old man can say such sarcasm. This way, there's a compound cluster there that's relatively less broken and less likely to collapse. So go there and pick a room. But no one has lived there for many years, and the sanitary conditions are a bit poor. Just get over it. Xiao Wantian pointed to the right rear of the hall and said. Xiao Chuan followed Xiao Wantian's finger to look, only to see that it was an extremely desolate compound, dilapidated and the weeds were 2 meters high. Could this condition be overcome? Suddenly, he found a brand new compound at the left rear of the main hall, which seemed to have just gotten someone to renovate it, still surrounded by sword chi, and surrounded by all kinds of spiritual flowers and grasses, standing out in this dilapidated Sword Immortal Academy, just like a heavenly realm on earth. Old man Xiao, you're not being generous. There's such a nice compound and you won't let me live there. You're asking me to live in that Thai place? That should be your house, right? I don't care. I want to live there. Xiao Dust frowned slightly. This Sword Immortal Academy was really too shabby, even more exaggerated than the dilapidated buildings of the previous world. Although he had some mental preparation before he came, he didn't expect it to be exaggerated to this extent. Luckily, there is another compound that is so nice. It's almost desperate. You want to live there? Oh, you're dreaming. You and I don't deserve to live there. Xiao Wantian glanced at the Wonderland-like compound and shook his head with a bitter smile. You don't live in that place? Xiao Dust said suspiciously. Xiao Wantian was the dean of the Sword Immortal Academy. Who else could live in such a good house if not him? Our Sword Immortal Academy currently only has 4 people counting you and I, and the compound you're looking at is called the Heavenly Chopper Courtyard, and it's where my senior brother lives with his granddaughter. How can I have the fortune to live there? Xiao Wantian seemed to recall something unpleasant in the past, and lifted the wine gourd again and fiercely poured a mouthful. There's a story? Xiao Dust asked curiously. Count on it. 50 years ago, the demon race invaded desolate North City. The young and impetuous me insisted on leading the Sword Immortal Academy's elites to decapitate the demons. My senior brother, Lin Jian-san, felt that the situation was a bit off, and that there seemed to be a scam, and advised me not to go, but I didn't listen, and insisted on leading the men. As a result, when we got there, the demon tribe had an ambush. My Sword Immortal Academy was deeply trapped in the enemy's formation. The 5 academies stood by and watched with folded arms, and in the end, all of my Sword Immortal Academy's 103 sword cultivators were killed in battle, and even though I fought to the death to kill my way out of the encirclement, I was also seriously injured, and my foundation was destroyed. After that battle, my Sword Immortal Academy completely fell. My senior brother hated me to the bone because of that, and never spoke a word to me again, living alone in the Skychopper Courtyard single-mindedly cultivating swords. Elder brother's temperament. I know, he values the Sword Immortal Academy more than his life. The day I don't revitalize the Sword Immortal Academy, the day he won't forgive me, but the way I am now, I'm just lingering on. How can I have a chance to revitalize the Sword Immortal Academy? Xiao Dust looked at the sadness on Xiao Wantian's face and his heart could not help but be touched. Xiao Wantian, for the sake of the human race, sacrificed his life to kill the demon. This is a heroic act, but mistakenly ambushed and caused the Sword Immortal Academy to lose its heritage, belonging to the good intentions to do a bad thing, and cannot be blamed on him. Old man Xiao, don't be too presumptuous. Isn't bringing me back an opportunity for you to remake the splendor of the Sword Immortal Academy? Just you? A heavenly envious person still wants to remake the splendor of my Sword Immortal Academy? You're afraid that you don't know how invincible my Sword Immortal Academy was when it was glorious. That's not something you can even imagine. Even though you are born with a king body, You are envied by the heavenly Tao and are destined to be doomed. Not to mention the fact that there are very few people who possess the natural talent of a sword cultivator. And the fact that you are born with a king body doesn't mean that you have the qualifications of a sword cultivator. You can remodel a hair. Xiao Zhentian snorted. Chapter 19. Take the trash around you and hurry. Old man Xiao, what do you mean by that? Looking down on me? Xiao Dust was instantly displeased. Xiao Zhentian sneered. Oh, young man, don't be too exuberant. The difficulty of the way of the sword is far beyond what you can imagine. Whether or not you have the natural talent of the way of the sword, go with me to take a test and you will know. He did not hold too high hopes for Xiao Chuan. He had seen many teenagers like Xiao Chuan who did not know the sky and the earth, and felt that he had some natural talent in martial arts, so he thought that he would be fine in the sword path as well. In fact, it was a big mistake. The conditions for becoming a sword cultivator were extremely harsh. The absolute sword cultivators all possessed excellent martial arts talent, while those with strong martial arts talent might not be able to become sword cultivators. In the past, there were several born king body like Xiao Chen, even above the king body who wanted to worship his sword Immortal Academy, and they all failed in the end. If one wanted to enter the way of the sword, in addition to having a high martial arts talent, it was also about affinity with the way of the sword and whether or not one had a resilient and indomitable sword heart. The way of the sword, unrelenting and invincible. No matter how powerful the enemy is and how hard the road ahead is, I will cut it down with my sword and never give birth to the slightest intention to retreat. When one encounters a strong enemy, once one retreats, then that heart of the sword Tao is destroyed. This was also the reason why very few people could become sword cultivators. Very few people were willing to become sword cultivators, and very few sword cultivators could grow to the end. Once you set foot on the path of the sword, there is no turning back, and you need to walk out an invincible path. The risk was just too great. Although once it succeeded, it would be invincible at the same level, sweeping away thousands of troops. But how many people can become gods with their swords and break the void? More often than not, they are obliterated and fall away. Under Xiao Zhentian's leadership, Xiao Chen quickly arrived at the Heavenly Zenith Academy. Old man Xiao, didn't you say that your senior brother hates you with a passion? What's the point of bringing me to the Heaven Beheading Academy? Xiao Dust was puzzled. The last small remnants of the sword spirit stone from my sword Immortal Academy are in the hands of senior brother. If you want to become a sword cultivator, you must obtain his approval. Xiao Ketian glanced at the Heaven Beheading courtyard in front of him and said with a complicated expression. Back then, he and Lin Jiansan were like brothers, eating and sleeping together, but he didn't expect that after that incident, he had actually become strangers now. It's kinda sad that life is unpredictable. Xiao Zhentian, why are you here again? Xiao Zhentian and Xiao Duan had just stood at the entrance of the Heaven Beheading courtyard not long before a cracking sound rang out, and a cold-looking young girl suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. The young girl was extremely beautiful in appearance, wearing an ice blue long dress, with a slender willow waist, high breast peaks, and blue eyes, transmitting a faint sense of detachment, and was looking at Xiao Chuan and Xiao Zhentian with a face of impatience. Xiao Chen was slightly stunned when he saw the young girl. This sister can look more beautiful than even Ye Qingxuan, the top 10 beauties of the desolate north, by 3 points. In such a dilapidated sword Immortal Academy, there could actually be this kind of extreme product. It was really unexpected. Qingxuan, tell your grandfather that I have found a talent for the sword Immortal Academy, so please ask him to come out for a meeting. Xiao Zhentian looked at Lin Qingxuan and said smilingly, not caring about the other party's previous rude attitude. Although he had rarely set foot in the Heaven Beheading Academy in the past few decades, he had occasionally introduced some talents and had dealt with the young girl in front of him a few times. The young girl's name was Lin Qingxuan, the granddaughter of Lin Jiansan. 10 years ago, she was sent to the Sword Immortal Academy by her father, Lin Chongzhen. Lin Qingxuan's life didn't seem to be simple. Back then, Lin Chongzhen had encountered several martial zone realm giants along the way in order to escort her to the Sword Immortal Academy, and almost lost his life on the spot. He guessed that the person who wanted to deal with Lin Chong really should have a frighteningly high status. After all, a martial zone was in existence second only to a martial king, and those who could drive a martial zone to strike were at least martial kings, if not above them. Xiao Zhentian, didn't I tell you not to send some trash to my Heaven Beheading Academy in the future? Which one of the people you've sent over the years can be called a talent? Stupid is more like it. Lin Qingxuan glanced at Xiao Chen and spoke coldly. Over the years, Xiao Zhentian would introduce some talents to the Heaven Beheading Academy every once in a while, saying that these people were peerless sword cultivator embryos, the hope of reviving the academy. But after so many years, the people he recommended, not to mention the sword Dao geniuses, didn't even have a single one that could invoke the sword spirit stones. Even the martial arts aptitude was frighteningly low. There wasn't even one above the earth realm. Lin Jian-san initially had hopes for him, but later on, he became more and more disappointed. And now, he had completely despaired of Xiao Zhentian. Nowadays, in the entire Grand Xia, the sword Dao was in decline. Where were there any more sword Dao geniuses? Even if they did, what would make them enter the already dilapidated Sword Immortal Academy? Qingxian, this time is different. Look at this kid. He's so imposing. He's not a pool animal at first glance. Xiao Zhentian pointed at Xiao Chen and said. Lin Qingxian looked Xiao Chuan up and down and frowned slightly. He does look okay, but cultivating the sword way requires a heart that is unrelenting. And this person is fine-looking and tender. And it seems that he is a well-bred person. So how can he become a sword cultivator? Hearing Lin Qingxian's comment, Xiao Chen's face darkened. Why is this girl still judging people by their looks? Qingxian, you're wrong. This kid looks civilized and weak on the outside, but his talent in martial arts is extremely amazing, and he's considered a makeable talent. Amazing? How amazing? The Xian realm? You'd better hurry up and take this genius of yours and leave my heaven beheading academy. The expression on Lin Qingxian's face was growing impatient. Qingxian, trust me one more time. Trust you again? How many times have we believed you? But you? Always getting some trashy crap to fool us. Lin Qingxian frowned and gave Xiao Chen a disdainful look. Xiao Dust? Why are you taking it out on him? What's he got to do with those human losers old man Xiao brought back in the past? Xiao Zhentian, take this trash beside you and hurry up and leave the heaven beheading academy for me. Xiao Zhentian still wanted to explain, but suddenly, a cold shout came from not far away, and in the next breath, a tall old man appeared in front of Xiao Zhentian without a sound. The old man had white hair draped over his shoulders, square face and tiger eyes. His body was haunted by an exceptionally terrifying sword aura. Just standing there gave an extremely terrifying sense of oppression. This person was none other than Xiao Zhentian's senior brother, Lin Jian-san. Senior brother, you're finally willing to come out to see me. Seeing Lin Jian-san, Xiao Zhentian said with a complex expression, where did you find this boy? Did you abduct him again? Lin Jian-san looked at Xiao Chen with a cold expression. Xiao Zhentian smiled and shook his head. Recruited from the desolate North Academy Examination Assembly, this kid took the initiative to join. Kid, you volunteered to join? Could it be that you're sick in the head? Lin Jian-san was surprised and shifted his gaze to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chuan could not help but twitch at the corner of his eyes as he spoke. Senior, my childhood ideal is to become a sword cultivator, to ride the sword to the 9 heavens, to cut down the demons and eliminate the devils. Kid, I have to say, you still have some ambition. Just the old man had to splash you a pot of cold water. To become a sword cultivator, need to be 1 in 10,000 geniuses, not to mention the talent of the sword. The talent of the martial arts at least need to reach the ground level. This kind of requirement, not an ordinary person like you can reach. Lin Jian-san said indifferently. From the mere fact that Xiao Chen had taken the initiative to join the Sword Immortal Academy, he dared to conclude 100% that this was a wasted talent. But who joins the Sword Immortal Academy with a little bit of talent? Chapter 20 Heaven does not give birth to me. Xiao de Xiao. The way of the sword is as long as the night. Senior, I think you might have some misunderstanding about my talent. Misunderstanding? You're at most a Xian rank talent. Can't you still be an earth rank? Lin Jian-san's eyes were contemptuous. I was born with a king's body. Xiao Chen looked at Lin Jian-san and suddenly said. He didn't want to be too pretentious, but he had no choice but to show his strength as the other party looked him down. Except that he had changed his god body into a king body. The god body was too shocking. He didn't want to expose it. But even the king's body was already intimidating. And so the words came out. Lin Jian-san and Lin Qingxian's pupils both abruptly shrunk as they looked at Xiao Chen incredulously. What did you say? Born king, king body? Lin Jian-san's entire body trembled lightly. Xiao Dust nodded his head. Lin Jian-san looked at Xiao Zhentian again and said excitedly. Is what he said true? Is it really the king body? Xiao Zhentian also nodded his head. Ha ha ha, little brother. The old man was all joking with you just now. The first time the old man saw you, he felt that you were imposing. Never a pool animal. From today onwards, you are the next dean of my Sword Immortal Academy. Whoever dares to mess with you, the old man will personally behead his dog's head. Lin Jian-san immediately said in ecstasy. Born with a king's body. It's actually a natural king body. Although being born with a king body didn't necessarily make him a sword cultivator, he could do more than just know the way of the sword. Born king body, this kind of demon. Casually teach him some martial arts. That is the existence of suppressing the 4 directions. Enough to raise the prestige of the treading Sword Immortal Academy. It looked like his Sword Immortal Academy was going to take off this time. Lin Qingxian was also staring at Xiao Chen dead on. She had originally thought that Xiao Chuan was just good-looking and a good-looking little white boy, but she didn't expect that the other party was actually a natural-born king body. In this era where one could call himself a heavenly pride with an earthstage talent, the king body was simply synonymous with invincible talent. Only that she couldn't figure out how such a heavenly pride could join the crumbling Sword Immortal Academy. Grandpa, could there be a problem here? A natural-born king body is enough to make the 5 major academies grab their heads for him. Why would he join my Sword Immortal Academy? Lin Qingxian looked at Lin Jiansan and asked. Lin Jiansan, who was in ecstasy, also calmed down all of a sudden at the words. Yeah, if a king body appeared in the academy examination, the 5 great academies would absolutely have to fight for their heads, and it would be possible to make a scene. So how could they let the Sword Immortal Academy pick up this big leak? What's your name, little brother? Xiao Duan. So it's Mr. Xiao. I don't know which family you come from in the desolate north, and why did you give up other academies to join my Sword Immortal Academy? Lin Jiansan asked. He's an orphan, raised by a family of farmers, and joined my Sword Immortal Academy because of a single-minded desire to become a Sword Immortal. Xiao Chen was just about to speak when Xiao Wantian grabbed the lead. Is that so? Lin Jiansan glanced at Xiao Wantian and then looked at Xiao Chen and asked. Xiao Dust glanced at Xiao Wantian suspiciously, and when he saw the other party desperately winking at him, he nodded and said, That's right, so that's how it is. You're a bitter child. From now on, you'll be a student of my Sword Immortal Academy. You'll live in my Zhentian courtyard. Lin Jiansan mused. Grandpa, how can this be? How can you let a man live in the Skychopper courtyard? Lin Qingxian immediately exclaimed. Although there were several rooms in the Zhentian Academy, they were all not far apart, and there were many things to be shared, such as the bathing hall. Letting a man live in is really a bit less safe for a wonderful woman like her. It's like letting a wolf into a sheep pen. Qingxian, don't be so petty. Look at our Sword Immortal Academy. Aside from the Heavenly Zenith Academy, where else can we live? Lin Jiansan glared at Lin Qingxian. His Sword Immortal Academy had been in decline for decades, and it was not easy for him to have a natural king body. He couldn't wait to take Xiao Chuan and offer him up like an ancestor. And for Lin Qingxian to actually care so much about such a trivial matter was simply outrageous. There are so many courtyards out there. Can't they all be lived in? Why do we have to let him live in the heaven beheading courtyard? No way. I don't agree. Lin Qingxian said with a black face. Lin Jiansan saw that his granddaughter was so resolute. He was also a bit embarrassed, and after hesitating for a moment, he looked at Xiao Chen. Mr. Xiao, or else I'll commission you. Thank you, Elder Lin. I like this heaven beheading courtyard very much. I wonder if I need to prepare these daily necessities myself. Xiao Chuan directly interrupted, and as he spoke, he even gave a smiling look at Lin Qingxian, who was almost on the verge of an outburst, sniffing the faint fragrance of the other party's body. A touch of intoxication appeared on his face. The chopping house is good in every way. With a beautiful woman and a cute little girl. It's only then that you don't want to live in such a good house and go to live in a dangerous house. The corner of Lin Jiansan's mouth twitched. This dog won't take a loss either. He had just wanted Xiao Chen to go live somewhere else when the other party came up with this. He couldn't refuse even if he wanted to. Alright, then Mr. Xiao will stay here. There's everything, just have Mr. Xiao come. Grandpa, I don't agree. He's just a king body. And he doesn't necessarily have sword Dao talent. Do you need to be so nice to him? Lin Qingxian gritted her teeth and questioned. Miss Lin, then what you're implying is that if I have a natural talent for the sword Dao, you'll let me live in the heaven beheading courtyard? Xiao Dust asked rhetorically. Just you? Do you think that just because you have a high martial arts talent, you must have a sword talent? Sword cultivators are all unattainable geniuses. 1 in a million. Don't you dream? Lin Qingxian sneered. A high martial talent was a necessary, not sufficient, condition for becoming a sword cultivator. A high martial talent meant that the person in question had enough physical strength to withstand sword chi or even sword intent. However, it does not necessarily mean that one must have a talent for the sword path. The sword path has extremely high requirements for the heart, the will. A little white boy like Xiao Chen did not look like someone with a firm mind, and it was unlikely that he had a natural talent for the sword Dao. More importantly, the sword soul value of the Sword Immortal Academy's sword spirit stones had been almost consumed. Unless some supreme sword Dao genius, there was no possibility of awakening for ordinary people. Then you and I will make a bet. If I can become a sword cultivator, how about you let me live in the room next to yours? And if I can't, I'll move somewhere else and never bother you? Xiao Dust said smilingly. Could be. Lin Qingxian resolutely agreed. Good. It's a deal. Xiao Dust immediately nodded his head, a hint of cunning flashing imperceptibly in his eyes. Lin Qingxian was still too naive to actually dare to bet with him. He has the system. And becoming a sword cultivator is a sure thing. You really don't know what's going on in people's hearts. Kid, this time you're being punked. The sword's soul value in the sword spirit stones left over from the Sword Immortal Academy is almost depleted. Unless you're a supreme sword cultivator embryo, the chances of awakening are slim to none. And I've brought you here just to try my luck. Now you're going to go live in a broken house like me. Xiao Zhentian said somewhat gloatingly. That may not be the case. Maybe I'm the perfect embryo of the sword Dao? Xiao Dust said with a smile. Ha! You're thinking too much. Nowadays, in the Great Xia, the entire sword Dao has fallen. And it's been nearly 1,000 years since a supreme sword immortal was born. No matter how powerful you are, can you go against the heavens? Xiao Zhentian sneered. Heaven did not give birth to me. Xiao Dao Xiao. The sword Dao is as long as the night. I am destined to be the one who revitalizes the sword Dao. Xiao Dust shook his head. This statement was made. The crowd all froze and looked at Xiao Chen with shocked expressions. How can this man be so thick-skinned? And revitalize Kendo? Does he think he's the god of swords? Chapter 21 Sword Cultivator Awakening Ceremony. Xiao Chuan, you are really speaking out of turn. Who in the whole of heaven can act against the heavens? You still want to revitalize the sword Dao? Simply a fool's dream. I think it's difficult for you to awaken your sword Dao yellow rank talent. Ye Qingxuan shook her head, feeling that Xiao Chen was too ignorant of the heights of heaven. Sword Dao natural talent is divided into yellow, Xian, earth, and heaven, just like martial arts natural talent, and it is extremely rare to have a high natural talent, even more exaggerated than martial arts. Even the astonishingly talented sword Dao geniuses Lin Jiansan and Xiao Zhentian in the past years only had upper grade earth rank sword Dao talent, and over the past few decades, even earth rank sword Dao talent has become more and more rare throughout the entire Xia. She did not think that Xiao Chuan could have much talent in the sword Dao. And as for revitalizing the sword Dao, it was absolutely impossible. Facts speak louder than words. Please ask Miss Lin to take me to test my qualifications now. Xiao Dust did not argue and said with a smile, Go! Lin Qingxian began to lead the way. Soon, under the leadership of Lin Qingxian's few people, Xiao Chuan entered the heaven beheading courtyard and arrived at a simple and ancient secret room with 3 big black characters written above the door of the room. The sword asking room. Lin Qingxian's few people led Xiao Chuan to push the door and enter the secret room. Xiao Chuan scanned the surroundings through the dim light brought about by the candles lit inside the secret room and found that the entire secret room was extremely simple. There was only an offering table, a futon, a thumb-sized black stone on the table, and nothing else. Xiao Chuan glanced at the black stone that emitted a faint sword aura and asked, Miss Lin, why is this sword spirit stone only such a small piece? The system had introduced him to the sword spirit stone, which was an essential spirit used to lead sword cultivators to the door. Only in the system description. The sword spirit stone should be the size of a fist, emitting a terrifying sword chi around it, sharp and unusual, so that ordinary people dare not look directly at it. The higher the quality of the sword spirit stone, the bigger the head, and the more powerful the sword chi. With the high enough quality of the sword spirit stone as a guide, the sword cultivator is more likely to enter the road. If you use some inferior quality, will greatly increase the difficulty of the awakening. Any of your natural talent is very high, but also twice as much work. This black stone in front of me was only the size of a thumb, and the sword aura was so weak that it was almost imperceptible. This thing could also be used for awakening? No wonder this old thing, Xiao Zhentian, was so gloating just now. So it turns out that his Sword Immortal Academy's sword spirit stones actually only have this much left. Just a little bit. Enough to awaken anyone? Lin Qingxian even bet with him with this. How is this different from fraud? You know about the sword spirit stone? Lin Qingxian glanced at Xiao Chen in surprise. The sword spirit stone had almost become extinct decades ago, and only some ancient hidden sword Dao clans still had some, and ordinary people simply did not understand what the sword spirit stone was, and this Xiao Chuan could actually recognize it at a glance, which surprised her a little. Not only him, but Xiao Zhentian and Lin Jiansan on the side were also stunned. A little bit. Miss Lin, would it be too much for you to take just this little bit of sword spirit stone remains for me to awaken? Xiao Dust's face showed dissatisfaction. Even if there is a system to help, that also needs to be assisted by the sword spirit stone. He just asked the system. The system said that if there is only so much sword spirit stone for the spirit guide, he can only awaken at most the lower heavenly level of the sword Dao talent. If you want to go further, can only go to look for a piece of good quality sword spirit stone later to advance. But now that this great summer sword spirit stone was almost extinct, where could he find it? Mr. Xiao, you don't know. This is already the last bit of sword spirit stones from my Sword Immortal Academy. And now that I've taken it out for you to use, my old man's heart is dripping with blood. Lin Jiansan laughed bitterly. Grandpa, why are you saying so much to him? I think he's just a coward who only brags. Just now he said he wanted to revitalize the way of the sword, but now he's backing down when faced with the slightest challenge. He doesn't have any guts at all. Lin Qingxian sneered. Miss Lin, If you say that, I'm not happy about it. Let's start straight away. Xiao Dust frowned slightly. He's got the system. He's gonna wimp out? He just didn't think that the tiny heavenly ranked sword Dao talent matched his martial god body. Sword cultivators had superb attacking power, but their bodies were fragile. So if they encountered a killing opponent, they would easily die violently. And his incomparably powerful martial god body just made up for this flaw. If he was given a higher sword cultivation talent, he could definitely become a sword god. However, if he only had heaven rank talent, it would be a great limitation to his achievements in the sword path. At first, he thought that the Sword Immortal Academy was covering up better sword spirit stones in their hands and not giving them to him, but now it seemed that they were really out of ammunition, so he could only make do with what he had. You just keep blowing it, right? I don't think you can even awaken your yellow rank sword Dao talent. Lin Qingxuan coldly snorted. Xiao Chuan did not argue with her anymore and directly looked at Lin Jiansan, and under Lin Jiansan's guidance, Xiao Chuan quickly began the sword Dao talent awakening. This awakening ceremony is very simple. Cover the sword spirit stone at the dantian and absorb it. If the body emanates sword chi, it will be counted as sword chi entering the body and the awakening is successful. Instead, the awakening fails. Regardless of success or failure, the sword soul value in the sword spirit stone will be consumed. This was also the reason why Lin Jiansan was heartbroken. This was the last of their Sword Immortal Academy's home base. If they failed again, then it would mean that the Sword Immortal Academy would never be able to turn the corner again, and would soon be annihilated in the river of history. Senior brother, Qingxian, you guys come out for a moment. There's something I forgot to tell you just now. Seeing that Xiao Chen had begun to awaken, Xiao Wantian called Lin Jiansan and Lin Qingxian to the door of the secret room. What's so secretive? Lin Jiansan looked at Xiao Wantian with a displeased expression. He was about to watch the last hope of his Sword Immortal Academy awaken when he was interrupted by Xiao Wantian, and was very upset. Senior brother, regarding the boy Xiao Chuan's natural talent, I just omitted to mention one thing. Besides being born with a king body, he is also a heavenly jealousy, and he may still live for 2 years at most. Xiao Wantian was silent for a moment and opened his mouth. The moment these words came out, Lin Jiansan and Lin Qingxian's pupils suddenly shrunk as countless lines of shock flashed through their eyes. A heavenly jealousy person? He's just a king body. How can he be a heaven's jealousy? Lin Jiansan said incredulously. He had heard a little about the people of heaven's jealousy, that each and every one of them was a heavenly pride of the world, unparalleled in the ancient times. Even the royal body above the king's body couldn't possibly provoke the fire of heaven's jealousy. The heavenly Tao was so terrifying that the heavenly Tao wouldn't even put an ordinary heavenly pride in its eyes. It was unbelievable that a king body could actually provoke heavenly jealousy. Lin Qingxian was also completely shocked. King jealous of people? Both lucky, but also pathetic. Fortunate is to have the supreme talent that is hard to find in the past. Pathetic is that it will be suppressed by the heavenly way. It is difficult to become grow up. I don't know the reason either, but the assertion given by the Holy Desolate Academy's martial spirit mirror shouldn't be wrong. Xiao Wantian whispered. You know that he's a heaven's jealousy person, but you still let him absorb the last bit of sword spirit stone from my heaven beheading academy? Don't you know that a person with heavenly jealousy is destined to have no connection to the Tao? When one senses the great Tao, there will be a lot of resistance? After Lin Jiansan was shocked, horrible anger surfaced on his face again. Chapter 22. A few dozen breaths into the sword Tao? Senior brother, the martial academy competition is coming up soon. We don't have time. Xiao Wantian raised his wine gourd and took a sip, his voice hoarse. Lin Jiansan was silent for a moment and said, we still have Qingxian. Xiao Wantian shook his head and said, no, Qingxian is the last sword cultivator of the younger generation of the Sword Immortal Academy, and your closest bloodline. I can't let her take the risk. You know, those academies have a blood feud with us. If Qingxian goes on, she will definitely die. Lin Jiansan's body trembled. A trace of pain flashed in his eyes. He struggled for a long time and was just about to speak when Lin Qingxian grabbed the lead and said, I'm not afraid. I'm willing to carry the honor of the Sword Immortal Academy. And then, she twisted her head to look into the distance, her eyes suddenly sharp and incomparable. Moreover, my mother is still in the hands of the martial hall. One day, I will kill the martial hall and save my mother. Since this is the case, sooner or later, I will confront those people. This battle is unavoidable. Lin Jiansan's old eyes suddenly turned red as he softly said, Qingxian, the martial hall is too powerful. The one who captured your mother is even more terrifying. So don't think about revenge. Lin Qingxian stubbornly shook her head. Grandpa, don't persuade me. I'm my mother's only daughter. If I don't save her, who else will? Now is not the time to talk about this. Hurry up and stop Xiao Chen from absorbing the sword spirit stone. Saying that, Lin Qingxian turned around and pushed the door. rushing into the secret room with an arrow step. The heavenly jealousy is cursed by the heavenly Tao and naturally rejects the Tao. Even if Xiao Chuan was born with a king's body, the possibility of stepping into the Tao of the sword is minimal. The sword spirit stones were precious and incomparable, and were the last of her Sword Immortal Academy's reserves, and she could never let Xiao Chen waste them for nothing. But just as she moved, a vibrating sound suddenly came from the chamber. In the next breath, the frequency of the vibrations became faster and more intense, following which the entire chamber began to tremble slightly. A terrifyingly sharp sword intent surged out of the chamber like waves after waves. Ye Qingxuan's figure lurched. A trace of shock immediately flashed in her eyes as she twisted her head to look at Lin Jiansan. Grandpa, this is? How could there be such a terrifying sword intent emanating from within the secret room? Could it be that a supreme sword cultivator has suddenly visited this place? Lin Jiansan also noticed the abnormality and sensed the terrifying sword intent. He stared dead at the secret room. Although this sword intent is horrifyingly loud, it doesn't really have much lethality. Instead it contains endless vitality, just like a baby that just landed on the ground. It is not like an expert has descended. Instead it is like someone is awakening the sword Tao. Could it be that Xiao Chen has succeeded in awakening? How is this possible? He's only started a few dozen breaths ago. Even a Gaijin sword cultivator embryo couldn't have awakened so quickly. Xiao Zhentian shook his head. The shorter the time of awakening to become a sword cultivator from a mortal, the better, which meant that the awakened person was naturally attuned to the Tao of the sword, and could very easily awaken into the Tao. Their Sword Immortal Academy once had a supreme sword immortal who used only 2 hours when he first entered the sword Tao, which could be said to have shaken the ancient world and created the history of the entire Xia sword Tao. Since this absolute sword immortal, so many geniuses from the Sword Immortal Academy, the fastest to awaken, were all at least 8 hours, which was already considered incredible. And if one does not enter the Tao for more than 3 days and 3 nights, they are considered to have failed in their awakening and will never have the chance to step into the sword Tao again. Although Xiao Chuan was a king body, he was after all a heavenly jealousy. 3 days and 3 nights to be able to awaken was considered very good. A few dozen breaths? How is this possible? Go on, get in there. Lin Jiansan took a step, ready to go in and find out what was going on. But right at this moment, a terrifying sword chi suddenly shot out from the chamber. And then the walls of the sturdy and unusual chamber suddenly appeared to be densely packed with cracks like a spider's web, and a strand of dazzling and extremely bright green light diffused out from the cracks. Seeing this scene, several people present were dumbfounded, as if they were petrified and froze in place. Heavenly rank? How is this possible? Lin Jiansan's eyes were as wide as copper bells. Not good. This secret room can't withstand that sword intent. It's going to explode soon. Retreat quickly. Xiao Zhentian shouted in a hurry. Before his words fell, a loud boom came out, and the entire secret room actually directly exploded, with pieces of shattered masonry shooting out like rain, wrapped in a shocking sword chi, and coming towards several people. Lin Jiansan immediately merged his fingers into a sword and continuously chopped out dozens of sword chi before chopping these broken bricks into powder. For a while, smoke and dust were splattered everywhere, and Lin Qianxian's few people were made to look dusty. However, none of them cared about these details, because at this moment, the shock within the hearts of several people had reached an unspeakable level. This secret room was cast by the 1,000-year-old diamond that his predecessor in the Sword Immortal Academy had gotten from the far north at great expense. It was hard and unparalleled, and it was specially used for some of the Sword Immortal Academy's pride to awaken the sword Tao. It's old, but still hard as nails. I didn't expect to get ed up today? Who would believe that? Not long after, in the ruins, Xiao Chuan slowly walked out, his body haunted by a sharp and compelling sword aura. And his entire body was as sharp as an out-of-body sharp blade. The intensity of the sword aura on its body caused the pupils of the several people watching Lin Jiansan to shrink slightly. Old man Qiao, this secret room of yours isn't very sturdy. It could collapse at any time. What if someone gets hurt? Xiao spat out as he patted the dust on his body in dissatisfaction. However, no one responded at all at the moment. Everyone was staring at him with a deadpan look of incredulity in their eyes. Sword Apprentice 7th level. The cultivation level actually came directly to the 7th level of Sword Apprentice after entering the Tao? How is this possible? Not only did this Xiao Chuan step into the sword Tao within a few dozen breaths of time, but he's also a terrifyingly incomparable heavenly rank talent. And just after entering the Tao, he has a cultivation of the 7th level of Sword Apprentice. This is outrageous give outrageous open doors outrageous to the core. With such a heaven-defying natural talent, is there still a heavenly reason? Several people froze in place, a wave of envy and jealousy welling up in their hearts. Are you sure he's a heaven's jealousy person? Can a person of heaven's jealousy's enlightenment be so heaven-defying? Lin Jiansan looked at Xiao Zhentian. Should be. The martial spirit realm said that. However, the martial spirit mirror seems to have the second half of the assertion hidden, so I don't know what it says. Xiao Zhentian recalled and said, and the second half of the sentence? Does it say? Lin Jiansan frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. Dozens of breaths into the Tao. This kind of talent could be said to be unprecedented. It's unlikely that someone cursed by heaven could have it. Perhaps there was some unknown secret in this Xiao Chen, but no matter what, He Sword Immortal Academy should be stable for the academy competition in 3 months. His granddaughter doesn't have to take the risk. Thinking of this, Lin Jiansan couldn't help but laugh heartily. Ha ha ha, good, good. Born with a king body, heavenly ranked sword Dao talent, my Sword Immortal Academy might be able to produce a true dragon this time. Senior brother, what do you think would be a good technique to have him cultivate? My Sword Immortal Academy's current top-tier technique is that local ranked silent 9 swords. Should I give it to him to cultivate? Xiao Zhentian looked towards Lin Jiansan. Most of the sword scriptures from his Sword Immortal Academy had been lost a long time ago, and nowadays there was only one local ranked technique that he could hold. Chapter 23, Against the Heavens Demon Slaying Technique. It can only be that way. But although this silent 9 swords is incredibly powerful, it is extremely difficult to cultivate, and an ordinary heavenly pride may not even be able to get started in half a year, so it's a bit too difficult for Xiao Chen. Lin Jiansan glanced at Xiao Chen with some concern. The 9 Swords of Silence was the only local rank sword scripture of his Sword Immortal Academy, created by a Supreme Sword Immortal of his Sword Immortal Academy back then, with amazing power. Not much worse than many heavenly rank sword scriptures, but it was just because of the difficulty that it was rated as an earth rank sword scripture. Sparing Xiao Chuan's terrifying talent, it was almost unlikely that he would want to cultivate to a small level of success in a short period of time. But now that there was no choice but to hope that Xiao Chen would utilize these last 3 months to cultivate as soon as possible. Kid, 3 months later is the academy competition. This battle is related to the survival of the academy. There is no room for error. Do you have the confidence to practice the silent 9 swords to the introductory level within 3 months? A trace of hesitation also flashed in Xiao Zhentian's eyes as he turned his head to look at Xiao Chen. No, and I've prepared my own feats. Xiao Dust directly shook his head. He held the divine level technique reverse heavenly demon beheading technique. It was impossible for him to cultivate that silent 9 swords. The moment these words came out, the few people present froze. The sword Dao technique was almost extinct in the Grand Xiao nowadays, and Xiao Chen was actually able to get his hands on the sword Dao technique? Even Xiao Zhentian, who knew Xiao Chen's life, was somewhat incredulous. Although Xiao Chuan was the eldest son of the king of Zhenbei, but listening to the rumors from the outside world, it seemed that he was not favored, and his status was not much different from that of a servant. So how could he get the precious and incomparable sword Dao technique? What's more, the Xiao family had practiced martial arts for generations and had never heard of anyone practicing the sword. Could it be that the king of Zhenbei had acquired it by chance earlier and bestowed it on Xiao Duan? What feats? Lin Jiansan looked at Xiao Chen and asked. The reverse heavenly demon beheading technique. Xiao Dust said truthfully. From the system, he learned that the reverse heavenly demon slaying technique had been lost for countless years and should be known by few, so he wasn't afraid of being exposed. You're talking about the reverse sky demon's layer sword scripture, right? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Jiansan spoke. He went through the names of all the sword scriptures in his mind, and only this feat could match what Xiao Chen had said. Yeah, that's it. Xiao Dust then sloped down. Nonsense. This is only a mid-grade yellow ranked technique. The name is mighty but the reality is frail and weak. Are you going to self-destruct your future by cultivating this? Lin Jiansan's face instantly turned gloomy. But cultivating this is fast. If I cultivate that silent 9 swords, I won't even be able to reach a small Chengdu in 3 months' time. So how can I compete for a ranking for my academy at that time? Xiao Dust casually made up an excuse. Available. Lin Jiansan was suddenly speechless and had no words to retort. Although he was unwilling to admit it, what Xiao Chen said was indeed correct. With such a horrifying difficulty of cultivating the silent 9 swords, even if Xiao Chuan's heavenly ranked sword Dao qualification came to cultivate it, I was afraid that it would be very difficult to get started in 3 months, and naturally, he wouldn't be able to produce a good result in the Academy's grand competition in 3 months' time. Although the yellow level technique was weak, one advantage was that it was fast to cultivate. With Xiao Chuan's natural talent, he would definitely be able to get started in 3 months, or even become a minor success. And at that time, with the sword cultivator's superb attacking power and Xiao Chuan's horrifying talent in the Tao of the sword, he might be able to compete for a good ranking for the Sword Immortal Academy. Only, in this way, it would have a great impact on Xiao Chuan's sword cultivation path. After all, changing the cultivation technique at a later stage would damage the foundation to a certain extent. Are you worried about delaying my future? It's fine. I'm willing to sacrifice for the sake of the academy. There's nothing to do. I'm going to cultivate. Xiao Chuan smiled before turning around and leaving, choosing a room next to Lin Qingxian with the intention of starting to cultivate. The three Lin Jiansan looked at the slowly departing Xiao Chen and only felt that his back had instantly grown taller. Hot tears rolled from Lin Jiansan's cloudy old eyes. Xiao Zhentian, on the other hand, didn't say a word, lifted his gourd, and fiercely poured a few mouthfuls of wine into his mouth. Even Lin Qingxian, who treated Xiao Chen the least, had some slightly reddened eyes at this moment. Xiao Chuan had obviously just joined the academy for less than half an hour, but he was actually willing to give up his personal future for the sake of the academy, and instead of practicing an unusually powerful earth product technique, he went to cultivate an incomparably trashy yellow product technique. So what kind of broad-mindedness and courage was this? This kid is actually not bad. Lin Jiansan wiped a tear from his eye and said in a trembling voice. Not bad indeed. There is a pattern. Xiao Zhentian added. Maybe the real him isn't as pompous as he seems? Lin Qingxian also murmured in her mind. The other side. Inside the room, Xiao Chen sat down on his knees and directly entered the cultivation state. System, activate the reverse heavenly demon slaying technique. Ding! The reverse heavenly demon slaying technique has begun to activate. Next breath, Xiao Chen entered an illusionary realm, in which he became a 13-year-old boy. His village was attacked by a demon race, and his parents and relatives were all killed by the demons, leaving him to escape by hiding in the cellar. After the demon race left, Xiao Chuan walked out of the cellar and looked at the corpses of his relatives all over the ground at home, as well as his mother, who had been abused beyond recognition and was dying, and cried out sadly, Mother! Dusty, don't feel sorry for Mother. It's all fate. Find a place and live well. His mother stroked his head gently, forced herself to hold back, and left a message before closing her eyes forever. Suddenly, that great sadness instantly filled Xiao Chuan's mind, followed by a monstrous hatred surging into Xiao Chuan's eyes. At this moment, he only wanted to kill all of the world's demon race. System, what's with this illusion? Why do I feel like my heart is about to break? Everything the host sees is not illusory, but the real experience of the year of the demon extermination sword god, the creator of the reverse heavenly demon decapitation technique, the system to lead the host into the road. How much to understand? All depends on the host's chance. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chuan was startled. This was actually not a fictionalized illusion, but the real experience of the demon-destroying sword god? Just 13 years old, the whole family was destroyed by the demon race. His mother was humiliated and died. No wonder he hated the demon race so much, and then even created the anticlimax demon cutting technique, determined to kill all the world's demon race. Only, today, thousands of years later, the power of the demon race is even more powerful. Every day as countless people died tragically under the hands of the demon race, while the demon-destroying sword god's creation of the reversed heavenly demon beheading technique has been in the dust for many years, and I do not know if the demon-destroying sword god learns of it, it will be how sad. Cultivating the sword first cultivates the heart. Please host carefully experienced the will and state of mind of the demon-destroying sword god at that time when he was practicing the sword. Under the systems mention, Xiao Chuan immediately concentrated and completely substituted himself into the perspective of the young demon-destroying sword god. And soon, he once again became that mountain village boy. The young man spent 3 days and 3 nights digging 7 earth pits in a barren mountain not far away. And after burying his loved ones, he began practicing with his sword. He was poor at that time, and the only thing he had at home was a rusty iron sword, which he practiced with. Under a large acacia tree in front of his home, the teenager kept swinging his sword with hatred and murderous aura, imagining himself chopping a demon race into pieces. Day after day, cold and hot, the control over the sword in his hand began to grow. Suddenly, one day, he split the boulder in front of the door with his sword. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The reverse heavenly demon slaying technique has been initiated. If there is an ancient sword cultivator here, absolutely will be shocked beyond measure. The higher the level of the sword scripture, the more difficult it can be to start, such as the silent 9 swords, such as the ground level technique. The average heavenly pride is difficult to start in 3 months, and for a divine level technique like the reverse heavenly demon beheading technique to be introduced in less than a moment by Xiao Chuan was absolutely astounding. Initiated? Xiao Chen woke up from the illusion and looked at the faint sword chi lingering on his fingertips with a somewhat surprised expression. According to Lin Jiansan, it should be very difficult to cultivate the sword Dao technique to the point of initiation, and he had only been initiated in such a short while? I have to say, it's really nice to have a system. No wonder someone always wrote in his previous life that the system was originally an invincible path. So why suffer from cultivation? Putting away the sword chi between his fingers, Xiao Chen got up and walked towards the outside of the house, the entrance to the chanting academy. Lin Jiansan's few people were packing up the wreckage of the secret room when suddenly, a rush of footsteps came from not far away. Dean Xiao. Help! Several people stopped their hands at once and turned their heads to look, only to see an old man in his 50s covered in blood running wildly with a fearful face. Chapter 24 Demon Wolves Attack the Village. The old man's body had several blood-soaked claw marks, which emitted a faint green demonic aura. Seeing that demonic aura, Ye Qingxuan somehow suddenly felt an inexplicable agitation within her body, and it was only after she suppressed it with her sword chi that it gradually calmed down. While this has happened before, there has been a growing trend in recent years, and this old man they all knew was the village head of Jianxian village under Jianxian mountain, Lu Air Dog. Today's Daxia demon infestation is frequent. The major colleges under the martial palace have all assumed a portion of the guardianship of the duty, but where the surrounding villages, cities and ponds have a demon infestation, the college will send people to deal with it. The Sword Immortal village was precisely the precinct of the Sword Immortal Academy. Taking a look at the injuries on Lu Ergu's body, Lin Jiansan's brows immediately furrowed. Is this another demon infestation? What's going on? Xiao Zhentian also looked grave. A number of demon clans with terrifying strength have come to the village, eating everyone in sight, and have already eaten dozens of us. Luckily, Her Highness the Ninth Princess and the cadets of Qingxuan Academy arrived in time, and are currently fighting against them, but the other side is too strong. Her Highness the Ninth Princess and the girls can't hold out any longer, so I'm requesting Dean Xiao to make a quick move. Lu Ergu's face was full of eagerness. How many demon races have come from the other side? And what realms are they? Can't even the ones from Qingxuan Academy suppress them? Xiao Zhentian asked. Nearly 100 of them. It's a pack of iron-armored demon wolves. Most of them are Demon Apprentice 7th Sky. A few have reached Demon Apprentice 8th Sky. Although the Qingxuan Academy's trainees are powerful, the scales on their bodies are too hard. It's difficult for unusual weapons to cause damage to them, and after a long time, the Qingxuan Academy's trainees can't carry them for a bit. I also asked Dean Xiao to hurry down the mountain to behead the demons, Lu Ergu anxiously said. Xiao Zhentian was silent for a long time and shook his head. I can't make a move. Why? Weren't all the demonic infestations in this neighborhood solved by your hand in the past? Lu Ergu's eyes widened. Half a month ago, a demon race Heavenly Pride was decapitated by my human race's experts, and the demon race's great powers went into a rage, slaughtering 10 cities in a row and decapitating dozens of my human race's Heavenly Pride. The demon race put out the word that within the same realm, they don't care if the human and demon offspring kill each other, but if the human race dares to cross the border, they will make the human race pay the price in blood. Xiao Zhentian whispered. What? Is the demon race trying to use my human race as a whetstone to sharpen his demon race's heavenly pride? Simply rampant. Lin Jiansan was furious when he heard the words. He had been avoiding the world, or he had just learned of this news. He did not expect the demon race to be arrogant to such an extent. That's right. That's exactly what they meant. But now even if we feel humiliated, we can only follow their wishes. Otherwise, when the demon race retaliates, that price, my human race can't afford it. Xiao Zhentian clenched his fists, his eyes filled with unwillingness, and his old body trembled slightly. There were only a mere 100 or so iron-armored demon wolves, and he was able to destroy them with a single sword. But he couldn't. Once he made a move, the demonic great powers would also make a move and retaliate madly. While the number of the human race's heavenly pride was already scarce, and could not withstand such a kill by the demon race, I'll make a trip. The Sword Immortal village is guarded by my Sword Immortal Academy. I can't just stand by and watch the village people being slaughtered to death by the demon race. At that moment, Lin Qingxuan stepped forward. Xiao Zhentian glanced at her and shook his head. Even though you are a sword cultivator and your attacks are stronger than those of a martial artist, it's possible to break through the defense of the iron-armored demon wolves, but you won't be able to carry it with so many iron-armored demon wolves swarming all over you. It's too dangerous. What about adding me to the mix? At this moment, Xiao Chen slowly appeared in front of the several people. He had heard the conversation between the several people before, and the reverse heavenly demon beheading technique that he cultivated was specialized in dealing with the demon race, and needed to be refined in killing. This time, the iron-armored demon wolf pack was perfect for him to practice. Several people immediately turned their heads to look at Xiao Chen. How did you come out? You didn't even have a gong method you've already started? How is this possible? In such a short period of time, you've actually practiced the reverse sky demon's layer sword scripture to the point of initiation? Xiao Zhentian was just about to rebuke Xiao Chen for not measuring up, but he was shocked to find that Xiao Chen's body was covered in sword chi, which was much more condensed than before, and he had obviously practiced his gongfu to the point of initiation. But even if it was a yellow-level technique, how could it be practiced for a month or two to get started? This Xiao Chen actually got started in a quarter of an hour? What the hell kind of realization is that? Bull ********. A jealous man. The son of heaven is more like it. Lin Jiansan and Lin Qingxuan were also dumbfounded. Grandpa, I remember you saying that the way of the sword is difficult to cultivate, and that even the most lowly inferior yellow level technique with high natural talent would take a month to get started. So it turns out that you lied to me in the past. Nonsense. How could Grandpa lie to you? Then why did Xiao Chen get initiated in less than a quarter of an hour? I don't know. This kid is a ing freak. Lin Jiansan really didn't know how to answer. He had lived to this age and had seen all kinds of heavenly pride demons, but he had never seen one as exaggerated as Xiao Chen. Dozens of breaths to realize the sword Dao. A quarter of an hour to get started with the gongfu. This is simply a perversion among perversions. It's too exaggerated. Don't all freeze. Can someone find me a sword? Xiao Dust looked at the Xiao Wantian few. Xiao Wantian glanced at Xiao Dust and reached out to grab it. A black worn-out long sword appeared out of thin air in his hand and threw it to Xiao Dust. When Lin Jiansan saw this sword, his pupils suddenly shrunk and he looked at Xiao Wantian incredulously. This senior brother of his had always been stingy, but now he had actually given this sword to Xiao Chen? And after Xiao Chuan received the sword, he immediately pulled the sword out by 3 inches, and the imagined picture of the chilling air did not appear, only to see rust stains on top of the sword body, which seemed to have not been out of the body for a long time, and was on the verge of being scrapped. The corner of Xiao Chuan's eyes suddenly twitched as he angrily looked at Xiao Wantian. Old man Xiao, what the hell do you mean? I am the next Academy president, the hope for the rise of the Sword Immortal Academy, and you give me such a broken sword. Xiao Wantian twisted his head to look at Xiao Chen. Broken sword? This sword is called the Dragon Beheading. It is an ancient ferocious weapon that has beheaded 9 ancient true dragons, with the soul of a true dragon sealed within it. It is so powerful that even the gods may not be unable to behead it. You call this a broken sword? Chopped an ancient true dragon? This sword is so powerful? Xiao Dust glanced at the rotten sword in his hand in shock as a trace of incredulity flashed in his eyes. This broken sword looks like a piece of copper and iron, but I can't imagine it's actually this big. But when he looked left and right, he didn't find anything special about this dragon-cutting sword. So, he suspiciously looked at Xiao Wantian. Old man Xiao, you're not fooling me, are you? This sword really looks like scrap metal. What ancient weapon could it be? The ferocious sword has a spirit and will choose its own master. Now the dragon chopper sword is in a dormant state. It depends on whether or not you can wake it up. If you can really wake it up, the 9 dragons will rush to the sky, and that might will be described as destroying the heavens, and destroying the earth is not an overstatement. But if you can't awaken it, he's just an ordinary sword. Xiao Wantian explained. Alright, I'll believe you for once. Let's go. Miss Lin, come down the mountain with me to kill the demons. Xiao Chuan put away his sword and carried it behind his back, glanced at Lin Qingxuan, and took large steps toward the mountain. Lin Qingxuan glanced at Lin Jiansan, who whispered, he's only just entered the sword Dao, and what he's cultivating is only the lowest level of techniques. His battle prowess is low. For this trip, you'll be the main focus, so that he doesn't act impulsively, and both you and he will come back safe and sound. Lin Qingxuan nodded and leapt forward, chasing after Xiao Chen. Dean Xiao, nearly 100 demonic beasts, can just the 2 of them do it? Lu Erdog glanced at the 2 men's distant backs and said with a sad face. Xiao Wantian was silent for a long time without speaking. When the nest is overturned, no egg is left intact. He sent 2 people from the Sword Immortal Academy, but what can he do if he can't? The entrance to the village of Jianxian, Ye Qingxuan and a few other companions were already surrounded by nearly 100 iron-armored demon wolves, looking haggard. The white dress on their bodies was now stained with dots of blood, and they looked in a sorry state. Around a few people, there were a dozen or so corpses of Qingxuan Academy students lying around, already gnawed beyond recognition. Extremely tragic. And nearly 100 iron-armored demon wolves looked at the several people with scarlet eyes, a bloodthirsty ferocious light flashing in their eyes. Looking at these terrifying demonic wolves that were huge in size and covered in scales as hard as iron armor, a hint of despair flashed in Ye Qingxuan's eyes. I didn't expect to fall into a dead end on the first day of entering Qingxuan Academy. If I had known, I wouldn't have ventured in so much to scout for demon wolves. The Qingxuan Academy and Sword Immortal Academy are very close. Earlier when the wolf demon attacked the village, she and some Qingxuan Academy freshmen happened to be in the vicinity, so they wanted to come to explore the situation. Did not expect a few freshmen to see the wolf demon scared of the liver and guts, couldn't help but shouting out, directly attracted the demon wolves surrounded by a dead end. Senior brother Zhang, why aren't the people from the Sword Immortal Academy coming to provide support? A round-faced young girl looked at the surrounding pack of demonic wolves and trembled. You still expect the Sword Immortal Academy? They're on the verge of closing down, and it seems like there's only one trainee left. Today, they even took in Xiao Chuan, the heavenly jealousy, and have clearly been starved for food. What ability do they have to save us? The handsome young man known as Senior Brother Zhang said with a snort as he held his scimitar against the pack of demonic wolves. Sword Immortal Academy has been rotten to the bone all these years. All of them are wastes. And this Xiao Chen is even the body of bad luck. The waste of wastes. Counting on the Sword Immortal Academy was not as good as counting on Xiao's getting into trees. But isn't that Xiao Chen born with a king body and a supreme genius? He should be very powerful if he becomes a sword cultivator, right? Senior Sister Zhu, what nonsense are you talking about? A person with heavenly envy is just a person destined to be cursed by the heavenly Tao, born to be rejected by the Tao. How can this kind of person possibly awaken the sword Tao, which is the most difficult to awaken in the world today? He is destined to be a waste in this life. Senior Zhang said disdainfully, sneaking a glance at Ye Qingxuan as he spoke. He was the young master of a large clan in desolate North City, and had always adored Ye Qingxuan, and was extremely displeased with Xiao Chen, who had once had a marriage contract with Ye Qingxuan. Chapter 25, Meeting Ye Qingxuan again. Senior Sister Ye, what should we do now? So many sword impenetrable iron-armored wolf demons, not to mention us martial apprentices, even those martial master realm experts from the academy may not be able to handle it, right? The round-faced young girl looked at the wolf demon that was gradually approaching, and her face turned pale. Ye Qingxuan swept a glance at the ferocious and abnormal demonic wolves, momentarily at a loss as to how to reply, when suddenly her pupils shrank, only to see a wolf demon suddenly leaping up in the air, ruthlessly pouncing towards them. The wolf demon's huge hill-like body instantly blocked out the sunlight, shrouding the crowd like a dark cloud. Oh no! There are demonic wolves that can't hold back and are preparing to make a move against us. Everyone, quickly use your strongest means of offense and make sure to repel this wave of attack. Ye Qingxuan's face was grave. When the crowd heard this, they immediately began to display their own skills, and in the next breath, a powerful martial aura emanated from the crowd, looking quite imposing. However, these actions seemed as if they were not worth mentioning in the eyes of the wolf demons, and a hint of disdain suddenly flashed through their scarlet eyes as they looked at the several people, their gazes tyrannical as if they were looking at mole crickets. Sinful beast, eat my blade. Senior Brother Zhang seemed to be eager to perform in front of Ye Qingxuan, and was the first to rush out, waving the curved sword in his hand to ruthlessly slash towards the iron-armored demon wolf in front of him. Senior Zhang was a martial arts genius, with Earth stage natural talent, and his cultivation had already reached the 7th level of martial apprentice, the highest cultivation of all of them. This blade was very powerful. After the dazzling blade light flashed, Senior Brother Zhang's curved blade ruthlessly slashed at the wolf demon. This is the desolate North Zhang clan's clan suppressing technique, the Shura blade scripture. It's really powerful, worthy of being an Earth-ranked technique. This kind of high-level technique wouldn't be passed down easily even in Jinquan Academy, right? Senior Brother Zhang is truly blessed. This time the demon wolf's defense will be broken. Seeing Senior Brother Zhang slash, some people exclaimed in shock, some were envious, and even more felt uplifted. Even Ye Qingxuan's eyes lit up at the sight. The Shura blade scripture was a very terrifying lower-grade Earth-ranked technique that was incredibly powerful. When practiced to a small degree, it could even cleave through a small mountain. Looking at Senior Brother Zhang's blade, although he had not practiced it to a small degree, he should have been initiated, and with a single stroke of the blade, it was very likely that it could cleave through the scales of the iron-armored wolf demon's body and heavily injure the demonic wolf. If that was the case, the wolf demon might choose to withdraw out of fear of being injured, and they would be able to usher in a ray of hope. Clang! Under the crowd's expectant gaze, the scimitar ruthlessly slashed into the wolf demon's scale armor, and for a time, fire splashed everywhere. However, what made the crowd fearful was that the wolf demon's scale armor only had one more shallow white mark on top of it, and it was almost unharmed. This, how is it possible? Senior Brother Zhang's blade is so terrifying that it actually failed to cleave through this wolf demon's scale armor? It's over. We're all going to die here now. I don't want to die. I've never even held a girl's hand. A look of despair appeared in the eyes of the crowd of Jinquan Academy students. Senior Zhang was also frozen in place. The might of his sword he knew best. Even if it was a piece of diamond that was incredibly hard, this sword would be able to directly split it. This wolf demon's scale armor was actually harder than diamond? Senior Brother Zhang, be careful. Just as Senior Brother Zhang froze, an anxious cry suddenly came from his ears, and Senior Brother Zhang instantly came to his senses, only to see that the wolf demon had already leapt down from the air and ruthlessly slapped a paw at his chest. He hurriedly crossed his sword to block it, but he was fiercely shaken by the wolf demon and violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood, directly flying backwards, and was caught by a Jinquan Academy cadet before he didn't fall into the pack of demon wolves. Senior Brother Zhang, are you alright? Concern was expressed. I'm fine. The scale armor on this demonic wolf is too hard. Under the martial master realm, I'm afraid that only sword cultivators who are number one in terms of killing power will have a chance to break through it. Senior brother Zhang's face turned pale as he spoke and spewed out another mouthful of blood. A sword cultivator? But where would there be a sword cultivator below the middle of the martial master realm in this neighborhood? A Xinquan Academy cadet laughed miserably. The human and demon clans had agreed some time ago that the human race could not strike across the border, which meant that human experts in the martial master realm could not strike at the demon wolf pack. But the demon race is gifted. This iron-armored wolf demon is not strong. Is the defense as super strong? Under the martial arts master realm of human martial artists, even its defense cannot be broken. This is still how to fight. As for sword cultivators, there was a sword immortal academy nearby, but it was full of trash. How is it possible that there are still sword cultivators? The demonic wolves seemed to sense the fear of the several people, and a trace of sardonic color flashed in the eyes of a few demonic wolves as they pressed down on their limbs and suddenly rose up in the air, pouncing on the several people. Looking at the demonic wolves that pounced ferociously, Ye Qingxuan's face turned pale. In the end, she was just a young girl, and when she really faced death, she felt terrified beyond measure. Bold sinful beast, how dare you commit murder at the foot of my sword immortal academy? Suffer death. Right at this moment, a cold voice rang out, and along with the sound of breaking air, two figures blocked in front of Ye Qingxuan's few people. Everyone was stunned, and their gazes were dead on as they looked at the visitors, and they realized that the ones who came were a young boy and girl. The young girl had long hair and a blue skirt. Her face was absolutely beautiful, and she was holding an ice blue sword in her hand, her body surging with a strong sword chi. The young man had an upright and imposing figure, and carried a worn black sword behind him. Looking at the young girl's exquisite and flawless face, everyone felt their hearts twitch hard. Is there such a beautiful person in this world? Ye Qingxuan's appearance was already top-notch and moving, but compared to this young girl in front of her, it was inferior by 3 points. And when the crowd saw the handsome face of the teenager with a face like a crown of jade, everyone's pupils shrank, and Ye Qingxuan was even surprised. Xiao Chen? The people who came were clearly none other than Xiao Chen and Lin Qingxian, who had rushed to their rescue. The demon wolf that was about to launch an attack saw the sudden appearance of a human race, and also hurriedly changed direction in the air, stopping its attack hard, and landed on the ground. Looking at Xiao Chuan and Lin Qingxian warily, these two had an aura that made them extremely fearful and hateful. These two were sword cultivators. Damn swordsman! Upon hearing that familiar soft and glutinous voice, Xiao Chuan's gaze turned and he also noticed the silhouette in the crowd, and his face instantly changed. Why is this woman here too? He only knew that the villagers were surrounded by wolf demons before. He didn't know that Ye Qingxian was also here. However, with just a faint glance, Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze. Although he had been immensely infatuated with Ye Qingxian in years past, that was all in the past. And ever since that day when he broke off his engagement with Ye Qingxian, he had made a clean break with this woman in his heart. Seeing Xiao Chen treating himself so coldly, a very uncomfortable feeling surged in Ye Qingxuan's heart, like being stabbed by a needle. Vaguely painful. He used to be so excited to see himself. Now he's not even interested in saying anything? Even if they had broken off their engagement, they didn't have to be so rusty after so many years of affection, did they? And why was he followed by such a beautiful young girl? The two of them couldn't be related. Could they? Ha! It's only just been broken off and he can't wait to hang out with another woman? It's hard to believe that all the deep love in the past was fake. Xiao Chen, what are you trash doing here? Sending you to your death? When senior brother Zhang saw that Ye Qingxian couldn't stop staring at Xiao Chuan as soon as he appeared, his eyes erupted with fire. Chapter 26, Killing Zhang Yoji with a Sword. Xiao Dus twisted his head to take a look and frowned slightly. Cheng Yaoqi? Why is this dog here too? Zhang Yoji was the young master of the Zhang family, one of the 5 great families in desolate North City, who had always been at odds with him because of his love for Ye Qingxian, and during the time when his dantian had just shattered, Zhang Yoji had brought people to taunt him twice in 3 days, causing him to almost get depressed at that time. Later on, when he returned to desolate North City, this man, Yao Qi, was again the first to come looking for trouble with him, threatening him many times to withdraw from the marriage with Ye Qingxian, and after the threat was unsuccessful, he even slapped him with his hand. Of course, originally to his Jinbei Wangfu son's identity, to deal with a Zhang Yoji simply as simple as crushing an ant, but unfortunately, Xiao Jinbei and Wen Wanrong, a heart all tied to Xiao Lingtian, simply do not have time to care about his life, which also led to Zhang Yoji more and more without arrogance, simply to the extent of the unscrupulous, letting him meet Zhang Yoji here today. This was God's way of letting him wipe out his past shame. Sent to death? Zhang Yoji, do you think I'm a loser like you? Xiao Chen looked at Zhang Yoji and smiled coldly, seeing that Xiao Chuan, who was weak and bullying not long ago, and who had seen him being coy, actually dared to resist at this moment. Zhang Yoji was instantly enraged. Dead waste, you actually dared to resist? I'll get you killed today. He did not understand how Xiao Chen, who was now just a waste of space abandoned by his parents and cursed by the heavenly Tao, still had the courage to talk to him, the Zheng family's young master. How he did. However, just as he was about to go to pull out the curved sword at his waist, Xiao Chuan pointed his finger and a chi sword was pressed against Zhang Yoji's brow, and when he felt the sharp aura, Zhang Yoji was instantly terrified, looking incredulously at Xiao Chuan, unable to stop himself from trembling. Sword chi, you've actually become a sword cultivator? Zhang Yoji stared at Xiao Chen dead on, unable to believe that what he was seeing was real. Swordsmanship. Xiao Chuan, the heavenly jealousy, had actually realized the Tao of the sword and become a sword cultivator in such a short period of time. It's unbelievable. How long had Xiao Chen been in the Sword Immortal Academy? Less than an hour. I'm afraid? 1 hour to enter the path? Has there ever been anyone in the history of Xia who entered the way of the sword so quickly? Is this a jealous man? It's more like it. The rest of the Xingkoan Academy people present were also stunned when they saw this scene before them. Wasn't it said that Xiao Chuan was cursed by the heavenly Tao and was inherently rejected by the Tao? How could it be possible to enter the Tao so quickly? Or the sword Tao, which was the most difficult to cultivate of all the great paths. It couldn't be that the martial spirit mirror was mistaken, could it? Xiao Chen. How did you do it? Ye Qingxuan also looked at Xiao Chen with a dull gaze. Although she didn't know much about sword cultivation, she knew what 1 hour into the sword path meant. That was absolutely earth-shattering. The demon of all demons. At this moment, a slight wavering arose within her. She didn't know whether it was right or wrong to break off her engagement with Xiao Chen. Sword cultivator is too rare and too powerful, although the current has long been declined. But no one will forget 1,000 years ago, when the sword way flourished. The sword cultivator is how terrifying. Even now, it is only extremely difficult to enter the sword path, and the sword cultivator still has unrivaled killing power. Xiao Chen had now become a sword cultivator. Was it possible for him to rise up to the heavens in the future? But as soon as the idea appeared, she dismissed it. Sword cultivators were strong, but in front of the heavenly Tao, human power was ultimately limited, and no one could really go against the heavens. Ye Qingxuan, how I did it is none of your business. Xiao Dust sneered. This woman looked pure and lovely on the outside, but in reality, she was a lucrative scheming woman. And when she saw that he had become a sword cultivator, she began to ask questions again. Xiao Chuan, you actually dare to do this to Qingxuan? Shut up. Kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times right now and apologize for offending me in the past, or I'll kill you. Zhang Yoji was just about to angrily rebuke, when the chi sword that was pressed against his brow pushed forward a little, directly piercing Zhang Yoji's brow, and blood flowed out. Feeling the pain in his brow, Zhang Yoji was dumbfounded and looked at Xiao Chen incredulously. He didn't want to believe that this Xiao Chuan actually dared to hurt him. In the past, no matter how much he bullied Xiao Chuan just held his head with both hands and let him beat him. He didn't dare to fight back at all. Now, only a few days had passed, and Xiao Chen was actually so vicious? Behind him stood the entire Zhang family. So who was Xiao Chen, an outcast from the royal family, to fight him? Xiao Chen, do you know what you are saying? I am the young master of the Zhang family in the desolate north. My Zhang family is a powerful family with a martial general expert at the helm, while you are just an outcast of the Jinbei royal family, a pitiful person who is envious of the heavens. If my Zhang family wants to deal with you, it's as simple as pinching an ant to death. Are you sure that you can withstand the wrath of my Zhang family? Zhang Yoji's face was gloomy. The Fusionkuan Academy trainees present immediately looked to give Xiao Chen a look of pity upon hearing this. Although they felt that Zhang Yoji was a bit of a bully, they had to admit that the other party was right. Xiao Chen, who had lost the shelter of the Jinbei king, truly could not be a match for the behemoth that was the Zhang family. Xiao Chuan, quickly let go of senior brother Zhang. Losing the protection of the Jinbei king, the anger of the Zhang family is not something you can afford. Seeing that things were getting out of hand, Ye Qingxuan also spoke up. However, as soon as her words fell, with a poof sound, the chi sword that was pressed against Zhang Yoji's brow directly pierced through his skull, leaving behind a bloody hole that continuously dripped blood. Zhang Yoji's body went limp and he directly collapsed to the ground, his breath completely gone, his eyes rolled open, and even to his death, he did not understand why Xiao Chen really dared to kill him. Aren't you afraid of his Zhang family's wrath? Several people present saw this scene, were scared silly. Several people covered their mouths, trembling, looking at the ground Zhang Yoji's body for a long time unable to speak. This Xiao Chen really dares to kill Zhang Yoji? Is he crazy? Lin Qingxian's pair of beautiful eyes were also staring at Xiao Chuan. She did not expect the seemingly harmless Xiao Chuan to actually be so ruthless when he moved. Ye Qingxuan, on the other hand, looked at Xiao Chen with a dull gaze. How dare you? Aren't you afraid that the Zhang family will seek revenge on you? Retaliation? I have the protection of Sword Immortal Academy's Lin Jiansan. Who would dare to retaliate against me? You tell the Zhang family for me that if you want to take revenge, just go up to the Sword Immortal Academy and look for Lin Jiansan. Xiao Chen withdrew his sword chi and said without any concern. Other people didn't know that Lin Jiansan was powerful, but he did. That was a fierce man who was even more ruthless than vengeance wanting. An actual sword king. A mere Zhang family could not even be considered a hair in front of old man Lin. Before, Lin Jiansan himself said that if anyone dared to bully him, they would report his old man's name. Anyone who dares to come to the door will have his head blown off. Who is Lin Jiansan? The instructor of the Sword Immortal Academy? That Lin Jiansan can be a match for the Zhang family? This Xiao Chuan is afraid that his brain is in the water. The other Zhang family head is in the martial general realm. What use is a Lin Jiansan? I heard from Sword Immortal Academy that there is only one Xiao Wantian who can fight, but he suffers from a dark injury and can't easily fight with others. So what's the use of Lin Jiansan? Many Zhengquan Academy students who were on good terms with Zhang Youji opened their mouths. On the other hand, Lin Qingxian's face darkened as she looked at Xiao Chen with a mischievous expression, and there was a hidden anger dancing in her eyes. This asshole, who killed someone himself, actually reported her grandfather's name. Her grandfather lived in seclusion in the Heaven Beheading Courtyard and hadn't made a move in many years. This Xiao Dust actually caused trouble for her grandfather. Roar! Right at this moment, the smell of blood on Zhang Youji's body stirred up the ferocity of the iron-armored demon wolves, and two demon wolves with fierce and hostile gazes violently pounced towards the crowd. Lin Qingxian's gaze condensed and she immediately swung her sword towards the two demonic wolves. An icy blue dazzling swordlight slashed through, and those two demon wolves let out a mournful roar, with two more blood marks on their bodies that weren't too deep or too shallow, and flew out directly backwards, smashing heavily on the ground. So powerful. Is this a sword cultivator? The sword cultivator is also too fierce. When Ye Qingxuan's few people saw this scene, they were all stunned. This young girl, this sword power is also too strong. Just now how they attack cannot break the demon wolf scale armor. At this moment actually by the young girl a sword cut open? Seeing that this young girl's cultivation was only at the 8th level of sword apprentice, her attack power was actually so much stronger than theirs. The sword cultivator's attack power was truly terrifying. And Lin Qingxian's face at the moment is not too good to see. Just now that sword. She has already put out 80% of the force. Unusual demon apprentice 9 heavens of the demonic creature, under her sword, should also be split into 2 right. And this demonic wolf but only suffered some light injuries. This defense is also too perverted. Today, I'm afraid I'm in trouble. She was the only one among these people who had the ability to break through the demon wolf's defense, and she was nearly exerting her full strength, but it was difficult for her to seriously injure the demon wolf, so it was doomed that it would be difficult for them to retreat in one piece in a while, and at least a large portion of the people would have to die here. Xiao Chen, in a moment, you go first, I'll stall this group of people. Lin Qingxian walked to Xiao Chen's side and said softly, no, there are so many demonic wolves, you can't drag them out. If you insist, you'll die. Xiao Dust shook his head. Don't worry about that. If I tell you to leave, you leave. You're a rookie who just started. Staying here will only drag me down. Lin Qingxian coldly rebuked. I don't forget. I'm a sword cultivator too. Xiao Chen pointed to the dragon-slaying sword behind his back. But you've only just started less than half an hour ago. How much battle power can you have? Listen to me and hurry up. Lin Qingxian was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. This Xiao Dust is also too insouciant. How dare he want to help her? He's a fledgling who just started less than half an hour ago. What can he do to help? Do you really think he's the reincarnation of the God of Swords? Chapter 27, Xiao Chen. Are you in love with another woman? Just then. Roar! A series of roars rang out one after another, and a dozen or so ferocious and abnormal iron-armored demonic wolves rose up in the air together and pounced towards Lin Qingxian. This damned sword cultivator had actually injured their companion, and they were going to devour her alive. Asterisk. Run! A hint of despair flashed in Lin Qingxian's eyes as she hurriedly shouted to Xiao Chen. Ye Qingxuan several people were even more scared and trembling, wanting to run but realizing that they couldn't move their steps at all. They were already so scared that they couldn't even listen to their legs and feet. The scene happening in front of them had crushed their last psychological defense. One iron-armored demon wolf they dealt with almost killed them. A dozen of them together. Who could block them? Unless a martial master realm expert was present in person. No one would be able to deal with so many iron-armored demon wolves with perverse defense. Even if it's an ordinary martial master realm, I'm afraid that if you come, you'll be in danger of dying. However, Xiao Chuan not only did not choose to escape, instead, He stared at the demonic wolf in the air with a deadly stare and reached out to slowly pull out the dragon-cutting sword behind his back. The battle intent in his eyes was blazing. This would be the first time he had ever made a sword strike, and there was some anticipation and apprehension in his heart, not knowing how powerful the reverse heavenly demon slaying technique would actually be. Are you crazy? Run away quickly. The terror of this iron-armored demon wolf is not something you can imagine. Ye Qingxuan's face changed drastically. When the crowd of Zhenkuan Academy students saw this scene, they all froze in place as well. This Xiao Dust is going to fight against the demon wolf? How so insouciant? While Ye Qingxuan's eyes had a touch in them, looking at the upright young man in front of her, some past memories came flooding back. In the past, every time she and Xiao Chen went out to practice and encountered danger, Xiao Chen also always stood in front of her like now, as lofty as a mountain, giving her a sense of security. Now that time has changed. She didn't expect to encounter a deadly situation, but the one who stood in her way was still this teenager who had already been abandoned by her. It's really poignant. It was a pity that he was no longer that heavenly pride. If he was still gifted, the two of them would still be very sweetly together now, right? It's a pity that, as fate would have it, there's no way she'll marry a loser. Everyone present thought that Xiao Duan would soon be torn to pieces by the demonic wolf. However, Xiao Dust did not care. All of his attention was focused on the demonic wolf in the air as he tried to recall the extreme hatred and obsession that the demon-exterminating sword god felt after his entire clan was exterminated by the demon clan, and he began to quickly draw his sword. No one believed he could defeat the demon wolf, a freshly initiated sword cultivator with a crappy, broken sword that can cut down demons? But the next moment, something incredible happened. At the moment when the demonic wolf possessed and landed on the ground, the sword behind Xiao Chuan unsheathed, and the tattered black ancient sword suddenly slashed through several purple sword lights, and the terrifying sword she chopped directly towards the dozen or so demonic wolves that were trying to attack with an unusually sharp momentum. That demonic wolf-scale armor that was exceptionally sturdy in the eyes of others was at the moment sliced right through by Xiao Chuan like tofu. Pust, pust, pust. After the strange sound, a dozen huge wolf heads rolled to the ground, and green demon blood dripped all over the place. The people present stared blankly at the iron-armored wolf corpses that had fallen all over the ground, their eyes popping out. Such a terrifying wolf demon was actually chopped by Xiao Chen with a single sword? And it's so easy. It's like cutting tofu. Are they sure they're not hallucinating? You. Ye Qingxuan looked at Xiao Chen with shock in her eyes. She had been practicing the sword Dao for 10 years, and she was still cultivating the silent 9 swords, but she couldn't even break through the defense of this demon wolf. This Xiao Chen had only practiced sword for less than half an hour, and cultivated the lowest grade of the reverse heavenly demon slaughtering sword scripture. And a sword actually killed a dozen or so demon wolves in a second? Is there any justice in this? Ye Qingxuan's pupils also suddenly shrunk as she stared at Xiao Chen for a long time, unable to believe what she was seeing. This kind of terrifying battle power, even the 8th level of martial apprentice shouldn't necessarily be comparable, right? But Xiao Chen had only just entered the Dao, and this kind of natural talent was simply too terrifying. She originally thought that Xiao Chen was cursed by the heavenly Dao and his natural talent was definitely inferior to Xiao Lingtian. But at this moment, Xiao Lingtian was not even worthy of lifting Xiao Chen's shoes. Even the most difficult to cultivate sword Dao could be cultivated to this level in half an hour. Xiao Chen was definitely a demon amongst demons. She suddenly thought of something. That day the martial spirit realm's assertion to Xiao Chen had the latter half of the sentence forcibly erased by a mysterious force. Could it be that there was another mystery? And that Xiao Chen was not certain to die? Even Xiao Chen himself was confused, looking at the dragon's slashing sword in his hand, his eyes filled with shock and excitement. Is this reverse heavenly demon beheading technique so powerful? He just chopped a sword casually, but it was actually so powerful? While those remaining iron-armored demon wolves looked at Xiao Chuan, a trace of fear flashed in their eyes, and they had long since lost their will to fight, dropping the corpses of their companions and directly turning around and running away. They couldn't figure out how such a terrifying human could suddenly appear near the Sword Immortal village. Their demon race was exceptionally gifted, and most of the time when they encountered humans of the same rank, they could crush them. But today, with so many of them wolves, they were actually almost destroyed by a sword apprentice 7th level kid, which was truly outrageous. The sword cultivator was really too perverted. Seeing that the demonic wolf pack was scared away by Xiao Dust, everyone was relieved. Ye Qingxuan walked to Xiao Chuan's side and looked at his star-like eyes. A hint of redness appeared on her face and she said in a soft and sweet voice, Xiao Chuan, I never thought that you have such a high talent above the Tao of the sword. In the past, it was me who underestimated you. In fact, that day, breaking off the marriage contract with you, it was forced upon me by your younger brother, and I didn't want it to be like this. The crowd of Zhenkuan Academy students froze for a moment when they saw this scene. The always arrogant ninth princess of Daxiao was actually bowing down to Xiao Chen? Who's going to believe that? Ye Qingxuan, stop acting in front of me. Even though Xiao Lingtian is a white-eyed wolf, you're no good either. Breaking off the engagement. From the time my dantian was shattered. You're afraid that you've been thinking about it for a long time, right? What? Now that you've seen me recover, you regret it again? Xiao Chuan quickly took 3 steps backward, distancing himself from Ye Qingxuan, and laughed coldly. Ye Qingxuan's eyes widened when she heard this, and her lofty heart felt like it had suffered a blow. I'm afraid this Xiao Duan has taken the wrong medication, right? She pulls her face down to make a gesture of goodwill to him, and this is his attitude? At that time, his dantian was shattered and he became crippled. How could he ask her to marry an invalid? Well, breaking off the engagement wasn't that much of an overreaction back then. Xiao Chuan, I know that you have a grudge against me in your heart, but haven't you always been very tolerant of me? Can't you just forgive me once? We might. Ye Qingxuan, I advise you not to waste your time on me. You and I are destined to be strangers from now on. Xiao Chuan had long since seen this woman's true colors. Where would he still have any love for her? After Ye Qingxuan heard this, her gaze suddenly swept to Lin Qingxian on the side, a hint of jealousy flashing in her eyes. Xiao Chen, are you in love with another woman? In her opinion, Xiao Chen had liked her for so many years. How could he change just like that? The only possibility was that he had gotten together with Lin Qingxian. She had only broken off her engagement with him for such a short period of time, and for him to move on was outrageous. Ye Qingxuan, I'm no longer related to you. Who do I like? What has it got to do with you? A flash of impatience appeared on Xiao Chen's face. Chapter 28 Zheng Zhang's Visitor. This Xiao Chen is also too crazy, isn't he? Senior sister Qingxian is the 9th princess of the Grand Xia. He's just a heavenly jealous person. A waste who won't live past the age of 20. With him he dares to speak to senior sister Qingxian like this? That's right. If senior sister Qingxian could smile at me, I'd be willing to die. This Xiao Chen really doesn't know any better. Ha! You don't know how much you weigh if you know some sword skills. No matter how good your sword skills are, you're still a short-lived ghost? Ye Qingxuan's several dog-licking disciples were instantly displeased, and they all spoke out to sneer. Ye Qingxian turned a deaf ear to the words of the lickspittles. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared at Xiao Chuan as she proudly said, Xiao Chuan, I'll give you one last chance to apologize to me immediately and promise that you won't even talk to this woman in the future. And I might even be able to give you a chance to make up with me. She was now extremely upset inside. This Xiao Chen had liked her for so many years, had been good to her for so many years. Why should he change when he said he would? With her permission? On the other hand, Lin Qingxian, who was on the side, was dumbfounded. What's she got to do with it? She had brought Xiao Chen here to kill demons, not to talk about love. Ye Qingxian, don't you understand? You and I have broken our destiny. From now on, a parting of the ways, no more relations. Xiao Chen looked at Ye Qingxian with a cold expression. Ye Qingxian froze in place, looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar Xiao Chen in front of her. She only felt greatly aggrieved, and her eyes suddenly reddened. She is the most favored 9th princess of the Xia Emperor. She has been high up since birth, from childhood to adulthood. She has what she wants, and there has never been anything that she cannot get. And at this moment, her attempt to salvage Xiao Chen's heart actually failed. It was simply unacceptable to her. And when Ye Qingxuan's group of lickspittles saw the scene, they were instantly enraged. Ye Qingxian in their eyes, that was a fairy-like figure. How could she allow such a waste like Xiao Chen to be bullied and humiliated? Xiao Chuan, immediately apologize to senior sister Qingxian or I will never spare you. Do you have any humanity left as a man to be so desperate? Apologize. Kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave this place today. Several lickspittles chortled angrily. Since birth, Ye Qingxian and I have been pro-plum and bamboo horses. 2 children. I was so good to her that I could even give up my life. And when my dantian was shattered, she immediately changed her face and chose to leave me. What's even more vicious is that she also charmed my own brother to force me to withdraw from the marriage. And when I didn't comply, she beat me to the point of serious injury and nearly died. This is the perfect goddess Ye Qingxian in your eyes. More venomous than a viper. Can't I draw the line with her? Xiao swept his gaze over a few people and said with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. This statement was made. A trace of shock appeared on everyone's faces. In particular, there was even a hint of anger in the eyes of a few female trainees from Jinquan Academy. Ye Qingxian had actually done this to Xiao Chen? That's a bit harsh, isn't it? Although they did not know the truth of the matter, they had only heard some rumors and knew that Xiao Chen had indeed treated Ye Qingxian extremely well in the past, while Ye Qingxian had chosen to return to the imperial capital after Xiao Chen's dantian was shattered. It was just that the part about charming Xiao Lingtian to force Xiao Duan to withdraw from the marriage was not known to them. Hearing about it today is only appalling. He had a marriage contract with Xiao Chuan, but he hooked up with Xiao Lingtian to find Xiao Chuan to withdraw from the marriage, and almost killed Xiao Chuan. This is indeed too much. One could imagine how desperate Xiao Chen should have been at that time. Even Lin Qingxian gave Xiao Chen a look of pity. She didn't expect that this Xiao Chen had actually encountered such a big setback in his relationship. No wonder he was so desperate towards Ye Qingxuan now. He's probably really heartbroken, isn't he? Xiao Chen, things aren't what you think. How could I possibly let Xiao Lingtian hurt you? You've misunderstood me. Ye Qingxuan's face changed dramatically when she felt the crowd's strange gazes, and she hurriedly defended herself. She had only asked Xiao Lingtian to make sure that Xiao Duan withdrew from the marriage at that time, but she had not expected Xiao Lingtian to be so ruthless as to almost beat Xiao Duan to death. Doesn't matter. Ye Qingxuan, I'm already dead to you anyway. I just want to tell you not to bother me in the future because I really hate you, Xiao Chuan said indifferently, and that breezy appearance once again slightly pierced Ye Qingxuan's heart. You used to love me. You used to love me so much. But now, why did you say such heartless words to me? How can you be so cruel as to take back all the good you used to do to me and not even leave me a little bit? Don't you know that hurts? Won't you even give me one last chance? Ye Qingxuan pearly blossomed. Chance? How can there be so many chances in this world? I have given you countless chances, but you have never cherished them. Today, you don't have any more chances. Xiao Dust flatly refused. If he hadn't awakened the system and regained his natural talent, I'm afraid this Ye Qingxuan wouldn't even look at him again, right? 10 years of love may be worthless in this woman's eyes. How could he possibly give such a woman another chance? Xiao Chen, do you really have to be so heartless? I don't care what senior sister Qingxuan had done to you, but right now, he must immediately kneel down and apologize to him. That's right, right now, get down on your knees and apologize. Those few lickspittles couldn't stand it any longer, and in order to win Ye Qingxuan's favor, they directly jumped out, drew the long knives on their waists, and glared angrily at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chuan waved his hand and swung his sword out, and the 3 steel-crafted curved swords were directly chopped into 2. Looking at the broken knife in their hands, several people's faces changed drastically. Xiao Chen, I'm sorry, young dust, it's our fault for saying the wrong thing. We'll back off now. One of them wanted to put in some harsh words, but the other 2 directly swung their fists and smashed them unconscious, dragging them down. The few of them just now that was a moment of impulse before they came out to provoke Xiao Chen without any life. The moment the long blade was cut off, they instantly came to their senses. This Xiao Chen in front of them was a sword cultivator with amazing killing power. Killing an iron-armored wolf demon was like cutting tofu, let alone killing them. Moreover, this person was ruthless in his actions. Most likely he would not take into account their identities. After all, even the Zhang family's young master had been ed to death by him, so to speak out of turn again would really be looking for death. Right at this moment, a few air-breaking sounds came from the air, and 5 middle-aged men with terrifying auras suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Chen's few people. The middle-aged man at the head of the group had a thick breath, with a hint of appalling martial arts aura permeating his body, and a long scar on his face, stretching from his eyebrows to the corner of his mouth, almost running through the entire right side of his face, making him look exceptionally hideous. The scarred middle-aged man indifferently swept a glance at Xiao Chuan and then moved his gaze to Ye Qingxuan and the others, and upon seeing Ye Qingxuan, his gaze condensed as he slowly walked over to give a slight salute. Your Highness, the 9th Princess, may I ask if you have met my family's young master, Ji Yoji? This person seems to be the Zhang family's guard commander, Zhang Thirsty One, with a hand of gale blade technique that is pure and terrifying. It is said that his cultivation has long since reached the 9th level of martial apprentice, only a hair's breadth away from martial master. If he shows up at this time to find Zhang Yoji, won't Xiao Chen be cool? How can a sword apprentice 7th heavenly body not be able to defeat a martial apprentice 9th heavenly body? Moreover, Zhang Yuyi isn't an ordinary martial apprentice 9th sky, but a half-step martial master. Someone among the Zhenkuan Academy students recognized the scarred middle-aged man's origin and couldn't help but let out an exclamation of surprise. Lin Qingxian's face also changed slightly when she saw Zhang Thirsty One and a trace of gravity flashed in her eyes. One half-step martial master. For martial apprentices of the 8th level, this lineup is too strong. Xiao Chen, on the other hand, had a calm face and was not nervous at all. Just now, he had learned from the system that cultivating the reverse heavenly demon slaying technique had made him far more powerful than normal people, and he could be invincible in the same realm. The invincibility of the same realm here didn't mean the same minor realm, but the same major realm. For example, Xiao Chuan, a sword apprentice 1st sky, was able to take out a sword apprentice 9th sky, and this battle power was really a bit exaggerated. However, the martial arts god body plus the anticlimactic demon decapitation technique set in the body of a person, is also rare in the past. There are such battle power and can be explained. In other words, the current Xiao Chuan could be unrivaled under the martial master realm. Zhang Shui and a few others were not enough to be feared. Hurry up. They'll find Zhang Yoji dead in a while, and you're afraid you just won't be able to leave. Ye Qingxuan came to Xiao Chen's side and lowered her voice. With the strength of the two of them, she and Xiao Chen, it was by no means possible for them to be the opponents of these 5 people. At this moment, she felt that Xiao Chen was too impulsive just now. If she didn't kill that Zhang Yoji, where would there be the current crisis? Chapter 29, Second Half-Step Martial Master. Ye Qingxuan glanced at Xiao Chen and was about to speak when Zhang Shui's afterglow suddenly glanced at a corpse on the ground not far away. The clothes on that corpse seemed similar to the one Zhang Yoji wore when he went out today. His face suddenly changed drastically. Get out of the way. Pushing away a few trainees who were in the way, Zhang Shui walked directly to Zhang Yoji's corpse. Seeing Zhang Yoji who had already stiffened his body, Zhang Shui's entire body was like a lightning strike and his face turned pale. Zhang Yoji was the only son of the Zhang family, and now that he was actually killed under his protection, the Zhang family was bound to break him into pieces this time. Even his family would not be spared. When the 4 Zhang clan experts behind Zhang Thirsty One saw Zhang Yoji's corpse, their pupils also suddenly shrunk. The blood color on their faces was lost, and they were terrified to the extreme. Zhang, Commander Zhang, how is this? A Zhang clan expert looked at Zhang Thirsty and asked in a trembling voice. Today, they escorted Zhang Yoji from the Zhang family to participate in the Martial Arts Academy examination, and then Zhang Yoji disliked them for being in the way, so he ditched them and went to look for Ye Qingxuan alone, and they didn't expect that when they found Zhang Yoji again, the one they saw was already a corpse. It's a no-brainer. Find the murderer of the young master and cut him by 1,000 cuts, and the Zhang family might still spare our families, but as for us, we definitely won't survive. As soon as Zhang Thirsty finished speaking, he turned his head to scan the crowd with his scarlet eyes and roared. Who did this to you? Come forward immediately. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and his gaze locked onto Xiao Chuan and Ye Qingxuan. There seems to be a sword chi residue in the young lord's wound. Was it done by you too? Ye Qingxuan suddenly felt a terrifying pressure enveloping her head, just like a mountain descending from the sky, pressing her so hard that she could barely breathe. She tried to use her sword chi to disperse the pressure, but was shocked to find that her sword chi, which was abnormally sharp on weekdays, had actually lost its effect at the moment, and she was unable to resist the terrifying pressure in any way. Ye Qingxuan's face changed drastically, and a trace of cold sweat seeped out from her forehead. Cold hairs stood up all over his body, as if he was being stared at by a terrifyingly vicious beast, and he was scared to death. A half-step martial master was truly terrifying. Although she had not yet reached the martial master realm, it was not something that she, a small martial apprentice 8th level, could deal with. A sword cultivator might be able to be invincible in the same small realm, but it was too difficult to kill enemies across realms. Even sword cultivators with amazing attack power would find it hard to do so, unless there was a huge gap between both parties' natural talent and cultivation techniques. It was possible to cross the border and kill the enemy. Xiao Chen, I'll hold him off for you. You hurry and run. Go to the Sword Immortal Academy and find my grandfather to save me. Ye Qingxuan said anxiously in a voice that only the two could hear. She still had some secret treasures on her body that could last for a few moments. She dragged Zhang Shui down and let Xiao Chen go to the rescue. This was the best way she could think of. Only, it was unknown if, facing the 5 great experts, Xiao Chen would be killed in seconds directly. Xiao Chen shook his head. A sword cultivator would rather bend than bend when he encounters things. If I escape today, the heart of the sword Dao will be destroyed, and it will be difficult to make an inch of progress in the future. Not to mention, these few people in front of me can't hurt me yet. Ye Qingxuan froze at the words and looked at Xiao Chen incredulously. These guys can't hurt you? Do you want to see what kind of bull **** you're talking to yourself? One half-step martial master, for martial apprentices of the 8th level, not to mention a tiny sword apprentice 7th level. Even if it was a sword apprentice 9th level, it would only be at the mercy of others. How do you have the courage to say such things? Ye Qingxuan's few people were also wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were hearing. This Xiao Dust is too insouciant. Facing a half-step martial master actually dared to be so arrogant. Kid, from what you're saying, you killed my family's young master? Zhang Thirsty One immediately looked at Xiao Chuan when he heard this, and a killing intent flashed in his eyes. That's right, it's me. Xiao Dust nodded his head indifferently. Kid, I'm going to kill you by 1,000 cuts. A Zhang clan expert directly drew a steel sword from his waist and was about to rush towards Xiao Chen. He was so angry, not because he was eager to avenge Zhang Yoji, but because he thought that he was about to be cut into 1,000 pieces by the Zhang family because of Zhang Yoji's death, and he hated Xiao Duan with a passion. Slow down. Zhang Shui directly cut him off by reaching out. Commander Zhang, why are you stopping me? That Zhang clan expert was stunned. Are you crazy? He is the son of the king of Zhenbei. So you just went up and killed him? But wasn't he expelled from the Zhenbei royal house? Do you really believe that? Blood ties can't be broken just like that, believe it or not. If you kill him today, your whole family will be left without a dog or a chicken tomorrow. Zhang Shui lowered his voice and said, what then? Capture the man and send him to the family head. It's none of our business if we want to kill him or not. Zhang Thirsty One was old-fashioned and was unwilling to take the risk of killing Xiao Duan with his own hands. From the previous situation of the Martial Arts Academy examination, the Zhenbei Wanfei was bent on letting Xiao Chuan go back, while the Zhenbei king was a bit hesitant to do so, and in this situation, if he dared to kill Xiao Chuan, he was afraid that he would be doomed. Although the Zhang family was powerful, being one of the 5 great families of desolate North City, it could not even be considered a hair in front of the Zhenbei royal house. Killing Xiao Chen, Zhenbei royal palace does not pursue okay. If pursued, the entire Zhang family may be in the Zhenbei king's wrath. Flying ash annihilation. They're just paid guards. Why play with their lives? Kid, you killed my young master. Come with us. After Zhang Shui told that Zhang clan expert to step back, he looked at Xiao Chen and said, you are taking into consideration that Xiao Zhenbei doesn't dare to kill me? In fact, it's not necessary. I, Xiao Dust, am Xiao Dust, and he, Xiao Zhenbei, is Xiao Zhenbei. I have already severed my relationship with him. Xiao Dust said indifferently. Ha, you're just playing smart here. If you weren't the son of the Zhenbei king, how dare you be so emboldened in the face of a half-step martial master like me? Don't you just think that we wouldn't dare to make a move to kill you because you are the son of the Zhenbei king? Zhang Shui sneered disdainfully. He felt that Xiao Chun was too hypocritical, clearly holding onto the Zhenbei king's thighs, yet he said something about severing his relationship. Other than the identity of the Zhenbei king's son, he really could not think of what Xiao Chuan had to face him so blandly. A tiny sword apprentice 7th level. In front of him, a half-step martial master, was as weak as a mole cricket and could be destroyed with his hand. Against you, I alone am sufficient. Xiao Chen raised his longsword and pointed it at Zhang Thirsty One. Ha ha ha, kid, you're afraid you're crazy, right? You, a tiny sword apprentice 7th level actually want to deal with me, a half-step martial master? Zhang Shui laughed wildly. The rest of the people present also felt that Xiao Chen was crazy, and they all looked toward him with contemptuous gazes. In the Grand Xia, almost no one could cross the realm and fight. A single minor realm was difficult, not to mention that there was a difference of several minor realms between Xiao Chuan and Zhang Shui, and there was a disparity in strength. Xiao Chuan could be said to not have half a chance against Zhang Shui. Xiao Chuan did not say anything and suddenly chopped away with his sword. The stern sword she instantly filled the 4 fields. In the next breath, Xiao Chuan's dragon-cutting sword directly set on Zhang Thirsty One's neck. The sharp sword cut a tiny opening, and blood slowly overflowed. Seeing this scene, the crowd was directly dumbfounded. A sword apprentice 7th grading secured a half-step martial master with 1 sword? How is that possible? Senior brother Lu, didn't you tell me before that cross-border battles are almost impossible to happen? A round-faced young girl from Qingxuan Academy looked at a teenager beside her. The teenager known as senior brother Lu's eyes widened. By all rights it should be like this. This is a recognized iron law in the cultivation world. Then why did Xiao Chen's 7th level of sword apprentice directly second a half-step martial master? The round-faced maiden looked disbelieving. But, maybe sword cultivators are better. When brother Lu thought about it, this was the only answer left. Only, they didn't realize that Lin Qingxian, who was also a sword cultivator on the side, was also surprised with her mouth wide open. Goddamn, sword cultivation is awesome. Sword cultivators who were powerful were only trying to be invincible in the same small realm. She had also never seen a pervert like Xiao Chuan, who was a sword apprentice 7th gravity 2nd half-step martial master, while Ye Qingxuan looked at Xiao Chen, who was a stone's throw away from her. Countless lines of shock suddenly flashed through her beautiful eyes. How can he be so strong? Again and again, her perceptions were turned upside down. Crossing the realm to fight, or continuously crossing several small realms. This was extremely rare in the thousands of years of Great Xiao's history, and those who were able to do so ended up becoming supreme true dragons, unparalleled in the ancient world. Your strength is actually strong to this extent? Zhang Shui asked incredulously as he glanced at the longsword on his neck. Chapter 30, Revenge on Lin Jiansan. Remembering that you're just a guard, I won't kill you today, so you can go back and tell Zhang Demon Tiger that to avenge his son's death, he can come to my Sword Immortal Academy to find Lin Jiansan by all means. Xiao Chuan glanced at Zhang Thirsty One, sheathed his sword, turned around and started to put the wolf demon corpses on the ground into the spatial stone ring one by one. The corpses of the demon race could be sold for a lot of money in Daxia, so they should never be wasted. The meat of demonic beasts was tasty. and martial artists could also enhance their chi and blood when they ate it. Demon cores contain a huge amount of energy, and after certain processing, they can provide martial artists with the energy needed for cultivation. Demon skin can be made into clothing. Warmth is very strong. There is a certain degree of defense. Take this iron-armored demon wolf. The scale armor on the body is extremely strong. If it is made into a battle armor, it can be invulnerable to knives and spears, greatly enhancing the survival rate of soldiers. Xiao Dust made a rough estimate. A demon wolf meat was 50 taels of silver. A demon wolf crystal core was 100 taels of silver. And a demon wolf skin was 50 taels of silver. So these dozen demon wolf corpses could be sold for at least 2,000 taels. In Daxia, where most people don't have enough to eat, this is definitely a huge amount of money. It is important to realize that the income of an average family of 3 who work hard for a year is only about 10 taels of silver. This one was quite rewarding. It was only when the last wolf tooth in the field was also put into the spatial stone ring that Xiao Chen was satisfied and called Ye Qingxuan to leave with him. There is no way. Cultivation burns money. Sword cultivation burns even more money. Sword Chi Dan 1 needs 50 taels of silver. He can't get by if he doesn't be careful with his money. The people present glanced at the ground that was incomparably clean with not even a single wolf hair left behind, and a trace of consternation flashed through their eyes. Just how poor is this Xiao Chen? I can't believe you're scavenging so cleanly. Commander Zhang. This kid took the young lord's money bag along with him. A Zhang clan expert looked towards Zhang Thirsty One. I'm not blind. I saw it. But what can you do? His battle power is so high. You dare to go up and ask him for it? Hurry up and carry the young lord's corpse on your back and go back to the Zhang family to report to the family head. Zhang Shui glared at the man without any good humor. Had the man carry Zhang Yoxi's corpse on his back, and turned to leave. As for Ye Qingxuan, a trace of anger flashed in her eyes as she looked at the backs of Xiao Chen and Ye Qingxuan. This Xiao Chen actually got so close to another woman in front of her. It's simply unforgivable. Xiao Chuan, you can cause trouble if you want to. Why did you report my grandfather's name? Not long after she had just left, Ye Qingxuan looked at Xiao Chen with a displeased expression. Old man Lin himself said he would protect me. What's wrong with me reporting his name? I'm going to earn points for the academy by living and dying, so it's not too much to ask old man Lin to protect me, right? Xiao Dust said rightfully. You, Ye Qingxuan was so angry that her body trembled. You? If I hadn't come to your rescue just now, you'd have lost your little life. Technically speaking, I'm your savior. Well, I'll leave the hygiene of my room to you from now on. You don't mind, do you? Ye Qingxuan just wanted to curse out a shameless sentence, but suddenly thought that just now it seemed that Xiao Chuan really saved her. So she swallowed her words back hard and stopped talking to Xiao Chuan along the way. Sword Immortal Academy. A dilapidated ancient hall. Lu Air Dog, Xiao Wantian, and Lin Jian-san had been pacing back and forth in the hall, anxious as ants on a hot pan. Dean Xiao, are you really not going down the mountain to take a look? That's 100 iron-armored demon wolves, with just those 2 waifs. Can they hold up? Lu Air Dog couldn't help but look at Xiao Wantian. Lu Air Dog, do you think I don't want to make a move? But the demon race has an agreement with the human race. If I make a move, it will directly trigger the demon race's crazy retaliation. And when that happens, my human race will suffer even more losses. Xiao Wantian took a sharp gulp of wine. No, I have to go down and take a look. Although Qingxian has some secret treasures on her body, with so many iron-armored demon wolves, she may not be able to last more than a quarter of an hour. Lin Jian-san hesitated for a long time and finally made up his mind. Available. Xiao Wantian wanted to say something. Big deal. I'll just save people and not kill demons. Well, I'll go with you. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and go. Any later and everyone in our village will die out. Xiao Wantian and the 3 of them hurriedly turned around and were about to walk out towards the entrance of the hall when they suddenly saw 2 figures slowly walking in from outside the hall. When they saw the visitor, all 3 of them were stunned. Qingxian, Xiao Chen, how did you 2 come back so quickly? Lin Jian-san couldn't help but ask. He was stunned to see that the 2 were unharmed and didn't even have a trace of blood on their bodies. In his thoughts, the 2 should currently be in a bitter battle with their lives on the line. With so many iron-armored demon wolves, unless the martial master realm was there in person, it wasn't that easy to deal with. Before, if the 2 hadn't taken the initiative to ask for a fight, and he didn't want to hurt their hearts for the sword Dao, he wouldn't have even let the 2 go into battle. You let him talk. Lin Qingxian pointed at Xiao Chen with a displeased expression. The gazes of Lin Jiansan's few people instantly shifted to Xiao Chen, and Xiao Dust was also very cooperative, telling everything that had just happened one by one. Are you saying that not only did you decapitate over a dozen demonic wolves with a single sword, but you also killed a half-step martial master with a single second? Lin Jiansan asked with a confused look on his face. Yes, exactly. Xiao Dust nodded his head. Ha ha ha, Kid, I didn't expect you to be able to brag so much. You, a sword apprentice 7th level, can decapitate a pack of wolves and a half-step martial master in seconds? Lying to the devil, right? Lin Jiansan and Xiao Wantian exchanged glances, and immediately failed to hold back their laughter. Xiao Wantian also looked disbelieving. Kid, the most important thing to be a man is honesty. If you are like this, how can you let us trust you in the future? Sword cultivators are strong, but Xiao Chuan had only just entered the sword Dao for half an hour, and was practicing the lowest level of the reverse heavenly demon slaughtering sword scripture, so how could he be so ferocious? Even Ye Qingxuan, who had been cultivating hard for more than 10 years, was far from being able to do this. Lu Ergu also couldn't help but blank out at Xiao Chen. Young people nowadays are just too braggadocious. Xiao Chen glanced at a few people. The space stone ring on his finger suddenly flashed with a ghostly light, and a dozen or so demonic wolf corpses like small mountains appeared on the ground out of thin air, immediately piling up a small half of the hall, and a pungent bloody odor filled the air, smothering Lin Qingxian with a frown. Seeing the wolf corpse on the ground, Lin Jiansan's men froze. A look of panic suddenly appeared on Lu Erdog's face as he looked towards Xiao Chuan. So many corpses of the iron-armored demon wolves, were all killed by you alone? Although he was not a martial artist, he could tell that these demonic wolves had all been killed by someone with a sword, and the wounds were smooth and even. But the strongest thing about this iron-armored demon wolf was the scale armor on its body, and this teenager in front of him who was new to the sword Dao could actually have such a terrifying destructive power. Lin Jiansan and Xiao Wantian looked at each other, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. In their opinion, with Xiao Chuan's current strength he would definitely not be able to break through the defense of the iron-armored demon wolf. But looking at the breaks on this wolf corpse, not only did Xiao Chuan break through, but it was also extremely easy, which made it unbelievable. Qingxian, tell me, what exactly happened just now? Is what Xiao Chen said true? Lin Jiansan looked towards Lin Qingxian. Lin Qingxian nodded. It's the same as what he said. But he also killed the Zhang family's young master and told the other party that if they want to take revenge, they should look for you, Grandpa. The corner of Lin Jiansan's eye suddenly twitched twice at the words and he looked at Xiao Chen in shock. This dog only came down the mountain once and killed the young master of the Zhang family, one of the 5 great families in the desolate north, and to have the other guy come after him for revenge? This mother ***** her kills people and wipes his ass himself? Chapter 31 Whoever kills my son, I will destroy his entire family. Xiao Wantian looked at Xiao Chuan and frowned. Kid, you're also too capable of causing trouble. You just came down from the mountain and killed a young lord of a 5 great clans. Can't you keep a low profile? Xiao Chen shrugged. With you 2 sword kings around, do I need to keep a low profile? Besides, it was that Zhang Yoji who provoked me first. Xiao Wantian shook his head and said, we won't easily fight for you. Sword cultivators can't create a heart of dependence. Otherwise, the sharpness will be lost. Can we still be called sword cultivators? A mere Zhang family, the strongest person is only a martial general. They can be destroyed with a wave of their hands. But if this is the case, Xiao Chuan will become dependent on them. And in the future, if he encounters any difficulties, he will look for them to help. And in that case, Xiao Chuan's sword heart will be finished. Of course, if they really encountered a life and death crisis, they wouldn't watch anything happen to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was stunned at his words. No? Then you guys said you would cover me before? Oh, we are just being polite. Who knows, you really took it seriously. If something happens in the future, you'll have to carry it yourself. Xiao Duan. In the meantime, Wasteland North City, Zhang Family Hall. A group of Zhang family members gathered in front of a corpse. Crows were silent, and the atmosphere was grave to the extreme. Everyone didn't expect that not long ago Zhang Yoji was joyfully accepted into Xingquan Academy and embarked on the road to becoming a dragon. But in the blink of an eye he actually turned into a corpse. A stern-looking majestic middle-aged man sat on the family head seat directly above him, his face as gloomy as water, a pair of tiger's eyes scarlet as he stared at Zhang Yoji's corpse. This person was none other than the Zhang family's advocate, Demon Tiger, a terrifying martial general, with a hand of the Shura blade scripture that had been practiced to its great completion, terrifyingly abnormal. Below the Zhang Demon Tiger, it was densely filled with people, all of whom were powerful martial artists, 50 to 60 of them. The lowest cultivation level had the 7th level of martial apprentice, and among them, there were even a dozen people whose cultivation had reached the terrifying martial master realm. Each person was haunted by an overpowering martial arts aura, and when a group of people gathered together, they even exuded a terrifying pressure that made people shiver when they looked at them from afar. If someone were here to see the scene, they would definitely be horrified. A scarce combatant like a martial artist would actually appear in heaps in a family. It was simply outrageous. This was the strength of one of the 5 great families of the desolate north, the Zhang family. At this moment, All the Zhang family members contained a strong anger in their eyes. Their young master was actually killed in desolate North City. How dare anyone be so arrogant? It's a ing death wish. Zhang Youji's body had become stiff and pale. His lips were purple, and the blood at that one bloody hole on his forehead had dried and solidified. Until this moment, his eyes were still open, and his eyes were filled with terror. Surprisingly, he was dead in peace. In front of his corpse, kneeling in front of him were 5 middle-aged men with their arms chopped off and pale faces. Precisely Zhang Thirsty One's 5 men. They brought the corpses back to the Zhang family, and Zhang Demon Tiger instantly went mad, and without even giving them a chance to speak, he directly chopped off the arms of the 5 people, and ruthlessly vented a wave of anger before summoning the Zhang family to the hall for a meeting. Zhang Xiui, the family had trusted you enough to entrust the young master's escort to you. Is this how you protect the young master? Just who is it that dares to lay hands on my Zhang family's young master? I'm going to bring people to exterminate his 9 clans. Zhang Xiui, why don't you make things clear? Several Zhang clan martial artists had angry faces. His Zhang family had always been rampant in desolate North City. Except for some giants, they didn't put anyone in their eyes. Now that their young master had been brutally killed, if this revenge wasn't reported, his Zhang family wouldn't have to mix in desolate North City in the future. They secretly resolved in their hearts, as long as Zhang Xiu will be the murderer's name, they immediately kill the door. The murderer's whole family will be killed clean. Even a chicken and dog will not be left. In this desolate North City, there weren't many people that his Zhang family couldn't get rid of. With you guys, you still want to kill someone's entire family? I'm just afraid that if I say his name, you guys will already be so scared that your legs will go limp. Zhang Xiui sneered. He had thought that when he returned to the Zhang family, Zhang Demon Tiger would at least understand the situation before making a disposition to them. In that case, they might still have a chance of survival. After all, it was Zhang Youji himself who was bent on dumping them. But I didn't expect that when Zhang Demon Tiger saw Zhang Youji's corpse, he chopped off their arms without saying a word, and sent someone to their home to exterminate their entire family. This kind of family head is really chilling. Since this was the case, he wouldn't be polite to the Zhang family anymore. Zhang Xiui, you're afraid that you're suffering from insanity, aren't you? How many people in the desolate North City can my hallowed Zhang family rival? That's right. You must be cynical that the family head ordered your entire family to be exterminated. And you're here to alarm us talk. The family head is in the martial general realm, and aside from those few giants in desolate North City, no one is an opponent. This time, even if it's the people from the 5 great clans who did this, we'll make them pay in blood. A group of Zhang clan martial artists looked contemptuous and spoke coldly. They didn't believe Zhang Xiui's words at all. A name alone can make them weak in the knees with fear? How is that possible? Zhang Xiui, you don't have to come with me. Quickly tell me the name of the murderer, and I may still give you a pain in the ass. Otherwise, I will cut you into 1,000 pieces. Zhang Demon Tiger looked at Zhang Thirsty One and his voice hissed. Say which did it? Laozi is still waiting to destroy his whole family. Speak up. The long knife in my hand is hungry for more. I'm going to play his entire female family to death. A group of Zhang clan martial artists followed suit and yelled, each of their eyes glowing red and their hands pressing on the hilt of their swords, looking like they couldn't wait. Good. I hope you guys are true to your word. Make sure you go and exterminate his family's entire clan. The murderer of Zhang Youji is none other than Xiao Chen, the son of the Jinbei king. Ha. Hurry up and go to the Jinbei king's residence to exterminate his 9 clans. Zhang Thirsty One stared into Zhang Demon Tiger's eyes and said word for word. The moment these words came out, everyone present's face suddenly changed, and their eyes were horrified. The murderer is actually the son of the king of Jinbei? How are we gonna get even? The Zhang family was strong, but in front of the king of Jinbei, it was not even a hair. Not to mention exterminating the 9 clans of people. Even if they were to go to the door to find the Jinbei king to argue, they were far from having the guts to do so. The Jinbei king is one of the top 10 martial kings of the Grand Xia, with 100,000 iron horsemen under his command, and even more countless experts in his mansion. It was no exaggeration to say that if the king of Jinbei wanted to destroy the Zhang family, he wouldn't even need to do it himself. He would casually give an order, and in an instant, the entire Zhang family would be annihilated. Zhang Demon Tiger's face also instantly became incomparably ugly upon hearing this. He had wanted to directly lead his men to exterminate the murderer's 9 clans, but I didn't expect the murderer to be the son of the king of Jinbei. Even though it was said to be a ruined son who had been severed and cursed by the heavenly Tao, that was not something he dared to kill with his hands. Blood ties can't just be broken. As much as their family is in an uproar, it's an internal conflict. However, if he, the Zhang family, dared to kill Xiao Chuan, with the overbearing character of the Jinbei king, he would dare to exterminate the entirety of his Zhang family in a matter of minutes. But he has only one son. If this revenge is not reported, he really cannot swallow this breath. He glanced down at Zhang Youxi's dead face. His face was gloomy. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and turned his head to look at Zhang Thirsty One. You are lying. The murderer of my son was clearly a sword Dao expert, and with a single sword strike through my son's forehead, he had at least the strength of a sword apprentice of the 7th level. That Xiao Chuan has only been in the Sword Immortal Academy for a few hours, and is a waste that has been cursed by the heavenly Dao. How could he have such a terrifying strength? Say, who the hell killed my son? Sword Dao was the most difficult to cultivate of all the great avenues, extremely dependent on talent, and the Sword Immortal Academy had long since declined. The sword spirit stones were depleted, and there hadn't been a single sword cultivator in many years. How could this Xiao Chen enter the Sword Dao in just less than a few hours? Even if he had truly entered the way of the sword, it was impossible for him to immediately possess such terrifying strength in the way of the sword. Even Xiao Lingtian, the current Qilin child of the Xiao family, would never be able to make this step. Chapter 32, Madam, why do you keep mentioning that dead man? Xiao Chen is a waste. I don't know who is farting there. If Xiao Chen is a waste, then my entire Grand Xia is a waste. No, it's even worse than trash. Hearing this, Zhang Shui instantly laughed. Rubbish? A person who could cross several small realms in a row and kill him, a half-step martial master, in seconds would be a waste? If Xiao Chuan was a waste, who in the entire Great Xia would dare to call themselves Heaven's Pride? Zhang Demon Tiger frowned slightly. What do you mean? I found out that he killed Zhang Youxi, and I was supposed to bring him back to the Zhang family, but he killed him with a sword. What do you think I mean? The moment these words came out, everyone present was almost not shocked to the point of cardiac arrest, and an expression of extreme shock appeared on their faces. Xiao Chuan had seconded Zhang Thirsty One, a half-step martial master, with a single sword? An hour ago, Xiao Chen was still only a martial apprentice at the 7th level. That is to say, within an hour, Xiao Chuan had not only become a sword cultivator, but also possessed the battle power that could even cross 2 realms to kill the enemy? How is that possible? Zhang Thirsty One, do you want to hear what nonsense you're talking about? The entire Great Xia is not a supreme heavenly pride that can't cross the border to kill the enemy. Xiao Chen, a person cursed by the heavenly Dao. Can he have such a horrifying natural talent? Zhang Demon Tiger was really hard to believe and stared at Zhang Thirsty One's eyes, questioning in a cold voice. Oh, the 4 guards who went with me all saw it with their own eyes. If you don't believe me, ask them. Zhang Shui turned his head to look at the guards behind him. Is he telling the truth? That's right. Commander Zhang originally wanted to catch Xiao Chuan back. That can Xiao Chuan casually with a sword. He subdued Commander Zhang. If it wasn't that he didn't have the intention to kill, Commander Zhang would have been a corpse at this time. Hearing the words of the guards, countless lines of shock suddenly flashed through Zhang Demon Tiger's eyes, sort of believing their words. A man's eyes don't lie. And the horror and shock of that guard's recollection could not be faked. Could it be that severing relations with Xiao Chuan and saying to the public that Xiao Chuan was a loser was a play that the Jinbei royal house had put on in order to conceal Xiao Chuan's overwhelming talent in conjunction with the Sacred Wilderness Academy? In the last 10 years, the demon race had been secretly hunting the human race's pride, and if Xiao Chuan really had such astounding qualifications, it would not be surprising for the Jinbei king to make such a move in order to protect Xiao Chuan. Family Master, I'm afraid we won't be able to avenge this, right? The Jinbei king's battle power is unrivaled. Even if we all go together, we won't be enough to slap him, a Zhang clan martial artist said cautiously. From the current situation, Xiao Chen was not only not an outcast of the Jinbei royal house, he was also a heavenly pride hidden in the shadows, and whoever dared to lay their hands on Xiao Chen was afraid that they would immediately endure the thunderous wrath of the Jinbei royal house, not to mention a small Zhang family. Even the city lord of Jinbei city would definitely not be able to withstand it. Zhang Laobai, what the hell do you mean by that? Just now, didn't you say that you wanted to exterminate his family and toy with his entire female family? Why did you change your mind now? Why are you such a ing wimp? Don't bull ****** me? I'm Zhang Laobai. I'm all about bravery. Who in the Zhang family knows that? But courage is not the same as death. The other party is the king of Jinbei. Who can beat that? Then, according to you, the young lord's revenge is just forgotten? A few Zhang clan martial artists couldn't stand to watch and argued with Zhang Laobai. Looking at the crowd arguing, Zhang Demon Tiger's face began to change color. After struggling for a long time, he gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. Alright, all shut up for me. Pass on my order. All Zhang family martial artists along with bringing my son's corpse to the Jinbei king's residence. The Jinbei king connived at his son's murder. I want to seek justice from him. Family Master, would this be inappropriate? That's the king of Jinbei. An older Zhang clan martial artist advised in a low voice. Everything must be a word of reason. The Zhenbei king is powerful, but he cannot be unreasonable. So many of us went to seek justice. I don't believe he can't kill us all. Zheng Demon Tiger gritted his teeth. Spell strength. His Zheng family certainly cannot spell Zhenbei Wang Fu, but he knows. Xiao Zhenbei this person extremely want to face. He is so loud to find Xiao Zhenbei instead of pulling the face to kill him. Of course, it's actually a gamble. A very risky one. It was only that his favorite only son had been killed, and if he did nothing, he really couldn't swallow his breath. After all, his son couldn't close his eyes even if he died now, and he had to do justice for his son as a father. The other side. The house of the king of Zhenbei. A certain great hall. Xiao Zhenbei was drinking tea with an immortal old man, and the old man was none other than Zhang Zhutian, who had previously used the martial spirit realm and the sacred desolate plaza to discern the future for Xiao Chuan. Senior, can my son Ling Tian really enter the sacred desolate academy? Xiao Zhenbei looked at Zhang Yutian with an excited expression. Originally, he had no expectations for Xiao Ling Tian on the matter of Sacred Wilderness Academy, but he didn't expect that later on. Zhang Yutian actually took the initiative to find him and said that he could recruit Xiao Ling Tian to enter the academy, which made him and Wen Wanrong very happy. Although the eldest son was ruined and his lifespan was about to end, the youngest son was ushering in the opportunity to transform into a dragon, which made their hearts celebrate. The faint hint of sadness at the fall of his eldest son was suddenly washed away. Originally, I wanted to invite Xiao Chuan to enter my Sacred Desolate Academy, but I didn't expect that he would be envied by the heavenly Tao and become an invalid. And now that the martial spirit realm is also unresponsive for some reason, I can only select Xiao Ling Tian, who has the highest natural talent in the current examination, to enter the academy. Zhang Yutian sipped a mouthful of tea and said with a regretful expression. In fact, with Xiao Ling Tian's qualifications, he was not too impressed. After all, it was only a heavenly rank. What he really looked at was Xiao Chen, who was born with a king body, and that kind of heavenly pride was worthy of his cultivation from the Sacred Desolate Academy. But it was a pity that Heaven's will was not in the right place. He could only lead Xiao Ling Tian back. Elder, do you think Dusty Child can become a sword cultivator by entering the Sword Immortal Academy? When Wanrong on the side couldn't help but ask. Mother, what are you thinking? Xiao Chuan is cursed by the heavenly Tao and is destined to be doomed. How can he become a sword cultivator? Xiao Ling Tian was instantly unhappy, and a trace of resentment flashed in his eyes. This Xiao Chen has already severed his relationship with the Xiao family, but he can still make his mother miss him. So it's really hateful. If Xiao Chen hadn't appeared, he would have continued to enjoy his parents' love alone. Ling Tian, he is your brother after all. Mother, he's not my brother. He has severed his ties with our Xiao family. He is now a waste, a short-lived ghost. Ling Tian, how can you talk about your brother like that? You didn't treat him this way before. When Wanrong's eyes widened, unable to believe why the youngest son was disgusted with the eldest son to such an extent, before the eldest son's dantian was shattered. The youngest son was respectful of the eldest son. Xiao Ling Tian bowed his head without saying anything, but a trace of monstrous resentment flashed in his eyes. You didn't have this attitude toward Xiao Chen before? That was before the time. Ever since that day when his enemies invaded, he deliberately didn't leave and pitted to waste Xiao Chen's dantian. He then decided he wanted to live differently. By what right was he, Xiao Chen, born with a king's body, born to be high and mighty? He, Xiao Ling Tian, on the other hand, needed to live under Xiao Chen's shadow for the rest of his life. And even if Xiao Chen had always treated him well, he was not willing to live so humbly. Zhang Yuantian glanced at Xiao Ling Tian and frowned slightly before looking at Wen Wanrong. Those who are envied by heaven are destined to have no connection with the Tao. And the Tao of the sword is the number one ranked Tao in terms of killing power, and it is extremely difficult to cultivate. Not to mention the fact that Xiao Chen has been cursed by the Tao of heaven, and even if he hasn't, it would be extremely difficult for him to become a sword cultivator. Is there no hope at all? No, never. Zhang Yutian shook his head. Mother, you believe it this time, don't you? Sword cultivators are all invincible existences at the same level and are extremely rare. How could that punk Xiao Chuan become a sword cultivator? Xiao Ling Tian gloated. Perhaps I am extravagant. A faint hint of disappointment flashed in Wen Wanrong's eyes, but thinking of her young son's imminent flight into the sky, this strand of disappointment instantly evaporated again. Perhaps this was Xiao Chen's fate. He was destined to be inferior to Xiao Ling Tian. Ma'am, today is Ling Tian's big day. Why do you keep mentioning that bereaved star? He's destined to be ruined already, and also has nothing to do with my Zhenbei royal house anymore. One should look forward. Xiao Zhenbei couldn't help but say, a trace of disgust flashing in his eyes. There's no room for trash in the Zhenbei royal house, not to mention a doomed man cursed by heaven. From then on, he, Xiao Zhenbei, only had one son, Xiao Ling Tian, who was about to enter the sacred desolate academy and soar into the sky. And Xiao Chen was just an outcast scrapper. Not worth mentioning. Chapter 33, Zheng Mohu's morning clothes blocking the doorway. Available. When Wanrong felt slightly uncomfortable in her heart. Ma'am, that sinful animal is already ruined and cursed by the heavenly Tao. If you don't sever your relationship with him, you will definitely be dragged down by him. Listen to me and pretend that we never had this son. Xiao Zhenbei was so angry that he trembled at the thought of Xiao Chen severing ties with him. However, he had never thought about why Xiao Chen was like this, much less realized that it was because he favored Xiao Lingtian too much and completely ignored Xiao Chen's feelings that led to today's ending. Instead, he put all the blame on Xiao Chen. He is the king of Zhenbei. How could he be wrong? That's right, mother. This punk Xiao Chuan isn't destined to live for more than a few days. Why are you thinking about him? Xiao Lingtian also said with dissatisfaction. Listening to the family's conversation, Zhang Yutian couldn't help but fall silent. He did not expect that as the same son of the Zhenbei king, the difference in treatment between Xiao Chuan and Xiao Lingtian was actually so great. One enjoys all the glory and favor, and the other is not loved by his father or his mother. In fact, his personal heart or more like Xiao Dust some, in a desperate situation, but can frankly deal with it, not to mention other things, just this temperament. Then the small-minded Xiao Lingtian is too much stronger. Not to mention, the natural talent is also much stronger than Xiao Chen. Xiao Lingtian is only a heavenly rank, while Xiao Chen is a king body. Although the heavenly rank is already invincible, but with the king body then but still far too much difference. It is only a pity that Xiao Chen was cursed by the heavenly Tao. His life will not be long. Only, he always felt that the martial spirit realm's assertion to Xiao Chuan was a bit odd. There was obviously the second half of the sentence, but it was as if it had been hard covered up. But the martial spirit mirror was an ancient artifact, mysterious and unfathomable. And what in this world could cover up the martial spirit realm's heavenly chi? Your Highness, the Zheng family head is outside the door begging for an audience, saying that he wants to seek justice from your Highness. Right now the outside of the royal residence is already surrounded by people, so you should quickly bring them there to take a look. Right at this moment, a royal guard hurriedly walked in from outside the hall and reported to Xiao Zhenbei. When these words came out, everyone in the arena was stunned. Zheng Demon Tiger was actually so arrogant that he dared to come to the Zhenbei king's residence to seek justice? Xiao Zhenbei frowned slightly. Did he say for what? He said his son was killed by the young master. Ling Tian, you killed Zhang Youji? Xiao Zhenbei froze at his words and turned his head to look at Xiao Ling Tian with surprise in his eyes. This Yuji, he still knows something, is the desolate North City's famous pride. A hand of Shura Blade scripture power is amazing. A month ago he and Xiao Lingtian for Ye Qingxuan jealousy. A big fight. Xiao Lingtian is only a small victory of a few strokes. The advantage is very weak. How long has it been since Xiao Lingtian was actually able to kill Zhang Youji? But not long ago, Zhang Youji had appeared at the Martial Academy examination. Now only 1 hour had passed. How could he be dead? Could it be that Xiao Lingtian had made a move with Zhang Youji again at the desolate North Square? Father, how is this possible? I do have some grudges with Zhang Youji, but I didn't even meet him today. Xiao Lingtian shook his head. In fact, some words he didn't have the heart to say. Even if he met them, he simply didn't have the ability to kill Zhang Youji. Zhang Youji was the top 10 ranked heavenly pride in the entire desolate North City, and his cultivation time was much longer than his. He could only barely beat him at the moment, and to kill, it would never be possible. Not only him, even among the younger generation of desolate North City, there was no one who could kill Zhang Youji. Then he, Zheng Demon Tiger, has eaten the guts of a bear? He actually dares to slander my Zhenbei king's mansion? Let's go and take a look. Xiao Zhenbei's face suddenly turned gloomy as he directly stepped towards the door. He simply did not think that Zhang Youji would be killed by Xiao Chuan. Xiao Chuan had lost all his cultivation after his dantian was shattered, and only just recovered until recently. Coupled with being cursed by the heavenly Tao, it was extremely difficult for him to absorb the heaven and earth's yuan qi, and it was impossible for him to have this kind of strength to be able to kill Zhang Youji. Xiao Lingtian's few people also followed closely behind. The entrance to the Zhenbei king's mansion. My son, Zhang Youji, was brutalized by the son of the Zhenbei king today. Although I, Zheng Demon Tiger, know that I am no match for the Zhenbei king, but as a human father, I have to come and seek justice for my son, and I hope that all of you folks will bear witness for me. Zheng Demon Tiger led a group of Zhang clan martial artists in mourning, guarding in front of a pale corpse with a sad expression. Zhang Youji is dead? He is one of the several strongest heavenly prides in desolate North City. Who can kill him among the younger generation? Xiao Lingtian is suddenly so powerful? That's not right. I remember last month Xiao Lingtian had a battle with Zhang Youji and in the end, Xiao Lingtian only won miserably. How long has it been since then? His strength has actually become so much stronger that he can directly Zhang Yoji to death? If it's not Xiao Lingtian, who else could it be? It can't be this punk Xiao Chen, right? The crowd of onlookers murmured. In the eyes of the crowd, Xiao Chen was wasted, and the Jinbei king only had one son who was capable of fighting Zhang Yoji, so this must have been Xiao Lingtian's doing. Zhang Demon Tiger's son was killed, and the news that he was at the Jinbei king's residence to seek justice from the Jinbei king spread. Soon, more and more people gathered at the Jinbei king's mansion, all thinking of watching a scene. The king of Jinbei was powerful, and in the desolate North City, no one had dared to make an enemy of him for many years. I didn't expect that today. Zhang Demon Tiger actually dared to play so big. It was simply exciting. It was not known whether the Zhang family, one of the 5 great families, would be directly exterminated today in the wrath of the king of Jinbei. A few moments later, the grim-faced Xiao Jinbei walked out from the Jinbei king's mansion, and when he saw that Zhang Demon Tiger and the others were actually wearing all their mourning clothes and blocking the door of his king's mansion, his face became a few more ugly. Zhang Demon Tiger, what is your intention? Is it purposely to touch this king's bad luck? Seeing that Xiao Jinbei had become truly angry, a look of fear appeared on the faces of everyone present, and even their bodies could not help but tremble slightly. Zhang Demon Tiger's eyes also flashed with a hint of fear, and his heart generated a sense of retreat. But thinking of the death of his favorite only son, he gritted his teeth again and raised his head to look directly at Xiao Jinbei. Your Highness, I know that your battle power is amazing, but everything has to be justified. Your son killed my son for no reason. Even if you're the king of the North Jinbei, you still need to give me an explanation, right? Saying that, Zhang Demon Tiger signaled his men to disperse, revealing the pale-faced corpse on the ground. Sword Chi? Xiao Jinbei glanced at the wounds on the corpse. He couldn't help but change his face slightly. A few killing intent was born in his eyes. He looked up at Zhang Demon Tiger. There is sword chi entangled in your son's wounds. It's clear that he was killed by a sword cultivator. Instead of ascertaining the truth, you came to slander my son Ling Tian. In the end, what's your intention? At this moment, he was really angry. His son Xiao Lingtian practiced boxing. With the sword cultivator a penny relationship no. This devil tiger son was killed by the sword cultivator. This can rely on his son. Simply ridiculous. Sword cultivator. The first in killing power among all avenues. He wished that his Jinbei royal house could produce a sword cultivator, but it was too difficult to become a sword cultivator, and Xiao Lingtian simply could not do it. Xiao Jinbei looked at Zhang Demon Tiger with a gloomy face. A terrifying and abnormal pressure suddenly filled out from his body. Zhang Demon Tiger only felt as if a 10,000-foot mountain pressed down on him, and his entire body instantly became red in the face and ears, and his veins rippled. It's Xiao Chen. My son was killed by Xiao Chen. Zhang Demon Tiger tried his best to spit out a few words. Chapter 34 The marriage certificate has been left with me. The moment these words came out, everyone present froze, looking at the little cutie with a general gaze at Zhang Demon Tiger. Xiao Chuan? A sword cultivator? Do you want to see what kind of bull **** you're talking? Xiao Chuan was a person who was envied by heaven, born to be rejected by the great Tao. Such a person could become a sword cultivator? Xiao Jinbei also laughed back in anger. Zhang Demon Tiger, I see that you really don't want to take your life. You even dare to tell this kind of lie. Are you looking at me, Xiao Jinbei, and intentionally insulting my Jinbei royal house with that sinful animal? An hour ago, he had sensed that Xiao Chuan had recovered his natural talent but had no cultivation at all, and in less than an hour, Xiao Chuan had not only comprehended the sword Dao, which was the most difficult to cultivate, but also possessed the strength that could defeat Zhang Yoji. How is that possible? I thought Zhang Demon Tiger really had grievances. I didn't realize that he really ate the leopard's guts to come to the Jinbei king's mansion to seek death. If that punk Xiao Chuan can become a sword cultivator, then I'm still a sword immortal for miles. That's right. And Zhang Yoji is a martial apprentice at the 7th level, the best among the entire young generation of desolate North City, while Xiao Chen had no cultivation not long ago, not to mention that he's also a heavenly jealousy person, being rejected by the great Tao. So how could he possibly possess the strength to kill Zhang Yoji so quickly? Crazy. Zhang Demon Tiger is definitely crazy. Everyone present also thought that Zhang Demahu was unable to bear the pain of losing his son and suffered from insanity. Many people looked at Zhang Demon Tiger with sympathetic gazes, feeling that a generation of desolate North City giants had actually fallen to this state. It was truly a miserable late day. Your Highness, everything I said is true. If it wasn't for the evidence, how would I have dared to talk nonsense in front of you? Do I not want to die? Zhang Demon Tiger defended with red eyes. Zhang Demon Tiger, do you know what you are saying? The Tao of the sword is so difficult that even this young man has trouble comprehending it. A mere Xiao Chen, a waste of space cursed by the heavenly Tao. Can he become a sword cultivator? Are you kidding? Xiao Lingtian couldn't help himself and spoke out in rebuke. Available. That's enough. Get out of here immediately. Otherwise, after today, there is no need for your Zheng family to exist in Jinbei City. Zheng Demon Tiger was still about to speak when Xiao Jinbei directly interrupted with an icy face. Family master, we'd better leave first. The Jinbei king's anger. My Zhang family cannot afford it. Yes, family master, please think of the greater good. We'll go back and discuss the young lord's revenge slowly and slowly. The crowd of Zhang clan martial artists felt the killing intent on Xiao Jinbei's body and were instantly afraid. Many of them were just Zheng family envoys, taking money to do their work. And although the Zhang family gave quite a lot, they were not above playing with their lives. Xiao Jinbei's strength was too terrifying. If he made a move, they wouldn't even have a chance to run. Sui, open your eyes and see. My son couldn't even close his eyes until he died. And you're calling me Xiu Hu Tweezy? Isn't it just a matter of death? Even if I give up my life today, I'll still demand an explanation from Xiao Jinbei. When Zhang Demon Tiger saw that this group of martial artists under him were so weak, he became furious. Xiao Jinbei's eyes narrowed slightly. Zheng Demon Tiger. It seems that this king has been out of action for too long, and you have all but disregarded this king. As he spoke, he slowly clenched his fist, his body filled with a terrifying martial arts aura, like a terrifying beast awakening from its slumber, giving off an extremely dangerous feeling. Zheng Demon Tiger was locked by Xiao Jinbei's breath and just wanted to resist, but he was shocked to find that he couldn't move. Having been completely suppressed by Xiao Jinbei and completely lost the power to resist, he was suddenly alarmed in his mind. Although he had always known that Xiao Jinbei's battle power was astounding, he did not expect that it would actually be terrifying to this extent, and that just the outward release of his breath would suppress him, a great expert of the martial general realm, to the point where he could not move. This is just horrible. Your Highness, if you use your power to oppress others like this, aren't you afraid that the people of the world will poke your spine behind your back? Zheng Demon Tiger gritted his teeth and said, as long as I, Xiao Jinbei, don't die, who dares? If there really is someone who is not afraid of death, just exterminate them. Why should I care? Xiao Jinbei laughed coldly, his words dripping with dominance. Under the absolute suppression of his strength, Zheng Demon Tiger deeply felt a sense of powerlessness. He closed his eyes in despair, and then suddenly opened them again, violently roaring up to the sky. Xiao Chuan, I, Zheng Demon Tiger, will not let you go even if I become a ghost. However, just as Zheng Demon Tiger closed his eyes and prepared to wait for death, a soft and sweet voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Wait! The crowd looked for the sound, only to see a stunningly beautiful silhouette slowly walk out from the crowd. The crowd was stunned. The ninth princess of Grand Xia, Ye Qingxuan? Why was she here? And she was even pleading for Zheng Demon Tiger. Could it be that she was going to bail out Zheng Demon Tiger? Xiao Jinbei's movement of throwing punches was also given a start, and when he turned his head to look and saw that the person who spoke was Ye Qingxuan, his brows frowned slightly and he said in a deep voice, Qingxuan, what do you mean by this? Could it be that you want to stop me from killing Zheng Demon Tiger? Although Ye Qingxuan was the Xia Emperor's most favored ninth princess, in front of Xiao Jinbei she was still just a junior in the end, and the fact that she was so serious about tearing down the stage caused Xiao Jinbei to feel a few points of dissatisfaction in his heart. Uncle Xiao, there's a misunderstanding here. What misunderstanding? Family Master Zhang didn't lie. Zhang Yoji was indeed killed by Xiao Chuan, and it was killed in a second with a single sword. I was there at the time. Ye Qingxuan said slowly. Ye Qingxuan's words were like a thunderbolt that exploded in everyone's ears, and a look of incredulity surfaced on everyone's faces. Zhang Yoji actually killed Xiao Chen? And still killed by a sword? How is that possible? Xiao Jinbei was also dumbfounded. Xiao Chuan, who was regarded as a waste by everyone, had actually become a sword cultivator in less than an hour, and his cultivation had skyrocketed so much that he had directly killed Zhang Yoji, the martial Dao Heavenly Pride, with a single sword strike? Zhang Yoji's strength was comparable to Xiao Lingtian's, and Xiao Chuan was able to second Zhang Yoji with a single sword. So did that not mean that he could also second Xiao Lingtian? Their eldest son, who they had been treating like trash for the past few years, was actually so much more powerful than Xiao Lingtian, the juvenile true dragon in their eyes. The heavens couldn't be playing a joke on them, could they? Qingxuan, could you be mistaken? Xiao Chuan is a heavenly jealousy person, an unquestionable waste. How could he possibly become a sword cultivator? Xiao Lingtian couldn't hold back any longer and shouted. Ye Qingxuan indifferently glanced at Xiao Lingtian and did not speak. Rubbish? Before today, she did think that Xiao Chuan was a waste and Xiao Lingtian was a heavenly pride, but after seeing Xiao Chuan's arrogant style today, her thoughts completely changed. Xiao Dust might be a heavenly jealousy person, yes, but the second half of that martial spirit realm's hidden sentence must have a great mystery. Since ancient times, The iron law that people who are jealous of heaven will die prematurely may be broken in Xiaochuan, just as no one has ever been able to recover after the dantian is broken since the beginning of time. But Xiaochuan has done it. There must be a great chance that is unknown to him, and that chance is something that she must get her hands on. Seeing Ye Qingxuan's cold eyes, Xiao Lingtian's heart was greatly hurt. Why is she looking at herself like that? Didn't she say that she was always the best in her eyes? Xiao dust. It was all because of Xiao Chen that Ye Qingxuan had changed her attitude. Xiao Duan, you deserve to die. Standing on the sidelines, countless lines of shock also flashed through the eyes of Zhang Deuteronomy, who hadn't said a word. Xiao Chuan became a sword cultivator? And to have such battle power just after becoming a sword cultivator? Could it be that the second half of the assertion that didn't appear in the previous martial spirit mirror really had a great mystery? If that was the case, he would have to snatch Xiao Dust to the Sacred Desolate Academy even if he had to do so at any cost. And he also had a collection of sword scriptures within his Sacred Desolate Academy, which would be perfectly suited to cultivate Xiao Dust to cultivate the Tao of the sword. A demon who could step into the sword Tao within an hour was simply unseen for ages. Even if he put his life on the line, as long as he could poach Xiao Dust to the Sacred Desolate Academy, it would be a blood profit. Elder, that little beast, is it really possible for my son to become a sword cultivator? Xiao Zhenbei turned his head to look at Zhang Zhutian. According to reason, those cursed by the heavenly Tao basically have no connection to the Tao, and it is impossible for them to become sword cultivators. But I always felt that there was still half of the martial spirit realm's assertion that day that had not yet been revealed. Perhaps the mystery was hidden in that second half of the sentence, but I'm not sure. I need to ask my senior brother, Sacred Desolate Elder. Zhang Yutian frowned. Upon hearing the name of the Sacred Desolate Elder, the faces of everyone present changed drastically. Sacred Desolate Elder, the current president of the Sacred Desolate Academy, with unfathomable battle power, one of the Great Xiao's battle power ceilings, an existence above the Great Xiao's 10 kings. Legend has it that he is already 200 years old this year, and his martial arts cultivation is terrifyingly incomparable. In the past 100 years, the demon race had attacked the Sacred Wasteland Academy many times, and all of them had returned in defeat because of the Sacred Wasteland Elder, a terrifying giant, who was sitting in the town. If the Great Summer 10 Kings were a symbol of glory, the Sacred Desolate Elder was more like a nebulous legend, with a far-reaching reputation, but extremely mysterious, rarely showing up in front of the crowd. But every time he made a move, he would set off a shocking wave that would make people incomparably shocked. Then I'll trouble Senior, Sacred Desolate Elder. His old man is knowledgeable in the past and present. He definitely knows the mystery of this. A look of awe appeared on Xiao Zhenbei's face. Although he was a great Xia 10 Kings, he was only a junior in front of the Sacred Desolate Elder, and the gap between him and the other party was enormous. Well, I'll send a message to senior brother now. Zhang Yutian nodded his head indifferently. A white square transmission jade plate appeared in his hand out of thin air, and with a thought, a section of golden text appeared on top of the jade plate, and then disappeared in an instant. After doing this, Zhang Yutian put away the jade. Alright, next, just wait for senior brother's reply. Right, King Zhenbei, I want to accept Xiao Dust into my Sacred Desolate Academy. What do you think? When these words came out, everyone in the room froze. Admitting Xiao Duan to the Holy Desolate Academy? Previously, the Sacred Wasteland Academy clearly could not see Xiao Chen, but now that Xiao Chen has joined the Sword Immortal Academy and has awakened a great talent for the Sword Tao, you, the Sacred Wasteland Academy, want to go and steal him again? Isn't this a bit too shameless? Even Xiao Zhenbei's eyes were filled with shock and hesitated. Senior, but my son has already been enrolled in the Sword Immortal Academy. There's no harm. I'll personally go to the Sword Immortal Academy to discuss with Xiao Wantian. I'll give whatever compensation they want from my Sacred Desolate Academy, and I think they'll give old me face. Zhang Yutian said slowly, a faint arrogance on his face. There was never a seedling he saw in the Sacred Desolate Academy that he couldn't get. Although it wasn't a good look to poach someone from another academy, he couldn't care less right now. Snatching Xiao Chen, a supreme demon, into his hands was more important than anything else. Xiao Wantian had better be able to agree. If not, even if he robbed, he would still be able to snatch the person. And when Zhang Demon Tiger, who was on the side, heard this, he immediately became ashen. He came today with the intention of using public opinion pressure to force Xiao Zhenbei to give him an explanation, but he did not expect that it would allow Zhang Deception to see Xiao Chuan's astonishing talent and actually move to poach him. In which case, with the Sacred Desolate Academy sheltering him, he would basically have no hope of taking revenge. Elder, but Xiao Chen, he killed my son. He's an evil person with a ferocious nature. The Sacred Wilderness Academy is a prestigious school. How can it? Zhang Demon Tiger intends to struggle one last time. Family Master Zhang, haven't you ever killed anyone? I'm afraid you've killed 100 times more people than Xiao Chen? Are you also evil? Zhang Yutian lightly glanced at Zheng Demon Tiger and lightly said, murder? As a martial artist, who doesn't have a few lives in their hands? You're using this as a pretext? Xiao Chen's talent, not to mention killing your son, or even slaughtering your Zhang family. So what? The Sacred Wilderness Academy will be able to handle it. Zheng Demon Tiger was speechless. King of Jinbei, I wish to go to the Sword Immortal Academy first. Are you traveling with me? Yes. Xiao Jinbei and Zheng Deuteronomy directly intended to head to the Sword Immortal Academy to look for Xiao Chen. Wait. Right at this moment, Ye Qingxuan suddenly spoke. What is it? Xiao Jinbei looked at Ye Qingxuan. Xiao Chen accidentally left the marriage certificate with me, and I want to return it to King Jinbei for safekeeping. Ye Qingxuan walked over to Xiao Jinbei and handed over a document. The reason why she had revealed that Xiao Chen was a sword cultivator was for this moment. Seeing this scene, Xiao Jinbei frowned slightly. This Ye Qingxuan had clearly said that she wanted to break off her engagement with Xiao Chen before. So what did she mean by coming this time in front of everyone? Chapter 35 One Fist Blasts Xiao Lingtian. Qingxuan, didn't you say that you've broken off the marriage contract with that loser Xiao Chen and want to be with me? Why haven't you destroyed this marriage contract? Xiao Jinbei was just about to speak when Xiao Lingtian, who was on the side, suddenly shouted with a disoriented face. His eyes were filled with shock and loss. Ye Qingxuan actually wanted to hand the marriage contract back to Xiao Jinbei, so that meant she wasn't going to withdraw from the marriage? But hadn't she been mouthing off all these years that she was extremely disgusted with Xiao Chen and wanted to be with herself? And now why had she suddenly changed her mind? When these words came out, many people in the arena cast contemptuous gazes at Xiao Lingtian. As a younger brother, Xiao Lingtian actually wanted to rob his brother's fiancée. What's wrong with this world? There were actually people who could do something so beastly. No wonder Xiao Chen was forced to leave the Jinbei King's mansion. Who could stand having such a younger brother? Xiao Lingtian, please show some self-respect. I am Xiao Chen's fiancé, your unmarried sister-in-law. It's just too unreasonable for you to talk like this. When Ye Qingxuan heard this, she looked at Xiao Lingtian faintly and said with a cold face, withdrawing from Xiao Chen? She had indeed been thinking this way for the past few years, but ever since she had seen Xiao Chuan's terrifying sword Dao talent, she had changed her mind. Xiao Lingtian's talent was strong, and he could be called a heavenly pride of the world. But in front of a supreme sword immortal embryo such as Xiao Chen, it was worthless. There was also the fact that Xiao Chen had actually just broken off his engagement with her and hooked up with a woman who looked even more beautiful than her, which was unacceptable to her, and she had to snatch Xiao Chen back. Ha ha ha, unreasonable? Ye Qingxuan, I love you so much that I went so far as to seriously injure that punk Xiao Chen in order to help you withdraw from the marriage. And this is how you treat me? Xiao Lingtian's eyes grayed and said with a miserable smile. When these words came out, the crowd in the arena was once again shocked. To beat up your brother, who saved your life, for a woman? Is that something a human being can do? Lingtian, you actually really injured your brother. You. When Wanrong couldn't believe what she was hearing and looked at Xiao Lingtian with a shocked expression, it turned out that what the eldest son had said before was true. Xiao Lingtian had really injured him. It was ridiculous that she thought the eldest son had lied and felt that he was of low character. In hindsight, she was simply wrong. Xiao Lingtian's eyes were also filled with surprise and his expression was stunned as he looked at Xiao Lingtian. The youngest son, who had always been upright and honest in his mind, had lied to them? Ha ha ha, yeah, I'm a bad guy. I'm despicable. Xiao Lingtian was in a state of insanity. Lingtian, you, Xiao Jinbei originally wanted to sternly reprimand, but seeing his young son's disoriented appearance at the moment, he was not willing to harshly reprimand him, and stiffly put back the words that followed. When Wanrong looked at Xiao Lingtian's pale face, her heart couldn't help but feel distressed, and softly comforted. Child, don't feel bad. Mother believes that you didn't do it on purpose. You like Qingxuan. Mother will talk to your brother and ask him to let you have this marriage contract is all. He is a brother. He should agree. She originally did feel that her youngest son's behavior was a bit excessive, but on second thought, what was wrong with liking someone? And didn't it just show that her youngest son was deeply in love and was a dedicated person? As for Xiao Chen, although it's a bit aggravating for him to let out the marriage contract, but after all, he's the older brother. He has a stronger capacity to bear it and understands it better, so I believe he will understand. It can't be because of a woman that the brothers turn against each other, right? Qingxuan should have belonged to me in the first place. Xiao Chuan is a heavenly jealousy. How is he worthy of Qingxuan? Xiao Lingtian gritted his teeth, and Xiao Jinbei glanced at Xiao Lingtian and said nothing. The youngest son is still young. A momentary wrong way, slowly teaches. As for Ye Qingxuan, he personally opened his mouth to ask the Xia Emperor for a marriage grant, and he believed that the Xia Emperor would give him face. When the crowd under the field saw this scene, they only felt chills running down their bodies. The Zhenbei king's husband and wife's attitude towards the two brothers was simply worlds apart. The youngest son not only seduced the eldest son's unmarried wife, but also took advantage of the eldest son's cultivation has not recovered when the eldest son will be seriously injured. The king of Zhenbei husband and wife not only did not heavy words, but also think of letting the eldest son to let out the marriage contract, to fulfill the younger brother. This put aside who cannot stand it hua. This Zhenbei king couple is also too biased. They simply don't take Xiao Chen as a human being. No wonder Xiao Chen wants to sever ties with this family. That's right. It's ridiculous for a parent to think of sacrificing their eldest son instead of sternly stopping his younger brother from doing such a beastly thing. Hey, I heard that Xiao Chuan and the ninth princess have been childhood sweethearts since they were young, and Xiao Chuan has been deeply in love with her. And now that the king of Zhenbei is beating up the lovebirds, he still doesn't know how sad he will be. Xiao Lingtian is his son, but Xiao Chen is not his son? So biased. Simply unworthy of a father. Some people fought and couldn't help but whisper. They originally thought that Xiao Chuan's leaving the Zhenbei king's residence was his own treachery and low character, but now that they looked at it, as far as the Zhenbei king and his wife's biased stance was concerned, they would have made the same choice as Xiao Chuan in their place. Yo, Xiao Lingtian, how long has it been since I've seen you? Why are you badmouthing me behind my back again? Right at this moment, a voice with a slight sneer rang out from a short distance away, and a teenager with white clothes like snow carrying a rotten sword slowly walked out from the crowd. The teenager was followed by a stunningly beautiful young girl who looked like a fairy descending to the earth and a scruffy old man with a wine gourd that smelled of alcohol. Xiao Chen? Why is he here? Look at him carrying a long sword on his back. Has he really become a sword cultivator? Who is that woman beside him? It's also too beautiful. 3 times more beautiful than even the ninth princess. The crowd turned their heads to look and let out a gasp. When many people saw Ye Qingxuan beside Xiao Chen, a flash of amazement flashed in their eyes. They had never seen such a stunningly beautiful woman in their lives. She simply did not look like a person on earth. Coincidentally, Xiao Chuan had originally come to desolate North City to purchase food with Xiao Wantian and Ye Qingxuan, but he did not expect to actually encounter Xiao Lingtian cursing himself, which he naturally could not endure. Xiao Zhenbei and the others were also slightly stunned when they saw Xiao Duan, while a flash of surprise suddenly appeared in the eyes of several people when they perceived the sharp and compelling sword aura on Xiao Duan's body. Swordsmanship. Xiao Chuan had really become a sword cultivator. Moreover, judging from the strength of the sword aura on Xiao Chuan's body, the sword Dao talent that Xiao Chuan possessed was absolutely terrifying. On the other hand, when Zheng Demon Tiger, who was on the side, saw Xiao Chuan, his eyes flashed with a flash of resentment and killing intent. He secretly mobilized his body's qi and blood, intending to kill Xiao Duan directly before Xiao Zhenbei reacted. Even if Xiao Zhenbei retaliated against him afterwards, he could not care less. The murder of his son must be avenged. Xiao Chen, you punk, how dare you show up? I'll kill you. However, the one who made the first move than Zheng Demon Tiger was Xiao Lingtian, who was in a state of rage. As soon as he saw Xiao Chuan, his eyes instantly reddened and he directly leaped up and slammed his fist fiercely towards Xiao Chuan. A terrifying aura immediately erupted, and Xiao Lingtian was like a stray arrow that ruthlessly shot over. The wind of the fist is strong, killing intent. He had used his full strength in this punch and could be said to be determined to win. He simply did not believe that Xiao Chuan would be able to decapitate Zhang Yoji. In his opinion, it must have been some expert from the Sword Immortal Academy who had helped Xiao Chuan in the dark at that time. Otherwise Xiao Chuan had only just regained his cultivation. So how could he be able to kill Zhang Yoji? Zhang Yoji was in existence that couldn't even kill him. ********. Xiao Lingtian actually engaged in a sneak attack? This punch is terrifying. Even if Xiao Chuan is a sword cultivator, he won't be able to carry it, right? That's for sure. Sword cultivators don't have strong physical bodies. If it's too late to draw their swords, Xiao Chuan will be cold in 9 out of 10 cases. The crowd in the arena let out a gasp. A sword cultivator's entire battle strength was in a sword. His physical body was not strong, while Xiao Lingtian was a martial artist with a terrifying physical body. With this punch, Xiao Duan was afraid that he would be killed on the spot. Lingtian, stop it. Wait. Xiao Zhenbei was just about to make a move to stop him, but Zhang Deuteronomy, who was on the side, reached out and stopped him. Senior, what do you mean by that? Little friend Xiao Chen's flesh seems to be odd. Xiao Lingtian can't hurt him. As soon as these words came out, a trace of color flashed in Xiao Zhenbei's eyes and he turned his head to look at Xiao Chen. After observing carefully, he realized that in addition to Xiao Chen's body being permeated with the slightest hint of overpowering sword aura, the qi and blood in his body was also extraordinarily exuberant, and he was not at all like a sword cultivator with an ordinary strength of physical body. The strength of his fleshly body was even much stronger than some martial artists who had practiced their fleshly bodies diligently. What's going on here? You want to die? Eat this king of power fist of mine. In a blink of an eye, Xiao Lingfeng had already arrived in front of Xiao Chen, and his fist ruthlessly smashed into Xiao Chen's head. He was very confident that Xiao Chuan would definitely not be able to carry his punch and would be killed on the spot. Xiao Lingfeng glanced at Xiao Chen, wanting to see a trace of fear on his face, but found that Xiao Chen was blandly at ease, and there was even a trace of a sneer, if any, hanging at the corner of his mouth. A hint of doubt arose in his eyes at the words, "What's going on here?" However, just as he was puzzled, Xiao Chen did not draw his sword and directly blasted out a punch. If any other sword cultivator, he might really be shaded to death by Xiao Lingfeng, but Xiao Chuan possessed a martial god body and his flesh strength was also very perverse, so he was not afraid at all. When Xiao Lingfeng saw this, a trace of contempt surfaced on his face. "You're a sword cultivator who doesn't want to draw his sword, but wants to fight me in the flesh? You're looking for death." However, under Xiao Lingfeng's stunned gaze, Xiao Chuan's fist came after him and directly blasted onto his chest. How is that possible? A terrifying and unspeakable force instantly penetrated Xiao Lingfeng's body, and a strand of blood violently overflowed from his mouth as he flew heavily backwards, his eyes filled with unbelievable colors. Chapter 36. Seeing Xiao Lingfeng being sent flying by a punch, everyone in the arena was dumbfounded. A sword cultivator didn't use his sword and blasted away a martial artist of the same realm with just his fists? Who's going to believe that? A trace of consternation also flashed in Xiao Zhenbei's eyes as he looked at Xiao Chen, who stood proudly below. How could he, a sword cultivator, have such a terrifying physical body? It's simply unimaginable. He muttered in his heart that Xiao Chen's punch had truly amazed him. If a sword cultivator also possessed a terrifying physical body, that kind of battle power was something he didn't dare to imagine. It's simply anticlimactic. Little friend Xiao Chuan's physical body is actually 3 times stronger than what I had imagined. It is truly terrifying. Zhenbei King, did you give little friend Xiao Chuan any heavenly treasures or elixirs? Zhang Yutian also sighed heartily and thought that it was the top secret means of the Zhenbei royal house that had created Xiao Chen's super strong physical body. Senior, you think highly of me? My Zhenbei royal house doesn't have any means to give a sword cultivator such a terrifying physical body. Oh, it's not you? Then does that mean that little friend Xiao Chen has another chance? This fortune is simply heaven-defying. A trace of color flashed in Zhang Yutian's eyes. Zhenbei, quickly go see how Lingfeng is doing? He's spitting up blood. Why is Dusty's hand so inconsiderate? When Wanrong also looked at Xiao Lingfeng, who had fallen to the ground, with a heartbroken expression. Zhang Yutian glanced at Wanrong, a flash of surprise appearing in his eyes. Obviously Xiao Lingfeng sneak attacked and ran to take Xiao Chuan's life. Xiao Chuan was only defending himself. How did it turn into Wanrong's mouth that she didn't know what was important? Besides, Xiao Lingfeng had only suffered some minor injuries. As to be nervous like this? Xiao Zhenbei made a flash and came directly to Xiao Lingfeng's side, and after some inspection, his face became gloomy. Under Xiao Chuan's punch, Xiao Lingfeng actually suffered a trace of internal injuries. Although it was said that it was not serious, it would more or less affect his cultivation and delay the academy competition that would take place soon. He fed Xiao Lingfeng a precious little return pill and got up to look at Xiao Chen, his gaze cold. Rebellious son, he is your own brother. How can you lay such a heavy hand on him? Quickly come over and apologize to him. Xiao Zhenbei's title to Xiao Chuan changed from a sinful animal to a rebellious son, which was tantamount to recognizing the father-son relationship with Xiao Chuan in disguise in front of everyone. In Xiao Zhenbei's opinion, this was a step, and at this point, Xiao Chen should gratefully take this step and admit his mistake to Xiao Lingfeng, so that he would also be considered to have rejoined the Zhenbei king's mansion. But Xiao Dust did not have the slightest interest. He looked at Xiao Zhenbei with a cold smile. Yo, Xiao Zhenbei, you are really heartbroken for this little son of yours. Just a little bit of an injury. Actually giving him such a precious elixir as the little returning Dan. You are really willing to give it up. The small return pill was a sacred medicine for healing injuries. Extremely precious, capable of containing the injuries within a martial artist's body within a short period of time and erasing any possible after effects to a large extent. A single small return pill is worth 1,000 taels of gold, and there is no market for it. Even the Zhenbei royal palace didn't have many Xiao Ruodan. At that time, when Xiao Chen was severely injured by Xiao Lingfeng and was on the verge of death, Xiao Zhenbei did not even bother to take a look at him, and did not even give him an ordinary healing elixir. And at this moment, Xiao Lingfeng had only suffered some minor injuries, and Xiao Zhenbei had actually even taken out the small return pill. In comparison, Xiao Chen was simply less than a dog in the Zhenbei king's mansion. How dare you? Is that how you speak to your father? Xiao Zhenbei was furious. Even if you, Xiao Dust, have a world-defying talent, You are not qualified to be so wild as this. What kind of son talks to his old man like that? Xiao Zhenbei, your memory is really bad. Have you forgotten that you and I have severed our father-son relationship? Xiao Dust responded indifferently. Inside him, there was none of the anger at being treated so thinly before, or the resentment at the injustice of fate. He just felt very grateful, because such a parent would not be worthy of the respect and love he has had for so many years in the past. Luckily, he had broken off with this family, or else he was afraid that the end would definitely be killed by Xiao Lingtian. And Mr. and Mrs. Xiao Zhenbei only had Xiao Lingtian in their eyes. There was no He Xiao Chen at all. All the food you've used since you were a child has been given to you by my Zhenbei royal family, and you say you'll break it off? Xiao Zhenbei's eyes narrowed slightly as a trace of shock flashed through his eyes. Then why don't you tell us what your son Xiao Lingtian's one life is worth? Xiao Dust laughed coldly. He didn't think he owed the Zhenbei royal house anything. You? Xiao Zhenbei was momentarily speechless. He understands what Xiao Duan means. He saved Xiao Lingtian's life. It is considered to return the Zhenbei royal house's nurturing grace, and it is only more. You Xiao Zhenbei don't take this to say anything. And Xiao Zhenbei was indeed powerless to refute it. Dusty, we are a family connected by blood. How can you be so heartless? When Wanrong walked up, looking sad, don't pretend to be sympathetic. Just now when Xiao Lingtian was bent on taking my life, you couldn't have failed to see that, could you? And yet you said that I was too ruthless in my actions. I'm afraid that the only one who was connected to your bloodline is Xiao Lingtian, right? Xiao Dust revealed a sneer. Dusty, it's not what you think. You're all mother's babies. How could mother be biased? When Wanrong hurriedly explained, Mother, there's no need to say much to him. Xiao Chuan, don't be arrogant. Just now it was just a momentary lapse of caution on my part and I was caught in your backstabbing. Don't think that you're better than me. Come on, let's fight again in a dignified manner. The efficacy of the small return pill was truly miraculous. After a moment of effort, Xiao Lingtian's face had regained its blood color and he stood up, wanting to fight with Xiao Dust once again. Just by you? Truth be told, you're just an ant in my eyes, Xiao Dust said contemptuously. You? Xiao Lingtian was slightly stunned, not expecting Xiao Dust to actually become so arrogant in his speech. Gritting his teeth, you are also just mouth. The words ended abruptly in mid-sentence. A white chi sword suddenly appeared at Xiao Lingtian's brow at an unknown time, and the sharp sword chi sliced Xiao Lingtian's skin painfully. He looked at Xiao Chen incredulously as countless lines of shock flashed through his eyes. Just now, Xiao Chuan had only moved his finger, and a chi sword was suddenly pressed against his brow, and he did not even have time to make any reaction before he was directly killed in seconds. Is this the strength of a sword cultivator? However, he had also seen some sword cultivators, and although they were also very powerful, none of them were in the same realm and could have the strength of Xiao Chen. The people present were also dumbfounded. With a single thought, he condensed his chi into a sword. Is this the tactics of a sword cultivator? It's really scary. At this moment, Xiao Chen truly made the world understand what it meant to be invincible in the same realm. Xiao Dust and Xiao Lingtian were both at the 7th level of the apprentice realm, but Xiao Lingtian was completely no match for Xiao Dust and could not even resist. That's invincibility. Xiao Lingtian, you're just a waste. After eating so many resources from the Zhenbei royal house, is that all you're capable of? I'm a heavenly jealous person. I can beat you 10,000 times. If I were you, I'd buy a piece of tofu and just crash to death. Xiao Dust said indifferently. Mockery entered his ears, and Xiao Lingtian instantly became red in the face. In the past, he had been pressed by Xiao Chen's born king body and could not raise his head, and it was not easy for him to survive until the pit shattered Xiao Chen's dantian, and he thought that he could completely turn the tables. But he did not expect that Xiao Chen had actually recovered his dantian and had become a sword cultivator, which was even more terrifying than before. Even Ye Qingxuan, who had originally promised to marry him, suddenly backtracked. In one night, everything he had was almost destroyed. Blame it on Xiao Duan. It's all him. He wants Xiao Duan dead. Immediate death. He suddenly pulled out a medicine bottle from his pocket, took out the round elixir that emitted a scarlet glow inside, and swallowed it in one gulp. Chapter 37, Battle Martial Master. As the elixir entered his mouth, a terrifying force of chi and blood suddenly filled out from Xiao Lingtian's body, and the aura on his body soared at a terrifying speed. Martial Apprentice 8. Martial Apprentice 9. Martial Master 1. In a short moment, Xiao Lingtian's cultivation actually broke through directly from the 7th level of Martial Apprentice to the Martial Master realm. Seeing this scene, everyone in the arena was horrified. A hint of shock even erupted in Xiao Zhenbei's eyes. Blood explosion pill. Lingtian actually used a blood explosion pill. The blood-bursting pill could burn out the power of chi and blood in the martial artist's body in a short period of time, erupting into a terrifying strike that far exceeded his or her strength. And after this strike, the martial artist would enter a state of complete weakness that would take a month to recover from. 3 months later would be the academy competition. Now was the time to desperately cultivate. Xiao Lingtian using the blood-bursting pill at this time would be very unfavorable for him to compete for a place in the academy competition 3 months later. Xiao Zhenbei really couldn't figure out how much hatred Xiao Lingtian had toward Xiao Chuan, actually going so far as to use the blood-bursting Dan. The two of them were obviously blood brothers. How did they become like enemies? Zhenbei, hurry up and stop Lingtian. Even if Duaner is a sword cultivator, he definitely can't carry a strike from Lingtian's martial master realm. When Wanrong's face appeared to be worried, although her eldest son was amazingly talented, his strength was superb, but after all, he was only a martial apprentice at the 7th level. If he was hit by Xiao Lingtian's martial master realm, there was absolutely no possibility of survival. Although she loved her youngest son, she didn't want to see her eldest son die on the spot. A trace of gravity also surfaced on Xiao Zhenbei's face. His body moved and he just wanted to make a move. But Xiao Lingtian's hoarse voice came from his ears. Father, mother, today is a personal grudge between me and Xiao Chuan. I want to settle it with him alone. If you guys stop me, I'll kill myself here. Xiao Lingtian's eyes were scarlet as if he was a ferocious beast as he stared at Xiao Chen with resentment in his eyes. Why is it not enough that you have a natural king body, but you are also a supreme sword Dao genius at the same time? How can you be cursed by the heavenly Dao and not only have nothing happen to you, but your cultivation is growing by leaps and bounds? Why is it that all goddesses are in your good graces? Lin Qingxian and Ye Qingxuan? What is it about me? Xiao Lingtian, that makes God do this to me? Lingtian, stop fooling around. He's your brother. Xiao Lingtian shouted sternly in a low voice, but his figure stopped in place without moving. He was afraid that if he made a move, Xiao Lingtian would really commit suicide. Judging from his current state, he had completely lost his mind. Upon seeing this scene, everyone in the arena froze and looked incredulously at Xiao Zhenbei. The youngest son is high on drugs and wants to kill the eldest son. And you, as a father, are literally standing still and not caring if the eldest son lives or dies because the youngest son made a threat? One must know that Xiao Lingtian was currently in the martial master realm. Even though there was only one strike, it was by no means something that Xiao Chuan's district, a sword apprentice 7th level, could come next. It would really kill him. As a father, even if you can't make it rain, don't be so overly favorable. I don't have a brother. I want to be the sole heir of the Zhenbei royal house. Xiao Chen, suffer death. Xiao Lingtian looked like a madman as he suddenly blasted a fist toward Xiao Chen. Terrifying qi and blood swept through the surroundings, and many people were directly shaken out by this powerful energy fluctuation. Feeling that terrifying power, the faces of the people in the arena changed greatly. The blood-bursting pill was really powerful. This punch from Xiao Lingtian at this moment was far too much stronger than before. Xiao Chen was afraid that he would die miserably under this punch. Xiao Chuan, quickly dodge. This punch of his already has the power of a martial master. Don't take it hard. Lin Qingxian's face suddenly changed drastically and hastily reminded. Ye Qingxuan just wanted to speak out, but realized that she was snatched by Lin Qingxian. A trace of jealousy immediately flashed in her eyes as she turned her head towards Xiao Lingtian and scolded. Xiao Lingtian, if you dare to injure him, I will not forgive you for the rest of my life. Ye Qingxuan, I love you so much, but you only have Xiao Chen in your heart. I'll kill him now so that you can die. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Lingtian had hissed and arrived in front of Xiao Chen. At this moment, the aura on his body had burned to the extreme, like a big burning furnace, diffusing a scorching hot aura. Xiao Wantian's eyes narrowed slightly as he flexed his fingers and a terrifying sword she instantly tore through the void and headed towards Xiao Lingtian. A mere junior, actually dared to kill his trainee in front of him, when he, the Sword King, was dead? When Xiao Zhenbei saw Xiao Wantian strike, his face instantly changed drastically, his figure flickered, and in a flash of lightning, he directly blocked in front of Xiao Lingtian, and his fist blasted away the sword chi. Only, when he came into contact with that sword chi, he instantly sensed that something was wrong and his heart thumped. This sword chi had form but no substance, and it didn't have much power at all. Xiao Wantian didn't even think about killing Xiao Lingtian, but by stopping him like that, he pushed Xiao Duan into a dead end. Lingtian, stop it, Xiao Zhenbei hurriedly shouted. However, Xiao Lingtian ignored it, and without Xiao Wantian's sword chi blocking him, his martial master realm punch directly blasted towards Xiao Chen. Seeing this scene, a coldness suddenly surged in Xiao Dust's heart. He was going to be killed. Xiao Zhenbei watched the show from his spot. Xiao Lingtian was in danger. He did not hesitate to step in. Oh, people don't know. They probably think he's adopted. But at this moment, Xiao Lingtian had already arrived in front of him. He didn't have the time to think too much. Xiao Lingtian, who had briefly reached the martial master realm's battle power, had increased by an unknown amount. causing Xiao Dust to feel an unprecedented pressure. Even a hint of death was felt. It was true that he could cross the realm to kill his enemies, but without practicing his sword skills, he was not sure that he could fight across a large realm. It was just that Xiao Lingtian's fist was about to come to his face immediately, and he couldn't fight without it. In desperation, he raised his sword to meet the enemy and lived to the death. Are you crazy? Run away quickly. You can't possibly defeat a martial master. When Ye Qingxuan saw that Xiao Chen was actually still unself-consciously swinging his sword against the fight, she immediately shouted in an anxious voice. Xiao Dust could be a half-step martial master in seconds, but he could never be a martial master's opponent. Although the two realms were only separated by a line, that line was already the difference between heaven and earth. Xiao Zhenbei, if anything happens to Xiao Chen, my sword Immortal Academy will slaughter your entire family. Xiao Wantian knew that the momentum was gone, and he was so angry that he directly pinched and exploded the wine pot in his hand. If Xiao Zhenbei did not make a move just now, this strike by Xiao Lingtian would definitely have already been blocked by him. He was measured in his strikes, and that Xiao Lingtian would at most only suffer some light injuries, and would not even lose his foundation. But when Xiao Zhenbei stops it like this, it's all over. Xiao Duan will die. When Xiao Zhenbei saw that Xiao Lingtian had really dealt a death blow to Xiao Chuan, his entire body froze as well and stayed in place, motionless. Zhang Yuantian also did not expect Xiao Lingtian actually so no measure. More did not think that Xiao Zhenbei actually only care about the young son, but simply do not care about the eldest son dead or alive. At this time want to save people, but also has been too far to whip, can only be full of chagrin. Dusty, my boy. And it was only then that when Wanrong noticed that her eldest son was about to die and let out a cry of sorrow. Not far away, Ye Qingxuan closed her eyes, unable to bear to see the tragedy that was about to happen. Ha 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 ha, my son, you're about to get your revenge. This dog thief Xiao Chuan will never be able to carry a punch from the martial master realm. On the other hand, Zhang Demon Tiger's heart was bursting with ecstasy. Aren't you Xiao Duan a cow? If you can second a half-step martial master, I don't believe that you can still second a true martial master realm. Next breath, Xiao Lingtian's punch that poured out his strength finally arrived in front of Xiao Chen. The terrifying power of qi and blood shook Xiao Chuan's skin, causing a burst of pain as if it was a pinprick to come from his skin. For the first time, Xiao Dust felt a great deal of pressure. So strong, it was more than 10 times stronger than Zhang Thirsty One, who was a half-step martial artist. But at this moment, there was no way back for him. What the? Isn't it just a death? I'll fight you. The reverse heavenly demon beheading technique. When one sword falls, all enemies are destroyed, and one goes forward. He suddenly let out a bellowing cry and violently swung his sword forward. The sword was his roar against the injustice of fate. It's his determination to smash through the rough patches of life. Since it was destined to be full of trials and tribulations, let him break it with one sword. The sword light was like electricity. Sword chi is like frost. A stern killing aura that shook the four directions. Chapter 38. If you want to keep Xiao Duan, cross over my corpse. There was a loud thud. Fist and sword collide. A terrifying chi and blood and a stern sword intent fiercely blasted towards each other. A huge energy fluctuation rose up like ripples, quickly spreading out in all directions, and quite a number of martial apprentice realm powerhouses were shaken to the point where they spat out blood from their mouths and flew out directly backwards. They were horrified in their eyes, not realizing that the aftermath of a battle between martial master realm experts actually had such a terrifying power. It seems that martial artists, each separated by a large realm, are like the difference between clouds and mud, and cannot be crossed. The gazes of everyone in the arena were gathered on the two people who were at the center of the battle, and almost everyone agreed that Xiao Chen was going to be killed in seconds. Then, in the next breath, a shocking scene occurred. The rotten sword in Xiao Chen's hand suddenly erupted with an even more terrifying sword aura, directly sending Xiao Lingtian flying. Next moment, the scene fell silent, like dead silence. Everyone was dumbfounded, and countless lines of shock flashed through their eyes. What about? How is that possible? A sword apprentice 7th level actually sent a martial master realm powerhouse flying with a sword chop? Since ancient times, other heavenly prides had struggled to kill their enemies by crossing a small realm, but Xiao Chen directly crossed a large realm to defeat his strong enemies, which was simply terrifying as hell. This son's talent is actually powerful to such an extent? Is this going against the heavens? Zhang Dushan, who had always been unperturbed by changes, opened his mouth wide, his eyes filled with incredulity. Ha ha ha, my sword Immortal Academy is really going to produce a true dragon this time. Xiao Wantian's face instantly relaxed and laughed up to the sky. Xiao Zhenbei looked at Xiao Chuan for a long time before he was shocked. Absolute demon. Ye Qingxuan and Ye Qingxuan's pair of beautiful eyes were also staring at Xiao Chen with a strange luster flashing in their eyes. As outstanding as Ye Qingxuan and Ye Qingxuan were, they were both extremely haughty in their hearts, and even if there were countless handsome men pursuing them, they still had very few to look at. Nothing else, because those people aren't good enough. However, when the demon had reached the level of Xiao Chen, it was a bit of a heartwarming moment for them. Handsome appearance, unbelievable strength, and young and talented. These 3 points combined in one man. Few women could be completely unmoved. And Xiao Lingfeng, who had crashed to the ground, violently spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Xiao Chen with eyes full of horror. "You, how can you be so strong?" After saying these words, Xiao Lingfeng completely fainted. That strike just now had drained all the qi and blood from his body, and for the next month, he would be in a weakened state, requiring a long time to recover. When Wanrong ran to his side at the first opportunity and took good care of him. Actually won. And after Xiao Chen on the opposite side finished those words, a strand of blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth and he slowly collapsed. With that sword just now, although he had repelled Xiao Lingfeng, he was also injured and it was difficult for him to hold on any longer. With his current strength it was impossible to defeat a martial master. Just receiving a blow from the martial master realm would not work for him, and if he met a true martial master, he would surely die. Only by cultivating sword skills could he have the capital to kill his enemies across a large realm. It was just that sword techniques were too precious, much more precious than even Gongfu, and out of 100 sword cultivators, there wasn't even one that possessed a sword technique. When a sword skill came out, even if it was at the lowest yellow level, it would provoke countless people to scramble desperately for it. If the system did not give sword skills, it would be difficult to obtain them by Xiao Chuan himself. Xiao Duan. Xiao Zhentian leapt forward and directly held Xiao Chen in his arms. After checking Xiao Chuan's injuries and finding nothing serious, he picked up Xiao Chuan, glanced at Xiao Zhenbei, and turned to leave. Slow down. Right at this moment, Xiao Zhenbei's figure flashed and stopped directly in front of Xiao Zhentian. Xiao Zhenbei, what do you mean by this? Xiao Zhentian frowned slightly. Xiao Chen is my son, and now that he has been injured, he naturally needs to recuperate and heal in my Zhenbei King's mansion. Xiao Zhenbei, you really have the nerve to open your mouth. Haven't you already expelled Xiao Chen from the Zhenbei King's mansion? Now what kind of loving father are you pretending to be? Just now your two sons fight for their lives. You can only focus on your youngest son. Not at all put the death of Xiao Dust at ease. Leave Xiao Dust to you. Let Xiao Lingfeng this little good to assassinate him? Xiao Zhentian sneered. He didn't expect the hallowed king of Zhenbei to be so shameless, and still have the nerve to ask him for someone? The people present also looked at Xiao Zhenbei with strange eyes. The king of Zhenbei has always been proud of his words. Does he intend to go back on his words this time? Facing the gazes of so many people, a touch of unnaturalness surfaced on Xiao Zhenbei's face, but he did not retreat in half a step. Dean Xiao, no matter how I am with Xiao Chen, it is still an internal matter within our Xiao family, and this time, he was seriously injured, so how can I just sit back and watch? Don't talk so much nonsense. If you want to snatch someone from my hand, first ask if the sword in my hand agrees. Xiao Zhentian put down Xiao Chuan, and a red longsword appeared in his hand out of thin air, and before the sword was unsheathed, a terrifying and incomparable sword aura had already filled the surroundings, scaring the crowd into trembling. What a terrifying sword intent! Who is this old man? The sword isn't even out of the body. Why do I feel like my soul is about to be torn apart by this sword intent? I always thought that the Sword Immortal Academy was all trash, but I didn't realize there was such an expert hidden. So what? Can he be stronger than the Zhenbei King? The crowd was talking. Zhang Yutian looked at the longsword in Xiao Zhentian's hand, and a trace of gravity flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect that the Sword Immortal Academy, which had been in decline for a long time, still had this kind of expert. Xiao Zhenbei was locked by the sword intent that seemed to be there, and he also had a feeling of his scalp going numb. In Xiao Zhentian, he felt a threat. It's a feeling that hasn't been there in years. He understood that the old man in front of him had the ability to injure him or even kill him. However, he was the mighty king of Zhenbei, and in this situation nowadays, it was naturally impossible for him to retreat. Dean Xiao, I know that your killing power is amazing, but you still have dark wounds on your body. If you and I really make a move, how long will you be able to hold out? Xiao Zhenbei's body also erupted with a shocking qi and blood. His body's aura instantly skyrocketed, becoming as terrifying as an ancient beast in a blink of an eye. Many years ago the Sword Immortal Academy fell because of me. At that time, I didn't want to live. Today, in order to preserve my Sword Immortal Academy's supreme demon, what's the harm in me dying here? To be able to drag you, King of Zhenbei, to be buried with me? It's not a loss by any reckoning, Xiao Zhentian said indifferently, but there was a coldness in his words. If Xiao Chen was handed over to Xiao Zhenbei today, it would be 1,000 times more difficult to ask for someone from them in the coming day. Besides, Xiao Lingfeng hated Xiao Chuan so much that he left the person with Xiao Zhenbei, and it wasn't even certain that he had been assassinated. although he and Xiao Chen had just met. Since he had entered the door of his Sword Immortal Academy and called him Dean, he was bound to protect this little fellow. Otherwise, how can he still work in the future? Dean Xiao, do you really want to fight with me? Xiao Zhenbei's eyes narrowed slightly. Cut the crap. If you want someone, step over my corpse first. Xiao Zhentian slowly raised his sword. Just as the two were preparing to fight for their lives, Zhang Yintian's figure flashed and directly blocked in front of Xiao Zhenbei, looking at Xiao Zhentian with a faint smile. Dean Xiao, calm your anger for the moment. In fact, Xiao Chen's little friend is the one that my Sacred Wilderness Academy has taken a fancy to, and the Zhenbei King is just keeping someone for my Sacred Wilderness Academy. Chapter 39 Reversal. Sacred Wasteland Elder's Assertion. Hearing this, a trace of shock flashed in the eyes of everyone present. Zhang Yutian actually made a real move to rob someone. Earlier, when Zhang Yutian said that he wanted Xiao Chuan to enter the Sacred Wasteland Academy, they thought that it was just words. After all, it was too ugly to eat like that, and the Sacred Wasteland Academy had never wanted a face. But I didn't expect Zhang Yutian to actually come up and directly ask Xiao Zhentian for someone powerful as the Sacred Desolate Academy. It has never been the existence of countless heavenly prides who couldn't get in even if they crowded their heads, and it has never been heard of that they have taken the initiative to poach people. And this time, the Sacred Desolate Academy actually gave up its face and took the initiative to poach Xiao Dust? That's incredible too. Was Xiao Chen's potential already amazing to this extent? Xiao Zhentian's face instantly turned ugly. Zhang Yutian, your hallowed Sacred Desolate Academy actually wants to snatch someone from a trash academy that has fallen to the point of closing its doors at any time. Isn't that a bit excessive? Zhang Yutian slowly shook his head. Dean Xiao, I also know that this is somewhat unfair to your Sword Immortal Academy, but you should also understand that there isn't much justice in this world. The person my Sacred Desolate Academy has its eye on, you have to give it even if you don't. Of course, if you agree, I can give you compensation, whether it's pills, techniques, divine weapons, as long as you ask, I can give it to you. What do you think? Zhang Yutian's tone was flat, but it was characterized by an unquestionable dominance. You have to give it if you don't. It's almost like open robbery. However, no one felt that there was anything wrong with Zhang Huatian saying this because the Sacred Desolate Academy had the backbone to do so. Although my Sword Immortal Academy is in decline, it's not something that can be taken by anyone. If you want to snatch someone from under me, ask the longsword in my hand first. Xiao Zhentian flicked his thumb, and the long sword in his hand was instantly sheathed for 3 minutes. A terrifying and abnormal sword intent filled the surroundings like a wave, and just a hint of sword chi that spilled out made many people feel that even their souls were going to be crushed. Since Dean Xiao is stubborn, don't blame me for being merciless. Zhang Huatian's left hand slowly clenched, and a terrifying force suddenly gathered from his palm. In a blink of an eye, everyone in the arena felt the majestic chi and scorching battle intent on Zhang Deuteronomy's body. Just as the two of them were about to make their move, the summoning jade tablet at Zhang Yutian's waist suddenly vibrated. In the next second, an old voice suddenly sounded. Heaven's jealousy of the person aged 18 will be lost cultivation. Bad luck. 20 years old before will be strangled by the heavenly Tao, even if there is still some natural talent, but also are a mirror. Senior brother do not need to care about it. It was the Holy Wasteland Elder who gave the echo. Everyone present was horrified to hear this. Will you lose all your cultivation at 18 and be dead by 20? Xiao Chen happened to be 2 days short of turning 18, so wouldn't that be the end soon? Zhang Deuteronomy, who was preparing to snatch someone from Vengeance Zhentian, was also stunned when he heard this. He had wanted to bring Xiao Chuan back to the Sacred Desolate Academy to observe him for a while, but he didn't expect that the Sacred Desolate Elder would directly give this kind of evaluation. The heavenly jealousy person, however, rarely appeared, and he originally only knew that the heavenly jealousy person would be cursed by the heavenly Tao, but he didn't know that the attack would not occur until he was 18 years old. That is to say, Xiao Chen would soon lose all his cultivation, and would simply be a wastrel with no future, and even if his current light shone brightly, it would soon be annihilated, and would not be worth the attention of his Sacred Desolate Academy at all. If other people said this, he might not believe it, but if the Sacred Desolate Elder said this, he would have to believe it. With the unfathomable strength of the Sacred Desolate Elder, the judgment he made was almost impossible to be wrong, and when he said that Xiao Chuan was wasted, then it was 100% wasted. After glancing at Xiao Chen, who was not far away, the previous scorching heat in Zhang Yutian's eyes completely disappeared and he became indifferent and cold. A piece of trash, not worth his attention at all. Xiao Zhenbei's face also undisguisedly surfaced with a touch of disappointment, and he completely lost all thoughts of wanting to keep Xiao Chen in the royal residence to heal his wounds. After hearing the judgment of the Sacred Desolate Elder, he also understood that Xiao Chen was a waste and would soon fall, and that he, Xiao Zhenbei, did not need to keep a waste of a son. While Ye Qingxuan's gaze at Xiao Chen quickly changed from adoration to dislike after her shock. It turned out that it was still a waste. In vain she spent so much effort. Even the marriage certificate was taken out in public. This Xiao Chen really deserved to die. Ha ha ha. Father, mother, did you hear that? Xiao Chen is a waste. I'm the only hope for the Xiao family. At this time, Xiao Lingfeng, who had just taken the elixir and had already awakened, laughed maniacally, his eyes filled with pleasure and excitement. Ah, Sawdust, even if you are gifted, can you defeat the heavenly Tao? In the end, you will still become a waste. The ear-piercing laughter directly woke up the unconscious Sawdust. He scanned the surroundings and found that the people were all looking at him with contemptuous gazes, as if they were looking at a piece of. He was instantly confused. What in the world had happened? Before these people looked at him with eyes of adoration and envy. How come he just fainted for such a short while and directly turned into a million people spitting on him? He looked doubtfully at Lin Qingxian, who wanted to speak. Just now. The sacred desolate elder sent a message saying that you are envied by the heavenly Tao and are destined to become an invalid. So, Lin Qingxian's expression was somewhat intolerant. Such a fact was just too cruel to Xiao Chen, almost sentencing him to death for his future. I'm afraid no one can accept such a big difference from a world-class demon to a loser, right? I hope he doesn't have a light heart. After hearing Lin Qingxian's words, Xiao Chuan instantly understood. It turns out that it was that sacred desolate elder, who claimed to be the great summer's war ceiling, who said that he would surely become a waste. Oh, if it were anyone else, I'm afraid he would have been stunned. But who was he? He was the man with the system. Not to mention a wholly desolate old man. Even the supreme heavenly way in front of the system will have to kneel down and call his father. What's with the sacred wastelanders? It was only until he grew up that being belittled might not be a good thing. So a look of disappointment appeared on his face obediently, and he lowered his head, somewhat lost in thought. Don't you feel too bad? Lin Qingxian comforted. I'm fine, Xiao Chen whispered like a child who had made a mistake. Seeing this scene, the contempt on the faces of the crowd deepened. A trace of dislike also flashed in Xiao Zhenbei's eyes. It's a waste for a man to encounter some setbacks and become like this. Zhang Yuantian, now you still want to snatch someone from my sword immortal academy? Qiu Wantian looked towards Zhang Deuteronomy. Zhang Yuantian shook his head. My sacred desolate academy only accepts heavenly pride, and since little friend Xiao Chuan is destined to fall, he is no longer suitable for my sword immortal academy. Xiao Zhenbei, what do you say? You take the people. Xiao Zhenbei was filled with indifference. When Wanrong glanced at Xiao Chen, her lips opened and closed, wanting to say something, but thinking that the youngest son and the eldest son were incompatible. If she left the eldest son behind, the youngest son was afraid that she would be very unhappy, so she ended up saying nothing. When the crowd in the arena saw this scene, they all felt a chill in their hearts. It was only right that Zhang Yutian gave up Xiao Chen. After all, the two were not related by blood. But you Xiao Zhenbei, when Wanrong at this time actually also want to give up Xiao Chen, that is a little too cold-blooded and heartless. That's your own son. If you don't have talent, you don't want it? Who just said he'd keep Xiao Chuan at the Zhenbei king's residence to nurse his wounds? Xiao Chen, who was a party to the incident, had already seen it and had long been numb. To him this pair of parents of coolness, so many years he has long had a deep understanding, now no longer have any hope for them. No hope naturally will not be disappointed. Xiao Zhenbei, you are really shameless. Xiao Chen is truly unfortunate to have a father like you. Qiu Wantian coldly glanced at Xiao Zhenbei, picked up Xiao Chen and was about to leave. Ye Qingxuan, however, stood out with a cold face and said, Hold on, Xiao Chen, now that you have been completely reduced to an invalid, you don't deserve to be my husband anymore. Tear up the marriage certificate in front of everyone. The person she was going to marry was a supreme heavenly pride. It couldn't be an invalid. Chapter 40, Shocking Change. The demon race surrounds the city. Ye Qingxuan, would you be going too far by doing this? Lin Qingxian couldn't help but step forward and say. She saw it clearly. Earlier it was Ye Qingxuan who took the initiative to keep the marriage contract with Xiao Chen. Now, Xiao Chen had just been pronounced dead by the sacred desolate elder. And you, Ye Qingxuan, directly flipped out and disowned him? Even if you want to withdraw from the marriage, can't you say it in private? If you withdraw from the marriage in front of everyone, isn't it tantamount to putting Xiao Chen's face on the ground and stepping on it? How will he behave in the future? Excessive? What's too much? I'm the 9th princess of Daxia. Is it possible that I'm going to marry a loser? Ye Qingxian sneered. You what? You like trash so much. Go marry Xiao Chen. Ye Qingxuan's face was full of disdain. And then she looked at Xiao Chuan. Xiao Chuan, I know that you like me, but we are no longer suitable. I hope that you can let go and fulfill me. Looking at the arrogance in Ye Qingxuan's eyes, A nameless rage immediately rose from Xiao Chen's heart. He'd agreed to break off the engagement. And this woman was still relentless and annoying. He walked directly to Xiao Zhenbei and reached out. Give me the marriage certificate. Earlier, Xiao Chen had seen Ye Qingxuan hand over the marriage certificate to Xiao Zhenbei. Xiao Zhenbei was slightly stunned, hesitated for a moment, but still handed the marriage certificate to Xiao Chen. You and Qingxuan are not destined to be in the same world. I hope you. Xiao Zhenbei thought that Xiao Chen would go out of his way to retrieve Ye Qingxuan like he did before and wanted to reprimand him. But before he finished speaking, his entire body froze. This was because he saw that Xiao Chen directly tore the marriage certificate in his hand into pieces with an extremely fast speed. Not only Xiao Zhenbei, but everyone present froze. That's the 9th princess of Daxia. As beautiful as the heavens, honorable status. Such a wife. Say don't want it? And see Xiao Chen tearing the marriage certificate so decisively. Ye Qingxuan had a kind of stupefaction of being caught off guard. She had thought that Xiao Chen would beg her to give another chance, but did not think that he was actually so indifferent that he directly tore the marriage certificate. The last time she'd bought a marriage contract from him, she thought he was trying to change her impression of him, but this time, she faltered. It couldn't be that Xiao Chen had really moved on and liked Lin Qingxian, right? This was a bit hard for her again. Someone who had liked her for more than 10 years suddenly liked someone else, even if that person was a loser. It was intolerable for an extremely proud woman like her. Don't you even try to redeem yourself? Ye Qingxuan looked at Xiao Chen and said through clenched teeth. Ha! Redeeming? Do you deserve it? Ye Qingxuan, last time I told you to leave me alone. I didn't expect you to send the marriage certificate back to Xiao Zhenbei. This time I'll tear it up. From now on, you and I won't have anything to do with each other. Xiao Chuan glanced at Ye Qingxuan with a cold smile and casually raised the fragments in his hand into the air before turning around to leave. Ye Qingxuan froze in place, looking at Xiao Chuan's indifferent face and shivering with anger. This Xiao Chen was definitely acting. It was impossible for him, a wastrel, to find a better wife than her. How could he not be pained? It's not good. King Zhenbei, several thousand demon clans have surrounded Xiangwu City, and it seems that they want to carry out a massacre. Just then, a bloodstained soldier stumbled over. Hearing these words, a trace of panic flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Xiangwu City was massacred by the demon race, so wouldn't Lu Sanji be in danger? Xiangwu City is under siege? How many demon clans have come? What realm? Xiao Zhenbei's face also suddenly changed when he heard this. Xiangwu City was a small city belonging to the desolate North Province, with a small population of only a few 100,000 people. Neighboring desolate North City, the guards there were relatively weak, so if the demons attacked the city, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Several thousand heads, most of them are Demon Apprentice 7th level, and there are some Demon Apprentice 8th level. The Demon God Temple has also come with some people. The soldiers defending the city can't resist at all. Most of them have already died, and the city lord has also died in battle. The soldiers shuddered. Several thousand demon races. The Demon God Hall has also come? The people present all revealed horror at the words, and many of them even began to tremble lightly. A city's garrison could easily be in the tens of thousands. Even a small frontier city like Xiangwu City had a garrison of 20,000. So it sounded like a few thousand demons didn't seem like much, but the defenders were just ordinary people with strong bodies, not martial artists. While the thousands of demons could all be demon disciples equivalent to martial artists at the martial apprentice realm, and the difference in strength between ordinary people and demons was too great. Even though those defenders were considered well-trained, they were as untouchable as dirt in front of the demon race. And due to the agreement between the demon race and the human race is not allowed to cross the border to strike at the demon race. Therefore, in order to defeat these thousands of demons, the human race would at the very least have to send out an equal number of martial artists. But martial artists were a scarce resource, and the human race simply didn't have that many martial artists to fight against the demons. Take Xiangwu City for example. The martial artists of the entire city added up to less than 100, and facing a few thousand demon clans, there was no power to fight back. Not to mention the terrifyingly powerful human renegade Demon God's Hall as a tiger. What about the Demon Suppression Division of Xiangwu City? Where did they go? Xiao Zhenbei frowned. The Great Xia dynasty had a Demon Suppression Division in every city in order to specifically deal with the demon race. Logically speaking, when encountering a demonic infestation, the Demon Suppression Division should take the top first. So how come it was the soldiers of the city guard who came to ask for help? Back to King Zhenbei. After the demon race surrounded the city, we first went to the Demon Suppression Division to ask for help, but we didn't expect them to close their doors and not come out at all, allowing the demon race to wreak havoc. We could only risk our lives to break out and come to desolate North City to ask for help. The soldier looked indignant. Asshole, the Xiangwu Town Demon Division is even like this? Who is the current division master? Xiao Zhenbei was furious. The soldier hesitated for a moment and said, "You also recognize this person. He is none other than Zhao Tiangang who saved Prince Ling Tian in the past." Hearing this name, Xiao Zhenbei froze. 2 years ago, when Xiao Ling Tian was out sharpening his skills, he had encountered a great demon of the demon master realm attacking him and nearly died. It was Zhao Tiangang who happened to be passing by who shot out to repel the demon race and saved Xiao Ling Tian. Since then, Xiao Ling Tian had formed a deep friendship with Zhao Tiangang, and even he and Wan Rong were extremely grateful to Zhao Tiangang. Unexpectedly, this person actually transferred to Xiangwu City to be the head of the Demon Suppression Division? That's a bad one. I begged the king of Zhenbei to send support quickly. If it's too late, it'll be too late. The soldier's eyes turned red as he saw Xiao Zhenbei say nothing. Xiao Zhenbei nodded slightly, his face grave. With thousands of demon clans surrounding the city and him not being able to make a move, it was too difficult to solve this critical situation. Almost impossible. If the Demon Suppression Division over there made a move, there was still a chance of survival. But now that the Demon Suppression Division over there didn't care at all, it would be too difficult. However, as the military commander of the entire desolate North Province, he naturally could not ignore it. Everyone, Xiangwu City is in trouble. Is anyone willing to go to support it? Xiao Zhenbei swept his gaze over the crowd. He did have some martial artists under his command, but there was a severe shortage of manpower, and he needed manpower support. And there were quite a few martial artists of the right realm right under the field. Being swept by Xiao Zhenbei's gaze, the group of martial artists all lowered their heads and did not speak. Going for backup? The demon race was strong, and Xiangwu City had a few thousand demon race, among which there were many terrifyingly strong half-step demon masters. So if they went there, they were bound to be in dire straits. Who wants to die for nothing? They were not affiliated with the dynasty and had no such obligation. Is no one willing? Now that hundreds of thousands of my fellow human compatriots could die at any time in the mouth of a demon, are you so indifferent? Xiao Zhenbei frowned. King Zhenbei, in this world today, it's good enough that we can manage ourselves. That's right. What does the people of Xiangwu City have to do with my desolate North City? They were surrounded by the demon race. It's their own bad fate. No one else to blame. Some of the martial artists rationalized. You guys. Xiao Zhenbei's face suddenly changed. Chapter 41, Lu Sanji. Request to fight. Xiao Zhenbei was so exasperated by this group of self-serving martial artists in the arena that he directly whisked his sleeves away. He had to gather the martial artists in the army and organize a rescue quickly. Vengeance Wannian also brought Xiao Chuan and Lin Qingxuan back to the Sword Immortal Academy. On this journey, Xiao Wantian had a sad frown on his face, and Lin Qingxuan's face was also a little gloomy. Xiao Chuan would turn 18 in 2 days, and according to the assertion of the sacred desolate elder, at that time, he would lose all his cultivation and become an invalid, in which case, the only hope of his Sword Immortal Academy would be completely cut off, and there would be no more chance to rise. Such bad news was too heavy for the Sword Immortal Academy, which was already on the verge of closing down, and Xiao Dust's heart was unusually anxious as he thought about the veteran soldier who had tended to him for 3 years in Xiangwu City who was facing a life and death crisis at the moment. Soon, a few people returned to the Sword Immortal Academy. Seeing that a few people didn't look too good, Lin Jiansan frowned slightly and looked at Xiao Wantian. What's wrong? Each and every one of you is crying and mourning? Xiao Wantian pulled Lin Jiansan to an unoccupied place outside the hall and told him what had happened before. Lin Jiansan was instantly startled. His eyes that were originally restrained by divine light suddenly grayed out. You mean that Xiao Chen will lose all his cultivation in 2 more days? What the sacred desolate elder said shouldn't be wrong. Xiao Wantian slammed a large mouthful of wine and said in a low voice, "It's over. The sword spirit stones are gone, and Xiao Chen is ruined. My Sword Immortal Academy is completely finished." Lin Jiansan lost his mind. Senior brother, it's my fault. I'm the one who ruined the hopes of the Sword Immortal Academy. Xiao Wantian also had a chagrined look on his face as he kept pouring wine into his mouth with his wine gourd. The heavenly jealousy was too rare and not many people understood it at all, and he was incredibly remorseful at the moment, regretting why he had used the Sword Spirit Stone for Xiao Chen. Don't say it. Everything is the will of heaven. I've never seen a sword path demon like Xiao Chuan. It's just a pity. Senior brother, how will Xiao Chen be placed then? Xiao Wantian looked towards Lin Jiansan. Lin Jiansan was silent for a moment and said, "Since he's enrolled in my Sword Immortal Academy, you and I will have to protect him, accompany him on his last journey." "That's what I meant." Xiao Wantian nodded. Right at this moment, Xiao Chen walked out from within the hall. "Old man Xiao, old man Lin, do you have any healing medicines on you? Something that works fast." To go to Xiangwu City to rescue people, he had to recover his strength as soon as possible. After all, when he got there he might have to face several thousand demonic beasts, not to mention that he was currently in a state of injury. Even if he was still at his peak, it would still be a 1 in 9 chance of death. Of course, this mainly depended on how many martial artists were fighting together on the Xiangwu city side. What are you doing? Your little injury isn't serious. It'll heal itself in a few days. By the way, you'll be doing odd jobs at the Sword Immortal Academy from now on. Don't worry, we won't mind you. Xiao Zhentian looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chuan understood that Xiao Zhentian was misunderstanding that he was about to become a waste, but he did not have the heart to explain and directly said, I'm going to Xiangwu City to save people. Xiao Zhentian immediately sprayed out a mouthful of wine. Saving people? You currently have injuries on your body and are about to lose all your cultivation. You still have the heart to care about others? There is an old soldier in Xiangwu City who had taken care of me for 3 years when I was at my most lost, and I made a promise with him that I would honor him in his old age. At this moment he is in trouble. I cannot help but save him. Xiao Dust said in a low voice. Do you know what you will be facing this trip? Thousands of demon race. But there won't be many human race martial artists to answer the battle. You're just a drop in the bucket. Just sending them to their deaths. Lin Jian-san frowned. Such demon massacres have been happening from time to time in recent years, and at first, the imperial dynasty would send people to save them. But after a few times of saving them and more dead martial artists, the imperial dynasty became heartbroken. No matter how many ordinary people died, as long as there was enough time, the population could still reproduce again. After all, the population of Daxia was in the billions, but when you lose a martial artist, it's not so easy to train them again. Every martial artist is 1 in a million. Even Daxia doesn't have many. Thus, gradually, there were no longer many martial artists to deal with the massacre, and those under siege could only wait for death. It's harsh, but reality is that harsh. Xiao Chuan was strong, but his opponent was too powerful, and it was hard to defeat 4 hands with 2 fists, so even if he went, it wouldn't be of much use. Go on, at least I have a clear conscience, Xiao Dust firmly said. The memories of his predecessor had long since fused with him, and the two were indistinguishable from each other, and at this moment, there was a crazy obsession in his heart that made him make sure to go and rescue the veteran. When these words came out, Xiao Zhentian and Lin Jian-san both fell silent. For the sake of a veteran, a former pact, Xiao Duan is going to put his life on the line. They were greatly touched by such a character. Lin Jian-san took out a black medicine bottle with an exquisite appearance and silently handed it to Xiao Chen, smelling the faint medicinal fragrance overflowing from the medicine bottle. A hint of shock flashed through Xiao Zhentian's eyes. A little elixir of life? Lin Jian-san had actually taken out the little redeeming pill that he had treasured for many years. He hadn't even bothered to use this bottle of little redeeming pill when he had been seriously injured many times, but this time he had given it to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chuan took the medicine bottle, opened the lid and took a look at the white elixir that emitted a faint treasure light inside. He also froze for a moment, looked up at Lin Jian-san and said softly, "Thank you." After taking the small return pill, Xiao Chuan rushed at Lin Jian-san and Xiao Zhentian with a slight cupping of fists and turned around to leave. Is he coming back? Xiao Zhentian looked at Xiao Chen's fading back and asked in a low voice. Won't be. He didn't think of coming back when he went here. Saved his will to die. And in one night, he turned from a supreme demon into an invalid. No one can bear such a blow. Xiao Zhentian's face changed slightly. Are you saying that he went to Xiangwu City with the intention of seeking death? Lin Jian-san nodded. Thousands of demons are attacking the city. Even a sword master realm may not be able to come back alive if he goes there. He's a sword apprentice and he's injured. What's he going to do if he's not going to get himself killed? Then you gave him the little red pill? That's a rare item of 1,000 taels of gold apiece. And you didn't even bother to eat it when you were about to die several times yourself. You just gave it to him? Xiao Zhentian looked towards Lin Jian-san. It's not easy for my Sword Immortal Academy to have such a demon. Even though he's wasted. But his dying wish, how can I not fulfill it? Let's go. Seize the time to instruct Qingxuan in cultivation and see if there is still a chance of survival in the academy competition. Lin Jian-san patted Xiao Zhentian's shoulder and turned to leave. Since Xiao Chuan had been admitted to the hospital, the conflicts between the two had been completely resolved and they had returned to their old closeness. A ray of life? How easy it is to talk about. Xiao Zhentian watched Xiao Chen completely disappear from sight before slowly turning around. If Xiao Chuan could hold out until the academy competition 3 months later, he had a 10% certainty that he would be able to keep the academy. But now that Xiao Chen was wasted, relying on just one Lin Qingxuan, there was not even a 1 in 1,000 chance of trying to keep the academy. He had already begun to think about how to preserve the Zhentian courtyard where Lin Jian-san currently resided after the closure of the Sword Immortal Academy. Leaving the Sword Immortal Academy, Xiao Dust came to the bazaar and purchased a silver ghost face mask with a white horse, put on the mask and mounted the horse, and directly ran wildly towards Xiangwu City. Lu Sanji, you old thing must wait for me. Xiao Dust galloped his horse with a look of anxiety in his eyes. Outside Xiangwu City, thousands of dog demons as large as small mountains densely surrounded the entire city, and their surroundings were littered with the corpses of the soldiers defending the city. Some had been separated from their limbs, some had their heads eaten, making it difficult to recognize their identities, and some still had a breath of air left, but they were being gnawed alive by the demon race, occasionally vocalizing their wails. When the demons attacked, in order to guard the people of a city, these soldiers defending the city rushed out to fight with the demons at the first time, and used their own flesh and blood to delay the time for the demons to break into the city. But now, the 20,000 defenders had already suffered casualties, but the support from the desolate North City still hadn't arrived. The entire Xiangwu City reeked of despair. Where's the backup? Why has it been so long and no backup arrived? The city guard, covered in blood and with an arm gnawed off by the demons, was standing at the citadel, watching his soldiers being devoured by the demons, and he was seething with rage. Since the demon race surrounded the city, the Zhen Demon Division closed its doors. He sent people to the desolate North City to ask for help, but no one from the desolate North City came until now. Is this to abandon the city? My lord, no one will come. Some big shots in the imperial dynasty are not willing to trade the lives of martial artists for the lives of civilians. I, Lu Sanji, have asked to fight. Well, isn't it just a death? A hunched veteran roared in a low, angry voice. His chi and blood decayed, his body was dried up, but there was unyielding anger in his eyes. The dudes who read this book, point the bookshelf, urge more, give the child some hope to write on. The data is not good, not to release the volume is cool. Thank you, gentlemen. Chapter 42, The Sound of Swords Rising. Around Lu Sanji, there were also some stoic-looking veterans standing. Most of these people had disabilities on their bodies, some had a broken arm, some were blind in one eye, and others had a scar on their face. All of them were left behind when they fought with the demon race. There was no way. The number of human martial artists was too small, so they could only take the lives of ordinary people to consume with the demon race. Master Chicken, you're this old this year. How can you still be allowed to go to war? A look of movement appeared on the guard's face. Although the elite defenders under his command were almost dying out and there was really no one left under them, he was still a bit reluctant to let a long-retired veteran like Lu Sanji go into battle. And it didn't do much good either. What the hell? You looked down on me? When I went into battle to kill the demons, your kid was still wearing crotchless pants. Lu Sanji glared at the general and turned his head to look at the veterans around. Brothers, now that the group of small demon cubs are under the city, eyeing our relatives and brothers, do you want to do them? Asterisk. It must be done. Heck, I've earned it by living until today. And it's time to go down and accompany those old brothers from before. Brother Three Chickens, give the order, and we'll follow you as before. The veterans were furious and touched the sabers at their waists, their faces high with battle spirit, not the least bit fearful. Many of the townspeople gathered on the sidelines had red eyes. At the critical moment, what stood in front of them was not a martial artist or the Demon Suppression Division, but a group of frail and sickly veterans. Master Chicken, maybe the Demon Suppression Division will strike soon. Wait a little longer. The guards still couldn't bear to let the veterans go into battle. Demon Suppression Division? Lu Sanji showed a cold smile on his face. How would they care about us civilians? I've heard that our city's Demon Suppression Division has an underground agreement with the demon race, that they don't go out to stop the demon race from slaughtering the city, and that the demon race doesn't harm the city's martial artists. And now I'm afraid that's true. The guard frowned and was just about to speak when suddenly, there was a loud noise coming from the city gates. He looked down and saw that dozens of terrifying dog demons were frantically slapping the city gates with their sharp claws. The sturdy city gates were smashed to the point that they kept on vibrating, and dozens of long claw marks were instantly added to the gates as debris crumbled and flew. His complexion snapped into focus. He didn't expect the claws of these dog demons to be so sharp that even the city gates made of diamond were easily scratched by them. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for the city gates to be completely smashed. When the time comes, they will be greeted with a city full of people. Listen, people of Xiangwu City, immediately open the gates and surrender, and the adults of the demon race can give you a pain in the ass. Otherwise, everyone will be devoured alive. Below the city gate, a middle-aged man wearing a green robe embroidered with demonic beast patterns shouted with a cold smile, and beside him stood a dozen other youths whose clothing was similar to his. The aura of these people were all exceptionally terrifying, and the weakest had reached the 8th level of martial apprentice. It was only that although these people were human, they all carried a strong demonic aura on their bodies, which made them look a bit bizarre. Seeing those green-robed men, all the people on the city floor hated them with a gnashing of teeth. Temple of the Demon God. The people from the Demon God Hall were actually so arrogant. For the past nearly 100 years, the human race and the demon race have been at war. The demon race had been absolutely dominant, and the human race would have fought to the point where they were almost on the verge of extinction. Some of the human race defected to the demon race in order to survive, and these people founded the demon god temple. They learned the beast language and possessed the ability to communicate with the demon race, and then imitated the demon race to create the half-demon kung fu. The average demon race needed to reach the fourth realm, the demon zone realm, before they could take human form and learn human language. And before that, the people from the demon god's palace played the role of helping the demon race to do their job and spread the word. And the demon race would also give them some demon blood and demon cores to help them cultivate. With the tilting of resources from the demon clan, the people of the demon god's temple cultivated very quickly, were exceptionally powerful, and were also very vicious, often doing things for the demon clan that were against the law, and especially liked to abuse young girls. Dogs of the demon god temple, if you want to break the city, step over my corpse. If you want me to surrender, don't even think about it. Lu Sanji directly rebuked angrily. Stubborn. A trace of coldness flashed in the green-robed middle-aged man's eyes as he walked next to the dog demon leader next to him and said a few words in an unusually respectful manner. The dog demon leader let out a roar at once. The dog demons that were attacking the city, when they heard the roar, one head was like chicken blood, and they frantically started destroying the city gates. The city gates suddenly shook even more violently, and under the dog demon's frantic destruction, the breakage became more and more severe. When the city folk on the city tower saw this scene, they were all trembling with fear, their eyes full of fear. As soon as the city gates are broken, all the ordinary people in this city will be slaughtered. Just then, an eagle's whistle sounded in the sky, and the crowd looked up to see a war eagle swiftly falling from a high altitude and resting on the guard's shoulder, with a secret letter tied to the war eagle's leg. The summoning jade tags were very rare and ordinary people couldn't afford to use them. So the summoning method used by the army was still the flying eagle transmission. The guard removed the secret message from the war eagle's leg and signaled his men to feed the war eagle a few dried fish, and after the war eagle swallowed the dried fish, it directly lifted its wings and flew away, disappearing high in the sky in the twinkling of an eye. The guard general opened the secret letter and looked at it. His face instantly turned ugly. It's a reply from the king of Zhenbei. He said that he doesn't have enough martial artists under his command below the martial master realm to provide support. So he asked us to protect the martial artists in the city to evacuate first, and to make some sacrifices from our defending troops if necessary. The moment these words came out, the hearts of all the people in the room were suddenly half-cooled. Protect the evacuation of martial artists and let the defenders make a little sacrifice if necessary? Wouldn't that be letting ordinary people die and giving martial artists a chance to escape? Well, what does King Zhenbei mean by this? A martial artist's life is a life, but an ordinary person's life is not? Lu Sanji immediately stormed out. When he was young, he was a soldier under Xiao Duan's grandfather, Xiao Rulei, and then after Xiao Zhenbei was crowned king, he served as a soldier under him for a few years, so he was considered to have a great relationship with the Xiao family, but he had never been accustomed to seeing certain behaviors of Xiao Zhenbei. For example, when Xiao Zhenbei favored his youngest son but exiled his eldest son to Xiongwu City, he was extremely unable to see it. Xiao Chuan was such a good child, and had given so much to the Xiao family. But to get such an end was simply infuriating. And now, Xiao Zhenbei was giving this kind of order, which was simply going to blow him up. Boom! Right at this moment, there was a sudden loud bang, and under the fearful gazes of the crowd, the city gates were directly slapped to pieces, and dozens of terrifying dog demons and a group of people from the demon god temple rushed directly into the city. Dozens of guardsmen covered in wounds stood in front of them, only to be instantly devoured by the dog demons, licking the remnants of the blood and flesh around his mouth. The dog demon showed a mesmerized look in his eyes and quickly scanned the surroundings with his scarlet eyes, preparing to devour his next target. But the streets were empty and there was no one to be seen anymore. Ha ha ha! The human race, all a bunch of cowards. Seeing the great demon lord, they don't even have the slightest bit of courage to resist. The green-robed middle-aged man from the demon god's hall showed a sneer on his face and shouted to the entire bear martial god. But no one responded. There were still dozens of martial artists in this city. There was also the powerful demon suppression division in this city. But at this moment, no one came out to answer the battle. No one is willing to risk their lives for a group of lowly civilians. People are selfish, and those heroes and heroines in the mouths of storytellers are not often seen in reality. Suddenly, the green-robed middle-aged man realized that a 5 or 6-year-old boy was hiding under a table, shivering and looking at him. With a grim smile on his face, he walked over, grabbed the boy and brought him to a dog demon. Fawning, Lord Dog Demon, the meat of a child is the most tender, so please savor it. He spoke with a strange energy fluctuation, emitting syllables that sounded strange, and when the dog demon heard this, his scarlet eyes suddenly lit up, and green saliva flowed down from his hideous mouth. obviously very satisfied with this human blood meal in front of him. Ha ha, human race, now that Lord Dog Demon is going to devour your children, does anyone dare to stand up and stop it? I'm going to count to 3, and if there are none, Lord Dog Demon is going to start dining. The middle-aged man from the Demon God Hall swept his gaze around and laughed wildly. Once he entered the Demon God's palace, he completely discarded his human identity and completely defected to the demon race. Those who joined the Demon God's temple were mostly people with twisted personalities, and there was no shortage of vicious people. Perhaps before joining the Demon God's temple, they had already lost their humanity. Stop, Wang Yunqi, as a human, you actually helped the demon race to brutalize your fellow countrymen. Are you still human? At this time, the guard general had already brought a group of old and weak soldiers down the city stairs. Lu Sanji looked at the middle-aged man of the Demon God Temple with an angry face and snapped. The green-robed middle-aged man in front of him was none other than Wang Yunqi, the lord of the Demon God Temple of Xiangwu City. In the past, he was a guard of Qingxuan Martial Academy. Then because of raping and insulting the female students of the academy, he was abolished by Qingxuan Martial Academy and kicked out of the academy. And ever since then, he had a grudge, and joined the Demon God Temple, and fought against the human race at every turn, and had dozens of human lives in his hands. People? I wasn't one a long time ago. As the saying goes, those who recognize the times are the best. The demon race's unification of the world is already a general trend. So what's wrong with me defecting to the demon race? Wang Yunqi's face was full of disdain. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You are truly shameless. I'll split you alive today. Lu Sanji's entire aura suddenly became stern, like an angry old lion. He drew his waist saber and slashed towards Wang Yunqi. Master Chicken. No! The guards were so frightened that they shouted in a hurry. Lu Sanji was just an ordinary veteran, not a martial artist. Not to mention that he was now old and decrepit. Even if he was in his prime, it was impossible to defeat a finger of Zhang Yunqi, who was the 8th level of martial apprentice. Wang Yunqi's eyes narrowed slightly. I don't know how to die. Then he casually slapped out a palm. A terrifying demonic aura swept out and directly sent Lu Sanji flying. Lu Sanji spewed out a mouthful of blood and landed heavily on the ground. The long sword in his hand had long since fallen. He struggled to get up, tried a few times but was unsuccessful, and finally slumped on the ground weakly. Chicken is on board. What are we afraid of? We'll die sooner or later anyway. That's right, brothers, charge. When the group of veterans beside the guard general saw Lu Sanji being injured, their eyes instantly turned red and roared in anger. They also drew their swords and rushed forward. Wang Yunqi frowned slightly and casually slapped the group to the ground again. Many martial artists hiding in the shadows clenched their fists when they saw the scene. But in the end, no one dared to care. Elder Lu, Elder Zhang, Elder Wu. Seeing that the veterans were all spitting blood and collapsing to the ground, the guardian was enraged and turned his head to roar at the surroundings. My Xiangwu City's martial artists, won't you feel ashamed that you're still hiding and refusing to come out after what has happened? Jin Demon Division, come out of there. The roar of anger spread throughout the city, and all the martial artists caught it in their ears. But no one responded. The city was silent. Ha ha ha, human race, it's ridiculous. Lu Sanji, I'll send you on your way. Wang Yunqi glanced at Lu Sanji on the ground. His gaze suddenly turned cold, and he fiercely blasted out with a fist. Bang! An airburst suddenly rang out. A strong green demonic aura formed a tiger beast silhouette in the void and shot towards Lu Sanji. That terrifying aura made everyone tremble with fear. If this strike had hit, Lu Sanji would have absolutely exploded into bloody foam. No good. It's Tiger Demon Illusion Spirit Technique. Master Chicken, dodge! The guards recognized the tiger beast and were scared out of their wits. The Tiger Demon Illusion Spirit Technique was a mastery of the Demon God Temple, which could summon the spirit of a tiger demon to fight through a secret method, and its power was astonishing, only slightly inferior to the tiger demon's main body. Those who are killed by the tiger demon spirit will have their souls imprisoned forever and become the feeder of the tiger demon spirit, suffering for eternity. I didn't realize that Wang Yunqi actually used such means in order to kill Lu Sanji. Is this going to make him never die? When Lu Sanji saw the scene, his face also changed drastically, desperately trying to move his body, but due to his excessive injuries, he couldn't move in any way. Finally he closed his eyes in despair and murmured in a low voice, Shitsi, Lu Sanji will leave first, and won't be able to take care of you anymore. However, just then, buzz, a loud sword sound suddenly exploded not far away, like a dragon's roar. Chapter 43, Who has a small return of the elixir? Next moment, a white-clothed young man wearing a ghost face mask came flying like lightning from the city gates, directly in front of Lu Sanji, swinging his sword. A terrifying blood-colored sword chi suddenly flew out. directly chopping at that tiger beast's shadow with an overpowering and incomparable momentum. Sword cultivator? Seeing the visitor, a trace of surprise flashed in Wang Yunqi's eyes. Sword cultivator, known as the first in the road to kill the power. Extremely difficult. Fortunately, nowadays the sword cultivator is almost extinct. Otherwise the demon race to take the human race will have to pay an extremely heavy price. How could a sword cultivator suddenly descend? However, although he was shocked, he was not afraid, because he realized that the cultivation of the young man in front of him was only the 7th level of sword apprentice, and he could never hurt his tiger demon, which was close to the 8th level of demon apprentice. The demon race is inherently stronger than the human race, and can almost be crushed in the same realm. Although the sword cultivator's strength is amazing, it is impossible to cross the border. However, the scene that happened next completely disappointed him. As that sword chi approached, the tiger beast shadow seemed to have seen something terrifying. Trembling slightly and revealing an expression of horror, unable to even escape, it was directly blown to pieces by that sword light, turning into a cloud of green smoke. Seeing this scene, both humans and demons present were shocked beyond measure. Where did the human teenager come from? He actually blasted away Wang Yunqi's tiger demon spirit with a single sword? My tiger demon spirit dwelling, but it can't block it? Wang Yunqi's face was also shocked, but without allowing him to think more, a sharp pain came from his soul. The tiger demon spirit and Wang Yunqi had long been merged into one, and now that the spirit had been destroyed, Wang Yunqi had also suffered a heavy blow. He let out a muffled grunt, his face instantly whitening. He was greatly enraged, raising his head to look at the ghost-faced teenager not far away, his eyes resentful. Kid, you're a district sword apprentice 7th gravity. How dare you kill my tiger demon spirit phenomenon? I want you to. Halfway through his words, Wang Yunqi's voice suddenly came to an abrupt halt. His pupils suddenly shrunk, unable to believe what he was seeing. Not far away that blood-colored sword chi actually still did not dissipate and continued to fly straight towards him. Phew! In a flash, the blood-colored sword chi came directly in front of Wang Yunqi. With contempt on his face, Wang Yunqi casually struck out a terrifying demonic aura, wanting to blast away the sword aura, but found that there was an aura on the sword aura that caused him to feel a slight fear, which directly chopped up his demonic aura and rushed straight to his chest. How did this happen? Wang Yunqi's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly blasted out several more consecutive demonic chi before barely dispersing the red sword chi. See this scene. All the people and demons in the arena were once again shocked. That teenager just casually sent a sword chi, not only decapitated the tiger demon spirit, but also forced Wang Yunqi to be in such a sorry state? Aren't the human race all losers? How can there be such a heavenly pride? Those Xiangwu City martial practitioners who were hidden in the shadows and observing were also dumbfounded, because not to mention the demon race, even they hadn't heard when a teenage sword cultivator had appeared in Dixia. That ghost-faced teenager was naturally none other than Xiao Chen, who had desperately rushed here. And at the moment, he was holding Lu Sanji, who kept spitting out blood, and his eyes were filled with rage. He was rushing, but he was still a little late, and Lu Sanji had already been seriously injured. With such an injury, without a healing elixir like Xiao Huandan, it would be very difficult to live with a physique like Lu Sanji's. Seeing Lu Sanji's miserable appearance covered in blood, he only felt a monstrous rage ignite in his heart. After learning that Xiangwu City was besieged by the demon race, he thought that Lu Sanji might encounter a life and death crisis. Lu Sanji was a veteran soldier, although he was now old, but his heart's fervor had not been quenched, and when he encountered such a situation, he would definitely go out and fight with the demon race. So he rushed to the rescue at the first opportunity, not realizing that he was still too late. Little brother. Thank you. It's a pity that Lu Sanji has no way to repay you. But, can you bring a message for me to Jin, Xiaoduan of the Jinbei King's mansion? Just say that Lu Sanji is buried in the demon's mouth today, and that he doesn't need to mind the agreement of pensioning off the dead in the past, and, also, there is also the idea of letting him have a happy and joyful life, and that Lu Sanji down in the below will bless him. I really want to accompany Shitzi for a little while longer. He's had too much of a hard time alone. It's a pity. Lu Sanji's face was pale and his face was filled with regret. Xiao Chuan's eyes turned red as he turned his head to look at the guard general. Is there a small returning Dan? The guard froze and laughed bitterly. The little returning pill is a sacred medicine for healing wounds. How could someone like me possibly have it? Xiao Dust's eyes suddenly went gray. However, the Xiangwu Town Demon Division has it. Only, they are all a bunch of selfish things. I'm afraid they won't take it out on Master Chicken. The guard gritted his teeth. The little red Dan is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Even in the Demon Suppression Division it is a very rare treasure. They don't even put hundreds of thousands of lives in their eyes. There is no way they can take the little red Dan to save Lu Sanji. Little brother. Life Life and death have their own destinies. Don't force it for me. Little returning pill is a divine medicine. I can't afford to eat it with this kind of cheap life. Lu Sanji stretched out his dry hand and gently patted Xiao Chuan's arm, signaling that he should not take it personally, and was immediately about to close his eyes. Xiao Chuan's face suddenly changed. He knew that Lu Sanji's will to survive was weak. If he closed his eyes at this moment, even the greatest gods could not save him. He leaned down and pressed against Lu Sanji's ear and said, Lu Sanji, open your eyes for me. Didn't you say yes? I still have to give you a pension? If you dare to die, I'll tell everyone in the city about you peeping at Widow Lu's bath before, so that you won't have the face to be a ghost even after you die. Upon hearing these words, Lu Sanji's grey old eyes suddenly glowed with a burst of brilliance as he looked at Xiao Chuan incredulously. You're the world's son? You became a sword cultivator? Xiao Duan said with red eyes. Nonsense. Besides Lao Zi, who else would come all the way here to save an old thing like you? Good. My family's worldly son has recovered and has even become a supreme sword cultivator. With my son's backing, Lu Sanji, won't be afraid of being caught peeping at a widow's bath in the future. Lu Sanji laughed heartily. When the surrounding crowd heard the words, a look of sadness appeared on their faces. It seems that Lu Sanji has already reached the point of exhaustion, and began to hallucinate in front of his eyes, and even regarded the white-clothed young man in front of him as the waste Xiao Duan. Xiao Chen was a waste. How could he suddenly become a sword cultivator? Or a sword cultivator who was such a demon? Such a person was rare in the entire Grand Xia. Kid, who are you that you dare to come here to meddle? Don't you know the unspoken rule that martial artists don't intervene when the demon race slaughters a city? Wang Yunqi took a few steps forward, a pair of gloomy eyes staring at Xiao Chuan in death as he spoke in an eerie tone. Did you injure him? Xiao Chen carefully placed Lu Sanji on the ground and got up to look straight at Wang Yunqi. Wang Yunqi froze, then laughed out loud. You mean this old punk? So what if I'm the one who beat him up? Is it hard to believe that you want to take revenge for him? Then you die. Xiao Dust coldly said. Kid, you're less likely to brag about being powerful. You're the only one who can do it. I only used 6 points of force just now. If I had used my full strength, you would have died. If you leave now, I can still let you live. Otherwise, don't blame us for not following the rules. Wang Yunqi laughed rampantly. They have some private agreements with certain bigwigs of the imperial dynasty though. And the slaughterhouse only kills civilians and does not hurt martial artists. However, if Xiao Chen was bent on seeking death, then it would not be their fault. Chapter 44, Zhao Tiangang, the Demon Jin Division. Some members of the Demon Suppression Division hidden in the shadows also frowned. This ghost-faced teenager is going to break the rules? Originally, when the demon race slaughtered the city, they would leave after eating the civilians and would not harm the martial artists in the city. But when this ghost-faced teenager intervened like this, it was not a good thing to say. In their opinion, the ghost-faced teenager was just young and ignorant and didn't know how to strike a balance. Martial artists are the backbone of the human race. Preserving them is the key. As for the civilians, just die and continue to reproduce the population. What does it matter? Besides, there are thousands of demonic beasts in the city at the moment. What use can one person like you be? To make a move at this time was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, a moth to a flame. Simply stupid. However, just as these members of the Demon Suppression Division hesitated to show up to stop Xiao Chuan, Wang Yunqi suddenly frowned. Kid, you're actually still not leaving? Then don't blame me for being ruthless. With a hard gaze, he suddenly waved his hand and slapped out several terrifying demonic chi, which gathered in the air before transforming into 3 tiger demon spirits. This time, it wasn't just tiger beasts that appeared, but 3 complete tiger bodies. These 3 tiger demon spirits were lifelike, with green fur all over their bodies, scarlet eyes, and exuding the majesty of the king of beasts all around them. Roar! The tiger demons suddenly hissed. The loud roar shook the crowd present with fear and pain in their eardrums. Three tiger demon spirit souls? And each one is much stronger than just now. This ghost-faced youngster is finished. Even if he's as strong as a sword apprentice 7th level, he can't possibly resist 3 tiger demon spirits at the same time. The people around them cringed. Seiji, quickly go, leave me alone. You can't defeat this 3-headed tiger demon spirit. Lu Sanji also pulled the corner of Xiao Chuan's coat with a look of horror, signaling him to leave in a hurry. Xiao Chuan was only a sword apprentice at the 7th level, but there were 3 tiger demon spirits opposite him that possessed the strength of a demon apprentice at the 8th level, which was simply impossible to fight. Not to mention Xiao Chuan, even if a sword apprentice 8th level sword cultivation expert came, he would still have to drink his hatred on the spot. The leader of the dog demons not far away suddenly ran to Wang Yunqi's side and growled at him a few times. Wang Yunqi nodded his head repeatedly before turning his head to look at Xiao Chuan and said with a fierce smile, Kid, Lord Dog Demon has said that because you broke the rules, it will not only eat civilians today, but also 10 more martial artists to show its punishment for you. As soon as these words came out, those martial artists hidden in the shadows in the arena could not tense up. Their faces immediately became incomparably ugly, and their gazes towards Xiao Chen were immediately filled with resentment. If it wasn't for this kid's meddling, how could they have encountered such an unwarranted disaster? Eating 10 martial artists. This Xiangmu city only had a total of 70 or so martial artists. Wouldn't that mean that the probability of their turn was 1 in 7? It's over. I blame the ghost-faced teenager. Somewhere, a square-faced middle-aged man with a majestic face had a gloomy expression. Where does this kid come from? How dare he come to Xiangmu city to meddle in other people's business? This middle-aged man was none other than Xiangmu Town Demon Division head Zhao Tiangang, who had been observing the situation from the shadows. Originally, he was just a martial artist who was doing okay, but because he saved the Jinbei King's son 2 years ago, he soared to the sky thereafter, and by relying on the remaining shade of the Jinbei King's house, he was directly seated in the position of Xiangmu Jin Demon Division's division master. This position can be extremely sought after, and can reap a lot of benefits. If not to see the face of the Jinbei King, it is impossible for his turn. Seriously, he was just looking at that teenager's fancy clothes and extraordinary appearance, possibly the young master of some rich and noble family, and wanted to make a good relationship. I didn't realize that the other party was the son of the king of Jinbei. This was simply a heavenly fortune. The youth beside him concurred. Back to division master. My subordinate doesn't know either. I've never heard of such a teenage sword cultivation genius in this neighborhood. Speaking of which, it's a bit strange. How could a person of such amazing talent be silent and unknown? What's the use of having high talent? A bad brain is just as useless. You go and arrange for 10 martial artists to be sent to the demon race. The youth hesitated. Really send it? That's a martial artist. It's not easy to cultivate any of them. Besides, I'm afraid no one would be willing to die. Zhao Tiangang said with a black face. Then what can I do? The demon clan has said so how can I not do as I'm told? Blame it on that brat. He looked at Xiao Chen with a resentful face, but realized that the latter was completely unconcerned and did not even frown. Curiosity also surfaced on Wang Yunqi's face as he looked at Xiao Chuan. 10 martial artists will die because of you, and you don't feel guilty at all? Ha! A bunch of life-hungry rats. Even if they die more, what's the pity? Xiao Dust laughed coldly. Good. Well said. None of the trash from the Demon Suppression Division have any balls. They're all soft. There was a roar of approval all around. The human race is in danger at the moment, but the Jin Demon Division is avoided. The people in the city have long been complaining. At this moment, hearing Xiao Chen speak the hearts of all the people, everyone was free and clear. Zhao Tiangang and the group of members of the Demon Suppression Division all clenched their fists in hatred when they heard this. How dare you talk about the Demon Town Division like that? Wang Yunqi froze. Zhao Tiangang, the head of the Demon Suppression Division, was a martial artist, so this ghost-faced boy wasn't afraid of Zhao Tiangong's wrath? But on second thought, he was relieved. In a few moments, the ghost-faced teenager would be dead, and there was really no need to worry about retaliation. Tiger Spirit, go and tear him alive. With this in mind, Wang Yunqi directly ordered the Tiger Spirit. The 3 Tiger Spirits carrying monstrous hostile chi suddenly pounced and bit at Xiao Chen, and the terrifying demonic chi shook the livers of the people around them. Seiji, run away! Lu Sanji struggled and shouted. The guardian also closed his eyes, not daring to look at the tragedy that happened next. However, Xiao Chuan did not even change his face for a fraction of a second as he directly raised his hand and slashed his sword. Extinguish! Buzz! The long sword let out a dragon's roar, and immediately spat out a scarlet sword chi that flew towards the Tiger Spirit. When a sword comes out, 10,000 demons are destroyed, and the ghosts and gods are all shocked. The reverse heavenly demon slaying technique, created specifically to kill demons, against the human race. It was already a terrifying killing power, and against the demon race, it was even more powerful. Sharp sword chi rose up to the sky, filling the void. The people in the arena, however, felt their cheeks raw. Amazing killing intent shook the 4 fields, and even 10 meters apart. It was still frightening. See this sword. Everyone present froze. This ghost-faced boy hadn't even used his full strength yet? This sword was much stronger than the previous one. Bang! 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 3 muffled sounds. The 3 terrifying tiger spirits couldn't even resist for a moment. They were directly decapitated. The sword chi didn't stop, and then rushed straight to Wang Yunqi's neck. Wang Yunqi's pupils suddenly shrunk. Endless fear appeared in his eyes. There was no longer the arrogant and domineering appearance before. He knew that if he was chopped by the sword chi he would die for sure, and he hurriedly turned towards the dog demon leader beside him to ask for help. Lord Dog Demon, save me! The dog demon leader looked at Wang Yunqi with disgust and was very dissatisfied with him. A small sword apprentice 7th weight couldn't handle it, when it was really a waste. But this human race had defected to them, and it could not sit idly by. Thus, the dog demon leader immediately let out a roar, and his figure suddenly grew a few circles larger, as lofty and terrifying as a small mountain. A trace of hideousness flashed in its eyes, wrapping up its monstrous demonic aura and slamming viciously towards that sword aura. Its head was hard and tough, and it was at the demon apprentice 8th heavenly realm, enough to smash the sword chi. However, Chapter 45 Resentment. The blood-colored sword chi was unrelenting, and under the horrified gazes of the crowd, it directly sliced through the dog demon leader's diamond-like iron head, and continued to rush towards Wang Yunqi. Seeing this scene, the crowd in the arena froze as if they were wooden, unconsciously swallowing a mouthful of saliva. How could this sword chi be this strong? Even a martial apprentice 8th heavenly master would definitely not be able to break through the dog demon leader's defense, right? Wang Yunqi's pupils also suddenly shrunk. The terror of this sword chi was outrageous to the point of exaggeration. A powerful dog demon leader was just dead to death like that? But as Wang Yunqi was thinking about it, a sword light flew rapidly towards him and a head shot up into the sky. After killing Wang Yunqi, the sword chi flew in the void for nearly another 100 meters before slowly dissipating. When the dog demons in the city saw that their leader had fallen, they all let out a roar of sadness and stared at Xiao Chen with scarlet eyes that were filled with hatred. However, it seemed that they were quite fearful of Xiao Chen's strength, and these dog demons only bared their teeth in place and did not dare to come forward to surround them. Xiao Dust glanced at the endless swarm of dog demons that were densely gathered around him, and a trace of gravity flashed in his eyes. Although most of these dog demons were only at the 7th level of demon apprentice, one-on-one he could casually kill them, and 1-on-10, he could also abuse them at will. But there were thousands of them here, with so many dog demons surrounding him together. Even if he was more powerful, he would be consumed alive. Of course, he could easily get away with it, but behind him were hundreds of thousands of innocent people. If he retreats, after today, Xiangwu City will never see the lights of 10,000 homes again. For a moment, Xiao Chen hesitated, not knowing how to choose. Ding! The system releases the Mission 1 writer. The host needs to help Xiangwu City fend off the demonic infestation and kill 300 iron head dog demons. After completing the mission, the host will be rewarded with the Divine Tier Sword Technique Taiku Jin Demon. Swire True Devil. The host's strength will be horribly increased for a quarter of an hour, exerting a combat power far beyond that of normal days. But after a quarter of an hour, the effect of the increase will disappear and the host will enter a state of weakness that lasts 2 hours. Right at this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded, and a golden virtual panel appeared in front of Xiao Dust, with the contents of the mission written on it. Xiao Zhen glanced at it and was stunned. No blind boxes this time? It was a nice reward. A sword skill he coveted, and it is still a god-level sword skill. Sword skills are precious and incomparable. Yellow level is also already very rare. I did not expect the system to directly give a god level. This is a surprise. The blind box stage is a test for the host. If the host makes a wrong choice, the system will shut down completely. Now that the host has passed the pre-test, he has entered the next stage. The corner of Xiao Dust's eyes twitched. Was the original ING test in front of him? It's a good thing he chose the right answer. Or wouldn't he be cold now? System, what will happen if I don't take the mission or don't complete it? This is confidential. No comment. The host just need to follow the heart of the choice. Xiao Chuan was instantly on guard when he heard this. This system is a treacherous one. He had also been given a secret test before without informing him. If we don't finish this mission, there might be some kind of punishment. It was just that it was a bit difficult to carry the attacks of several thousand iron-headed dog demons and kill 300 of them, and he wasn't sure about it. However, after turning his head to look at Lu Sanji and those veterans who were lying on the ground dying, Xiao Chen's eyes gradually became firm. What's the big deal? That old thing Lu Sanji isn't even afraid. He's scared less. System, I'll take this mission. Ding. Task received successfully. Please complete it as soon as possible by the host. After receiving the mission, Xiao Chen glanced at the surrounding dog demon group, took a deep breath, his eyes suddenly flashed, and he raised his sword to kill. Stop! Just at that moment, a sudden sharp cry came from not far away. Xiao Chuan froze and turned his head to look as an imposing-looking middle-aged man walked over with a few young martial artists in an aggressive manner. The middle-aged man had an appalling martial aura lingering on his body, and from a long distance away, it made him feel a great sense of oppression. Xiao Dust's eyes narrowed slightly. This person was actually a martial master realm. As for the few young martial artists beside the middle-aged man, their eyes were also filled with divine light. Their aura was compelling, and it was clear that they were all experts at the 8th realm of martial apprentice as well. Xiao Dust's face turned suddenly cold as a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. This group of Xiangwu City's martial artists were obviously incredibly strong and were fully capable of fending off the demon clan for a bit, yet they chose to hide when the demon clan slaughtered the city. It's just shameless. And at this moment, what was even more chilling was that this group of people were all staring at Xiao Dust with angry faces, as if it was not the demon race that had broken the city and killed people, but Xiao Dust. Little brother. These people are the people from the Xiangwu Town Demon Division, and the middle-aged man in the lead is none other than the head of the Xiangwu Town Demon Division, Zhao Tiangang, a terrifyingly powerful martial master. These demon suppression soldiers around him are not weak either. If they were willing to make a move, the demon clan would at least have some scruples and might give up slaughtering the city out of fear of casualties. It's just a pity that these people are all self-serving people who don't care about the civilians' deaths or lives at all. Little brother, you have to be careful. Your outburst broke their unspoken rules with the demon race. They might come after you. The Guardian General glanced at Zhao Tiangang and the others in disgust, walked over to Xiao Chen, and said in a low voice. Zhao Tiangang and the others walked to Xiao Chen with gloomy faces and stared at him indifferently. Who are you? Who told you to come to my Xiangwu city to meddle in my business? Xiao Chen's eyes suddenly turned cold. Zhao Tiangang looked at Lu Sanji and the others who had fallen to the ground again. Men, kill these old things who rushed the demon clan and make amends to the demon clan. Zhao Tiangang, do you think that killing a few losers will end this today? At this time, a young man from the demon god temple gritted his teeth and came forward. The demon clan lord is very angry. In addition to the sword cultivator and all the civilians in the city full of people, you, Xiangwu City, will also have to hand over 30 martial artists to compensate for the demon clan's losses. Zhao Tiangang's face suddenly changed. 30 martial artists? Isn't that too many? Also eating a city full of civilians is not in order. Xiangwu City only had a total of 70 or so martial artists, and 30, that was almost half of them. And the fact that the demons were going to kill all the civilians was something he hadn't expected. In the past, when a city was massacred, at least 1/10 of the population would be left behind in order to be used for reproduction. This was also an unspoken rule between the demon race and certain bigwigs of the human race, just like when gathering herbs, leaving the roots behind so that they could come back and pick them later. But now, the demon race is actually trying to eat a city full of civilians. Hearing these words, a trace of hatred was added to the gazes of some civilians who were hiding in the shadows to watch the battle as they looked at Xiao Chen. There was a 1 in 10 chance they would survive, but now it was all over. It was all the fault of the ghost-faced teenager in front of him. If he hadn't been nosy, they had a fighting chance. Now it's all over. Of course, more civilians were still very grateful to Xiao Chen. After all, in this world, there are bad people with wolfish hearts and there are also some sensible good people. More? How is it more when the demon race has lost a leader, and my Xiangwu demon god temple has lost a hallmaster? Only for you to call 30 martial artists and eat this city full of civilians? Blame this sword cultivator for being nosy. The demon god hall youth said sinisterly. Chapter 46, There's no one behind me. A Jin demon soldier looked resentfully at Xiao Chuan and pointed at his face and angrily cursed. It's all because of your meddling. Originally none of the martial artists in the city died. Now they're dead. And now 30 of them are going to die just because of you. A waste. Xiao Chuan looked at him lightly and directly reached out to hold his finger and gently folded it. And that demon suppressor soldier immediately let out a pig-killing scream. Xiao Chen let go of his hand and slapped him in the face again. Bang! That demon suppressor soldier flew out directly and smashed heavily on a small mountain-like majestic dog demon, directly smashing the dog demon to the ground. The dog demon climbed up with a confused look on his face, a hint of dismay in his eyes. It was standing there for good reason. Who did it invite? And how did it get smashed over? Seeing this scene, everyone present froze. Hands? In front of so many people in the Demon Control Division? None of the people in the arena expected Xiao Chen to actually be so arrogant. The Jin demon soldier who had been knocked to the ground was also shocked beyond belief. He did not expect Xiao Chen to be so doggedly bold that he dared to directly hit him. You know that Zhao Tiangang was still standing here with a dozen people from the Demon Suppression Division? Zhao Tiangang was also dumbfounded. A trace of incredulity flashed in his eyes. He also didn't expect that in front of him, a martial master realm, a small sword apprentice 7th level actually dared to beat up his men. And how could a sword cultivator have such a strong physical body? Even the 8th level of Wutu could casually slap away? Didn't your parents teach you it's rude to point your finger at people? Xiao Chen completely ignored the strange gazes from the surrounding area and only looked at the demon suppressor soldier indifferently. In the next moment, the demon suppressor soldier climbed up from the ground as he rushed in front of Xiao Chuan and said with a hideous face, "Kid, you actually dare to sneak attack me? So are you ready now?" Xiao Chen raised his hands and looked towards the demon suppressor soldier. "Well, I'm going to get..." Snap! Halfway through the other party's words, Xiao Chuan suddenly raised his hand and slapped his hand again. and before that demon suppressor soldier could make any movements, he was once again jerked away by Xiao Chuan. Ha ha, Su Feng, are you a waste? You were actually sent flying twice by a sword apprentice 7th level? He didn't even draw his sword. Though, that is, did you not eat this morning? What a disgrace to our demon suppression division. Seeing this scene, many of the demon suppressor soldiers immediately glanced at the gray-haired Su Feng and sneered. A sword apprentice 7th level is just a sword. He didn't even use his sword, but he actually beat Li Feng, who was a martial apprentice 8th level, to the point that he didn't even recognize his mother. It's outrageous. You have to know that sword cultivators have weak physical bodies, and all their strength can be in their swords. They couldn't even defeat a 7th level sword apprentice who hadn't drawn his sword, and they couldn't find any other reason other than Su Feng being too useless. As for Zhao Tiangang, he was also looking at Su Feng with a disappointed look on his face, calculating in his heart whether or not he should give this Su Feng to the demon race to eat in a while. Originally, he felt that Su Feng was considered to have high natural talent among his men and was valuable to cultivate, but he didn't expect that he couldn't even beat a sword apprentice 7th level who didn't use a sword nowadays. He was simply a waste. What do you guys know? That kid is not ordinary. If you guys go up there, you'll still get beaten up, Su Feng exasperatedly said. He also thought at first that it was his own carelessness that allowed him to be sneakily attacked by Xiao Chuan, but then he had done all he could to prepare for it. But he was still too late to react in any way, and he was slapped out by Xiao Chuan. It was definitely not that he was too weak, but that ghost-faced teenager was too strong. It was just that the other party was clearly a sword cultivator. How could his physical body be so strong as well? Su Feng, don't make excuses for yourself. With your performance, I'm afraid that in a moment, Master Zhao will hand you over to the demon clan as a blood meal. A demon suppression soldier sneered. Hearing these words, Su Feng glanced at the icy cold-faced Zhao Tiangang. His face suddenly changed, and then he looked at the demon suppressor soldier who had spoken. Gritting his teeth, Zhu Yun, cut the crap. If you're capable, go and try to fight with that ghost-faced teenager. Just try it. A mere 7th level sword apprentice. I can suppress it with the flip of my hand. Zhu Yun disdainfully glanced at Xiao Chen and slowly walked over. Kid, draw your sword. Otherwise, you won't have a chance to strike. Xiao Chen slowly shook his head. To deal with you, there is no need yet. Zhu Yun's face turned cold. Kid, you're too rampant. Do you think I'm the kind of trash like Su Feng that you can hold at your mercy? You bastard who doesn't know the heights of heaven. Snap. Before he could finish his sentence, he was again directly slapped away by Xiao Chen. This time, not only the civilians on the sidelines, even the experts of the Demon Suppression Division were shocked. This sword cultivator actually didn't draw his sword again, and just by using his physical body, he crossed the border and slapped away a martial apprentice 8th level? The first time could be a coincidence, but the second time again, then it couldn't be a coincidence. It could only mean that this sword cultivator was so strong and perverted that even his physical body was strong to the extreme. With such a big mouth, you still think you're so powerful. With this strength, you're not as good as that what's-his-name Su Feng. Xiao Dust sneered. Zhu Yun, who had heavily smashed to the ground, looked at Xiao Chen with a face full of shock and incredulity. How could this sword cultivator's fleshly body be so strong? Zhao Tiangang's face also changed slightly. He didn't expect that there would actually be this kind of demon in the vicinity of his Xiangwu city. Not only were his sword skills formidable, even his physical body was powerful to such an extent that it simply overturned his knowledge of sword cultivators. However, no matter how high the natural talent is, if he messes with the demon clan, he will have to die here today. This kid is going to die or he's going to die. With this in mind, he stood out and looked at Xiao Chen with a cold and stern face. Kid, where exactly do you come from? Do you know that not only will you not be able to save anyone if you rush out like this, but you will also cause more people to die tragically because of you? Xiao Chen sneered. Aren't you just greedy for life and afraid of death? Why bother making so many excuses? With so many experts in your demon suppression division, if you swarmed in, not to mention repelling the demon race, you could at least make the demon race let a piece of meat, so that they wouldn't dare to brutalize my human compatriots so wantonly. But you? Straight away you hid and did nothing. I went out to kill the demon, but you came out quite quickly. If you don't know, you'd think you're from the demon race. Zhao Tiangang's face reddened and he said with an ugly expression. How to deal with the demonic infestation is an internal matter of my Xiangwu city. What are you, an outsider, talking too much about? Xiao Chuan looked straight into his eyes and said with a straight face, as a human, everyone should slaughter demons to protect the people. I am not like you, an eggless coward. You, Zhao Tiangang was said to be in pain, and immediately became furious. His body's qi and blood stirred, and a terrifying force coalesced in his palm. about to make a move against Xiao Chen. A powerful majesty directly enveloped Xiao Chen, causing him to feel a terrifying pressure. However, his face did not change and he smiled lightly. What? You want to kill me? You're acting like a shrinking turtle after the demon race slaughtered the city, and I came to help Xiangwu City defend the city, yet you want to kill me? You have offended the demon clan. You must die today. Yeah? Then you make your move. There's really no one behind me. Just two sword kings, Xiao Dust said indifferently. When these words came out, the whole room was dead silent. Everyone's mouths were open, and Zhao Tiangang's pupils suddenly shrunk, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily twitched twice. There's no one behind you. Just two sword kings? What the is this kid talking about? Ah, the king of swords. That's an existence that has no limit to its killing power. Not to mention two, even if it was one, it would be a matter of moving his little thumb to destroy him. Zhao Tiangang, however, he wasn't very scared. After all, behind him also stood the Jinbei king, which was one of the 10 kings of the Great Xia. Moreover, the Jinbei king held countless troops in his hands, so even the sword king had to be afraid of it. However, he still intended to ask for clarification. Even if he had the backing of the Jinbei king, he didn't want to offend the two sword kings as a last resort. When the sword king was angry, heaven and earth would change color. You prove that there are two sword kings behind you? Zhao Tiangang asked with a frown. Chapter 47. Someone behind you must also die. Prove it how? With my strength in this sword Dao. It's not enough? Xiao Chen looked at Zhao Tiangang with a cold smile. With his strength nowadays, he could never beat a martial master, so he could only pull the tiger skin of Old Man Xiao and Old Man Lin, hoping that Zhao Tiangang would know what to do. As for proof, he has a gross one. Zhao Tiangang couldn't help but hesitate at his words, and his face began to change color. If one were to talk about strength, this ghost-faced teenager in front of him was indeed incredibly strong. A one-in-a-million peerless sword Dao demon. If such a heavenly pride said that there was no one behind him, he would not believe it. But this teenager said that there were two sword kings behind him, which was a little too shocking. Each sword king is an existence that can suppress a party. Extremely rare, to appear at once, and both are related to one person. This is too exaggerated. Just, not afraid of 10,000, just afraid of what might happen. He just came here to make a mess and get some benefits. There is no need to take his life to fight off. In case this kid really had two sword kings behind him, although King Jinbei might not be afraid, it would be hard to say whether he would go out of his way to offend the two sword kings for him. Zhao Tiangang, what are you still hesitating for? Why don't you make a move yet? On the side, that demon god Hall youth's face suddenly turned gloomy when he saw Zhao Tiangang hesitate. This kid has an unusual background. I have to think about it. What is there to think about? Now that the demon lord is at the city's doorstep, do you think you have a choice? Hearing the words of the demon god Hall youth, Zhao Tiangang turned his head and swept his eyes, realizing that the thousands of dog demons with ferocious auras around him were forcing themselves to look at him, and his face turned ugly. After looking at him for a moment, he withdrew his sight and looked at Xiao Chuan and gritted his teeth. Kid, don't blame me. You're the one who made a fool of yourself, regardless of who was behind you. Having offended the demon clan, you must die here today. Weighing again and again, he finally decided to kill Xiao Dust. If he did not do it, I am afraid that immediately have to die here. Kill Xiao Dust. He big deal to go to beg Xiao Lingtian. There is Xiao Lingtian force protection. I believe that the Jinbei king will not see death to save. As a human, you actually said such words. Don't you feel ashamed? Xiao Chuan stared at Zhao Tiangang dead in the face. Shame? Is it wrong for a man to be ashamed of himself? When all I want now is to live well. Zhao Tiangang had no shame. Zhao Tiangang, if you didn't have the Jinbei king to shelter you, you would have been lynched for this kind of behavior. The guard couldn't help but shout angrily. Although certain big names in Xia tacitly agreed that civilians could be given up to protect martial artists, most of the higher-ups within the Demon Suppression Division abhorred this practice, and once it was discovered, it would be dealt with harshly. This Zhao Tiangang dared to be so rampant, completely because he had hugged the Jinbei king's thigh. Xiao Zhenbei? What does this matter have to do with Xiao Zhenbei? Xiao Dust froze and looked at the guardian general. Little brother, how dare you call the Jinbei king by his name? The guard general looked at Xiao Chuan in fear, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The Jinbei king was honored as one of the 10 kings of the Grand Xia. His status was esteemed, and everyone used honorifics for him. He had yet to see anyone who dared to call him by his first name. Ha ha ha, kid, you are really arrogant. The name of the Jinbei king also dares to call out directly. Are you not afraid of death? As for my relationship with King Jinbei, do you know the Jinbei king's only son, Xiao Lingtian? I once saved his life. So what do you think my relationship with the Jinbei king is? Zhao Tiangang looked at Xiao Chen and laughed wildly. You fart. The king of Zhenbei clearly has two sons. Xiao Chuan is the first son. Xiao Lingtian is just a young son. Bull asterisk 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 only son. Lu Sanji couldn't listen anymore and suddenly cursed angrily. Xiao Chen? That punk? He's already been removed from the family tree by the Zhenbei royal house. Don't you know? Zhao Tiangang sneered disdainfully. Lu Sanji was dumbfounded as if he were a wooden chicken and looked at Xiao Chen with a shocked expression. Removed from the family tree? Xiao Dust had given so much to the Zhenbei royal house, and even his dantian was shattered at one point in order to save Xiao Lingtian. Later on, when he was cold-shouldered by his parents, he never uttered a word of complaint, and he honored and loved his parents with exceptional filial piety. Even when Xiao Lingtian wanted to take his fiancée, and the Zhenbei king couple forced him to withdraw from the marriage, he only broke his teeth and swallowed it in his stomach, and didn't make a big fuss. Such a well-behaved and understanding son was actually removed from the family tree by the Zhenbei royal family? Is it true? Lu Sanji looked at Xiao Chun with reddened eyes and his lips trembled lightly. Xiao Dust did not have too many emotional fluctuations and only nodded his head lightly. When was that? A couple days ago. King Zhenbei, he's confused. Lu Sanji suddenly roared. He did not understand what Xiao Chen had done that Xiao Zhenbei had to be so cruel to him. It's because he shattered his dantian to save his brother? Or not nodding his head immediately when his parents helped his brother steal his beloved? Is there any justice in being so cruel to a child who is so good? Chicken, Master Chicken. Be careful what you say. The guard was so scared that he almost lost his mind. Well, I'm going to die today. So what is the point of being prudent? Xiao Chen is such a good kid. He shouldn't be treated like this. Lu Sanjian's eyes were filled with rage. Old thing, what are you yelling about here? This world is weak and strong, and a waste like Xiao Chen should have deserved to die in the first place. The natural talent of Ling Tian's son is unrivaled, and now that I've heard that he's enrolled in the Sacred Desolate Academy, he's the one that everyone expects to be the son of heaven's destiny. Zhao Tiangang had a cold smile on his face. This Xiao Chen first had his dantian shattered, and then he was cursed by the heavenly Tao. This kind of unlucky person deserved to be finished. Waste? Do you know who is standing in front of you? Lu Sanji hissed with red eyes. Zhao Tiangang froze, glanced at Xiao Chen in front of him, and said in confusion, "Who is it?" "He is Lu Sanji." There's no need to say so much to him. Just as Lu Sanji was about to storm Xiao Dust's vest, Xiao Dust interrupted in time. His idea now was to develop obscenely, and he didn't want to be too high profile. Didn't that asshole Sacred Wasteland elder say he's going to be an invalid in 2 days? Then he'll be an invalid for a while. It's not too late to wait for some time to develop before going out. As the dog demons watched this farce, a hint of impatience appeared in their eyes, and one of them, whose size was clearly a few circles larger than the other dog demons, ran to the ear of the demon god temple youth and growled a few words in a low voice. The demon god temple youth's face changed slightly as he looked up at Zhao Tiangang. Zhao Tiangang, Lord Dog Demon said to kill this sword cultivator teenager immediately, or else the demon race will start slaughtering immediately. As soon as these words came out, all the people in the arena trembled, and panic flashed in their eyes. Zhao Tiangang was silent for a moment. His right hand clenched into a fist, a palpitating energy suddenly condensed on top of his right fist, and a shocking aura permeated out from his body. "Kid, the one who wants you dead is the demon race. When you get down there, don't seek revenge on the wrong person." Zhao Tiangang slowly raised his fist and aimed it at Xiao Chen's head. A terrifying pressure suddenly enveloped Xiao Chuan's entire being, and the latter's expression was grave as he reached out and pressed the hilt of the sword behind him, intending to fight to the death. Only, even though he had the will to fight, he knew that he had no chance of winning at all. With his current battle power, he could be called invincible under the martial master realm, but without sword skills, he didn't yet have the ability to fight a martial master. Previously, when he had hard received a strike from Xiao Lingtian's martial master realm, it had almost caused him to be seriously injured. While Zhao Tiangang was a solid martial master, his strength was not comparable to Xiao Lingtian's, and he was by no means an opponent. System, help. In a moment of crisis, he could only turn to the system for help, and in his opinion, the system should not be able to let him die just like that. A truly strong man must go through 1,000 calamities and wander on the edge of life and death countless times before he can metamorphose into a god. So something needs to be carried by the host himself. If he dies, it's the host's life. Xiao Duan. Chow. Is the system so heartless? Kid, hit the road. Be a human in your next life. Don't think about playing hero. Heroes aren't that good. Zhao Tiangang's expression turned suddenly cold as he fiercely blasted out with a fist. The terrifying chi and blood shook the void with sonic booms. The purple fist on, like an evil dragon, roared and flew towards Xiao Chen's head. It's over. The guardian closed his eyes in despair. Even if this punch Xiao Chuan was more astonishingly talented, he would definitely not be able to dodge it. Duck! Lu Sanji yelled like a madman. He had already foreseen the tragic situation of Xiao Duan's crushed head. Xiao Dust also sensed an air of death, but sitting and waiting for death was not his style. Between the flashes of lightning and fire, he suddenly drew his sword and was just about to fight for his life. However, right at this moment, an intense spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared, and in the next breath, a gold-robed old man noiselessly appeared in front of Xiao Chen, directly slapping out a palm to shatter the fist aura. Along with the old man, there was also a silver-haired girl with overwhelming beauty, as well as nearly 100 blood-armored guards. The young girl was surrounded by the blood-armored guards like stars surrounding the moon, and each of the blood-armored guards was stout and exuded an appalling blood aura. Every one of them was actually a 9th-level martial disciple expert, and such an expert was only a mere guard. A hint of horror flashed through the eyes of the people present, looking incredulously at those blood-armored guards and the silver-haired girl who was protected by them in the middle. What kind of person can have an escort this terrifying? Chapter 48, Princess Ye Qingxuan of the Silver Moon. Teleportation Talisman? Zhao Tiangang's pupils suddenly shrunk as he murmured incredulously. This group of golden-robed old man and silver-haired girl appeared here out of nowhere, definitely using a teleportation talisman. It was just that this single teleportation talisman was extremely rare, claiming to be worth a lot of money, and the high value of a teleportation talisman that could teleport nearly 100 people at once was simply unimaginable. How could someone move at such a great cost to rush to Xiangwu City to get into this mess? Moreover, the silver-haired girl's appearance looked as if it was somewhat familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere, only Zhao Tiangang couldn't recall it for a moment. Xiao Dust was also confused, only his point of focus was different from the others. His pair of eyes were dead set on the silver-haired girl, his eyes filled with shock. How in the world could there be such a beautiful woman? Even exhausting all the words of praise in the world would not be enough to describe her beauty. The eyes are agile like water. The skin is white like ice and snow. The features are exquisite to the extreme. A head of silver hair hanging down to the waist, adding a few points of color for the young girl. And that figure was even more overwhelming, with long slender jade legs, slim savage waist, and high breast peaks, making Xiao Chen unable to move his eyes. Xiao Chuan had counted on having seen many beautiful women. If Ye Qingxuan was like a fairy in the eyes of many people, then the beauty of this silver-haired girl in front of him was at a level that could casually kill a fairy. He believed that even if he was as beautiful as Ye Qingxuan, he would definitely feel inferior in front of the silver-haired girl. It was just that the silver-haired girl was too high and cold, so high and cold that it was like 10,000 years of cold ice, so that people didn't dare to get close. It was probably because of this reason that none of those nearly 100 blood-armored guards following the young girl dared to look, all of them hanging their heads low. You're Zhao Tiangang, the head of the Xianwu Town Demon Division? The silver-haired girl ignored Xiao Chuan's gaze and instead turned her head to look at Zhao Tiangang and opened her mouth in a clear and cold manner. Her voice was pleasant to the ear, but it just had a coldness to it. Zhao Tiangang sniffed and carefully looked at the young girl's appearance for a few more moments, and then his complexion changed drastically, and he immediately stepped forward and bowed. My subordinate is exactly Zhao Tiangang. Princess Silver Moon has arrived. My subordinate has missed out on welcoming her, and I hope that you'll forgive me. Upon hearing the 4 words Silver Moon Princess, everyone in the arena was stunned beyond measure. Princess Silver Moon, such an honorable personage, would actually condescend to visit a small frontier city like Xiangwu City? To think that it's Princess Silver Moon herself? The Guardian General's pupils also shrunk at his words, and a trace of incredulity flashed in his eyes. Princess Silver Moon was the eldest princess of the Grand Xia, and the heir to the future Xia Emperor. Not only is the face of the world, the talent is even more horrible. In the art of cultivation together with excellent talent, the legend reaches the extreme heavenly stage. From the king body is only a line away. In the cultivation world of the Grand Xia, although the vast majority of people cultivated the martial Dao, there would also be some people who cultivated other Dao. For example, sword cultivator, art cultivator, medical cultivator, beast cultivator, formation master, Dan cultivator, and so on. And the art practiced the manipulation of the natural elements of heaven and earth, such as water, fire, wind, thunder, and so on. The Silver Moon Princess was born with the favor of the moon god, and can drive the light of the moon, possessing great battle power, and at the age of 18, she was already an artistic apprentice at the 8th level. Her cultivation speed was terrifying, so she's Silver Moon Princess Ye Qingxuan. She sure is good looking, so much better than her sister Ye Qingxuan. Xiao Dust was also surprised in his heart when he knew the identity of the silver-haired girl, but his eyes were still dead set on Ye Qingxuan, looking at her non-stop. Although he was the son of the king of Zhenbei, Princess Silvermoon had always rarely shown her face, and this was the first time he had seen her. It was only that he had long heard that the great Xia Emperor had a silver moon princess with worldly beauty and supreme talent, who was Ye Qingxuan's older sister and the nightmare of her life. Ye Qingxuan always wanted to catch up with her sister, but with all her might it was difficult to look up to her, whether it was her looks or her cultivation, causing her immense pain. Kid, you're a sword cultivator? The gold-robed old man glanced at Xiao Chen and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Nowadays these days sword cultivators can be rare. Such a young sword cultivator is even rarer. I didn't expect to actually meet a teenage sword cultivator in this small Xiangmu city. Xiao Chen was still looking at Ye Lanqi and turned a deaf ear to the old man's words. Kid, have you seen enough? If you look again, do you believe I'll gouge out your dog's eyes? The gold-robed old man could not help but frown when he saw Xiao Chen being so reckless. Originally, seeing that Xiao Chuan was a sword cultivator, he had a few good feelings towards Xiao Chuan, but I didn't realize that it was actually a womanizer, and my impression was suddenly in tatters. Ahem. I'm sorry. Princess Silvermoon is so beautiful that I couldn't help myself for a moment. Hearing the golden-robed old man's words, Xiao Chen also realized that he had lost his temper and dryly coughed twice. Brat. Princess Silvermoon is naturally more beautiful than a heavenly fairy, but it is not something that people like you can covet. I advise you to mind your own eyes. There are some people who are destined to be difficult for you to reach in this lifetime. Do you understand? The gold-robed old man looked at Xiao Chen and laughed coldly. People like Xiao Dust had seen too many people who, relying on the fact that they had a few natural talents, tried to get close to Princess Silvermoon, and they all ended up failing in their endeavors. Princess Silvermoon was too good, and in his opinion, there was not a single man in the entire world who could match. Even if Xiao Chen was a sword cultivator, he was still too far away. Don't get it. Seeing that the gold-robed old man was so nonchalant, Xiao Dust also lost his temper. The gold-robed old man's face changed slightly. He wanted to snap, but when he saw Ye Lanqi's gaze faintly sweeping towards him, he immediately held back his anger and just coldly glanced towards Xiao Chen without speaking again. After stopping the old man, Ye Lanqi could not help but glance at Xiao Chen as well, and a trace of color flashed in his eyes. Ever since she had grown into a big girl, all men her age would look incredibly nervous and even a little overwhelmed when they saw her. And this teenager in front of her, not only did he not bow his head when he saw her, but he also stared at himself endlessly, which was really unique. But it didn't take long before she withdrew her gaze and looked at Zhao Tiangang again. The mission of the Demon Suppression Division is to cut down demons and protect the people. Now that thousands of demons are attacking the city, the people of the city are in danger. As the head of the Demon Suppression Division, not only did you not take action to control the demons, but you also want to brutally kill your compatriots. Do you know the crime? Some days ago, the Xia Emperor felt that the internal corruption within the Demon Suppression Division was currently unbearable, and ordered her to perform the duty of supervision. And today it happened that the demon race was slaughtering the city, so she received the news and immediately rushed over. At those words, Zhao Tiangang's face turned pale. Inquisition. Princess Silvermoon had actually come to ask for forgiveness. He had never dreamed that the massacre of a small city in a district like Xiangwu City would actually startle Princess Silvermoon into personally asking questions. It was important to realize that Princess Silvermoon was more than just a princess. She was also the successor of the Xia Emperor himself, the future empress of the Great Xia. What she says carries extreme weight. My subordinate is aware of the sin, but my subordinate has a bitter reason for not going to war. Several thousand demonic races are surrounding the city, and there are only 70 or so martial artists in my Xiangwu city. If I were to meet the battle, it would be tantamount to hitting a stone with an egg. So my subordinate wants to preserve my strength and plan for it slowly. Zhao Tiangang said with a trembling voice. This is not a reason. Ye Lanqi gently shook her head and pointed at Xiao Chen. You have so many powerful martial artists under you, yet you don't dare to go into battle. Whereas he is only one person, yet he dares to stand in front of thousands of demon clans. Do you think he is stronger than you guys? Zhao Tiangang was momentarily speechless. I'll just fine you. Roar. Halfway through Ye Lanqi's words, a dog demon's roar suddenly came from the side. You stupid humans. You're still infighting here at the end of your lives. The Lord of the Demon Clan has spoken. Today all of you will die here. And the first beauty of Great Xia, Princess Silvermoon, will become a prisoner of the Demon Clan, and become a plaything in the bed of the Demon Clan's great man. That demon god temple youth who had been carrying messages for the demon race earlier said with a sardonic expression. Chapter 49. I have a plan to retreat the enemy. Do you know what it means to make a move against Princess Silvermoon? The gold-robed old man blocked in front of Ye Lanqi, looking at the demon suppression hall youth with a wary face. He hadn't thought that the demon race was actually rampant to this extent, actually trying to lay hands on Princess Silvermoon. Although the human race is weak, but the Silver Moon Princess is the future empress of the Great Summer. If she has any missteps, the Summer Emperor will pour thunderous wrath towards the demon race. even if it is the demon race, it is also going to shed a lot of blood. The demon god temple youth also knew that this was a big deal, and after hesitating for a moment, he still ran to the ear of the dog demon in charge to pass on the message. The dog demon sniffed and glanced at Ye Qingxuan and the others. A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes as he let out a few low growls. The young man from the demon god temple nodded his head repeatedly, turned around and walked over to the gold-robed old man, and sneered. Lord Dog Demon said that the human race are all a bunch of spineless losers, and that even if they captured Princess Silvermoon back to play around with her, the Xia Emperor wouldn't dare to let out a single fart. And even if the Summer Emperor is enraged, so what? His Majesty the Demon Emperor alone is enough to suppress the Xia Emperor. And finally, I'll give you all some time to offer up Princess Silvermoon on your own, and Lord Dog Demon can still give you a quickie, or else, you'll all die a miserable death. Demons can take human form when they reach a certain level of cultivation, and then they can have intercourse with human women. Ye Qingxuan had a worldly appearance, and many of the great figures of the demon race had long been drooling over her. If you can bring it back, it's definitely a great achievement. So the dog demon doesn't want to make a move with Ye Qingxuan. It would be easy to hurt her, and that would be a big loss. In the field, everyone was enraged. Many people even clenched their fists so tightly that they didn't even realize that their nails were piercing into their flesh and blood. But no one refuted it. The human race today is indeed too weak. The golden-robed old man's face also turned ugly, turning his head to Ye Qingxuan and whispering, "Your Highness, there are thousands of demons here, and I can't cross the border to make a move, so I have no chance of winning in a real fight. So we'd better use the teleportation talisman to leave this place first. The demon race is this rampant. Elder Xiao, you still want to keep your agreement with the demon race?" Ye Qingxuan looked at the gold-robed old man, a hint of sulking flashing through his watery eyes. Xiao Lao smiled bitterly. "There's no way. Today's human race is just too weak. The demon race can be overbearing, but my human race must be careful and prudent, or else the demon race's wrath is something my human race can't afford. Your Highness, the demon race will soon slaughter the city. Let's hurry up and leave." Ye Qingxuan was silent for a moment and shook his head. "I can't go. If I go, what about the people of this city? Available. Princess Silvermoon. I have a solution that may solve the danger in this city." At this time, Xiao Chuan walked to Ye Qingxuan's side, and as soon as he got close, an intoxicating fragrance came to his face. "You have an idea?" Ye Qingxuan looked at Xiao Chen. How dare you? What can you do as a tiny sword apprentice 7th level? How dare you fill your mouth with nonsense in front of Her Highness? Why don't you roll down immediately?" Xiao Chen was just about to speak when Elder Xia immediately shouted coldly. Xiao Lao's eyes were filled with coldness. He didn't understand how this teenage sword cultivator in front of him was so devoid of self-awareness. Although the sword cultivator's killing power was astonishing, this kid was just a small sword apprentice 7th level, and if you're not polite, in front of thousands of demons, it was something like a mole cricket, and he actually wanted to intervene in the matter of the demons slaughtering the city. Thousands of dog demons here. If they swarmed up, even he, a martial arts master, would have to be consumed alive, and today's matter is clearly a dead end. The way? Where's the ing solution? How do you know I don't have a solution if you don't hear me out? Xiao Dust frowned. "Ha, just you? A sword apprentice 7th level? Just tell me. I brought these blood-armored guards. Who can you beat? They're not even a match for these dog demons together. You have a way?" Elder Xia snorted. Earlier, when they rushed here, they only saw Xiao Chuan blocking a group of veterans and confronting Zhao Tiangang, and did not see Xiao Chuan make a move before, so they did not know Xiao Chuan's strength. Elder Xia only thought that Xiao Chuan was an ordinary sword apprentice 7th level. Although sword cultivators had amazing killing power, they couldn't do anything to cross the border to kill their enemies. And in the field, Xiao Chuan was indeed the weakest. "You mean them?" Xiao Chen pointed to the blood-armored guards beside Ye Qingxuan and casually said, "They can be destroyed with the flip of a hand." Those blood-armored guards froze at the words, and then a disdainful smile appeared on their faces as they looked at Xiao Chen like an idiot. This teenage sword cultivator in front of him was indeed too unaware of the heights of heaven. They could all be at the 9th heavenly cultivation of martial apprentices. A weakling at the 7th level of sword apprentice, actually saying that they can be destroyed with the turn of a hand? It was simply wildly out of control. Elder Xia also looked at Xiao Chen with a stunned expression. This guy's not a little sick in the head, is he? How to say some nonsense? Even if you want to blow the wind in front of the Silver Moon Princess, do not be so exaggerated. Ye Qingxuan looked at Xiao Chen, and although he did not speak, a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. "Kid, I don't care who you are. Immediately leave from Princess Silvermoon's side, or else I'll consider you as a demon race spy and execute you on the spot." A blood-armored guard with a scar on his face couldn't stand to watch, and went straight up to kick people out. This person was extremely tall, all close to 2 meters. exuding an appalling blade aura, standing out amongst a group of blood-armored guards. Strong and extraordinary. Demon spies? Are you out of your mind? Didn't you see that I almost got into a fight with the demon race just now? Xiao Dust frowned. Ha! Who knows if you're acting so you can use it to get close to the princess and plot against her. A hint of killing intent flashed in the scarred guard's eyes. He was disfigured when he was 10 years old when he was competing with someone in a sword fight, and since then his psyche has been a little twisted. And when he sees a handsome-looking teenager, he has a kind of inexplicable hatred. Xiao Dust's face value. The hatred has been pulled full. Plus, Xiao Chuan also deliberately went close to the Silver Moon Princess whom he adored immensely, so he wanted to kill Xiao Chuan. Xiao Dust glanced at the scarred guard and frowned slightly. Killing intent? He had never met this man. Just met him, and this grandson actually tried to kill him? So what do you want? Xiao Dust stared into the eyes of the scarred guard. Didn't you just say that you can destroy these blood-armored guards of ours with a flip of your hand? Why don't you compare? The scarred guard sneered. Scar. Don't bowl asterisk with him, just blow him away. We don't have time. We must leave this place in a hurry. The gold-robed old man did not intend to listen to Xiao Chuan's nonsense anymore and directly interrupted, while he himself turned around to fully concentrate on guarding against the demon race's sneak attack. Kid, since you don't want to leave, I'll come and give you a ride. The scarred guard's eyes flinched as he squeezed his fist and was ready to blast Xiao Duan away. Before he struck, he purposely glanced into the distance to make sure that his punch could knock Xiao Duan to the dog demon to be eaten alive. How could a small commoner want to get close to the Princess of Silvermoon, whom he had adored for so long? It's a death wish. That's right. Just because Xiao Chuan approached Yi Lanqi, the scarred guards moved to kill him. And in the chaotic world, the most worthless thing is human life. However, just as he was about to make a move, he realized that an air sword had already been pressed against his brow, and the sharp sword chi pierced his skin. This person's sword is actually so fast? The scarred guard trembled, a trace of consternation flashing through his eyes. Could it be that this teenager's strength as a sword cultivator was above him? But soon he dismissed this idea. Even if a sword cultivator was more powerful, it was impossible to cross two realms in a row. He must have been negligent and not paying attention, allowing the other party to sneak in and win. How dare you? His lips opened and closed, wanting to use his status to press Xiao Chuan, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he realized that the chi sword had toppled forward a few more points and had already pierced his skin, frightening him into shutting up in a hurry. The scene in front of him caused everyone in the arena to be dumbfounded. The group of blood-armored guards looked at each other in disbelief at what they were seeing. Crossing the border? This sword cultivator in front of me can actually cross the border to kill the enemy? And it crossed so easily that it seemed not to be at full strength. Zhao Tiangang couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eyes. Earlier, when this sword cultivator teenager had killed a few of his martial apprentice 8th level experts in seconds, he had already felt that it was exaggerated. I didn't expect that the other party would actually be able to kill the 9th level of martial apprentice in seconds. This is simply astounding. Ye Lanqi also looked at Xiao Chen dead on, a trace of surprise flashing through her good-looking eyes. Is this the sword cultivator? It's a little too strong. Even those dog demons froze. The human race actually has such a heavenly pride? That leading dog demon's eyes even flashed with a hint of stern killing intent, and rushed his companions with a few low growls. Such a pride of the human race must not be retained. Must die here. Scar, what's wrong with you? Why haven't you done anything yet? The gold-robed old man whose back was turned to Xiao Chen could not help but turn around and angrily rebuke him when he was late in hearing the sound of making a move. Chapter 50, Can we start over? Seeing a chi sword pressed against Skarsgård's brow, Elder Xiao's entire body froze, and then his face quickly became gloomy. Scar, what's going on here? Don't tell me that you can't even defeat a sword apprentice at the 7th level. Scar's escort was one he had personally selected to join the Red Armor Escort Corps not long ago, and when he recruited him, he had assured Princess Silvermoon of his strength. But now, Scar actually couldn't even defeat a sword apprentice at the 7th level, disgracing his old face. Xia, Elder Xia, this kid is not a martial artist and suddenly sneak attacked me. The scarred guard hurriedly defended himself. A trace of contempt flashed in the eyes of everyone present. A sneak attack? How is it a sneak attack when it's obvious that you clenched your fists first and were ready to hit someone before they made a move? Sneak attack? You're 2 small realms higher than him, and you let him succeed in his sneak attack? Simply trash. And Elder Xiao was still looking at the scarred guard with a gloomy face. His face did not become good looking because of his explanation. Elder Xia, I'm sorry, it was my negligence. There won't be a next time. When the scarred guard saw Elder Xiao's anger, he was sweating anxiously and turned his head to look at Xiao Chuan. Kid, do you dare to withdraw your sword chi and have a fair fight with me again? Although Xiao Chen's sword was fast, he believed that he would definitely not lose if he was given another chance. He was just a small martial artist with no background. he could enter the Red Armor Guard Corps, relying solely on Xiao Lao's appreciation. If this appreciation was gone, his future would come to an end, so he had to earn his face back in front of Xiao Lao. Could be. Xiao Chuan nodded his head, and in the next breath, the chi sword that was on top of the scarred guard's brow directly dissipated. Upon seeing this scene, Elder Xia froze and looked at Xiao Chen in shock. This kid's a fool, isn't he? He's already won, and he wants to start over? Repeat, can you? A sword apprentice 7. Beat a martial apprentice 9? The scarred guard was also stunned. Obviously he also did not expect Xiao Dust actually really collected his sword chi, but this battle was about the future. He could not afford to think too much about it, and slowly drew out the long knife on his waist, ready to make the strongest move, and kill Xiao Dust directly with a thunderous force to wipe out his former shame. That's right, he was going to kill this brat who made him lose face in front of Princess Silvermoon. Wait, he was just about to make a move when Xiao Chen directly raised his hand to interrupt. Kid, it's too late for you to regret now. I will definitely cut you under the sword today. The scarred guard thought that Xiao Duan was afraid and said with a murderous look on his face. Who knows? Xiao Chen did not even look at him, but turned his head to look at Elder Xia. Old man, he is one of your men, right? In a moment, I will fight him, and if I kill him, you won't look for trouble from me, right? What? You can beat him to death? Ha ha ha. If you can do it, go ahead and do it. The old man will never interfere. Elder Xia froze, and then couldn't help but laugh. Scar was a martial apprentice 9th Heavenly Master. His battle power was terrifying. A small sword apprentice 7th Heavenly Master wanted to kill him? It's a dream. Is that true? You should have spent quite a bit to cultivate such an expert. You won't ask me for compensation, right? Seriously, absolutely seriously. If you kill him, not only will I not ask you for money, I'll even give you 100 taels in return. How's that? Elder Xia simply felt that this teenage sword cultivator in front of him didn't know what he was talking about. Although the sword cultivator was powerful, could he still cross 2 realms to decapitate a martial apprentice 9th level? I'm relieved when you say so. Thank you in advance for the 100 taels. Xiao Dust nodded in satisfaction. At this time, the golden-robed old man was also a dignified figure. Since he said so in public, he should not be looking for him to settle scores in autumn. Elder Xia, why don't you reconsider? This kid's strength is extraordinary. That's right, a martial arts sparring match. Just point it out. Scar, I think it's better to forget about it otherwise. Today's priority is to fight against the demon race. Let's talk about the contest between you two later. The several blood-armored guards heard this, but their faces changed greatly, and cold sweat seeped out from their foreheads. Let Xiao Duan kill Scar? What a joke! This kid had just killed Scar in seconds, and although Scar was more or less slacking off, it was enough to see the terror of this kid's strength. If the two fought again, it would be the end of Scar in case he really got ate up if he didn't pay attention. They were all on good terms with Scar, and they didn't want to see Scar die a horrible death in front of them. What are you guys doing? Do you think Scar can't handle this kid? Elder Xia frowned slightly as a trace of displeasure surfaced on his face. No. How is that possible? We're afraid that Scar won't be able to control himself later and hurt this little brother. The few blood-armored guards denied it. They were representing the face of the Xiao royal family outside, so they couldn't easily concede. That's a problem, Elder Xia mused, turning his head to look at Scar. In a moment, you take care to be merciful. Don't hurt this kid. The scarred guard's face stiffened and he reluctantly nodded. Yes, he had planned to directly hack Xiao Chen to death just now, but now that Elder Xia had said so, he was a bit hesitant. But it shouldn't be a problem to make a few cuts in this kid, right? After all, swords have no eyes. No one can say he did it on purpose. He thought grimly. You guys back off a bit so the two have room to maneuver. Elder Xia looked at the several blood-armored guards again, trying to get them to make an open space for the two. While Scar should be able to kill his opponent in seconds, the battleground still needs to be there. Don't bother, Xiao Dust directly interrupted. You're self-aware enough to know that you can't last more than a few moves. So fine, let's start straight away. Elder Xia directly retreated, handing the battlefield over to the two. Why haven't you drawn your sword yet? The scarred guard held a long sword. A terrifying aura of blood permeated his body, and a domineering sword aura filled the surroundings, causing the crowd to feel a hint of palpitations. Against you? Not yet, Xiao Dust said indifferently. Kid, you're too arrogant. In that case, go to hell. The scarred guard instantly became furious and directly slashed towards Xiao Chuan's head. The brilliant blue blade light cut through the void. The horrifying blade aura shook the 4 fields. This slash is so strong, worthy of being an expert of the Blood Armor Escort Corps. None of them are simple. Even in the 9th level of Martial Apprentice, this person can be considered terrifying. Indeed, but why do I feel as if that Scarface is running to kill? Be confident. Remove the as if. It's just a run for the kill. That boy is finished. Not far away. The people from the Demon Suppression Division were all stunned by the blade of the Scarred Guard, thinking that Xiao Chen would surely die. Scar, what are you doing? Stop it. Do you want him dead? Elder Xiao also saw that something was wrong and hurriedly shouted. After saying that it was point to point, this Scar actually directly used the strongest move in the Gale Blade technique. Wind Swirl. This move was extremely powerful. Not to mention Xiao Chuan, a sword apprentice 7th level. Even an ordinary martial apprentice 9th level would not be able to carry it and would be seriously injured. Moreover, Xiao Chen had not even drawn his sword. If he was cut, he would definitely die 10 deaths. Xiao Lao's shouts didn't make the Scarred Guard stop. The ferocious blade chi was already in front of his body. Xiao Chuan, however, seemed as if he had not noticed it at all and did not move at all, only reaching out and gently pointing a finger forward. Elder Xia couldn't believe what he was seeing. Is this Xiao Duan scared silly? Why don't you draw your ing sword? What's the use of pointing in the air? However, Chapter 51, you're not awake, are you? Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, an air sword appeared noiselessly and pierced through the Scarred Guard's brow. In the next breath, the Scarred Guard's figure suddenly stalled, and the powerful blade aura dissipated. He raised his head and looked at Xiao Chuan in shock. His lips opened and closed a few times as if he had something to say, but in the end, nothing came out and he collapsed to the ground with a loud thud, his body dying. When the crowd saw this, they were all shocked to the core, like 5 thunderbolts. Sword Apprentice 7 versus Martial Apprentice 9, not yet drawing the sword, a second after the first, a second to kill? Is this going against the grain? Xiao Lao's pupils suddenly shrunk as he looked at Xiao Chen. He had thought that the Scarred Guard had steadily won against Xiao Chuan and had even allowed the latter to show mercy, but he had not expected that Xiao Chuan was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger and actually had the ability to kill Scarred in seconds. Looking at Scar's body on the ground, Xiao Lao's heart was dripping blood. The Blood-Red Escort Corps requires that the age is not higher than 30 and the cultivation level reaches the 9th level of Martial Apprentice. Each and every one of such people is a martial arts genius, extremely hard to find, and when one dies and then has to be replenished, it can hurt the brain. A trace of color flashed in Ye Lanxi's eyes as well, and she glanced at Xiao Chen a few more times. Although transgressing the realm of heavenly pride was rare, it wasn't like she hadn't seen it before with her insights. But even transgressing 2 realms and still being able to kill her opponent in seconds was truly the first time she had ever seen it. She was a little curious as to when such a sword Dao demon had appeared in Dixia and why the Dixia royal family hadn't received any news. The crowd was still immersed in the shock of Xiao Chuan killing Scar in seconds, but Xiao Chuan walked directly to Elder Xia, looked at him, and extended his right hand. Kid, what do you mean by that? Elder Xia's face was ugly. 100 taels. You promised, Xiao Dust said. The corners of Elder Xia's mouth twitched and his face darkened. He didn't expect this dog to actually dare to ask him for money. Killed his man. He didn't look for this kid to settle the score, but he came to ask for it first. Old man, you're not thinking of backtracking, are you? You are a member of the royal family. Aren't you afraid that the world will disgrace the royal family if you do this? Xiao Dust was dissatisfied when he saw that Elder Xiao was slow to respond. Xiao Lao's face turned even darker at the words, and he wanted to slap this brat in front of him to death. But he held back due to the repercussions, and found a silver ticket from his body, and shoved it directly to Xiao Chuan, and angrily rebuked. Scram! Xiao Dust took the silver ticket, glanced at it, put it directly into his arms, and was about to turn around and leave. People, have you considered this? Will you fight or surrender? Right at this moment, the youth from the Demon God Hall who was in charge of delivering the message walked over and asked with an impatient face. He had given the human race time to think about it. But he didn't expect that they would actually kill each other and get a martial genius of the 9th level of martial apprentice killed. Simply ridiculous. In that case, he wasn't going to give them the time of day. What's the hurry? We're still deliberating, Elder Xia said in a cold voice. You guys better hurry up. The Demon Lord doesn't have so much time to wait for you. Once the time is up, the Demon Clan Lord will launch a general attack. When the time comes, none of you will survive. The Demon God Temple youth warned a few words and turned back to the demons. Princess Silvermoon, can you listen to my ploy now? Seeing that time was running out, Xiao Chen directly walked over to Ye Lanxi and said, Can you take off your mask? Ye Lanxi looked at Xiao Chen and blinked. Xiao Dust froze. Shouldn't we listen to the strategy first at such a critical moment? Why does this Ye Lanxi still care about his looks? I mean, we should get acquainted first. My name is Ye Lanxi. And you? Ye Lanxi's voice was cool and pleasant, and her body exuded a faint fragrance. Seeing Ye Lanxi speak so many words to Xiao Chen at once, a hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of Elder Xia and those members of the Blood Armor Escort Corps. Silver Moon Princess was high and cold by nature. almost not befriending anyone, and her words were pitifully few, never saying anything if she could, and today she actually said so much to a teenager she had just met, which was simply groundbreaking. Chen Xiao. From Sword God Academy. Xiao Chen casually made up a fake identity. I've heard of the Sword Immortal Academy, but the Sword God Academy? Does my great Xia have this academy? Ye Lanqi knitted her brows gently. Elder Xia on the side also had a puzzled look on his face, because the Sword God Academy was unheard of even by him. But it shouldn't be. How could an academy that could teach a supreme demon like this sword cultivator teenager in front of him be silent? This dog isn't lying, is he? It seems unlikely. This kid doesn't look like a good guy. What kind of a good guy wears a mask? Kid, you didn't just make up a random identity to fool us, did you? The more Xiao Lao thought about it, the more wrong it became, and he looked up at Xiao Chen. Ye Lanqi also stared at Xiao Chen, a trace of suspicion flashing through her good-looking eyes. How is this possible? Then why don't you dare to take off your mask? What do you have to hide in front of Princess Silvermoon? It's not because you're too ugly to be seen, is it? Yes, that's exactly it. I have a peculiar look. I'm afraid I'll scare you all if I take off my mask. I see. You are indeed a bitter person. But don't be discouraged. You have such amazing talent. Even if you look ugly, you can still do something in the future. Find some average-looking women and you can still make a home. Elder Xia nodded at his words and did not pursue the matter any further, looking at Xiao Chen with a hint of pity in his gaze. Strange looking. That makes sense. No wonder this kid is wearing a mask. So it's because he's afraid of being ugly to others. Ye Lanqi, however, stared at Xiao Chen's brilliant star-like eyes and did not speak. Ugly looking? You're kidding, right? This Chen Xiao has such nice eyes, better than all the men she's seen. Will he grow ugly? She didn't believe it. However, since Xiao Chen was unwilling to reveal his identity, she did not ask more questions. Chen Xiao, you just said that you have a way to retreat from the enemy? What method is that? Ye Lanqi got back on track. She was curious. There were thousands of dog demons in this place. If the dog demons swarmed around her, even if she and the entire Blood Armor Escort Corps came together, they would be torn to shreds. It's clearly a dead end. What can Xiao Dust do to solve the situation? Elder Xia and his group were also staring at Xiao Chen, and Elder Xia even opened his mouth to urge. Kid, hurry up and say it. I cultivate a secret art that allows me to accumulate energy by killing demons. As long as you guys help me kill 300 dog demons, my strength will skyrocket and I should be able to repel this demonic plague. Xiao Dust spoke out his plan. This is your plan? You're afraid you weren't awake from your dream earlier, right? After hearing this, Elder Xiao's face instantly turned ugly and a trace of disappointment flashed in his gaze as he looked at Xiao Chen. He had thought that Xiao Chen really had some brilliant plan to solve the present danger. I didn't realize it was such a whimsical plan. First of all, Xiao Chuan was currently only a sword apprentice at the 7th level, and although he had the strength to cross the realm, crossing a small realm and crossing a large realm were completely incomparable. He had seen some who could battle enemies across small realms, but he had not seen a single one across large realms. He probably understood the secret technique that Xiao Chuan had just said. It was nothing more than the role of the Bloodstorm pill or something like that, overdrawing the chi and blood to send out the strongest strike. This kind of facing a few thousand demon race, it was simply useless. Thousands of demons can exhaust you to death. Not to mention that it was too damn hard to kill 300 dog demons. The way this accumulated energy. Those were 300 terrifying and abnormal dog demons. Each one of them was ferocious and appalling, and exceptionally difficult to kill. Did he still think it was 300 grass dogs? Thanks to Fanwu who loves 2 noodles and Xiaoyi from Spirit Vein Spring for their gifts. Chapter 52 Sword Intent rushes to the heavens. I thought he had some good plan, but it turns out he's a whimsical idiot, and he's killing 300 dog demons. With just these people of ours, we can't even kill 30 of them. That's right. There's also his bull secret technique. I don't know who invented it. The trigger condition is actually so difficult. I really don't know what he's practicing it for. Let's just prepare to use the teleportation talisman to run away. The blood-armored guards on the side all showed disdain as well, whispering in extremely low voices, and not far away, thousands of dog demons had begun to rapidly converge, and one by one, they all rose up in the air and jumped towards the Xiangwu city. A lurid green demonic aura filled the entire city, making the entire Xiangwu city seem to be transformed into a demonic domain. A terrifying atmosphere instantly spread throughout the city, and hundreds of thousands of civilians, though hiding in their homes, were scared to death by the intense demonic aura. Demonic aura. What a heavy demonic aura. It's over. The demon race has launched a general attack. You stay here. I'll go out and fight with the demon race. I'll die anyway. Even if I die, I'll bite off a piece of meat from the demon race's mouth. Slow down. Old buddy, I'm going with you. A dilapidated house. A pair of wrinkled old people hiding under the bed. The old woman shivering, but the old man gritted his teeth and took a kitchen knife, walked out from under the bed, and directly rushed toward the outside of the house, and in the next breath, the old woman also followed out. Mother, are we going to die? A deep cellar. A 5-year-old boy looked at a linen-clad woman with a look of fear. Nyor is not afraid. On the way to the Yellow Springs, Mother will accompany you. The hemp-clothed woman was scared to death herself, but softly comforted the boy with red eyes. Mother, before I die, I'd like to have another bunch of icy candy canes. Is that okay? The cow read her fate in her mother's face, her eyes gray. Yes, yes, Mother will take you to buy it. The hemp-clothed woman hurriedly agreed. Soon, she led the boy slowly out of the cellar. In the face of death, most people felt fear. Some people chose to shut their doors. Some chose to take a look at their hometowns before they died. And some picked up their weapons to fight with the demon race. That's what the so-called multitudes are supposed to do. Princess Silvermoon. The demon race has already begun to gather. We must use the teleportation talisman to leave. If we're any later, we'll be too late. And when Elder Xiao glanced at the dense army of demons, his face instantly changed drastically, and he hurriedly came to Ye Lanchi to urge him on. Is there no other way? What are we going to do with a city full of people if we leave? A trace of intolerance surfaced in Ye Lanchi's eyes. There's no way out. Thousands of demonic races with terrifying flesh bodies charging together. The battle power will be terrifying to a level that you and I can't imagine. The martial master realm can't make a move. In order to resist the attack of the demonic races, it will require at least twice the number of martial practitioners than the number of demonic races. But this Xiangmu city plus us only has 170-something martial artists at most. It's far too much of a difference. Elder Xia shook his head with a heavy face. Of course, there is one thing he didn't say. If there are a lot of that kind of physical body and destructive power are far beyond the normal human cultivators, the number of requirements can also be reduced. But the cultivators who fulfilled such conditions were very few and too scarce, so he left it out. I didn't think that a hallowed blood armor escort captain would choose to walk away when he saw that his compatriots would be brutalized by the demon race. It's just as cowardly as a mouse. Right at this moment, Xiao Dust suddenly opened his mouth. Kid, what did you say? You think old man doesn't want to save people? Elder Xia stormed into a rage. How can working with me not save lives? Just you? A sword apprentice at the 7th level? What can you do? If I rush into the sea of demons at this moment and behead 10 dog demons, do you dare to believe me? Xiao Chuan forced himself to look into Elder Xiao's eyes. Elder Xia froze and laughed angrily. Kid, you really don't know the heights of heaven. With so many dog demons, if you just rush over there, you'll immediately be torn to pieces, let alone decapitating 10 dog demons. If you can really do it, what if I stay and help you? Does he count? Xiao Chen looked at Ye Lanchi. After all, she was the one with the highest status here. Count. Ye Lanchi lightly opened her vermilion lips. That's good. Xiao Dust nodded his head and turned towards the dog demon army. At this moment, the dog demons had already assembled, and standing opposite Xiao Chuan were 2,000 terrifying dog demons with demonic auras. Seeing this horrifying scene, Xiao Dust could not help but change his face slightly. The scene was just too scary. This kind of horrifying picture, even if you saw it in the game in your previous life, it would make your scalp numb, let alone seeing it in reality. He felt an unprecedented pressure at the moment. He's just a human being, too, and he gets scared and wanders. But at this moment, there was no way back for him. Don't say the system issued him a task. Even if he didn't have the system, he couldn't do it by abandoning the civilians in the city and pulling away on his own. Because, behind him are hundreds of thousands of civilians and thousands of homes. He can walk away. But what about these people? At this moment, he was the only one who had a ray of hope to break this critical situation. If he left, this city that had brought him warmth when he was at his lowest ebb would soon be turned into a hell on earth, with rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. So, he can't go. Mother, look, there's a man standing in front of the demons. Is he trying to protect us? I don't know. It seems like, there's actually someone fighting for us. That pair of mother and son had just stepped out onto the street when they saw the scene where Xiao Chuan blocked in front of the demons. The hemp-clothed woman froze slightly, and a warm current surged through her heart, and there was a flash of disbelief in the cow's crystalline eyes. Why is the city's demon suppression division so powerful? The protector of Xiangmu city in the mouths of unusual people but when facing the demon race, it avoids fighting. And this white-clothed young man in front of him, who looked young, dared to stand alone in front of so many terrifying demon clans. Mother, he's surrounded by sugar plums. Suddenly, Nyor's eyes lit up and she saw a stall beside Xiao Chen with a large bunch of sugar gourds on it. So he ran straight through. Nyor, wait, take the money with you. You can't take things from people for nothing, the hem-clad woman called out urgently. The cow took the money bag from her mother's hand with a lurch in her step and darted toward the sugar plums once more. In the past, his family was so poor that he could only eat a bunch of sugar gourds on New Year's Day. Now, he was about to die. But the heavens had given him so many sugar plums, which was not bad for him. In the blink of an eye, the ox ran to Xiao Chen's side. Xiao Dust was stunned as he looked at the ox that had come galloping towards him. Big brother, can I eat the candy cane next to you? The ox looked at Xiao Chen and timidly pointed to the side. Xiao Chuan turned his head and realized that over there was a stall with a large bunch of sugar gourds. He nodded with a small smile. Sure. The ox leapt over, put down his money bag at the stall, grabbed a string of sugar gourds, and bit down on one. The sweet and sour taste made the ox's eyes flash with a hint of satisfaction, and his big eyes curved into a crescent moon. The ox was eating the sugar gourd. Xiao Chuan turned to face the demon clan on guard. Suddenly, a small hand pulled Xiao Chuan's pants leg. Xiao Chuan turned his head, only to see the ox hesitating for a long time, and handed him a string of sugar gourd with a heartbroken face. For me? Xiao Dust froze. Well, big brother, you're a good person. You stood in the way of the demons and protected us. Nyoer, thank you, please eat the sugar gourd. After saying that, Nyoer stuffed the sugar gourd to Xiao Duan, turned to the side and picked up a large handful of sugar gourds, and ran towards her mother. Xiao Dust held the sugar gourd and looked blankly at the hem-clothed woman, who smiled and nodded at him, making a cheering gesture. While the demon race not far away saw the scene, a hint of sneer was revealed in their eyes. A small sword apprentice 7th level actually presumed to block 2,000 demon clans. It was simply a mantis, not measuring up to his own strength. And those who were cheering for him, they were really stupid. Didn't they think that they could turn the tide with just one teenager? However, Xiao Chuan's gaze was already focused on the hemp-clothed woman at the moment, and he did not even bother to take a look at the demon race, for he saw more and more people, coming from all corners, standing with her, bowing to him and silently cheering him on with gestures. It's silent, but the gratitude, it's overflowing. At this moment, the uneasiness within Xiao Chen disappeared. The corners of his mouth quirked into a smile. As it turns out, there are others who are rooting for him. As it turns out, there are others who see his guardianship. Ha ha ha, so I'm not alone. Xiao Chen laughed up to the sky. At this moment he suddenly comprehended something. Sword practice is not just about killing, it's also about guarding. Guarding those things he wants to guard. The demon-destroying sword god created the reverse heavenly demon beheading technique back then. Certainly because of hatred. But why wasn't it for the sake of preserving the human race's payload? In the next breath, an overpowering sword intent suddenly rose up from his heavenly soul cap, and a loud and clear sword sound like a dragon's roar shook the four fields. Xiao Chuan comprehended sword intent. Infinite sword intent. Heaven and earth are limitless, and the way of the sword is profound. Chapter 53, Elder Xiao's Hesitation. Sword intent? Feeling the amazing sword intent on Xiao Chen's body, Elder Xiao's eyes suddenly widened round and he couldn't help but burst out in foul language. He was just too shocked at the moment. Other sword cultivators had comprehended the sword intent for at least a few decades, but this kid actually comprehended the sword intent after saying a few words to a random kid? When did sword intent become so worthless? How is this possible? Zhao Tiangang's pupils also shrunk, unable to believe what he was seeing. A sword apprentice at the 7th level actually comprehended sword intent? This is too scary. Even if it is a sword general, realm of great powers may not be able to comprehend the sword intent. And the kid in front of him actually just sword apprentice comprehend the sword intent. This is simply outrageous. And Yilanqi's heart likewise set off a wave of shock. An 18-year-old sword cultivator was already rare. And this white-clothed young man in front of him not only could easily cross the border, but also casually comprehended the sword intent. This can no longer be described as heavenly pride. Demons, I should say. Absolute demon. Roar. Just then, the dog demon in the lead suddenly let out a roar. Dozens of dog demons with horrifying auras immediately rushed towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chuan's comprehension of sword intent caught the attention of the dog demons, and they decided to immediately exterminate this human demon here. It was only that although they felt a hint of threat from Xiao Chen, they were not afraid. After all, Xiao Chen was only one person with a sword, while they had 2,000 demons. What can one man do if he's powerful? It's impossible to beat 2,000 people at once, right? Only, if the human race had a few more such heavenly prides, they would have a headache. Kid, hurry up and retreat. 20 dog demons charging together. You'll be crushed into mush. Xiao Lao's face suddenly changed and he shouted anxiously at Xiao Chen, who was still standing motionless. The iron-headed dog demon's physical body was exceptionally strong and its fighting strength was astonishing. With 20 heads going at it, even if Xiao Dust had comprehended the sword intent, he would definitely not be able to block it. Although the sword intent was strong, it was extremely consuming of mental energy. Xiao Chuan was only a sword apprentice 7th level. If he exerted it, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Once his mental energy was depleted, he wouldn't be far from death. Elder Xia, should we make a move to help him? A blood-armored guard couldn't help but step forward and say, help him? How? Can't you see that there are so many dog demons on the other side? Not only will we not be able to save him, but we will be sending him to his death for nothing. This kid is too impulsive. Elder Xia glanced at Xiao Chuan, his face ugly as he cursed Xiao Chuan in his heart for his youthful exuberance. You obviously have great talent and have the chance to become a piece of heaven for the human race in the future. Why do you want to die here for nothing? Is it just for the sake of a passion? It's just stupid. But, he can cross the border to kill the enemy and has comprehended the sword intent, so he might be able to survive the siege of 20 dog demons? The blood-armored guard said in an undying voice. Xiao Duan's spirit of though 10 million demons, Icarion has completely conquered him, and he only wants to fight side by side with Xiao Duan at this moment. The human race had selfish people like Zhao Tian Gang, but there were also many people who were full of passion. It's absolutely impossible. Although a sword cultivator's attack power is astonishing, his physical body is weak, so once he is approached by a dog demon, he will immediately be torn into pieces. Elder Xia shook his head, but the scene that happened in the next moment made the crowd's jaws drop, only to see Xiao Dust chopped off the head of a dog demon with a sword. The remaining few dog demons saw their companions being killed and instantly became furious. They all grabbed at Xiao Dust with their sharp claws. Although Xiao Dust fought to avoid it, he still received 2 hits on his body. But what was shocking was that the dog demon's claws that could easily shatter boulders slapped on Xiao Chuan's body and actually only tore his clothes, leaving a few white and shallow marks on him. And these white marks disappeared in the blink of an eye. The group of dog demons that had surrounded Xiao Chen froze. Their best shot didn't even break this human skin? Is it possible that this person's flesh is made of diamond? But even if it's made of diamond, it should still be rotten after being attacked by them like this, right? I'll go. How is this kid's flesh so strong? When Elder Xia saw this scene, his entire body was also dumbfounded. Is he sure it wasn't his eyesight? A sword cultivator's body was actually this strong? Elder Xia, are you sure that sword cultivators have weak flesh bodies? The blood-armored guard who had spoken to Elder Xia earlier couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Nonsense. It's well known that sword cultivators have weak flesh bodies. You don't know? Elder Xia asked rhetorically without any good humor. Then why is this kid's flesh so perverted? Elder Xia was speechless, because even he couldn't figure it out. Sword cultivators had always been known for their terrifying attack power, and among the 100,000 great avenues, they could be called the number 1 in killing power. But God is fair. A strong killing power is naturally flawed elsewhere. The flaw of sword cultivators was their weak defense, and they were easy to lose in close quarters. But not only was Xiao Chen's attack power amazing, even his physical body was so terrifying, and he couldn't think of a reason for this no matter how much he thought about it. This was not to blame for Elder Xia. After all, there was only one sword cultivator with a martial god body since the beginning of time, Xiao Chen. The martial god body was a divine body, terrifying and incomparable, with many wonderful uses. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiao Chen had only just obtained it and hadn't developed it much yet, the power would be far more than that. Between flashing and moving, Xiao Chuan continuously waved the long sword in his hand. The powerful sword chi wreaked havoc in the void. The hard and unparalleled defense of the iron-headed dog demon seemed to become a joke in front of Xiao Chuan's sword chi. It was simply unbeatable. Every time Xiao Chuan swung his sword, demon blood would splash up and heads would roll down. Pust, pust, pust. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chuan had already killed 10 dog demons and was drenched in blood. His white clothes had been dyed red and he was as terrifying as the underworld cultivator. Mother, how is Big Brother so powerful? One person killed so many demon clans. Nyor wants to be as powerful as Big Brother in the future, so she can protect Mother and the human race. Not far away, Kaoer looked at Xiao Chen, her large eyes filled with admiration. Good. Mother believes that Nyor will be as good as him in the future. The grey-clad woman smiled and stroked the cow's head. As a mother, she supports her child's wishes, no matter how unrealistic they may be. However, she knew that a dream was still a dream and could not become a reality because she had never seen a teenager as powerful as Xiao Chen and had never even heard of him. Those so-called heavenly prides of the demon division of Xiangwu Town were already unattainable dreams in the eyes of many. And in front of this sword cultivation teenager in front of him, they were simply not worth mentioning. It's too hard for a cow's wish to come true. The other human races watching the battle were also confused. They didn't expect Xiao Chen to be so ferocious, simply fiercer than an animal. While the dog demon group not far away saw the scene, their eyes turned red. The dog demon in the lead kept roaring. These losers under it really disgraced the demon race. 20 against 1. Not only did they fail to kill that human sword cultivator in seconds, they were half killed by his backhand? Where does this make its demon race's face go? However, there was a trace of gravity on Xiao Chen's face. Although he seemed to have the upper hand, he was actually consuming a great deal of energy, and a sense of weakness was vaguely surging within his body. He looked up at the golden panel in front of him, and the quest progress on it changed to, Kill Iron-Headed Dog Demon, 10 of 300. A touch of bitterness surfaced at the corner of Xiao Dust's mouth. To complete the mission, he still had to kill 290 dog demons. It's too hard. Too hard. After killing only 10 heads, he felt that the sword chi in his body had depleted quite a bit, and it was almost impossible to kill another 290 heads in his current state. Having to dodge and attack again was too exhausting for him. No way. Had to get some help so there would be a gap in recovery. Thus, he flashed aside in a single bound, turned his head to look at Elder Xia, and shouted, "Old man, I've already decapitated 10 dog demons. Why don't you have your people come out to help me?" Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Elder Xia's face froze. He did promise Xiao Chen before, but at that time, he felt that Xiao Chen was simply not capable of decapitating 10 dog demons. I didn't expect this kid to be more fierce than livestock and actually do it. Now he was in a dilemma. If he let his men go out and face 2,000 dog demons, it would be no different from sending them to their deaths. But if you go back on your word, the reputation of the royal family will be ruined. To go or not to go? Elder Xia's complexion began to change. Chapter 54 Danger. Elder Xia, let us go. The demon race is right in front of us, wanting to slaughter my compatriots. As a human, how can I stand by and watch? That's right, we're not afraid to die. Having demons we can't kill is worse than dying. Many blood-armored guards came forward to ask for orders. Originally, they were fearful inside. After all, as long as they were human, they would be afraid of death. However, when he saw that Xiao Chen had actually rushed into the dog demon group alone and decapitated 10 dog demons, the fervor in their hearts was ignited. Damn it, they were also a human race and had bloodlust. How could they let Xiao Chen go and fight with the demon race alone? No go. But after struggling for a long time, Elder Xia finally decided not to make a move. The promise just now was made by him, and when the time comes, he'll just take the blame for any stigma. But he couldn't let the blood armor escorts go to their deaths. 2,000 demon race. It was too terrifying. This number of them would be sending them to their deaths if they went. But, no buts. Your job is to guard the princess. The rest takes a back seat. Let them go. Just then, Ye Qingxuan spoke. Princess Silvermoon. This, Elder Xia froze. I've already asked the king of Zhenbei for help. My sister Ye Qingxuan is at the king of Zhenbei's mansion along with a group of disciples from the martial arts academy. It's a considerable force. If we can gather it, we may not be unable to repel the demon clan. Ye Qingxuan's eyes moved slightly. Elder Xia froze at his words. The 9th princess and a group of martial academy disciples are in desolate North City? That would be a silver lining. I heard that the Zhenbei king's son, Xiao Lingfeng, is a supreme genius, terrifying and incomparable, and now he has even entered the sacred wilderness academy, a step up to heaven. If he can lead the disciples of the martial arts academy to rush here, it would be an extremely strong force. Thank you, princess. And the group of blood-armored guards gave a slight salute to Ye Qingxuan, and then they couldn't wait to rush out. Damn it, I'm going to hit 10 this time. Just you? You think you're Qin Xiao? Ha ha, I'm just kidding. I don't know if I'll be able to come back alive once I go this time, but with the princess here, even if I die, my old mother and sister should be taken care of. Don't worry, the princess has always been benevolent. We don't have to worry. Kill. The blood-armored guards laughed as they drew their long swords from their waists and killed the group of dog demons that were surrounding Xiao Chen. Pust. With the addition of nearly 100 blood armor guards, the remaining 10 dog demons that had surrounded Xiao Chuan were instantly hacked to the ground. Each of the blood armor guards was an elite of the 9th level of martial apprentice, and one-on-one they all possessed the ability to crush a dog demon. After all, these were only demon apprentice 7th level dog demons. Of course their attack power was not as perverse as Xiao Dust, who could directly cut off a dog demon's head. They were more likely to choose the dog demon's relatively soft abdomen to strike. Ha ha, little brother. My name is Wang Yi. You're too raw. You really give my human race a long face. It's my honor to fight alongside you today. Blood armor guard Lu Hao. Here to help. Little brother. You just killed the demons. We'll come and hold you back. Xiao Dust glanced at the blood armored guards who had already swiftly protected him in the middle. His eyes moved slightly, and he nodded, turning back to guard the demon race again. On the opposite side, the demon race had gone berserk, letting out roars one after another, and that terrifying roar shook the entire Xiangwu city. They had thought that dealing with one Xiao Chuan and 20 dog demons was already killing a chicken with a bull's knife, but they did not expect that after only a short while, the demons sent out were actually all killed. It's just a strange shame. When had the demon race ever suffered such defeat at the hands of the human race? This human sword cultivator must die. And a horrible death. Blood armor guards, how dare you intervene? Is this to go on and on with my demon race? Is it worth it for a mere human boy? The young man from the demon god temple who was in charge of delivering the message looked at the blood armored guards in front of him with a ferocious face and said in a sardonic voice, the blood armor guards were all incredibly strong. All of them were experts at the 9th level of martial apprentice. So many blood armor guards were enough to make them lose hundreds of demons. Even for the demon race, which was as strong as the clouds, such a loss was something they didn't want to bear. There was also that Xiao Chen. This flesh was simply too fierce to be human. Not to mention the weak flesh of the human race. Even for the demon race, such a terrifying flesh was rare. They originally just wanted to slaughter a city and get some human blood food, but they didn't expect to actually meet a tough opponent. You're right. I'm just going to fight you to the death today, even if I leave my life here. What's the harm? You demon god temple bastard. Being a human but defecting to the demon race to mutilate your fellow countrymen. I'll be the first to get you killed in a while. Wang He had a sneer on his face. Good. You guys are looking for death, so I'll fulfill you. The demon god temple youth ran to the ear of the leading dog demon, and said a few words with a sinister face. The leader dog demon was instantly furious and let out several roars at his companions one after another. It was unclear what it was communicating, but the killing intent in its eyes said it all. It was going to kill the group of blood-armored guards in front of it. As the order was conveyed, a flash of bloodlight flashed in each of the 2,000 dog demons' eyes, and they all charged at Xiao Dust and the blood-armored guards in unison like a blistering wind and rain. Knock, knock, knock. For a while, the earth was stomped and shook violently. The demonic shadows that rose up in the air covered the sky. The demonic aura that was so dense that it had almost turned into substance lingered in the void. The people all over the city were trembling in fear when they saw the scene. 2,000 demon clans actually made a move together. That sound was horrible. Who can beat this? Many people had a look of despair on their faces. Although Xiao Dust and the blood-armored guards were in front of them, it was impossible for them alone to withstand so many demonic beasts. At this time, the human race needed more martial artists to come forward to fight against the demon race. Next breath, Xiao Dust and the blood armor guards fought with the charging demon race. Although the blood armor guards were courageous, they could not afford to have too much of a numerical disadvantage, and they did not have Xiao Chuan's martial god body, which did not have such a perverted physical body, so casualties soon appeared. In just a few moments, a small half of them were dead. Wang He, who had just greeted Xiao Chuan, died a gruesome death, and was directly torn into two halves and swallowed alive after decapitating 2 dog demons. The rest of the blood armor guards also died tragically one after another. As Xiao Lao watched his subordinates die one by one, his eyes instantly turned red and he clenched his fists so tightly in death that he didn't let go even when his nails pierced his palm. At the moment, he was tempted to strike, but held back. He couldn't give the demon race an excuse to retaliate. Ye Lanqi's gaze flickered slightly. Her body moved, wanting to participate in the battle, but was stopped dead in her tracks by Xiao Lao. Your Highness, you are the future Empress of Great Xia. You must not make the slightest mistake. Please focus on the overall situation. Ye Lanqi glanced at Elder Xia and ultimately did not make a move. As for Xiao Chen, he had completely killed his eyes at this moment, and the Wuji sword intent that he had just comprehended had been used a long time ago. Every time he swung his sword, there would be a dog demon's blood. In a short moment, he had already killed 123 dog demons. The battle power was so amazing that it terrified the group of demons. At first, the focus of the dog demon's siege was on Xiao Dust's side, but as Xiao Dust killed, there were no more demons in the surrounding meter. The dog demons all went to attack the blood armor guard because they were afraid of Xiao Chen. This was one of the reasons why the blood armor guards died so quickly. However, when the blood armor guards were dead and wounded, the dog demons began to remain attack Xiao Dust. And even though Xiao Dust was divine and brave and possessed a martial god body, he had many more wounds on his body under the dog demon's continuous siege. The defense of the martial god's body required the consumption of qi and blood, and when it came to the later stages, the qi and blood were over-consumed, and Xiao Chuan's defense began to decline. Lu Sanji and the other veterans were instantly anxious at the sight and shouted at the city, "My Xiangwu city's martial artists, do you all have no balls? A teenager dares to fight with the demon race, and you guys don't dare?" However, no one responded. Chicken, stop it. They're all just some trash. How can they have the guts to go against the demon race? That's right, especially the cowards from the demon suppression division. They're trash. A couple of the veterans looked disdainful. Hearing the words of a few people, many martial artists in the city trembled and clenched their fists, struggling colors appearing on their faces. His grandma, put up a fight. Xiao Hu, a martial artist from Xiangwu City, has come to defend the human race. Suddenly, there was a roar, and a large man with a full beard rushed out from the shadows. Chapter 55, Tragedy. Lu Bao of Xiangwu City, come to defend the city. Zhang Di of Xiangwu City, come to defend the city. Xiangwu City Bull Pond, come to defend the city. After seeing Xiao Hu rushing out, some martial artists could no longer hold back the hot blood in their chests, and they all showed up one after another to fight with the dog demon. There were about a dozen of them, and more martial artists were still watching. This group of people are crazy, knowing that they are moths to the flame, but they still go up to die. What folly! Zhao Tiangang looked at those martial artists and sneered disdainfully, while beside him, several youths from the Demon Suppression Division had different looks. Some sneered, while others clenched their fists and jumped into action. Division Master, are we really not going up? That teenage sword cultivator is incredibly fierce. I see that he has already killed over 100 dog demons. If we step in and help him out, there might really be a miracle. A purple-robed youth hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth. A miracle? What kind of miracle is that? Although nearly 200 dog demons died, there are still more than 1,800. Can they finish killing them all? This teenage sword cultivator is indeed powerful, but he's stupid to the core. Zhao Tiangang spoke with sarcasm. But isn't the purpose of the establishment of our Demon Suppression Division to behead demons and protect the people? Now that so many martial artists are fighting for their lives against the demon race while we watch from the sidelines. Will, what do you know? It's called taking the big picture into account. What's the use of just having the courage of a man? Zhao Tiangang glared fiercely at the purple-robed youth, who fell silent. But a moment later, he looked deeply at Zhao Tiangang and said in a deep voice again, Master of the division, I've always respected you, but I can't agree with what you just said. The human demon race has been fighting for 100 years. The human race has faced the danger of extinction several times, and it was the countless great powers of my human race who killed a ray of life for the human race with their flesh and blood. If everyone cherished their lives and feared not to come out, I'm afraid my human race would have perished long ago. Forgive me if I can't wait here with you to watch the show. After saying that, the purple-robed youth glanced at Xiao Chen, who had already killed to the point of insanity not far away, took a deep breath, and directly rushed over. He drew the long sword at his waist, and while charging, he shouted, Ding Sheng of the Demon Suppression Division, come to behead the demons and protect the people. Seeing this scene, everyone present froze for a moment. The Zhen Demon Division has struck? But when they saw that he was the only one who had rushed out, the crowd instantly understood. It wasn't the Demon Suppression Division that struck. Instead, Ding Sheng stood up for himself. For a moment, a flash of movement flashed across the eyes of Lu Sanji and the others. They had always felt that the Xiangwu Town Demon Division were all wasteful softballs, but they hadn't expected that there would actually be a hot-blooded man like Ding Sheng. Good. Little brother Ding Sheng, you are a man of honor. I, Lu Sanji, admire you. That's right. It seems that the Demon Suppression Division isn't full of losers. At least little brother Ding Sheng is bloodthirsty. Unlike Zhao Tiangang, who is just an eggless man. Lu Sanji and the other veterans shouted at once, giving Ding Sheng a boost, while Zhao Tianggang's face was as gloomy as water. Ding Sheng, this idiot, simply, damn it, Ding Sheng is on board. What are we afraid of? Let's kill. Wang Chong of the Demon Suppressor Department, come to kill the demons and protect the people. Demon Suppression Division Su Lu, come and kill the demons. Ox Rock of the Demon Suppression Division. Before Zhao Tianggang's words fell, the 7 or 8 demon suppressor soldiers around him had already roared and charged out. When Zhao Tiangang saw this, his entire body was dumbfounded, and his face looked worse than eating. There were only a total of a dozen people around him, and he didn't expect a large portion to rush out, which was something he hadn't thought of before in any way. In fact, he doesn't understand that a star can start a fire, and Xiao Chen was the little spark that ignited the hot blood in the hearts of the crowd. As a human, how many people really don't hate demons? Only usually suppressed by terror and selfishness. Now that they saw Xiao Chuan alone against 1,000 demons, killing a broken 100 dog demons in a row, the fear within those martial artists was dispersed in an instant, and they all looked as if they had been pumped with chicken blood, unable to resist wanting to fight with the demon race. After all, this is the homeland they grew up in, and they don't want it to turn into a hell on earth. Seeing this scene, the remaining Jin demon soldiers around Zhao Tiangang were all eager to rush out and fight with the demon race, but thinking that the price of rushing out would most likely be death, the hot blood in their hearts instantly cooled down as if they were being drenched by a pot of cool water, and they just watched the fierce battle situation at the battlefield from afar, only to see, in the battlefield, the human martial artists died tragically one after another. Some people were directly bitten off their heads, some were swallowed alive by dog demons, and some were directly torn in half. The dog demon was too powerful. With a terrifying physical body and sharp claws and teeth, a single claw could easily tear a martial apprentice 7th heavenly martial artist into two halves, and if several heads came together, martial apprentice 8th and 9th would have to die a horrible death. Many of those martial artists who had just rushed out had just joined the battlefield and were directly torn into pieces before they had the chance to strike. Even the blood armor guards with their terrifying strength had died to the point that not many of them were left. The only one who could make a big kill was Xiao Chen alone. At this moment, Xiao Chen had already gone crazy from killing. The powerful sword Shi shook the void as he continuously swung his sword and chopped off the head of a dog demon. He had killed nearly 200 dog demons, and he was drenched in blood, completely turning into a bloody man. Except for the pair of eyes that were as bright as stars, all of his body was blood-colored. All around him, densely packed, were the corpses of dog demons, which had piled up into a small mountain. All the corpses, all of them were killed by a single sword, directly slicing off the entire head, only that the sword chi in his body was gradually depleting, and he was also nearing his limit. However, those dog demons that surrounded him did not dare to go forward, but only looked at Xiao Chen from the side, with shock and fear in their eyes. This human teenager in front of him was just too terrifying. Not only does it have a superb attack, it can easily decapitate their toughest heads. Moreover, the physical body was still strong beyond words. From just now until now, this human teenager had at least received hundreds of claws from them, not to mention a sword apprentice. Even if it was a first-level martial master like Zhao Tiangang, he should have been pulverized long ago. Yet, this human teenager had only suffered some light injuries, and those injuries were still repairing themselves at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. This is a situation they have never seen before in all their years. Those dog demons were afraid, even though the human teenager looked shaken and dying. But none of them wanted to be the first to rush up and become the death of the teenager's sword. He actually killed over 200 dog demons by himself. It's unbelievable. And that group of dog demons are actually starting to get scared. They're afraid of Chen Xiao. When the guards saw the scene in front of him, a trace of horror could not help but flash through his eyes. Who would dare to believe that Xiao Chuan, with one person and one sword, had killed more than 1,000 demonic clans to the point of chilling? That's an arrogant demon race. When have you ever bowed your head in front of the human race? Only very soon. The last blood armor guard by Xiao Chen's side collapsed. Only Xiao Chen was left alone in the entire battlefield. Extinction. Truly desperate. The strength of the human race was too weak, and after fighting to the death of more than 100 martial artists, they only managed to replace more than 90 dog demons. Originally, with the strength of the blood armor guards, they could have killed more, but the number of dog demons was simply too many, causing the blood armor guards to be outnumbered and their combat power to be greatly reduced. With the helpers exterminated, the next battle was Xiao Chen's alone. Xiao Chuan's eyes warmed slightly as he glanced at the corpses of the human martial artists who had died gruesome deaths around him, and he lowered his sword and bowed solemnly to those corpses, bending slightly. Although it was the first time that all of these people and he had met, since they had once fought side by side, they were his brothers. The brother is dead. Someone has to pay for it. At this moment, he had already killed 272 dog demons, and was still 28 short of completing the task. His battle record could be said to be earth-shattering. In the past 100 years of the Great Xia, there had never been anyone who had killed so many demons in one breath at this realm. Xiao Duan was the first, quite possibly the only one. Only, he's almost at the end of his rope. The last 28 heads should not be finished. After worshipping the dead martial artists, he picked up his sword and slowly sat down on his knees, intending to make temporary adjustments and finally fight the dog demon for his life before dying a heroic death. Roar! And right at this moment, in the battlefield, the dog demon in the lead suddenly let out a roar. Chapter 56, Xiao Lingtian proposes. A terrifying demonic aura filled out from the body of that leading dog demon. At the moment, it was beyond angry. A pair of scarlet eyes stared deathly at Xiao Chuan, itching to break him into pieces. This weak human who was only at the 7th level of sword apprentice had actually caused them to lose 200 elites, which was simply too exaggerated to accept. For some reason, it felt a threat in Xiao Chuan, and it always felt that if it allowed Xiao Chuan to continue recovering, it was afraid that there would be some changes. Thus, he gave the dog demon group a deadly order that they must kill Xiao Duan immediately. Under the summoning of the leader dog demon, all the dog demons began to slowly gather towards Xiao Dust, and soon a sea of demons formed in front of Xiao Dust, densely packed and creepy to the extreme. The dense demonic chi gathered together, forming a green demonic mist. That kind of scene, even when the battle-hardened Lu Sanji and other veterans saw it, they were trembling. Terror! It's just horrible. At first, The dog demons were afraid of Xiao Dust and were not willing to go up and fight. After all, with Xiao Dust's battle power, whoever went up would die. However, when they saw the anger of the leader dog demon, they did not dare to be perfunctory anymore, and their eyes flashed with a ferocious light as they slowly approached towards Xiao Chen. It's over. That kid is too ruthless in killing demons. The demon clan side is going to spare no casualties and kill him outright. Elder Xiao's face suddenly changed. He did not expect that the leader dog demon to be so scornful of Xiao Chuan that he would not even give him a little time to recover. Xiao Dust's face also changed slightly as he glanced at the murderous dog demon group in front of him. From the looks of it, the demon clan wasn't going to let him recover. However, in his current state, both his chi and blood and sword chi were almost depleted, making it difficult to fight again. Although the martial god body was powerful, he hadn't had time to develop it much yet, and with so many demons swarming the martial god body, it wouldn't be able to recover. Elixir. He needed the recovery potion. He turned his head to Ye Lanqi. Princess Silvermoon, do you have any pills to restore your chi and sword chi? Ye Lanqi stretched out her jade-like palm, and a dozen or so bottles of pills suddenly appeared on it, and she struck out a bright moonlight radiance that wrapped around the pills and sent them in front of Xiao Chen. Xiao Chuan took it and did not care what kind of elixir it was and directly poured it into his mouth with a brain. As the elixir entered his mouth, a majestic chi and sword chi instantly rushed through his entire body like a sweet spring, revitalizing his depleted body. Feeling the majestic energy, his eyes instantly lit up. This elixir was a high-grade chi and blood elixir and a high-grade sword chi elixir. He didn't expect Ye Lanqi to come out with such a precious elixir. The high-grade chi and blood pills were 1,000 taels of silver apiece, while the high-grade sword chi pills cost 2,000 taels of silver apiece. The ones he just ate cost almost 20,000 taels of silver. It's really extravagant. However, the results are really good. He felt like he could fight again. Looking at Xiao Chen, whose aura was constantly rising, a trace of fear flashed in the eyes of the surrounding dog demons. This human teenager is actually on drugs, and also knocking so much elixir? Is there any justice in this? A few dog demons subconsciously took 2 steps back, wanting to let their companions behind them go first, but they were smashed in the head by a few claws of that leader dog demon with a furious roar. See the scene. The rest of the dog demons did not dare to retreat. Their eyes were ruthless, their limbs pressed down and snapped, and they began to frantically pounce on Xiao Chen. In the meantime, the house of the king of Zhenbei, a certain great hall, Xiao Zhenbei and Wen Wanrong sat high in the center, while Xiao Lingtian and Ye Qingxuan sat on either side. The 4 of them were drinking tea. Wen Wanrong was looking at her young son with a doting face. The smile on her face couldn't be concealed, and Xiao Zhenbei had also put down the slaughter of the demon race and had specially come to accompany her young son. The family was happy and joyful. Xiao Lingtian had been officially enrolled in the Sacred Desolate Academy and was on the path to transforming the dragon. Xiao Zhenbei and Wen Wanrong were both extremely happy at this time. The world knew that entering the Sacred Desolate Academy was tantamount to a step to heaven, and becoming a martial king was already on the cards. Although the eldest son, Xiao Duan, had been wasted and was haunted by bad luck, it was considered a family misfortune. But fortunately, the youngest son of the Xiao family more than a martial arts king, at least a few hundred years of prosperity can be guaranteed. For this result, Xiao Zhenbei is very satisfied, which is also considered God blessed the Xiao family. In only a short period of time, Xiao Zhenbei and Wen Wanrong had already put Xiao Duan's tragedy behind them and were fully dedicated to celebrating their young son. After all, Xiao Chuan was just an invalid, while Xiao Lingtian was about to soar into the sky. There was no need to choose who should be loved. Father, mother, my child has a favor to ask. Please grant it. Suddenly, Xiao Lingtian stood up and walked over to Xiao Zhenbei, Wen Wanrong, and said with a straight face, "What is it?" Xiao Zhenbei was slightly surprised. This young son of his has always been unconventional, and seldom saluted in front of them. But at this moment, he is actually so solemn, and I don't know what it is about. Xiao Lingtian glanced at Ye Qingxuan with a deep look on his face and said aloud, "My child is in love with Qingxuan and wants to take her as his wife. So please ask my father and mother to propose marriage for my child." This statement was made. Xiao Zhenbei and Wen Wanrong both froze for a moment. Marry Michelle Ya? Although Xiao Lingtian liked Ye Qingxuan, they had known it for a long time and did not oppose it. But Xiao Chen had only just broken off his engagement with Ye Qingxuan earlier, and at this moment, Xiao Lingtian was about to propose marriage to Ye Qingxuan. That's a little too much FaceTime. The elder brother lost his love in front of him, and the younger brother took it away from him in the back. If this were to be rumored, I don't know how others would talk about it. Moreover, Xiao Chen had been in love with Ye Qingxuan for so many years and was as intoxicated as he was, and suddenly being withdrawn by Ye Qingxuan, although on the surface it seemed to be unperturbed, in reality it must have been extremely painful. Xiao Lingtian's engagement to Ye Qingxuan at this time was inevitably a bit of a fall from grace. Ye Qingxuan's face also changed slightly when she heard this, and a trace of resistance arose within her. For some reason, looking at Xiao Lingtian's handsome face, the outline of another person emerged in her heart, and that person was Xiao Chen. Ever since that day when she had seen Xiao Chuan wield his sword, a shadow had quietly rooted itself in her heart. The white clothes were like blood, and the sword was like frost. Lang Yan is unique. There is no other in the world. Although Xiao Lingtian was also considered to be incredibly handsome, he was still far worse than Xiao Chen. Although Xiao Chuan had become a waste and she had broken her engagement with him, Xiao Chuan's bland look at that time had deeply pierced her heart. She had thought that Xiao Chen would be heartbroken when she proposed to withdraw from the marriage. Unexpectedly, the other party was calm and unusual. It was like a thorn in her side. In the past so many years, Xiao Chen was so fond of her and treated him so well, she proposed to withdraw from the marriage. Xiao Chen actually did not react at all. Is he really that relaxed? Must be hanging out with Lin Qingxian, the wild woman. In her opinion, Xiao Chen was her personal item. Even if she didn't want it, other women couldn't get their hands on it. She's just so selfish and bossy. Ling Tian, your brother just withdrew from Qingxian, so slow down your affair with her. Your brother will be sad. When Wanrong thought of her eldest son's possible current situation, and with a slight sense of intolerance, she opened her mouth to persuade him. Mother, Xiao Chen, he's not my brother. He's wasted. I don't care if he's hard. I'm going to get engaged to Qingxian right away. Xiao Lingtian was furious when he saw that when Wanrong was still thinking about Xiao Chen, and a trace of resentment flashed in his eyes. That punk is already like this. How come he's still shady? It seemed he had to find a chance to just get him killed to stop the trouble, so that his parents wouldn't keep thinking about him. Available. Madam, just let Ling Tian go. That wastrel, he won't live long anyway. Why do you care about him? Everything is fate, and he can only blame his own bad fate for ending up like this. When Wanrong still wanted to say something, but was coldly interrupted by Xiao Zhenbei. At this moment, the latter's eyes only had Xiao Lingtian, who had been enrolled in the Sacred Desolate Academy, and had no time to care about Xiao Chen's death or life. In this world, it is the weak that prey on the strong, and since you are an invalid, you have to accept the pitiful fate of having everything taken away from you by the strong. Who called Xiao Chen an invalid? Chapter 57, How dare you do this to your brother? Then, okay, I think Dusty should be able to understand it too. When Wanrong saw Xiao Zhenbei open his mouth while her youngest son's face turned blue, so she hurriedly changed her words. In the end, in her heart, she still favored her youngest son a bit more. As for Xiao Chen, after years of estrangement, coupled with the fact that his natural talent was all but wasted, his feelings were already very faint. Steward Li, who stood quietly at the side, heard the conversation between the several people. His eyelids couldn't help but flutter a few times, and his heart suddenly chilled. Xiao Chuan had only just experienced the tragic event of becoming an invalid from a heavenly pride and being withdrawn from his favorite. As parents and brothers, shouldn't they be concerned and comforted at this time? However, the king of Zhenbei not only rejected Xiao Chuan, but Xiao Lingtian even had to take away Xiao Chuan's childhood sweetheart's fiancé. And when Wanrong only symbolically persuaded a few sentences, and soon changed her stance to support her youngest son, this was more than unfair to Xiao Chen. It was simply cruel to the extreme. Xiao Chuan was clearly such an excellent child, humble and generous from a young age. Even when treating them, the subordinates, they were all courteous, never putting on any young master's airs, not knowing how many times better than the arrogant and domineering Xiao Lingtian. But in the end, why did you end up in such a miserable situation? He had fire inside. He wanted to open his mouth to angrily rebuke the selfish and self-interested three people in front of him, but this thought just flashed and was suppressed. The anger in his eyes turned into helplessness. He was just a subordinate. This Xinbei Wang Fu where there is a part of him to speak. Qingxian, what do you think? If you agree, I'll go to the palace tomorrow to propose marriage to the Xia Emperor. On the other side, Xiao Zhenbei looked up at Ye Qingxuan with a hint of laughter in his eyes. He was still very satisfied with this daughter-in-law. In the whole of Xia, apart from that peerless silver moon princess, there really weren't many people who could overpower Ye Qingxuan, regardless of appearance, looks, natural talent, and family history. Ye Qingxuan was absolutely top-notch. As early as when Xiao Chuan's dantian was broken, he had moved to have Xiao Lingtian take Xiao Chuan's place to marry Ye Qingxuan. Only, the two of them were still too young at that time. Now, the time is right. The time is right. Uncle Xiao, I'm sorry. I intend to focus on cultivation next and don't want to think about getting married for the time being. However, just when everyone thought that Ye Qingxuan would agree readily, she gently shook her head. When these words came out, Xiao Zhenbei was slightly stunned. This reply from Ye Qingxuan was something he had not expected. In the past few years, wasn't she close to her youngest son and was very fond of him? How come when it came to marriage, she politely refused? As for the cultivation of this kind of cheat children's excuse, Xiao Zhenbei naturally will not believe. Cultivation in marriage is not a conflict. The Daxia people are married earlier. Many people at the age of 13 or 14 years old married. The Martial Arts Institute also has a lot of Taoist couples partnering cultivation. Does not affect at all. When Wanrong was also dumbfounded. She was treating Ye Qingxuan as her future daughter-in-law, and had prepared some expensive gifts that she planned to send out once the two were engaged. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Ye Qingxuan actually rejected her young son, which was really unexpected. Qingxuan, you actually rejected me? Why? Why? I like you so much. Xiao Lingtian's mindset even more completely collapsed. His eyes reddened as he questioned. I want to practice well. I'm sorry, is it because of Xiao Chen? Are you still unable to forget him? Xiao Lingtian hissed angrily. No, how could I not forget Xiao Chen? Ye Qingxuan's gaze flickered slightly, avoiding Xiao Lingtian's eyes. She herself didn't know what was wrong with her. Obviously Xiao Chen was already wasted, while Xiao Lingtian had already entered the Holy Desolate Academy and was on the path to heaven. According to her usual rational attitude, at this time Xiao Lingtian proposed. She should have gladly agreed to it, but for some reason, ever since that day when Xiao Chuan had displayed his supreme style and saved her with a single sword to destroy the wolf demon, Xiao Chuan's shadow was no longer hard to erase from her heart. She repeatedly warned herself to be rational, but simply couldn't get over it. Seeing this scene, when Wanrong's heart thumped, women understood women best. Seeing this expression on Ye Qingxuan's face, she instantly understood that Ye Qingxuan's rejection of the youngest child was really because of the eldest son. Only, there was something strange about her. The youngest son was obviously so outstanding while the eldest son was already a wreck. How could Ye Qingxuan, who was always high-minded and proud, not see the youngest son but miss the eldest son? And today, Ye Qingxuan had only just withdrawn from her eldest son's marriage. If she really liked the eldest son, she shouldn't have withdrawn from the marriage. Xiao Zhenbei also saw something and frowned. Qingxuan, could it be that you really still have Xiao Chen's rebellious son in your heart? That rebellious son is already wasted and can only live for another 2 years. So you should think clearly. Such a wasted person is not a good match for you. Ling Genius is the right match for you. As the stewardly on the side listened to Xiao Zhenbei's words, his 3 views all directly exploded. What kind of father in this world calls his own son a mouthful of rebellious waste? Xiao Chuan was only unlucky and hadn't done anything wrong. He shouldn't be so inviting. Is it wrong to be unlucky? Uncle Xiao, how is this possible? Qingxuan just wants to cultivate properly and put the matter of getting married on hold for the time being. Ye Qingxuan naturally wouldn't admit it, instead playing Tai Chi. But the few people present were not little cuties. How could they not see the dissimilarity on her face? Xiao Lingtian broke down and yelled. Ye Qingxuan, what exactly do you mean? It was you who told me to force Xiao Chen to withdraw from the marriage that day, saying that you would marry me after the withdrawal. At that time, he refused and I almost beat him to death. Now that the marriage has been withdrawn, you're going back on your word? With his emotions out of control, Xiao Lingtian spoke everyone out. When these words came out, several people in the field froze. Almost beat Xiao Chen to death when he forced him to withdraw from the marriage? So Xiao Chen didn't lie at that time? The person who lied was Xiao Lingtian? Lingtian, what did you say? Did you really almost kill your brother alive before because you forced him to withdraw from the marriage? When Wanrong looked at Xiao Lingtian with an unbelievable expression, her voice had trembled. She couldn't imagine that her youngest son would do something so heartless. That's his own brother, and had saved his life. How could he kill his own brother for a woman? Does he deserve to be a human being when he does that? What's the difference with? Xiao Zhenbei also looked at Xiao Lingtian with a stunned expression. Lingtian, is everything you said true? On that day, Xiao Dust found them and said that Xiao Lingtian had seriously injured him. They didn't believe it at all because they trusted their youngest son's character too much. And from the looks of it, Xiao Chuan didn't have any injuries and suffered serious internal injuries, while they were simply too lazy to check for Xiao Chuan. So the matter was left unsettled. But now that the youngest son personally spoke the truth of that day, they realized how wrong they were before. They had actually wronged their eldest son. And Ye Qingxuan's face was likewise incomparably shocked. She didn't expect Xiao Lingtian to actually say all such things. Is it okay to say such things in front of people? However, Xiao Lingtian did not think he was wrong in the slightest and justifiably sneered. That's right. I did almost beat that punk Xiao Chen to death. So what? He's just a mere invalid. But he's hugging Qingxuan's marriage contract. So isn't he deserving of death? I regret now that I didn't just beat that punk to death back then. So that now you won't all be thinking about him one by one. When Wanrong was so angry that her chest rose and fell as she sniffed, and in a rare fit of anger, she said, asterisk 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 you can actually say such words. Are you still a human being? That is your own brother. Qingxuan was originally his fiancé. You're the one who wants to steal his wife. Do you still have a point? Although she favored her youngest son, she was also trembling with anger when she saw him do such a beastly and ugly thing. At the same time, a twinge of guilt arose in her heart towards her eldest son. As a mother, she was actually so distrustful of him at that time that she was unwilling to even check for injuries. She really doesn't deserve to be a mom. Mother, you actually scolded me? Cursing me for a loser? Xiao Lingtian was stunned. He did not understand that Xiao Chen was already a waste with no cultivation, while he was the future hope of the Xiao family. Why would Wen Wanrong still be angry over a waste? Chapter 58 Back to His Majesty. That teenage sword cultivator is fierce. Originally, what you guys really loved was this punk Xiao Chen. Not me at all. Xiao Lingtian's face suddenly turned white as he laughed miserably. He just couldn't take it that his mother, who had always doted on him, was making accusations against him. What's wrong with him? Is it wrong to rob Xiao Chen's woman? Is it wrong to cripple an invalid? This world is the weak and the strong. Xiao Dust himself is wasted. Can't stop others from snatching it. Who can blame him? Even if he didn't go and grab it, someone else would. And it was impossible for a loser like Ye Qingxuan to hold on to such an extreme product just by Xiao Chen. Xiao Lingtian had completely forgotten at this point that Xiao Chen was not a born waste, but a born king body that shook the ancient world. If not to save him, he would have been stepped on by Xiao Chen in his lifetime and would have been difficult to turn around for eternity. However, Xiao Chuan's broken dantian was originally a deliberate pitfall by Xiao Lingtian. So how could Xiao Lingtian feel guilty? Lingtian, your mother didn't mean that. He just said that there's something wrong with what you're doing. When Xiao Zhenbei saw his youngest son in this state of disorientation, his heart ached and he hastened to comfort him. When Wanrong glanced at Xiao Lingtian, similarly somewhat unable to bear it, her heart softened and she said, Lingtian, mother was too excited just now, and for a moment she spoke too heavily. Mother apologizes to you, but you really shouldn't treat your brother like this. After all, you and him are blood relatives. If you want his marriage contract, you can talk to father and mother will go and ask for it for you. Hearing the words of the two, the corner of the eyes of Butler Li twitched, and countless lines of shock suddenly flashed through his eyes. This Xiao Lingtian did such inferior things. Xiao Zhenbei. When Wanrong just lightly said Xiao Lingtian 2 sentences, even if finished, and apologized to Xiao Lingtian for comforting him? Does this match? Can the two do this to Xiao Duan? This time, not only stewardly, Ye Qingxuan also froze. That's it? She had thought that Xiao Zhenbei, when Wanrong would be furious and punish Xiao Lingtian heavily. Who knows? It's just a matter of lifting it up heavily, putting it down gently, and saying a couple of symbolic words. At this moment she couldn't help but feel sad for Xiao Chen. It was really sad to have such biased parents with a vicious brother. It was said that the royal family was heartless, but in contrast to the Zhenbei royal family's treatment of Xiao Chen, the Xia emperor could be said to be unfailingly caring towards her. If she said that she regretted, it would be that she had a magnificent sister, Yi Lanqi, who was so outstanding that it was outrageous, and pressed her for more than 10 years. But, unlike Xiao Chen and Xiao Lingtian who were in the same situation as water and fire, Yi Lanqi was also very good to her, and the two of them had a good relationship. Father, mother, Lingtian knows. In the future, Lingtian will get along with brother Xiao Chen, won't cross him anymore. Just when the crowd thought that Xiao Lingtian was going to make a scene again, they didn't expect Xiao Lingtian to actually lower his head uncharacteristically, stating that he would live peacefully with Xiao Chen in the future. Lingtian, you are so understanding. When Wanrong was stunned at the words, and then surprised. It would be simply wonderful if the youngest son could get along with the eldest. A trace of movement also appeared on Xiao Zhenbei's face, and it was obvious that he also did not expect Xiao Lingtian to actually be able to say such words. It seems the youngest son has really grown up. Unexpectedly, the youngest son was not only so much stronger than the eldest son in terms of natural talent, even his heart was slowly starting to grow. Comparing to the treacherous eldest son, he was becoming more and more optimistic about the youngest son. Only Ye Qingxuan noticed a flash of resentment and killing intent in Xiao Lingtian's eyes the moment he lowered his head, and the former's face changed slightly. That's right. How could Xiao Lingtian get along well with Xiao Chen? He had already made up his mind that the next time he met again, he would definitely humiliate Xiao Chuan properly, and then he would kill him alive afterward. In order to ease his heart's hatred, report, King of Zhenbei, something big is wrong. 2,000 demon tribes attacked the city. Princess Silvermoon is trapped in Xiangwu City. 100 blood armor guards have all been killed in battle. Princess Silvermoon is currently in a critical condition, and is asking for help from my desolate North City. Right at this moment, A guard in golden dragon armor rushed in from outside with a summoning jade pendant, sweating profusely. This person was none other than Xiao Zhenbei's personal guard. Previously, Xiao Zhenbei was deliberating in the military camp and accidentally left the summoning jade card there. Seeing that the jade card kept lighting up, the personal guards knew that there might be an urgent military situation, so they couldn't help but take a look at the message on the jade card. It's a shock not to look at it. The most magnificent goddess of Great Xia, the future empress of the imperial dynasty, Princess Silver Moon, was actually blocked by the demon race in Xiangwu City, and it's extremely bad. Even the 100 blood-armored guards who were close to the princess had all been killed in battle, and there were still nearly 1,800 demon clans besieging the princess. This is simply certain death, but the Silver Moon Princess is too important to the Grand Xia to die. Thus, the personal guards rushed over from the barracks as fast as they could the first time they learned of the message. In a panic, he directly barged in front of Xiao Zhenbei without even informing him. What? Princess Silver Moon is trapped in Bear Martial City, and 1,800 demon races are besieging her? No one from the martial artists of Bear Martial City has come out to support her? Xiao Zhenbei's face also changed in a rare manner when he heard this. Princess Silver Moon was the future empress of the Grand Xia. She absolutely could not afford to have a single lapse. If something happened to Princess Silver Moon in the desolate North Province, even if he was the king of Zhenbei, he could not withstand the wrath of the Xia Emperor. Only that Princess Silver Moon should have quite a few space talismans and other rare magic treasures on her body. So even if she was trapped, she should be able to get out easily. So how could she be trapped? Aside from Xiao Zhenbei, the rest of the people in the arena also had horrified faces. Princess Silver Moon was the most shining jewel of Great Xia, perfect as a goddess of illusion. Her life and death were too important. As for Ye Qingxuan, when she learned that her sister was in danger, a trace of anxiety flashed in her eyes, and she immediately began to send a message to contact her fellow disciples with the intention of going to rescue her sister. She and Ye Lanqi were sisters from the same father and mother, and there was still some true feelings. Half of Xiangwu City's martial artists and 100 blood-armored guards have already died in a forceful battle to protect the princess. And now, there is only a teenage sword cultivator standing in front of the princess. The personal guards were quick to report. Sword cultivator? Xiao Zhenbei froze. Sword cultivation is extremely rare. He can't find a few sword cultivators in the desolate North Province. How can a teenage sword cultivator suddenly appear in this small Xiangwu city? But although the sword cultivator was terrifying, but facing nearly 2,000 demons, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold on for a single breath before he died miserably on the spot. Then Princess Silver Moon is finished. Thinking about this, his face quickly turned ugly. Only one sword cultivator made a move? Where are the rest of Xiangwu City? Are they all watching the show? How could a single teenage sword cultivator from that many demon clans be able to block it? He was extremely annoyed in his heart at the moment. Originally, the demon race slaughtered the city. At most, some civilians died, and then reproduced Anyway, Daxia has a large population. The lives of civilians are not worth any money. But if Princess Silver Moon died in his realm, he would be doomed. He also didn't understand how the titular Silver Moon Princess would appear in a small, barbaric city like Xiangwu City, and it came out of nowhere, without even saying hello to him. But at the moment it was too late for him to save it. With so many demon clans, it was impossible to block them with only a mere teenage sword cultivator in front of them. I'm afraid that Princess Silver Moon will soon be brutalized by the demon race and perish. This time, Daxia is afraid of a big earthquake. Back to King Zhenbei. The rest of the martial artists didn't put up a fight. Only that teenage sword cultivator is still fighting. But that teenage sword cultivator is different and fierce. Perhaps, it can still hold out for a while. Are you kidding? 1,800 demon clans are surrounding him, and he alone can hold out for a while? Does he have 3 heads and 6 arms? Xiao Zhenbei was exasperated and laughed by his personal guards. I don't know what kind of nonsense he's talking about. A teenager. Fierce? How fierce can he be? Chapter 59, Cutie. It's me. Xiao Lingtian also looked at that personal guard with a disdainful face when he heard this, thinking that he was sharply confused. To actually think that a sword cultivator could hold back 2,000 demon clans for a moment. How is that possible? Even if it was him, if he were to face 2,000 demons head-on, he would be eaten in a matter of moments with no bones or crumbs left. He didn't think that the teenage sword cultivator was even stronger than him. Back to King Zhenbei. According to the news coming from Princess Silver Moon's side, that teenager called Qin Xiao blocked 2,000 demons with 1 person and 1 sword. And not only did he hold up for a few moments, but he also killed more than 200 Ironhead dog demons by himself. And he's currently still struggling to fend off the attack of the demons. It's precisely because of this that Princess Silver Moon didn't use a spatial talisman to vanish and chose to stay behind to help that Qin Xiao. That personal guard recalled the information he had seen on the summoning jade tablet earlier and answered truthfully. When these words came out, they exploded in the ears of the crowd like a thunderbolt. Everyone's eyes were wide with disbelief. One person not only blocked 2,000 demon clans, but also killed over 200 dog demons? Was this sure that Princess Silvermoon wasn't making up stories to amuse them? Ye Qingxuan, however, frowned. Chen Xiao, Xiao Dust. How come this sword cultivator's name is so similar to Xiao Dust? Moreover, both of them were sword cultivators again, and both of them happened to appear in Xiangwu City near desolate North City. This Chen Xiao couldn't be Xiao Chen's alias, could it? Are you sure you read it right? Princess Silvermoon really said that? Xiao Zhenbei, on the other hand, looked at his personal guards with a shocked expression. A teenager blocking 2,000 demons with one man and one sword? How is that possible? Back to the king. Such a big thing. How dare I not see clearly to report nonsense? I was shocked to see that message at first, and I read it 3 times before and after, and realized that there was really no problem before I dared to report it to your highness. It's a great honor to have such a pride of the human race. Great fortune? I think it's a great misfortune. Who would have expected that Xiao Zhenbei would not only not be happy when he heard this, but instead, his face turned ugly and said, "What makes you say that, Your Majesty?" The proctor was confused. That sword cultivator teenager was ferocious and incomparable, a peerless demon, clearly the light of the human race. Why did the king of Zhenbei say it was a great misfortune? The rest of the people in the arena were also puzzled, looking at Xiao Zhenbei waiting to hear his answer. That Chen Xiao was able to hold back 2,000 demon race members with his own strength, which means that he must have already surpassed the sword apprentice realm. Otherwise it would be impossible for him to make it this far. But the human and demon tribes have an agreement that the human tribe cannot cross the border to strike at the demon tribe. If that Chen Xiao ventures out, the demon race will surely retaliate madly. And this isn't a big disaster? Xiao Zhenbei's face was grave, and his tone carried reproach. That Chen Xiao was really too impulsive. According to the news that came back, that Silver Moon Princess had already decided to leave. If not for that Chen Xiao's sudden strike, at most some civilians would have died. So what's the big deal? But now, he rashly struck out. The demon race will surely seize this opportunity and retaliate madly. And with the current strength of the human race, it simply can't carry it. That Chen Xiao was simply a sinner of the human race. The faces of the people in the arena also changed drastically upon hearing this, and their eyes became heavy as they now finally understood what Xiao Zhenbei meant. Looking at it this way, this Chen Xiao was indeed too reckless, doing things without thinking, and was a fool. There are no experts above the martial master realm in the human race. If they could have made a move, they would have done so a long time ago. It's the turn of a little sword cultivator to be in the limelight? They hadn't even thought that the one blocking 1,000 demons' footsteps was actually a sword apprentice 7th level. Of course, this was not their fault. After all, Xiao Chen's battle power was too shocking and had completely overturned the world's perception. Not to mention Xiao Zhenbei, who hadn't seen the real person. Even Princess Silvermoon and Xiao Lao, who had watched the entire battle at the scene, were both shattered in their third view. This was because Xiao Chuan's battle power really exceeded the battle power that should be present in this realm by far too much. Father, this Chen Xiao doesn't know where he drilled out from, doing things impulsively and not considering the consequences at all. It's simply the shame of the human race. Xiao Lingtian couldn't help but despise it. When he heard this Chen Xiao's name, he couldn't help but think of Xiao Chen, causing him to grit his teeth in hatred. Hearing the words of a few people, the personal guard froze before saying, "Your Highness, that Chen Xiao isn't above a swordmaster. He's just a sword apprentice at the 7th level." In the middle of the field, everyone froze, countless lines of shock suddenly flashing through their eyes as they looked at the pro-guard with disbelief. Xiao Zhenbei, who had always been unperturbed by changes, was also filled with astonishment. Sword apprentice 7th level? How is this possible? How could a sword apprentice 7th level be able to stop 2,000 demon clans? This is something my subordinate doesn't know. The news from Princess Silvermoon's side says so. Xiao Zhenbei's face was ugly, and he directly fell into silence. Although he didn't know what had happened, he wouldn't believe that a sword apprentice at the 7th level could have such strength no matter what. Even if a sword cultivator was powerful, he couldn't be powerful to this extent. But now was not the time to dwell on this. Princess Silvermoon was in danger. He had to send someone to rescue her immediately. Immediately order the summoning of all martial artists below the martial master realm in desolate North City to gather at the Zhenbei King's mansion. Xiao Zhenbei glanced at his personal guards and directly ordered, "Yes." After receiving the order, the personal guard bowed and slowly retreated, disappearing from sight in the twinkling of an eye. "Father, although Xiangwu City is not far from desolate North City, it will take us a quarter of an hour to get there with all our might. I'm afraid we won't be able to make it in time." Xiao Lingtian looked toward Xiao Zhenbei, his face anxious. The Silver Moon Princess was the dream of almost every man in Daxia, and he was no exception. Deeply in love with the Silver Moon Princess, but because the Silver Moon Princess was just too far out of reach, he chose to pursue Ye Qingxuan. At this moment, Princess Silvermoon was in trouble, and he was also a bit anxious inside. Xiao Zhenbei thought for a moment, then said, "It's definitely too late to rush there by horseback. For today's solution, the only way is to use a space talisman." The space talisman was precious and incomparable, and when activated, it could accomplish an instantaneous movement within a specific range, which was divinely effective whether it was used to rush or escape. Even if he was the king of Zhenbei, with a high position of power, he did not have a few of them in his hands. On normal days, he wouldn't even bother to use it, but in order to save Princess Silvermoon, he had to use it this time as well. If we use a space talisman, then there should be hope that we'll be in time. When he heard the space talisman, Xiao Lingtian's eyes also lit up immediately. Moments later, a large group of martial artists were gathered at the Zhenbei king's mansion. At first, when they heard that they were going to be asked to go to Shenwu City to rescue them, there were some colors of resistance on their faces, but when they heard that Princess Silvermoon was trapped there, besieged by the demon race, and was in critical condition, they were all enraged, just as if they had been beaten with chicken blood, roaring with rage to kill all those dog days of the demon race and rescue Princess Silvermoon. This situation was not even expected by Xiao Zhenbei. He originally thought that he would have to spend some time convincing the crowd, but who knew that he only spoke about Princess Silvermoon's current situation and the crowd immediately agreed to go. The charisma of the first goddess of the Grand Xiao was really not something to be reckoned with. After everyone agreed, he took out a high-grade spatial talisman and prepared to teleport all the martial artists under the martial master realm in the mansion. He counted over 300 in all. These people were a combination of desolate North City martial artists, military martial artists, and some students from the martial arts academy, counting them as a very strong fighting force. Of course, in front of 2,000 demons, it still wasn't enough. Therefore, their mission this time was merely to save people, only not to kill demons. Saving Princess Silvermoon and coming back immediately was the order given to them by Xiao Zhenbei. In the meantime, on the other hand, Xiangwu City, Xiao Dust was bathing in blood to kill the demons. The terrifying sword aura and demonic aura ravaged the void, and between the killings, scarlet blood continuously stirred up waves in the air, and the pungent smell of blood was so thick that it caused one's brow to furrow. At this moment, Xiao Chen had already killed 295 dog demons. There are only 5 heads left to complete the task, but he himself had many more wounds on his body, and these wounds were not the small ones from before. A few of them were already deep enough to see the bones. Under the demon race's life-threatening consumption, the recovery ability of the martial god's body could no longer keep up. Xiao Chen was already completely fighting for his life at this moment. It was just a pity that his opponent was too terrifying, and he was about to lose his support. Looking at the densely packed, simply endless killing of the demon race in front of him, a passage that the demon-slaying sword god had once said suddenly appeared in Xiao Chuan's mind. If one day, 10,000 demons wreak havoc and the end comes, I will stand in front of 10,000 human races, raise my sword to the sky, and stain the earth with blood. When he saw this at the time, he only felt that the demon-slaying sword god was too stupid. Who the hell would not want his own life to save others? But I didn't realize that nowadays. The little cutie. Surprisingly, it was himself. Pretty hot, though, isn't it? Chen Xiao, your talent has shocked the adults of the demon race, and they have said that if you are willing to join the demon god temple, they can keep you alive. However, you'll have to be a dog of the demon race in the future and fight for the demon race. Are you willing? That demon god hall youth suddenly walked up and said coldly to Xiao Chen. In his opinion, Xiao Chen was now at the end of his strength and would soon be killed by the demon race, so he could only agree. After all, who wants to die when you can live? And Xiao Chen did not speak, but only raised his sword and carved a line on the ground. Chapter 60, the end of the line. On the side, the demon god temple youth froze. Engraving? At this critical moment, this Chen Xiao still carves words? But on second thought, he instantly understood. This sword cultivator in front of him should be afraid that the demon clan didn't trust him and planned to write a letter of surrender to show his loyalty to the demon clan. The more he thought about it, the more he realized his suspicions were correct. This was because there were quite a few human races that had done this before when they defected to the demon race. With this in mind, he looked at Xiao Chen with a gradually contemptuous expression. Ha, this so-called human pride doesn't have much backbone? He just casually said one sentence, and he was scared to write a letter of surrender. This temperament is not as good as his demon god palace people. However, this person was quite sensible, and was barely qualified to be one of his demon god temple's dogs. While not far away, Xiao Lao's complexion tensed up. Xiao Chuan was a sword cultivator demon with unparalleled battle prowess. If he really planned to defect to the demon race, it would definitely be a major disaster for the human race in the future. and he must not let this happen. After a struggle, he secretly gathered energy in his palm and kept his eyes on Xiao Chen, intending that once he made a move to defect to the demon race, he would immediately use his thunderous means to kill Xiao Chen in order to eliminate any future troubles. Ye Qingxuan on the side also looked at Xiao Chen with a curious expression, wanting to see what kind of choice he would make. On the other side, the youth of the Demon God Hall who had determined that Xiao Dust was writing a submission, looked at Xiao Dust and the corner of his mouth curled slightly. Count on you to know what's good for you. However, his voice ended abruptly before he finished speaking. This was because his gaze fell on the line that Xiao Chen had carved into the ground. If there comes a day when 10,000 demons wreak havoc and the end finally comes, I will stand in front of 10,000 human races, holding my sword to the sky and staining the earth with blood. Demon God Temple scum, get out! The Demon God Hall youth looked dumbfounded and muttered under his breath before his face became unsightly and a trace of resentment flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that even at this point, this teenager called Qingxiao was actually still so tough. How dare you insult him? Good. When you're split up by the demons later, will you still be as arrogant as you are now? The Demon God Hall youth's voice wasn't high, but it was so clear that it reached many people's ears. The complexions of those who heard these words were all shaken, and they only felt a rush of hot blood in their bodies that went straight to their heavenly souls. If there comes a day when all the demons are raging, tens of thousands of people trembled lightly, their mouths unconsciously whispered to themselves, and many people who were hiding in the shadows and watching hesitantly because of fear, recited, suddenly gave themselves 2 hard slaps, and then rushed out without looking back. Xiangwu City Butcher Neo who has come to defend the city. Xiangwu City Vegetable Vendor Wang Dalai has come to defend the city. Xiangwu City Tailor Wang Meifeng has come to defend the city. Veteran Zhang Yichan of Xiangwu City has come to defend the city. With Niu Hu being the first to rush towards Xiao Chen with a pig-killing knife after that, more and more civilians rushed out. They were men and women, old men and women, some with brooms, some with shovels, and some with scissors. The vast majority of them were weak in battle, and they simply did not pose a threat to the demon race, but there was some unyielding fury and determination to die like a man in their eyes. It wasn't until this moment that they finally figured it out. Yeah, if everyone is afraid of death, how can they resist the demon race? This is the city they grew up in. If they don't guard it, who will do it for them? Even if you can't beat the demon race, it's good to use your life to leave a scar on the demon race. Even if it doesn't leave scars, it's good to wear them down a bit. Can we live if we fear not to fight? Since we're going to die either way, why don't we fight the demon race and die again? Originally, Xiao Dust was empty around him, and the opposite side of the crowed demon race looked terrifying. But when Xiao Chen carved that line, within a moment, tens of thousands of civilians had gathered behind him. It wasn't a strong battle, but the aura was up all of a sudden. The eyes of the opposite demon race all flashed with a trace of shock. There was some disbelief as he looked at the densely packed, rage-filled human civilians across the street. The human race has always been weak, is a waste to be slaughtered by the demon. Today, actually have the courage to fight with a demon race? If everyone is like this, the human race has such a large population. Even if the demon race is strong, it will never be able to withstand such consumption. Elder Xia and Ye Qingxuan on the side were also dumbfounded, their complexions shaken. If all the races could be so fearless, not to say repel the demon race, but at least it can make the demon race jealous and not dare to wantonly brutalize the human race. Have these losers eaten leopard's guts? How dare they fight with the demon race, simply looking for death? On the other side, Zhao Tiangang also froze. Master of the division, are we still not going on? Those civilians dare to go on. What are you afraid of? And beside him, a demon suppression soldier suddenly gritted his teeth and asked, are you questioning me? Zhao Tiangang's face turned blue. That's right, you're right, I'm questioning you. Zhao Tiangang, you gutless piece of, stay here by yourself. Brothers, but anyone who still has some blood in their veins, follow me to kill the demons. Let the townsfolk see that my demon suppression division isn't all soft. Okay, I'll go. I'm going too. In an instant, 7 or 8 demon suppression soldiers hissed and rushed out, leaving only Zhao Tiangang, a bare-knuckled commander. Standing in place, the latter's face was blue, and his expression was unsightly in the face of the crowd's blade-like gazes not far away. He glanced resentfully at Xiao Chen across the room, killing intent in his eyes. If it wasn't for this damn teenage sword cultivator, there wouldn't have been so much at all. The demons will leave after eating the civilians. None of the martial artists of Xiangwu City would die, and he would still be the king of Xiangwu City. But now, he has been turned away from his family. Nothing. This was all thanks to Xiao Chen. If it wasn't for the fact that Princess Silvermoon was still watching from the side, he would definitely want to rush over and slap Xiao Chen to death. And Xiao Chen could not help but freeze for a moment as he looked at the huge group that had converged behind him. He just writes on the spur of the moment. I didn't think it would work? At this moment, an old man with a withered face suddenly looked at Xiao Chuan. Little brother, you dared to stand in front of 2,000 demon clans by yourself. Old man, I truly admire you. I'm not afraid to laugh at you. I was a soldier when I was young, but because of my fear of the demon race, I became a deserter on the battlefield. And over the years, watching my former comrades die one by one, I've been living in guilt, and it's worse than death. Today, when I saw what you wrote, I was enlightened. So let me go to the battlefield one last time, and use it to pay my debt. Kill. Lu Wanyan, a veteran of the Xunzi camp, has come to kill the demon. Speaking, Lu Wanyan suddenly looked aghast, roared angrily and pulled out his waist saber, making a gesture to rush out to fight with the demon race, but he was pressed by a slender white palm on his shoulder. Lu Wanyan froze and looked back at Xiao Chen, who gently shook his head and said, "Wait until I'm dead, then you can go on." After saying that, without waiting for him to react, Xiao Chen directly made a vertical leap and killed towards the opposite demon race. Since he had said that he would stand in front of the nations, he would not take half a step back. Although he was close to his limit at the moment, and his entire body was surrounded by a sense of weakness, he knew that he couldn't retreat yet, and once he did, those behind him would be finished. Rampant. You're already at the end of your rope and you still dare to come over and charge? Little master, I'll give you a ride today. The young man from the demon god temple who had been responsible for delivering the message had been holding a grudge against Xiao Chuan for insulting him just now, and he suddenly rose up. His body surged with a shocking demonic aura, reaching out to form a claw, and fiercely grabbed towards Xiao Chuan's heart. After a short while, a huge wolf claw shadow appeared on his hand with a terrifying might that was chilling. Many martial artists immediately changed color. Not good. He's actually a demon disciple 8th level. The fierceness of Xiao Duan was visible to everyone. Only at this time, Xiao Chuan was already exhausted. His body began to shake, and his hand holding the sword was already trembling. So how could he be an opponent of a demon apprentice 8th level? Elder brother Chen Xiao, I've come to assist you. A demon suppressor soldier rushed out. However, thank you for the bobo milk tea from Brother Love Cane Brown Sugar. Thank you for the gifts. And ask for some freebies. Thank you all marshals. Chapter 61 I am Xiao Chen. Next breath. A startling scene took place. That demon god hall youth had just approached Xiao Chen. As if Xiao Chuan had predicted his position in advance, he casually waved out a sword, and a powerful sword chi instantly flew out, directly blasting towards that wolf claw shadow. Bang! The wolf claw shadow that was so terrifying that it caused the crowd to tremble was instantly shattered by the sword chi. And then, the sword chi didn't stop, charging straight at the demon god hall youth. And a breath later, a bloody head shot up into the sky. How is this possible? He actually managed to kill me? The headless body of the young man from the demon god temple stayed in place, blood gushing like a spring at his neck, while the head flying in the air had not lost consciousness for the time being, looking incredulously at Xiao Chuan below, his eyes filled with endless shock. He had thought that Xiao Chen was now at the end of his strength and did not have much battle power left, and with his demon disciple 8th level realm, he could abuse him at will. Unexpectedly, even though Xiao Chen had run out of gas, he still killed him like a dog. At this moment, he was beyond remorseful, regretting why he had rashly made a move to find Xiao Chuan in trouble. If he had hidden behind the demon race, then nothing would have happened. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in the world, and soon, both his head and body crashed to the ground, completely losing consciousness. Not only the demon god hall youth, but all the people present couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva when they saw the scene. This Xiao Chen was also too terrifying. He looked shaky, but he was still so capable of killing? The forward-charging figure of the demon suppressor soldier who had previously intended to make a move to help Xiao Chuan suddenly came to a halt and looked at the headless corpse in front of him woodenly, his heart setting off a wave of shock and horror. A terrifying as hell demon disciple at the 8th level was just killed by Xiao Chen casually? It was ridiculous that he was worried about Xiao Chen being seconded, but it turned out that he was not afraid at all. Ye Lanqi looked at the scene in front of her. Her cool eyes were also flooded with a burst of color. The young man in front of her was really surprising her. She had come into contact with so many heavenly pride demons since she was a child, but when compared to Xiao Chuan, they were all too far away. Elder Xia, you've seen a lot. Have you ever seen anyone more demonic than Chen Xiao? She looked to the old Xia beside her. Xia Lao shook his head. No, never seen. I'm afraid that this Chen Xiao's talent can be called unprecedented. If not for his extremely ugly appearance, he could be worthy of being the Imperial Emperor's son-in-law. The Xia Emperor loved to recruit some young demons as his son-in-law, and if he saw this Chen Xiao, it was likely that his heart would be moved. Ye Lanqi's gaze flickered slightly and he didn't say anything, but in his heart, he couldn't agree with Elder Xiao's point of view. Ugly? When a demon became like Xiao dust, Appearance was no longer important. With her understanding of Emperor Xia, if she saw Xiao Chen, she would definitely recruit him as her son-in-law. Besides, is this Xiao Chen really ugly? With a mask on? Who can tell? Who exactly are you? You actually dared to kill 2 of my demon god temple's elite in a row. Do you dare to leave your name? Right at this moment, a demon god temple teenager with a head full of red hair walked out and looked at Xiao Chen with a resentful expression. The 2 who died before were his own brothers. They were originally handsome members of the demon god temple with a bright future. But they didn't expect that they would all die tragically in a row in just one massacre. It was too much for him to take. Ha! Want to take revenge on my family? To tell you the truth, my family is in the desolate North City in this neighborhood. It's fine to tell you, but I'm afraid you won't dare to do it. Xiao Dust looked at the red-haired teenager and the corner of his mouth hooked up with a touch of playfulness. His identity? He wasn't going to keep hiding it. He was going to die anyway, so there was no point in hiding it. It was a blessing to be able to cause Xiao Zhenbei some trouble before he died. Joke, in a mere desolate North City, there aren't a few people that my demon god palace wouldn't dare to move. If you have the guts, just report your name. The red-haired teenager sneered disdainfully. Even the 5 great clans in desolate North City were all unbeatable trash in their eyes, and they didn't carry fear at all. Don't dare to do it? Ridiculous to the core. The rest of the people in the arena also looked at Xiao Chen with puzzled faces, thinking that he had said this because he did not understand the might of the demon god temple. Although the demon god's palace was despicable and shameless, there was one thing to say: their strength was still terrifying, and there really weren't many people in desolate North City that they didn't dare to move. Kid, you mustn't expose your identity, or else you'll really be exterminated. Xiao Lao shouted anxiously. He was really worried that Xiao Chuan would be impulsive and really declare his family name. In which case, with the terrifying power of the demon god's palace in desolate North City, his family would really be finished. However, Xiao Chen turned a deaf ear to old Xiao's reminder and stared into the red-haired teenager's eyes as he asked, "Are you sure you really dare to exterminate my 9 clans?" Of course, the red-haired teenager had a bratty face. Alright then, my father's name is Xiao Zhenbei, my mother's name is Wen Wanrong, and my brother's name is Xiao Lingtian, so go ahead and exterminate. Xiao Dust laughed playfully. Before he died, he was still a little happy to be able to give these 3 beasts some trouble. The moment these words came out, everyone in the arena was dumbfounded, with incredulity in their eyes. This Chen Xiao is actually Xiao Chen? Isn't Xiao Chen a waste? How can it be so sick? What? You are Xiao Chen, the son of the Zhenbei king? The red-haired teenager was also filled with shock, and a face suddenly turned pale, barely able to see any blood color. I didn't expect the person in front of me to be the son of the Zhenbei king, although he, the demon god's palace, was very powerful in the desolate North Province, but in front of the Zhenbei king, it was nothing. Letting him, the demon god's palace, go and exterminate the Zhenbei king's entire family. This was simply a huge joke. Xiao Dust took off his mask, revealing a jade-like face, and grinned. It is precisely me. I hope you are true to your word and will definitely destroy my entire family. If it's really not possible, taking out Xiao Lingtian, this scumbag, is also possible. And when Xiao Chen revealed his true appearance, Ye Lanqi's cold eyes could not help but flood with a hint of astonishment. She had long guessed that Xiao Chen was not ugly, but she had not expected that he would actually be handsome like this. The Duke's world is matchless, and the stranger is like jade. This Xiao Dust was simply too dazzling. I heard that this Xiao Chen was originally her sister Ye Qingxuan's fiancé, but later Ye Qingxuan abandoned him and went with his brother Xiao Lingtian. She really couldn't figure out what kind of paste was in Ye Qingxuan's head. Such an excellent husband was actually willing to throw away. Although Xiao Lingtian was also considered outstanding, when compared to Xiao Chen, it was simply like dust meeting the sky. Far too different. Chow, this kid actually lied to people, looking so handsome and saying he's extremely ugly? Where is the most basic integrity between people? Where has it gone? Elder Xiao on the side was dumbfounded as he looked at Xiao Chen and gritted his teeth. The guard standing beside Lu Sanji was also dumbfounded and looked at Lu Sanji with an incredulous expression. Master Chicken, he's actually Duke Xiao Chen. How did he become so powerful all of a sudden? Thinking back to the 3 years that Xiao Chuan had lived in Xiangwu City, Xiao Chuan was a complete and utter waste, inferior and introverted. And now he was actually able to hold back hundreds of thousands of Xiangwu City's people with 1 person and 1 sword, scaring the demon race to death. That's too much of a change. What are you surprised about? My family's son was already strong and invincible. It's just that those people from the Zhenbei king don't know what they're talking about. Lu Sanji had a proud face, like an old man who was very happy to see his grandchildren shine. Chapter 62 Xiao Zhenbei's coldness. It's Mr. Xiao Chen. I was wondering why this youngster's figure was so familiar. It turns out that it's Mr. Xiao Chuan who has come to save us. But hasn't Duke Xiao Dust been wasted a long time ago? Oh, I get it. Before, Prince Xiao Dust must have been hiding his strength. It's really a case of not flying, but flying to the sky. The king of Zhenbei doesn't know what to think. Such a good son. Strength and character are all top-notch. Actually abandoned not to. Really blind. That's right. Duke Xiao Dust is many times stronger than that Xiao Lingtian. And the king of Zhenbei actually turns a blind eye and cold shoulders Duke Xiao Dust while doting on that Xiao Lingtian. Seeing Xiao Dust's true face, the entire Xiangwu city boiled over for a moment. Xiao Dust had lived in Xiangwu city for 3 years, and many of the people of Xiangwu city were familiar with him. And now when they saw that the person who had stood in front of the demon race to save them was actually Xiao Dust, they were all shocked, and they began to fight for Xiao Dust. And right at this moment, a violent spatial fluctuation suddenly erupted from an open space not far away from Xiao Chuan's side, and then a large group of martial artists appeared out of thin air on top of the open space. One of the young girls with a stunningly beautiful face looked at Xiao Chuan in front of her and her eyes instantly lit up. Her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Xiao Chuan, it's actually really you. This young girl was none other than Ye Qingxuan, who had rushed to provide support. She had previously guessed that the sword cultivator teenager from Xiangwu City might be Xiao Chuan, and now that she had seen it, she did not expect her guess to be fulfilled. At this moment, Xiao Chuan was drenched in blood. The white clothes on his body had been completely dyed in blood. His body was already shaking, and his body was full of bloody wounds, a few of which were already deep enough to be seen on the bone. But his eyes were still like knives, and his sword aura was fierce, yet he looked like he had a different kind of aura, which caused Ye Qingxuan not to be shaken in her heart when she saw him. The Xiao Zhenbei and Wen Wanrong, who had come together, both froze when they saw Xiao Chen. They didn't expect that the world-defying teenage sword cultivator who blocked the front of 2,000 demon clans with only one person and one sword was actually their eldest son Xiao Chen, whom they had always regarded as a waste. So the eldest son's strength was actually terrifying to such an extent? But when he thought of the sacred desolate elder saying that Xiao Chen would lose all of his cultivation at the age of 18, Xiao Zhenbei's gaze as he looked at Xiao Chen suddenly went cold again. He, Xiao Zhenbei, could not accept having a waste of a son, so he directly ignored Xiao Chuan's presence, and just like a stranger, he slowly walked towards Yilanqi without even saying a greeting. When the surrounding martial artists who had come with Xiao Zhenbei saw this scene, their hearts all chilled slightly. They did not expect the Xiao Zhenbei actually so desperate, the eldest son for the human race in 2000 demon clan death battle to this, when the father of the sea, just look at a glance on the go, not even a word of concern? When Xiao Lingtian was only slightly injured, Xiao Zhenbei had directly taken out the precious and incomparable Xiaoyan Dan, and did not hesitate to give Xiao Lingtian to serve. And now that Xiao Chen's body already had dozens of wounds that were deep enough to be seen on the bones, Xiao Zhenbei actually did not show any indication at all? Isn't that a little too much favoritism? Seeing Xiao Zhenbei leave, Wen Wanrong couldn't help but walk over to her eldest son and softly said, "Dust, are you alright? Why are you so heavily injured? Come, quickly take some healing medicine." With that, Wen Wanrong took out a bottle of pills and handed it to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen looked down and realized that what Wen Wanrong had handed over was actually just an ordinary bottle of beginner-level healing pill, the kind that comes in a bottle of 10 taels of silver. The corner of his mouth immediately surfaced with a cold smile. "Wen Wanrong, I've been injured like this, and you're just going to give me this?" Previously, when Xiao Lingtian was only a little bit injured, you guys were so anxious that you directly gave him the little returning pill. "I'm dying here, and you're giving me ordinary healing pills? Is my life that cheap?" As soon as these words came out, everyone's gazes were directed towards the elixir in Wen Wanrong's hand, realizing that it was really just a bottle of the most ordinary healing elixir. At best, this kind of elixir could only treat some extremely light external injuries. Slightly heavier internal injuries would not work. As the princess of Zhenbei, she actually used this kind of trashy goods for her eldest son who was seriously injured and dying. This was something a mother could do? This, Dusty, mother only has this on her. All the other pills are with your father. Seeing the contemptuous gazes of the crowd, Wen Wanrong also realized that she didn't seem to have done enough, and somewhat panicked. Is that so? That day, I did see that when you were taking care of Xiao Lingtian, you were also holding a bottle of little return pill in your hand. How come it's turned into a first-order healing medicine when it comes to me? Being so biased, you still deserve to call yourself mother in front of me? Get lost." Xiao Chen threw the elixir directly onto the ground. As soon as the words fell, Xiao Zhenbei, who was not far away, stopped his footsteps and turned towards Xiao Chen with an angry face. "Asshole, how did you speak to your mother? For an unfilial son like you, her being able to give you pills is already a great favor. And you still don't know enough?" Xiao Dust was undaunted as he locked eyes with Xiao Zhenbei. "A great favor? The youngest son was slightly injured and was immediately given the best elixir to heal his wounds. When the eldest son was so badly injured that he was about to die, he gave him the best medicine to heal his wounds. This is called a big ing favor? How the hell does this deserve to be a mother? I shucks. Chow. It's indeed too much. This king of Zhenbei's parents appear to be moralistic on the surface, but it turns out that they are such black-hearted and cold-blooded people? How could they be so cruel to their eldest son? That's right. Mr. Xiao Chuan died fighting for the human race to this point, but I can't imagine that when his real parents saw him, they not only didn't care, but also spoke ill of him. It's simply with such behavior. The king of Zhenbei is nothing more than a villain who trolls for fame and fortune. Some of the Xiangwu city civilians who had been saved by Xiao Chuan directly opened their mouths. The demon race not far away also froze, also having difficulty understanding Xiao Zhenbei's actions. Such a demonic son, and this is how he's treated? This is too much. Xiao Zhenbei also fell into silence. He himself knew that he was too partial to his youngest son, but his eldest son was about to become an invalid, and he really didn't want to spend any more energy on caring whether he lived or died. Kneel down and apologize to your mother, and I can give you a high-grade healing medicine. After a moment of silence, Xiao Zhenbei slowly spoke. Hiss. A sound of sucking in cold air surfaced in the arena. The crowd looked at Xiao Zhenbei with contemptuous gazes. This Xiao Zhenbei is so cruel. Now that Xiao Chuan was covered in injuries, and every movement would tear his heart and lungs apart in pain, he actually told Xiao Chuan to kneel down? And kneeling down before just giving a high-level healing pill? At that time, Xiao Lingfeng was only slightly injured, and you all gave him the little return pill. Now that the eldest son is in such a state, you can't bring out this little redeeming pill? Get out! An inexplicable sadness surged in Xiao Chen's heart as he spoke directly. It's hard to imagine how the predecessor lasted so long with such disgusting parents. Thankfully, he's cut ties with the family and has stopped holding out any hope for them. There is no hope, and naturally, there is no disappointment. Upon hearing Xiao Chuan's words, a wisp of killing intent surfaced in Xiao Zhenbei's eyes, and just as he was about to speak, Xiao Lingfeng, who was behind him, suddenly rushed out. Xiao Chuan, how dare you be so rude to father? I'll kill you. He directly drew the long knife at his waist and slashed at Xiao Chen with lightning speed. He looked at Xiao Chen, who was covered in wounds, and a hint of sinister cruelty flashed in his eyes. Now you're done, aren't you? The people in the arena were first stunned, and then a trace of anger flashed in the eyes of many of them. A sneak attack? This Xiao Lingfeng, being a heavenly pride, actually sneak attacked his own brother who was seriously injured. Seiji, hide. Xiao Lingfeng, I'm going to you up. If Shitzi dies, I, Lu Sanji, will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Lu Sanji hissed angrily, his eyes suddenly surfaced a bloodshot, like a furious old beast. He was beyond furious. Xiao Chuan was now heavily injured, and if he was attacked by Xiao Lingfeng in such a sneaky manner, he would most likely die directly. Chapter 63, Xiao Lingfeng Sneak Attack. Astonishment also surfaced on the faces of Xiao Zhenbei and Wen Wanrong. They didn't realize that the youngest son had earlier promised to get along with the eldest son, and this was just after they had met, but then they killed him. Zhenbei, quickly stop Lingfeng. When Wanrong pulled Xiao Zhenbei's sleeve, her face filled with anxiety. A hint of hesitation flashed in Xiao Zhenbei's eyes. With his strength to stop it, naturally he could stop it, but the youngest son had tried to kill the eldest son several times and was on the verge of creating a heart demon. If he stopped him this time, it might have a great impact on his future cultivation. At the same time, he didn't want to watch his eldest son lose his life. For a moment, he was in a dilemma. With this hesitation, Xiao Zhenbei missed the best time to strike, and Xiao Lingfeng had already rushed in front of Xiao Chen. Zhenbei, you, seeing Xiao Zhenbei's delayed action, when Wanrong looked at him with a stunned expression, and the crowd in the arena froze. The tragedy of fratricide is about to happen, and the king of Zhenbei is actually turning a blind eye to it? Is he going to stand by and watch his youngest son kill his eldest? It's so hard to be true. And right at this moment, Xiao Lingfeng had already leaped up into the air and raised his sword with both hands, slashing down hard at Xiao Chen. A lurid black blade chi was attached to the blade like a flame, emitting a terrifying aura. With the swing of this sword, a violent murderous aura filled the 10-meter radius. The long blade descended at extreme speed, actually trying to directly split Xiao Chen in half. This slash was the strongest stance Xiao Lingfeng could currently perform. The heavenly destruction slash. His eyes were scarlet red as he looked at Xiao Chen, who was already having an exceptionally difficult time even keeping standing, and his eyes were filled with viciousness and madness. Last time, he did not use a weapon and was directly killed by Xiao Chen in a direct second. This time, he used his strongest stance. He wanted to see if the heavily injured and dying Xiao Chen still had the ability to fight back. Doesn't Qingxuan Yi like you? When you die under my knife, I'd like to see if she'll keep her body for a dead man. It's over. This kid is dead. Not far away. Elder Xiao's face was unsightly. A trace of worry also surfaced in Ye Lanqi's eyes. However, in the face of this terrifying and incomparable slash, Xiao Chuan only slowly raised his head to look at it before casually pointing out a finger, and a white air sword that looked plain and uninteresting suddenly flew out. When the gas sword was still half a meter away from Xiao Lingtian, the long knife in Xiao Lingtian's hand shattered, and the vicious knife chi dissipated without a trace, transforming into a piece of black light debris scattered in the void. Xiao Lingtian's pupils suddenly shrunk, and without even touching Xiao Chuan's hair, the entire person flew directly out and smashed heavily on the ground. How is this possible? You actually still have some strength left. I don't believe it. After Xiao Lingtian landed on the ground, the look on his face was shocked beyond measure as he struggled to get up, only to find that a white chi sword had already been placed at the center of his brow. Xiao Chen, who was not far away, was still propped up on the ground with his sword and half bowed, not even turning around to look at him more than once. Seconds again. The heavily injured and dying Xiao Chen once again defeated Xiao Lingtian, who was at full strength, easily, as if he had pinched a mole cricket. Everyone in the arena was so shocked that their bodies lightly trembled. Who would have thought that the famous heavenly pride of the desolate North Province, Xiao Lingtian, the most favored son of the Zhenbei king, who made a sneak attack with his full strength, would actually be shattered by Xiao Chen with a closed hand? Just how terrifying was this Xiao Chen's strength? At this time, Xiao Chen's voice suddenly sounded. Xiao Lingtian, I won't kill you this time, but the next time, I won't be merciful. Scram! It was only after the words fell that the chi sword on top of Xiao Lingtian's brow slowly dissipated. With Xiao Zhenbei present, Xiao Chen knew that he could not kill Xiao Lingtian, so he directly chose to withdraw his hand. However, although he would definitely have to kill this Xiao Lingtian in the end, he did not want Xiao Lingtian to die too early. Death, not the cruelest punishment for a person. Letting Xiao Lingtian despair a little bit in front of himself was more cruel than killing him. It was just like the torture Xiao Lingtian had inflicted on Xiao Chen over the years. Xiao Dust had always been a fair person, and before the debt was paid, he would not let Xiao Lingtian die easily. Upon hearing Xiao Chuan's words, Xiao Lingtian instantly became red in the face and ears, and the veins on his neck bulged out, clearly having been shamed to the extreme. He actually lost. He couldn't even defeat a Xiao Chen who was so badly injured that he couldn't even stand up. How is that possible? In the past month, he had been beating Xiao Duan like a dead dog every day. In a short period of time, how could Xiao Chen become so strong all of a sudden? He didn't believe it. It must be a coincidence. Xiao Chen, I'll kill you. Thus, with red eyes, he charged at Xiao Chen once again. However, as soon as he moved, 7 or 8 martial artists stopped in front of him. Xiao Lingtian, Xiao Chuan fought 2,000 demon race alone, and at this moment, he is already seriously injured. But you still want to deal death to him. Do you still want to have a face? That's right. If you have the ability to wait for him to recover from his injuries, you guys will fight squarely. What kind of hero is it to take advantage of someone's danger? A square fight? Can he beat that? He is injured like this, but killing him is still like killing a dog. If he was in his full strength, he wouldn't even have the courage to dare to take a shot at Xiao Dust. These martial artists were all comrades who had fought side by side with Xiao Dust before, and at this moment, when they saw Xiao Lingtian's shameless behavior, they could not help but step in to stop it. Off. Xiao Lingtian angrily rebuked. As the son of the Zhenbei king and the heavenly pride of the world, he was used to being arrogant and did not put these ordinary martial artists in his eyes at all. King Zhenbei, Xiao Chuan died fighting for the human race until this point. Are you just going to stand by and watch Xiao Lingtian kill him? That's right, Zhenbei king, it's time to control your brash and unreasonable little son. I really can't understand why Xiao Chuan is so outstanding while Xiao Lingtian is such a piece of trash when he was born from the same mother and father. Please, King Zhenbei, control your young son. A group of martial artists aimed their spearheads at Xiao Zhenbei. Normally, they wouldn't dare to be like this to Xiao Zhenbei, but today was different. With the current siege of the city by 2,000 demon clans, there was a high probability that they would all die here. It's dying. What do you care who you are? Get on and talk. What's the situation with the Zhenbei king? How could he be so indulgent to a bastard like Xiao Lingtian who doesn't understand etiquette? That's right, Xiao Chuan is his own brother after all, yet he wants him dead several times. Is there any humanity left? That's right, he can't fight and he keeps screaming here. If it wasn't for Xiao Chen sparing his life, he would have died long ago. In the next breath, more and more people looked at Xiao Zhenbei and Xiao Lingtian in dissatisfaction, calling out for Xiao Chen. In their opinion, regardless of looks, talent, and character, Xiao Chen was far better than Xiao Lingtian. However, Xiao Zhenbei favored Xiao Lingtian alone and turned a blind eye to Xiao Chen, which was simply stupid. Hearing the crowd's remarks, Xiao Zhenbei's face flushed red for a while and turned white, his face extremely ugly. He was just about to speak. Roar! A fierce roar suddenly rang out from across the street. Chapter 64, Divine Grade Sword Technique Taiku True Devil. The crowd turned their heads and their faces changed. The 2,000 demons on the opposite side had already assembled and made a stance of preparing to charge. Nearly 2,000 iron-headed dog demons like small mountains had scarlet eyes and lowered their limbs as they stared over in unison. That terrifying sound caused a trace of fear to flash through many people's eyes. Xiao Lingtian, who had previously been fighting and killing Xiao Dust, immediately hid behind Xiao Zhenbei, while he looked at Xiao Dust with a hint of shock in his eyes. It was difficult for him to imagine how Xiao Chen had managed to hold out for so long in the face of such an appalling 2,000 demon race. If he were in his place, he would only be torn to pieces in a matter of moments. Could the difference in strength between the two really be that great? But that Xiao Chen was just a person who was envious of heaven. He clenched his fists in resignation. Princess Silvermoon. This place is dangerous. Please leave with me immediately. Xiao Zhenbei made a flash and came directly to Ye Lanqi's side, pinching a space talisman in his hand. If I leave, what will happen to the people of this city? Ye Lanqi looked towards Xiao Zhenbei. Your Highness, war inevitably involves sacrifices. Evacuating at this time will at most result in the deaths of some civilians, and won't cause too much damage to my Grand Xia. Xiao Zhenbei's face was grave. But civilians are also human beings. They are also my great Xia subjects. Are we just going to stand by and watch them die? Ye Lanqi stubbornly looked at Xiao Zhenbei. Impatience gradually surfaced in Xiao Zhenbei's eyes. Your Highness, the situation is urgent. I don't want to argue with you. Please leave this place with me immediately. As he spoke, a terrifying qi and blood emerged around him, actually wanting to forcefully take Ye Lanqi away. In his eyes, Ye Lanqi's persistence at this moment was fearless and ridiculous. In a chaotic world, the lives of ordinary people were as cheap as grass. Even if they died in the millions, he didn't feel anything. King of Zhenbei, do you want to commit a crime from below? Old Xia, who was on the side, walked over with a gloomy face, a wary look at Xiao Zhenbei. Ye Lanqi is the future empress of Di Xia. Her status is second only to the Xia emperor. Even if it is Xiao Zhenbei, when he sees Ye Lanqi, he should be respectful. But at this moment, Xiao Zhenbei wants to forcibly take away Ye Lanqi, which is already an unauthorized act. Xiao Zhenbei looked at Elder Xia, his eyes flinty, just about to snap. Right at this moment, Xiao Chen suddenly walked over and looked at Ye Lanqi, saying, Princess Silvermoon, lend me a small returning pill and I will kill off the demon clan for you. Sinful animal, what are you babbling about here again? I'll give you the elixir later if you want it. Now get lost immediately. Xiao Zhenbei's face suddenly turned ugly and he chided Xiao Chen in a low voice. He didn't think that his eldest son had actually become so shameless that in order to stay alive, he actually ran to Princess Silvermoon to cheat the elixir. Killing off the demon race? How is that possible? There were 800 iron-headed dog demons here. If he could make a move, he could easily solve it. But the problem was that he couldn't make a move. In this situation, who can kill off these demon clans? Xiao Dust, do you want to hear what nonsense you're talking about? In your current state, you can't even stand up in battle. Still want to kill off the demon race? Xiao Lingtian also spoke out and sneered. A trace of disappointment similarly flashed in Ye Lanqi's eyes. She had intended to give Xiao Chen the healing medicine, but she did not expect that before she could open her mouth, Xiao Chen actually took the initiative to cheat. She originally had a good impression of Xiao Chen, but at this moment, everything shattered. Xiao Chen's image in her heart fell to pieces. However, remembering that he had been meritorious in killing demons before, she also took out a bottle of white pills and handed it to Xiao Chen. Old Xiao on the side's lips opened and closed, wanting to say something, but was stopped by Ye Lanqi with a look. This small still Dan is very precious. Even Ye Lanqi has only brought one on his body, which is used to save his life in case of an emergency. Seeing Ye Lanqi give Xiao Chen the small returning Dan, Elder Xia was unusually heartbroken. Thanks a lot. Could I have another bottle? Xiao Dust took the elixir and took it in one gulp, hesitated for a moment and opened his mouth to ask. Lu Sanji's injuries were also very serious, and Xiao Chuan wanted to ask for a small returning pill for him to renew his life. Another bottle? You kid is crazy, right? This is the little return pill. Do you think it's turnip greens? Elder Xia was instantly enraged. That's the only bottle I have on me, and I've already given it to you. A chill also rose in Ye Lanqi's absolutely beautiful eyes. Upon hearing these words, a trace of disappointment flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he directly turned around and left. A trace of disdain flashed in Xiao Lingtian's eyes as he looked at Xiao Chen's distant back. After leaving the Zhenbei King's mansion, just how poor was this Xiao Chen? How is it possible to kill off the demon clan when you have to rely on cheating even a single healing pill? Those who are jealous of heaven are really all losers. Princess, time is running out. I must take you away. I'm sorry. On my command. All martial artists gather around me. After Xiao Chuan left, Xiao Zhenbei glanced at the demon race not far away and realized that they had already begun their vociferous charge, and immediately became anxious and directly activated the space talisman. And a huge white hexagram formation appeared out of thin air at his feet. The martial artists in the arena glanced at the ordinary people behind them, hesitated, and eventually ran toward Xiao Zhenbei. Even the king of Zhenbei had chosen to abandon the civilians. What could they, the little people, do? Seeing this scene, the people of the city were all ashen. The martial artists are about to be evacuated. They've been abandoned. It was thrown under the sharp claws of the demon race like garbage. Mother, I don't want to die. Princess Silvermoon, save us. We're human beings too. Why don't you save us? A burst of painful cries and wails immediately resounded through Xiongwu City. They didn't understand why they didn't stay and fight the demon race when there were clearly so many martial artists on the scene. Previously, Xiao Chen alone dared to stand in front of 1,000 demons, but they had more than 300 people, yet they were going to run away without a fight? However, they suddenly realized that one person in the field had not moved, only to see Xiao Dust holding a long sword, like a mountain in front of the 2,000 demons who were charging, that slightly thin body at the moment in the eyes of the crowd, like an ancient sword god that stood on top of the sky. He was only one man, yet he dared to stand before the nations. He only had one sword, yet he dared to cut through 1,000 demons wreaking havoc. He stood there and became the last guardian god of the people of Xiongwu City, blocking the monstrous demonic aura and soothing the fear in the hearts of all the people. Everyone in the arena looked stunned, as one day, 10,000 demons wreak havoc. The end is near. I don't know who it was that suddenly read the line that Xiao Chen had carved on the ground earlier, and then, the crowd seemed to react and started chanting alone. I shall stand in the way of thousands. Raise your sword to the sky. Blood-stained earth. Soon, more and more people started chanting. At first, the crowd's voices were soft, but slowly, they became louder and louder, and finally even turned into roars of anger. In a blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of voices converged into one, shaking the 4 fields and breaking through the sky. This kid is crazy, right? At this point in time, he still refuses to leave? Elder Xiao was completely shocked when he saw this scene. Yi Lanqi also froze. She had originally thought that Xiao Chuan had asked for the elixir with the intention of escaping, but she did not expect that he would actually stand in front of the demon race once again to guard the civilians whose lives were like grass before the eyes of many people. A trace of guilt suddenly welled up within her for the misunderstanding she had just given Xiao Chen. While Ye Qingxuan looked at Xiao Chen's figure, her gaze gradually became infatuated. She had an extremely high heart and had always wanted to marry a gaijin. And wasn't Xiao Chen, nowadays, that gaijin? Xiao Lingtian, who was on the side, saw that Ye Qingxuan was staring at Xiao Chuan with a death glare. Her eyes were on the verge of sprouting little stars, and she hated him with a gnashing of her teeth. But the moment she thought that Xiao Chuan would soon be torn to shreds by the demon clan, his mood immediately got better again. In his opinion, Xiao Chen was bound to die this time, and the gods could not save him. While Xiao Zhenbei saw that his eldest son was actually so reckless, he cursed his stupidity with a gloomy face. He didn't understand what was the point of fighting for some ordinary people. When Wan Rong, on the other hand, saw this scene and covered her mouth in horror. As the people read the last word, the charge of the demons arrived. The sword in Xiao Chen's hand also moved. He swung his right hand vigorously, and the brilliant sword light cut through the void. Several dog demons were instantly killed, and several heads flew high into the sky. Seeing that their companions were killed, the rest of the dog demons immediately became furious and rained down attacks all towards Xiao Chen. Although due to space, only a few of the dog demons' attacks were able to land on Xiao Dust. Xiao Dust was not in a good position to suffer, and his body took a few hard hits, and blood spilled from the corners of his mouth as he flew out directly. He slammed heavily onto the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood, but suddenly let out a loud laugh, because he heard the system beep. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 300 Iron Head Dog Demons and successfully completing the mission. Please receive the reward for the host's divine sword skill. Swire True Demon. Chapter 65, Killing Off the Demon Army. Pick up, Xiao Dust said to the system without hesitation. Ding! The sword skill Swire True Devil has been successfully received. Click to learn. It can be directly introduced. Do you want to learn it? Yes. In the next breath, Xiao Chuan's eyes went black, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived at a vast, boundless, and vast starry sky. A terrifyingly huge demonic shadow surfaced before his eyes. The demonic shadow was wearing blood armor and had a head full of white hair, and was standing on top of a bone dragon, floating in the void. Xiao Dust glanced towards the demon shadow and could not help but have his pupil shrink. That demonic shadow even had a pair of bizarre blood-colored pupils, and the horrifying visions of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and rivers of stars falling were constantly floating in the pupils. Suddenly, the demonic shadow seemed to sense something and turned back to look at Xiao Chuan, his gaze as cold as a knife. In an instant, the void shattered and the stars and rivers fell silent. Xiao Chuan's face suddenly changed, and just as he was about to be annihilated along with the starry sky, he suddenly opened his eyes and returned to reality, with an additional sword skill in his mind called the Ancient True Demon. Seeing that he had returned to reality safely, he couldn't help but let out a long breath. The scene just now was horrible. Is that demonic shadow the true demon of the ancient world? The epileptic overbearing aura of destroying all living beings and being the only one to be respected was simply too powerful. No wonder he was able to create such a domineering and incomparable sword skill like the Swire True Demon. After only spending a few moments with him, Xiao Dust had realized a lot. Seiji, run away. You can't hold back so many demons. Yes, young Master Xiao Chen, don't mind us. Run away by yourself. You did your best. Even if you die, we will always remember you as good. Before he could think hard enough, he was awakened directly by an urgent cry with a sobbing voice. It was the people of the city who didn't want to see him die a horrible death and were urging him to evacuate. However, Xiao Dust did not move a muscle and only raised his head and glanced at the terrifying demonic army in front of him. And then, in his heart, he lowly roared, "Ancient True Demon!" In the next breath, a terrifying power surged from the center of his eyebrows and surged into every cell of Xiao Chuan's body at an extremely fast speed. His eyes were instantly dyed a demonic blood color. His hair turned white, and a monstrous demonic aura emanated from all over his body, sending chills down one's spine. At this moment, Xiao Chen felt that his body was filled with endless power, and there was an infinite hostility slowly rising in his heart. As the demonic flames burned and supreme greatness was added to his body, Xiao Chen could not help but want to let out a roar. How did the aura on his body skyrocket so much all of a sudden? Could it be that he used a sword technique? It's possible, but even if it's a sword skill, it shouldn't be this terrifying. If it's this powerful in the storing stage, how horrifying would it be if it's actually performed? Seeing this scene, the crowd was dumbfounded. A trace of shock also flashed across Xiao Zhenbei's eyes. Others were only guessing, but with his insight, he was certain that what Xiao Chuan was using at the moment was a sword skill, and judging from the terrifying might, it was not an ordinary sword skill, but rather, it was that kind of extremely powerful sword skill. But this Xiao Chen had just joined the Sword Immortal Academy for half a day, so how could he have even learned a sword skill? The demon army that was charging was similarly startled, but soon, the scorn in their eyes disappeared. No matter how powerful Xiao Chen was, after all, he was only one person with one sword, while they were 1,000 demons wreaking havoc, so how could they lose? However, the scene that happened next made them directly dumbfounded, only to see Xiao Dust smiling ferociously, directly dragging the sword, running at breakneck speed. Where the tip of the sword passed, demonic chi surged, and the earth directly crumbled, cracking open a chasm up to 3 meters wide. In a blink of an eye, he rushed in front of the crowing mass of demonic beasts, swooshing out his sword, and dozens of arrogant demonic clansmen suddenly transformed into a mist of blood. Seeing this scene, the entire room suddenly fell dead silent. Everyone's mouths were wide open, and countless lines of shock flashed through their eyes. Blasting dozens of dog demons with one sword? Is this human combat power? Xiao Zhenbei and Wen Wanrong were also deeply shocked. They didn't think that their eldest son had actually been stunning to this extent. That's nearly 2,000 demonic beasts. The eldest son actually blocked it all by himself, and also casually decapitated dozens of heads, which was simply appalling. And Xiao Lingtian's face at the moment was as ugly as eating. Even Xiao Chen himself froze. He didn't expect that the power of this Taiku True Demon would actually be as terrifying as this. According to his estimation, his current battle power had grown to the point where he could kill most of the martial master realm powerhouses in seconds. It can be a flight of fancy. After using the Swire True Demon, there was no pressure to kill the enemy by crossing an entire great realm. Of course, although the Swire True Devil was fierce, the side effects weren't small. Once it entered a period of weakness, it was a lamb to be slaughtered. On the opposite side, those demons who were charging rapidly saw that dozens of their companions were actually killed so easily. Their pupils suddenly shrunk. The killing intent in their scarlet eyes suddenly turned into fear, and many dog demons even directly forced themselves to pause and directly turned around to flee. They didn't understand how this teenage sword cultivator in front of them had become so powerful all of a sudden, but the innate instincts of the demon race told them that at this moment, this sword cultivator teenager already had the strength to hit them hard, and if they didn't leave, they might die. As a result, more and more of the demon race began to turn and flee. Roar! The dog demon in the lead was greatly dissatisfied and directly roared in anger. As a noble demon race, It was actually killed and defeated by a human race. It could never accept such an outcome. Thus, it led the charge towards Xiao Chen. However, just as he got close, a sword chi burning with black flame shot out, and before that leading dog demon could make any reaction, he was directly chopped into two. Seeing that the leader was decapitated, the dog demon group panicked and glanced at Xiao Chuan in horror as they began to flee in desperation. Xiao Dust seized the opportunity to go up and harvest another wave of dog heads, but helplessly, the dog demons fled too quickly, and he had only killed over 200 of them before he could no longer see any demon shadows in the field. He began to quickly put the dog demon corpses into his spatial ring. This wave he had killed more than 500 dog demons in total. His battle record was outstanding. These corpses alone could make him a huge profit. The people of the city were all mesmerized, and many of them even wondered if there was something wrong with their eyes. Xiao Chuan killed back 2,000 demon clans with one person and one sword? King, your majesty, are we still retreating? One of the Zhenbei king's personal guards stared blankly at Xiao Zhenbei. The scene was a little awkward. Their spatial spell formations had only just been set up and they were about to run away when the demon race was killed back by Xiao Dust. Withdraw, Xiao Zhenbei said with an ugly face. Before leaving, after he took a deep look at Xiao Chen, he actually felt that his eldest son was permeated with a trace of unfathomable mystery. Every time he thought his eldest son couldn't do it, he would shock him by slapping him hard in the face. This time, it's even a big one. Would such a demon really be reduced to an invalid because he was cursed by the heavenly Tao? For the first time, he was skeptical of the Holy Wasteland Elder's prophecy. The natural talent displayed by Xiao Chuan was simply too strong. It was simply unheard of, and even a heavenly pride figure like him would not be able to help but feel insignificant when he saw it. If the sacred desolate Elder's prophecy failed, and he kicked such an outstanding son out of his family, I'm afraid that he would even regret it in his intestines. After all, if there was no heavenly curse, the eldest son would be far superior to the youngest son in any aspect, and if such a person could inherit the Xiao family, then I'm afraid that the Xiao family would usher in supreme glory. Read about it. He was a bit hesitant inwardly, thinking about whether or not to give his eldest son a chance to admit his mistake and put the ice on the ice. He believed that as long as he opened his mouth, his eldest son would definitely obediently kneel in front of him to admit his mistakes and apologize, begging himself to let him return to the Xiao family. But as the king of Zhenbei, he has always been a man of his word, since he said that he had severed his relationship with his eldest son. If he was given another opportunity at this moment, he was afraid of losing face. After struggling for a moment, he ultimately did not choose to give his eldest son a chance, and directly disappeared into the spatial spell formation along with the crowd. Yilanqi was also persuaded by Elder Xia to follow Xiao Zhenbei and leave together. Now that the blood armor guards had been wiped out, Elder Xia alone couldn't guarantee Yilanqi's safety, and he had to rely on the king of Zhenbei. We're saved. Mr. Xiao Chen. Awesome. Long live Prince Xiao Chen. Mr. Xiao Chen is unrivaled in this world. It was a while before someone finally came back to their senses and started shouting in excitement. Today all of them have walked through the gates of hell, from despair to salvation, and the ups and downs are truly frightening. And not far away, Zhao Tiangang, who was hidden in the crowd, coldly glanced at Xiao Chen. Killing opportunities were constantly born and died in his eyes, and after hesitating for a moment, in the end, he didn't decide to lay his hands on him, but chose to directly turn around and leave. Master Zhao, please stay. However, just at this moment, Xiao Dust suddenly called out to him, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes. The time for the increase of the Swire True Demon hadn't expired yet, and once it did, the cooling off period was 12 hours. So he had to make good use of this last time to get the little returning Dan from Zhao Tiangang and cure Lu Sanji's injuries. Only, the little returning pill was incredibly precious, and that Zhao Tiangang was most likely unwilling to give it. Then he'll have to use force. He hoped that Zhao Tiangang would be sensible and hand over the lesser returning pill himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind beating him until he was convinced. With his current strength, he could barely claim to be unrivaled under the martial general realm. And dealing with a first-level martial master Zhao Tiangang was as simple as crushing a mole cricket. Chapter 66 Weakness. You have something for the master of this division? Zhao Tiangang's footsteps lurched at the words and he turned to look at Xiao Chen. Frowning. That's right. I'd like to borrow the small returning pill you're carrying. Xiao Dust opened the door. Little Redeemer's pill? What do you need the little red pill for? Zhao Tiangang was so angry that he laughed. Previously, if it wasn't for the Xiao Dust meddling in his own business and insisting on stepping in to save this group of pariahs, he would still be the towering Shangwuzhen Demon Division Master today. And wouldn't he have gotten into the current state of being ruined and disgraced? It was already a gift that he didn't kill Xiao Chen, but he didn't expect that this Xiao Chen actually dared to ask him for Xiao Handan. He can really say that. Does he think that Xiao Yuyudan is like the green vegetables and tofu in the vegetable market, which can be found everywhere? At this moment, he already had a killing chance hidden in his eyes, secretly considering in his heart whether to directly strike to finish off this kid who didn't know the sky and the earth. Although Xiao Dust had a sword skill in his hand, he was not afraid at all. It was well known that a sword skill was only a short instantaneous outburst. It did not last long and there was also a long cooling period. The general yellow-level sword skill martial arts had a cooling period that was rarely as long as 10 days, or even longer. Only those high-level skills would have a shorter cooldown period, but it would take at least 5 or 6 days. Now that Xiao Chuan had already executed his sword technique, it was the time of weakness, and to fight him a martial realm expert, the only way to die was to die, saving lives. Xiao Dust pointed to the side, to the dying Lu Sanji, who had fallen to the ground. Lu Sanji froze at his words, and a hint of emotion flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect Xiao Chen to ask Zhao Tiangang for the incomparably precious lesser returning Dan for his sake. Zhao Tiangang glanced at Lu Sanji, who was not far away, and was also stunned for a moment, and a moment later he turned his head to look at Xiao Duan and laughed coldly. You're really generous, using a small reduction pill to save a dying old dog. Xiao Chuan, your brain isn't broken, is it? To save a lowly veteran with the little return of the Dan that he holds so dear? What's this Xiao Duan thinking? Xiao Chuan's face changed slightly. Looking straight into Zhao Tiangang's eyes, he angrily rebuked. Zhao Tiangang, keep your mouth clean. How can a life-hungry bastard like you have the face to talk about Lu Sanji? Zhao Tiangang's eyes narrowed slightly as a cold light appeared in his eyes. Xiao Chuan, now that you have just finished performing a sword skill, you should not have much sword energy left in your body, right? Talking to me like this, do you want to die? Seeing the ruthless color on Zhao Tiangang's face, the surrounding people's faces changed greatly, and they could not help but worry about Xiao Duan. Although Xiao Chun was incomparably terrifying when he performed his sword technique just now, he had an invincible demeanor. However, just as Zhao Tiangang said, sword technique was only an instantaneous means of explosion, and it was extremely energy-consuming. And now Xiao Chuan, whose sword chi was empty, could not possibly be a match for Zhao Tiangang, who was an expert of the martial master realm. If they were to engage, they would most likely be killed in seconds. However, Xiao Chen was not afraid and laughed lightly. Just by you? I don't want to listen to nonsense. Just you. This little returning Dan. Do you give it or not? Naturally, I won't give it. Zhao Tiangang pointed at Lu Sanji with a look of contempt. Just this kind of old thing that's not even as good as a pig or a dog is worthy of eating little red Dan? You're crazy. Do you think I'm just as crazy as you are? Hearing Zhao Tiangang's words, a flash of anger flashed through Lu Sanjian's eyes and he clenched his fists in death. But when he thought of Zhao Tiangang's terrifying strength, his fists loosened up powerlessly. He looked at Xiao Chuan and squeezed out a smile. Forget it, Shitzi. Lu Sanji has a cheap life. And Xiao Yundan, that kind of divine medicine. Lu Sanji can't afford to eat it. Lu Sanji, what the are you talking about? With me here, there is nothing in this world that you can't afford to eat. Since this toast is not to be forced to eat, I will directly make a move to rob it. Xiao Dust looked at Lu Sanji and angrily rebuked. Lu Sanji was in old tears. Shitzi, Lu Sanji doesn't deserve you. Don't be a ing. Didn't you not mind me when I was at my worst? Xiao Dust laughed and cursed. Kid, dying at the end of your life and still spouting nonsense. I think you've never died before. At this time, Zhao Tiangang suddenly said with a scowl on his face. Originally, he still had some scruples about Xiao Chen's status as the son of the Jinbei king. After all, although it was said that the two had severed their father-son relationship, if he killed Xiao Chen, who knew if the Jinbei king would find him in trouble in a fit of rage? However, when he saw Xiao Dust provoking himself like this in front of a city full of people, he could not hold back any longer and planned to directly take action to destroy Xiao Dust. Anyway, after offending Princess Silvermoon this time, he was afraid that he would not have any future in the human race in the future. After killing Xiao Chuan, he would go to defect to the demon god temple, with Xiao Chuan, the head of this supreme human race heavenly pride as a defection. I believe that the demon god temple would be very happy to receive him. Eclipsing finger. Zhao Tiangang's eyes flinched as his body's chi and blood surged and he suddenly pointed out a finger towards Xiao Chen. A flash of blood-colored ghostly light shot directly toward Xiao Chen's brow. The terrifying aura that spilled out directly shook all the people within a 10-meter radius. Mr. Xiao Chuan, that's Zhao Tiangang's famous stance. The eclipsing finger, it has the power to open mountains and crack rocks. Don't take it hard. The faces of the people in the arena suddenly changed, and one of the martial artists shouted with a terrified expression. In their opinion, even if Xiao Chuan was more powerful, so he had just finished performing his sword technique, it was the time when his sword chi was empty, and he would never be able to receive this terrifying strike from Zhao Tiangang. However, Xiao Dust did not even return his head, but only gently moved his finger, and a sword chi burning with demonic flames appeared in the void out of nowhere, and the sharp sword chi shook the void and kept on trembling. In the next moment, the devil flame sword chi flew out, and across a distance of 3 meters, that domineering sword intent directly shattered Zhao Tiangang's eclipsing finger force alive, and then that sword chi directly rushed towards Zhao Tiangang's head, and after a breath, it directly resisted at the center of his eyebrows. Zhao Tiangang's face instantly turned pale. His heart suddenly surged with a great trepidation. There was no longer the cold and arrogant appearance that he had before. His body trembled slightly, looking at Xiao Chen with a face full of fear. His eyes were full of unbelievable colors. Seconds. He, a martial master realm expert, was actually killed in seconds by a sword apprentice 7th level? Why hadn't the effect of Xiao Chen's sword skill worn off? That's not possible. What kind of sword skills last so long? Not to mention him, the surrounding onlooker martial artists were also confused. How could this Xiao Chen be this strong? That Zhao Tiangang was not weak at all. Even if he was in the proper martial master realm, it would still take some effort to beat Zhao Tiangang, right? This Xiao Chen actually killed in seconds again? Can you give me the little returning pill now? Xiao Chen glanced at Zhao Tiangang and said in an indifferent voice, Can. Where would Zhao Tiangang dare to say a word of no at this point? Why don't you bring it? When Xiao Chen saw Zhao Tiangang still standing stupidly, a trace of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes, and the chi sword that was pressed against his brow was pushed forward a few more points, and blood suddenly flowed out. A flash of panic flashed in Zhao Tiangang's eyes, and he hurriedly said in a trembling voice, Little returning pill is in the demon suppression division. I don't have it with me. Xiao Dust was just about to speak when he suddenly felt a sense of weakness surging from within his body, and his face suddenly paled a few points. He screamed in his mind, the time of the ancient true devil is almost up. It looked like he was going to enter a period of weakness in a few moments at most. What now? To go or not to go? If he goes, Lu Sanji will die. If he doesn't go, I'm afraid Zhao Tiangang won't let him go. For a moment, he was in a dilemma. Thank you to Fish Frustration Dog for the hypnosis charm, the inspiration capsule, and thank you to Self-Imposed Doodle for the milk tea, and thank you to all of you for your gifts. Thank you. Chapter 67, Escape. Xiao Dust glanced at Lu Sanji, whose breath was getting weaker and weaker on the ground, and lost his mind for a moment. As for Zhao Tiangang, he felt the sword aura on Xiao Chuan's body begin to gradually dissipate, and instantly realized that Xiao Chuan's period of weakness from the excessive use of his sword skills was about to come, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. He secretly made up his mind that as soon as Xiao Chuan entered his weak period, he would immediately kill him. Right at this moment, a low voice suddenly resounded in the arena. Prince Xiao Chen, Zhao Tiangang lied to you. This little returning pill is incredibly precious. He always carries it close to his body. It's impossible for him to put it in the demon suppression division. Xiao Chuan turned his head to look and saw a young man wearing the clothing of the demon suppression division standing out from the crowd. The young man's body was stained with blood. Obviously he had just participated in that fight with the demon race. The youth's name was Lu Wenlong, and he was precisely one of the demon suppression soldiers of the demon division of Xiangwu Town. Lu Wenlong, do you know what you're doing? I'm your top boss, and you're actually helping an outsider to expose me? Zhao Tiangang's face was suddenly gloomy when he heard this. Zhao Tiangang, you are the head of the demon suppression division. The demon race massacred the city, yet you stood by coldly the entire time, treating the lives of the people all over the city as grass. I, Lu Wenlong, a hot-blooded man of the hall, can't be in the company of bastards like you? Lu Wenlong sneered disdainfully. Good enough. This kid will soon enter a period of weakness, and then you. Shut up. Immediately bring out the little returning Dan. If you dare to say another word, I'll tear your mouth apart. Zhao Tian was just halfway through his sentence when the sword chi that Xiao Chuan had pushed against his brow suddenly stabbed inward another half a point. The former instantly didn't dare to speak. His face was incomparably ugly as he pulled out a bottle of white jade bottle from his bosom and handed it to Xiao Chuan. Xiao Chuan opened the lid of the bottle and saw that there was a white elixir emitting a faint precious light inside the bottle with a strong medicinal fragrance, which was precisely the holy medicine for healing. Xiaoyan Dan. Xiao Chuan took the little returning Dan and walked directly to Lu Sanji, who was not far away, bent down, picked him up, and was about to feed him the medicine. The crowd in the arena froze directly at the sight. Such a precious little redeeming Dan. Xiao Chen actually really wanted to feed it to Lu Sanji? Xiaoyan Dan was a healing medicine that was worth thousands of gold. Extremely precious, and it was hard to buy it with money. And Xiao Chen just used it on a veteran with a lowly status, causing many people to feel sorry for it. As for Lu Sanji, he also felt that it was too much of a waste for him to take the small returning Dan. Shaking his head with red eyes, Shitzi, This small returning dan is too precious. Lu Sanji won't eat it. Shitzi keep it to save his life in the future. If you're told to eat, you eat. Where's the bull asterisk 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 asterisk? Xiao Dust ranted without any good humor. A trace of emotion flashed through Lu Sanjian's eyes, and at Xiao Chen's insistence, he could only open his mouth and swallow the small returning dan. After taking the small returning dan, he felt a strange warm current instantly surging throughout his body, rapidly repairing the injuries in his body, and it wasn't long before his face looked better to the naked eye. How does it feel? Xiao Dust said with concern. This little returning pill is really magical. It's only been a while. I feel that the injuries on my body have already healed for the most part. It's just that it's a bit too much of a pity for such a good pill to be used on me. Lu Sanji marveled at the miraculous medicinal effects of the little redeeming dan while feeling some regret in his heart. On the other hand, Zhao Tiangang, who was on the side, saw this scene, but his eyes were red and his heart was dripping blood. Magical? This was something that he had spent a tremendous amount of money and fought for his life to snatch from a martial master realm expert, and he had only ever possessed this one in his entire life. And several times he had been seriously injured and his life was in danger before he could even part with it. Can such a miraculous medicine not be miraculous? Xiao Dust snatched the medicine away. If it had been used on a big shot, he would have been more or less balanced in his heart. But Xiao Dust used such a good medicine on a lowly veteran. It was simply too much for him to take in. What's the pity? It's good that you're okay. Seeing that Lu Sanji was fine, the stone in Xiao Chuan's heart also fell, and this relaxation made that feeling of weakness even stronger. His gaze was ruthless, wanting to directly finish off Zhao Tiangang to end the trouble. But he realized that the chi sword that was on top of Zhao Tiangang's brow had begun to gradually dissipate and was no longer under his control. Unable to do anything about it, Xiao Chen could only give up on this intention. He shouldered Lu Sanji and intended to leave straight away. He knew that with Zhao Tiangang's nature, if he left, Zhao Tiangang would never let Lu Sanji go, so he had to take him with him. However, just then, the chi sword that was pressed against Zhao Tiangang's brow completely dissipated. A scowl immediately appeared on Zhao Tiangang's face and he directly slapped his palm towards Xiao Chuan. Xiao Chuan, you actually fed the little returning pill that this division master had fought for his life to get his hands onto such a lowly veteran like Lu Sanji. I will not be a human being if I don't kill you today. Seeing Zhao Tiangang's sudden move, Xiao Chuan's heart thumped and he hurriedly put down Lu Sanji and flashed his body before barely avoiding the palm. After glancing at the murderous Zhao Tiangang and feeling the growing weakness within his body, Xiao Chen gritted his teeth and directly turned around and vanished into the distance. Zhao Tiangang, if you dare to harm Lu Sanji and Lu Wenlong, in the coming days, I will set your bones to ashes. As the icy words fell, Xiao Chen had already disappeared. Although the effect of the ancient true demon was nearing its end, it had not completely disappeared, and Xiao Dust completed his extreme escape. Looking at Xiao Chen's disappearing back, Zhao Tiangang's face suddenly turned iron blue. He had thought that once Xiao Chuan entered his weakened stage, with his cultivation of the martial master realm, killing Xiao Chuan would be as simple as killing a chicken. Unexpectedly, even Xiao Chen, who was gradually weakening after executing his sword skill, was able to have such battle power and actually managed to escape from his hands. This kind of talent is just too amazing. If Xiao Chen was allowed to continue to grow, the next time they met again, the other party was afraid that killing him again would be as simple as killing a chicken. Thinking of this, a trace of fear actually welled up inside him. Master of the division. This Lu Sanji and Lu Wenlong have already been taken down by us. The two of them actually dared to openly offend your majesty. I think it would be better to just kill them, as a warning to others. At this moment, one of Zhao Tiangang's men walked over with a sinister face. This person was born with a pair of cock eyes and looked foolish, while behind him, there were a few slightly weaker martial artists. In the previous battle, although many of the Demon Suppression Division's Demon Suppression soldiers had broken with Zhao Tiangang, there were still some martial artists who were just as selfish as Zhao Tiangang who still followed him. Zhao Tiangang turned his head to look and realized that Lu Sanji and Lu Wenlong had indeed been tied up in front of him. The two men were kneeling on the ground. Their hair was messy and the corners of their mouths were bloody. Obviously they had just received a severe beating, but their eyes were stern and they couldn't see the slightest bit of fear. Kill them? If you kill them, then what if Xiao Chen kills them again after recovering? Can you block it? Zhao Tiangang looked at Cockatoo Eyes and didn't have the good sense to say. Cockatoo Eyes was stunned. With your strength, Lord Division Master, wouldn't it be easy to deal with a single Xiao Chen? He was just a rookie at the 6th level of martial apprentice, didn't have much of an eye and wasn't very bright, and thought that Zhao Tiangang had been sneak attacked by Xiao Chuan before, and that was why he was inadvertently seconded. Where did he know that this Zhao Tiangang was really unable to fight a little? Hand to hand? Zhao Tiangang gasped and laughed. You kid is a ing pig. Did you see the state of that Xiao Chuan after he used his sword technique just now? A sword went down and dozens of iron-headed dog demons were directly dried up and shattered. What kind of battle power is that? Can I get by? Although he didn't know what the reason was, he could be certain that Xiao Chen, after executing the sword technique, seconds him like a dog. If Xiao Chuan was allowed to recover, there was simply no one in this Xiangwu city who would be a match for him. No way? That Xiao Dust is so fierce? But isn't Xiao Lingtian the #1 pride of desolate North City? I don't think Xiao Lingtian is very powerful either. Can that Xiao Dust be even more powerful than Xiao Lingtian? Chapter 68 Poisonous Plans. Xiao Lingtian? The corner of Zhao Tiangang's mouth lifted up a hint of disdain as he looked towards Cockatoo Eyes. Silly Su. It seems that I was wrong about you. Silly Su sniffed in delight. Master of the division. Are you thinking that I actually still have some wisdom? Zhao Tiangang sneered. Wisdom? You have a hairy wisdom. I mean, you're not even as good as a pig. Silly Su froze and said with an ugly face. Master of the division. What do you mean by that? Zhao Tiangang glanced at him and didn't bother to explain more to him. What else could he say when he could say that Xiao Lingtian was more powerful than Xiao Chen? The strength of Xiao Chuan's talent was the only thing he had ever seen in his life. Although Xiao Lingtian was also very strong, but in front of Xiao Chuan, it was just like a mole cricket seeing a real dragon. It was too far away. Only some little cuties. Only then would they say that Xiao Lingtian is better than Xiao Chen. The two are simply not on the same level. However, he also felt that it was a bit strange. With Xiao Dust around, how could the title of the #1 heavenly pride of desolate North City fall to Xiao Lingtian all these years? Even if he was familiar with Xiao Lingtian, he had to admit that compared to Xiao Chen, Xiao Lingtian was nothing. Master, what about Lu Sanji and Lu Wenlong? If you ask me, Lu Sanji can't be killed, but this Lu Wenlong can be killed. Anyway, Lu Wenlong doesn't have much to do with Xiao Chen. Seeing that Zhao Tiangang didn't say anything, Su's silly air opened her mouth again. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tiangang's face became cloudy, as if he was thinking about something. This Lu Wenlong was a young martial artist with moderate talent. It was a bit of a pity to kill him just like that. It was important to realize that there weren't many martial artists left in the entire Xiangwu city at this moment. If Lu Wenlong was willing to bow his head and give in, and die to be his Zhao Tiangong's dog in the future, he could consider letting him off the hook. But if the other party did not know what to do, then don't blame him for being ruthless. With this in mind, he turned his head to look at Lu Wenlong and said in a fierce voice, Kowtow and admit your mistake. Follow me into the demon god temple, and be my dog in the future, and I can give you a chance to live. This statement was made. A trace of shock flashed through the eyes of everyone in the arena. This Xiao Tiangang actually wants to betray the human race into the demon god temple? Lu Wenlong was also shocked, but when he thought about Zhao Tiangong's character and how he was nearly questioned by Princess Silvermoon, he was relieved. People like Zhao Tiangang never cared about their own deaths. How could they possibly have the righteousness of the human race in their hearts? Defecting to the demon god's palace was very much in line with his style. Hatefully, Zhao Tiangang actually wanted him to be a traitor to the human race as well, to be spurned by 10,000 people, which caused him to burst into a rage. Zhao Tiangang, don't even think about it. Even if I die, I won't be coerced by you. Your mouth is really quite hard. I'd like to see how long you can be tough. Zhao Tiangang's eyes were ruthless and he directly crushed Lu Wenlong's hand bone. The latter's face immediately turned pale and the whole person was sweating coldly. But he clenched his teeth and didn't make a single sound. The people in the arena were all showing their intolerance. A few people wanted to go forward to fight for Lu Wenlong, but they were pulled back by their companions. Xiao Duan is not there. Zhao Tiangang was the only king of this Xiongwu city. Civilians like them, how much they get on is just a death sentence. Yo, quite tolerant. Actually, I'm curious. You're not related to Xiao Chen, that mourner. Why do you want to help him? Because he is the son of the Jinbei king? But that's not right either. He has already been swept away by the Jinbei king. This is known to everyone. There's no way you don't know. Zhao Tiangang was slightly surprised in his eyes when he saw Lu Wenlong not saying anything, and then he directly asked the question in his heart. He was genuinely curious. Lu Wenlong originally had a good future, and if it was not for the sake of helping Xiao Chuan, it would not be possible for him to have this great disaster at this moment. If he were to say that he had a deep bond with Xiao Chen, then he could understand, but it was just that the two of them should have never met before. And today was the first time they had met. The first time we met. You could stick your neck out for Xiao Chen? Duke Xiao Chen stepped forward and saved the people of the entire city when Xiangwu city was about to perish. Such heroism, such hegemony. I, Lu Wenlong, long for it and truly admire it. I'm willing to die for him. Of course, a scumbag like you wouldn't understand. Because of this? Nowadays, in this world, it's about the weak and the strong. If you're weak, you're destined to be bullied. And the people of this city full of people are as weak as ants. It's only natural for them to be eaten by the demons. So what's there to complain about? It's only human nature that I don't do anything. If you don't do it for yourself, heaven and earth will destroy you. Instead, it's this little cutie Xiao Chuan, to almost lose his life for a group of people who don't want to do anything. It's really stupid. Zhao Tiangang sneered. Uing fart. If the human race people are all as selfish as you are, in less than 10 years, the human race will surely die. If the skin doesn't survive, the hair will be attached to it. Don't you understand such a simple reasoning? Lu Wenlong burst into a rage. You're right. The human race does need someone to sacrifice. But I don't want to be the one to sacrifice. Leave such a great mission to fools like you and Xiao Chen. You, Lu Wenlong still wanted to speak, but his head was smashed by Zhao Tiangong's palm, and his eyes immediately lost their expression and became pale and empty, before his entire body slowly collapsed. See this scene. Everyone in the arena was furious, but no one dared to care. Zhao Tiangang, you mother you shall not die. Just because he gave the son a word of advice, you actually killed him. You've got some ing balls, kill me too. Lu Sanji was directly furious. Zhao Tiangang smiled coldly. Kill you? Don't be in a hurry. It will. After I use you to lure Xiao Chen here and finish him off, I'll send you on your way. Between the words, he raised his hand and slapped Lu Sanji's face. Lu Sanji is old and weak, and a big injury has not yet healed. Where can withstand a martial arts master realm a blow? Although Zhao Tiangang did not kill, he was also beaten to spit out blood. Teeth were knocked out most of the rows. The whole person is more directly fainted. Master of the division. This old thing has fainted. Do you want my subordinates to splash him with water to wake him up so that you can continue the torture? Silly Sue said with a sinister face. Zhao Tiangang shook his head. No need. You go and pick this old thing's hamstring and leg tendons for me and hang it at the city gate to be exposed to the sun. Also, hang a banner at the entrance of the city and tell Xiao Chen that if he doesn't show up for 1 hour, I'll cut a piece of meat off of this old thing Lu Sanji and feed it to the dogs, and if he doesn't come out for 12 hours, I'll just kill this old thing. Doesn't that Xiao Chen value this old thing? I'll see if he comes out. As long as he dares to come out, he'll immediately get him killed. Xiao Chen in the activated sword skill state. Zhao Tiangang understood that he could not get it. Not only can you not get it, but you might even get seconds. Xiao Chen in that state was simply strong and invincible. It's not something he can block. What he was going to utilize was the recovery period after Xiao Chuan used his skills. In his opinion, Xiao Chuan's skills would at least have a cooldown period of about 10 days. He only needed to lure Xiao Chen here within 12 hours and kill him directly, so that he could get rid of a big problem in his heart. However, if Xiao Chen did not come, then he would not stay for long, and after killing Lu Sanji, he would go incognito and find a city farther away to defect to the local demon god temple. This way, it wasn't that easy for Xiao Chen to find him, when he thought that he might have to hide in the east and live a life of upheaval in the future. A trace of anger just welled up in his eyes. Blame it on Xiao Duan. It was entirely because of Xiao Duan that he was mixed up in this situation today. He must kill Xiao Chen with his own hands. Besides, there were people who didn't want Xiao Chen to live. He had just received a message from Xiao Lingtian, telling him to make sure to kill Xiao Dust to ease his heart's hatred, and Xiao Lingtian promised that he could give him 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones after it was accomplished. A lower-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 10 taels of gold, and it was quite sought after, and money wasn't always enough to buy it. Even for the large and powerful Jinbei royal family, this was no longer a small amount of money. He did not expect that Xiao Lingtian would actually be so bloodthirsty in order to kill his own brother, but it was just as well. He was going to kill Xiao Duan anyway, so why not be happy if he could get an extra amount of money? In the meantime, the other side, Xiao Chuan had just escaped 1,000 meters when the effect of the swift true demon completely disappeared. He officially entered the weakness stage. Only feeling a wave of weakness, he directly fainted in a barren grass bush, unconscious. Just then, a young girl in a blue dress with a petite figure slowly walked over carrying a bamboo basket full of wild vegetables. The dress on the young girl was old, having been washed and whitened, and had a few patches on it, but she was extremely beautiful, and even in this kind of dress, it was still hard to hide her splendor. Thanks for eating a kitten's inspiration capsule, and thanks to all of you for generating love for it. Thanks. Chapter 68, Bear's Head Village. Suddenly, the young girl was stunned when she discovered Xiao Chuan, who had fallen into the weeds. She hurriedly put down the bamboo basket and ran over to check on Xiao Chuan's condition. And when she saw Xiao Chuan's looks, the young girl could not help but let her eyes light up and her pretty face flashed with a flash of redness. What a handsome young man. It's almost like a character in a painting. Only, she soon realized that the teenager in front of her was pale. Not a bit of blood could be seen on his lips, and his body was covered with scars. as if he had just gone through a gruesome fight and suffered a very serious injury. A trace of anxiety flashed in her eyes, looking at the teenager's condition. If she didn't find a way to quickly bring him back to the village for treatment, she was afraid that his life would be in danger. But even though Xiao Dust had a standard figure and wasn't considered fat, it wasn't something that she, a weak female, could carry. It's in the middle of nowhere. You can't even call someone if you want to. This was a big rush for the young girl. Just then, a burly young man wearing animal skin clothing and nearly 1 meter 9 in height walked over. "Ha, Molly, what a coincidence to run into you here again." The burly youth grinned, but his eyes kept sweeping towards Jasmine's dimpled and exquisite body, his gaze filled with desire. "Su Erju, why are you here?" Jasmine froze for a moment before a flash of joy appeared on her face and she hurriedly pointed at Xiao Chuan in the barren grass. "Quickly help save someone. Someone has fainted." Su Erju followed her finger and realized that there was indeed a person lying in the barren grass. And it was an extremely handsome man. His face fell hard. He's been drooling over Jasmine for a long time, but Jasmine never looks him in the eye, and this time he's here specifically to have a chance encounter. But now, she actually cared so much about a little white boy she had never met, and even looked at him with a hint of concern in her gaze. It was very upsetting to him. "Isn't it just that you're more handsome than him? What's the use of being handsome these days? Having strength, being able to farm and hunt, and being able to feed a girl is king." Thinking of this, Su Erju's face turned blue. Jasmine, this little white boy somehow appeared in this kind of deserted countryside, and is covered in blood and full of injuries. I think it's definitely not a good person. Maybe it's that vicious blood-killing wall mountain thief. What's the point of taking him back? Don't invite the wolf into the house then. When she heard the name of blood-killing walled city, a trace of fear flashed in Jasmine's eyes. The blood-killing wall is the most ferocious mountain bandits in this neighborhood, killing countless people. Cruelty. Among them there are also some cultivation horror of the martial arts. The official government to take them at all cannot do anything. In the past few years, the blood-killing wall was so infamous in this area that it could stop a child from crying. Her parents had died 3 years ago at the hands of the bandits of the Bloodslayer walled city, and she had barely escaped death by hiding in the cellar. Hearing Su Erju say that Xiao Duan might be a member of the blood-killing walled city, her heart to save others was shaken. Only, after taking another look at Xiao Chen's face, she really couldn't believe that a man as handsome as this would be a bandit. If he was really a bandit, he would have been known far and wide, right? But she hadn't heard until now that a beautiful bandit had appeared in the blood-slaughter walled city. Thinking of this, her gaze grew firm. Impossible. The bandits from the blood-killing wall come every year, but I've never seen him. He can't be a bandit. Jasmine, don't be so naive. Even if he's not a bandit, he's not necessarily a good person. Look at the blood staining his body. It's reddening his clothes. It's better to do more than less. Let him fend for himself here. No, I have to take him back today. If you won't carry him, I'll carry him myself. Saying that, Jasmine was going to carry Xiao Chen. Seeing that the woman he adored was about to kiss another man skin to skin, Su Erju's face changed greatly, rushed over and grabbed in front of Jasmine to carry Xiao Duan. Forget it, your strength is small. You can't carry it. It's better for me to do it. Well, that's hard work. Jasmine was relieved when she saw Su Erju carrying Xiao Duan on his back. If she really let her carry Xiao Duan back to the village, she would have to die of exhaustion. It's hundreds of meters from the village entrance. Su Erju was tall and strong. Carrying Xiao Duan on his body he still walked very fast, in order to show his excessive strength in front of Jasmine. He even walked faster than usual. I thought that Jasmine would think highly of him, but I didn't expect that Jasmine's mind was all on Xiao Chen, feeding him water for a while and wiping his sweat for a while. Exasperated, Su Erju's face was gloomy. He's clearly the one who's carrying the man, and Jasmine's wiping the sweat off that little white boy's back? He's obviously a weak little white boy, trashy as hell, and he gets such preferential treatment just because he's good looking? Is there any justice? When she can't get enough to eat, Jasmine realizes that good looks are simply useless in today's starving world. Because of the gamble, Su Erju walked faster and faster, and it wasn't long before the two of them returned to Xiantou village. After returning to the village, Su Erju originally proposed to place Xiao Duan in his home, but Jasmine suspected that he would not take care of people, and refused to do so. In the end, Su Erju couldn't argue with Jasmine and could only put Xiao Duan in Jasmine's house. Only when he left, his face was uglier than eating, and his gaze at Xiao Chen was filled with killing intent. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Chuan opened his eyes, only to see a petite and delicate young girl sitting next to him and dozing off. He looked around and realized that he was in a dilapidated thatched hut that was extremely simple, with nothing but a bed and a wooden table. The wounds on his body, on the other hand, had by now been given some simple bandages and some unknown local herbs had been applied. It seemed that he had been saved by this young girl in front of him. Thinking of the situation just now, Xiao Dust was still a bit scared now. If he had run that much later just now, he definitely would have been killed by Zhao Tian gang. If he had met some mountain beast when he was unconscious just now, he would have been eaten alive as well. He was lucky this time, but not the next. He secretly resolved that next time, he would never easily use the swift ancient true demon unless it was absolutely necessary. The power of that thing was truly terrifying, but the side effects weren't small, and it would probably cost him his life. Ha! You're awake. Suddenly, Jasmine opened her eyes and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes when she saw Xiao Chen, who had awakened. Awake! Thank you, girl, for saving my life. My name is Xiao Chuan. What is the girl's name? Xiao Dust smiled and thanked him. My name is Jasmine. Just now when I went to pick wild vegetables, I happened to come across you fainting, so I brought it back. By the way, where did you come from and how did you get so badly injured? I'm from Xiangwu City, and the reason I was injured was because I encountered a demonic beast there. Jasmine's eyes instantly flashed with a hint of shock at her words. You're from Xiangwu City? Wasn't the city massacred by demonic beasts there? How did you escape? Bear Head Village is right next to Xiangwu City, and they naturally know about such a big thing as demonic beasts massacring the city, and in her opinion, when surrounded by demonic beasts, Xiangwu City will surely have no chickens and dogs left. No one could survive except those high and mighty martial artists. But how rare and honorable are martial artists? She didn't think that the teenager in front of her would be a martial artist. The demonic beasts there have already been driven away by us. I guarded the city gates and killed quite a few demonic beasts. So, with a punk-ass white boy like you, you can still kill demonic beasts? Are you lying to ghosts? I see you as a deserter. The kind that his pants when he sees a demon race. Suddenly, Suerju walked in through the door with a cold smile on his face, interrupting Xiao Chen just as he entered. His face was filled with sarcasm as he looked at Xiao Chen as if he was looking at a mole cricket. He had thought that Xiao Chen was some kind of powerful person, but it turned out to be a boastful liar. With Xiao Dust's physique, he wasn't half as strong as him. He'd have to be terrified to see a demonic beast. Xiao Chuan, this trashy little white boy, can kill demonic beasts? Is that possible? By the looks of him, he was at best a pawn guarding the gates, and a deserter at that. Jasmine sniffed and nodded her head, thinking that Xiao Chen should be a deserter, because the demon clan attacked the city and broke away from the army in order to escape. But she didn't think it was anything either. People, you always have to live first, and it's not a bad thing to be timid and run away when you're in danger. Chapter 70, Money is Life. Xiao Chen glanced at Suerju and frowned slightly. Just as he was about to speak, his stomach rumbled indisputably. He had been fighting with the demon race just now, consuming too much physical strength, and although he had taken the small return pill, he had not been eating, and at this moment, he was already starving. Kid, just how poor are you? Can't even afford to eat? Your stomach is actually growling. The disdain in Suerju's eyes grew stronger. He took it for granted that Xiao Chuan couldn't afford to eat because he was too poor. After all, this situation was very common in their village. Demon races were rampant. The people were in dire straits, and 90% of the people didn't have enough to eat. Their village was the only place where a fierce man like him, who could farm and hunt, could earn 5 taels of silver a year to barely eat a full meal. I'll go serve you dinner. Jasmine but did not mind, directly turned around and went to the kitchen outside the door. In the twinkling of an eye they brought a small half bowl of rice, a small dish of salted vegetables placed in front of Xiao Chuan, smiled sweetly and said, "Here, quickly eat it." Xiao Chen glanced at the meal and was slightly stunned. The food is too bad. Not to mention the Jinbei King's mansion, even at Lu Sanji's house, he ate much better than this. He came from a noble background. How could he have known that the world had gotten so bad nowadays? And Suerju was similarly frozen, his face instantly turning ugly. Jasmine actually gave Xiao Dust fine food. What is this little white boy capable of? Fine grains can be very expensive in their village. Even he can't eat them several times a year. Miss Jasmine, do you sell alcohol and meat in your village? And Xiao Chen looked at the white rice and salted vegetables in front of him and really had no appetite. He still had more than 1,000 taels of gold in his spatial ring, so he thought that it would definitely be enough for dinner. And after eating, he planned to leave some more for Jasmine to repay him for saving her life. Wine and meat? Yes, there is. There is a tavern in the village. But it's expensive. Not many people in the village can afford it. I can't afford it, Molly whispered. Suerju couldn't stand to watch, and snapped, "Kid, you still want to eat wine and meat just because you're such a loser? Are you worthy? If you're a man, get out of Jasmine's house right now. Her family is having a hard enough time as it is and can't afford a loser like you." It wasn't that he was talking nonsense. In times like today, when there was famine everywhere, food was equal to life. Jasmine's family is only one person. Weekdays rely on picking some wild vegetables, sewing and mending clothes for people. Earn a little hard money, mixed half full only. If the family had raised one more person, they would have absolutely starved to death alive. However, the scene that happened in the next moment directly shattered Suerju's 3 views. Only Xiao Chen took out an ingot of gold and placed it directly on the table. These should be enough, right? Suerju looked at the gold in front of him, and his entire body was dumbfounded. Yellow, gold? 10 taels of gold? Is this real? He had never even seen a full ingot of silver in his life. And this little white boy actually took out 10 taels of gold with his hand? Same people. How come there's such a big difference? Jasmine froze in the same way. Incredulously, she looked at Xiao Chen, her large, good-looking eyes filled with shock. Is it hard to believe that she saved a rich male? However, looking at Xiao Chen's looks and temperament, he did look like a fluttering noble gentleman. Even though he was covered in blood, it didn't stop the noble aura on him. I don't believe it. It must be a fake. Suerju couldn't accept this reality. He directly picked up the gold on the table and took a bite. And then, seeing the obvious teeth marks appearing on the gold ingot, his face was ashen, and he directly dropped to sit on the ground. Really, this gold turned out to be real. 1 ingot of gold equaled 100 taels of silver, and 100 taels of silver equaled 20 years of his income. That means this little white boy can come up with half his life's earnings with a touch of his hand. He originally thought that this little white boy was just handsome, but he didn't realize that he actually had such financial power. What could he do if the other party fought him over Jasmine in this situation? I can't do it at all. Seeing that Jasmine was looking at Xiao Chuan with a shocked expression and little stars were about to emerge from the bottom of her eyes, a trace of resentment flashed through his eyes. No way. He had to get rid of the little white boy. When it came to force, he was confident that he could casually resolve Xiao Chen's fine dog size. Unless, Xiao Chen was a martial artist. But martial artists were too rare to appear in a Thai place like theirs. At least he hadn't seen one in all these years. Miss Jasmine, could I trouble you to get some wine and food? Xiao Chuan was really hungry. Although he had just slept for several hours, the period of weakness had passed, and his strength had been restored. But man is iron and food is steel, and one meal is not enough to make you hungry. All he wanted to do now was to binge eat and fill his stomach. Good. I'll go now. What do you like to eat? 10 pounds of beef, 10 pounds of mutton, 2 roasted chickens, and 5 pounds of rice. Xiao Chuan thought for a moment and said, ever since he awakened his martial god body, his food intake was incredibly large. Jasmine froze and glanced at Xiao Chen in surprise. She didn't expect Xiao Chuan, who looked so gentle, to have such a large appetite, but she didn't say anything more, nodded her head, took the gold ingot from Suerju's hands with trembling hands, and went straight out the door towards the depths of the village, all the way out of the room. Her heart had not calmed down. Looking at the gold ingot in her hand, she suddenly had the feeling that she was dreaming. That's a whole gold ingot. So many people in the village who had probably never seen such a large fortune. That's how many eggs she can buy and how many bowls of rice she can eat. How many lives will this save? In the midst of chaos, money equals life. The other side. After Molly left, Suerju closed the door with a sinister face before looking at Xiao Chuan, his face grimacing as he said, "Kid, you shouldn't have come here. If you didn't come, you would still have a chance to live. But now, you won't live." Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. "You want to kill me? That's right. You and I used to know each other? Have I ever offended you?" Suerju shook his head. A trace of hideousness flashed in his eyes. "Never met. Today is the first time you and I have met. Killing you because you touched someone you shouldn't have. I've loved Jasmine for 7 years, but this always ignored me, and she was so nice to you after just one meeting with you. I'm not willing to do that. That's why you must die." Xiao Dust nodded. "So that's how it is. You are really overbearing. But if you kill me, will Jasmine like you?" Suerju coldly laughed. "After killing you and robbing the money on you, I will then force Jasmine's body, and she will not be able to follow me even if she wants to not follow me for the rest of her life. And then I will be able to get what I want, and play with this every day. Only, I have to commission you to die a death first." The corners of Xiao Dust's mouth spread a sneer. "Complaint? What grievance do I have? The person who dies will not be me anyway. On account of the fact that you carried me just now, I wanted to let you live, but I didn't expect that you would still want to lay your hands on Jasmine, so I won't be able to keep you." As Suerju looked at the confidence on Xiao Chen's face, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a sneer. "With a punk like you, you still want to kill me? I am an existence that has single-handedly killed wild wolves in the mountains. For a little white boy like you, I would have no problem beating 10 of them alone." Chapter 71, Wu Ritian of the Blood-Killing Village. Suerju thought Xiao Chen was crazy. "I can't believe they tried to kill him. It's okay to lie to Jasmine about having killed a demonic beast, but you can't even lie to yourself? You really think he's killed a demonic beast?" Right at this moment, Xiao Chen's figure moved and appeared directly in front of Su Erju, reached out and choked his neck, lifting his entire body into the air like he was carrying a chicken. How could you? How could you? Su Erju's pupils suddenly shrunk and his face flushed red as he looked incredulously at Xiao Chen. He hadn't thought that the seemingly gentle Xiao Chuan could actually have this kind of battle power and actually directly secured him. He was a strong man with a height of 1 meter 9 and a weight of 118. But now he was picked up by Xiao Dust like he was pinching a chicken cub. This is unbelievable. But at this moment, Su Erju could no longer care about being shocked, because he felt that his breathing was becoming more and more difficult, and his entire face had turned the color of pig's liver. He struggled desperately, wanting to break away from Xiao Chuan, but the other party's hand was like an iron vice that had a death grip on his neck, and no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't budge the slightest bit. Spare me, please, please, soon. Su Erju's eyes popped out and he began to beg for mercy. Did you ever think of sparing me when you did it to me? The road to the Yellow Springs is wide. Have a good trip. Xiao Chuan directly refused, and then crushed Su Erju's throat bone with a click and casually threw his body outside the house. He wasn't a murderous man, but he wouldn't be merciful to his enemies either. This Su Erju not only wanted to kill him, but also wanted to turn against Jasmine, completely asking for death. After handling Su Erju's corpse, Xiao Chen's stomach rumbled again. He touched his stomach and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he returned to the house, sat on the bed and began to close his eyes, waiting for Jasmine to return with food. The other side, deep in the village of Bear's Head, an old tavern, a middle-aged man with fierce eyebrows and a scarred face was sitting in the doorway, drinking, and behind him, deep in the tavern, were hidden 2 corpses with blood flowing all over the place. That is an old man and a young girl's body, the young girl's eyebrows and eyes, full figure. The body clothing has been stripped clean, at the moment naked. There are still a lot of blood traces on the body, eyes full of despair and humiliation, obviously suffered inhuman torment before death. And the old man was wiped out with a knife to the neck. The scarred man was precisely the mountain bandit Wu Ritian of the blood-killing wall. And today, he had originally disguised himself as a passing merchant to come to Bear's Head village to step on the spot, so as to facilitate the next looting. Unexpectedly, but accidentally met a watery-looking water girl in the village tavern. He is always in the mountains, cannot touch a few times a year women. To see Lily, such a beautiful young girl, where can endure? Immediately about to dominate. The tavern owner, that is, the young girl's grandfather, knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Wu Ritian, begging for forgiveness, and said he was willing to give all his money to Wu Ritian, and only begged him to let his granddaughter go. But Wu Ritian had already lost his conscience long ago. Where would he pay attention to the old man's pleas? He directly killed the old man, and then heartlessly scourged Lily, and after he was satisfied, he ignored Lily's pleas for mercy and killed Lily, and then, instead of leaving, he leisurely sat in the tavern and drank a little wine. In today's world, human life is really as cheap as grass. Just then, Jasmine came to the front of the tavern. She glanced at Wu Ritian, and seeing the fury between the other party's brows, she couldn't help but tremble. But seeing that there were no more bystanders in the 4 directions, she had to bravely go forward and ask, "This big brother, where is Grandpa Feng and Lily? Why aren't they in the tavern?" The owner of the village tavern is a pair of grandparents and grandchildren. The grandfather is called Feng Yuan, granddaughter is called Feng Lily. The 2 are extremely kind-hearted, often relief of the village poor. Jasmine has been a number of times to accept the relief of the 2. She this time to come also want to talk to the Lily properly. I did not think that the 2 are actually not in. Wu Ritian put down his bowl of wine, looked up at Jasmine and realized that it was a beautiful young girl. His eyes lit up. He stood up to hide the fierce light under his eyes and smiled. "You mean them? They went outside to buy ingredients. I am Lily's distant cousin, come to help watch the tavern for 2 days. If there's anything, just talk to me." Jasmine nodded. If it's incoming, that's a possibility. Although there were a lot of poor people in the village and the tavern business was average, every once in a while, Feng Yuan and Lily still had to go to the nearby city to replenish some ingredients. "I want 10 pounds of beef, 10 pounds of mutton, 2 roasted chickens, and 5 pounds of rice." Jasmine recalled and repeated Xiao Duan's words before she left the house. Wu Ritian frowned. "You're going to eat that much by yourself?" He was a little upset in his heart at the moment. Even a pig couldn't eat so much. This girl couldn't be playing a trick on him, could she? "It's not me, it's my house guest who wants it. Brother, please count the money. Beef, mutton 101 a caddy, roast chicken 121 a caddy, rice 31 a caddy. I'm going to give you a total of 2 taels of silver plus 390 copper coins, right?" Jasmine was afraid that Wu Ritian had just taken over the tavern and wasn't familiar with the prices, so she even did the math for him. She had come over a few times before to help Lily with the math, so she knew the prices of tavern food very well. Yes, these. Wu Ritian nodded absent-mindedly. At the moment, all he could think about was how to get the girl to a place where no one was around to play with her properly. He didn't care if the price was right or not. Jasmine nodded and placed the gold ingot directly in front of Wu Ritian. Wu Ritian's pupils shrunk, unable to believe what he was seeing. A gold ingot? A whole ingot of gold? Girl, what does your family do? Surprisingly rich? Wu Ritian swallowed his saliva. A flash of hungry ghostly light like a hungry wolf seeing a lamb flashed in his eyes. Jasmine felt that Wu Ritian was becoming less and less like a good person, and was wary. Big brother, I'm in a hurry, so please find the money for me to take my things. Thanks. Wu Ritian wanted to ask more, but Jasmine was reluctant to say more. Yes. Wu Ritian glanced at Jasmine and directly turned around and walked in. And the moment he turned around, the corner of his mouth flashed a sinister smile. This little girl, she's quite cautious, but is caution useful in the face of fierce mountain bandits? In a moment, when his blood-killing walled city army presses in, the entire Bear's Head village will bleed to death, and this little girl would become his crotch plaything, because Feng Yuan told Wu Ritian all the places where he put his money before he died. Wu Ritian easily got Feng Yuan's savings. After finding the money for Jasmine and placing the food in front of Jasmine, Wu Ritian squeezed out a hint of a smile. Girl, there are dozens of pounds of stuff here. You can't carry it alone. How about I help you send it to your home? No, I'll go home and ask someone to pick it up. Jasmine outright refused because she always felt that Wu Ritian had a fierce light in his eyes and looked down unlike a good person. Moreover, she noticed that Wu Ritian always swept her with a hot gaze without realizing it, and the desire in her eyes could barely be concealed. It terrified her inside. Oh, it's up to you. Take me to your house. Otherwise, I'll kill you. To tell you the truth, the original pair of grandparents and grandchildren of this tavern didn't go to stock up on goods, but were killed by me. If you don't want to die, be good. Wu Ritian, in his original form, directly pulled out a bloodstained dagger and said to Jasmine's neck. He had a feeling that guest in Jasmine's house was definitely not simple, and if he could rob it, he would definitely make a fortune. Chapter 72, Are you the tough guy? You killed Grandpa Feng and Lily? You're a mountain bandit? Jasmine was shocked and instantly associated herself with Wu Ritian. Only a mountain bandit could be so vicious. And there's only one group of mountain bandits in the neighborhood. The blood-killing walled city, which has made the crowd turn pale. This scarred middle-aged man is from the blood-killing walled city. Jasmine's entire body shuddered at the thought, but she was unwilling to sit and wait for death, and bravely struggled for her life. Don't you mess around. My fiancé Xiao Chen is the guard of Xiangwu City, and is incredibly valiant. If you dare to mess around, he won't let you go. In her haste, Jasmine whitewashed Xiao Duan's status as a deserter and described him as her fiancé again. Hopefully, this will give Wu Zhitian a little shock. In her opinion, the identity of the Bearwolf City Guard still had a certain deterrent effect. Who would have thought that Wu Ritian was not the least bit afraid, but instead laughed rampantly. Ha ha, a mere pawn guarding the city. You have the nerve to take it out and say something about it? Do you know who our walled city Lord Bloodwolf is? Not only is he a supreme expert at the 7th level of martial disciple, but he's also the person of Zhao Tiangang, the head of the demon division of Xiangwu Town. A mere pawn of the city watches nothing in front of him? Even if I sleep with you in front of that Xiao Chen, I'm sure he wouldn't dare to say half a word. Cut the crap and take me to your house. If you dare to talk nonsense, I'll stab you with a knife. Hearing Wu Ritian's words, Jasmine's petite body shook, and a flash of despair flashed in her eyes. Martial Apprentice 7, Zhao Tiangang's men? She didn't expect the blood-killing walled city to come from such a big place. Zhao Tiangang was a martial master realm powerhouse. In the eyes of ordinary people like them, that was simply a godlike existence. I didn't realize that the blood-slaughter walled city's lord was actually Zhao Tiangang's subordinate. Jasmine's expression grew numb as she began to slowly lead the way, knowing she couldn't hide today. However, she did not intend to involve Xiao Chuan. He was so weak and civilized. There was no way he could be a match for Wu Ritian. And even if she still had this Zhao Erju in her family, it was still not safe. She wanted to draw Wu Ritian towards the escort. In order to defend against wild beasts and mountain thieves, the village extracted 50 strong men to form a guard of honor to cope with all kinds of situations. The escort has a special mansion where people patrol day and night. Wu Ritian, on the other hand, is oblivious to Jasmine's little thoughts, and puts away his dagger and walks after Jasmine with his eyes hiding a fierce light. And in order to cover his tracks, he brings along the food that Jasmine had purchased earlier. It looked, literally, like the tavern guy who brought food to Molly. But after walking for a short time, he realized something was wrong. He'd come here earlier to stomp around and basically had some idea of the various parts of Bearhead Village, and the top priority of that knowledge was the escort. He suddenly realized that the route Jasmine had taken him on was to the escort. How dare this little girl undermine him? Wu Ritian was instantly enraged. He directly took out his dagger and pressed it against Jasmine's waist, and lowered his voice. Stinky girl, how dare you fool me? You want to send me to the escort? Stop immediately and go with me to the east side of the grove. I'm going to break your body. Jasmine was trembling with fear, and at the point of no return, a voice suddenly sounded in the middle of the field. Molly, what's taking you so long? I thought something had happened to you. Who's this beside you? She turned her head and saw that Xiao Chen was slowly walking from not far away. His face was pale and sickly, and his walk was a bit shaky. He originally waited at home, but saw Jasmine late back. Suddenly thought Jasmine a girl family should not be able to take the dozens of pounds of food, so they came out to look for, on the way to ask a few villagers, and soon found Jasmine. Seeing that someone was coming, Wu Ritian also quickly withdrew his dagger and just looked at Jasmine viciously, warning her to keep her mouth shut. After shocking Jasmine, he shot his gaze back to Xiao Dust. Seeing Xiao Dust's lips whiten and his face pale, a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. This kid must be Jasmine's fiancé. Ha! It's a waste of time to be so weak. Suddenly a vicious thought came to him. Why don't we enjoy his fiancé in front of him? That would be a very exciting scene. I'm a tavern fellow, and with all this stuff, Molly can't carry it alone, so I'll help her get it to the house. In that case, thanks, Jasmine. I'm a little dizzy. Come and help me. Xiao Chen glanced at Wu Ritian and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly as he did not say anything more, only calling Jasmine to his side. This time Wu Ritian didn't stop them, but just followed the two with a gloomy face. When she reached Xiao Chen's side, Jasmine kept giving Xiao Chen a wink to hurry up and leave, but the latter turned a blind eye. Jasmine was on the verge of tears in her anxiety. That Scarface is a mountain bandit. Can't you see? Why don't you run away? Eventually Jasmine had no choice but to go crazy with the lip sync hints. As a result, not only was Xiao Chen unresponsive, he couldn't help but laugh. This one. Jasmine was completely confused. It's not. Those are vicious mountain bandits behind you. You're not only not afraid, you're laughing. What do you mean? Soon, the trio returned to Jasmine's home. As soon as he entered the house, Wu Ritian showed his ferocious face and took out his dagger and viciously pointed at Xiao Chuan. Kid, is that gold ingot in this little girl's hand yours? It's not his. I picked it up on the road. It has nothing to do with him. Molly said hastily. Picked up? Since when are gold ingots so easy to pick up? Why don't you pick up another one and I'll see. Little girl, you better shut up or I'll you right now. Wu Ritian sneered. Jasmine shivered in fear and subconsciously hid behind Xiao Chen. Wu Ritian smiled contemptuously. Hiding? What's the use of hiding behind such a sick kid? His face turned hard and he looked at Xiao Chuan with a blade-like gaze and said, Listen carefully. My name is Wu Ritian and I am a mountain bandit from the blood-killing wall. Now take out all the money you have on you, and then strip this fiancée of yours and wash her clean to give to me in front of me, and I will give you a way out. He had thought that Xiao Chuan would simply pee in fear when he heard his identity as a mountain bandit. I didn't expect the other party to even blink an eyebrow, but instead, a hint of doubt appeared on his face when he heard the words fiancé. Fiancé? Xiao Dust looked behind him at Jasmine in disbelief. Jasmine's pretty face flushed and her voice was like a gnat. Just now, I wanted to scare him by using you as a guard. So, Xiao Dust couldn't help but smile. Fiancé, guard, where is this going? Kid, how dare you? A mere pawn of the city watch. Ignore me? Seek death. Wu Ritian was furious and directly slapped his palm heavily on the wooden table. Bang! The wooden table suddenly exploded and shattered into a pile of wooden pieces. Jasmine was stunned and covered her mouth in horror. This Wu Ritian is actually so strong. How dare you shatter the entire wooden table with a single slap? And Xiao Chen didn't even look at Wu Ritian. He just stared at Jasmine with a warm smile on his face. Who told you that I'm a small soldier guarding the city? The demon race attacked the city. I just helped Xiangwu City to temporarily guard the gates of the city, and killed some demon beasts. With you? Still killing demonic beasts? If you... Wu Ritian sniffed with disdain and was sneering, when suddenly there was a pain in his brow. He realized that an air sword had toppled over, and suddenly he was so scared that he almost lost his soul. Sword cultivator. I know. You're the ruthless person who suppressed 1,000 demons in Xiangwu City before. In the next moment, Wu Ritian seemed to have thought of something and suddenly shouted in horror. Chapter 73, Swallowed in a Pigsty. After guessing Xiao Chen's identity, Wu Ritian's inner fear came to its peak, and the corners of his eyes began to twitch unceasingly. He didn't expect that he was just here to rob a village, but he would actually run into Xiao Chen, a ruthless man. In the battle at Xiangwu City, Xiao Chuan killed 2,000 demon clan members with one person and one sword and returned home in a great defeat. And even though this had only happened 2 hours ago, it had already spread throughout the entire desolate north at this moment. Quite a few big names had used their summoning jade tags to spread the news out, just to let the forces behind them get the news as soon as possible. Xiangwu has a true dragon, and the dragon's roar shakes the sky. Nowadays, in the desolate North Province, who didn't know that a teenage sword demon, Xiao Chen, had emerged from the vicinity of Xiangwu City? With a swing of the magic sword, he was invincible. Even the towering Zhao Tian gang was subdued by Xiao Chuan's sword. It was ridiculous that he, a small mountain bandit, actually wanted to sleep with someone's fiancé? Isn't that pure suicide? Lord Sword Demon, spare my life. I didn't know that this girl was your fiancé. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to look at him more than once. Even if I had 10,000 guts. The more Wu Ritian thought about it, the more fearful he became, and he directly flung himself to the ground. He was truly scared out of his wits. Even if it was their walled city lord, in front of a ruthless person like the Sword Demon, he would have to kneel down and call his father, and he was a small shrimp, so there was even less to say. Sword Demon? Xiao Dust's sword brows slightly raised. When did he get such a nickname? Your Excellency doesn't know? Ever since your son forced back 1,000 demons in Xiangwu City with his own strength earlier, your son's reputation has resounded through the clouds, and many people thought that your previous appearance of white hair and bloodshot eyes with a demonic aura was very handsome. So they gave you the nickname, Sword Demon Ruthless Man, Wu Ritian hurriedly explained. He had heard that Sword Demon Xiao Dust was vicious and brutal, killing demons without blinking, and he was afraid that if he answered slowly he would be casually hacked to death by the Sword Demon. Jasmine looked at Xiao Chen with a stagnant face, having been fixed on this expression for a long time. She simply couldn't believe that the sickly-faced teenager in front of her was actually a great man who was famous all over the world. Listening to Wu Ritian, Xiao Chen had previously used the power of one person to close in on nearly 1,000 demonic beasts. How is that possible? The demonic beasts are so powerful. A random head could easily exterminate their village of several hundred people. 1,000 demonic beasts. How terrifying is that? She couldn't even think about it. And Xiao Chen was actually able to force back 1,000 demons by himself? If it wasn't for the fact that Wu Ritian was so scared to see Xiao Dust that even his legs were shaking, she would have definitely thought that Wu Ritian was joking. And Xiao Chen could not help but twitch at the corner of his eyes when he heard Wu Ritian's explanation. Sword and Devil Tough Guy? Why does that sound so much like a villain's name? Lord Sword Demon. Spare me. I only joined the blood-killing walled city to get a full meal. I haven't done anything to harm the heavens or the earth. Wu Ritian begged for mercy. He lied. He killed Grandpa Feng and Lily was defiled by him. At that moment, Jasmine suddenly cried out with red eyes. Lord Sword Demon, don't listen to this little girl. Let me go and I can be a cow for you. Wu Ritian instantly panicked. Work for me as a cow? You're not worthy. Xiao Chuan coldly replied back before controlling the chi sword to directly pierce through Wu Ritian's brow. Although he did not claim to be a righteous man, but as a human being the minimum morality is still there. This kind of scum. He saw one kill one. Puff. Wu Ritian's eyes were lax as he fell limply to the ground, a large amount of blood gushing out from his brow, ending his sinful life. A look of relief appeared in Jasmine's eyes as she watched the murderer of her best friend go down. As for Xiao Chen, he had been hungry for a long time, and now that he had once again used his sword chi to kill people, his stomach became even hungrier, and feeling that intense hunger, he picked up the beef that Wu Ritian had thrown on the ground and directly ate it. In no time at all, it was full of grease, smelling the rich aroma of meat. Jasmine, who hadn't seen meat in years, couldn't help but swallow a few mouthfuls of saliva. Xiao Dust glanced at Jasmine, grabbed a roasted leg of lamb from the oiled paper bag on the ground, and handed it over. Jasmine was slightly stunned. For me? This one roast leg of lamb is not cheap. For the village to see, it can make half the village fight for their heads. Xiao Chen just gave it to her? Eat. There's more here. Xiao Dust smiled. As Jasmine received the roasted leg of lamb, a wave of emotion suddenly surged through her heart, and her gaze toward Xiao Chen was filled with gratitude. Xiao Dust was slightly stunned before the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. This simple and kind girl is just too easy to satisfy. He just bought her a roast leg of lamb and she's this excited. And while he had poured out his heart and lungs to be nice to Ye Qingxuan for so many years, the other party had always treated him like grass and could discard him at will. People were really different from each other, and his obsession with Ye Qingxuan all those years ago really seemed ridiculous now. But fortunately, these days, he won't be a fool. After a moment of emotion, he began to wolf down his food again. Just then, a burst of intensive footsteps suddenly sounded outside the door, followed by the door being kicked open and a dozen big men with hoes and wooden sticks rushed in from outside. The wooden door to Jasmine's house was kicked right in due to a few people pushing too hard. The crowd froze at the sight of Xiao Chen and Jasmine feasting on the food, and then their eyes suddenly turned red. Meat. So much meat. And then, the looks on several people's faces grew cold. the mayor is right. The wild man hiding in Jasmine's house is indeed the murderer of Feng Yuan and Lily. It's very likely that it's the mountain bandits from the blood-killing wall. If it wasn't the mountain bandits, why was the meat in the tavern moved here when Feng Yuan and Lily were dead? And when they saw the corpse of Wu Ritian beside Xiao Chen, they were even more certain of this thought. Village chief, why did you bring the escort to my house, and kicked my door down? It'll cost dozens of coins to fix it. Jasmine was taken aback and looked at the old man in charge with some heartache and said, "Ha, Jasmine, you've hooked up with the mountain bandits of the Bloodslayer walled city, and you still care about this much money?" The village chief's face was grim. Mountain bandits? You mean Xiao Chen? He's not a mountain bandit. The one lying on the ground is the mountain bandit. That mountain bandit killed Grandpa Feng and Lily, and tried to harm me. It was Xiao Chen who saved me and killed the mountain bandit. Molly rushed to her defense. The village chief laughed coldly. You say he wasn't a mountain bandit? Then why did Feng Yuan's grandparents and grandchildren die? But the meat from their tavern moved to your house? He had tried to get Jasmine to marry his stupid son, who was born disabled, before, and Jasmine hadn't said yes, causing him to lose face, and he'd held a grudge. This time, when he received a report that Jasmine suddenly brought home 2 wild men with raw faces and lots of meat, he went to investigate at the first opportunity, and when he found out that Feng Yuan's grandparents and grandchildren were dead, he immediately rushed over with his escort, just to take revenge on Jasmine. As for Xiao Chen not being a mountain bandit, of course he knew that. Saying that Xiao Chen was a mountain bandit was just a set of words he used to deceive the crowd. Years ago, he colluded with the blood killer cottage bandits. These years the village every year there are a lot of pretty young girls disappeared. It is by his use of ecstasy stuns sent to the blood killer cottage. How could he not know that Wu Rigai lying on the ground was a mountain bandit? If it was really a mountain bandit, he would be afraid to come instead. Village chief, you're mistaken. These meats were paid for by Xiao Duan. Jasmine rushed to her defense. Bought? In today's world, who has the money to buy so much meat at once? Except for mountain thieves? Needless to say, Jasmine colluded with the bandits to brutalize the villagers. Immediately arrest her and her concubine and dip them in a pigsty. With a wave of his big hand, the village chief was going to put Xiao Chen, Jasmine, to death. Are you kidding? A mountain bandit died in his village. If he doesn't give an explanation to the blood slaughter walled city, can he still live? Thanks to Eat a Kitten Big Brother for the inspiration capsule. Thanks to Ironwood Leaf-loving Kagome Big Brother for the hypnosis charm. And thanks to all the Big Brothers for generating power for the love of the world. Chapter 74, The Wrath of the Blood Wolf. Behind the village chief, several big men changed their expression, hesitated, and opened their mouths. Village chief, the matter hasn't been investigated clearly yet. Isn't it a bit hasty to immerse pigs in cages now? Piggy bank dipping is when a person is put in a cage, thrown into a river and drowned alive. This means extremely cruel. Listening to the old generation said, immersed in a pigsty dead people can only stay in the river as a water ghost for life. Not even the opportunity to reincarnation. Jasmine grew up in the village, kind and innocent, and befriended Lily. A few of them do not believe that she can do such a heartless thing. The village chief coldly glanced at the several people. Hasty? The owner of the tavern is dead, but the meat from the tavern is in Jasmine's house. Isn't this enough evidence? It must be that Jasmine colluded with this boy to murder people for money. It's not too much to ask to be immersed in a pigsty. Jasmine, but this kid is holding you hostage? Tell us and we'll keep you safe? One of the big men showed hesitation before suddenly extending his finger to point at Xiao Chen with a cold face. Jasmine instantly shook her head. Uncle Lu, Xiao Chuan didn't hold me hostage. He's a good person. Grandpa Feng and Lily weren't killed by him. Stubborn. You guys aren't going to do it yet? The village chief angrily rebuked. A few burly men hesitated and slowly stood out ready to strike. Uncles, you mustn't be impulsive. Xiao Chuan is a sword cultivator. You can't beat him. Seeing Xiao Chen's eyes grow lingering, Jasmine became anxious and hurriedly warned the crowd. She was clear about Xiao Chen's strength. Just now, that Wu Ritian was so powerful that he had smashed the wooden table with a palm. But in front of Xiao Chen, he was like a mole cricket, and he didn't even live for 3 breaths before he directly died. Although these lanky-looking cropmen had strength, how could they not be Xiao Duan's opponent? Sword cultivator? Jasmine, are you crazy? Sword cultivator, that's such a high and mighty person. How could he come to a small village like ours? That's right. This kid just looks like a waste of time. That little face is as white as smeared with flour. Can he be a sword cultivator? Jasmine, you disappoint me too much. In order to stay alive, you actually said that a trashy little white boy is a sword cultivator? You have to use your brain before you lie. How can we believe you when you're like this? The crowd snickered, not believing Jasmine's words at all. Swordsman? That was an existence much more powerful than a towering martial artist. Such a big shot would come to a nook and cranny little place like theirs? Xiao Chen, on the other hand, was still minding his own business as he ate his beef, not even glancing at the grim-faced dudes. He was currently weak, but it was still easy to deal with these people. Xiao Chuan's disregard caused the several dudes to be very upset. What's that supposed to mean? Look down on them? A few people's faces flinched, and they were about to make their move when a cry of utter terror suddenly came from outside the door. It's bad. The mountain bandits from the blood-killing wall are killing over. The crowd's color changed drastically, and they turned their heads at once to look, only to see that a middle-aged woman rushed in from outside with her face covered in blood. Her pupils trembled lightly, and the look on her face was already fearful to the extreme. Dogwa's mother, the bandits from the blood-killing wall are here? What's going on? Why is your face covered in blood? A burly man hurriedly asked. A trace of fear also flashed in his eyes when he heard the words blood-killing walled city. The blood-killing walled village Lord Blood Wolf led several hundred mountain bandits to kill over. They see men to kill, see women to rob. This gang even children are not spared. My family Hua was directly chopped into two because of one more glance at them. Whoa, what? Hundreds of mountain bandits? How did the blood-killing wall send out so many people at once? The big man was stunned. They said that we killed one of their Scarface brethren, and that they're here specifically to take revenge and make us hand over the murderer. The woman cried and cried. What? Someone from the blood-slaughter-walled city actually died here? It's over. It's over. This is dead. The big men in the field all had panic on their faces when they heard this, and one was so scared that he directly fell to the ground. The mountain bandits of the blood-killing wall were ferocious and incomparable. One person was extremely difficult to deal with. 20 people could exterminate a village of 100 people. And now that several hundred people were out together, who could resist? They had originally treated Xiao Duan as a mountain bandit, and they did want to get him killed unknowingly and throw him to the barren mountains to be buried, so that the people of the blood-killing wall would not know that they had done it. But now, the blood-killing wall had a dead person in their place, and it was also known by the Blood Wolf, so that would be a big deal. Suddenly, a big man's gaze landed on the corpse at Xiao Chuan's feet, and when he saw the scar on the corpse's face, he was startled violently. Scarface? And then, he seemed to understand something, and then pointed at Xiao Chen with an angry face. Originally, you were the one who killed the people from the blood-killing walled city. You vermin. Now our whole village is going to be killed by you. As soon as the big man finished speaking, the rest of the people in the scene were stunned, and then they also all looked at Xiao Chen with a grumbling face. Asterisk. Why are you meddling? You give me back my tiger. The middle-aged woman even looked at Xiao Chen with a resentful face. At this moment, the village people were resenting Xiao Chuan in their hearts, believing that if it wasn't for Xiao Chuan meddling and killing the people from the blood-killing walled city, their village would have died a few deaths at most, and would never have suffered today's extinction. The reason why they didn't go to hate the mountain bandits, but instead put some of the responsibility onto Xiao Chen, was because the mountain bandits were too ruthless. They couldn't handle it, and Xiao Chen was only alone, and could be held at their mercy. To the side, Jasmine's entire body froze when she saw this scene. Aren't these people here to catch mountain bandits? Now that the real mountain bandits were out there, not only did they not go to catch them, but instead, they were here accusing Xiao Chen, the one who helped them kill the mountain bandits? The village chief, on the other hand, looked at Xiao Chen and Jasmine with a cold smile on his face. The news that Wu Ritian had been killed was naturally spread by him. The blood-killing walled village lord, Blood Wolf, was overbearing and incomparable, and his people had died in the Bear Head village, and as the village chief himself, he continued to give him an explanation, which was precisely the lives of Xiao Chuan and Jasmine, and of course, the other villagers. As for the Blood Wolf to kill how much can be eliminated, it is none of his business. Who loves to die who dies? He does not die on the line. Kid, if you're still a man, go out with me immediately and make amends to Blood Wolf. Jasmine, you have to go too. The village chief looked at Xiao Chen and Jasmine with a cold expression on his face. Several big men came forward with fierce faces, ready to use force to take the two away by force. But right at this moment, Xiao Chuan swallowed the last piece of beef in his hand and slowly nodded his head in agreement. Alright, I'll go out with you guys. The crowd froze. How can this little white boy be so cooperative? Isn't he afraid of death? It's the ferocious blood-slaughter walled city out there. However, after a few people thought about it, they immediately realized that Xiao Chen must have known that he was not their opponent, so he had no choice but to give in. Doesn't even have the guts to fight back. What a gutless softy. In the meantime, inside Bear's Head village, a group of mountain thieves wearing blood-colored leather armor and blood-colored bandanas were working madly for evil. A woman with a pretty face was being pressed on the ground by several mountain thieves, frantically tearing her clothes. She screamed in terror, but she could not stop the beast-like mountain thieves at all. And soon, the clothes on her body became less and less. An old man with a young boy with a childish face kneeled in front of the mountain bandits and begged them to spare the woman. But he was viciously chopped off his head by a knife. And immediately after that, the young boy was also directly pinched by one of the mountain bandits who crushed his throat, and collapsed on the ground with wide eyes in dismay. Seeing this scene, the woman let out a miserable scream and directly fainted, while those mountain bandits didn't let her go, still venting their desire on her. Not far away, a gloomy-looking middle-aged man was sitting on a large tiger-skin chair and drinking wine. Several mountain thieves with terrifying auras were divided to the left and right, protecting the middle-aged man in the center as if they were all stars. The middle-aged man was none other than the blood-killing walled city's lord, Blood Wolf, receiving news from Wang Yukai, the head of Xiongtou village, that Wu Ritian had been killed in Xiongtou village. He became furious and immediately rushed over with his men. After so many years, only the people of his blood-killing walled city had killed others, and few people had dared to kill the people of his blood-killing walled city. If he doesn't take this revenge, how can Blood Wolf hang around in this area in the future? The murderer who killed Wu Ritian hasn't shown up yet? Is this old thing Wang Yukai tired of living? The Blood Wolf looked at the tragic scene of the village people being slaughtered in front of him with a cold face, a trace of impatience surfacing at his brows. It's a bad day for everything. The fact that he had received an order from his master Zhao Tiangang earlier, asking him to bring people to search for the sword demon ruthless man Xiao Duan, was already bad enough for him. That Xiao Chuan was a heaven-defying existence that had suppressed 1,000 demons by himself. Even Zhao Tiangang had been seconded. Even though he was currently in a weakened stage, it was not something that a small character like him could fight against. What's the difference between letting him capture Xiao Chen and letting him die? If Zhao Tiangang wasn't too strong, he would have wanted to crush his eggs with his own hands. And then, he wanted to slaughter a village to have some fun and relieve the stress, and had someone come to step on it, and he didn't realize that the person was still dead. What a disaster. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. And when he didn't control himself, he even crushed the wine glass in his hand. He secretly vowed that he would torture the murderer of Wu Ritian to death later. Chapter 75. He didn't say he was from my bloodshed village? Walled City Lord. Aren't we making too much noise? That sword demon ruthless man should be nearby. And with his upright character, I'm afraid he won't stand idly by if he sees us killing recklessly. With that terrifying killing power of his, it's like destroying ants to exterminate us. Otherwise, we'd better retreat. A scribe-like mountain bandit glanced at the bloody scene not far away, and a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. This person was none other than the Blood Wolf's military advisor, Wen Bai, who was sinister and specialized in advising the Blood Wolf on weekdays. This time, when he went down to the mountain to take action against Bear Head Village, he was extremely opposed to it, but he couldn't argue with Blood Wolf's insistence on revenge, so he could only agree to them taking action. But now, this killing of theirs was a little too vicious. The Blood Wolf froze at his words, and when he thought of the rumored terrifying strength of that Xiao Chuan, a trace of fear could not help but flash through his eyes, and even his hand holding the wine trembled slightly. Yeah, the day 1,000 demons rampage. The sword demon ruthless people dare a person a sword block in front of the crowd, really belongs to the sense of justice of the type of people. Now that they were mutilating civilians, if that Xiao Chen knew about it, I'm afraid that the other party would exterminate them with a wave of his hand, right? That was the sword demon ruthless man. When the long sword in his hand moved, who in this place could oppose it? Thinking of this, a thin layer of cold sweat seeped out of his forehead, and his heart had already developed a desire to retreat. Humph, Wen Bai, what do you mean? That Xiao Chuan does have some strength, but according to Lord Zhao Tiangong's information, he is currently in a weak period after using his sword technique. So what is there to fear? Do you think that our walled city lord can't even defeat a frail Xiao Chen? Beside the Blood Wolf, a black and strong man with a full beard and big look seemed to be at odds with Wen Wui, and said defiantly, "That's right, Brother Ma is right. I think that what's her name sword demon Xiao Chen is just being blown out of proportion. How can he be that powerful as a sword apprentice at the 7th level? Definitely overstating it. That's right. I think that Xiao Chen should be on par with our walled city master. Besides, he is currently in a weakened stage. Even if he is powerful, how strong can he be? We don't just have the walled city master here. We also have more than 300 brothers. I don't believe that he has 3 heads and 6 arms and can fight with 1 against 100. If he dares to show up, I'll be the first to go up and hammer his head off. According to me, it's best if we can lure that bull sword demon out. When the time comes, we'll swarm him and directly beat him half to death, and then hand him over to Lord Zhao Tiangang. We'll definitely be able to collect a lot of rewards." The rest of the mountain thieves around the Blood Wolf also showed disdain, and some were even eager to try to capture Xiao Chen alive. No one wants to leave at all. They've come out to relax for once, And they're not even getting laid. And they're told to go home? How is that possible? Seeing the crowd's attitude, Blood Wolf also had to hold the word retreat back in his stomach. As a walled city, majesty still cannot be lost. Humph. You fools don't even know how powerful that Xiao Chen is. According to the news I've gotten, that Xiao Chen is a demon with a perverted natural talent, and his battle power far exceeds that of his class. The physical body and sword skills are both terrifying. Fighting 1 against 100 is as simple as drinking water, and killing enemies across the border is as easy as a slap in the face. Don't look at us as being numerous, but in the eyes of others, we're just a bunch of dirtbags. This time, I didn't agree with Bearhead Village, but you guys had to come. If you come, you can just leave after robbing the women, but you still want to slaughter the village. Are you afraid that Xiao Chen won't be able to find you? When Bai's face went white, this group of foolish fools with developed limbs and simple minds actually wanted to break bread with Xiao Chen based on the number of people? That day, 2,000 demon clans did not break through Xiao Dust's defense line, so they are not enough people to stuff their teeth with Xiao Dust. One Bai, you can shut up now. Look at how timid you are. A mere Xiao Chen has scared you. If you're scared, you go back first. I just want to stay and play with these ES to death. If that Xiao Dust dares to come out and meddle, I'll even get him together. A snicker appeared at the corner of the mouth of the Hanyu who was addressed as Brother Ma. What kind of bull ***** sword demon? Isn't it just a 17 or 18-year-old brat? How much more powerful can you be at this age? Just then, Wan Yukai hurried over with Xiao Chen Jasmine, who had her hands bound, and a line of escort members followed closely behind. Seeing the corpse-strewn appearance in the village, the eyes of the escort members immediately turned red. It was only a short while ago that a small half of the people in the village actually died, and many of them were their relatives. Blame it on Xiao Duan. If he hadn't meddled, how could their loved ones have died? A rush of hatred immediately surged into the hearts of several people, and they stared viciously at Xiao Duan, their gazes like knives, as if the one who had brutally killed their loved ones was not the bandits of the blood-killing wall, but Xiao Duan in general. Wang Yukai also froze. In the past, the blood killer cottage came to their village, at most robbed some food belongings, women and so on, killing although also killed, but never killed so hard. Now this situation, is it to slaughter the village? If the village is massacred, how can he still be a village chief? Thinking of this, he immediately became anxious and shouted anxiously at the Blood Wolf not far away. Blood Wolf, walled city lord, the murderer who killed your brother. I've brought him to you. Quickly let all the good men stop. The Blood Wolf immediately got a step at his words, and hurriedly issued an order for the mountain bandits to stop. It wasn't that he had a guilty conscience, but he was afraid that the commotion would be too great and provoke the sword demon to strike. A group of mountain thieves were playing to the point of excitement. When they heard the Blood Wolf issuing orders, their faces were displeased. Obviously not yet finished, but they didn't dare to disobey the Blood Wolf's orders, and they could only obediently get up from those women who were crying underneath them. Some of the remaining mountain bandits who were killing people also stopped one after another. Soon, all the mountain thieves gathered around Blood Wolf, and Xiao Chen and Jasmine had been escorted to the Blood Wolf. Jasmine glanced at Xiao Duan in disbelief. He did not understand why Xiao Chuan, with his strength, did not directly take action to behead the mountain bandits, but instead allowed Wang Yukai to escort him to the Blood Wolf. Could it be that even with Xiao Chen's strength, he was no match for the Blood Wolf? That must be it. Although Xiao Chen was very powerful, he had also suffered extremely heavy injuries and had only just woken up from his coma. So how could he be a match for this group of vicious mountain bandits? They're all going to die here today. I'm afraid. The thought of it made Jasmine fearful and guilty. The fear was that she was about to be brutalized by the mountain bandits, and the guilt was that she had dragged Xiao Duan down with her. If it wasn't for saving her, Xiao Chuan wouldn't have gotten into this kind of trouble, not to mention being surrounded by bandits and dying here. She was just a girl from a small mountain village. What virtue or ability was she capable of, worthy of such a great person like Xiao Chuan sacrificing his life to save her? This favor, she could only repay in the next life. You're the one who killed Wu Ritian. Right at this moment, the Blood Wolf's gaze looked at Xiao Chen and his eyes asked icily. Xiao Dust looked indifferent and nodded slightly. That's right, I killed him. The villagers froze. I don't understand why Xiao Duan was so calm even at the brink of death. It's the notorious Blood Wolf in front of you. Instead, when Bai was staring at Xiao Chen's face, his brows slightly furrowed as if he was recalling something. Sword brows and starry eyes. Handsome. Why does this teenager look somewhat familiar? But he thought long and hard about it and just couldn't remember where he'd seen it. He didn't tell you that he's a member of my Bloodslayer fortress? The Blood Wolf's narrow eyes narrowed slowly. I can't remember. It seems like it was said. However, I don't really care if it's from the blood-killing walled city or not. This statement was made. The atmosphere in the arena went cold. The scene was silent and oppressive. Chapter 76, Lu Sanji's News. The Blood Wolf's face suddenly sank as he looked at Xiao Chen with killing intent surging in his gaze. Don't care much? Does this mean that this kid doesn't care about his bloodshed village? When the rest of the mountain bandits heard this, anger surfaced on their faces. He blood-killing fortress in the Xiangwu city neighborhood rampage for many years, killing countless people. Prestigious, even Xiangwu city arresting magistrates cannot do anything about them. And even sometimes, they killed people. Those constables have to help them dispose of the body. This little white boy in front of me actually dared to disregard the blood-killing walled city? Who does he think he is? How dare you? Don't you know how to write the word death? Kid, what do you mean you don't care? You better give me a satisfactory explanation. Otherwise, today I will cut off your flesh piece by piece, making it hard for you to die. Blood Wolf's tone was morose. Xiao Dust looked at the Blood Wolf's eyes without fear and smiled. It means that what blood-killing walled city is not blood-killing walled city. In my eyes, it does not even count as a hair. Whoever messes with me, I will kill them. It's that simple. This statement was made. The bodies of all the mountain bandits were shaken. The face was hard to see. Provocative? How dare this teenager provoke them? The villagers in the field were also dumbfounded after hearing this. The blood-killing wall is so ferocious that even the Xiangwu city constable's office doesn't dare to come and purge it. What did this teenager in front of him think he was? Actually daring to say that the blood-killing wall was not even a hair in his eyes. Asshole, you seek death. Men, drag this asshole down to me and kill him by 1,000 cuts. No one will be allowed to cut him off until he's cut enough for 3,000 cuts. The Blood Wolf was enraged at his words and directly shouted down. Between the words, a terrifying power of chi and blood swept out of him uncontrollably, pressing down on the surrounding villagers who could barely breathe. The villagers were terrified, feeling that the Blood Wolf in front of them at the moment was as terrifying as a demon god. Many of the villagers were so frightened that their legs went weak and they directly fell to the ground. The several guardsmen who were closer to the Blood Wolf were even more scared to pee, and a foul odor emanated from their crotches. While at this moment, when Bai was still staring at Xiao Chen's face, the more he looked at it, the more he felt that something was wrong. An hour ago, he had seen the portrait of Xiao Chen sent over by his men. How did this young man in front of him look similar to the sword demon Xiao Chen on that portrait? This teenager can't be the sword demon himself, right? If that was the case, with sword demon's sense of justice, they were afraid that none of them would be able to leave this place alive. Thinking of this, the corner of Wenbai's eyes twitched, and a bean-sized drop of cold sweat slowly rolled down from his forehead. Seeing that several mountain thieves had already laughed and walked out, about to grab Xiao Duan, Wenbai hurriedly shouted, "Wait!" The Blood Wolf turned around and realized that it was actually Wenbai who was speaking, and said in dissatisfaction, "Military Master Wen, what do you mean by this? Walled City Lord, I think you did the wrong thing in this matter. Wu Ritian killed the villagers and deserved to die. When you wanted to bring people to take revenge on the villagers, I had already stopped you in every way possible, but it's a pity that you refused to listen to advice. Now that you're going to brutally kill this little brother again, Mr. Wen just couldn't stand to watch and had to speak out to stop it. I had thought that the blood-killing wall was a good green man who robbed the rich and gave to the poor before I defected to you, but I didn't expect you to become so brutal nowadays. It's really disappointing." Man didn't speak with a pained look. This statement was made. Blood Wolf was outright stupid. So brutal? Isn't the most vicious person in the blood slaughter village over the years you, Wenbao? How many poisonous plans did you come up with? How many innocent civilians have been killed by your design? And now you're calling me brutal? The rest of the mountain bandits were also confused. Wenbai, are you burnt out in the head? How dare you say such unconscionable words? The most insidious person in our blood-killing wall is you. Ma reached out and touched Wen Wui's forehead incredulously. Wen Wui nervously glanced at Xiao Chen and saw that the other party was staring at him with a smile. His heart suddenly thumped. He quickly turned his head and pointed at Ma and angrily cursed, "Ma Sanjun, you are farting. When did I ever come up with a sinister plan? This time when you guys wanted to go down the mountain to take revenge, didn't I try my best to stop you? The villagers are so innocent. How can you guys lay your hands on them so ruthlessly?" Ma Sanjun looked at Wenbai, so stunned that he could no longer speak. This kid can't be crazy. Wasn't he the one who used to kill civilians the most? Now you're saying the villagers are innocent? Right at this moment, Xiao Chen suddenly looked at Wen Wui with a playful expression and said something that the crowd did not understand. "You recognize me? And that's right. Greetings, Lord Sword Demon." The others couldn't understand, but Wenbai did, and hastened to cower. This statement was made. It was like countless thunderbolts exploding directly in the ears of the crowd of mountain bandits. Sword Demon Lord? The young man in front of you is Sword Demon Xiao Chen? Seeing that his identity was exposed, Xiao Dust did not bother to pretend. Before he was afraid that this group of mountain thieves would run away, so he had not been able to make a move in order to eliminate this group of mountain thieves. At this moment, the mountain bandits were gathered here, and his purpose had been achieved. In the next breath, a sword chi surged out from his body, directly blowing the rope tied to his hand into powder, and then he flexed his fingers and punched out a sword chi, blowing the rope on Jasmine's hand directly into pieces as well. See the scene. Blood Wolf couldn't help but swallow a few mouthfuls of saliva. Swordsmanship. This teenager in front of me was a sword cultivator. There was only one such young sword cultivator in this neighborhood. Could this person really be the sword demon? No wonder one by this suddenly said such strange words. So he saw it long ago. What the kind of person sees that and doesn't tell him? Wants to live alone? The villagers present also froze when they saw this scene. A sword demon? What's that? They were misinformed and did not know about Xiao Chuan's heroic deed of suppressing 1,000 demons by himself. It's still very strange at the moment. Why did the Blood Wolf with such a terrifying battle power actually get scared like this when he heard the sword demon's name? Is that man really the devil? At the same time, they felt very surprised about Xiao Chen. I didn't realize that this teenager was really a sword cultivator. However, they still did not feel that Xiao Chen was a match for that Blood Wolf. After all, the other party had more than 200 people, while Xiao Chen was only alone. Even if Xiao Duan was a good fighter, could he still pick 200 at a time? You're going to cut me into 1,000 pieces? Xiao Dus looked at the Blood Wolf and the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Mistake, misunderstanding, Lord Sword Demon. How could Little Wolf dare to make an enemy of Lord Sword Demon? Blood Wolf squeezed out a small smile. Walled City Lord. What are you afraid of him for? We have over 200 brothers here. He only has one person and one sword, and he's pale and obviously injured. As long as we swarm him, we will definitely be able to subdue him. At that time, sending him to Lord Zhao Tiangang will definitely be a great achievement. Ma Sanjun was unconvinced and jumped right in. Hearing Ma Sanjuan's words, Blood Wolf was almost shocked into cardiac arrest. Swarming? People could even repel 2,000 demons. Would they put these 200 of them in their eyes? Each of those 2,000 demon clansmen could be a terrifying existence at the 7th level of the demon earth. Any random head could easily kill him. A martial apprentice 7th level, with 2,000 heads together. I'm afraid that just the aura alone could scare him to death. And 90% of the mountain bandits under his command were ordinary people, with only a few martial artists. And most of them were only martial apprentices of the 1st and 2nd level. Uniforms? With what uniform? Even if Xiao Chen only had 1% of his peak strength left, he was still not a match for them. And Xiao Chen's eyes instantly turned cold when he heard the 3 words Zhao Tiangang. You are Zhao Tiangang's people? Ma Sangun blithely did not hear the coldness in Xiao Chuan's words, and thought that Xiao Chuan was afraid, and smugly said, That's right. We are Lord Zhao's men, specializing in doing some unseemly things for him. I heard that you guys actually wasted a small returning Dan in order to save a veteran named Lu Sanji. It's simply stupid. So what if I saved him for you? At this moment, he's still hanging on the city gate with his hamstring and veins cut off by Lord Zhao, waiting to die? Wen Bai, who was on the side, heard this, his face changed. Xiao Dust had rushed to Xiangwu City alone to fight against the 1,000 demons in order to save the veteran called Lu Sanji that day. Is this Ma Sanjun looking for death by saying such things in front of him? Sure enough, chapter 77, is it worth it to save a veteran? As soon as Ma Sangun's words fell, Xiao Dust's eyes suddenly turned red as he reached out and directly strangled Ma Sangun's throat with an incredible speed, directly lifting the entire Ma Sanjiao, who was as strong as an ox. In the air, his eyes were boiling with rage. You said Lu Sanjiao had his hamstrings and veins picked off? What happened? Quickly give me a clear explanation. Seeing this scene, everyone in the arena froze. Ma Sangun was a martial apprentice 6th gravity expert who weighed at least 180 pounds. And this Xiao Chen actually lifted him up with one hand? The power is too terrifying, isn't it? Aren't all sword cultivators weak in the flesh? Why was this Xiao Chen's flesh so terrifying? Ma Sangun was also dumbfounded. He had thought that Xiao Chen was a sick cat and that was why he dared to boldly provoke him. But he did not expect that the other party was a fierce tiger. But he was not willing to sit and wait for death, and tried to struggle twice, but found that it was of no help at all. And soon, his face turned into the color of pig's liver, and he began to foam at the mouth. Realizing that he would surely die if he continued like this, he hurriedly begged for mercy. Sword, Lord Sword Demon. I'll say, please first put me down. Bang! Xiao Chuan casually threw Ma Sangun 5 meters away, and the latter slammed heavily onto the ground and began to pant frantically. Quickly, what happened to Lu Sanji? Ma Sangun didn't dare to be slow, immediately rolled and crawled to Xiao Duan and said what he knew in detail. From Ma Sangun's mouth, Xiao Chuan learned that after he left, Zhao Tiangang first killed Lu Wenlong, who had helped Xiao Chuan, and then hung the aged Lu Sanji with brutal means of picking off the tendons of his hands and feet at the city gates, letting the hot sun scorch him. Lu Sanji had just suffered a serious injury and was old and weak, so he couldn't withstand this torture, and in no time at all he was already dying. The most detestable thing was that Zhao Tiangang had also ordered his man to cut a piece of Lu Sanji's flesh and blood every hour, and currently, 2 hours from Xiao Chen's departure, Lu Sanji had already had his flesh cut twice, and Zhao Tiangang did this to lure Xiao Chen over to throw himself into the net. The reason why he had the courage to do so was because he had received a mysterious force with the support of a big figure in desolate North City. Now that he had ambushed several martial masters and 109th realm martial disciples in Xiangmu City, it could be considered a dragnet. With Xiao Dust's current condition, as soon as he appeared, he would definitely die immediately and miserably on the spot. Zhao Tiangang is a wholly young conspiracy. If Xiao Chuan does not go, Lu Sanji will die. If Xiao Chuan goes, Xiao Chuan will die. The purpose was to put Xiao Chen in a dilemma. After understanding the whole story, Xiao Dust was so angry that he directly smashed Ma Sanjiao's head with one fist. The hatred in his eyes was like angry thunder running. Zhao Tiangang, how dare you lay such a cruel hand on Lu Sanjiao? During his 3 most lost years, it was Lu Sanji who made himself feel a touch of warmth with love and care, thus having the courage to continue living. In the eyes of outsiders, Lu Sanji was just an insignificant veteran, but in Xiao Chen's heart, he was the most important relative, much more important than Xiao Zhenbei's stream. Now seeing Lu Sanji in distress, how could Xiao Chen not be angry? Seeing Xiao Dust's violent rage, everyone in the arena was frightened. Blood Wolf is afraid that the next death is himself, bravely stepped forward and trembled. Lord Sword Demon, if you are willing to let me live, I, blood-killing walled city, from now on, will be willing to work for you. Pust. Before he finished speaking, he only felt a coldness in his neck, and his head flew into mid-air. Serving me, are you worthy? Xiao Dust coldly glanced at the head of the Blood Wolf in the air and said in a chilling voice. And then, he swept a glance at the mountain bandits around him and began to go on a killing spree. Each of these mountain bandits had unknown how many innocent civilians' lives on their hands, so how could Xiao Chen let these beasts go? A sword chi crisscrossed through that group of mountain thieves, as if it was the scythe of the god of death, harvesting a fresh life at a rapid speed. These mountain bandits spent their days killing people, but they never thought that one day, they would be slaughtered like pigs and dogs. The villagers in the field were all looking dumbfounded. They could hardly believe that the blood-killing walled bandits, who were usually terrifying in their eyes, were as unbeatable as grass chickens in front of Xiao Dust at this moment. Xiao Chuan had not even drawn his sword and had only used his sword chi to kill people, yet none of them could survive more than a breath under Xiao Chuan. Whether it was an ordinary mountain bandit or a martial artist with a strong chi and blood, under Xiao Chuan's sword chi, all of them were as defenseless as dirt chickens and dogs, and were pierced through the heart by a sword. Chow ing chicken. It's death either way. Fight with this bastard Xiao Chuan. A one-eared mountain bandit was filled with righteous indignation and suddenly shouted to his companions around him. Good. Fight him. Kill. A few of his companions were really lulled into a fervor by him and directly raised their swords and rushed towards Xiao Chen. While the one-eared mountain bandit saw this, a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he directly turned around and ran. From beginning to end, he had no intention of going to fight Xiao Chen. He just wanted his companion to do so that he could take advantage of the opportunity to run away. Spell? That animal is so fierce. With what? Those guys are just going to die. Unexpectedly, the few mountain thieves that he had encouraged to go to Xiao Dust to fight for their lives had just rushed out a few steps when their necks were chopped off by Xiao Dust. When they were dying, they saw the one-eared mountain bandit who was running wildly all the way, and one of them couldn't help but curse angrily. Chow Nima a chicken. Lu Hung. You, no, shall not die. When he finished, he fell to the ground and died. As for that Lu Hung, although he had calculated everything, it was still difficult to escape death, and before he could run far, he was directly cut off by one of Xiao Chuan's sword chi, directly chopping off his head. Xiao Dust's battle power was too amazing. Even though he was injured, dealing with these blood-killing walled mountain thieves was still as simple as chopping melons and cutting vegetables. Compared to the iron-headed dog demon, these mountain bandits were so weak that they were simply unbeatable. Hundreds of mountain bandits were killed by Xiao Dust in almost just a moment. The villagers present looked at Xiao Chuan dumbfounded for a long time, their gazes filled with awe, as if they were looking at a god, while a teenager, who was killed by the mountain bandits to his next of kin, looked at the corpses of the mountain bandits all over the ground. He suddenly hugged the 2 bloody corpses of the villagers beside him and cried out, "Father, Mother, did you see that? The evil thieves who killed you have been ambushed by Lord Sword Demon. You guys go in peace. Long live Lord Sword Demon. Thank you Lord Sword Demon for avenging us." Immediately afterward, More and more villagers stood out and knelt on the ground to kowtow to Xiao Chen. If it wasn't for Xiao Chen, they were afraid that they would have no hope of taking revenge in their lives, and would even die tragically under Xiao Chen's butcher knife today. Xiao Dust glanced back and nodded slightly, signaling that the crowd did not need to care. That's the way the world is. There are good guys and bad guys. Before he killed Wu Ritian to save Jasmine, many villagers hated him for meddling, and now that he had killed the blood-killing walled mountain bandits, there were people who were grateful to him. But no matter what others thought, it didn't really matter to him, because he never did anything but follow his heart. You can kill if you want to, save if you want to save, whether you resent it or appreciate it. Those villagers who had previously badmouthed Xiao Chen and even moved their hands were all trembling in fear at this moment. They simply didn't expect that the sickly-looking white-faced teenager in front of them would actually have such a terrifying strength. If this teenager wanted to pursue them for their disrespectful offense just now, even if they had 10 lives, they wouldn't be enough to be chopped by others, right? At this time, the village head Wang Yukai walked to Xiao Chuan with a fawning face and respectfully said, "I can't believe that you are the famous sword demon lord. I had eyes that didn't recognize him to Tai before and offended you. Please forgive me." Xiao Chuan glanced at Wang Yukai and did not say anything as he flexed his finger and a sword chi directly pierced through his brow, and Wang Yukai directly died tragically on the spot. When the villagers in the field saw this scene, they were all horrified. He colluded with the mountain bandits a long time ago, and he was the one who spread the news of Wu Ritian's murder. Xiao Dust only left behind one sentence before drifting away, not caring whether the villagers had heard it or not. All he could think about now was how to save Lu Sanji. Currently, Lu Sanji's situation was extremely dangerous, and according to his estimation, Lu Sanji could still hold out for 2 hours at most, but his Swire True Demon was still cooling down. Not to mention that Zhao Tiangang had already laid a heavily net in Xiangwu City. Even if it was just Zhao Tiangang alone, he wouldn't be able to defeat it. Strength. He desperately needed strength at the moment. A moment later, he walked into a nearby hidden cave and sat down on his knees. System, is there a way to help me quickly break through the Swordmaster realm? He began to turn to the system. For today's solution, the only way to break this deadlock was to break through the Swordmaster in a very short period of time. With his talent, once he entered the Swordmaster, he would be directly invincible under the Sword General realm. Even if Zhao Tiangang had laid down more powerful people, they would not be enough to be feared. It was only that breaking through the Sword Master was 1,000 times more difficult. An ordinary sword cultivator might not be able to break through for decades. He wanted to break through in 2 hours, or even less. It's like a dream, but as things stood, he had no choice but to beat a dead horse and ask the system. There is, but it's dangerous. Is it worth it to save a veteran? Soon, an icy instrumental tone resounded. Realm Division, Apprentice, Master, General, Zong, King. For the time being, the 5 realms will be announced first, to be unveiled one after another later. Chapter 78, I wish to break the realm. Upon hearing the system say that there was a way, Xiao Chen's eyes immediately erupted with a flash of light, and without even considering it, he directly said, "It's worth it." As for the danger, the system said, he didn't care at all and didn't find it strange. It was normal for sword cultivators to break through, let alone break through on the brink, and there were dangers. Since this is the case, then the host may devour the demon core and use it to break the realm. Xiao Chuan froze at the words. Directly devour it? Won't it explode and die? The demon core was the source of all the energy of a demonic beast, and it did contain a very terrifying amount of energy within it. However, the demon core contained demonic power with an extremely tyrannical attribute, different from the chi and blood cultivated by martial artists and the sword chi cultivated by sword cultivators. If an ordinary cultivator wants to absorb it, he must go through an extremely complicated process to purify and refine the energy within the demon core before he can absorb it, and he can't absorb it too quickly, or else problems will still occur. If it is directly absorbed without being purified and refined, then it is tantamount to looking for death. In the past, there had also been cultivators who directly absorbed demon cores because of their greed for convenience, but their results were invariably explosive. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no grudge against the system, he would be suspecting that the system was murdering him at this moment. If anyone else dares to do so, he or she will explode and die. But the host is different, because the host has the body of a martial arts god like no other in the world. However, there is no record in history of a martial god's body absorbing a demon's core. It is only a theoretical possibility with great risk. To try or not to try, the host decides for himself. Upon hearing the system's words, Xiao Chen fell silent. No martial god body in history had ever attempted to directly absorb a demon core. There's only a very slim chance it will work. Listening to the system, even if he possessed a martial god body, absorbing demon cores was dangerous, almost equivalent to gambling with his life. Winning a bet is a great success. Losing a bet is a death sentence. To be honest, he didn't want to gamble because his gambling luck had always been poor. But thinking that Lu Sanji was currently living or dying unknown and was still waiting for him to save him, he didn't hesitate and made a decision almost instantly. System, I will try. Has the host thought this through? The host has the body of the martial god, the demonic natural talent of the sword path. If you slowly plan for it, it is only a matter of time before he shakes the 9 heavens and 10 earths in the future. As a veteran, does the host really want to gamble with his life? The system's voice was still icy, but with a hint of disbelief. She didn't understand why Xiao Chen chose so. The other guy was just a veteran, and even if he was saved and allowed to live out his life, he wouldn't live long. Is it worth Xiao Duan's life? You don't understand. Back then when my dantian was shattered and I was abandoned by my parents in Xiangwu City, it was Lu Sanji who stayed with me all the time, and he tried all sorts of methods in order to make me happy. He took me hunting in the mountains and almost got bitten by a coyote himself. Took me to the river to fish and was dragged straight into the water by a big fish. Took me to peep at a widow's bath, and was beaten directly into a pig's head. It's undeniable that he's sometimes stupid, but he's really extremely good to me. During the 3 years in Xiangwu City, my real parents didn't even come to see me even if they were passing by. Only Lu Sanji was protecting me and accompanying me. Now that his life is in danger, how can I manage to watch him die? Xiao Chuan involuntarily revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth as he recalled those days with Lu Sanji, and then the last trace of hesitation in his eyes instantly dissipated. Spell. A great man is born into the world with something to do and something not to do. Lu Sanji treats him with sincerity. Then he can gamble his life for Lu Sanji. Besides, he was a sword cultivator, destined to walk against the wind. Sword. Go forward without fear of danger. At this point, if he retreats, the sword heart will collapse. So, he can't back out. And he doesn't want to. Okay, the host can just think about it. I will now pass on the method of absorbing demon cores to you. As soon as the system's words fell, a ray of golden light suddenly appeared in the void in front of Xiao Chuan, and then instantly drilled into his brow. And soon, the method of absorbing the demon core appeared in Xiao Chuan's sea of consciousness. The method is nothing special. It was similar to the usual method of absorbing aura from heaven and earth. The only thing that makes a difference, it means reciting a mantra first. After Xiao Chen finished absorbing the information in his mind, with a thought, a large pile of red crystal cores emitting a demonic aura appeared directly in front of him. Several hundred of them. Within the crystal core, there was a dog demon silhouette snarling angrily at him, looking like it was itching to skin Xiao Duan and tear his bones apart. This was the demonic cores of those dog demons he had killed earlier. He had originally planned to use it to sell it for money, but he didn't expect it to come in handy at this moment. The quality of the demon cores corresponded to the realm in front of them, with red, orange, green, cyan, and purple corresponding to the 5 realms of apprentice, master, general, zong, and king respectively. The red demon core represented the apprentice realm demon core in front of Xiao Chuan, and these demon cores were all very dark in color, as they were all late apprentice realm demon cores. System, are these demon cores enough to support me in breaking through the realm? For an unusual sword apprentice 7 to break through to sword master, about 30 demon apprentice 7 demon cores are needed, and for the host, more, perhaps 80. The more terrifying the natural talent, the more energy was needed to break through, and the stronger the breakthrough would be. This was why some celestial pride could cross the border. Xiao Chuan's battle power was far beyond normal, and the energy required for a breakthrough was naturally more. Good. Then I'll start. Xiaodus nodded and placed his hand on a piece of red demon core, intending to start absorbing the broken realm. The dog demon silhouette within the demon core immediately became violent at the sight of the situation and began to struggle desperately. It had been killed by Xiao Chuan in his lifetime and had a huge amount of resentment towards him. So how could it be willing to become the other party's breakthrough nourishment at this moment? Xiao Chuan glanced at the dog demon and directly began to recite the incantation given by the system. The Big Dipper appears quickly to help me in my divine endeavors. The star of Kuei shines brightly, and all the demons have no glory. The power of the Big Dipper. Restrain the demon Kuei. Urgent. This was the Big Dipper demon suppressing mantra, which was specifically used to suppress demonic souls. And the system gave this mantra to Xiao Chuan to help him constrain the demonic souls within the demon core, and to allow him to smoothly absorb the energy within it. As Xiao Chen recited the incantation, a light golden light appeared in the void. That golden light gradually transformed into a golden thread floating toward the dog demon soul. The dog demon soul was terrified, desperately resisting, but to no avail, and was soon bound into a ball by the golden thread, unable to move. And then, Xiao Chuan placed his hand on the demonic core, and with a thought, a terrifying energy entwined with green demonic chi suddenly rushed out from within the demonic core, transformed into a ball of demonic light, and did not enter Xiao Chuan's body. Next breath, an unbearable sharp pain came from within Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Dust's expression instantly became hideous. He felt as if every cell in his body was going to be crushed. Pain. It really hurts too much. This absorbing demon core breakthrough was indeed a high-ing risk operation. Thank you to Eat a Kitten Big Brother for the reminder charm. To user 41306675 for the milk tea. To all of you for generating electricity with love. And for the other gifts. Thank you. Chapter 79, Broken Sword Master Realm. When the demonic element enters the host's body, the hostile chi it carries will destroy the host's physical body. There may be a little pain. The host must carry on. Otherwise the host will explode and die. Xiao Chuan's veins rippled in pain. His eyes were red. And in just a matter of moments, his body was already drenched in cold sweat, just as if he had just fished it out of the water. Hearing the system's words, he was furious. A little pain? Is this a little bit of ing pain? This was many times more terrifying than the grade 10 bouts of pain he had experienced when he went to the hospital in his previous life. If he didn't possess a martial god body, with such intense pain, it wouldn't take 3 breaths to kill him alive. No wonder no one has ever succeeded with this method. It's no longer just a matter of willpower. But if an ordinary person dares to try it, the rampant power in this demonic element can directly shatter one's flesh. A moment later, the pain became more and more pronounced, and even his martial god body began to be unable to withstand it. And a crack appeared. Xiao Chuan was trembling in pain. His muscles twitched, his features were even twisted together, and cold sweat continuously rolled down from his forehead. Many times, he felt like he was going to die. However, just as his physical body was about to completely shatter, the self-healing power of the martial god's body was activated, and a green energy overflowing with thick vitality quickly surged out of his body, beginning to repair his body on the verge of shattering at a speed visible to the naked eye. After the repair, the cracks on Xiao Chen's body disappeared, and his body strength was even a step up from before the rupture. This was the martial god body's own secret skill, Healing God. If someone who cultivated was here, they would definitely be shaken to their 3 senses. To know, before, but all dare to directly absorb the demon core. All did not last a breath. The whole flesh directly exploded into blood foam, which there is no lack of some physical horror of the pride, and it was unimaginable that Xiao Chen could actually remain unharmed. After the healing god repaired Xiao Chuan's body for him, Xiao Chuan began to continue absorbing the demon core, but this time, he felt that the pain in his body had obviously weakened very much compared to before, and even after a few moments, he could no longer feel any pain at all. Congratulations to the host. The martial god body has successfully adapted to the power of the demonic element, and the host can now absorb demonic cores at will. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was instantly delighted and hurriedly began to accelerate the speed of absorbing the demonic yuan. The red demon core in his hand was directly sucked to the point where its light dimmed and almost turned white, and every time he finished absorbing a piece, Xiao Chuan would immediately pick up another piece and continue absorbing it without pausing at all. Just like this, a wave of terrifying demonic yuan power quickly disappeared into Xiao Chuan's dantian and flowed into his limbs in odd meridians as if it were surging angry waves. Soon, the aura on Xiao Dust's body surged up as if it was on, and he began to break the realm crazily. Sword Apprentice 8. Sword Apprentice 9. Half-Step Sword Master. Sword Master 1. In just a quarter of an hour, Xiao Chen broke 3 minor realms and 1 major realm in succession. Even when he was breaking through the Sword Master realm, he didn't encounter any bottlenecks. This speed is simply unprecedented and exaggerated. Compare that to a random example and you'll see how sick it is. Let's say Zhao Tiangang. Back then, when he had cultivated from the 7th level of Martial Apprentice to the 1st level of Martial Master realm, he had used 20 years of hard work. In these 20 years, Zhao Tiangang had practiced day and night, with constant cold and heat, and had even used all his strength before he barely stepped into the Martial Master realm at the age of 40. For that, it's already being called a genius, and Xiao Dust just casually sucked the demon nucleus sucked for a quarter of an hour, and it was worth 20 years of Zhao Tiangang's hard work, perfectly explaining what is called breaking the realm like drinking water. Of course, Xiao Chuan also discovered a very serious problem on his cultivation path. That's burning money. According to the previous system's estimation, the amount of energy required for Xiao Chuan to break through the realm was about 2 to 3 times that of an ordinary person. But the actual situation was far more than that. Xiao Chuan counted the discarded demon cores in front of him, and there were more than 400 of them. In other words, the amount of energy he needed to break through the realm was about 15 times that of an ordinary person. It's just too much money to burn. This is a serious problem for the poor Xiao Dust. If it wasn't for the fact that he happened to kill a few hundred demons, he wouldn't even be able to afford to break through it all this time. However, the boat was naturally straight, and he didn't dwell on it too much. Instead he couldn't wait to test his battle power after the breakthrough. At this moment, his body was filled with explosive power, and he felt that his strength had risen too much from before. Xiao Dust walked out of the cave and looked around for a while before finally walking up to a sky-high ancient tree. He looked up and saw that the ancient tree was incredibly thick and towering, and he didn't know how many years it had existed. Xiao Chuan thought about it and did not utilize his sword chi as he casually threw a punch at the ancient tree. The terrifying force instantly penetrated the tree trunk that was thicker than a water tank. With Xiao Chuan's fist as the center, dense cracks immediately appeared on the tree trunk. And then Xiao Chuan's fist actually directly pierced through the entire tree trunk, leaving behind a large fist mark. Xiao Dust pulled out his fist and glanced at it, his gaze flashing with a hint of surprise. This power boost was also too big, at least a few dozen times. Breaking through a great realm was indeed a great enhancement to a cultivator. No wonder. Before, I always heard people say that 10 half-step martial masters were no match for a martial master one. And then he tried his sword chi again, resulting in a casual sword split of a one-person high boulder. After possessing such a huge increase in strength, Xiao Chen was instantly filled with confidence. With his current strength, even if he didn't use his sword techniques and sword intent, he could casually cross the border to quack and kill randomly. And with these, he would dare to fight with the great powers of the martial general realm. Glancing in the direction of Xiangwu City, Xiao Chen's gaze blazed. Lu Sanji, you old thing, you must hold on to me. Old me will come to save you now. In addition, he was also curious as to which of the great figures of desolate North City wanted to kill him. 10 martial masters and 100 martial apprentices of the 9th level were considered an extremely terrifying force no matter where they were. And the other side paid such a big price just to kill him alone. Dang, that's big. Could it be Zhang Demon Tiger? But it doesn't matter. Just go and find out. Whoever tried to kill him would have to endure his wrath. When he thought about this, a trace of coldness rose in Xiao Chen's eyes, and with a few dodges, he directly disappeared in place. In the meantime, at the gates of Xiangwu City, there was a man and a body hanging upside down. The body belonged to a young man. His face was stiff and white, his eyes were round and open. There was anger and unwillingness in his eyes, and it was obvious that he could not rest in peace. Inside the city, a middle-aged woman hid at a corner. Her eyes reddened as she looked at the youth's corpse, sobbing in a low voice as she hid her figure, forcing herself to hold back her immense sadness, her heart full of self-reproach. Self-reproach for not even being able to collect her son's corpse for him. His son Lu Wenlong was a young and promising martial artist with a bright future, but because he helped that Xiao Duan to say a word, he was brutalized by Zhao Tiangang, and after he died, he couldn't even put his body in the ground, and gave it to hang on the city gate as a bait to attract Xiao Duan. Zhao Tiangang had let slip that the only way Lu Wenlong's body could be put to rest was if Xiao Chuan came. Otherwise, it would be hung at the city gates all the time. But that Xiao Chen was not a little cutie. Knowing full well that Xiangwu City was a dragnet at the moment, how could he possibly throw himself into the net? His son is afraid he won't have a chance to go to his grave. And next to Lu Wenlong's body, there was an old man hanging. The old man was cloaked in hair, covered in blood. All the tendons of his hands and feet had been picked off. His thighs were drenched in blood, and 2 large pieces of flesh had been cut off. And now his face was pale and he was already dying. Lu Sanji, do you think this punk Xiao Chen has given up on you? Why hasn't he come for so long? This punk can't be afraid, can he? Silly Su sat at the city gate with a bowl of wine in his hand and took a sip, while then looking up at Lu Sanji who was already dying of thirst. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You're the ing waste. Sure Z is a hero. No, don't you dare talk about him like that. Lu Sanji instantly became angry when he heard Silly Su disparage Xiao Chen. Hero? Why don't the heroes come to your rescue? Ha! How dare you old thing talk back to me? I'll kill you. A sardonic smile appeared on Silly Su's face as he stood up and slapped Lu Sanji's face. Lu Sanji tried to dodge, but he couldn't dodge at all. The opponent was a martial artist. Not to mention that he was dying now. Even if he was in his prime, he still couldn't hide. So the slap landed hard on his face and made him bleed from the corner of his mouth. Lu Sanji's eyes were gray and a hint of despair flashed in his gaze. He knew he was going to die soon, but he didn't get to die at the hands of the demon race. And he wasn't willing to be tortured to death by a few human races anyway. See the scene. All the people in the city were looking intolerant. The guard general and a group of disabled veterans were even more furious, and a few of them clenched their fists, wanting to rush out and fight with Su Diaoer. Lu Sanji had fought for the human race all his life, never taking half a step back, and in his old age, why should he suffer such humiliation? Mother ing chicken. I can't stand it anymore. I can't believe I'm treating chicken like this. If you're a brother, kill out with me to free chicken. A one-armed veteran drew his waist saber and charged straight out. Him. Kill. Wifey, I'm sorry, take care of yourself from now on. Kill. The few remaining veterans yelled and rushed out as well. Gentlemen, calm down. We can't kill it. The guard's face changed drastically, and he reached out to stop it, but he couldn't stop it at all. He hadn't realized that these veterans were so bloody-minded at their age. But the one guarding outside the city gates is Xiao Fool. That was an actual martial artist. Aren't these veterans looking for death if they rush out like this? To save or not to save? Xiao Chuan has been kind to us, so I'll consider this life returned to him. After a moment's hesitation, the guardian rushed out as well. Chapter 80, Zen Beiwai? Heartache. Ha, a bunch of old losers. They can't even walk anymore. And they still want to show off their heroes in front of me. Looking for death. Seeing the group of disabled veterans trembling and rushing, the corner of Su Duer's mouth hooked up with a sardonic smile, and casually copied a wooden stool from the side, and smashed it towards several people. Phew! The wooden stool flew out at an extremely fast speed, and in the next breath, it heavily smashed on a few veterans, who directly flew out and ruthlessly smashed to the ground, their mouths and noses stained with blood. Seeing this scene, Lu Sanji's eyes instantly reddened and he roared in a hideous rage. Silly Su! You're not a human being. They've all shed their blood and put their lives on the line for the human race. How dare you lay such a heavy hand on them? Silly Su glanced back at Lu Sanji and laughed coldly. On the verge of death, you still have the heart to care about others? If you don't like me abusing these veterans, call someone. Don't you have Xiao Duan? Hurry up and let him come out to be the savior again. Doesn't he love meddling as a savior? Why isn't he out now? After saying that, he slapped Lu Sanji's face again, causing him to spit blood from his mouth. Master Chicken. Silly Su. I'm Xiao, your grandfather. If you're capable, come at me. At this time, the Guardian General killed and saw that a group of veterans had been seriously injured on the ground, and Lu Sanji had been beaten to death. He was completely enraged. You also want to be nosy like that, Xiao Chen? Do you have his skills? With just a little fish like you, how dare you reprimand my old man? With a scowl on his face, Foolish Su directly blasted out a punch that directly smashed into the guard's head. With this punch, he moved with murderous intent, and was actually trying to directly blast the Guardian General's head to pieces. The terrifying fist force came. The Guardian's face suddenly changed, and he controlled his body to avoid it, but he realized that he had been locked in, and there was no way to avoid it. He was just an ordinary person. How could he be a match for a martial artist like Silly Su? Death descended, and he closed his eyes in despair, waiting for the end of his destiny. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the people in the city were burning with anger, but no one dared to step forward to stop them. Just when the crowd thought the keeper would surely die, a loud and clear sword sound like a dragon's roar suddenly resounded in the center of the field. Hearing this familiar sword sound, a flash of fear suddenly flashed across Silly Su's eyes. It couldn't be that Xiao Chen really came, right? The frenzied punching force came to an abrupt end, and Su Dumu's fist stopped a centimeter away from the guard, but he no longer dared to blast it down. He turned his head to seek out the sound of the sword chirping and barely managed to go into cardiac arrest. He only saw that Xiao Dust had appeared at the entrance of the city at an unknown time, and the one person and one corpse hanging upside down at the entrance of the city had already been cleaved by him to break the ropes and let them down. Xiao Chuan glanced at Lu Sanji, who was already dying in his arms. The anger under his eyes was like boiling fire, and a thick murderous aura emerged from his body, as terrifying as a hellish Shura. Shitsi, why are you here? There's an ambush here. Don't mind me. Quick, run. Lu Sanji looked at Xiao Chen with anxiety in his eyes. It's okay, I've got everything. Xiao Chen patted Lu Sanji's shoulder and gently laughed, just as Lu Sanji had done in those years when he comforted the uncertain and disoriented man. A memory couldn't help but come flooding back. Lu Sanji, why did Mother obviously came to Xiangwu City but didn't come to see me? Since they have something to do and can't get away, I'll accompany you to the mountains to hunt. Ha ha, hunting? You almost got your nose bitten off by a coyote last time, and you still dare to go? Ahem, last time was an accident. This time watch me. Lu Sanji, bend my bow and shoot the sky wolf. In the past, it was Lu Sanji who was protecting him. Now, it's his turn to protect Lu Sanji. Lu Sanji's eyes were hot and he wanted to say something else, but he was stopped by Xiao Chen with a look. Xiao Chuan fed Lu Sanji a high-grade healing pill, and when his breath was slightly stabilized, he carried him to the guard general's side, gently placed him on the ground, and looked at the guard general and said, "Take care of him. I'm going to kill some people and we'll be back soon." The guard sniffed. Kill some people? At this moment, Xiangwu City is in a dragnet, and you still want to kill people? A trace of anxiety flashed in his eyes and he hurriedly said, "Mr. Xiao Chuan, you must not be bent on having your own way. The Xiangwu City is already ambushed on all sides at this time. If you don't leave, you will die here." In his eyes, Xiao Chen was too impulsive. Zhao Tiangang had made this setup to lure Xiao Chen in. The force that was trying to kill Xiao Chen in the city at this moment was simply terrifyingly powerful. 10 martial masters and 100 martial apprentices of the 9th level. Even if a sword master realm powerhouse came over, there would definitely be death. Go, can he walk away? Xiao Dust was just about to speak when Silly Su, who was on the side, suddenly opened his mouth with a cold smile. Come on people, the dog thief Xiao Dust has shown himself. Earlier, when Xiao Chuan had just appeared, he was so scared that his legs went weak, but now that he heard the Guardian General say that, he was suddenly arrogant again. Yeah, at the moment, Xiangwu City is full of their people. What's so scary about Emir Xiao Chen? Forgive him for not daring to touch a hair on his head. As soon as his words fell, a dense sound of footsteps rang out within the city. The footsteps were heavy and powerful, yet orderly, like a well-trained army. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 masked martial artists appeared in front of Xiao Chen. All of these martial artists exuded a terrifying power of qi and blood, and their eyes were resolute and sharp, making people tremble with fear just by looking at them. Seeing the scene in front of me, the people in the city, all of their pupils shrank, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble slightly. The aura on these people was too terrifying. Just standing there, that aura pressed people to breathe. The Guardian also couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, and couldn't help but take Lu Sanji back a few steps. As for Lu Sanji, at this moment, he was already on the verge of going crazy with anxiety. Helplessly he no longer had the strength to speak. He could only keep gesturing at Xiao Chen, telling him to hurry up and leave. In his thoughts, Xiao Chen was currently in a weak period from using his skills, so how could he be a match for so many martial arts experts? 100 martial apprentice 9th levels would definitely be able to instantly chop Xiao Dust into mush if they swarmed around. Ha ha, Xiao Chen. 100 martial apprentice 9th level. How's that lineup? In order to deal with you, Lord Zhao has put in a lot of blood. Are you still alive this time? Silly Su was arrogant. However, Xiao Dust did not even look at him. His gaze was only dead set on those masked martial artists. His face gloomy. He was previously wondering who in the desolate North City could send out so many martial apprentice 9th level martial artists all at once, but now that he had seen it, he finally understood. It turned out to be the Zhenbei guards of the Zhenbei King's mansion, and although the other party was masked, they were wearing the Zhenbei guards' special military boots, and he knew their identities at a glance. The Zhenbei guards were an escort under Xiao Zhenbei, with terrifying strength, all consisting of martial artists of the 9th level of martial apprentice, and their battle strength was comparable to Princess Silvermoon's blood armor guards. It was one of the bottom cards of the Zhenbei royal family. The occupation of the Zhenbei guards was similar to that of the blood armor guards in that they both protected the most important heirs of the family. There had been many years when the Zhenbei guards were Xiao Duan's personal guards and had a close relationship with Xiao Duan, and many people in the Zhenbeiwei had been favored by Xiao Duan back then, and they were so grateful to Xiao Duan back then that they swore that no matter what happened in the future, they would never turn their swords against Xiao Duan. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the Zhenbei guards actually came out in full force to surround and kill him in Xiangwu City. This is the ultimate irony. Rubbish, how dare you ignore me? Want to seek death? Aren't you good with Lu Sanji? I'm the one who picked off his hand and leg tendons, so if you have the guts, come kill me to avenge him. Don't you dare. Seeing that Xiao Chen had been ignoring him, Silly Su became enraged and stepped forward to frantically provoke him. He didn't understand what Xiao Duan had to hang on to when he was dead. How dare you look down on him? Thanks to the young lord of Sungyun City for the milk tea and likes. Thanks to Shenduk for the likes. Thanks to all of you for generating power for love and others. Thank you. Chapter 81, Remembering the Past. Xiao Chen glanced at Silly Su and flexed his fingers. A purple sword chi appeared in the air and quickly condensed into a purple chi sword that flew towards Silly Su's brow. Seeing this scene, everyone present froze. Hands? Surrounded by 100 martial apprentice 9th level experts, this Xiao Chen actually dared to make a move? Silly Su was also startled. The reason why he dared to be so arrogant was because he was certain that Xiao Chuan was in a weak stage at the moment and did not dare to make a move against him against the crowd surrounding him. I didn't expect that this Xiao Chuan would be so arrogant as to second him without saying a word. Now he was completely flustered. This Xiao Chen's strength was something that he was aware of. It was terrifying and incomparable. Wouldn't it be something that a small person like him could block? On the side, those Zhenbei guards obviously did not expect that in front of them. Xiao Chen actually dared to make a move, and likewise had stunned eyes. They also didn't really like the sinister and vicious Su Fool, but now that the other party was in the same camp as them, they couldn't just see them die. However, Xiao Chen's sword was too fast, and at this point, it was too late for them people to go over. Thus, the three Zhenbei guards hurriedly drew their swords and sheathed them, slashing out a few sword blades as fast as they could towards the air sword. Wanting to stop it, The blade was sharp and exuded a terrifying aura, flying towards the air sword like an evil dragon, as if it wanted to crush it in one bite. However, the next moment, a shocking scene occurred. The three blade-ons only entered the 5-meter range of the air sword and were shattered by its overflowing sword chi. And then, without stopping, without even slowing down halfway, the chi sword flew straight towards Silly Sue, directly shooting through Silly Sue's brow in the next breath. The expressions of everyone present had frozen. 3 martial apprentice 9th level experts had struck out at the same time, but all of them were actually unable to stop the frail Xiao Chuan with a single sword? You have to know that those were 3 martial apprentice 9. Not to mention in this small Xiangwu city, even in the entire desolate North Province that would be called an expert. However, such a terrifying 3 experts all together striking out, bullying the few with the many, actually failed to stop Xiao Dust, not to mention stopping, and even a little bit of hindering effect did not play a role. Can you believe this? The crowd of Jinbei guards were also all looking at Xiao Chen with shock in their eyes. It is said that sword cultivators have amazing killing power. However, they did not expect Xiao Chen's strength to be amazing to such an extent that it was unimaginable. They hadn't personally seen the scene of Xiao Chuan suppressing the group of demons, and when they had heard about it before, they had only thought that the other party had overstated their case. But now that they have seen it, they all can't help but believe a few points. They didn't expect that the fallen genius that had been abandoned by the royal family 3 years ago had actually been reborn again by fire. And it's also flying higher than before. This is unbelievable. However, it was a pity that after today, Xiao Chen would not have another chance to hold a sword. And the Zhenbei Junior commander who was at the head of the group was turning pale, looking at the 3 people who had just struck out with a dissatisfied expression, lowering his voice to reprimand. I've already said that he has nothing to do with the royal family, so why are you guys still being merciful? Have you forgotten the orders of Prince Ling Tian? Now that Xiao Chuan's aura was not visible, he thought that Xiao Chuan was still at the 7th level of sword apprentice. Those 3 people froze at the words and quickly defended. Commander Zhou, Xiao Chen has long since ceased to be our master. So how could we still remember any old feelings? That's right, just now, we did use our full strength. That's right, although Xiao Chen had saved my mother before, but that was in the past, and he saved me only because he wanted to use me. So how could I be soft? Right, although that Xiao Chuan ordered someone to cure me of a hidden disease before, which was equivalent to saving half of my life. Ever since World Sun Ling Tian took over the Jinbei guards, I have been loyal to him, not to mention killing Xiao Chen. Even if the World Sun asked me to kill my own mother, I wouldn't hesitate. Commander Zhou couldn't help but frown as he looked at the several people's words. It didn't look like these guys were lying, but if they hadn't stayed back, why couldn't the 3 of them stop Xiao Chuan's chi sword even if they joined forces? Zhou Yusheng, since you're here, why hide your head? Right at this moment, Xiao Dust's gaze as sharp as a blade fatally swept over. Zhou Yusheng's face suddenly changed as he looked at Xiao Chen incredulously. Xiao Chen actually recognized them? Not only Zhou Yusheng, but the other Jinbei guards present also had their pupils shrink slightly. Xiao Chuan had been a generous person since he was a child and had been extremely kind to the people around him. Most of them had been favored by Xiao Chuan, so even if they were here to kill Xiao Chuan today, they were unwilling to meet Xiao Chuan with their real faces. Dare not, to be precise. After all, some people are ungrateful but don't want to make it known, so the World Sun has seen it. But even if you can see it, why do you need to break it down? That way, we can still be good brothers. Zhou Yusheng pulled off the black cloth from his face, revealing a feminine face and sneered. The nearly 100 Jinbei guards behind him were also all removing their black cloths one after another, revealing their true faces. Now that they've been recognized, there's no need for them to cover it up. The black cloth covering their faces was the only guilt they had left in their hearts, and it was also the last decency they gave to Xiao Duan. Since Xiao Chen did not want it, there was no need for them to show mercy. Looking at the familiar faces in front of him, Xiao Dust had a mixed feeling. Some of these people in front of him were his childhood playmates who grew up with him. Some of them had experienced life and death with him and had chopped up demonic beasts together. Others had sworn to heaven that they would guard him for the rest of their lives. But now, these people had gathered together to kill him, and although there was a hint of guilt in these people's eyes when they faced him, this little bit of guilt was soon completely drowned out by killing intent. Xiao Jinbei sent you here? After a moment of silence, Xiao Dust gently opened his mouth. Although the Jinbei guards were currently under Xiao Ling Tian, mobilizing all of the Jinbei guards to engage in such a large action was not enough with just Xiao Ling Tian's orders alone. Zhou Yusheng shook his head. His Majesty doesn't know about this. It was young Lord Ling Tian who gave the order. A mere Xiao Ling Tian has such great authority to mobilize the entire Zhenbei to kill me? Xiao Dust's eyes narrowed slightly as a cold aura spread out. Zhou Yusheng laughed and shook his head. It's the brothers themselves. World Sun, don't blame your brothers for being ruthless. Now that you've been cursed by the heavenly Tao, in 2 days' time, when you reach the age of 18, you'll be completely reduced to an invalid, whereas young Master Ling Tian has been rewarded by the Sacred Wilderness Academy, and he'll surely soar to the heavens in the future, suppressing all 8 directions. Although you used to be a good brotherhood, offending young Lord Ling Tian for your sake is a bit uneconomical. Xiao Chuan smiled ruefully. So that's how it is. It was you guys who came to kill me yourselves. At this moment, an inexplicable pain flashed through his heart. His parents have abandoned him. His own brother has turned against him. His lover has repented of his marriage, and he has accepted it all. But he didn't expect that even the Zhenbei who grew up with him and experienced life and death with him several times would now be so heartless to him. World son, the brothers have to develop and survive as well, and they have no choice but to come here to kill you. If you still remember old feelings, why don't you fulfill the brothers this time? In the future, every year today, the brothers will definitely go to your grave and burn incense for you, so that when you go to the underworld, you won't be a starving ghost. Zhou Yuxing's mouth said that he had no choice but to do so, but the corners of his mouth held a cold smile. My life is here. If you have the ability, come and get it. Oh, obstinate. For the sake of the brothers' future, Yusheng has no choice but to ask Shitzi to die a death. Don't worry, Shitzi, on account of the fact that you pleaded for me in the past, I'll be quicker with my hands, and I'll cut off Shitzi's head with a single slash, so that Shitzi will suffer as little as possible. Zhou Yuxing laughed sardonically. Back then, he peeped at a noblewoman bathing. The other family wanted to beat him to death alive. It was Xiao Chen who stepped in and saved him, for which Xiao Chen was scolded for a long time. But Xiao Chen never blamed him for half a sentence, which can be described as generous to the extreme. The people around him shuddered at the sound of it. Is he not even going to leave Xiao Chen a whole body? Is this still a sign of old friendship? So if you don't read it, do you still have to shred it? Chapter 82. Are you sure he was seriously injured before? Zhou Yuxing slowly retreated into the crowd, sneering and making a neck-wiping gesture. Soon, 7 or 8 Zhenbei guards walked out from the queue. Xiao Dust swept a glance at a few people, and a trace of icy killing intent came out from his gaze. These men were, of course, also his infant guards, most of whom had also received favors from him. Unexpectedly, at this moment, he actually took the lead in trying to kill him. Facing Xiao Chuan's gaze, several people's faces changed slightly and a trace of embarrassment flashed in their eyes. But when they thought of the generous rewards after killing Xiao Chuan that Xiao Lingtian had mentioned, their gazes quickly turned cold, although Xiao Chen had been kind to them. But, so what? People die for money, birds die for food. Killing Xiao Duan was tantamount to having sky-high riches. What's more, Xiao Chen had already been cursed by the heavenly Tao and wouldn't be able to live for a few years. Even if they didn't do anything, Xiao Chen would die soon. Your son, you definitely won't be able to walk out of this Xianwu city today. I'm not willing to take action with your son for the sake of past love. So please cut yourself. A Zhenbei guard stepped forward and said coldly, his eyes contemptuous. The words were filled with a lofty and overbearing intent, as if ending it on his own was his final gift to Xiao Chen. Xiao Dust glanced at him and a memory surfaced in his mind. This person's name is Zhu Wen. When he was 10 years old, he got a rare and serious disease. The Zhenbei royal house was unwilling to waste precious pills to save him, and wanted to give up and leave him to his own devices, and he was forceful with Xiao Chen to save him. At that time, he was so grateful that he took Xiao Duan's hand and said that he would remember his love for the rest of his life. At that time, when he was in distress, this person secretly drew a line with him and spoke ill of him behind his back, and today, the first to come out and try to take his life, when really, it's a matter of remembering him. Zhu Wen, do you remember what you once said? If it wasn't for me saving you in the beginning, you would have been long gone. Xiao Dust spoke coldly. Zhu Wen's face was full of ice coldness and his eyes showed killing intent. Humph, Shitzi did help me back then, but that's all in the past. Today, I can give your son the chance to kill himself. That's already kindness. If I were to make a move, Shitzi wouldn't be able to stop it and would die a miserable death. Yeah, try it then. A hint of coldness flared in Xiao Chen's eyes. Seiji, don't be ungrateful. The other Zhenbei also spoke in a chilling tone. The murderous aura on Xiao Chuan's body grew thicker as he reached behind his back slowly, gripping the hilt of the sword and gently pulling it out. Buzz! Just as the sword was unsheathed, a loud and clear sword chirp resounded, shaking the 4 fields and spreading continuously in all directions with Xiao Chen as the center. For a time, in a 10-mile radius, birds wailed and wild beasts fled in terror. Next moment, Xiao Chuan held the dragon slashing sword diagonally and pointed it coldly at the Zhenbei guards in front of him. Just by virtue of you mole crickets, you also dare to speak out of turn. Simply looking for death. Griffin, are you looking for death? Seiji? Those few Zhenbei guards said with gloomy faces. Cut the crap. If you want my life, Just go. Xiao Chuan raised his sword and pointed it at the group of Jinbei guards, invisibly revealing a domineering aura of giving up one's life. A trace of fierceness flashed in the eyes of a Jinbei guard. Since that's the case, then we will not be polite. At a young age, Xiao Chuan's talent was outstanding and had been pressing them to lift their heads. If later, Xiao Chuan had been silent for 3 years because he did not have a broken dantian. Nowadays, he definitely did not have the courage to stand in front of Xiao Chen and fight him. But now, everything has changed. He is already Martial Apprentice 9, while Xiao Chen is just a heavenly jealous person, only Sword Apprentice 7. He is confident that now he has been able to easily suppress Xiao Chen to snow the shame of his early childhood. With this in mind, this Zenbeiwei launched his blade, and with a terrifying aura and absolute confidence, he swung out a blade towards Xiao Chen. When the remaining few Jinbei guards saw this, they all changed their faces, fearing that this person would take all the credit, and they also shot out. Their moves were vicious, and they were completely running towards chopping off Xiao Chuan's neck with a single slash. Seeing this person's sword, Xiao Chuan's long sword in his hand moved, and several bizarre purple sword lights cut through the sky. The next moment, several bloody heads suddenly flew high into the air. The 8 Jinbei guards who were at the 9th level of Martial Apprentice did not even block a single blow from Xiao Chuan, directly decapitated. Seeing this scene in front of them, all the people in the arena were struck by lightning, and countless paths of shock suddenly flashed through their eyes. Zhou Yuxing even popped his eyes out. 8 martial disciples of the 9th level had actually been killed by Xiao Chen in seconds when they joined forces? Isn't he only a sword apprentice at the 7th level? Isn't he in a skill weakness? Wasn't he cursed by heaven and soon to be wasted? Why can it be so raw? The rest of the Jinbei guards also had their mouths wide open, filled with disbelief. The dantian had been broken for 3 years, but not only was Xiao Chen not wasted, compared to before, he was instead so much more powerful. The outside world said that Xiao Lingfeng was the unicorn son of the Jinbei royal house, with an unlimited future. However, now that he took a look, Xiao Chen's strength did not know how much more powerful he was than Xiao Lingfeng. If the one who was surrounded by the 8 Jinbei guards just now was Xiao Lingfeng, at this moment, he was afraid that he would have already died, right? Under the attention of the crowd's gazes, Xiao Chuan stood with his sword in hand. His killing aura was astonishing, and his snow-like white clothes formed a stark contrast with the crimson on his sword blade. Zhou Yuxing stared at Xiao Chen in death. A trace of resentment flashed in his eyes. Shitzi, you are so cruel. They are all brothers who have lived and died with you. How dare you lay such a poisonous hand on them? When he killed Xiao Dust, he disowned all 6 of his relatives, and after he couldn't beat him, he called himself a brother to Xiao Dust. Halfway through his words, Xiao Chen turned his head and coldly looked at him, casually slashing his sword. Pust! A sword light flashed, and before Zhou Yuxing could make any reaction, his head flew out. Blood spurted from the headless corpse's neck. He, Xiao Chen, did not have such a despicable and shameless brother. The people present sucked in a breath of cold air. Zhou Yuxing was the junior commander of the Jinbei guards, a half-step martial master, a first-class martial arts genius, and he didn't even have the time to resist a bit before his head was directly chopped off by Xiao Chen. This is the head of a half-step martial artist, not a cabbage and radish. Zhao Tiangang, who had been hiding in the shadows and secretly observing, was also startled at this moment. Even if it was the previous Xiao Chuan, before he opened his skills, against so many martial apprentice 9th levels, even if he could win, he might not be able to win so easily, right? After opening the skill and entering the weakening period, how did this Xiao Chen look as if he was stronger instead? Zhao Tiangang, is this what you told me? That Xiao Dust has entered the skill weakness period, that this operation is a sure thing, and that 100 Jinbei guards will kill him like a chicken? Beside Zhao Tiangang, a Confucian-looking middle-aged man had an ugly face and looked at Zhao Tiangang with a dissatisfied expression. If Xiao Dust saw this person, he would definitely be shocked. This was because this person was none other than Xiao Chuan's enlightened teacher from his early childhood, Lin Zijiang. Lin Zijiang was originally a war general under Xiao Jinbei's command, and because he had some learning, he had been a teacher for a few years before, so he was spotted by Xiao Jinbei, and was given to Xiao Duan as his enlightened teacher. Lin Zijiang had been Xiao Chuan's teacher for the past 10 years, and Xiao Chuan had treated him extremely well and had immense respect for him. Every time Lin Zijiang opened his mouth to ask Xiao Chuan for precious treasures and elixirs, Xiao Chuan would always oblige. Even if he didn't use them himself, he would give them to Lin Zijiang first. And Lin Zijiang was superficially good to Xiao Chen, teaching him martial arts, telling him stories, taking him hunting, and even telling him how to get along with girls. It was just that from time to time, Lin Zijiang would find various excuses to ask Xiao Chen for precious resources. From the age of 5, he had accompanied Xiao Duan until he was 15, and Xiao Duan regarded him as half a father. During Xiao Chuan's entire teenage years, Xiao Zhenbei, who was busy with military affairs, had by no means accompanied Xiao Chuan for a quarter of the time that Lin Xizhiang had. The relationship between the two men was both mentor and father. Only, when Xiao Chuan's dantian was shattered, Lin Xizhiang completely changed his face and never contacted him again, but took the initiative to apply to Xiao Zhenbei and transferred to Xiao Lingtian's side. Many people were talking in private, saying that Lin Xizhiang was cold-blooded and heartless, but even so, Lin Xizhiang still occupied an extremely important position in Xiao Chen's heart. This, Lin Commander. After Xiao Chuan performed his sword skill earlier, he was indeed pale and weak. He could barely even stand. In these 2 short hours, he couldn't have recovered so quickly even if he ate the small return pill. Zhao Tiangang's expression immediately tensed up when he saw Lin Xizhiang's unkind gaze. This person in front of him was not only the commander of the Zhenbei Guards, but also a martial Dao powerhouse of the 6th sky of martial master. He could not afford to offend. Can't even stand? Do you want to see what nonsense you're talking about? He killed 8 of my Zhenbei Guards with a single strike. And this is called being unable to stand? Do you know how precious the Zhenbei Guards are? Any one of these were cultivated from a young age at great cost to me. To have so many Zhenbei Guards die, this is a loss that is difficult to bear even for the Zhenbei royal house. How do you expect me to explain to His Majesty after things have come to this? Lin Xizhiang's eyes contained anger. If it wasn't for Zhao Tiangang providing false information, how could he have let the Zhenbei go to their deaths? Chapter 83, Who told you I'm still a sword apprentice? This, Zhao Tiangang was sweating with anxiety and was just about to explain. Not far away, a series of miserable screams but suddenly rang out. Lin Xizhiang's face changed and he hurriedly turned his head to look, and when he saw the scene that was happening in front of him, his eyes went straight, only to see Xiao Dust actually take the initiative to kill into the midst of nearly 100 Zhenbei Guards, and it's like a wolf in a flock. One person and one sword killed the crowd without the slightest ability to fight back. A group of Zhenbei Guards clearly held the numerical advantage, but they were completely powerless to resist. At this moment, Xiao Chen was like the god of death. And every time he swung his sword, heads would fly up. The sword was powerful and unstoppable. In just a few moments, dozens of Zhenbei Guards had already died. The remaining Zhenbei Guards froze in place and looked at Xiao Chen incredulously, their eyes filled with disbelief. This battle power of Xiao Dust was too terrifying, wasn't it? They're 92 to 1 and they're getting killed like dogs. And Zhao Tiangang's face changed in fear when he saw this scene. Dozens more dead Zhenbei? How could this Xiao Chen be so raw? Even if he hadn't entered his skill weakness, he couldn't possibly fight 1 against 100. Could he? Those were all martial apprentice 9th level Zhenbei Guards. Lin Xizhiang could no longer sit still. He stared hard at Zhao Tiangang before appearing and disappearing in place. And when he reappeared, he was already standing in front of Xiao Chen. He casually slapped out a palm, directly dissolving the several sword chi that Xiao Chen attacked head-on. Xiao Chuan was not at his full strength at the moment, and Lin Xizhiang, who was at the 6th level of martial master, could still easily neutralize his attack when he was at full strength. The Zhenbei Guards standing behind him all let out a long breath when they saw Lin Xizhiang strike, reaching out to wipe the sweat from their foreheads, and then, they could not help but glance at Xiao Chuan as a touch of panic unconsciously surfaced in their eyes. It was really hard for them to imagine that after only 3 years of not seeing each other, how could the once despondent wastrel have grown to such an extent? This couldn't even be described as a heavenly pride to describe his terror. It was simply a demon among demons. Before this siege operation, they felt that Lin Xizhiang had made a bit of a fuss by sending so many of them to deal with Xiao Chen, which was simply killing a chicken with a bull's knife. But when they waited until this moment to truly face Xiao Chen, they realized that they were wrong. And they were so wrong. This Xiao Chen was simply too strong to be a person. 1 against 100. They couldn't even touch a hair on his body, not to mention injuring him. Seeing Lin Xizhiang appear, Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. Teacher? Over the past 3 years, he had thought many times about reuniting with Lin Xizhiang again, or surprise, or warmth, but it was completely unexpected that the two would meet in this way. Looking at the icy gaze in Lin Xizhiang's eyes, the corners of his mouth hooked up with a miserable look. I didn't expect that even the man who had once covered for him and whom he had immense respect for, would rush to kill him today. Xiao Chen, don't call me master. I don't have a ruthless and rebellious disciple like you. I didn't expect that in just 3 years, not only have you recovered your dantian, but you've also grown to such an extent. It's only a pity that you are vicious by nature and actually did such a poisonous thing to your former brothers. Lin Xizhiang looked at Xiao Chuan with a smile at the corner of his mouth, but there was a chill in his eyes, like a cold viper, making Xiao Chuan feel unfamiliar. The people in the arena were all stunned at the words. A group of people who had been favored by Xiao Duan in the past teamed up to kill Xiao Duan, and Xiao Duan just passively returned the favor, and it became vicious by nature? That's a lot of double standards. Why? Xiao Chuan did not retort, but only coldly looked at Lin Zijiang and asked. Xiao Chuan's words had no beginning and no end, and all the people did not understand what they meant, but Lin Zijiang did. He laughed, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold smile. You're asking why I was so good to you back then, but now I'm here to kill you? Just as well. You're going to die anyway, so I'll be merciful and tell you. In fact, I've never really had feelings for you. You're just a pawn in my journey up the ladder. Back then, I was nice to you purely because you were the son of the world and wanted to get resources from you. But now, you're not anymore. Prince Ling Tian is. It's only natural for me to abandon the darkness. Back then when you treated me like a father, I thought you were ridiculous. I didn't realize that after so many years, you're still so naive and stupid. Seeing that you've called me master so many times, master will teach you one last time. If there is an afterlife, be a selfish and bad person. That way, you will live longer. After saying that, Lin Zijiang's eyes glanced at Xiao Chuan with icy coldness as if he was looking at a stranger. And then with a wave of his hand, 10 middle-aged men with monstrous auras appeared from the shadows not far away and slowly walked behind him. When the people in the arena saw this scene, their faces were all horrified. Those 10 middle-aged men residing were actually all at the martial master realm. On normal days, it was rare for Xiangwu City to even have a martial artist at the martial apprentice realm. At this moment, there were actually so many martial master realm experts gathered. Martial masters, each and every one of them was terrifyingly abnormal, and any one of them was enough to reign supreme in a city with a population of 1 million like Xiangwu City, and now they were all gathered in one place, but only to kill a teenager. This is amazing. Seeing this lineup, Xiao Dust was also slightly stunned, followed by his eyes slowly narrowing. He also didn't expect that in order to kill him, the Zhenbeiwei actually had all their strongest men. So many martial master realm experts have come. The guards, on the other hand, were scared out of their wits. This lineup, who they can carry that? I say, Commander Lin, to deal with a 7th level sword apprentice whose hair hasn't even grown. Do you need to call so many of us together? That's just it. You're making too big a deal out of it. Wouldn't you just slap him to death? A few martial master realm experts glanced at Xiao Chen with disdain and said with a disgruntled expression. They were hallowed martial master realm experts. 11 people joining hands against a 17 or 18-year-old teenager. If this was spread out, they would lose all their faces. How would they still be able to mix in the future? What do you know? When a lion fights a rabbit, it also uses its full strength. Not to mention the fact that the son of the world is acquainted with all of you. So wouldn't it be good to give him a ride together? Lin Zijiang swept a glance at a few people, and sensing the intimidating pressure in the former's eyes, those few martial arts masters shut their mouths at once. AI. After 10 years of companionship with Shitzi, but now I have to kill him with my own hands. This commander's heart is still a bit reluctant to do so. Lin Zijiang sighed, and then his eyes turned suddenly cold. But there's no way. Who let you offend Prince Ling Tian? Shitzi? Kill. In the next moment, the 10 martial masters moved and rushed towards Xiao Dust in unison. Terrifying chi and blood power surged out from several people. The temperature around them rose several degrees. Hundreds of onlookers were directly lifted out by the airwaves that spilled out from their bodies. The crowd in the arena looked at the scene in front of them incredulously, their hearts horrified. An expert in the martial master realm is too scary, right? Just the breath spilling out of his body is so powerful? Then if they were to actually strike, what kind of terror would they be? This time, Xiao Chen was finished. Xiao Chen, aren't you powerful? This time, when all 10 of us from the martial master realm attacked together, can you, a tiny sword apprentice at the 7th level, still block? Zhao Tian Gang, who rushed at the front, roared in hideous fury. Among these people, the one who had the deepest hatred towards Xiao Chen definitely had to be him. If it wasn't for Xiao Chuan, he wouldn't have turned against his family and ended up in the tragic situation of having to go to the demon god temple. At this moment, he only wanted to take revenge and ruthlessly chop off Xiao Chen's head. Who told you I'm still at the 7th level of sword apprentice? Xiao Chuan glanced at Zhao Tian Gang, and his aura suddenly began to skyrocket as a trace of terrifying purple sword chi filled his body, wrapping around his entire body like a silk cocoon. Sword Master Realm. You actually broke through to the Sword Master Realm? Feeling the overpowering sword intent on Xiao Chuan's body, Zhao Tian Gang was directly frightened to the point that his pupils suddenly shrunk, and even his body unconsciously trembled. This Xiao Chen was only at the 7th level of sword apprentice, and with the help of a sword skill, he could easily kill him in seconds. Now that he had broken through to Sword Master, killing him would be as simple as killing a pig or a dog? His face suddenly turned snow white, and he hastily began to control his figure, wanting to stop his forward momentum, but helplessly. Just now, his killing heart was too heavy and he rushed too hard at once. At this moment is like an arrow off the string, speed pull full. suddenly want to stop. 2 legs but already cannot collect. Seeing that he was about to crash into Xiao Chen, his eyes turned hard and he directly began to burn his own essence blood to forcefully raise his battle power in an attempt to block Xiao Chen's attack. However, thanks to Mr. Spicy Tian Luo for the hypnosis, thanks to dumbass Xiao Ling for the hypnosis, and thanks to each and every one of my brothers for giving me gifts. I can't thank them all because there's too many of them, but I'm thankful for each and every one of them who gave me gifts. Thank you all. Chapter 84. You haven't done your best yet? Even though Zhao Tiangang had hardened his battle power by burning his essence blood, it still didn't help. When the long blade in his hand touched the sword chi surrounding Xiao Chuan, it immediately began to crumble by inches. It was clearly a top-grade Shin iron forged hard and incomparable spirit knife, but at this moment, it was as unbearable as rotten and withered wood. Zhao Tiangang's face suddenly changed. How can this be? However, just halfway through the thought, his entire body crashed into Xiao Chuan's sword chi and directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Dirtbag, unbeatable. Whoever wants to die, just try it. Xiao Dust stood with his sword, his gaze sweeping towards the rest of the Jinbei guards like a hellish Shura, his eyes containing a murderous aura. Seeing this scene, the crowd in the arena was like petrified. Their brains were blank, because they were too shocked. Many people even lost their ability to think in a short period of time. The hallowed Xiangwu Demon Suppression Division Master was just blown up by the sword chi released by Xiao Chuan. Xiao Chuan didn't even make a move with his sword. The remaining few martial arts masters' eyes whitened violently. Their eyes flashed with gusts of panic as they hastily stopped their forms and retreated violently. They looked at the mist of blood in the air that hadn't yet disappeared, and a wave of fear welled up in their hearts. Luckily, Zhao Tiangang, this waste of space, rushed fast enough to give them a wake-up call at the cost of shattering their bones. Otherwise, at this moment, it would not only be Zhao Tiangang who died, but a group of them. And then they could not help but move their gazes towards Xiao Dust, and there was incredulity in their eyes. Is this a sword cultivator? It's really powerful. One man's heart was in the right place. Gross. I fought with sword cultivators back in the day. Sword cultivators are powerful, but never this powerful. It's simply that this Xiao Chen is too perverted. I dare assert that his battle power definitely far exceeds that of other sword cultivators in the same realm. This killing power is too terrifying. Immediately, someone jumped in with a rebuttal. What? It's actually like this? Back then, I only heard that Xiao Chuan was born with a king body and had a terrifying and incomparable talent in the martial Dao, but I did not expect that now that he has switched to the sword Dao, he is still so demonic. Is there still a heavenly reason for this? The crowd of martial artists were all stunned with their eyes wide open. At this moment, Lin Zijiang also froze in place, his eyes staring at Xiao Chun for a long time, unable to come back to his senses. A long time had passed between Zhao Tiangang being blown apart and he still couldn't believe what he had seen. Just the protective sword she blasted a martial master realm expert into bloody foam. Although the other party was only a martial master realm first level, it was still appalling enough. However, while he was shocked, he wasn't very scared. After all, they still had 10 other martial masters, and he himself was at the 6th level of the martial master realm, so as long as they swarmed up to him, they could definitely hack Xiao Dust into mush. Although they had suffered heavy losses today, as long as they could decapitate Xiao Dust and offer his head to Xiao Lingtian to gain his appreciation, then everything would be worth it. He's here to get the credit. What's it to him if others die? Thinking this, he made another gesture at the 9 martial artists, signaling them to continue their attack. At the same time, Xiao Chuan's gaze swept toward those people and coldly said, "Which one of you will come first?" His voice was soft, but overbearing. When the crowd of martial master realm powerhouses glanced at Xiao Chun, who was opposite the sword aura, a trace of fear flashed in their eyes, and none of them dared to be the first to rush up. Huang Weitian, you usually say you're bold. You go first and we'll follow right behind. I Chao Nima Ah. Can't you see that this Xiao Chun is as fierce as an animal? I'll go up first. I'll go up first to die? What then? I don't want to be on it either. So let's all not be on it. A group of martial master realm powerhouses looked at me. I looked at you, wide-eyed. No one was willing to go and be the one to stand out, so they just stood in place and held on. When the crowd in the arena saw this scene, they couldn't help but swallow a few mouthfuls of saliva. A group of towering martial master realms, figures comparable to gods and goddesses in the eyes of mortals, were actually frightened by Xiao Chun alone at this moment. Standing still and not daring to move? This Xiao Chen's deterrent power was also too terrifying. Seeing that a group of his men actually dared to disobey his orders, Lin Zijiang's face instantly sank and he gritted his teeth. You bunch of fools, why are you still standing around? Hurry up and go. He's only a sword master first level. You guys are on par with his realm. There are still 9 of you. What are you afraid of? A hint of dissatisfaction flashed in the eyes of the martial artists, But a sword master one? Is that kid an ordinary sword master one? Didn't you see the Zhao Tiangang was directly blasted into a bloody mist without even touching that kid's hair? If you're good, you're good. Not going up, right? Okay, on the count of 3, whoever dares not to go up, I'll treat him directly as a deserter. And I'll personally rip off his head. This statement was made. The faces of the crowd of martial artists immediately turned ugly. They were attached to the Zenbeiwei, and although they were guards, they were also an army establishment. Fearing the enemy in battle is a capital offense. What to do? Are we going up? Go on. Looking at Lin Xizhang's appearance. If we don't go on, he's afraid that he'll really use military justice. With all 9 of us striking together, that Xiao Chen shouldn't be able to withstand it. Okay, then. There is no way around it. 9 martial master realm experts rushed towards Xiao Dust in unison. Their speed was fast, their bodies burning with a terrifying aura, and they arrived in front of Xiao Chen in the blink of an eye. But the next moment, Xiao Dust's figure moved and the dragon-slashing sword in his hand moved, killing several people like a ferocious beast. The sizzling hot chi and blood on those 9 martial master realms suddenly disintegrated when they encountered Xiao Chuan's sword chi, like ice and snow encountering the sunlight, and they could not even put up the slightest hint of weak resistance. This can't be. A pair of 9s. How could you possibly break through our defense in an instant? The 9 martial artists were shocked. They knew that Xiao Chen was powerful, and in their hearts, they were prepared for a bitter battle. However, they did not expect that they would not be able to resist Xiao Chen for a moment even after putting their best foot forward. No one responded. In the next moment, 9 bloody heads suddenly flew up into the air. Unbearable. Xiao Dust gently shook his head with some disappointment in his eyes. After breaking through to Sword Master, no one had yet allowed him to exert his full strength. He had thought that 9 martial masters altogether could put some pressure on him, but to his surprise, they were still as weak as a bunch of chickens. I'll go. 9 martial masters, 1 sword second? Mr. Xiao Chen is simply as fierce as a heavenly god. It's too much. See the scene. A gasp rang out in the arena. Everyone was horrified to the core. The group of Jinbei guards even turned pale. They had thought that it was already extraordinary for Xiao Chen to abuse them. However, he did not expect that even the martial master realm would be just a bunch of dirt chickens and dogs in front of Xiao Chuan, who could be killed with their hands. At this moment, a phrase inexplicably came to their minds. He was already at the limit of this realm with just a slight strike. Isn't that ing Xiao Duan? You actually didn't use your full strength earlier? Even Lin Xizhang, who had been victorious before, had a slight change in color, without his previous lightheartedness, and a trace of gravity appeared in his eyes. At this moment, the confidence of certain victory in his heart had been shaken for a moment. Although he would be able to kill those 9 martial masters, he would never be able to do so as easily as Xiao Chen. Just now, when he killed those 9 martial masters, Xiao Chen was as easy as killing a chicken, which was chilling. That's right. Xiao Dust nodded his head indifferently. With his current strength, he was already hard to beat under martial arts generals. If the undercard is in full effect, a martial artist can also fight a battle. Killing a few martial masters of the first level would not even use 10% of their strength. Although he had guessed it in his heart, Lin Xizhang still sucked in a breath of cool air when he heard Xiao Chen admit it himself. Knowing what he knew about his former student, he was not above lying and cheating. When he says he hasn't done his best, he means he hasn't done his best. Without exerting all his strength, he had already killed a martial master one like a dog. If you use all your strength, then, Lin Xizhang no longer dared to imagine. Just then, a group of Jinbei guards finally couldn't bear the fear in their hearts and suddenly turned around and fled. They exerted all their strength and escaped hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. Seeing that Xiao Dust did not move in place, a hint of joy flashed in their eyes. As long as they blended into the crowd and had civilians as cover, then they were safe. With Xiao Chen's character, it was impossible to kill civilians indiscriminately. At the moment, the crowd was so close to them that if they ran just 5 more meters, they would be completely saved. But just then, Chapter 85. Join hands with what? Xiao Dust glanced coldly towards them. Those Jinbei guards had a footstep, feeling as if they were being gazed at by a terrifying evil dragon, and their bodies were covered in cold sweat. And then a sword light cut through the sky. Pust, pust, blood like a fountain. Dozens of bloody heads suddenly flew high into the air and slowly fell. Lin Xizhang's face was ugly as he glanced at the head that smashed to the ground and couldn't help but curse this group of people's stupidity in his heart. None of the 9 martial master realms had blocked Xiao Chen for a moment. Their mere apprentice 9 could escape under Xiao Chen? It's just whimsical. And behind Lin Xizhang, the group of Jinbei guards who were also thinking of escaping stopped at once and froze in place, not daring to move. Xiao Chen, we are all good brothers who have been born and died before, and it is indeed our fault that we all came to trouble you today. But you don't have to be so cruel, right? They still have parents. wives and children at home waiting for them to raise them. If you do this, you are going to cut off their. A Jinbei guard suddenly gritted his teeth and cursed angrily. They did come to kill Xiao Chen today, but didn't that not work out? I can't believe I didn't kill them. What makes you, Xiao Chen, kill them? Pust. A sword chi directly sliced off the man's head. The man's head flew up into midair with a stunned look still on his face. Xiao Chuan coldly glanced at the man's headless body. Today, I'm only here to save Lu Sanji. Whoever stops me will have to die. And then he came to Lin Sijiang's face with the dragon chopper sword in his hand and said with a complex expression, in the past years, I was with you for nearly 10 years, and regarded you as half a father, but I didn't expect that I would have to meet you with swords today. It's really the impermanence of life. Feeling the icy killing intent in Xiao Chen's eyes, Lin Sijiang's eyebrows furiously jumped. At this moment, he was afraid because he realized that even though his cultivation was 5 small realms higher than Xiao Chen's, he still did not have the certainty of defeating Xiao Chen. He had already retreated in his mind. But now that the Jinbei guards have suffered heavy losses, if he just walks away and returns to the Jinbei king's residence, he will surely have to face Xiao Jinbei's thunderous wrath. And even Xiao Lingtian will be disappointed in him, even if he doesn't die. His future for the rest of his life is already ruined. For the moment, he hesitated. Right at this moment, a strong demonic aura suddenly surged up not far away, and a few breaths later, an old man wearing a blood robe with a demonic beast pattern appeared in front of the crowd. Blood Wuhan? Why is this old monster here? Many people recognized the identity of the blood-robed old man and their faces changed drastically, their eyes terrified. This person was none other than the Xiangwu City Demon God Temple's Grand Elder, Blood Without Trace, with a ferocious reputation, having killed dozens of martial master realm powerhouses, terrifying to the extreme. A martial artist like Zhao Tiangang wouldn't even survive 3 breaths in front of Blood Without Trace, and aside from being terrified, the gazes of many people looking at Bloodstainless were filled with hatred. Lu Sanji and a group of veterans were even more hateful. This person could be said to be the biggest traitor of Xiangwu City. Back then he was originally the lord of Xiangwu City, but then he was bribed by the demon race and temporarily betrayed the human race, resulting in hundreds of thousands of Xiangwu City's people being slaughtered. Lu Sanji and a group of veterans were all defenders under him at that time, and they fought the demon race outside while Bloodless killed their wives and children behind their backs. Therefore, Lu Sanji and a group of veterans hated Bloodless to the bone. As for Lin Sijiang, he glanced at Bloodstainless and his face suddenly changed. This old devil was no match even for him, and Bloodstainless faintly swept the surrounding area and found the remnants of corpses all over the ground. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Earlier, Zhao Tiangang had sent someone to contact him, saying that he wanted to join his demon god temple and was willing to kill Xiao Duan as a sign of sincerity, so that he would come to Bear Marshal City to witness it. So he came in a hurry, but after arriving, he suddenly this scene painting style is a bit wrong. Someone is actually on a killing spree? Where's Zhao Tiangang? Why didn't he come out to greet him? Suddenly, his gaze swept towards Xiao Chen, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes when he saw that the latter had actually reached the first level of swordmaster at a young age. Such a young swordmaster one. When did Kendo become so good? A moment later, the flash of surprise in Bloodless eyes turned back into killing intent. This kind of human pride, he would never let go of it since he had seen it in the Demon God Temple. Although the first level of sword cultivator was powerful, he had the cultivation of a demon master at the 7th level, and it was as easy as a slap in the face to kill this teenager. However, he wasn't in a hurry to kill this teenager first. He had to find Zhao Tiangang first. With this in mind, he walked over to Xiao Chuan and said with a bad smile on his face, "Kid, have you seen Zhao Tiangang? He said earlier that he would send the head of that dog thief Xiao Chuan as a token of surrender for joining my demon god temple. Where is he at this moment?" All the people present looked at Bloodstainless with odd eyes. "You said you wanted to take someone's head in front of Xiao Chen? Isn't this a bit much?" Xiao Dust also looked at him silently and did not say anything. "Kid, are you deaf? I'm asking you where Zhao Tiangang and Xiao Chen are." A trace of impatience surfaced on Bloodless' face. "Zhao Tiangang? Isn't he right at your feet?" Xiao Dust pointed at the feet of Bloodless. Bloodless looked down and realized that there was a head lying at his feet. The head was face down and could not be seen. He kicked and his head rolled over, revealing his true face, which was clearly Zhao Tiangang, who had already been killed by Xiao Chen. Blood Without Trace's face was unsightly as he raised his head to look at Xiao Chuan. "Dead? You killed it?" Zhao Tiangang's head was haunted by sword chi. It was clear that he had died at the hands of a sword cultivator, and there was only one sword cultivator in the field, and that was Xiao Chen, so the murderer could only be Xiao Chen. "I killed it." Xiao Dust nodded. "Doesn't he know that he has already defected to my demon god hall? You actually dare to kill someone from my demon god hall. Do you want to die?" A ferocious light appeared in Bloodstainless' eyes. However, He soon discovered something unusual as he realized that there were actually 9 other corpses of martial master realm experts near Xiao Chen. Who is it to actually kill so many martial master realm experts? Xiao Chuan alone, a sword master one, would definitely not be able to do it. His complexion instantly became alert, and suddenly he turned his gaze to Lin Xijang on the opposite side of the room, his face grimacing. You're Zhenbei Grand Commander Lin Xijang? You're the one who killed Zhao Tiangang, and you're purposely messing with my demon god palace? Lin Xijang's face changed and he hurriedly denied it. Elder Blood, there's been a misunderstanding. I'm with Master Zhao Si and we've come together to kill Xiao Chen. He was already in crisis at the moment being stared at by Xiao Chen, and he didn't want to mess with this old monster. Bloodstainless. Again. Bloodstainless smiled coldly at his words. Lin Xijang, you don't think that I am old and confused, do you? Xiao Chen is just a sword apprentice 7th level ant. You and Zhao Tiangang teamed up to kill him. It should be as easy as a slap in the face. But now, Xiao Chen didn't die, but Zhao Tiangang died? How do you explain that? Lin Xijang was just about to speak, but Bloodless Trace realized that there was an old man not far away who was staring at him with eyes full of hatred. He glanced towards the old man and was stunned, and then the corners of his mouth gradually turned grim. Lu Sanji, I didn't expect you waste of space thing to actually still be alive. Injured like this, it's really pitiful. Do you want me to do a good deed? Send you to see that deadbeat wife and son? At the end of his sentence, a chill rose in his cloudy eyes. I Chao Nima, blood without trace. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Lu Sanji's eyes were red. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen frowned. Could it be that this Bloodless is the enemy who killed Lu Sanji's wife and son? In Xiao Chuan's impression, Lu Sanji was a very cheerful person, but every time Xiao Chuan asked about his wife and children, he would always become silent and gloomy and would get drunk alone. Xiao Duan asked him a few times. He was reluctant to say more, only said that he was betrayed by his most trusted boss that year, and his wife and son suffered an untimely death. It was a pity that the other party had now defected to the Demon God Palace and had heavenly cultivation, so there was already no hope of revenge. Xiao Duan could see that Lu Sanji was eager to kill his enemy, so he offered to help him with the help of the power of the royal family. However, Lu Sanji was well aware of Xiao Chen's situation and was not willing to cause trouble for him, so he had never said this person's name. Now that he saw Lu Sanji's attitude towards Bloodstainless, he could instantly judge that the one who killed Lu Sanji's wife and son before was most likely Bloodstainless. Ha ha ha, chicken, you're still so impulsive. You won't let me go even as a ghost? You can't even help me as a human. What can you do to me as a ghost? Gotta say, though, your wife was pretty moist back in the day. Bloodless laughed out loud, not putting Lu Sanji in his eyes in the slightest. Lu Sanji was so angry that he was trembling all over, clenching his fists so tightly that his nails pierced into the flesh and blood flowed out. The people present were also filled with righteous indignation, but they could do nothing with Bloodstainless. After all, he was too strong. Lu Sanji, don't be angry. Today, I will behead him for you. Xiao Dus looked towards Lu Sanji and whispered in a comforting voice. Seiji, he's too strong. Don't risk your life for me. Lu Sanji hurriedly advised. Xiao Chuan was only a sword master 1st level, so how could he be a match for the demon disciple's 7th level Bloodless Trace? Upon hearing Xiao Chuan's words, Bloodwound was slightly stunned, and his eyes stared at Xiao Chuan dead in the face. Son of the world? You are Xiao Chuan. You actually broke through the sword master realm? His insides were horrified. 2 hours ago, wasn't this Xiao Chen still only a sword apprentice at the 7th level, and now he had actually broken through to a sword master? Even if one was no longer a demon, this speed of breaking through the realm was too exaggerated, right? That's right, I am Xiao Chuan. You are Lu Sanji's enemy, and that means my enemy. Today, I will kill you. Xiao Dus looked toward Bloodstainless and his eyes flashed cold. What? Kill me? With you? Bloodless couldn't believe what he was hearing. He was a full 6 minor realms higher than Xiao Chen. Xiao Chuan actually said he wanted to kill him. Elder Blood, you don't know. This son can't be speculated by common sense. His battle power is amazing. Why don't you join forces with me? Wei, when Lin Xijang saw that Bloodstainless was so gullible, he immediately said in a hurry. For some reason, he always felt that Xiao Chen was extremely dangerous and not something he could deal with alone. It was an incredible thought, but he trusted his instincts. Therefore, he planned to join forces with Bloodstainless. Lin Xijang, you can't be crazy, right? For a tiny sword master 1st level, Lao Fu can be destroyed with a flip of his hand. Join hands? What hand? You're not afraid of being laughed at, but I still want to save face. Bloodstainless snorted in a low voice, not putting Xiao Chen in his eyes at all. Chapter 86, Lin Xijang, where do you want to go? Elder Blood, don't be careless. This son just killed 9 martial masters with a single sword. If you go alone, be careful of the gutter. Lin Zijiang was so anxious that his face turned red, cursing Bloodstainless for being an idiot. A tiny sword master 1? Was this Xiao Dust an ordinary sword master 1? Have you ever seen a sword master 1 kill a martial artist like a chicken? Just now, the 9 great martial artists joined hands and directly hung up without even touching a single hair on Xiao Chen's body. This kind of battle power was simply astounding. The only thing he had ever seen in his life. What? You're saying that this kid killed 9 martial masters in a second with a single sword? Lin Zijiang, do you think that old me is a little cutie? Even if there are 9 martial masters of the first level, swarming together, how can they be so easy to kill? Even the old man would have to put in some effort. Can he, a weakling of a sword master first level, have this kind of strength? Believe it or not, I will be able to slap him to death. Blood without trace pointed at Xiao Chen's nose, his face full of disdain, and a flash of killing intent flared in his eyes. Blood without trace. If you're a man, come at me and don't touch Seiji. You've already caused my family to die. Isn't that enough? Seeing that Bloodstainless had moved to kill Xiao Chen, Lu Sanji roared with red eyes and hissed, "Don't touch him? Lu Sanji, what do you think you are? How dare you make demands from me? The more you don't let me kill, the more I'll kill." Now, Bloodless Trace had a hideous expression on his face, and after he finished speaking, he directly slapped his palm at Xiao Chuan. A majestic demonic aura instantly gushed out from his palm. A terrifying pressure filled the surroundings, and the void was directly shattered. So strong. Is this the strength of a demon master's 7th heaven? It's too scary. Mr. Xiao Chen, these are finished. The crowd in the arena let out exclamations of surprise. Even Lin Zijiang, who was on the side, looked dumbfounded. He didn't expect that Bloodstainless was only one small realm higher than him, yet his battle power was so much stronger than him. There really was a big difference between demon cultivation and martial arts cultivation. However, when he saw Bloodless Trace killing, Xiao Chuan was not only unafraid, but instead, a touch of strong battle intent burst out from his eyes, and not only was there killing intent in his heart, but there was also a hint of anticipation. I don't know if the 7th level of Demon Master can carry his full force strike. In the next moment, his gaze instantly became burning as he raised his sword and slashed towards Bloodstainless. To be on the safe side, he also directly used the infinite sword intent. Buzz! The sword roared to the heavens. The dragon slashing sword was like a roaring beast, fiercely heading towards Bloodless. The purple sword aura gulping above the sword blade was incomparably sharp. Even the void was split to pieces. Feeling that terrifying sword intent, Bloodstainless' face suddenly changed, and the contempt in his eyes turned into horror. Bang! Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, Bloodstainless was directly chopped off his hands and smashed heavily to the ground. The field was as silent as death. No one could have imagined that the Demon Master 7th level Blood Without Trace actually failed to even catch a single sword from Xiao Chuan. Blood Without Trace, who had collapsed on the ground, glanced at his bloodied arms and looked up at Xiao Chuan with terrified eyes as he incredulously said, "Sword intent? You actually comprehended sword intent at the Sword Master First Realm?" He simply couldn't believe what had happened to him at the moment. A Sword Master 1 could actually realize sword intent? It's just outrageous opening the door to outrageous outrageousness. Who would have thought that when he fought with a Sword Master First level little rookie, the other party would actually be able to use sword intent? The Lin Zijiang on the side was also dumbfounded, staring at Xiao Chuan with a death glare, the shock in his heart difficult to be calmed for a long time. To comprehend sword intent at the first level of Swordmaster, what kind of demon was this? As for Lu Sanji, when he saw Xiao Chuan kill Bloodless Trace in seconds so easily, he also froze, a bit unable to believe what he was seeing. Is Seiji actually powerful to this extent? Who told you that eunuch Xiao Chen only realized sword intent at the Swordmaster realm? He clearly realized it at the 7th level of Sword Apprentice. Well, it was realized right here. Someone scoffed at Bloodstainless' words and couldn't help but speak up to inform the truth. What? Sword, the 7th level of Sword Chi has realized sword intent? These words exploded like a thunderbolt in Blood Wound's ears, and caused Lin Zijiang and the others to fall into shock once again. They all looked at Xiao Chen in death. This kind of enlightenment is simply heaven-defying. Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, Xiao Chuan slowly walked over to Lu Sanji, picked up a saber from the ground and handed it to him, and softly said, "Can you still wield the saber?" Lu Sanji froze, not understanding what Xiao Chen meant. Xiao Dust pointed at Bloodless Trace, who was not far away. "I know that you have always wanted to take revenge with your own hands. Now, I want to fulfill your wish for you." Lu Sanji instantly burst into tears at his words, his voice trembling as he said, "Thank you, Shitzi. Lu Sanji can swing. Mr. Xiao Chen, can you let me kill them all together? This killed my daughter. I want to kill too. This killed my parents." Just as Xiao Chuan was about to carry Lu Killer Chicken over, Several voices came from the side. Xiao Chen turned his head to look, only to see a large group of people walking out with resentment on their faces. He turned his head to look at Bloodless, who was turning blue not far away, and estimated that if so many people were to cut him together, he was expected to be chopped to pieces in an instant. Lu Sanji, what do you think? After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen still decided on Lu Sanji's opinion. After all, so many people I'm together. Lu Sanji may not be able to completely vent his hatred. Master Chicken, please, Chicken, have your revenge. Chicken, just make us whole. The crowd looked at Lu Sanji with anticipation again. Lu Sanji turned his head to look at the crowd and realized that their eyes were burning with hateful fury. Obviously all of them hated Bloodless to the bone, so he nodded his head and agreed. Okay, everyone follow me and kill together. Kill. A group of people with kitchen knives, hoes, and wooden sticks aggressively rushed toward Bloodless. You mole crickets, how dare you lay your hands on me? Seek death. A flash of resentment flashed through Bloodwound's eyes, and he was just about to mobilize his demonic chi to have this group of people blasted into a bloody mist when Xiao Chuan appeared directly in front of him with a flash of his body and pierced through his dantian with a sword. With his dantian broken, Bloodless Trace opened his mouth and spewed out a mouthful of demonic blood, and his aura instantly shriveled down. Just then the group of people eager for revenge arrived. Kill. Chop up this. First, cut off his 220 so he can never bully a woman again. Gentlemen, all of you, be careful with your hands. Don't cut the vitals, or if you cut them to death, the people behind you won't have anything to cut. In just an instant, Bloodstainless was hacked to a bloody pulp by this group of people, screaming miserably. Mother ******** ing chickens, don't even crowd. Let me slash a few times too. Make way, all of you. Let the chicken master go first. The crowd, on hearing this, had the good sense to step aside. Lu Sanji was seriously injured. His tendons and legs were picked off, and he was carried to the already bloodied Bloodless, who had been hacked and slashed with his teeth, and slashed a few times on his body. And then the people behind him once again roared in anger and swung their swords towards Bloodless. It didn't take long for Bloodless to completely disappear, leaving only a pile of. Lin Sijong, who was on the side, took advantage of the crowd's vengeance and hurriedly gave his men a wink, signaling them to run away. Xiao Chen's strength was too terrifying, and he had completely lost the courage to fight him. Even the Demon Master's 7th level, Bloodstainless, was seconded. Him going up is just a matter of Xiao Chen's sword. Lin Sijong, where do you want to go? However, Xiao Chen's gaze had been keeping an eye on the movements on Lin Sijong's side, and when he realized that he was planning to bolt, he immediately flickered and stopped in front of him. Taking advantage of his downfall, he wanted to kill him to please Xiao Lingtian. Such behavior is inexcusable. Chapter 87, Is there a way to save him? Locked by Xiao Chuan's gaze, Lin Sijong felt as if he was being stared at by an ancient beast, and his body froze, so he could only stop in his tracks. Xiao Chen, after all, I have been your teacher for 10 years and have taught you. Do you really want to drive me to extinction? Lin Sijong turned to look at Xiao Chen. His gaze was grim as he opened his mouth and made some accusations against Xiao Chen. Teacher, you're not worthy? When you brought people to kill me earlier, you said that there was no such rebellious disciple as me. Now you're my teacher? The corner of Xiao Dust's mouth lifted slightly. He felt that he was really naive before, actually treating people like Lin Sijong as good people. Back then, he was simple-minded and didn't understand the evils of the human heart. Now that he thought about it, Lin Sijong would pretend to be in a difficult position to ask for some precious pills and cultivation treasures from him every time he cared for him, and his motives were inherently impure. It's funny that he thought the other guy was being sincere with him. I don't know if I don't know it, but sometimes hearts are dirty. Once a teacher, always a teacher. You, Lin Sijong is still trying to moralize. Cut the crap. If you want to leave, first ask if the long sword in my hand agrees. Xiao Dust directly interrupted. After seeing Lin Sijong's face, Xiao Chuan no longer had any feelings for him. However, he still wanted to give Lin Sijong a chance for a fair fight. When Xiao Chuan was young, Lin Sijong often fought Xiao Chuan and always defeated him easily. At that time, Lin Sijong was as powerful as a heavenly god in Xiao Chen's eyes, causing him to worship him. He always dreamed of defeating him one day, and now, he wanted to fulfill this youthful wish, a small obsession of his. Then let's battle. I also want to see if that teenager that I looked up to day in and day out back then can be more than blue today. Lin Sijong's eyes were raging with battle intent. Yes. Xiao Dust nodded his head. What is the commander thinking? That Xiao Chuan is so fierce nowadays. Even Bloodless Trace is not his opponent. And the commander actually wants to fight him? Perhaps the commander has some crushing stunt? Come on. Xiao Dust can still have sword techniques that he hasn't used. I heard them say that after Xiao Dust used his sword skill earlier, A moment of demonic aura rushed into the sky and his battle power skyrocketed, directly drawing out 2,000 apprentice 7th realm demons. No matter what backhand the commander has, he can't possibly be an opponent. How many? 2,000? Why didn't anyone tell me about this before I came? If I'd known, I wouldn't have come even as a deserter. A crowd of Jinbei guards were talking. Xiao Chuan, this place is small and can't be utilized. Go to the city gates and fight. Lin Xijiang's aura continued to climb, his chi and blood flourishing like a furnace, and he glanced at the city gates, walking slowly. With every step he took, the aura on his body strengthened. The chi and blood rolled over. The pressure was appalling. The void began to crumble inch by inch because it couldn't withstand that aura. So strong. Worthy of being Zhenbei Commander Lin Xijiang. There was a gasp of surprise in the arena. Xiao Chuan's gaze also moved slightly, and for a split second, it was as if he had returned to the days when he was practicing with Lin Xijiang. However, just as Xiao Chen intended to move over to battle Lin Xijiang suddenly wiped his feet and fled towards the city gates in desperation. The crowd was dumbfounded when they saw the scene. The honorable commander of the Zhenbei guards, Lin Xijiang, who was a martial master of the sixth heaven, was actually scared away by Xiao Chen? Had this Xiao Dust's deterrent power already terrorized to such an extent? But then they thought about it for a moment, and then they suddenly figured it out. Even the demon master Seventh Sky's bloodless trace was not an opponent, so how could this Lin Xijiang possibly be a match for Xiao Chen? From the very beginning, Lin Xijiang had never thought of fighting Xiao Chuan, and had hit on the idea of escaping from the battlefield. This could not be blamed on Lin Xijiang. It could only be said that Xiao Chen was simply too strong. The crowd of Jinbei guards were also completely dumbfounded. Their commander actually left them behind and ran off on his own tube? Xiao Dust looked at Lin Xijiang's distant figure and a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. But soon, that disappointment turned into coldness. In the next moment, he raised his dragon-slashing sword and stabbed it fiercely towards Lin Xijiang. The long sword swooshed through the void, and the sword's roar was loud and clear, like a dragon's roar, shaking the four fields. The demonic sword light flashed across the void, coloring the sky purple. The powerful sword chi filled the four fields, and wherever it went, the void cracked by inches. The people in the arena were all looking at the long sword in the air that was like a swimming dragon with horror in their eyes. Sword chi spreads across 30,000 miles. A sword that chills the 19 states? In a matter of moments, the dragon-slashing sword whistled past, and in the blink of an eye, it had already caught up with Lin Xijiang, who was several hundred meters away. Feeling a crisis coming, Lin Xijiang jerked his head back to see that a sword had rushed straight at his face. That terrifying sword aura sent chills down his body. He threw a punch in a panic, attempting to counter the long sword. However, as soon as his fist strength was formed, it was shattered by the long sword. A trace of incredulity flashed in Lin Xijiang's eyes. How could it be so strong? He was 5 small realms higher than Xiao Chen, but he couldn't actually block the other party's sword? Pust! A head shot up into the sky. A generation of strong Lin Xijiang had fallen. And then, Xiao Chuan reached out and beckoned, and the dragon-slashing sword let out a soft chirp and flew back into Xiao Chuan's hand again from several hundred meters away. Xiao Chen, we were wrong. For the sake of the past, spare us. Seeing that Lin Xijiang had been seconded, a group of Jinbei guards completely panicked, full of fear, and came to kneel in front of Xiao Chen, begging for forgiveness. Seeing that Lin Xijiang, who was at the 6th level of martial master, had been beheaded, they were completely afraid and wagged their tails at Xiao Chen, no longer arrogant and domineering as before, and their eyes were humble and pleasing. Spare you? If you are stronger than me today, will you spare me? Xiao Dust spoke coldly before swinging his long sword and began to send these ungrateful Zhenbei on their way. Accompanied by miserable screams, a bloody head rushed up into the sky. The black hand behind this siege was Xiao Lingtian, and the Zhenbei was a trump card in Xiao Lingtian's hands. Breaking this trump card would be the same as Xiao Lingtian scrapping an arm. It was impossible for Xiao Dust to be merciful. In a few moments, all the Jinbei guards were killed by Xiao Dust. After cleaning up the battlefield and scavenging the loot, Xiao Dust left Xiangwu City with Lu Sanji. After arriving at the cave where he had previously made a breakthrough, Xiao Chuan gently put Lu Sanji down and found out some high-level healing medicines to feed Lu Sanji. But his injuries were too severe, and after taking the elixir, although his face looked better, his life force was still draining away, and it was obvious that he could not return to life. Xiao Dust looked sad. This time he really couldn't think of a way to save Lu Sanji. Lu Sanji had already suffered serious injuries before, and taking Xiao Yuyudan allowed him to regain his life. And now, he was seriously injured again. Not only were his hamstrings and feet picked off, but 2 pieces of flesh were cut off his body and he lost a lot of blood. In a short period of time, 2 consecutive serious injuries. Coupled with Lu Sanji's old age and frailty, now even if the service is still small, Dan also has no medicine. Even if the best elixir is taken more than once in a short period of time, resistance will develop and the effect will be greatly reduced. Shitsi, don't be sad. People will always die. Before dying, Shitsi avenged my death. Lu Sanji is very happy and already has no regrets in death. The only thing I can't worry about is you. Shitsi, your life is too bitter. No, but it's fine. Lu Sanji will be down there, blessing Shitsi, so that Shitsi will be safe and joyful. Lu Sanji looked at Xiao Chen and tried to squeeze out a smile on his pale face. It could be seen that he was extremely weak, and even making a smiling face was extremely laborious. After saying this, he simply fainted. Xiao Dust hurriedly checked his nostrils and realized that he was still breathing before he let his heart down a little. But even though Lu Sanji wasn't dead now, he couldn't hold out much longer. He had to think of something. System, is there a way to save him? Xiao Dust's voice trembled slightly. Thank you for the milk tea from Tadamitsu who loves Buliwa. And thank you all for the gifts. Thank you all. Chapter 88, The Collapsed Xiao Lingfeng. Yes, if the host can find the water and fire lotus, not only will it save Lu Sanji's life, but it will also activate another self-contained secret skill of the host's martial god body, the scorch of the fire lotus. The system replied icily. Water and fire lotus? Fire lotus burns? What's that? Xiao Dust froze. The host reads the instructions for himself. Next moment, a golden virtual panel appeared in front of Xiao Dust, and lines of golden text appeared on it, giving a detailed description of the water and fire lotus and the scorch of the fire lotus. Water and fire lotus, heaven and earth spirit, growing in some ancient secret realm. There are battle strength amazing ancient beast evil scaly guard. 300 years of flowering, if no one picking, 3 days will wither, turned into nutrients, feeding the secret realm. The water and fire lotus has 6 petals, 3 fire petals and 3 water petals. The water petal possessed an extremely strong healing effect, much more miraculous than the small returning pill. Under the martial general realm, as long as one was not dead, even if one's flesh was shattered, taking a piece of the water petal could rekindle one's vitality. If taken by those without injuries, it also had an extremely powerful and wonderful use, helping the taker to strengthen his or her physical body to a great extent and laying down a terrifying martial arts foundation. And the fire petal inherently contains fire spirit. On the cultivation of fire attribute technique practitioners help greatly. If the fire attribute practitioners serve, can enhance the combat power of several grades, better than 100 years of hard training. If the host obtains it, he can activate the secret skill Fire Lotus Scorch that comes with the martial god's body. Fire Lotus Scorch. After the host activates the secret skill, the surface of his body will ignite with the fire of the great sun, inflicting an undifferentiated attack on enemies within a radius of 100 meters, with extremely high damage that increases with the host's realm. After reading the description of the Fire Lotus Scorch, a trace of excitement immediately flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. This Scorch of the Fire Lotus sounds like an extremely powerful ranged damage, exactly what he is currently lacking. Nowadays, although he could also siege, the number of attacks at a time was limited, and at most he could attack several at the same time. So if he encountered an enemy using a sea of people tactic, he would be very passive. For example, the last time he was surrounded by 2,000 demons, he hacked his hands until they were soft, and only killed a few hundred heads, after which the demon army retreated, and there was nothing he could do about it but watch the other side retreat, losing so many demon cores for nothing. One must know that what he lacked the most right now was demon cores. If he had this Scorch of Fire Lotus before, it would have been completely different, absolutely certain that he would be able to leave all 2,000 demons behind, and would be able to harvest 1,600 more demon cores. With the demon core, he would be able to upgrade quickly. Therefore, this Scorch of Fire Lotus was very useful to him, and if he could obtain it, he would be able to soar to the heavens. He secretly clenched his fists and made up his mind that he must find the water and fire lotus and successfully activate the Scorch of Fire Lotus. Only that it was extremely difficult to find any heaven and earth spiritual treasure with amazing efficacy like this one, and he was afraid that if he wanted to obtain it, he would encounter quite a few obstacles. System, where should I look for this water and fire lotus? I don't know. I need the host to find it on his own. This flower is a rare spiritual treasure of heaven and earth, rarely appearing, and has only appeared twice in hundreds of years. Every time it appears, it will cause a bloody storm. The possibility of the host being able to search for it is extremely low. I advise the host not to hold out too much hope. Xiao Duan. He thought the system would show him the way, but he didn't realize that even the system didn't know. Looks like he'll just have to find out for himself. System, Lu Sanji is currently heavily injured and dazed. I'm afraid I can't wait for me to find the water and fire lotus. Is there any way to keep him alive for the time being? Xiao Dust was a little worried. The host has the body of the god of martial arts. A body of flesh and blood are all precious medicine. Feed him to drink the host's blood, although it cannot make him cured, but can temporarily protect his vitality. But if half a month, the host cannot find the water in Fire Lotus, his vitality will be completely cut off. The gods cannot be rescued. Just feed Lu Sanji to drink my blood? One more spiritual treasure is needed. What spiritual treasure? Ice Jade Immortal Coffin. Xiao Dust's pupils shrunk slightly. The Ice Jade Immortal Coffin of the Jinbei King's mansion? Exactly. Xiao Dust's face was slightly grave. This Ice Jade Immortal Coffin was not unfamiliar to him, and he even said it was familiar, because it used to be his. It was a secret realm that he had purposely gone to fetch when he was 14 years old. This process also encountered a lot of fierce dangers and almost lost his life in the secret realm. And the only reason why he was so desperate was because when Wanrong had once said something about liking this Ice Jade Immortal Coffin, and that after 100 years, he hoped to be able to sleep in the Ice Jade Immortal Coffin for a long time. The Ice Jade Immortal Coffin was a coffin specially made from 1,000-year-old ice jade by an ancient great power in order to preserve the corpse of his beloved person from decaying. When the dead lie in it, they can keep their flesh from decaying and their faces from growing old. And when a living person lies in it, it temporarily freezes vitality and slows down the deterioration of diseases and injuries. Back then, after he retrieved the Ice Jade Immortal Coffin, he hid it in his own treasury, intending to wait for when Wanrong to take it out 100 years later. But then his dantian shattered and this Ice Jade Immortal Coffin was snatched away by Xiao Lingfeng again. At this moment, if Xiao Chen wanted to come back, he was afraid that it would be extremely difficult. The Zhenbei Royal Palace was full of experts. Even with his current strength, if he broke in, he might not be able to retreat in one piece. System, are there any other spirits that can be substituted? No. A hesitant look appeared on Xiao Chuan's face when he heard this, but after taking a glance at Lu Sanji, who was lying on the ground breathing weakly, his eyes gradually became firm. Since there was no other way, he could only take a trip to the Jinbei King's residence. Anyway, that Ice Jade Immortal Coffin was originally something that he had played with his life to retrieve, and now that he had taken it back from Xiao Lingtian's hands, it was reasonable. Moreover, Xiao Lingtian, this white-eyed wolf had tried to bring him to his death several times. It was time to make him pay a price. If Xiao Zhenbei wasn't there, he would definitely slaughter this waste. After making up his mind, he opened his palm and cut a slit with his dragon-cutting sword, slowly pouring his own blood into Lu Sanji's mouth. As the blood entered the mouth, Lu Sanji's face flushed with flesh. When it was almost dunked, Xiao Dust carried Lu Sanji to the nearby Xiangtou village and handed it over to Jasmine to take care of, and then set off alone on the road to the Jinbei King's mansion. In the meantime, the house of the King of Jinbei, a certain great hall, Xiao Lingtian was constantly pacing inside the large hall, and while walking, he also kept looking toward the door with an expectant face, as if he was waiting for something. At this moment, he was somewhat wondering why Lin Zijiang had not returned with Xiao Chen's head. Counting the hours, it's long overdue. Could it be that Lin Zijiang was mindful of his old feelings and wanted to let Xiao Chen live for a few more moments? If that was the case, when Lin Zijiang returned, he would have to give him a good chastisement. Suddenly, a guard came in from outside the hall with a terrified face. Your Highness, the world's son. Something big is wrong. But Lin Zijiang has returned with Xiao Chen's head? Xiao Lingtian was agitated and directly interrupted. No, world's son. Just now the scouts sent word that Commander Lin led the Jinbei guards to ambush Xiao Chen in Xiangwu City, only to be killed by him in return, and now has all of his troops wiped out. Hearing these words, Xiao Lingtian's pupils suddenly shrank, and his heart was instantly shocked beyond words. His face turned pale as he stumbled back a few steps before his entire body fell to the ground. Being countered by Xiao Dust? The entire army was wiped out? How is this possible? He mumbled in disbelief. This Zenbeiwei was secretly dispatched by him without Xiao Zhenbei's knowledge. If all of them died outside, then even he could not withstand Xiao Zhenbei's thunderous anger. At this moment, he was completely flustered, thinking of the serious consequences he might be about to endure. Xiao Lingtian's mind completely collapsed and he violently stood up, tugging at Tao Yu's neck, hissing and roaring. What's going on? What the hell is going on? Is Lin Zijiang a ing waste? 10 martial masters and 100 apprentice 9th realm. Not to mention killing a sword apprentice 7th level Xiao Chuan. Even if they were to slaughter the entire Xiangwu city, it would be an easy task. How could he have been countered? Was the information wrong? He was so jealous that he was on the verge of going crazy when he had previously witnessed Xiao Chen's overwhelming grace as he fought 1,000 demons all by himself. By what right was he, a heavenly envious man, actually terrifying in battle to such an extent? What was even more unacceptable to him was that the way Ye Qingxuan had looked at Xiao Chen earlier was on the verge of sprouting little stars in her eyes. The woman he loved so dearly was full of admiration for another man, crushing the last of his sanity. Thus, he desperately wanted Xiao Chen to die. Immediate death. Knowing that Xiao Dust's battle power was amazing, he sent a whole army of Jinbei guards for insurance purposes, originally thinking that it would be a sure thing to kill a Xiao Dust. I didn't think that this could even be a ing cartwheel and be countered by Xiao Dust. Could this Xiao Chen be the reincarnation of a god or devil with 3 heads and 6 arms? He was going crazy. Chapter 89, What if he wants revenge? Looking at Xiao Lingtian, whose eyes showed a ferocious light that seemed to want to devour people, Tao Yu looked horrified. A layer of fine beads of sweat seeped out from his forehead, and the corners of his eyes couldn't help but twitch. He's just here to deliver a letter. Who's he messing with? It was actually necessary to acknowledge Xiao Lingtian's anger for no apparent reason. Seiji, calm down. Can you let go of your hand first? Cough cough. I'm going to, can't breathe. Tawny begged for mercy. Calm down? Your ing telling me to calm down? How am I supposed to be calm when a whole unit of Jinbei guards is dead out there? Those are the precious and incomparable Jinbei guards. Each and every one of them was cultivated little by little by the Jinbei royal house from a young age at great expense. The Jinbei royal house has invested no less than 100,000 taels of silver in any one of them. Now, to be exterminated by Xiao Chen just like this. If Father King learns of this, will he not kill me? Xiao Lingtian roared madly. The hand that was pinching Tao Yu's collar instead became harder and harder, and the color of pain on Tao Yu's face became more and more intense, and Xiao Lingtian was oblivious, only roaring with red eyes. Tell me, why is it like this? What makes this bastard Xiao Chen able to exterminate so many Jinbei guards? Why doesn't he die when he's obviously a piece of trash cursed by heaven? The roar echoed throughout the hall. Originally, not many people knew about this matter, but when Xiao Lingtian roared like this, it instantly made it known to everyone. The subordinates all shuddered in fear when they heard it. A whole army of Jinbei guards was wiped out by Xiao Duan alone? How is that possible? Then wasn't Xiao Chen's cultivation only at the 7th level of sword apprentice? A moment later, seeing Tao Yu begin to foam at the mouth, Xiao Lingtian finally calmed down a bit and loosened his hand, throwing him to the ground like a dead dog. But at this moment, Tao Yu was already completely unconscious, lying on the ground with his hands and feet twitching, his breath gradually weakening. Waste stuff. It's a waste of elixir even if it's cured. Xiao Lingtian just gave him a cold look and then ignored him again. Not a moment later, Tao Yu completely lost motion and died of gas. Seeing this scene, a trace of coldness rose in the hearts of all the underlings of His Highness. This Tao Yu was merely a guard responsible for delivering information and had nothing to do with the whole thing. Yet he was strangled alive by Xiao Lingtian's relentless anger. This Xiao Lingtian's heart is really vicious. At this point, they could not help but compare Xiao Chen to Xiao Lingtian in their hearts. Back then, Xiao Chen was not like this when he was the son of the Jinbei King's mansion. Xiao Dust treats people generously, warm and gentle as jade. Treating subordinates never have the slightest frame, not to mention beating and killing. Even heavy words have never had a sentence. Compared to the ruthless-hearted Xiao Lingtian, I don't know how many times better. They secretly fought for Xiao Chen in their hearts. I really don't know what the king of Jinbei was thinking. He didn't want such a good eldest son, but actually set up Xiao Lingtian, who is of poor character. But they are just lowly slaves. Their lives are like grass. These words can only be thought about in the heart. In any case, do not dare to say to the public. A moment later, a grey-robed old man with an incomparably appalling breath happened to walk from outside the hall, and all the servants in the hall flashed a hint of fear in their eyes when they saw this person, and scrambled to lower their heads, not daring to look at them. The grey-robed old man walked slowly and suddenly saw Tao Yu on the ground and frowned. Dead? This Xiao Lingtian was really getting more and more excessive lately. Even laying down such a heavy hand. No sense of proportion at all. Come on man, carry Tao Yu's body out, cover it with a white cloth, and take it to an unoccupied place in the nearby barren mountains to bury it. Remember, don't let anyone find out. The grey-robed old man summoned 2 guards and gave a few simple instructions. The latter nodded and carried the body out. Seiji, it seems that you already know about the extermination of the Zenbei. This time, you've made a huge mess. The Jinbei guards is one of the most elite guards of the Jinbei royal house. It took the king more than 10 years to slowly cultivate them, and with the total annihilation of the army this time, I'm afraid that the king will surely send down his thunderous wrath. It would be fine if the deaths were from other causes, but dying from fratricide would be too great a blow to the reputation of the royal family. The grey-robed old man walked over to Xiao Lingtian's side and said in a deep voice, a hint of reproach permeating his words. This person was none other than Xiao Lingtian's enlightened old man, Liu Beixian, a half-step marshal general realm mighty, who had been responsible for teaching Xiao Lingtian since he was a child. and had already spent more than 10 years together. Teacher, what then? Please help me. A trace of panic surfaced on Xiao Lingtian's face. He didn't expect things to turn out this way either. He had planned to secretly kill Xiao Chen, burn the body and push it onto the demon race without God realizing it. But I didn't expect that not only are things exposed now, but even the Zhenbei is gone. It's simply a lost cause. Now, he could only point to Liu Beixian to help him strategize his way through the crisis. The other party's cultivation was terrifying, and his status in the Zhenbei king's residence was very high, and the Zhenbei king treated him with courtesy. With him out of the way, the situation might be eased. I have to check the situation first. Have you received the retention stone that records images of the battle? I always feel that there's something odd here. That Xiao Chuan is only a sword apprentice at the 7th level. How could he have slaughtered an entire army of Zhenbei guards? I think he must have found helpers. Liu Beixian mused. Haven't seen the retention stone yet. I'll be right. Report. A shocking battle took place in Xiangwu City. Scouts have just sent back a shadow retaining stone. Please have a look at it. Your Highness. Before Xiao Lingtian finished speaking, a guard hurriedly ran in from outside. Shadow retention stone. Round. Transparent. A kind of bead used to record images, containing a special formation. When activated, it can record images for about a quarter of an hour. Xiao Lingtian hurriedly took the beads from the guards and injected his qi and blood to activate the image left in the beads. The Zhenbei royal house's scouts were spread throughout the entire desolate North Province, and would pretend to be in various professions on weekdays to gather intelligence and pass it back to the Zhenbei royal house. This image was taken by a Zhenbei royal house scout disguised as a civilian of Xiangwu City, hiding in the crowd. As Xiao Ling's weather blood was injected into it, an image suddenly diffused from the bead and floated in the air. After watching this image, Liu Beixian's pupils suddenly shrunk, and a color of extreme shock appeared on his face for a long time, unable to believe what he had seen. Sword master. Xiao Chen was actually a sword master? Such a young sword master. The entire desolate North Province had not been seen in the past few hundred years. It's simply anticlimactic. He originally felt that Xiao Lingtian was already a heavenly genius with an unlimited future. But when compared to Xiao Chen, he immediately felt that Xiao Lingtian was simply like an earthly chicken and a dog. Not worth mentioning. It wasn't that Xiao Lingtian wasn't strong, but Xiao Chen was simply too perverse. He didn't understand how that teenager with a broken dantian and humble eyebrows 3 years ago had grown to such a level now. However, even though he was shocked, he did not put much stock in it. Even if Xiao Chuan broke through to the first level of swordmaster, with his strength of half-step martial general realm, he could still be destroyed with a turn of his hand. And Xiao Zhenbei was completely dumbfounded, his mouth open enough to stuff a fist. Teacher, what's going on here? A few hours ago, he was clearly still just a sword apprentice at the 7th level. How did he suddenly become a sword master now? He looked at Liu Beixian incredulously. Xiao Chuan was not an ordinary sword cultivator. When he was at the 7th level of sword apprentice, he was able to kill a martial master in seconds and suppress 2,000 demon clans. Now that he had broken through to sword master, the strength of that battle power was so strong that Xiao Lingtian simply did not dare to imagine it. The key was that, listening to Xiao Chen's words, it was known that the mastermind behind the scenes was him. If the other party wanted to retaliate, at this moment, Xiao Zhenbei was deliberating with Princess Silver Moon and was not in the Zhenbei Wangfu, and there was not necessarily anyone in the Zhenbei Wangfu who could stop him. At this moment, Xiao Lingtian panicked. Liu Beixian glanced at Xiao Lingtian and a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. A mere Xiao Chen actually scared him like this. Say ho, you're the one who's going to do great things. How can you panic like this when you encounter some small things? It's fine if that Xiao Chen doesn't come, but if he dares to come, I will definitely tell him to have no return. Liu Beixian was arrogant, his eyes glowing with a cold light. He wasn't a punk like Lin Zijiang. He was invincible under martial arts generals. That Xiao Chen was indeed invincible among people of his age. But so what? To him, they were still nothing more than ants. If he dares to come, he is dead. Of course, even if Xiao Chen didn't come today, he would still personally take action and capture Xiao Chen for Xiao Lingtian to abuse and kill, in order to break Xiao Lingtian's heart demon. Teacher, are you really sure you can kill him? This Xiao Chuan is so perverted that crossing the border is like drinking water. Xiao Lingtian was still a bit uneasy. Of course, Old Me has already reached half-step martial general. That Xiao Chuan will have to die when he encounters Old Me even if he's stronger. Moreover, this Zhenbei King's mansion is full of experts. It's no less than a dragon pool and tiger's den for him. So I think this Xiao Dust most likely won't dare to come. World Sun, please also relax. Liu Beixian's eyes contained disdain, and he did not place Xiao Chen in his eyes at all. Crossing the border is like drinking water? How is that possible? The further back you go, the harder the border gets. He did not believe that Xiao Chuan could kill a half-step martial general at the first level of swordmaster. Chapter 90. Why can't the Zhenbei be contacted? The other side. Zhenbei army camp. Somewhere in a big tent. Xiao Zhenbei. When Wanrong was receiving Princess Silvermoon. And Ye Qingxuan was also accompanying her. Many martial artists from desolate North City were guarding the side. A dozen or so martial masters and dozens of martial apprentices, like stars surrounding the Silver Moon Princess in the center. King Zhenbei, Xiangwu City suffered a massacre by the demon race. As the supreme military commander of the desolate North Province, why didn't you send someone to rescue it? Princess Silvermoon sat in the main seat and looked towards Xiao Zhenbei, her eyes slightly cold. Xiao Zhenbei, as the king of Zhenbei, could be said to be powerful in the entire Daxia, but Princess Silvermoon, as the future empress of Daxia, whose position in Daxia was only second to the Xia emperor, was still qualified to hold Xiao Zhenbei accountable. Xia Huang is a generation of bright master. For the people's life and death is very important, had a clear order, but whenever encountered demon massacre, the nearby army martial arts must be fully rescued, cannot let the people at the mercy of the demon killings. However, this order was resisted by quite a few big shots in the imperial dynasty, thinking that the Xia emperor was a womanizer. In their eyes, in these chaotic times nowadays, the lives of ordinary people were not worth mentioning at all, and there was no need to waste the lives of martial artists to save these civilians. For example, this time when the demon clan slaughtered the Bear Martial City, Xiao Zhenbei did not organize a rescue with all his might, and if it wasn't for Xiao Dust coming out of nowhere and saving the day, killing off 2,000 demon clan members with a single person and a single sword, then the consequences would simply be unimaginable. Xiao Zhenbei's face changed slightly and he said with some displeasure, Princess Silvermoon, what do you mean by this? With 2,000 demons attacking the city and no one above the martial master realm being able to make a move, where would this king gather so many martial artists below the martial master realm to go to Xiangwu City to rescue them? Princess Silvermoon shook her head slightly. Insufficient manpower? Then why does Xiao Dust dare to stand in front of the 10,000 people with one person and one sword and fight to the death with 2,000 demon clans? Is Xiao Chuan the only one in my hall of great Xia who is bloodthirsty? When these words came out, many of the young martial artists in the arena blushed and were somewhat ashamed of themselves. Many people's faces instantly became embarrassed. Princess Silvermoon, that Xiao Chen is not a regular person. He is fierce as hell. How can we be compared to him? One man protested in a small voice, somewhat defiantly. Humph, can't be compared? Isn't that Xiao Chen a human with 3 heads and 6 arms? Wasn't he also heavily injured and almost dead, fighting with his life? If you don't have the balls, you don't have the balls. What's the ing excuse? Before Princess Silvermoon could speak, old Xiao on the side couldn't stand to watch. The group of young martial artists in front of us had no temperament at all. They were greedy for life and fearful of death. They only cared about their own pleasure. How would they be willing to fight for the human race? Compared to Xiao Chuan, it was simply one heaven and one earth. The man blushed at the remark and dared not speak again. The scene fell silent. The atmosphere dropped to freezing point. Sister, Uncle Xiao didn't want to. He was forced to. Seeing this, Ye Qingxuan hurriedly came out to round up the situation. Helpless? My human race is now being crushed by the demon race. If we don't unite, it's only a matter of time before we perish. A trace of disappointment flashed under Ye Lanyi's eyes, and then, he looked at Ye Qingxuan. Right. I haven't asked you yet. What happened to your marriage with Xiao Chen? Such a good husband and son-in-law. You say you don't want it and then you don't want it? She simply didn't understand how Ye Qingxuan thought. She hadn't met Xiao Chuan before and had heard others say that Xiao Chuan was a waste of space, with his dantian broken and as useless as rotten mud, so she could still understand Ye Qingxuan's decision to withdraw from the marriage. But today, she found that Xiao Chen is not only incredibly handsome, but also has amazing battle strength, and even has a sincere heart to die for the human race, so she simply can't pick any faults. This kind of superb husband, other people want to beg can't even come? Ye Qingxuan actually do not know how to cherish, initiative to give up. Really do not know whether it is brain into water. Sister, when Ye Qingxuan was in the middle of her sentence, Xiao Zhenbei directly interrupted. Princess Silvermoon doesn't know. That rebellious son of Xiao Chuan is disobedient by nature. Not only does he disrespect his parents, but he is also jealous of his own younger brother. His character is really low, and he is definitely not a good match for Qingxuan. The moment these words came out, everyone in the arena sucked in a breath of cool air as a hint of horror flashed in their eyes. They didn't expect Xiao Zhenbei to actually disparage his eldest son in such a manner. However, since he was a child, Xiao Chuan had always been known for his generosity and benevolence, filial piety to his parents, and those who saw Xiao Chuan said that he had an excellent character. How is it that Xiao Zhenbei is now talking like? Had Xiao Chen been acting in the past, or was Xiao Zhenbei lying? Moreover, This Xiao Dust, regardless of his appearance and talent, is many times higher than Xiao Lingtian, and it is not too much to say that there is a difference between the clouds and mud. He would be jealous of Xiao Lingtian? Jealous that he's not as good as you? King Zhenbei, why is the Xiao Chuan I heard about completely different from what you just said? Ye Lanqi's gaze also flickered slightly as he looked straight at Xiao Zhenbei. To be honest, originally she did not have any interactions with Xiao Chen, but today that young man's feat of blocking the way before the 10,000 people with his single body deeply shocked her, and unconsciously, a trace of goodwill towards Xiao Chen arose within her heart. Now hearing Xiao Zhenbei disparage Xiao Chen in such a way, she was not happy. Originally she always heard that the king of Zhenbei was wise and powerful, and was a great man of the world, but now at a glance, it was just an unjust father who favored his young son. Although she did not cross paths with Xiao Chen before, it does not mean that she does not know anything. That Xiao Chen 15 years old before the bright and dazzling as the middle of the day. The world said that his character and talent are all top. How can it be that kind of despicable person in the mouth of Xiao Zhenbei? King Zhenbei, you said that Xiao Dust is jealous of his own brother? As far as I know, Xiao Lingtian was attacked by his enemies back then, and it was Xiao Chen who sacrificed his life to save him, right? Because of this, Xiao Chen had his dantian shattered and became an invalid for a time. Is this something that someone who was jealous of his own brother would do? Furthermore, today Xiao Dust has been reborn from the fire. His talent is even better than before, and in any aspect he is much better than Xiao Lingtian. What does Xiao Lingtian have to make Xiao Dust jealous of? Ye Lanqi coldly looked at Xiao Zhenbei and said, not showing any mercy at all. Xiao Zhenbei's face became more and more ugly as he said in a deep voice, what the princess said is true, but she missed one point. The sacred desolate elder once had a fable, that the rebellious son was cursed by the heaven's way, and when he reaches the age of 18, he will have lost all his cultivation, while his younger brother was admitted to the sacred desolate academy, and is about to embark on the path of transforming dragons. How can that rebellious son not be jealous? Is that even possible? That would be a shame. Ye Lanqi was slightly stunned at his words, and then a trace of regret flashed in his eyes. Sacred wasteland old man she is aware of. That is the great summer's ceiling level figure. He has never once miscalculated in the past 100 years of making speculations. Since he said so, the odds were that Xiao Chen was going to fall. Ye Lanqi sat in the barracks for a while longer, spoke coldly with Xiao Zhenbei, and then had the intention to go. For some reason, she just didn't look too good at Xiao Zhenbei, feeling that he was too desperate towards Xiao Chen as a father. King of Zhenbei, this palace has important matters to attend to, so take a step ahead. Ye Lanqi got up and wanted to leave. Princess, wait. On the side of Xiao Lao but opened his mouth to stop. Ye Lanqi looked at Xiao Lao in confusion. Xiao Lao slightly saluted, signaling her to wait first, and then he looked at Xiao Zhenbei and cupped his fists. King Zhenbei, in the battle at Xiangwu City just now, my entire blood armor guards were wiped out, and now that I'm left alone, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to protect the princess' well-being. That's why I want to borrow the Zhenbei from you. The Zhenbei guards, known throughout the world for their amazing battle prowess, could be on par with the blood armor guards. With Zhenbei traveling with him, Ye Lanqi would be much safer. Xiao Zhenbei's face changed slightly at those words. You want to borrow Zhenbei? The Zhenbei guards were the trump card team of his Zhenbei royal house. It took him countless hours of effort to build it, and it was precious. If he lent it to Ye Lanqi and lost something on the way to protect it, he would be heartbroken. After all, every single Zhenbei had been cultivated by him from a young age, spending countless resources to pile them up. At the moment, he was a little hesitant. The heart doesn't want to borrow, but it has to. Struggling for a moment, he finally nodded in agreement. Yes. After saying that, he used his summoning jade pendant to send a message to Lin Zijiang, telling him to come quickly. But after a long wait, he was slow to receive a response. His face changed slightly, vaguely feeling that something was wrong. By all rights, Lin Zijiang should have replied long ago at this moment. Princess Silvermoon, there seems to be some problems with the Zhenbei. I can't get in touch with them for the time being. Wait a moment, I'll send another message. Xiao Zhenbei looked at Ye Lanqi and explained. Instead, there were a few people in the arena who looked at Xiao Zhenbei with odd faces. Can't get in touch? This Zhenbei has been ed over by Xiao Duan. Of course you can't contact him. It turned out that the king of Zhenbei didn't know about it yet. If he finds out the truth later, he'll explode on the spot. Thanks to the fire elf from Prince Po's house for the blades. Thanks to brother like handbells for the milk tea. Thanks to Jerry the rat for the milk tea. And thanks to all you dudes and dudettes for the gifts. Thanks. Chapter 91 Zhenbei's soul tag broken? But after a few more moments, there was still no reply. Why don't you go see what Lin Zijiang is up to? A hint of anger surfaced in Xiao Zhenbei's eyes as he summoned a soldier to check out the Zhenbei's camp. Wanting to see what was going on, The soldier returned from his investigation. His face changed drastically and was filled with horror. Back to your highness. Something big is wrong. The Jinbei guards have been sent out to surround and kill Xiao Chen. As soon as these words came out, shock surfaced on the faces of everyone in the arena. The Jinbei guards were actually sent to surround and kill the eldest son of the Jinbei king? Isn't this a big joke? Who has the audacity to do such a thing? Jinbei, you actually sent the Jinbei guards to attack and kill Dusty Child. You're really so ruthless. When Wanrong's eyes directly reddened at the words, incredulously pointing her finger angrily at Xiao Jinbei. Her first reaction. This matter was the work of Xiao Jinbei, although Xiao Chen had now disowned them as his parents. In the end, he was after all their own son. His bloodline was connected, and she did not understand how Xiao Jinbei could be so vicious as to actually be able to lay such a cruel hand on them. As the saying goes, a tiger's poison is still not eating its son. This Xiao Jinbei is even inferior. Not being able to take care of her eldest son, she already felt a bit guilty, and now that she heard that her eldest son had been assassinated, she was even more enraged to the extreme, and the bottom of her eyes were filled with a few chills. The eldest son is only Sword Disciple 7, and was seriously injured. How can be Zhenbei casual hand? Immediately afraid that has been killed dead. Thinking of this, when Wanrong was so sad that her tears flowed. She hated herself for having neglected her eldest son so much in the past, for not doing her duty as a mother should. Xiao Jinbei, if anything happens to my dust child, I will make peace with you. A cold light flooded Wanrong's eyes. When these words came out, shock surfaced on the faces of everyone. And leave? When Wanrong actually wanted to make peace with King Jinbei for Xiao Chen, it seems to be really angry to the core. However, thinking about Xiao Jinbei's evil deeds, the crowd was relieved again. This kind of scum can even lay hands on his own son. Who knows if they'll do something even more insane in the future. Thinking of this, the rest of the people present also looked at Xiao Jinbei with strange gazes, cursing him for being an animal. When Xiao Jinbei heard that Wanrong actually wanted to make peace and leave, his face was instantly unsightly, anger hidden in his eyes. He looked up at Wanrong and suppressed his anger. Madam, you've misunderstood. How could I possibly do such a thing? Even though that rebellious son is treasonous, there's no way I'm sending someone to kill him. It's Lin Zijiang who has taken matters into his own hands. I'll have to teach him a good lesson when he comes back. The crowd was stunned. Lin Zijiang brought the Jinbei guards to attack and kill Xiao Duan. Xiao Duan would almost 100% die. Yet Xiao Jinbei only said to punish Lin Zijiang. This treatment is too light, right? Does it mean that in the eyes of the king of Jinbei, his own son is not as important as a henchman? In fact, in Xiao Jinbei's mind, that was really what he was thinking. In his opinion, Xiao Chuan, this waste of time will not live long anyway, but Lin Zijiang is a capable general. Even if Lin Zijiang really kills Xiao Chuan, Xiao Jinbei can't afford to kill him, and at most symbolically punish him. King Jinbei, Xiao Chuan killed off 1,000 demons with the power of one man and saved hundreds of thousands of people. He is a hero of my human race. Zhenbei is so bold that he dares to go and kill him. The demon race slaughtered the city. The Zhenbei did not make a move, but the brutalization of the human heroes was too eager to wait. What are their intentions? Are you planning to betray the human race and join the demon race? Ye Lanqi's face instantly turned cold, and his eyes flooded with a bit of fire. She's really pissed off. A hot-blooded teenager like Xiao Chen who was willing to die for the human race was exactly what the human race needed the most at the moment. But Xiao Jinbei actually condoned his men to persecute at will. It's an unforgivable sin. She had already made up her mind that if Xiao Jinbei did not give a reasonable explanation for this matter, even if it came before the Xia Emperor, she would still seek justice for the dead Xiao Chen. The corner of Xiao Jinbei's eyes twitched as he heard this, and a trace of gravity immediately flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect Princess Silvermoon to actually say such heavy words for the sake of her eldest son. Betraying the human race? What a big hat. Even if he was the king of Jinbei, it was not easy to clean up with such a big hat down. Anger rolled in his eyes, and he was just about to continue sending a message to Lin Zijiang to tell this fool to hurry up and stop. The soldier from earlier trembled and spoke once again. Wang, your highness, there's no need to send it. Commander Lin, he can't come back. Xiao Jinbei raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? Can't come back? Could it be that this Lin Zijiang has defected to the demon race? According to the news that came back from the scouts, Commander Lin led all of the Jinbei guards to ambush Xiangwu City to surround Xiao Duan, but he was killed. A fine bead of sweat seeped out of the soldier's forehead, and he carefully glanced at Xiao Jinbei, not daring to continue. But by what? Xiao Jinbei had a vague sense of foreboding in his heart, and yet they were exterminated by Xiao Dust alone. When these words came out, it was like a burst of thunder exploding in the ears of the crowd, who looked at the soldier incredulously, frozen for a moment, always struggling to imagine what they had heard. a whole unit of Zhenbei, 11 martial masters, 100 martial apprentices of the 9th level. This power was horrifying no matter where it was placed. Wiped out by a sword apprentice 7th level Xiao Chen alone? Has your brain been kicked by a donkey? A whole army of Zhenbei guards. What will Xiao Chen take to exterminate them? Xiao Zhenbei laughed in anger. Wang, your highness, my subordinate just now specially went to see the Zhenbei soul tags, and they have all been shattered. What did you say? The Zhenbei soul tags are all shattered? Xiao Zhenbei's face immediately collapsed, and his eyes were filled with shock and anger. At this moment, his anger was almost about to explode, and the rage in his eyes was almost about to spurt out. The Zhenbei guards that he had worked so hard to cultivate for more than 10 years were actually wiped out just like that, and it was such a suffocating death. If he fought with the demon race and died heroically, then he had nothing to say. But this group of fools actually took the initiative to assassinate his eldest son. Assassination is just assassination. Anyway, the eldest son will not live for a few days, and also refused to recognize him as a father. But this group of fools not only failed to assassinate, but also lost their lives. It simply disgraced the Zhenbei royal house. It was just that he couldn't figure out how it was possible for the district's eldest son, who was only at the 7th level of sword apprentice, to have such battle power. Is this true? Yilanchi was also a bit disbelieving and looked at Elder Xia. By all accounts, it is absolutely impossible, judging from the previous battle power. Although Xiao Chuan's battle power was astonishing, it could not have reached this level. The Zhenbei guards are incomparably terrifying. If they swarm in, I'm afraid that even old me won't be able to retreat in one piece, and Xiao Duan will be even less of an opponent. I'm afraid this information is wrong, but the soul plate is broken, and it can't be fake. I don't know what happened either. Elder Xia shook his head. Back to Princess Silvermoon. I have a shadow retaining stone here, which I bought from a vendor for 100 taels of silver, and it records the images of Xiao Chen's battle with the Zhenbei. At that moment, a youth stood out, holding a shadow retaining bead in his hand. The battle between Xiao Dust and the Zhenbei was too amazing and wonderful. Some people saw this as a business opportunity and made quite a few copies of the images of that great battle and started selling them. I was just holding the attitude of trying, but I didn't expect that once the image was sold, it was a firestorm. Originally, one copy of the image was only sold for 20 taels, but later, due to the oversupply, the price soared all the way to 100 taels, and even so, it was still quickly snatched up. The youth was fighting for half his life to squeeze into the crowd and grab a copy. After reading it, he was deeply shocked by Xiao Chen's greatness. At this moment, seeing that Princess Silvermoon was in doubt, he immediately stood out wanting to offer his courtesy. Soon, the retention bead was activated. An image appeared in front of the crowd. It recorded the arrogance of the Zhenbei in the beginning, as well as Lin Sijian's desperate ruthlessness towards Xiao Chen. It was also recorded that after Xiao Dust became powerful, the Zhenbei, which was known as the #1 guard in the desolate north, was beaten without any power to fight back, and was beaten by Xiao Dust like an earthen chicken or a dog, and then kneeling down and begging for mercy, and finally the whole process of having their heads chopped off. Of course, the image of blood without trace, an uninvited guest, being slashed to death by the grieving people of Xiangwu City was also recorded. After reading it, there was a dead silence. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief at what they were seeing. Sword master? In just a few short hours, this Xiao Chen's cultivation actually changed from the 7th level of sword apprentice to the 1st level of sword master? And it was still the kind of sword master one that crossed the border like drinking water. Who would believe that? Elder Xia, this Xiao Chen actually hid his strength before? Yilanchi looked at Elder Xia with a hint of disbelief in his eyes. Chapter 92 Breaking into the Zhenbei King's Mansion. It shouldn't be possible. Before, Xiao Chuan fought against 1,000 demons and faced life and death dangers many times. He was covered in injuries. If he was already in the sword master realm at that time, there was absolutely no need to take such a risk to hide his strength. The only possibility is, halfway through his words, Elder Xia's voice ended abruptly. He had wanted to say that the only possibility was that Xiao Chen had only broken through to sword master later, but on second thought, hesitate again. Currently, it had only been 2 or 3 hours since Xiao Chen had soloed against 1,000 demons earlier. In 2 or 3 hours, breaking through from the 7th level of sword apprentice to the 1st level of sword master was a bit too much. Unbelievable. Unusual sword Dao geniuses who broke through from the 7th level of sword apprentice to the 1st level of sword master would have to spend at least 10 years, and a large portion of them wouldn't be able to break through even if they spent 10 years, and would be stuck in the sword apprentice realm for the rest of their lives. Even if this Xiao Chen's talent was strong, it was impossible for him to match the decades of hard work of other geniuses in 2 or 3 hours, right? What is it? Yilanchi curiously looked at Elder Xia. He's the one who broke through later. When these words came out, everyone's pupils shrank. A later breakthrough? How is that possible? For a sword apprentice 7th weight to break through to sword master 1st weight, one needed to break through 4 realms in a row, namely sword apprentice 8th weight, sword apprentice 9th weight, half-step sword master, and sword master 1st weight. For an ordinary cultivator, it would take years to break a small realm. In 2 or 3 hours, this Xiao Chen was able to break through 4 realms in a row? Commander Xia, thanks to you being a martial arts senior, how can you say such stupid things? Breaking 4 realms in a row in 2 or 3 hours? Could that Xiao Chen be a heavenly god descending from the heavens? That's right, if he can really be like that, then what is this group of us? Are losers? I see. It must be that he hid his strength before. A few martial arts geniuses from desolate North City couldn't hang on to their faces and came out to retort. They had always prided themselves on being geniuses and admired Princess Silvermoon. And when they heard Elder Xia give this answer, they immediately felt very dissatisfied that they had been compared in front of Princess Silvermoon. People are most afraid of comparisons. They were all known as the desolate North City Heaven's Pride, and had always been proud of the fact that they were able to reach the 6th level of martial apprentice at the age of 18 or 19. But when they were compared to Xiao Chuan, a sword master who hadn't even arrived at the age of 18, they were instantly eclipsed. At this moment, hearing Elder Xia speculate that Xiao Chen, the sword master, had made a breakthrough within 2 or 3 hours, this was like the last straw that crushed the camel, causing them to become completely enraged. Not to mention them, even Xiao Zhenbei was in some disbelief, and his heart was like being stabbed by a thorn. Indescribably unbearable. 18-year-old sword master. Simply appalling. How good it would be if Xiao Chen wasn't a heavenly jealousy. It could definitely lead the Xiao family to another level and shape supreme glory. At the same time, a somewhat absurd thought surfaced in his mind. Is it possible that this sacred wasteland elder has miscalculated? If that was the case, then he would really regret his loss of such a Qilin son when his Xiao family severed ties with Xiao Chen. Nowadays, he is completely betting on Xiao Lingtian, and even the Zhenbei are. Zhenbei? Suddenly, Xiao Zhenbei seemed to have thought of something, and his pupils shrunk slightly. The Zhenbei had been handed over to Xiao Lingtian before. Besides him, Xiao Lingtian could also mobilize it, and Xiao Lingtian hated Xiao Dust to the bone. So this attack on Xiao Dust couldn't have been instructed by Xiao Lingtian, right? If that's true, that young son is just plain stupid. Thinking of this, he looked at the soldier in front of him who had previously gone to probe the situation. Did the scouts say whose orders Lin Zijiang was following to assassinate Xiao Chen? Xiao Zhenbei didn't think about hiding it, because the matter was too big to hide. It's world son Ling Tian. The soldier didn't dare to hide it, hesitated and said truthfully, adverse son, a rebellious son, how dare he be so bold? Xiao Zhenbei was extremely angry and his eyes flashed with rage. How could it be Ling Tian? Although he's a bit capricious, his nature is still good. How could he send someone to assassinate his own brother? When Wanrong was struck by lightning and lost her mind, she had thought her husband had sent someone to kill her, but she hadn't realized it was her infant son? But here's why. The two were clearly blood brothers. He has also been extremely kind to his youngest son when he was young. What's more, when he was 15 years old, he sacrificed his body to fend off an enemy's blow for his young son, saving his young son's life. Although the two had some misunderstandings over the years, none of them were major problems. So how could the youngest son do such a heartless thing? A chill surfaced in the hearts of the people in the arena after they heard that it was Xiao Lingtian who had sent the Zhenbei guards to kill Xiao Chen. Many faces looked at each other in disbelief at what they were hearing. No wonder Xiao Duan wanted to disassociate himself from the Zhenbei royal family. Who could suffer from this kind of family? Not only are the parents biased, treating their youngest son like a treasure and their eldest like grass, the youngest son is even more ruthless and ungrateful. Actually used a whole Zhenbei want to kill his own brother. Ask themselves, if they were to change places with Xiao Chen, any one of them would probably choose to leave just as Xiao Chen did. After all, where is home? It's almost like a fixer-upper. Many people in the arena were all hanging their heads low at the moment, with some guilt in their eyes. Previously, they had mistakenly believed the rumors and felt that it was Xiao Chen who had committed treason and betrayed his parents' family, and secretly they had spurned Xiao Chen. After learning the truth today, they realized that they were wrong. And so wrong. The old saying is true. Do not advise others to do good without their suffering. If you go through his suffering, you may not have his goodness. At this moment, they finally understood Xiao Chen's plight. King of Zhenbei, you've really raised a good son. The demon race slaughtered the city. He didn't know how to contribute and mutilated his elder brother, but he was a good hand. Xiao Chuan is a hero of the human race, and Xiao Lingtian's brutalization of Xiao Chuan is a heinous crime. You must give this princess an explanation. Otherwise, this palace will not agree. And those hundreds of thousands of Daxia's people who were saved by Xiao Chuan will not agree either. Ye Lanqi looked at Xiao Zhenbei. His eyes were filled with a gust of coldness. and an overriding pressure permeated out, pressuring the crowd to not dare to look directly at him. The crowd was shocked. Princess Silvermoon, who had always been as cold as ice, was actually angry at this moment? Does she think so highly of Xiao Chen? It would be so nice for her to pay so much attention to herself as well. Even if they died, they would still be willing. Many people's eyes flashed with a hint of jealousy and secretly clenched their fists. Xiao Zhenbei, who had always been unruly and untamed, also felt a trace of pressure at this moment. Ye Lanqi is the future empress of Great Xia, holding countless resources, also deeply favored by the Xia emperor, and her admirers are countless. All she had to do was say a word, and there would definitely be countless people willing to go through fire and water for her. If she was dissatisfied with the Xiao family, it was definitely not a good thing for the Xiao family. Report: scouts have sent word that Xiao Dust has suddenly appeared at the Zhenbei King's mansion and is confronting the guards at the entrance. He seems to be trying to force his way into the Zhenbei King's mansion. Just then, a soldier hurriedly rushed in from outside the tent. ********. Xiao Duan killed back? Surprisingly, he rushed straight to the Zhenbei King's mansion. Truly ferocious. It should be to seek revenge on Xiao Lingtian, right? After all, this Xiao Lingtian doesn't do anything. And if I were Xiao Chen, I'd want to get him killed too. But this Xiao Chuan is too impulsive. The Zhenbei King's mansion is full of good fighters. Even if his battle strength is amazing, it's unlikely that he will, alone, pick off the entire Zhenbei King's mansion. AI. Xiao Chuan is still too impulsive. After breaking through the sword master, he drifted off and doesn't know how many kilograms he has anymore. He actually dared to break into the Zhenbei King's mansion. Is the Zhenbei King's mansion that easy to break into? The tent exploded at once. A small portion of the people felt that Xiao Chen was bloodthirsty and a true man, but more people felt that Xiao Chen was bloated and brainless. This Zhenbei King's residence is a dragon pool and tiger's den. No one dares to break into it for many years. 10 years ago, a martial general realm expert, relying on his amazing cultivation, tried to enter the Zhenbei King's residence to capture a general who had bullied his daughter, and was killed alive by Xiao Zhenbei, who threw his body on the spot. This incident shocked the entire Zhenbei city. Since then, no one has dared to offend the Zhenbei royal house in the slightest. At this moment, although Xiao Zhenbei was not in the mansion was still filled with fierce generals, so how could it be shaken by Xiao Chen, a mere sword master? Zhenbei, hurry back and take a look. Don't let Ling Tian be injured by Dusty. When Wanrong was instantly anxious, although she didn't think that the eldest son would be able to attack the Zhenbei King's residence. With her understanding of the youngest son would definitely come out and face the eldest son head-on. With the astonishing battle prowess of the eldest son, the youngest son could be injured if he was not careful for a moment. And then she seemed to notice that the people around her were looking at her with strange eyes. A trace of unnaturalness flashed across her face, and she added, "And don't let anyone hurt Dusty." She had had her heart set on her eldest son before, but once her youngest son was involved, she unconsciously began to be biased again. Xiao Zhenbei's heart also trembled slightly as he began to worry about his young son's safety. Now that the eldest son's battle power was monstrous, if the second son chose to confront the eldest son head-on because of face, the consequences would be unimaginable. He then proposed to Princess Silvermoon that he would return to the house to take a look. Princess Silvermoon was also worried about Xiao Chen's safety and directly agreed. Soon, the group moved to rush to the Zhenbei King's residence. It was only that the military camp was some distance away from the Zhenbei King's mansion, and it would take some time for them to rush over there. Princess Silvermoon was a little worried in her heart. I wondered if Xiao Chen could hold out until they arrived. The Zhenbei King's mansion had a half-step martial general sitting in it at the moment, and that person was Xiao Lingtian's enlightened teacher. In the meantime, outside the gate of the Zhenbei King's mansion, a group of black-armored soldiers with cold eyes were surrounding Xiao Duan. Chapter 93 Kill. Xiao Chuan, how dare you, actually daring to break into the Zhenbei King's residence? Are you tired of living? A black-armored soldier held a long sword, the tip of which pointed at Xiao Chuan's nose in cold rebuke, a murderous aura filling his eyes. Xiao Dust looked up. A group of black-armored soldiers had already surrounded him, suppressing all directions around him, killing intent in their eyes. He believed that as long as he dared to move, the next moment, a dozen long knives would attack his vitals. A sneer curled the corners of his mouth. Not having returned for some time, this Zhenbei Wangfu was still as cold as it was back then, indifferent to the point of sending chills down his spine. Only, unlike back then when he wanted to return to this place day and night, nowadays he had long since stopped thinking of it as home. Without attachment, it is natural not to be disappointed. Thus, his eyes grew cold, as if it were winter ice and snow. I've come to retrieve my ice jade immortal coffin. Those who don't want to die, quickly get out of the way. Your ice jade immortal coffin? Xiao Dust, do you think you are still the same Zhenbei King's son you were back then? Don't dream. You have been abandoned by the Jinbei King's house, and nothing here has anything to do with you anymore. Leave quickly, or else, you'll leave your life behind today. That black-armored soldier who had spoken earlier had a cold smile at the corner of his mouth and was aggressive. He didn't seem to see the coldness in Xiao Chuan's eyes, or he didn't care if he saw it. He didn't believe that Xiao Chuan, with one person and one sword, would dare to make a move in front of the Jinbei King's mansion. Just you? Xiao Dust looked at the man and a cold aura flashed in his eyes. Upon seeing Xiao Chen's stern eyes, the black-armored soldier's face suddenly changed and a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. Is this still the warm and gentle Jinbei King's eldest son from before? Why are those eyes so terrifying? He had previously been sent on a mission to another city and had only recently been transferred back. He had only heard a little about Xiao Chen's current situation but did not know much about it. In his opinion, Xiao Chen was still the same as he was before. A piece of trash that could be bullied by anyone. However, I did not expect that when I saw him today. Xiao Chen seemed to be different as a whole, with a sharp aura that made people not dare to look directly at him. But the thought of having an entire Jinbei royal house behind you backed it up. He immediately straightened his back again and raised his sword to point at Xiao Chuan's nose and screamed, "Xiao Chuan, don't be too arrogant. I know you have a few skills, but this is the Jinbei King's mansion, and the mansion is full of experts. So with you alone, do you dare to make a move here? If you have the guts to come and kill me, come on." At this time, a lot of onlookers had already gathered around the area, and looking at the black-armored soldier, many people's eyes flashed with a trace of indignation, feeling unjust for what happened to Xiao Chen. It was outrageous that the son of the king of Jinbei had been reduced to being scolded by a small soldier pointing his nose at the gatekeeper. From the attitude of the soldiers, it was not difficult for the crowd to imagine that Xiao Chuan must have suffered a lot of bullying in the past in the Jinbei King's mansion. Otherwise, even if Xiao Chen had temporarily fallen out with the Jinbei royal house, he was still the son of the Jinbei King in the end. So how could these soldiers dare to treat him like this? However, although they were not even in their hearts, they didn't dare to say anything more. After all, the Jinbei royal house was too powerful. Not to mention these commoners of theirs, even the 5 great clans couldn't afford to offend them at all. Today, the probability is that this Xiao Dust will only be able to tolerate his anger. However, just then, Xiao Chuan reached out and pointed out a finger. A purple sword chi appeared out of thin air, sharp and compelling, and in the next breath, the sword chi rushed towards the black-armored soldier's face at great speed, directly piercing through his brow. Bang! Soon, the black-armored soldier's gaze was stunned and he fell straight to the ground. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Murder? This Xiao Dust actually killed someone directly? Everyone's faces were horrified. This was the Jinbei King's mansion, the most supreme place in the entire desolate North City. Ordinary people passing by would be chastised by the guards for even taking a second glance. And Xiao Chen actually dared to kill someone here? Does he really think he's still the son of the former king of Jinbei? He's already been expelled from the family. The rest of the black-armored soldiers glanced at the corpses on the ground, and all of them had ugly faces as well. They knew that Xiao Chen's battle power was amazing, but they did not expect that the other party would really dare to kill them. After all, they represented the face of the Jinbei royal house. Although they were just a pawn, the majesty of the Jinbei royal house was inviolable. So looking at the entire desolate North City, no one would even dare to make a move against them. Don't even dare to be a little disrespectful, let alone make a move. And today, under the eyes of everyone, Xiao Chuan actually beheaded a Jinbei Wangfu guard in front of them. It's simply rampant. Xiao Chen, you actually dared to kill the guards of the Jinbei King's residence? How dare you? You are. Today, a black-armored soldier with a red birthmark on his face pointed his finger at Xiao Chuan's nose with a fierce glare. But before he finished speaking, another sword chi appeared and directly pierced through his brow. Don't use the Jinbei royal house to pressure me. Today I'm only here for the ice jade immortal coffin. Whoever stops me will die. Xiao Chen's gaze faintly swept towards the group of black-armored soldiers. Many of the black-armored soldiers' eyelids jumped at that icy gaze, and they couldn't help but back away. Xiao Chen's gaze was too terrifying, as sharp as a blade. What are you guys afraid of? Behind us is an entire Jinbei King's mansion. Does he still dare to kill us all? I just don't believe it. Pust. A black-armored soldier with an iron head didn't believe it and tried to put in a few harsh words, only to be directly sent to hell by a sword chi. Now the rest of the black-armored soldiers panicked, throwing down the long swords in their hands and scattering in all directions like frightened birds and beasts. People are afraid of death. This Xiao Dust had clearly gone crazy with killing. If they dared to block again, they would definitely be killed by Xiao Chen. So they did not dare to block anymore. The majesty of the Jinbei royal family is not as important as your life. Xiao Dust glanced at the black-armored soldiers who were fleeing for their lives like scared mad dogs, and the corner of his mouth hooked up a sneer as he kicked away the corpses in front of him that were blocking the way and slowly walked into the Jinbei King's mansion. He was dressed in white with a cold expression, carrying a long sword on his back as he walked step by step towards the depths of the Jinbei king's mansion. Wherever they passed, the slaves were shocked. They had never seen such a murderous Xiao Chen before. In the past 10 years or so, Xiao Chen had always treated people generously, making them feel like spring breeze. Nowadays, Xiao Chen was completely different. His sword aura was compelling and as daunting as a hellish Shura. Xiao Chuan, you have big guts. You actually dare to hold a sword and commit murder in the Jinbei king's mansion. Aren't you afraid that Prince Ling Tian will directly behead you? A slave who was loyal to Xiao Ling Tian wanted to take the opportunity to show off, but as a result, his head was decapitated before he could finish his sentence. Blood flowed like a column. Many of the maids lost their voices in fear. Soon, a dozen or so martial artists with horrifying auras converged from all directions and stopped in front of Xiao Chen. These people had sharp gazes. Their chi and blood were in full bloom, and the aura on each one of them was exceptionally powerful. They were actually a group of martial masters, the lowest of which were all at the first heavenly day of martial masters, while the higher ones had reached the third heavenly day of martial masters. These people were the guest ministers of the Jinbei king's residence, and their battle prowess was astonishing. Usually, he only concentrates on cultivation, and only when he encounters some big events will he make a move. At this moment, they all looked at Xiao Chen with cold gazes, shock and anger in their eyes. Lord Hakai has stepped in. This time this Xiao Chen is definitely finished. As for a slave who was loyal to Xiao Ling Tian, when he saw the appearance of these people, his face immediately revealed a joyful expression, so happy that he was almost leaping for joy. They were only slaves and were misinformed. They did not know the strength of Xiao Chuan. They only felt that Xiao Chuan at his young age could not possibly be an opponent of the martial master realm, and would definitely die a horrible death on the spot. On the other hand, some of the slaves who had heard of Xiao Chen's strength had worried faces. That Xiao Chuan was able to kill even the demon master's 7th level bloodless trace in seconds. Could these guest ministers just come out and hold them back? Xiao Chen, stop here. Kneel down obediently and surrender. Right at this moment, a martial master first heavenly client secretary spoke coldly, an irresistible majesty flashing in his eyes. Xiao Dust he knows very well. Once was born king body, but 3 years ago has dantian broken, become a waste person. Some days ago although restored the dantian into the sword road, but now is only a district of the sword apprentice 7. It is very good to deal with. Not bad. Since you've been abandoned by the Jinbei royal house, you shouldn't take half a step into the Jinbei royal house again. This place, there is no longer a place for you to stay. Quickly put down the murder weapon and don't force us to make a move. Otherwise, you won't be able to carry it. The rest of the guest ministers also opened their mouths, their eyes cold and arrogant, not looking Xiao Chen in the eye. None of them had gotten the news that Lin Sijun had been beheaded by Xiao Chuan yet, thinking that he was still a sword apprentice and could be taken at will. In the past few months, they hadn't humiliated Xiao Dust in order to please Xiao Ling Tian, and today, it was a perfect opportunity to show their loyalty. Several people stared at Xiao Chen, their gazes horrifyingly cold like poisonous snakes, wanting to suppress him completely. Thank you to Qin Duan who loves grilled lamb chops for the milk tea. User 81687277 for the reminder. Li Mu for the reminder. And all of you for generating power for love as well as the other gifts. Thank you. Chapter 94, Xiao Ling Tian appears. Get out of the way or die. Xiao Chen raised his head to gaze at the crowd of martial artists, his gaze slightly cold. That look, like looking at an ant. A few months ago, these people were indeed as lofty as Tarzan in front of him, out of reach. But today, it's different. He lifted his hand and it was Avalanche Mountain. Shock immediately appeared on the faces of the crowd of guest ministers at the words. Xiao Chuan, have you losers gotten water in your brain? A few days ago, you were trembling in fear when you saw us, like a lost dog, and now you actually dare to speak to us like this? I won't let you. What can you do to me? Come and let me die if you can. A fat-headed guest secretary couldn't help but snort with disdain in his eyes. This was a martial master first heavenly master named Lu Fei, who was the best at sword techniques and had terrifying strength. Guest minister Lu, do not be careless. Legends from outside say that Xiao Chuan has amazing battle prowess and has killed many martial masters. A slave saw Lu Fei dropping the ball and was afraid that he would suffer a loss, so he reminded him in a loud voice. In fact, he wanted to say let Lu Fei quickly run, but Lu Fei this person is very good at face. If he said so, the other party fear will be angry at him. You're out of your ing mind, aren't you? Just him, a 7th level sword apprentice trash, can kill a martial master? No wonder you can only be a slave in the Jinbei king's residence. You are truly brainless. What others say is what they say. Don't you have a little bit of discernment in yourself? Not only did Lu Fei not believe in what the slave said, but instead, he cursed at him angrily. And then Lu Fei turned his head to look at Xiao Chen and said with a grimace, I, Lu Fei, am just going to stand in front of you, so if you have the ability, let me die a death. Rubbish. As you wish. Then, Xiao Chuan's eyes turned cold as he reached his hand behind his back and pulled out the dragon-cutting sword with a resounding sound. And in a matter of moments, a purple sword light suddenly lit up, and Lu Fei's head directly shot up into the sky and flew up into midair. Blood spurts. The headless corpse fell to the ground with a thud. See this scene. The people present were dumbfounded. For a moment, he was so horrified that he couldn't even speak. It was only with a bang as Lu Fei's head crashed heavily to the ground that the group of guest ministers reacted and looked at Xiao Chen with a look of fear. Sword master? Xiao Chuan, who was powerless a few days ago, had actually grown into a sword master of the same realm as them at this moment, but each of them had gone through at least 30 years of bitter cultivation. This Xiao Chuan had only been cultivating for a few days after his dantian was restored? How is it possible to be so strong? How did you do it? A few days ago, you clearly didn't have any cultivation. Which is? A guest secretary could not help but point at Xiao Chuan and ask, only to have his head chopped off by Xiao Chuan's sword. Xiao Chuan, you actually beheaded 2 guest ministers of the Jinbei King's residence one after another without any reason. Aren't you afraid that the Jinbei King will send down his thunderous wrath? Even if you are a sword master. So what? We have more than a dozen martial masters here. If we swarm around you, you only have a sword in your hand. How many people can you kill? The eyes of a bearded guest secretary who was at the third gravity of martial master slowly narrowed as he looked at Xiao Chuan with a cold aura hidden in his eyes. The qi and blood in his body was potent and abnormal, blazing like a furnace, and relying on the fact that he was 2 small realms higher than Xiao Dust, he rebuked Xiao Dust in a cold voice. Xiao Dust becoming a sword master was truly amazing, but he was only a little bit surprised, but not the least bit afraid. After all, Xiao Chen Kai had just entered the sword master realm and his foundation was unstable, incomparable to old school experts like them who had already entered the martial master realm for more than a decade. What's more, they were outnumbered while Xiao Chen was only a mere 1 person. The sword skill was even higher, but after all, he only had 1 person and 1 sword. Could he still fight 1 against many? Killing you is like destroying ants. I'll give you 3 breaths. If you don't want to leave, none of you will. Xiao Dust did not want to waste time with this group of mole crickets here, so he gave an ultimatum. Unbridled. No wonder your own parents abandoned you. You're really a bastard who doesn't know what's good for him. The bearded guest minister's words were extremely vicious. This statement was made. Many of the slaves who knew of Xiao Chen's strength immediately trembled in fear and looked at Xiao Chen with a fearful expression, fearing that he would slaughter the entire Jinbei King's mansion in a fit of rage. As expected, Xiao Chen's eyes had gone cold. The atmosphere instantly froze. The temperature in the arena quickly dropped below freezing. Just then, the summoning jade tags of a group of guest ministers suddenly vibrated gently, emitting a white shimmering light. It was a message from someone to them. The summoning jade tags were very precious though. However, they were the guest secretaries of the Jinbei King's house, and with their honorable status, they naturally had a piece in their hands. Glowing at this moment, it was Xiao Jinbei who transmitted the message. It's a message from the king. His Majesty said that Xiao Chuan has broken through the Swordmaster realm, and his battle power is astonishing, slaughtering the entire Zhenbei with the power of 1 person. A guest secretary took out a summoning jade tablet and read it out in a low voice, and halfway through his sentence, his eyes snapped open and he looked incredulously at Xiao Chen across the room. His eyes filled with shock. This statement was made. Everyone in the arena was dumbfounded. They were all familiar with the Zhenbei guards. It was an ace guard whose strength was terrifying to the point of being heartbreaking. With a powerful lineup, it would be like playing to exterminate them. Xiao Chuan alone had destroyed an entire Zhenbei? If anyone else had sent this message, they would never have believed it. But the person who sent this message was Xiao Jinbei, which forced them to believe it. The bearded guest secretary who had previously spoken out and provoked Xiao Dust was so frightened that his pupils lightly trembled and his body shook as he glanced at Xiao Dust, who had an iron face across from him, and was so fearful that he turned around and ran. While running, he also cursed Xiao Jinbei for not sending the message over earlier. If this information had come through earlier, would he have dared to speak out against Xiao Chen? He's definitely warming up and smiling. This time, he had offended Xiao Chen to death, and he still didn't know if he could run away. Sure enough, the bearded guest minister didn't run a few steps before his head flew up. Prince Xiao Chen, we were wrong earlier and we apologize to you. Can you let us live? Yeah, we won't dare to do it again. In fact, we are just mingling in the Jinbei King's mansion. We don't have much affection. The Jinbei King is so heartless towards you. We are also very displeased with it. That Xiao Lingtian is narrow-minded and morally bankrupt. We've long looked at him with disdain. The crowd of guest ministers all ran to Xiao Chen and knelt down in front of him when they saw this, begging for forgiveness with frightened faces. if they had a few doubts about the information that Xiao Zhenbei had sent back before. Then at this moment, when they saw Xiao Chuan kill the strongest bearded man among them with a single sword, they completely believed in Xiao Chuan's strength. He can second the bearded man. It would be seconds for any of them. They were completely scared. Back then, when my dantian was broken and I was down and out, you guys kept sneering at me and even intentionally bumped me all over. Have you ever spared me? Xiao Chen's tone was as cold as ice. Next breath, sword lights flashed one after another. The heads of all the guest ministers flew up. Some of the slaves who were previously unaware of Xiao Chen's strength sucked in a breath of cool air when they saw the scene, and were shocked in their eyes. Is the young man who was born with the king's body and had the greatest talent in the past back again? 3 years of silence not only didn't break him, instead, it made him even more demonic. Those were the guest secretaries of the Zhenbei king's residence. Each of them had amazing strength, but in front of Xiao Chen, how come they were just like dirt chickens and dogs that could be killed with their hands? Right at this moment, 2 air-breaking sounds came from the field, and 2 figures suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Chen. The visitors were clearly none other than Xiao Lingtian and Lu Basan, who had arrived late. Chapter 95, Fighting a Half-Step Martial General. Looking at the ground full of corpses, Xiao Lingtian's face was hard to see. When he received the news that Xiao Dust had come to cause trouble, he rushed over with Lu Beishan at the first time, but he did not expect that in just a moment's time, a dozen or so of his mansion's offerings would be killed by Xiao Dust. These people were all experts that were hard to find for thousands of dollars, and even if the Zhenbei royal house wanted to recruit them, they would have to pay a great price. Now it's good. The real money has been provided for so many years, but it hasn't been put to much use yet, and then it's all been slaughtered by Xiao Dust. This loss, it's too much. Xiao Lingtian's heart was dripping blood, while Lu Beishan, who was on the side, saw this scene. He had a bland face and did not make the slightest ripple. He had been psychologically prepared for Xiao Chuan's strength. After all, someone who could single-handedly slaughter an entire unit of Zhenbei guards would not be easy to deal with. When these guest secretaries saw Xiao Chuan killing, they did not think of running at the first opportunity, but they still dared to fight him head-on. They were simply human heads and pig brains, and they deserved to die. Xiao Chuan, the Zhenbei royal house gave birth to you and raised you, and has treated you with great kindness. You actually brutally killed so many of my Zhenbei royal house's elites today for no reason. You are truly an ungrateful, white-eyed wolf. Xiao Lingtian was furious and pointed at Xiao Chen's nose and cursed. Xiao Dust sneered. Unprovoked brutalization? Then let me ask you, what happened to those Zhenbei guards who ambushed me in Xiangwu City? Do you dare to say that they were not sent by you, bastard? Ever since you were born, I've told myself that I'm a big brother, and I have to take on the responsibility of being a big brother. I'm going to love you, protect you, and keep you safe and happy for the rest of your life. When I was a child, you always liked to rob me. As long as you asked, I must let you. At the age of 15, the enemy came to the door and slapped at your head. I could have just walked away. That way I would still be that towering genius. But I didn't. I gave up my life to save you. And you, after you got out of danger, you didn't even look at me or help me to rescue me. And if it wasn't for the fact that I was lucky enough to be saved just in time, I would have died long ago. After my dantian was shattered, you even beat me or scolded me, took away everything from me, tried to rob my fiancée, and now, you even sent a whole army of Zhenbei guards to put me to death. Xiao Chen's eyes grew cold. I would like to ask you who is the white-eyed wolf. Xiao Lingtian's eyes were weak and he did not dare to meet Xiao Chen's gaze, because what Xiao Chen said was all true. From beginning to end Xiao Chen had treated him extremely well, but he had always hated Xiao Chen and never thought of him as good. Without Xiao Chen, he would have dazzled instead of being eclipsed by Xiao Chen's light. Did you purposely have my dantian broken? Suddenly, Xiao Dust straightened Xiao Lingtian's eyes and coldly forced a question. For a couple years now, I've had a quandary. Why were those enemies so coincidental in the first place that they just happened to pick the time when he was playing hide-and-seek with Xiao Lingtian to strike and attack? And Xiao Lingtian even purposely dispersed all the guards and brought Xiao Duan to a blind area of the guards. Moreover, that person appeared to be rushing at Xiao Lingtian, but in reality, his attention had been on Xiao Chen's body, so much so that Xiao Chen had just come over, and before he had time to react in any way, he received a palm at his dantian. That person's strike was extremely vicious. It was aimed at abolishing Xiao Chen, and after that person finished his slap, he was sweating profusely from the pain, but in his trance, he clearly saw a hint of joy flashing in Xiao Lingtian's eyes, and he even winked at that person. At that time, he was very simple and didn't even think that Xiao Lingtian wanted to harm him, so he didn't care. But now it seems that Xiao Lingtian should have hated him long ago, and he had a great suspicion in that incident. The people present were shocked beyond words. Xiao Chuan's dantian shattering was actually something Xiao Lingtian had found someone to do? They did not expect that Xiao Lingtian's heart was actually malicious to such an extent at his young age. Liu Beixian also glanced at Xiao Lingtian in surprise, and when he saw that his expression was different and his body was slightly trembling, he instantly realized that what Xiao Chen said was most likely true. Even he did not expect Xiao Lingtian to do such a heartless thing. After a moment of silence, Xiao Lingtian took a deep breath and looked maniacal. I didn't expect to be discovered by you. It was indeed me who found someone to do it. You were so stupid back then. You really tried your best to stand in front of me and blocked that blow for me. Now that I think about it, I still find it funny. Killing intent grew in Xiao Chen's eyes. Why? Why? Because I'm not willing. Why is it that you were born with a natural king body at birth, with a worldly talent, while I'm just a tiny heavenly rank? Why is it that you and I both like Qingxuan, but the Xia Emperor betrothed her to you? Why should my father and mother see only you and be proud of you and everything, while I have to live in your shadow? Xiao Duan, you know what? You're weighing me down and I can't breathe. You deserve to die. Xiao Lingtian roared angrily, seemingly denouncing the injustice of fate. The faces of the people in the arena suddenly changed. Admit it? Xiao Lingtian actually admitted it? The fall of a born king body was surprisingly not an accident. Xiao Lingtian is truly a wolf-hearted and heartless. It's good that you've admitted it. Then today, I'll let you also taste what it's like to have your dantian shattered and lose everything in one night. Hate surged in Xiao Chen's eyes. This time, he was really angry. He never owed Xiao Lingtian the slightest bit. Instead, he humbled him in everything and did everything. But in the end, Xiao Lingtian actually wasted his dantian and sent the Zhenbeiwei to kill him. Just because he had high natural talent, he was more dazzling and eye-catching than Xiao Lingtian. Oh, what a ridiculous reason. Kid, your breath is a bit too big. Waste Lingtian Shizi's dantian. Try wasting one? Liu Beixian snorted and stood in front of Xiao Lingtian. Although Xiao Lingtian was of low character for doing something like that, since he had already taken sides, he could not possibly stand by and watch Xiao Chen harm Xiao Lingtian. Coldness surged in his eyes. Today, he intended to completely leave Xiao Chen here forever. You want to be nosy? Xiao Dust frowned slightly. So what if it is? What? Is it possible that old me? A half-step martial general. Can't stop you. A sword master first level? Liu Beixian's eyes narrowed slightly. Then you die. Xiao Chuan slowly raised his sword. The tip of the sword aimed at Liu Beixian, and coldness filled his eyes. The surrounding crowd all had horrified faces. This Liu Beixian is a half-step martial general. Xiao Chen, a sword master one, actually wanted to fight him? Isn't that an insult? A hint of surprise and disdain also flashed in Liu Beixian's eyes. He had thought that after he stood out, Xiao Chen would know what to do, but he hadn't expected that the other party was actually going to make a move against him. This kid is ridiculous. There was a full 9 minor realms of difference between them. Even if Xiao Chuan's natural talent was demonic and he could cross the realm to kill his enemies, could he cross so many small realms? Xiao Chen, I knew you were arrogant, but I didn't expect you to be this arrogant. My teacher is a half-step martial general. Killing you is like killing a chicken. Xiao Lingtian sneered. Xiao Dust's face was calm as he faintly swept a glance at Xiao Lingtian. A mere half-step martial general, and you still think he's invincible? In my eyes, you, a teacher, are worth nothing. Today, I will waste your dantian in front of him. The faces of the people in the arena were shocked beyond words, and many of them even sucked in a mouthful of cool air. This Xiao Dust actually said that a half-step martial general was not worth mentioning? It's crazy, it's just crazy. Anger surged in Liu Beixian's eyes as he said in a cold voice. Good, Xiao Chen, you are indeed arrogant enough. Today, let me learn the strength of this sword cultivation genius of yours. I'd like to see if you can actually touch a single hair of Ling Tianzhi's head in front of me. Chapter 96, Liu Beixian's Fear. The words fell. Liu Beixian fiercely blasted his fist towards Xiao Chen, his terrifying aura blazing up like a volcano erupting. The punch is appalling. There was a sonic boom in the air, like a dragon's roar. A fist had just come out, and just the terrifying aura alone scared the crowd in the arena to the point where their livers split. Dragon breaking fist? It's actually one of Elder Lu's famous stunts. The dragon breaking fist. This punch is too strong. Elder Lu deserves to be a half-step martial general. So terrifying. Simply like a heavenly god. The crowd gasped in shock. They had never seen a great power at the level of Liu Beixian make a move in their long life. And they were stunned for a moment. Daxia is a martial artist, and each martial artist cultivates a different technique, which is also very different in power. What Liu Beixian was performing at this moment was really an extremely powerful move. The Broken Dragon Fist, from the Gongfu Broken Dragon Heart Sutra that he cultivated. Legend has it that this dragon-breaking heart sutra was created by a great power in ancient times who was fortunate enough to encounter a true dragon and hid in the shadows and secretly observed it for several days. It contained a hint of the true dragon's intent and was incredibly powerful. Seeing Liu Beixian attacking, Xiao Chen also quickly blasted out with a punch. Since breaking through to martial master, he had yet to meet anyone who could make him go all out. This Liu Beixian is exactly a good opponent. See this scene. Liu Beixian was slightly stunned, and his face turned ugly. This Xiao Chen is too arrogant. A sword cultivator with a weak physical body actually wanted to compete with him in terms of physical body? Looking for death. Next breath. Bang! There was a loud bang. Two fists met. A powerful energy fluctuation swept out like a wave, as if a gale was whistling. All the people in the arena were blown away, and many of them even flew backwards. Liu Beixian and Xiao Chen also retreated. However, Liu Beixian only took 3 steps backward, but Xiao Chuan took 7 steps backward in a row before he could barely stabilize himself. Under one punch, the highs and lows are clear. It was Liu Beixian who had the upper hand. Good. Elder Liu is awesome. Elder Liu is too powerful. Elder Liu is worthy of being a half-step sect master. Some of the slaves shouted in excitement, as if they had won a battle. While shouting, they also used their eyes to sneak a glance at Xiao Lingtian. And when they saw the other party glance in their direction and a look of satisfaction appeared on their faces, these people were all trembling with excitement. The reason why they were shouting so vigorously was that on one hand, they really felt that Liu Beixian's battle power was astounding, and on the other hand, they hoped to perform well in front of Xiao Lingtian, the future master of the Jinbei royal mansion, to leave a good impression. In case Xiao Lingtian was pleased and promoted them slightly, then their fate would be considered completely changed. Xiao Chen, do you still dare to speak out loud now? I've told you before, it's as easy for my teacher to kill you as it is to kill a chicken. Xiao Lingtian looked at Xiao Chen and sneered coldly. However, he didn't realize it. At this moment, Liu Beixian's face was devoid of joy. His face was even a bit ugly. Xiao Chen's strength greatly exceeded his imagination. This Xiao Dust was only at the first level of the master realm and a sword master with a weak physical body, but when he fought with him just now, under his dragon-breaking fist, he only had a slight disadvantage. The strength of this fleshly body was simply appalling. In all the years he had lived, it was the first time he had seen a sword cultivator with such a terrifying physical body. Without using a sword you can fight him to a draw. If you use a sword. When he thought of this, a trace of gravity was added to his eyes. Worthy of being a half-step martial general. His strength is amazing. Again, although Xiao Chuan had lost the battle, he was not demoralized. Instead, his eyes were thunderous with battle intent as he slowly raised his sword. Feeling that overpowering sword intent, Liu Beixian's eyelids jumped, and a layer of fine beads of sweat seeped out from his forehead. For some reason, the moment Xiao Chuan raised his sword and pointed it at him, he felt like he was suddenly being stared at by a fearful beast. Scalp numbness. An absurd thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. He seemed to be a little outmatched by the kid. It's a ridiculous feeling, though, but Liu Bailong still chose to trust his intuition. After all, his intuition had saved him from life and death many times, so he raised his hand and interrupted. Hold it! Xiao Lingtian froze and looked at Liu Bailong in disbelief, his eyes grimacing as he said, Teacher, why did you stop? Hurry up and kill him. Liu Banshan looked at Xiao Lingtian and shook his head. World son, Xiao Chuan is a junior in the end, and since he took one of Lao Fu's moves and didn't die, it would be a bit of bullying the young by the great if Lao Fu were to make another move to kill him. The crowd in the arena first froze at the words, and then they all looked at Liu Basan with admiration. What do you mean by mighty? That's it. Obviously capable of abuse, but not wanting to bully others by being big and willing to leave others alive. This realm. High. Really high. Teacher, what are you? Xiao Lingtian instantly became anxious and wanted to question Liu Basan why he was so womanly, but suddenly saw Liu Bashan's eyes flickering as he lowered his voice and said, How much longer does the king have to return to his residence? Stall this brat first, wait for his majesty to arrive, then it won't be too late to make a move. Father is already on his way back, but it will take a moment. But to kill a Xiao Dust, why bother father to take action? There is teacher you. Is not the same to turn over your hand can be destroyed? Xiao Lingtian was puzzled. I might not be a match for this kid. Liu Banshan looked embarrassed and whispered in a voice that only 2 people could hear. This statement was made. It was like a thunderbolt exploding in Xiao Lingtian's ears, deafening him and nearly shattering his eardrums. He looked at Liu Beixian in horror for a long time, unable to believe what he had heard. The half-step martial general realm's Liu Beixian actually said that he couldn't defeat Xiao Chen? How is this possible? But just now when you exchanged blows, he clearly retreated a few more steps than you. It was you who had the upper hand. Xiao Lingtian retorted. Shitzi shitzi, why do you always stay on the surface when you look at problems? It's true that the punch just now was an advantage for the old man, but don't forget that Xiao Chen is a sword cultivator. A sword cultivator. Using only his physical body he fought Lao Fu to a draw. If he uses his sword, then can Lao Fu still be his enemy? Liu Beixian felt that this student of his was simply foolish, and was more than 100,000 miles worse than Xiao Chen. Just then, an air sword suddenly cut through the air and rushed straight towards Liu Beixian's face. Liu Beixian felt the danger coming, instinctively wanted to dodge, but that air sword was too fast. In his mind only just had the thought of dodging, that air sword was already dead against the center of his eyebrow. Liu Beixian's pupils suddenly shrunk into needles, and shocking waves surged in his heart. He didn't expect Xiao Chen's sword. I can't believe it has gotten this fast. See the scene. Everyone's eyes snapped open and they couldn't help but cover their mouths. A half-step martial general, Liu Beixian, was actually subdued by Xiao Chuan with a single sword? I see. Earlier, Liu Leagain originally didn't want to let Xiao Chuan live, but knew that he wasn't a match for Xiao Chuan, so he chickened out. When you said that, I also remembered. Just now after sparring with Xiao Chuan, the arrogance on Elder Liu's face seemed to have disappeared in an instant, and there was also a trace of gravity in his eyes. I thought it was strange at the time. How could such an expression appear on the face of Elder Liu, who had always been high above the rest? So it turned out that it was because of Xiao Chuan. Liu Beixian glanced at the chi sword that was pressed against his brow, carefully turned his head to look at Xiao Chuan, and said in a trembling voice full of fear, Sir Xiao Chuan, let's have a talk. First put away the sword chi. This thing is prone to accidental injuries. Bring out the ice jade immortal coffin. Xiao Dust looked at Xiao Lingtian with a cold face. Want the ice jade immortal coffin? You're dreaming. I'll die. Xiao Lingtian's voice ended abruptly. This was because he suddenly realized that the chi sword that was on top of Liu Beixian's brow had, at this moment, shifted to his brow. Thank you C. Jean G for the milk tea. Thank you Miss Dot for the milk tea. Thank you goodbye, Destiny Man for the inspiration capsule. Thank you Send Farewell Love for the milk tea. Thank you all for the gifts. Thank you. Chapter 97. I repeat, where is the ice jade immortal coffin? Xiao Dust's voice grew cold. Mr. Xiao Chen, don't be impulsive. I know where the ice jade immortal coffin is. I'll go fetch it for you, Liu Beixian said in a hurry, afraid that Xiao Chen would kill Xiao Lingtian in a fit of rage. Of course, his main concern was his own well-being. If Xiao Lingtian was a stiff upper lip and angered Xiao Chuan, once he went on a killing spree, this Xinbei King's mansion would most likely be killed without any chickens or dogs, and he, Liu Beixian, would naturally not be spared either. He had completely lost the courage to confront Xiao Chen at this moment. He had originally thought that Xiao Chuan was only a demon, but his battle power would not be too exaggerated. But now that he's seen it, he realizes he was very wrong. This Xiao Chen's battle power was far beyond his imagination, making him daunted. Ever since he became a half-step martial general, he had never been so stifled. But even so, he could only endure, because he doesn't want to die. Xiao Lingtian was stunned. Liu Beixian was taught from childhood that a man should stand up to the sky and face the mob without fear. And nowadays, why did he wimp out first? Xiao Chen glanced at Liu Beixian and gently nodded. Go and return quickly. He wasn't afraid of the other party escaping. The Xinbei King's mansion was this big. It was already covered by his divine sense. If Liu Beixian dared to run, he would kill him at the first opportunity. Seeing that he had obtained Xiao Chen's permission, Liu Beixian hurriedly turned around and left. It didn't take long for him to hurry back. Mr. Xiao Chen, the ice jade immortal coffin you asked for. I've brought it. It's in the ring. With that, he placed a black spatial ring into Xiao Chen's hands. With a sweep of his divine sense, Xiao Chuan discovered that within the space contained within the ring, there was a coffin made of ice and jade lying quietly, with a crystalline body that emitted a thick cold aura and was surrounded by ice mist. Liu Beixian didn't lie. What was in this ring was indeed the ice jade immortal coffin. A few years had passed and the appearance of the ice jade immortal coffin hadn't changed at all. Xiao Chen, father is on his way back. If you have the guts, stay here and don't go. Seeing that Xiao Dust had gotten his hands on the ice jade immortal coffin, Xiao Lingtian roared in a hideous rage. Right at this moment, Xiao Chen suddenly raised his hand and struck out a sword chi, directly piercing through Xiao Lingtian's dantian. Pust, blood spurts. A sharp pain came from the heart. Xiao Lingtian's eyes widened in shock as he looked down and realized that there was definitely an additional bloody hole in his abdomen. Immediately afterward, a sense of weakness surged in. Xiao Lingtian's face instantly turned pale, and the breath in his body grew weaker and weaker. Cultivation plummeted all the way down. Soon, it turned from a juvenile expert of the 7th level of martial apprentice to a frail teenager who was not even as good as an ordinary person. Sense it all. A trace of panic and despair flashed in Xiao Lingtian's eyes. His dantian is ruined. This Xiao Chen had actually really wasted his dantian. Seeing this scene, the faces of the people in the arena changed drastically. They did not expect Xiao Chen to be so ruthless and directly waste Xiao Lingtian's dantian without saying a word. This was no longer a slap in the face, but a hard stab in the chest of the Xinbei royal house. An absolute blast. You, how dare you? Xiao Lingtian looked at Xiao Chen incredulously. He is the son of the king of Zhenbei. How's that? It doesn't feel good to have your dantian wasted, does it? Falling from the clouds feels bitter too, doesn't it? I get it all. Because I've experienced it. This is just the beginning. There will be more pain later. Enjoy it. The corner of Xiao Dust's mouth hooked up with a sneer as he finished speaking and directly disappeared in place. As Xiao Chen left, everyone in the arena breathed a sigh of relief. It's like you've just walked through a ghost gate and got lucky. Looking at the mutilated corpses all over the ground, a trace of emotion was born in the hearts of all the people. I didn't realize that the teenager who had been humbled to the dirt a few days ago had now dazzled to such an extent. Ah, it hurts so much. Send me the pharmacist quickly. On the other hand, Xiao Lingtian, who had his dantian abolished, was rolling on the ground in pain. Right at this moment, a group of people rushed in from outside, and it was Xiao Zhenbei and his group that had arrived. Liu Beishan, Xiao Chen is a hero of the human race. Princess Silver Moon has an order that no one should hurt him. Elder Xia even took the lead and rushed to the front, fearing that Xiao Chen would suffer. However, when he saw the corpses of martial master realm experts all over the ground, as well as Xiao Lingtian, whose face was pale and bleeding profusely, he was directly dumbfounded. What is going on here? Lingtian, what happened? How did your dantian shatter? Who is it? Actually dared to do such a poisonous thing to you? Xiao Zhenbei glanced at Xiao Lingbei's injuries. His pupils suddenly shrunk, and he directly disappeared in place, reappearing again. He had already arrived at Xiao Lingtian's side. Looking at his youngest son's face full of pain, he felt his heart dripping blood, and he was suddenly furious. A terrifying and incomparable aura suddenly erupted from within him. For a time, heaven and earth changed color. The surrounding void was annihilated inch by inch. Lingtian, my son, how did you become like this? When Wanrong also cried out and rushed up, wrapping her arms around her frail young son. Who is it? Who harmed my son? I will kill him by 1,000 cuts. The always sensible Wen Wanrong was also fuming at the moment. Father, mother, it's Xiao Chen. Kill him and avenge me. Xiao Lingtian's voice was weak, but there was a hint of fierceness in his eyes. He hated Xiao Chen to the extreme at the moment, and hated that he could not peel off his skin and drink his blood. This statement was made. Princess Silvermoon and the others were all stunned. The person who wasted Xiao Lingtian's dantian was actually his own brother, Xiao Chen? But on second thought, they released again. Xiao Lingtian's enmity was avenged by ignoring Xiao Chuan's kindness and saving him, and not only robbing him of his fiancée, but also sending the Zhen Beiwei to kill him. Xiao Chuan had only wasted his dantian, which was already incomparably merciful. Only, this Xiao Lingtian was guarded by Liu Beishan, so how could Xiao Chuan possibly get his hands on him? That Liu Beishan was a half-step martial general, only a hair's breadth away from being a martial general, a true mighty level martial artist. Dusty, how is this possible? He's your own brother. When Wanrong couldn't believe what she was hearing. Although the youngest son was impulsive and sent someone to ambush the eldest son, wasn't the eldest son safe and sound? Why would you do such a terrible thing to your infant son? This statement was made. The crowd rolled their eyes. This one Wanrong being biased was also too obvious. The youngest son has gone to great lengths to kill the eldest son. Can't the eldest son fight back? Elder Liu, what's going on? Why did you let that Xiao Chen hurt me? Lingtian? At that moment, Xiao Zhenbei then fixed his gaze towards Liu Beishan with a gloomy expression. Liu Beishan's eyelids jumped. He didn't dare to hide it, and immediately told Xiao Zhenbei what had happened before. In its original form, Lingtian, did you find someone to shatter your brother's dantian? After listening to Liu Beishan's statement, Xiao Zhenbei's eyes were stunned as he looked incredulously at Xiao Lingtian. He had always thought the fall of his eldest son was an accident. I didn't realize that it was actually a plot orchestrated by the youngest son. That is to say, his Xiao family's born king body was actually destroyed in the hands of the Xiao family's own people. His Xiao family could have been countless times more brilliant than it was now, and all of this was ruined by Xiao Lingtian. At this moment, he was shocked and angry. For the first time, a look of disgust arose in his gaze as he looked at his infant son. When Wanrong even covered her mouth with her mouth, wanting to do her best to hide the exclamation of shock that came out of her mouth. If not for Liu Beishan mentioning it himself today, she would not have believed that her young son, whom she had always doted on, was actually so vicious in his heart. Princess Silvermoon and the others were also staring at Xiao Lingtian with strange eyes, the contempt under their eyes undisguised. Xiao Lingtian, why are you doing this to Xiao Chen? He is so good to you. Why did you harm him? Ye Qingxuan even raised her willow eyebrows and angrily questioned Xiao Lingtian. If Xiao Chuan's dantian was not broken, she would not have disliked Xiao Chuan, and if she had not disliked Xiao Chuan would certainly still be infatuated with her at this time, and would not be a stranger like this now. Xiao Lingtian ruined her great marriage. Ha ha ha, why? He's in my way. What's wrong with me getting rid of him? Xiao Lingtian suddenly laughed maniacally. His face hideous, his mental defenses, at this moment, completely collapsed. It's amazing how everyone is blaming him. Every single person looked at him with disdain, as if looking at a lost dog. Chapter 98, Saint Wilderness Elder Wilderness Nameless. Okay, I'll tell you why. Because I hate Xiao Chen. Similarly born as a human being, similarly born in the Jinbei Wangfu, why am I inferior to Xiao Chen in every way? Why should I live under Xiao Chen's light? I hate him so much that I'm going to destroy him. Xiao Lingtian's expression grew grim as a ferocious light converged in his eyes. Xiao Jinbei's face was gloomy and he clenched his fists fiercely. A wave of remorse surged through him. He hated himself until today. To see the dirty face of the youngest son, hated himself all these years mean eldest son, hated God does not favor him Jinbei Wangfu. His Jinbei royal house could have possessed a natural kingly body, a glorious prospect as brilliant as the stars, and all of this was ruined by Xiao Lingtian. When Wanrong also looked stunned and disappointed. He couldn't understand how his infant son could say such a deranged thing. Is it also Xiao Chen's fault that he's outstanding and he can't compare to Xiao Chen? As far as she remembered, the eldest son had been extremely kind to the youngest since he was a child. Care and pampering and humility in all things. How did it come to the youngest son's mouth? But instead it was as if the eldest son had treated him poorly and owed him. When Ye Qingxuan heard this reply, her eyes filled with disgust towards Xiao Lingtian. The latter is simply the quintessential example of incompetent rage. Instead of reflecting on yourself, you blame others for being too strong. Men like that are disgusting. Compared to Xiao Chen, it was simply 100,000 miles away. What's wrong? Am I wrong? Why are you all looking at me like that? Do you all look down on me? Xiao Lingtian's gaze looked around the room as if he was crazy, because he realized that those who had once held him up like a star and held him high were now looking at him with the eyes of a waste. It was also the same as back then, when Xiao Chuan's dantian was broken and he looked at Xiao Chuan with the same gaze. Everything in this world has a cause and effect. The boomerang he had thrown at Xiao Chen back then had finally hit him. Pust. He was so enraged that he sprayed out a mouthful of blood and fainted to death. Gentlemen, my Jinbei King's residence has some family matters to attend to, so I won't keep you all as guests. Xiao Jinbei rushed around and glanced at the surroundings, then rushed at Princess Silvermoon and slightly arched his hand. Seeing Xiao Jinbei's banishment order, the crowd turned around and left in a very sensible manner. And after Princess Silvermoon glanced at Xiao Jinbei, whose face was blue, she also took Ye Qingxuan and left the Jinbei King's mansion. After the crowd left, Xiao Jinbei glanced at Xiao Lingtian on the ground. Men, send this rebellious son back to his room. Yes, your majesty. Two guards immediately came up from the side and lifted Xiao Lingtian up, walking towards Xiao Lingtian's grand hall. If in the past, Xiao Lingtian was injured, Xiao Jinbei would definitely take care of it personally, but nowadays, he had a hint of dislike towards Xiao Lingtian within his heart, and just found a guard to carry him away. Soon, Xiao Lingtian was carried back to his grand hall and lay on his bed, his face pale. Jinbei, quickly find someone to save Lingtian. When Wanrong looked at Xiao Lingtian with an anxious expression. Although the youngest son is a bastard, but in the end, he is still her own son. The eldest son has not long to live. If the youngest son also died, then she will not become a widow? Don't worry, Xiao Chuan's hand was extremely measured. He only wasted his dantian and didn't kill him. This rebellious son's life is not a concern. He can only be a cripple in the future. Xiao Jinbei's face was gloomy. The eldest son suffers from heavenly jealousy and is about to be deposed. The youngest son was shattered by the eldest son's dantian at this time, simply adding insult to injury. If the youngest son could not be saved, his Jinbei royal family would face the tragic situation of having no one to follow in their footsteps. At that time, the 100-year foundation of the Jinbei royal house would be destroyed in his hands. Xiao Jinbei. No, he couldn't watch the Jinbei royal house be destroyed. He had to get his young son back. But, how to save it? There is no cure for this broken dantian. Throughout history, no one has ever healed the broken dantian, and the only one to break the spell was the eldest son. Should we go and beg the eldest son? But if the youngest son treats the eldest son like this, will he reveal the secret of curing the dantian? Just then, there was a distortion in space. Two old men appeared out of thin air in front of Xiao Jinbei. An old man wearing a yellow robe with an immortal style was Zhang Deception, who had previously wanted to accept Xiao Chuan into the sacred Desolate Academy. The other black-robed old man had white hair and looked old, but his eyes were extremely sharp. His breath was unfathomable, and between his hands and feet, a faint spiritual charm of heaven and earth permeated his body. Elder Deception Heaven. Could this be? Xiao Jinbei was in an agitated mood. And there was a vague speculation within his heart that this black-robed old man couldn't be the sacred wasteland elder who had been standing in the clouds for hundreds of years, right? King Zhenbei was right. This is none other than my senior brother. Sacred desolate elder desolate nameless. Zhang Yutian nodded his head indifferently. Late generation Xiao Zhenbei. Meet the sacred desolate elder. Xiao Zhenbei hurriedly saluted. Even if he was one of the mighty 10 kings of the great Xia, he was only a junior in front of the sacred desolate elder, and his etiquette could not be less. Desolate nameless nodded slightly and glanced at Xiao Lingtian on the bed, saying expressionlessly, "Who injured him?" Desolate nameless face was calm, but anger surged under his eyes. Xiao Zhenbei was silent, hesitated for a moment, and spoke, "Senior, this matter is still listening to me. I asked you who hurt him?" Desolate nameless suddenly turned his head and looked at Xiao Zhenbei. Xiao Zhenbei's face suddenly changed slightly. It was because he realized that this desolate nameless had only lightly glanced at him, and it had actually given him a feeling that his liver and guts were cracking. "It's Xiao Chen." Xiao Zhenbei felt a great majesty enveloping his head as he slowly spat out a few words. The words fell. That pressure suddenly dissipated into nothingness like a receding tide. "Xiao Chen? This son is so bold that he dares to injure someone from my sacred desolate academy." Arakan's nameless eyes slowly narrowed, and thunderous light flashed within them. He had previously calculated that Xiao Lingtian would have a great calamity today, so he had rushed here specifically to see what was going on. Although Xiao Lingbei is not considered an important role, but in the end, it is the person of his Holy Wasteland Academy. Xiao Lingbei can die, but the face of his Holy Wasteland Academy cannot be lost. He didn't expect that when he arrived. Xiao Lingtian had already been wasted. It made him furious. "Zhenbei King? Your Zhenbei King's mansion is filled with experts and is like a bronze wall. How did Xiao Chen, a martial apprentice at the 7th level, manage to attack his way in?" There were a few moments of doubt in the bottom of Zhang Huatian's eyes. He broke through the swordmaster and forcefully attacked my Zhenbei King's mansion, killing over a dozen martial masters, subduing another half-step martial general, and finally wounding Ling Tian. Xiao Zhenbei whispered, "What? He actually broke through to swordmaster?" Zhang Yutian froze, his brain blank. Not too long ago, this Xiao Chen had only just entered the sword Dao, but he was only a sword apprentice at the 7th level. Although demonic, it was not to the point of shocking him. But now, how long has this been going on? Xiao Chuan actually broke through even as a swordmaster. That's a little scary. The way of the sword is difficult to cultivate. Although an 18-year-old sword apprentice at the 7th level was terrifying. It wasn't like it hadn't appeared before in the entire Grand Xia, but an 18-year-old sword master. That's completely different. In all his life, he had never heard of such a young sword master. Moreover, having just entered the sword master realm, he was able to subdue a half-step martial general. What kind of goddamn battle power is this? A trace of surprise also flashed in Arakan's nameless eyes. He didn't expect that the trash he didn't want from the Holy Desolate Academy actually had such talent. "Senior brother, could we have missed something? Will a genius like Xiao Chun really fall? Should we enroll him in the academy and try to cultivate him?" A trace of uneasiness pervaded Zhang Huatian's heart. Xiao Chen's talent was too terrifying and was the only thing he had ever seen in his life. Such a demon. If he missed out, it would be a great loss to his Holy Desolate Academy. In the past 10,000 years, there were a total of a dozen heavenly jealousy people. Without exception, they all became invalids at the age of 18. And many of these people were even more demonic than Xiao Dust. And they didn't escape. What is a mere Xiao Chen? He will surely fall. Besides, he injured someone from my sacred Desolate Academy. He's destined to die. Desolate Nameless sneered. But Xiao Lingtian first turned against Xiao Chen. He only fought back. Zhang Yutian couldn't help but look at Desolate Nameless. So what? In this world the strongest is the best. The people of my sacred Desolate Academy, even if they bully others, he has to put up with me. If he fights back, he has to be prepared to die. My sacred Desolate Academy is so overbearing. Whoever is not convinced, just come and find me to judge. Desolate Nameless looked disdainfully as if all the living beings in the world were ants in his eyes. Chapter 99, Sword Demon Xiao Chen? What's that? A person who has stood in the clouds for a long time is naturally accustomed to looking down on all living things. Xiao Dust was stunning though. But the ungrown heavenly pride are all floating clouds. How could Desolate Nameless possibly put it in his eyes? He wants absolute authority. Xiao Chuan had wasted a person from his sacred Desolate Academy, which was hitting him, Desolate Nameless, in the face in public, which he could tolerate. Have Hong Yu go and fetch Xiao Chen's head, Desolate Nameless said indifferently. Hong Yu? That Xiao Chen is only a sword master 1st level. It's too much of a bully to let Hong Yu make a move, isn't it? Zhang Yutian's face changed slightly. That Hong Yu is the Sacred Desolate Academy yellow character class ranked the top 3 demons. Since the introduction of the world, It will pressure the entire desolate North Province. All the heavenly pride cannot raise their heads. A few days ago, but also broke through the martial general realm, becoming countless heavenly pride in the eyes of the unattainable dream, and he had just turned 32. A 32-year-old martial general could not be found in the entire desolate North Province. The horror of his natural talent. It's outrageous. As for Xiao Zhenbei and Wen Wanrong, a trace of shock flashed in their eyes when they heard Hong Yu's name. Elder Desolate Nameless, can you spare my dust child's life for the sake of my Zhenbei royal house? Wen Wanrong hesitated for a split second and said through clenched teeth. After all, Xiao Chen was her eldest son, and she couldn't bear to see Xiao Chen die a tragic death. Your Zhenbei royal house's face? What face does your Zhenbei royal house have in front of me? Desolate Nameless raised his eyebrows slightly as his gaze swept faintly towards Wen Wanrong. Wen Wanrong's eyes widened violently, feeling a giant hammer pounding hard on her chest, spewing out a mouthful of blood as her entire body flew directly backwards. Ma'am! Xiao Zhenbei's face changed, and he hurriedly dodged and appeared beside Wen Wanrong, holding her in his arms. He was appalled. Desolate Nameless' strength was truly too terrifying. The moment Arakan Wuming turned his head to look at Wen Wanrong just now, he had already sensed that something was wrong and gazed on guard. However, he did not expect that a casual look from Desolate Nameless pressured him to move, and he could only watch Wen Wanrong being killed by him. I can't believe how heaven-destroying and earth-destroying the power of Desolate Nameless would be if he really struck out. He had always prided himself on being powerful, but after meeting Desolate Nameless today, he realized that his past pride was ridiculous. Ridiculous as hell. In front of the truly strong, he was like an ant. Desolate Nameless inclined his head and paid no more attention to the Xiao Zhenbei couple as he glanced at Xiao Lingtian on the bed. Tell Hongyu to take someone to the Jiao mysterious realm before he kills Xiao Dust and fetch the water and fire lotus to cure his dantian. Water and fire lotus? Such a divine object has actually come out? Zhang Yutian was stunned. This water and fire lotus flower is a holy relic of heaven and earth. It can strengthen the physical body, bring the dead back to life, and cause fire practitioners to shed their bones. Xiao Lingtian's dantian was originally incurable. However, if one took the water and fire lotus, not only could the dantian be restored, the physical body could even be pulled up to an unimaginable place. Only, Xiao Lingtian was only a small heavenly rank qualification. Would he be worthy of taking such a divine item? Well, if my speculation is correct, the Jiao mysterious realm will appear in these few days. Desolate Nameless nodded his head faintly. Senior brother, this Jiao mysterious realm, there are countless foreign beasts that are incomparably dangerous, and the water and fire lotus flower is even guarded by the 5 melon Jiao dragon, an offspring of the ancient ferocious beasts, plus countless forces coaxing them to rush in. So would it not be a bit dangerous to let Hong Yu and the others go in? Zhang Yutian was a little worried. You don't know. This Jiao mysterious realm, there is a cultivation restriction. Martial artists above the first level of the martial general realm will be rejected by the laws and will not be able to enter. With Hong Yu's strength is enough to easily sweep through the entire secret realm. Besides, if my sacred desolate academy looks at something, in the entire desolate north, I'm afraid no one would dare to rob it. Desolate Nameless' face was calm, but there was a hint of dominance in his words. Xiao Lingtian's qualifications were naturally not worthy of using the water and fire lotus, and Desolate Nameless was doing this to tell the world that he, a member of the sacred desolate academy, was capable of preserving even the most serious of injuries, and by beheading Xiao Chen, it was also to warn the entire world that those who committed the sacred desolate academy would have only one ending, only death. In the meantime, Xiao Dust was moving like electricity as he flew towards Bear's Head village. He sped along, traveling a dozen meters or so between each rise and fall, overtaking cars along the way. Asterisk is fast. It's just like livestock. No, it's more fierce than livestock. Around them, many people were riding wildly, feeling the wind like speed, but in the blink of an eye, he was surpassed by a white boy. They people are stupid. All of them looked at Xiao Chen with the eyes of a monster. After breaking through to Sword Master, Xiao Chuan's flesh strength was too terrifying, much stronger than any martial artist in the same realm. Soon he arrived at the village of Bear's Head. Lord Sword Demon, you're finally here. Please help save Jasmine. She's being bullied. Just after entering the entrance of the village, a middle-aged woman called out to Xiao Chuan in a panicked manner and directly kneeled down to pay her respects. What's going on? Xiao Dust's gaze flickered. Not long after you left, the same assholes who used to coax Jasmine into signing the deed of sale came and tried to take Jasmine away. And Jasmine said she'd wait here for you and help you take care of that old soldier, and refused to leave. The group just trashed Jasmine's house and surrounded Jasmine, and by the looks of it, it looked like they were trying to make a move on the veteran. The middle-aged woman described the matter in a very fast speech. Xiao Chen sniffed without saying anything and directly ran wildly towards Jasmine's residence. Originally, When Jasmine's parents were killed by mountain bandits, no money for burial, just deserted the North City. One of the 5 big families of the Xiao family of a collateral son of the passing, said willing to help Jasmine money to bury her parents, but give her to write a note. Jasmine was very touched that someone was willing to help in a desperate situation and thought she had met a good person. As a result, these people secretly exchanged the loan money for a deed of sale, coaxed Jasmine to sign it, and wanted to bring her back to the Xiao residence to play with her. Later, Jasmine escaped by hiding in the cellar under the cover of all the villagers, taking advantage of the chaos, but her parents' bodies were hacked to pieces by the group. Jasmine comes home and is devastated to see her parents dead and dying, but the other Xiao family's children, and martial artists, she simply did not dare to retaliate, and could only endure in silence. It was thought that the matter would end here and the wind would blow over. I didn't realize that today. These assholes came back and blocked Jasmine out of her house. Jasmine, at the moment, was huddled in the corner of the thatched hut with a terrified look on her face. What are you doing? I've already given you the money. You're not keeping your word. When the children of the Xiao family came to the door to besiege them and try to make a move on her in Lusanji, she endured the pain and gave them all the ingots of gold that Xiao Chen had given him, enough to repay the amount on the deed of sale. But I didn't expect them to actually refuse to leave, and had to let her sleep with them. It's just despicable. Go, where are you going? It's clearly written in black and white on the deed of sale. You are my Xiao Xilong's person. I asked you to sleep with us. Is that too much? A young man in a fancy dress laughed strangely as he looked at Jasmine's delicate curves and innocent face, lust surging in his eyes, and 4 fierce guards were standing behind him, warning the villagers on the side not to meddle with their business with their hideous gazes. It's outrageous. It's unconscionable. Are you men all soft? Why don't you go up and save Jasmine? Don't you usually brag about your bravery? Why are you so weak at this critical moment? They're from the Xiao family. Who dares to go on? That Xiao Xilong is also a 4th-level martial apprentice expert. I wouldn't be able to beat them even if I went on. The surrounding villagers were furious. A few village women pushed the strong men around them, wanting them to go up and save the beauty, but the strong men had fearful eyes and didn't dare to go forward at all. Someone from the Xiao family, the 5 great families of the desolate North City. Is it something they, the commoners, can afford to offend? People can just move their little thumbs and crush them 1,000 times. Xiao Xilong, don't be too arrogant. Jasmine's fiancé is Lord Sword Demon, who is as strong as a heavenly god. If you dare to touch her, you will surely die, and the Xiao family won't be able to protect you. An older, dark-skinned woman just couldn't stand to watch and stepped forward to sternly stop it. A sword demon? What is that thing? Let him come if you're capable. I'd like to see if he dares to take someone from me. Xiao Xilong sneered. He had just returned from another city and had no idea what the hell a sword demon was. In his opinion, the Xiao family, didn't have a few people in this area that he couldn't afford to offend. That what's-it sword demon must be very weak. Otherwise, how come he hadn't heard of it for so many years? Thanks to user 329811410 for the inspiration capsule, and to all the dudes and gals for the gifts. Thanks. Chapter 100, Xiao Xilong Courthouse. Jasmine, I'm going to ask you one last time, to come with me or not. I'm going to count to 3, and if you still don't comply, I'm going to cut the flesh off this old man's body piece by piece and feed it to the dogs. Xiao Xilong gradually ran out of patience, pointing at Lu Sanji on the bed aside, his eyes glowing with cold light. This Jasmine, although she was very good looking, was too ungrateful. He is the son of the Xiao family, willing to condescend to toy with a country girl, is already a great favor, but she still pushes 3 times. You country girl, don't be ungrateful. Do you know who my young master is? He's a son of the Xiao family, a genius at the 4th level of martial apprentice. Is that bull sword demon of yours as good as a hair on my young master's head? One of the guards couldn't help himself and slapped Jasmine directly in the face. He struck so hard that Jasmine had 5 fingerprints on her face and a flash and blood dripped from the corner of her mouth. He thinks Jasmine is pretending to be innocent. A peasant girl, from a lowly background, just born with a good skin. What is there to pretend? The villagers watched with gnashing teeth, but no one dared to care. Please let me go. I'm just a country girl. I'm not worthy of a noble gentleman like you. Jasmine fell to her knees, whimpering and pleading, her eyes filled with tears. She promised Xiao Duan that she would help him take care of Lu Sanji, and that she would wait here for him to come back. But this is not the most important reason. The most important thing is that the shadow of that white-clothed boy has long been engraved into the heart. Her innocence will not be tarnished by others. You want to wait for that sword demon? Just as well. My lord will wait with you for a while. In a moment, let him kneel down and bark as a dog for me in front of you, so that you can see with your own eyes how he is as humble as dust in front of me. Xiao Xilong opened his mouth with a cold smile. He didn't even put that some kind of sword demon in his eyes. thinking that it should be a farmer from a nearby village who liked to dance with swords, so he had self-appointed himself some kind of sword demon. How rare was a true sword cultivator? Every single one of them is high and mighty. How could it be in a small place like Bear Head Village? Just then, Xiao Duan hurriedly arrived. The crowd saw him arrive and consciously made way. Lord Sword Demon, you've come just in time. Jasmine is being bullied, so step in and teach her a lesson. That's right, that Zhu Xilong is too arrogant, relying on the fact that he's a member of the Zhu family, one of the 5 great families of desolate North City. He's bullying others. A group of villagers looked indignant and complained to Xiao Chen. And when Xiao Chen came inside the hut and saw Jasmine kneeling on the ground, with injuries on her face and tears in her eyes suddenly went cold. And when Jasmine saw Xiao Chuan, it was like a person who was lost in the darkness and was in incomparable despair suddenly encountering a beam of light, and her eyes instantly brightened up. He is a light, bright to one's heart's content. Kid, you're that bull sword demon. Come over and kneel in front of this young master and learn a few barks to listen to. Zhu Xilong looked at Xiao Chen with a cold smile on his face. Xiao Chuan was born with a king body and had been well protected since he was young for fear that the demon clan would send someone to assassinate him. So in the past, very few people in the desolate North City had seen his true face, and at most, they had heard of his name. A marginal figure of the Zhu family like Zhu Xilong, who did not have a high status in the Zhu family, knew even less information about Xiao Chen. At this moment, he was face to face with Xiao Chuan, and he was also completely unaware of who Xiao Chuan was. It just felt that this Xiao Chen was uncharacteristically handsome and didn't look like a countryside teenager. Only, this further deepened his loathing for Xiao Chen. What makes a lowly teenager better looking than him? Young master, there seems to be something wrong. Why does this person look a bit familiar? But I can't remember. We're not kicking the can down the road, are we? One of the guards had seen the images of the Battle of Shaoduan Xiaomu City, but he didn't have that much money, so he had bought inferior quality substandard products with less clear images. Iron plate. In this 100 miles around, how many people are my Zhu family's rivals? And how many people can't be messed with by me? Zhu Xilong? You, really getting more and more timid. Go, get this little white boy for me. I want to see learn to bark. Zhu Xilong's expression was hideous. Yes, a fierce light flashed in that guard's eyes as he slowly walked towards Xiao Chen. He also felt that he was being overly concerned. In a small place like Xiongtou village, the Zhu family is the sky. Nope, higher than the sky. Kid, didn't you hear my young master tell you to come over here and learn how to bark? For your information, my young master has his eye on your woman. If you don't strip her naked today, wash her and send her to my young master, I'll beat you to death alive. The guard closed in on Xiao Chuan, his mouth spitting obscenities. The villagers around him looked at him with frightened and odd eyes. Admire his courage. This guard was really bold and actually dared to provoke Xiao Chen like this. Was it never dead? The guard's eyes were confused. Chow, what's wrong with these ES? How can they look at themselves like that? The eyes, as if looking at a dead man. Kid, why don't you kneel? Halfway through the sentence, a sword light flashed. The guard's head flew straight up. The blood is flowing. Zhu Xilong looked stunned. Countless thunderbolts immediately flashed in his eyes, staying in place, his mouth wide open, his lips opening and closing several times, but he could not utter a single word. Swordsman. This kid is actually a real sword cultivator. But sword cultivators were so rare. The entire desolate North City couldn't find a few sword cultivators. How could a sword cultivator appear in a Thai place like Bear Head Village? Sword demon. I know. He's Xiao Chen, the Xiao Chuan who killed 2,000 demon race members alone in a great defeat. At that moment, one of the guards finally reacted. White clothes like snow, rich god like jade, carrying a broken old sword, and people send nickname Sword Devil. The only person who fit these characteristics was Xiao Chen in the entire desolate North City. Who in the world is worthy of a white coat? Sword Demon Xiao Dusty World. After guessing Xiao Chuan's identity, the guard's face turned white and he secretly took out a summoning jade tablet and sent a message to the Zhu family to ask for help. Young Master 4 Dragons molested a girl named Jasmine in the Bear's Head village and messed with the sword demon. And now he's in critical condition. So I'm requesting the family to send an expert to support him. After sending the message, he secretly hid the summoning jade pendant again. What? He is Xiao Chen? That Xiao Chen who slaughtered an entire army of Jinbei guards by himself? And at this moment, after Zhu Xilong learned of Xiao Chuan's identity, he was almost scared to the point that his liver and gall bled. His Zhu family was indeed powerful, with a great power at the level of a martial general sitting at the helm. Perhaps by pouring out his best efforts he could fight against Xiao Duan, but there must be someone behind Xiao Dust as well, and it's definitely a horrible kind of power. How could an ordinary power cultivate a demon like Xiao Chen? The person behind Xiao Chen was at least a sword Dao master. One sword sect is enough to kill his Xiao family. Even if the Xiao family patriarch was here at the moment and knew that he had offended Xiao Dust, he would definitely not cross paths with Xiao Dust for the sake of him, a collateral descendant, but instead would most likely kill him to thank Xiao Dust for his offense. After all, Xiao Chen was too strong and the forces behind him were too terrifying. No one wants to be easily offended. Mr. Xiao Chen, spare my life. Just now, it was my humble self who had the eyes to not recognize Tai and bumped into you. Please spare my life for the sake of the Xiao family. Xu Long rolled and crawled and came to kneel down in front of Xiao Chen and kowtowed. Knock, 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 a dozen in a row. His head was cracked. Xiao family? Is your Xiao family very powerful? Why should I give face to your Xiao family? Xiao Chen sneered and directly kicked Xu Long to the ground. Now that he had all his means at his disposal, he could kill anyone under the sovereign. The strongest person in the Xiao family was no more than a military general. So what face was there in front of him? Xu Long screamed miserably, and the pain caused his entire body to roll all over the ground. But he immediately braced himself for the pain again and climbed up, came to Jasmine's feet and kept kowtowing. Miss Jasmine, I deserve to die. I'm not a human being. Please be merciful and spare me. Looking at Xu Long, who had tears and snot flowing together in front of her, Jasmine froze. The noble Xiao family's son actually kowtowed to her. A country girl? It was a scene he hadn't dared to think about in his dreams before. Even if poor people like them were killed by the children of these families for no reason at all, no one would hold them accountable. In today's world, the lives of the poor are as cheap as grass. She understood that Xu Long was crying and begging at this moment, not because of her, but because of Xiao Chen. If not for Xiao Chen, she would have been humiliated and died with a grudge today. Molly, what do you say? Should we spare his life? Xiao Dust raised his eyes slightly. Chapter 101, Separation. It's... Jasmine glanced at the frantically kowtowing Xu Long, hesitated for a split second, and spoke. Otherwise, why don't we just let him go? Xu Long was delighted at his words, but a ferocious light vaguely flashed under his eyes. This country girl is still stupid after all. When he went back, he would definitely bring someone to take her back and play with her until she died. He couldn't afford to mess with the sword demon, but he couldn't afford to mess with a country girl? He just didn't believe that a big person like Sword Demon would keep guarding such a small place like Bear Head Village. Xiao Chen slowly frowned. Why? His family is the Xiao family, the 5 great families of desolate North City. The Xiao family's strength is terrifying. If you kill him, the Xiao family will retaliate against you, right? Although I hate him, I don't want to cause trouble for you. Besides, look at him. His head is cracked. It's strange and pitiful. I believe he already knows his mistake and won't dare to do bad things next time. Jasmine thought about it and whispered. Miss Jasmine is right. I would never dare. Xu Long assured him repeatedly, but the sneer at the corner of his mouth could not be suppressed. Don't dare to do bad things anymore? Today he had suffered such a big loss for no reason. How could he rest easily? As soon as the sword demon is gone, he will immediately bring people to slaughter the village, and then take Jasmine back to play with it. As long as the sword demon is not staying in the Bear Head Village for 12 hours a day all the time, this Jasmine would one day be a plaything in his bed. Pust. Yet the next moment, a sword chi shot directly through Xu Long's brow, and he fell to the ground with a stunned face. How did this happen? This sword demon actually made a sudden move? Next breath, sword chi was spread out. The few guards that Xu Long had brought with him had also been sent to hell. The villagers in the field were all shocked. Xiao Chen. You. Jasmine also covered her small mouth and looked at Xiao Chen. You are wondering why I still want to kill him after he has begged for mercy, aren't you? Xiao Chen looked at Jasmine and slowly said, let me tell you a story? A story that I had heard when I was a child. Storytelling? Good. Jasmine looked puzzled. Can't understand how Xiao Dust killing people has anything to do with the story he's about to tell, but nodded obediently. The rest of the villagers also pricked up their ears. One winter, a farmer was outside his door in the snow, and found a poisonous snake that was about to freeze to death, and out of the goodness of his heart, the farmer rescued the snake and warmed the snake with his own body. And when the snake came back to life, the first thing it did was bite the farmer. The story is short, and it ends here, but I want you to keep this story in mind. The name of the story is called The Farmer and the Snake, and it's cruel but true. Xiao Dust gave Jasmine a look full of meaning. Are you saying that if I release Xu Long, he will bring people back to retaliate against me when the time comes? Molly, though kind, is very smart and understands the moral of the farmer and the snake at once. That's right, he kowtowed to you today and admitted he was wrong. Not because he really knew he was wrong. Rather, he is afraid of the sword in my hand, but I can't keep guarding the Bear's Head Village. If soon I leave this place, he will definitely bring people back to retaliate. and then it will be a disaster for the Bear's Head village. Kill him so that we can stop the trouble forever. Do you understand? Xiao Dust looked solemn. Got it. Jasmine nodded, a light shining in her eyes. Xiao Duan nodded and glanced at the surrounding village people. Keep it quiet and bury the body. The village people nodded their heads in succession, and a dozen or so big men came out and carried away the bodies of Zhu Xilong and the others and threw them to a wasteland to be buried, while a group of village women brought buckets and water to clean up the blood on the ground. Xiao Chuan thought for a moment and came to a large acacia tree not far away, drew his long sword and wrote a few words on the ground. Those who commit Xiongtou village, die. Although it was only a few words, it was filled with sword chi, and the sword intent was so amazing that the onlooker's liver and gallbladder would be shaken just by looking at it. Lord Sword Demon. Is this word used to protect us? Excitement surfaced on the faces of many villagers as they looked at Xiao Chen with a grateful gaze. Although they weren't cultivators and didn't know the way of the sword, they could still distinguish between the strong and the weak. The words Xiao Chuan had just written were so strong and powerful that just by looking at them, they felt their eyes were raw and absolutely terrifying. Just then, one of the more daring villagers picked up 100 or so pound boulder and tentatively threw it at the word. Bang! The boulder fell from the air, and just as soon as it got close to the word, it exploded and turned into powder, floating in the air. The villager was directly dumbfounded. Just a few words, and they're so powerful? 100 times more terrifying than a sword. The rest of the villagers were dumbfounded as well, turning their heads to look at Xiao Chuan with a gaze that was like looking at a god. In the future, if someone comes to trouble you and encounters a life and death crisis that can't be resolved, bring them to see this word. I'm leaving soon, and I'm leaving this word as a form of protection for you. Xiao Dust faintly explained a few sentences. Thank you, Sword Demon Lord. Quickly, kneel down for Lord Sword Demon. From now on, this character will be the guardian deity of my Bear's Head village. A crowd of villagers knelt down. Bear Head village, a tiny village. No one cared about the death or life of them. The villagers, not to mention the demonic beasts. If some ordinary bandits came at random, they would have a life and death crisis. And now with Xiao Chen's word, they instantly felt a sense of security. Xiao Dust nodded gently and raised his hand to signal the villagers to get up. And then, he brought Jasmine to Lu Sanji. Xiao Dust glanced at the pale Lu Sanji and with a thought, he directly summoned the Ice Jade Immortal Coffin in front of Lu Sanji. As the Immortal Coffin appeared, a slight chill spread out, and the temperature in the arena dropped quite a bit. It was a hot summer day, but at the moment it had some of the flavor of the 39th winter. Jasmine couldn't help but shiver from the cold, but her eyes couldn't help but stare at the Ice Jade Immortal Coffin. She had never seen such a nice-looking coffin before, and it would still be chilling, so it must be another treasure of some kind. However, it was not unusual for the coffin to be brought by Xiao Chen. In her eyes, Xiao Chen's ability was so great that it was normal for him to be able to take out any rare thing. On the side, Xiao Chen opened the lid of the coffin, picked up Lu Sanji, gently put it in, and gently covered the lid again. Lu Sanji, don't worry, no matter how hard it is, I will definitely fetch that water and fire lotus for you and cure you. You old man must hold on. I still have to give you my old age. Xiao Dust clenched his hands and murmured softly in his heart. Only if the words are so. But was it so easy to obtain such a heaven and earth divine artifact as the water and fire lotus flower? He currently didn't even know where the water and fire lotus was. System, can you put the immortal coffin away? Space rings cannot store living things. Leaving Lu Sanji here was not something he was comfortable with. So, there was only the system to turn to. Energy, system ribbon storage space. Living things can be stored too? Yes, the host can control it with his mind. Xiao Dust immediately moved his mind upon hearing this, only to see that immortal coffin instantly turn into a rain of light and disappear into thin air. Instead, a virtual panel appeared in front of Xiao Chen. There was a new item in the storage spacebar above, the Ice Jade Immortal Coffin, and next to the text, there was a small immortal coffin vapor floating. With a movement of his divine mind, that virtual panel then disappeared. Xiao Dust was a little excited inside. This system is really like a treasure chest. Keep surprising him. Xiao Chen, are you leaving? Just then, Jasmine, who was on the sidelines, tightened her lips and spoke softly. She knew that Xiao Chen had come this time to take away Lu Sanji, and he should be leaving soon. It was impossible for a big shot like him to stay in a small place like Bear's Head Village. She was a peasant girl with a humble status, while Xiao Chen was a sword cultivator who stood tall. The gap between the two men's identities was so great that it was more than a cloud of mud. Once she parted today, perhaps, she would never see Xiao Chen again, but Xiao Chen's shadow had long been engraved in her heart. Once upon a time, there was no turning back. One look at Xiao Duan and it's a mistake. Having seen the stars and the sea, how could she resign herself to a little fluorescence? Yes, it's time to go. Xiao Chen smiled and spoke in a gentle tone. Coming back? Jasmine pursed her lips tightly, tears already in her eyes. Chapter 102 Protector of the Taoist Poor? The road ahead is treacherous, and it is not certain that you will live. If you do, I will come back to see you. Xiao Dust was silent for an instant and said softly, the way of the sword is a path against the heavens, doomed to be thorny. The system was basically in a free-range state with him again, and he didn't know when he was going to report to hell. Many lads in the village saw Jasmine clinging to Xiao Duan, and a sour taste flooded their hearts. Jasmine was like a dreamy goddess to them, a bright moon in the sky, beautiful but unattainable. Although there are also beautiful girls in the village, but compared with Jasmine, all pale in comparison, too far. Jasmine was not originally from the village. At the age of 5, she was lost to her family and adopted by the village before settling in Bear's Head. I don't know the identity, but when Jasmine first arrived, she was dressed in expensive clothes and had exquisite hair ornaments, so it was clear that she was from an extraordinary background. That kind of talk breath, bloodline noble, as if inherent, is the village girl cannot compare. Over the years, many young men in the village have proposed marriage to Jasmine, but she could not see one, which is the pain in the heart of all marriageable men in Xiongtou village. But such a perfect Jasmine. At this moment, in front of Xiao Chuan, her eyes were flowing and she was shy. Many of the lads were so jealous that their eyes turned red, but once they thought that the object was Xiao Chen, they were relieved. Xiao Dust was top-notch in terms of appearance, strength, and origin, not to mention in the small Bear Head village, even in the entire desolate North City, no one could compare to him. Perhaps only someone like Xiao Chen was worthy of Jasmine. Can you take me with you? Jasmine looked torn and struggled for a long time before spitting out a few words uncontrollably. The words came out. She then regretted it, blushing. Molly, why are you so shameless? How can a girl say such things? Jasmine mentally cursed herself. The surrounding villagers froze. Although Jasmine is gentle, but has always been extremely high heart, so many years, whether it is the village or neighboring villages, adore her young man, countless. She has never moved to anyone. At this moment, actually letting Xiao Chen take her away? The group of lads looked miserable and felt their hearts break all at once. Their goddess, actually letting another man take her away? For so many years, they had shamelessly asked Jasmine out hundreds of times, and Jasmine wouldn't even spend a moment alone with them. And now, Xiao Chen had only appeared for how long, and Jasmine actually wanted to go with him? God is not fair. Is there any justice in this? Can you do whatever you want just because you're handsome and have a high level of cultivation? They roared madly in their hearts. Xiao Chen, however, was stunned. You want to come with me? Jasmine nodded shyly. I can serve you tea and make your bed. You need someone to take care of you when you live alone. I'm very capable and can do a lot for you. Now that the words were out of her mouth, Jasmine wasn't hiding them and was going to fight for herself. After all, some people, once missed, are not. Many of the surrounding lads' faces had become worse than eating. Jasmine, you are a star high in our hearts. Why be so humble in front of Xiao Chen? Marry me. I'll drink your foot wash every day. They were hysterical in their minds, but they didn't dare spit out a word. It was only because their love rival was sword demon Xiao Chen, an existence so powerful that it caused them to despair. No, the path I'm going to take is too dangerous. I may not even be able to protect myself. You may die if you follow me. Xiao Dust gently shook his head. Molly saved his life and he was grateful, but he has cemented his heart, and it's hard for him to move on to anyone. He had loved Ye Qingxuan in his life, with all his heart and soul, and as humble as dust, and he had given all he had, only to be mercilessly betrayed in return. Love, it's beautiful, but while you love others, they may not really love you. This was a predecessor's experience, but after fusing the memories, it was no different from his personal experience. Since he had relived in a new life, he would not believe in this bull ***** love anymore, and concentrating on developing and becoming the strongest was the way to go. Jasmine's eyes were red. Her eyes were already rolling in her sockets. That's fine. It ended the way she expected it to. He refused after all. Perhaps in his eyes, she was just a peasant girl of humble status, not worthy of him at all, so she chose to let go. He was like broken starlight, brilliant and dazzling, but unable to grasp it. Jasmine, don't be sad. You're a good girl and you'll have a perfect marriage in the future. Xiao Dust smiled and comforted. A good girl? I'm afraid I can't compare to the 9th princess in the slightest. Jasmine looked miserable. The matter between Xiao Chuan and Ye Qingxuan was widely rumored in the folklore, and even in the closed-off Xiongtou village, everyone knew about it. Xiao Chen was stunned and looked at Jasmine and said with a straight face, Jasmine, why would you think that? Ye Qingxuan is not worth mentioning compared to you. Surprise appeared on Jasmine's face. Really? Really? I'll go first. We'll meet again in the future. Xiao Dust smiled and turned to leave. He also had to seize the time to find out the whereabouts of the water and fire lotus flower. There's no time to waste here. Jasmine's eyes grew moist as she watched the white boy walk away. If we say goodbye today, we may never see each other again. She glanced aside at the maple forest, her mouth murmuring lowly, when the maple leaves turn red, will I be able to see your figure again? Many village women around the face of intolerance. For Jasmine heartache, but no one dared to open their mouths to stay Xiao Dust. They know, Jasmine and Xiao Dust, simply not a world of people. The gap is too great. There cannot be a future. The village lads, on the other hand, were so ecstatic that the upturned corners of their mouths could hardly be suppressed. If Xiao Chen was gone, then they still had a chance. Ding! The system enacts a mission. Maiden tenderness. The host needs to keep Jasmine from Bearhead Village by his side and obtain the water in Fire Lotus. Complete the mission and the host will be awarded with the protector of the Taoist Swift Demon King. The pauper, poor Qi, a descendant of the heavenly emperor Xiaohao, became a god in one day of his life. It resembles a tiger, with 2 horns on its head and 2 wings on its back. He is invincible. He has swallowed the sky, destroyed dragons and killed gods. He has swallowed the sky, destroyed dragons and killed gods. When the poor man is angry, the sky crumbles, the earth cracks, and the gods tremble. Anyone who dares to say he is invincible in front of him will be suppressed by him. He is so powerful that he is beyond the sky. Just then, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Looking at the content described on the golden virtual panel in front of him, a gust of shock flashed through Xiao Dust's eyes. Teenage tenderness? What the kind of mission is that? It's even more exaggerated. The rewards for this quest were so good that they kind of made him drool. Taiku Demon King Poverty. That was an ancient beast, a legendary existence. It was heard that even the gods were no match for him. Such an existence giving him the role of a Taoist protector? Then not to mention a small Xia. Even if it was all the heavens and all the worlds, where could he not go? Is the system sending him a king bomb? If this is how it's done, does he need to work at it? Host, don't be too happy. The poor man is currently seriously injured, is in the recovery period. The strength is less than 1/10,000th of the peak. To help the host out once, need to rest for a year. Xiao Dust did not feel disappointed when he heard this. The poor man's ferocious power was too astonishing. Even if he was seriously injured and his strength was less than 1/10,000th of his peak stage, that was already exaggerated. To pinch down an old man of the sacred desolate at this level, it was estimated to be as simple as pinching down an ant. As for once a year, it's even more normal. Big moves don't happen every day. Catch. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen directly said, "Congratulations to the host. The mission has been successfully taken." Then Xiao Dust turned violently and turned back toward Jasmine. Jasmine's entire body was dumbfounded. What's he doing back here? Thanks for the rose-loving milk tea. And thanks for the gifts. Brothers, this is actually supposed to be written without Jasmine in the normal way. But then I feel heartbroken. And there's already too much sadness in life. So let's round it up a bit. Chapter 103. And the village lads were white as a sheet and their eyes were horrified. This Xiao Duan has obviously left. Why is he back again? It's not supposed to take Molly, is it? Many of the men's hearts were already in their throats and their breathing began to catch. Under the nervous gazes of the crowd, Xiao Chen walked step by step to Jasmine and smiled. After thinking about it, I'd better take you with me. Got something to pack? Jasmine froze, then her heart was in a frenzy, her face red with shame, her voice like a gnat. No, I think so too. I'll buy you a new one later. The clothes you're wearing are too old. Let's go. Xiao Chen looked up and down and felt that Jasmine would add a lot of color if she changed out of these patched clothes. Aha! Jasmine nodded and was about to leave with Xiao Chen. There were a few lads who gritted their teeth, tangled for a long time, gathered their courage, and wanted to go forward to make a final retention. But just after taking a step, they were scared back by Xiao Chen's ice-cold gaze. Xiao Dust's gaze was slightly cold as he looked at those foolish lads. A hint of warning flashed in his eyes. You guys, you want to stay, Jasmine? Just kidding. Molly still has to help him with his quests. How dare these people try to block, to stand in the way of his cultivation? No, 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 Lord Sword Demon. You've misunderstood. It's a blessing for Jasmine to leave after you. How could we dare to stop her? That's right. Molly, go in peace. I wish you a safe journey. A few lads felt as if they were being watched by an ancient beast, their scalps tingling as they hurriedly changed their words. Only then did Xiao Dust nod in satisfaction and slowly left with Jasmine. Watching Jasmine's figure, she disappeared completely at the end of the road. A number of the lads broke down completely and started bawling. Molly's gone. It also took away their youth, because they knew there would never be another girl that would make their hearts pound like Jasmine's did. They had grievances against Xiao Chen in their hearts, but they had to accept this cruel fact. Love is supposed to be cruel. They are not as handsome as Xiao Dust. Their birth is not as high as Xiao Dust, and their battle power is not as strong as Xiao Dust. It is only natural that Jasmine chose Xiao Dust not to choose them. In the meantime, on an official road, Jasmine and Xiao Chen slowly walked forward. Jasmine had a red face and stole a glance at Xiao Chen from time to time, and when she was discovered, she quickly lowered her head in apprehension. Her whole body was confused until now. It's like one moment, you're incredibly disappointed, and then the next moment, the dream suddenly shines through into reality, leaving a very surreal feeling. Molly, what do you keep looking at me for? Do I have dirt on my face? Xiao Dust touched his face curiously. He's been out with Molly for a while now. Molly stared at him no less than 10 times, and all that sneaky peeking, and not only peeking, but giggling. He was a bit of a dilettante. No, I was just wondering where we were going now. There was a flash of shyness in Jasmine's eyes, but she quickly hid it and digressed. In his heart, he felt that Xiao Chen was slow. What are you looking at? Of course I'm looking at your face. Who asked you to look so good? We have to make a trip to desolate North City first. Lu Sanji is seriously injured and needs the water and fire lotus flower to save his life. We have to go to desolate North City first to find out the news. Only this water and fire lotus flower is too precious, and I don't know if I can find it. Dusty Shaw takes Molly's words at face value and describes the rest of the trip. Jasmine nodded her head obediently. Then go to desolate North City. It doesn't matter where you go when you're by Gongzi's side anyway. Before departing, Jasmine had offered to be Xiao Chen's maid, and at this moment, she had already changed her name to Xiao Chen to Gongzi. Xiao Chen smiled and looked at Jasmine, a trace of warmth welling up in his heart. He could sense that Jasmine trusted him wholeheartedly. This kind of feeling had never been given to him by anyone other than the one he had experienced in Lu Sanji. Life is absurd. Sometimes it's not loved ones who give you 100% trust, but rather strangers who are not blood related. Soon, Xiao Chen brought Jasmine to desolate North City. Since Xiao Dust was currently too ferocious, before entering the city, he had the system give him a disguise. The system didn't know if it was deliberately screwing him over or what. Made him black and ugly. One eyebrow, triangular eyes, big buck teeth. Xiao Dust went straight from a beautiful boy with a face like a jade to a buck-toothed cub. Jasmine watched, and almost didn't faint from laughing, covering her stomach and bending her eyebrows. Gongzi, you this? It's too funny. No, let me laugh some more. Damn Molly, what's so funny? A few black lines surfaced on Xiao Dust's forehead and he fiercely glared at Jasmine. Not only Jasmine. Many of the pedestrians on the street were attracted by Xiao Chen's looks and stared at him endlessly. Asterisk. This buck-tooth pup is too ugly, isn't he? That's right. So ugly and still able to pick up such a beautiful girl. Does this girl have an eye disease? There's no need to doubt. This girl must have problems with her eyes. Otherwise how could she be with a buck-toothed cub? It's the first time I've seen someone so ugly in all the years I've been in desolate North City. It didn't take long for Xiao Chen to reap a large wave of taunts, exasperating him so much that he hurriedly lowered his head. System, can't you make it normal for me? Don't ask to be more handsome, but this is too much for you. For the sake of the host's safety, the system has customized this special look for you. No rebuttals accepted. Xiao Dust asked for a revision, but was ruthlessly dismissed by the system. Xiao Dust was initially angry, but when he thought back, it was not unreasonable for the system to say, as of now, he was like this. Absolutely no one could recognize him. Ugly is ugly. After all, only the system's disguise is absolutely safe. If he got it by himself, it would be easy to be seen through. Now that he was in the limelight, both the demon race and the Sacred Desolate Academy wanted him dead. Or safety first. Gentlemen, there is major news out. The Martial Hall has announced to the public that 3 days later, the Jiao Mysterious Realm will come out in Jiaolong Mountain, and martial artists below the Martial Master Realm and the Desolate North City will be competing for 100 entry slots. The quota allocation depends entirely on the strength of the strength. At this moment, the Martial Hall has set up a ring in the Desolate North Square. All martial artists below the Martial Master Realm who wish to enter the Jiao Mysterious Realm can go and fight in the ring. At this time, an official of the desolate North City suddenly walked out, holding a gong, knocking and shouting at the same time. What? The legendary Jiao Mysterious Realm is actually going to appear? I've heard that inside there are countless opportunities, with tons of heavenly treasures. And rumor has it that 1,000 years ago there was once an average qualified martial artist who got lucky and obtained a spiritual treasure in the Jiao Mysterious Realm, and came out as a terrifying martial arts powerhouse. You're right, but don't forget, although there are many opportunities inside the Jiao Mysterious Realm, there are even more dangers. There are countless terrifying fey demon beasts inside, and every time the human race that goes in, they will encounter the crazy massacre of the demon race in the mysterious realm. and less than 1% of them will be able to come out alive. Wealth and riches. You want the benefits but you don't want to take the risk. How can there be such a good thing? I've heard that there is also an ancient divine medicine within the Xiao mysteries, the water and fire lotus flower. Whoever obtains it will soar to the heavens. Once the news of the emergence of the Xiao mysterious realm was announced, it was like a thunderbolt falling to the ground, causing the entire desolate North City to boil. A secret realm, an extremely special existence, similar to a unique space. No one knew how it came about. Some said it was the product of the gods, while others said the secret realm had always existed since the beginning of heaven and earth. It's a world of its own inside, intersecting with the outside world, yet parallel to each other. People from the outside could go in, but people or demons within the mysteries could rarely come out. Within the secret territory, there are countless heavenly treasures, and those who have the destiny to get one will have the chance to transform their body and soar to the heavens. But the danger inside is even greater. The people who go in can come out alive, less than 1%. But even so, there were still many people who went forward and backward, scrambling their heads off to go in and make a break for it. Cultivation is originally a path against the sky. If you don't dare to fight, how do you go 100 feet further? Hearing the crowd's comments, Xiao Chen's eyes instantly lit up. He didn't expect that just after entering the city, before he had time to inquire, the news of the water and fire lotus flower was automatically delivered to his door. Let's go to the desolate North Square. Xiao Chen pulled Jasmine and rushed towards the desolate North Square. Che, this buck-toothed cub is crazy. The secret realm quota is so precious that the entire desolate North City would fight over it, and he wants to get his hands on it? Ha! There's always someone who's delusional, and when he gets there and meets a bunch of masters, he'll know that he's a whimsical person. Someone looked at Xiao Chen's distant back and snorted in a low voice, and naturally, Xiao Chen couldn't hear it. They ran furiously and soon reached their destination. At this moment, the desolate North Square was already packed with people. Everywhere was filled with martial artists who had come to enroll, as well as their accompanying family members. In the past, martial artists were rare in the desolate North City, but at this moment, several thousand of them sprang up at once, and many of them had gotten the news and rushed over from other cities. Thousands of people competing for 100 places, and there would be a large number of casualties. The competition could no longer be described as fierce, but rather should be described as grueling. On the left side of the desolate North Square, a person from the martial hall was in charge of registering the crowd of martial artists. The registration process is very simple. You only need to leave name, origin and cultivation. Xiao Dus led Jasmine into the enrollment line. After a long wait, it was finally going to be their turn. Just then, a brutal voice suddenly came from the side. Buck-toothed cub, get the hell out of my way. I'll take your spot. Xiao Dus turned his head to look. A lanky teenager who stood at a height of 1 meter 9 was looking at him with a sneer on his face. This lanky teenager had just arrived and didn't want to queue up. So after looking at him for a while and realizing that Xiao Chuan had a weak aura on him and was ugly, and was easy to bully at first glance, he walked over and tried to grab his spot. In his thoughts, a weakling like Xiao Chen would definitely not dare to say no. Chapter 104, Killing Zhu Xiong. Surprisingly, it's Zhu Xiong. Seeing the lanky teenager, many people in the arena changed their faces slightly. Zhu Xiong, a genius of the Zhu family, one of the 5 great families of desolate North City, born with divine strength. At the age of only 17, he had single-handedly killed 2 iron-headed dog demons, and in desolate North City, he had quite a bit of prestige. This person is ferocious by nature, relying on his own as the son of the Zhu family, often do some bullying men and women. For wrongdoing, few people dare to be his enemy. Last year, also at this time, he went to participate in an examination, wanting to insert a casual cultivators team, and sure enough, the other party is also a rigid nature, are going to theorize with him, and the result enraged Zhu Xiong, by which he was born to break 2 legs, becoming a lifelong disability. That loose cultivator can be much stronger than the bucktooth pup. He is finished. This bucktooth pup today. I am afraid that the fate is very bad. How can you be like this? We've been waiting in line for a long time to get here, and you're trying to cut in line as soon as you get here. Are you being reasonable? Jasmine's eyebrows were slightly wrinkled. Originally she didn't dare to say much when she saw such a fierce person like Zhu Xiong, but next to Xiao Chen, without realizing it, she felt safe and wasn't afraid. Be reasonable? In desolate North City, my Zhu family is the reasoning. Whatever my Zhu family's children say, is what they say? Little girl, you're not convinced? Zhu Xiong's hideous gaze swept towards Jasmine, and his eyes couldn't help but light up when he saw her pure and lovely appearance. When the surrounding crowd saw this scene, they all looked at the cutie with the light gazes at Jasmine. That's Zhu Hun in front of you. He'll reason with you? Besides, this world is supposed to be weak and strong. A big fist is justified. You're following a weak buck-toothed pup and you still want to be free from bullying? The people from the martial palace also just gave a cold look and continued their work without any intention of coming out to do justice. This world has the rules of this world. The weak are destined to have no dignity to speak of. He can manage once, but can he manage again and again? Then he must be exhausted. You've gone too far. Can you bully others just because you have a high status? Jasmine's little face turned white with anger. She had always lived in Bear's Head Village, where there were unruly people, but on the whole, the folk were quite simple. Where had she ever encountered such a thing? You're right. A high status means you can bully others. As a son of the Xiao family, what's wrong with me bullying you alien turds? Xiao Xiong was full of pride. In front of me, this young girl and the bucktooth pup look like outsiders. And low status. The clothes on that young girl even have a lot of patches, like a peasant girl from the village. Jasmine looked resigned, tears welling up in her eyes. She didn't understand what they were doing wrong by following the rules and lining up honestly. And Xiao Dust hadn't opened his mouth. Jasmine was as innocent as a blank sheet of paper. With such a character, it was easy to suffer. Xiao Dust wanted her to understand that people's hearts were treacherous. Bucktooth, what are you standing there for? Get thee out of my way. Seeing Xiao Chen standing still, Zhu Xiong frowned and coldly shouted, "Get out!" Right at this moment, Xiao Chen looked up at him with a gaze as cold as snow. When Zhu Xiong met Xiao Chen's gaze, he felt as if he was being stared at by a sleeping evil dragon, and felt a numbness in his scalp. He was slightly taken aback. How could a buck-toothed cub from the countryside have such a terrifying gaze, as cold as the Thule god of death? But after a brief moment of disorientation, he immediately came back to his senses, indignation appearing on his face. A little punk buck-toothed pup actually dared to be so rude to him, looking for death. He slammed his fist out. The chi and blood are amazing, so strong, worthy of being a martial apprentice 5th heavenly master. This power is much stronger than an ordinary martial apprentice 5th heaven. This buck-toothed cub is finished, actually daring to go against Zhu Xiong. Isn't this asking for death? There was a gasp of surprise from the surrounding area. However, just when the crowd thought that Xiao Dust was going to be finished, Xiao Dust returned a punch without changing his face. Posteriority. Bang! The stout Zhu Xiong was directly blown away by this punch, and smashed heavily on the ground. Seeing this scene, the faces of the people in the arena were dumbfounded. Bucktooth Pup actually won? This is too surprising. Many of them had seen Zhu Xiong's strength before. Born with divine power, he was much stronger than martial artists of the same realm. Now it's being beaten by a buck-toothed pup who doesn't look like much. It's something they didn't expect. Zhu Xiong climbed up from the ground, and incredulity appeared on his face. You dead bucktooth. You actually have such battle power? Although he had only exerted 50% of his strength just now, he shouldn't have been beaten like this. Xiao Dust's gaze was disdainful. Such war power? Against Zhu Xiong, he wasn't even using a tenth of his strength. Now that he was disguised as a martial artist, his sword had been put away. But even so, with a martial god's body, he wasn't something a punk like Zhu Xiong could touch. If you don't want to die, get out. Xiao Dust swept a glance at Zhu Xiong. Buck-toothed cub, you seek death. I was careless just now and only exerted 5 points of force. This time, I'll beat you to death. Zhu Xiong's face was gloomy and full of anger as he rose from the ground and rushed towards Xiao Chen once again, directly delivering a savage charge. This is Zhu Xiong's famous skill, the barbarian bear leaning. Relying on this move, he defeated many opponents in the same realm as him. It can be said to be incredibly powerful. However, when he arrived in front of Xiao Chuan still only casually blasted out a punch. There was no chi and blood burning, and no energy fluctuations, but it was this flat-out punch. Once again, Zhu Xiong was sent flying. This punch Xiao Chuan used a little bit of force. It's not much. Really, it's only 10% of the force. But Zhu Xiong couldn't carry it. The entire chest was sunken. Spitting blood from his mouth, he flew backwards to a dozen meters away. He struggled to raise his head and glanced at Xiao Chen who was facing him. His eyes shocked. You dead bucktooth. Zhu, actually dared to kill old me. After saying that, his head tilted, and he directly died miserably on the ground. He never understood until he died why this black and ugly bucktooth was actually so strong. Nor did he expect that the other party would actually dare to lay a deadly hand on him. He's a member of the Xiao family. The 5 great families. The Xiao family, what does it mean? Doesn't he understand? How could he have known that this black and ugly buck-toothed man in front of him was the famous Xiao Duan who had shaken the desolate north? Not to mention that he was a Xiao family's son. Even if Xiao Gang Lai, the Xiao family's head, was in front of this buck-toothed cub, Xiao Dust didn't even bring fear. Seeing that Zhu Xiong had completely stopped moving, the faces of the people in the arena suddenly changed abruptly. Zhu Xiong, dead? It's over. Things have gotten out of hand. If someone from the Xiao family died here, the Xiao family would definitely retaliate madly. This bucktooth is going to die. Not to mention that it might even involve them, the onlookers. Damn this bucktooth. Many people looked at Xiao Chen with a resentful gaze. You're a powerless bucktooth. Xu Xiong bullies you. You just put up with it. It's just a req. It's not going to kill you. Now that's good. With the domineering nature of the Xiao family, when the time comes, maybe even they will be arrested. Right at this moment, a red-clothed young man with a flourishing qi and blood and a grim face slowly walked over. He glanced at Xu Xiong's corpse on the ground. His face was unsightly as he raised his head to look at Xiao Chuan. How dare you dare to kill a member of my Zhu clan? Are you not afraid of death? Feeling the red-robed youth's anger, everyone present trembled. It's him, the third youngest member of the Zhu family. Ye Qingxuan? I didn't realize he was coming. The crowd originally thought that with his status and position it was reasonable that he shouldn't take part in the competition and directly obtain the qualification to enter the Augur Mystery Realm. It seemed that the entry qualification for the Jiao Mysterious Realm was quite sought after this time, and even a character like the red-clothed teenager had to come and fight for it fairly. This youth was one of the several heavenly prides of the Zhu family, and his strength was definitely ranked in the top 3 in the younger generation of the Zhu family. Xu Qianquan is the first son of the Zhu family in a serious manner, and his status is much higher than Xu Xiong's side children, having been carefully cultivated by the Zhu family since childhood. His battle prowess was astonishing. In the young generation of desolate North City, it was also considered one of the leaders. Only, back then, he had been suppressed by Xiao Dust, making it difficult for him to come out. Later, after Xiao Chen's dantian was shattered, Xu Qianquan and the remaining few celestial pride quickly rose to prominence and made a name for themselves. Although his natural talent was not as good as Xiao Lingtian's, he was much older, so his cultivation had already come to the terrifying martial apprentice 8th sky, and in the entire young generation of the desolate North City, there were not many people who dared to say that they could defeat him completely. At this moment, Xu Qianquan was moved to anger. This buck-toothed cub is afraid to report to hell. Kid, quickly come and kneel down in front of young Master Qianquan to receive death. Behind Xu Qianquan followed several guards with terrifying qi and blood, and one of the guards walked up to Xiao Chen with a gloomy face and coldly shouted. Xiao Dust's eyes narrowed slightly as a cold light surged in them, thinking about stepping in and taking these assholes out. This Xu Qianquan was an old acquaintance of his. As a child, he had always been rubbed against the ground and had always held a grudge against him. Later, when his dantian was shattered, this bastard secretly didn't look for trouble and slapped him a few times. He kept it in his mind, just thinking about when to go and finish the bastard off. I didn't expect that he would actually take the initiative to come to the door today. Slow down. Xiao Chuan was just about to make his move when a black-clothed youth with an old-fashioned face suddenly stood out. The black-clothed youth looked at Xu Qianquan and frowned. Xu Qianquan? What happened was that Xu Xiong tried to cut in line and laid a deadly hand on this little brother, and this little brother had no choice but to fight back. This matter is your Zhu family's fault. If you make a move to retaliate at this moment, you are being unreasonable. Seeing the black-clothed youth come out to speak, a trace of gravity appeared between Xu Qianquan's brows. Lu Qingfeng, this would actually came out to be nosy again. Lu Qingfeng, a direct descendant of the Lu family, one of the 5 great families of the desolate North City, was upright and a good fighter. Chapter 105, a fist blasts out a shocking momentum. Lu Qingfeng, go away. This is between my Zhu family and this kid. It has nothing to do with you. Xu Qianquan's eyes glowed with a cold light. This Lu Qingfeng had terrifying strength, was rigid, and was born with a sense of justice that loved to fight, has badgered him many times. A few years ago, he met the downtrodden Xiao Chen on the street and was having a good time humiliating him, which was also ruined by this Lu Qingfeng. After being pressed and rubbed on the ground by Xiao Chen for so many years, it was not easy for him to have a chance to take revenge, but he was spoiled by Lu Qingfeng, and he had been grudgingly until now. Nowadays, that Xiao Chen was reborn from the fire, and compared to even back then, he was countless times more terrifying, and if he dared to mess with it again, he was afraid that he would be directly chopped into pieces. When he remembered that he had only slapped Xiao Dust a few times back then, before he had the chance to make him drill a dog hole, he had a kind of inexplicable fire. Blame it on Lu Qingfeng. When the road gets rough, someone has to help. You're being unreasonable when you say that. Lu Qingfeng shook his head slightly. I haven't settled the score with you for what happened with Xiao Chen last time. You're here to stop me this time. Do you think that I, Xu Qianquan, am good-tempered? Xu Qianquan felt that his face couldn't hang on. Xiao Chen, brother Xu, you actually still remember what happened last time. If you have a grudge against Xiao Chen, you could have challenged him openly and honestly. What kind of skill is it for you to take advantage of the opportunity to bully him when his dantian was shattered before? He didn't just appear in the Jinbei King's residence. At this moment he must still be in desolate North City. If you are not convinced, why don't you go and seek him out? Lu Qingfeng frowned slightly. He was only a nodding acquaintance with Xiao Chuan and did not have any deep friendship, and his hand that day was purely just looking down on Zhu Qianquan's shameless behavior. Zhu Qianquan immediately choked, unable to speak, his face unsightly. Going to find Xiao Chen now? That Xiao Dust now has amazing battle power. One person and one sword first suppressed 2,000 demon clans, then slaughtered an entire Jinbei guard, and finally killed the Jinbei king's house with blood flowing into the river. He went to challenge Xiao Chen? Is he sick in the head? He thinks he's gonna live too long? And at this time, the onlookers gathered more and more. Even the person from the martial hall who was responsible for the registration looked towards Zhu Qianquan. He clenched his teeth and stared viciously at Xiao Chuan. Kid, if you have the guts, don't go. In a while. See you in the ring. And then, Zhu Qianquan took his guards and turned to leave. This time, the selection for the Augur Mystery Realm was based on a challenge system, where one party challenged the other party, and the other party had to answer the challenge, or could voluntarily abstain if they felt they were not the opponent. This cycle repeated itself, and the last 100 people left in the ring were those who were qualified to enter the secret realm. Such rules, while cruel, are relatively fair. Avoid the luck element of picking opponents by lottery. Zhu Qianquan had already made up his mind at this moment. As long as this buck-toothed cub dared to come on stage in a while, he would definitely get him killed. Little brother, this Zhu Qianquan is narrow-minded. He will never let it go after you killed someone from his Xiao family. With his cultivation of the 8th sky of martial apprentice, in a while in the ring, you might die against him. Take my advice. You'd better hurry back. After Zhu Qianquan left, Lu Qingfeng came to Xiao Chen's side and advised him softly. The aura of Xiao Chen's body was a bit strange, as if it was shrouded by a layer of mysterious energy, making it impossible to see, but he could still vaguely sense that Xiao Chen's body was a bit weak, and he was definitely not a match for Zhu Qianquan. Many thanks for what happened just now. If Brother Lu doesn't mind, I would like to make friends with Brother Lu. Brother Lu, in the future, if you encounter something you can't solve, you can come to me. Xiao Dust looked at Lu Qingfeng and smiled, answering the question and handing him a summoning jade tablet before turning to leave. For this upright and kind-hearted youth, he still had a few good feelings. Before his dantian was broken and he was bullied by Zhu Qianquan, it was him who came to his rescue. Unexpectedly, when he ran into trouble, Lu Qingfeng once again stepped forward. He had strict requirements for making friends, but Lu Qingfeng fit the bill perfectly. Lu Qingfeng subconsciously took the jade pendant and his entire body froze in place. A friend? Call him in case of trouble? Is this gratitude? But he didn't understand. This buck-toothed teenager, a mere casual cultivator, with neither background nor strength, what self-confidence could he have to help him? A direct descendant of the Lu family? If he encounters something he can't solve, is it possible that this buck-toothed boy has the ability to solve it? Also, doesn't the buck-toothed teenager go home and run for his life? He had wanted to persuade, but in the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen had already walked to the registration desk. He casually put the jade pendant into his pocket and shook his head with a bitter smile. The world is really a big place. This buck-toothed little brother is kind of an oddball. And when the surrounding people saw this scene, they all despised Xiao Dust. You're a country boy as weak as a chicken, but you're actually saying that you want to help the young master of the Lu family to solve the problem. And you know where you got the courage. Name, place of origin, cultivation? The old man from the martial hall who was responsible for the registration glanced at Xiao Chen expressionlessly. Chen Xiao, Bear's Head Village, martial apprentice 6th level. Xiao Dust had long ago made up a new identity. Chow, it's really a dirtbag from the village. What kind of powerful person can come out of a place like Bear's Head Village? In a moment, I'm going to be the first to challenge him. No one is going to steal it from me. This kind of rookie, why should it be cheaper for you? I want to challenge it too. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's identity, a group of martial artists showed disdain. What's the most important thing about martial arts? It's the legacy. There's a gross inheritance in a hole like Bear Head Village? Even if the realm is the same, the battle power is absolutely weak. It's simply a perfect target for scoring. As for the old man from the martial hall, a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes when he heard Xiao Chuan's identity, and after glancing at him, he quickly recorded the information, and then sent him a wooden tablet with a red number. Number 918. The old man's name is Gua Samuel. You can call me Deacon Gua. This is your number. The rules of this Augur Mystery Realm quota competition are very simple. Within 3 hours, you can challenge any opponent of your choosing. A person can accept up to 5 challenges. And when the time is over and the rankings are within the top 100, they will be granted the qualification of entering the Mystery Realm. Once you're in the ring, no one will show mercy. Life and death are each in their own way. Do you understand? The old man from the martial hall looked at Xiao Chuan and his tone was cold and hard. completely devoid of the kind words that he had shown to those sons of the world families before. Understood. Xiao Dust nodded. Understand? He, I see that you don't understand. You come from Bear's Head Village. Your status is low. So when you come to desolate North City, you should be careful with your words and shouldn't offend people casually. But what about you? Relying on the fact that you have a few strengths, you are arrogant and domineering, you don't look others in the eye, and you actually dare to kill the people of the Xiao family. If I were you, I'd hurry up and leave, find an uninhabited place to hide, and go incognito, and maybe even live a little. The old man from the martial hall snorted. He did not really care about Xiao Chuan killing the Xiao family's children, although the Xiao family was strong. It was a mole in front of the martial palace. The reason why he was unhappy at the moment was because other people who came to register with him would more or less be prepared with some thin gifts, and some of them would even send some treasures that were worth a lot of money. Whereas this Xiao Dust was empty-handed and did not understand the rules at all. Xiao Chen frowned and looked straight at Guo Huai. Can't you see that they were the ones who bullied me first? Guo Huai's expression was slightly cold and he was just about to reprimand when he realized that one of the martial hall elders was looking his way. So he hastily kept his mouth shut and only coldly stared at Xiao Chuan, a trace of resentment flashing in his eyes. This son is really arrogant. In a moment, he must be taught a lesson. Xiao Dust, on the other hand, wasn't paying attention to him. An apprentice 9 slag was no different from a mole cricket to him. Why does a dragon need to be provoked by an ant? Xiao Dust looked around. There were more than a dozen rings in the entire wasteland North Square. There was a fierce battle going on up there at the same time. The battle was so grueling that he had only watched for a moment before 3 were dead and 2 seriously injured. In order to compete for the quota to enter the Jiao mysterious realm, everyone fought to the death. At this time, Xiao Dust realized that there was another ring not far away that was empty, and hurriedly rushed over and jumped onto the ring with a gentle leap. That buck-toothed village dog. Over there, get him. Chow, wait for me. When many martial artists saw Xiao Chuan on the stage, they rushed over like a pack of hungry wolves who saw a white rabbit, afraid that someone else will take the lead. A person has to play all 5 games to have a chance to compete for a place. A weakling from the village like Xiao Duan was just the perfect opponent for them to brush up their scores. A big man with muscles that exploded like gnarled dragons preceded the crowd and mounted Xiao Chen's ring. He excitedly laughed to the sky. Ha ha ha, the bucktooth village dog is mine. I'm going to win this battle. His eyes glowed red as he stared at Xiao Chuan, like a hungry wolf looking at a weak and deceptive lamb. Those who didn't grab the big man came late and saw that they were taken by the big man first. All of them were chagrined. Such a good village dog delivering cubs, how come they didn't get to eat it? The places in the augur deep secret realm were very precious. The competition is exceptionally fierce. Scrappers from villages like the buck-toothed village dog are extremely rare. Missed it and regretted it. Buck-toothed village dog. Are you ready to die? You really have eyes but don't recognize him to tie. Even the Xiao family you dare to offend. Today I will get you killed. The big muscular man was full of sneers. As for Ye Qingxuan, he was currently standing at the bottom of the stage, looking at Xiao Chen with a cold smile on his face, his eyes filled with mockery. See, it doesn't even require me, the Xiao family, to make a move. There are people to get you. This is what you get for offending my Xiao family. How dare a small villager fight with my Xiao family? You're looking for death. Bucktooth village dog. Don't say I'm bullying you. Grandpa told you to strike first. Otherwise you won't have a chance. Come on. The big muscular man called out. Go Duke. Show them what you're made of. Molly hated it with a passion. Her son was clearly fierce and invincible, and if he hadn't hidden his cultivation and identity, this group of people wouldn't even have the courage to get close. You know what's great? Little girl. Just this buck-toothed village dog. What's so awesome about him? You'd better follow brother me. The big muscular man snorted. Xiao Dust watched him perform expressionlessly without a trace of anger, instead feeling amused. Next breath, he slowly blasted out a punch. At first, the speed of the fist was slow, but later, it became faster and faster, like an arrow off the string, flying forward. This punch was like a fierce tiger descending from the mountain and a dragon emerging from the sea. A fist blasted out a shocking momentum. The muscular man was directly hit so hard that his eyes popped out, and his entire body bowed into a shrimp and flew backwards. He vomited even yellow bile water on the spot. Lying, asterisk. So strong. How come this buck-toothed village dog is so strong? Thanks to Big Brother 9144 for the inspiration capsule, and to all of you for the gifts. Thank you. Chapter 106, The Self-Reprimanding Su Buitian. The faces of everyone in the arena also changed abruptly. Seconds? A muscular strong man at the 6th level of martial apprentice was given a second by a single punch? Lu Qingfeng was slightly stunned. Suddenly he realized he had underestimated the buck-toothed teenager earlier. Although the aura on his body wasn't strong, That punch just now was a bit stunning. A glint also flashed in the eyes of the old man from the martial hall. Slightly surprised by Xiao Chen's punch, the opponent didn't seem as weak as he thought. On the other hand, Ye Qingxuan's face was blue, obviously not expecting this ending. Useless thing, can't even beat a buck-toothed cub from the village. What a disgrace. All that muscle for nothing. He coldly glanced at the muscular man on the ground and cursed in a low voice. The muscular man struggled to get up from the ground and looked at Xiao Chen with an unwilling face. I wasn't ready just now. Come again. He covered his chest. His face was pale, and a fine cold sweat seeped out from his forehead as he staggered toward Xiao Chen. Without taking a few steps, a mouthful of blood was sprayed out with a puff, and both eyes rolled white, directly fainting. The crowd was shocked again and looked at Xiao Chen in surprise. This buck-toothed cub could not be seen as a person, and the power of a punch was as terrifying as it was. Why are you making such a fuss? It's just beating up a loser at the 6th level of martial apprentice. What's the big deal? Ye Qingxuan swept a glance at the crowd and sneered disdainfully. That strong man, although muscular, looks quite bluffing, but look at the whole field, and is not considered a master. Not to mention the top, even the upper tier cannot be ranked, at best a middle and upper only. Chen Xiao, win +1. A member of the martial hall walked over to the muscular man, crouched down and checked, realizing that the latter was completely unconscious, and got up to announce the result. His voice was loud and instantly attracted the attention of many martial artists. That buck-toothed village dog won? That muscle-bound man seems to be strong on the outside. He can't even beat a buck-toothed village dog. I feel like people still have real skills. That punch just now was a little bit invincible. Is that so? Who dares to say invincible in front of me? A long-faced teenager with a stern aura suddenly rushed onto the ring, pulling out a long knife from his waist and pointing it at the tip of Xiao Chuan's nose, his nostrils pointing skyward as he said, "Bucktooth brother, remember well, the name of the person who defeats you today is Su Baodian, and he's the future sage of the blade. It's your honor to lose to me." As the teenager appeared on the stage, the crowd immediately brightened up. The Su family's once-in-a-decade blade Dao genius Su Baodian? Although the Su family wasn't one of the 5 great families, their strength was amazing, and Su Baodian was the Su family's most outstanding heir in the last 30 years. He is obsessed with the way of the sword, and is bent on achieving sainthood with it. He was only 19 years old this year, yet he was already an expert of the 7th heaven of the apprentice realm. Blade Saint. Strike! Xiao Dust looked at the other party's middle-aged face and the corner of his mouth could not help but turn up slightly. An apprentice realm little brat actually dared to call himself the future Blade Saint. It's true how thick your skin is and how big your dreams are. Why don't you show your blades? But you look down on me. Su Baodian? Su Bantian had a displeased look on his face. Fighting against him, the future sword saint. This buck-toothed cub actually dared to fight with his bare hands. Who are you looking down on? There's no need to show your blades when dealing with you. Xiao Dust smiled and shook his head. Bucktooth. You're not a good-looking guy with a big mouth. Su Baodian was stunned. In all the years of his career, no one had ever dared to treat him with such contempt. He felt his self-respect had been trampled on. Come on, Blade Saint. Let me see how strong your sword is. Xiao Chen hooked his finger at Su Baodian. You provoked me? Are you truly unaware of how powerful my blade is? Su Bantian had an angry look on his face. I don't know. Xiao Dust shook his head. Just as well. I'll be merciful and let you see it. After today, you should never have the chance to fight me again. I will step into the secret realm, find the water and fire lotus, and then soar to the heavens. You, on the other hand, will only ever be able to look up to me. Su Bantian sighed softly. The corners of Xiao Dust's eyes began to twitch continuously. He had never seen such a brazen person in all his life. When he finished speaking, he began to slowly swing his sword, his expression gradually becoming solemn. A terrifying blade aura suddenly overflowed from his body, and the man who was still a tease in one breath became sharp and filled with a domineering aura in the next. If the sword, invulnerable, crashes the stars and destroys the moon, the sword, then, is overbearing and cleaves the sky and the earth. Su Baodian held the long sword in his hand and kept storing up his strength, the aura on his body getting stronger and stronger, just like an absolute divine sword. I'll go. The Blade Saint is worthy of being a Blade Saint. There's something about this blade. Awesome. Much better than the muscle-bound guy before. Bucktooth must be finished now, right? I don't believe he can still win. If he can still win, I'll eat upside down. The crowd was astonished by the strength of Su Bushan's sword. Place your bets. By Qin Xiao to win. 100 to 1. By Su Baodian to win. 100 to 1. Who's buying? A middle-aged man with a haggard, waxy face set up a stall next to Xiao Chen's ring and began to yell. Due to the long forward swing of Su Badian, it gave him plenty of time. The man's name is Zhang Yue. He is a keen gambler and can be said to make a living out of gambling. Nicknamed Gambler Zhang. Some days ago, he lost money continuously and is now in debt. I thought that if I didn't put up a fight, it would be the end of the game. So I wanted to put up a fight today. Everyone looked down on this buck-toothed man, but he thought that although this person's face was ugly, he had an extraordinary temperament, and perhaps he was a high-level person with deep pockets. Gambler Zhang, help me buy 500 taels for Su Badian to win. 200 taels of Su Bidian. 100 taels of Su Bidian. Many people had taken out silver tickets to place their bets. In just a few moments, there were already tens of thousands of taels of silver to buy Su Badian to kill Qin Xiao in seconds. These bettors secretly laughed at Gambler Zhang for being poor and crazy, knowing that this buck-toothed cub would surely lose, but still daring to open a handicap, and pinching these silver tickets. Gambler Zhang had turned snow white and his hands were shaking. He glanced at Su Buitian, who had a sword aura on the stage, and then glanced at Xiao Chen, who was calm and relaxed on the side, and secretly prayed in his heart. Chen Xiao, Chen Xiao, you've got to work miracles. If you lose, I'll have to jump in the river. I'll buy 100 taels for Chen Xiao to win. Just then, a clear and pleasant voice rang out. The crowd turned their heads to look. Only Jasmine handed a silver ticket to Gambler Zhang. Are you sure, girl? Gambler Zhang was surprised. This young girl is full of patches, looks unusually poor, actually still buy 100 taels Chen Xiao win. If this is a loss, he dare not think. He was a bit of a heartbreaker. For sure, my young master will win. Jasmine was filled with pride, and there was starlight in her gaze as she looked at Xiao Chen. In her heart, Xiao Chen was invincible. Every teenage girl harbors a hero in her heart, and Jasmine's hero is Xiao Duan. The crowd looked at her with disdain in their eyes. Another dopey white guy brainwashed by the hangers-on. Bucktooth, are you ready? This blade of mine is too powerful. If I use it at full strength, I'm afraid I won't be able to control it and will kill you. If you retreat now, it's not too late. After all, in the entire desolate North City, among the younger generation, there aren't many people who can receive a blade from me. Su Bidian. The blade aura on Su Bishan's body was becoming more and more prevalent, and it really did have a few moments of the prototype of the King of Blades. The crowd looked on in horror. Is this the strength of the Su family's first genius? This sword chi was truly terrifying. Xiao Chuan deadpanned the corners of his curled mouth. Come on. Okay, Bucktooth. Watch out. Boom. Su Badian slashed down. The berserk wind was like a whirlwind whistling, and the powerful gusts of wind shook the surrounding people back in succession. A knife drop. The earth crumbles. Smoke and dust. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. This blade power. It's a bit terrifying. A martial artist at the 7th level of the apprentice realm was actually able to deliver such a stunning slash. Quite a number of people's faces changed drastically. Rumor had it that the Su family had produced a genius of the Tao of the blade, and many people had only heard of him but had never seen him strike. Now that I've seen it, I'm really gifted. Although the future blade saint was too much of a stretch, it could be accomplished as a blade general, and it was still very promising. The moment. The blade is brilliant. Blade chi streaked across. The location where Xiao Chuan was located had long been in pieces. This bucktooth dog isn't supposed to be dead, is it? It's very possible. This blade, it's too strong. It's hard to carry it in the same realm, and bucktooth dog is still a small realm lower than Su Badian, so he's bound to die. Hey, that's too bad. The crowd was talking as they watched the smoke and dust rise to the sky. Brother Bucktooth, I can't believe you died just like that. I'm sorry. Su Bantian looked dejected, his face filled with self-blame. When he saw Qin Zhao's punch, it was somewhat interesting, so he wanted to spar with him. Unexpectedly, Qin Xiao was actually so weak that he didn't even block one of his slashes and died tragically on the spot. It was his fault, too, for underestimating his own strength. He should have thought of that. How many of his peers in this world can block his sword? Invincible. It's ultimately lonely. Look guys, that buck-toothed teenager doesn't seem to be dead. And just then, the faces of the people in the arena suddenly changed. Only a man patted the smoke and dust that filled the air and slowly appeared in front of the crowd. That person was none other than Xiao Chen. He actually didn't even have a scratch on him, just some dust on his head. See the scene. The crowd was shocked. How is this possible? The 6th level of martial apprentice took on Su Bitian's sword without any injuries? Chapter 107, Small Places. Brother Bucktooth, how did you manage to carry this blade of mine? Zhao Zhaotian was also a bit shocked. You split crooked. Xiao Dust smiled. The crowd looked odd and looked at Zhao Badian with a look of contempt. Turns out the split was crooked. No wonder the buck-toothed pup didn't die. This Zhao Zhaotian is too useless, isn't he? Just now, The crowd only saw that blade chi slashing towards Xiao Dust. The earth crumbled, dust and smoke rose up in all directions, and their vision instantly began to blur. And they weren't sure if the slash had slashed into someone or not. Xiao Zhentian was stunned. Didn't hit anyone? This is too humiliating. As a future blade saint, how could he make such a low-level mistake? But this was the only way to explain why Xiao Chen was unharmed. While Ye Qingxuan, who was on the side, looked at Xiao Chuan, a gust of shock flashed in his eyes. The crowd didn't see it clearly, but he did. It wasn't that Zhao Badian was out of alignment at all. Just now, Zhao Bushan's knife was precise and incomparable as it slashed at Xiao Chuan's body, while Xiao Chuan's face was bland and he just casually blasted out a fist. And the roiling knife chi suddenly collapsed with a loud bang. This buck-toothed teenager, it's not easy. Still coming? Sword Saint. Xiao Chen smiled and looked at Zhao Baotian. Come. Must come. Have to you over. The slash just now was overly consuming. Zhao Zhaotian's face turned white, and after staggering a few steps, his eyes directly blackened and he fell headfirst to the ground. Is this Zhao Badian a kidney deficiency? It's over in one go? It's too wasted. Just change the name to Zhao Taishu. This bucktooth dog got lucky and mixed up another point. Under the disdainful gazes of the crowd, Zhao Badian was carried off the field by a few guards. The person from the martial hall announced that Xiao Chen had won another game. Xiao Dust, who was originally thought to have seen the light of day, had actually won 2 matches in a row in just a few moments, becoming the biggest dark horse, to the shock of the crowd. Ha ha ha, get rich, get rich. Seeing Xiao Chen win the match, Gambler Zhang was ecstatic. On the other hand, the faces of a large group of losing martial artists were as ugly as if they had eaten, and they were filled with resentment. A mere bucktooth at the 6th level of martial apprentice had actually won against Zhao Baodian, who was at the 7th level of martial apprentice. It's unbelievable. Some people lose, some people win. Only this time, there were many losers in the betting game, but only 2 winners, which were Gambler Zhang and Jasmine. Girl, collect your money. Here's your winnings. Gambler Zhang glanced at Jasmine, counted out a thick wad of silver bills, and handed them over. These are mine? Molly's entire body froze. When she grew up, before she met Xiao Chen, when she was the richest, she only had more than 200 copper coins on her. Where have I seen so much money? The 100 taels of silver tickets were for Xiao Chen to buy her clothes. She saw an opportunity to make money, and bravely took a shot at it, and, to her surprise, got rich. And it's still a splash of money. 10,000 taels of silver. Jasmine took the silver ticket with trembling hands and carefully tucked it into a small cowhide bag. Gambler Zhang said goodbye to Jasmine and turned to leave. Having won this one, he was on shore and wasn't going to gamble for a while. And those who were still thinking of flipping their money looked at Gambler Zhang's departing figure with a frustrated face. At the moment, they hated Zhao Baodian inwardly. If it wasn't for this punk splitting crookedly, how could they have lost so badly? It was only that Zhao Bundian was all carried away unconscious now, so it was not good for them to go looking for trouble with him again. Gentlemen, who else wants to challenge me? Right at this moment, Xiao Chen looked at the remaining martial artists around him. I'll do it. I don't believe you're so lucky every time. A large black-faced man holding 2 machetes that were about a meter long leapt forward and stood directly in front of Xiao Chen. His chi and blood were majestic, and his body exuded an astonishing aura. He was clearly a martial apprentice 7th heavenly master just like Zhao Badian. Bucktooth, meet me. Your streak is over. Remember my name. The black-faced big man looked at Xiao Chuan with a smug face and was letting out vicious words. However, halfway through his words, he was blown away by Xiao Chuan's fist and smashed heavily under the ring. See the scene. The crowd's faces suddenly changed. That black-faced big man was also an expert of the 7th level of martial apprentice. I can't believe I was killed by this bucktooth with one punch. This dog turned out to be pretending to be a pig all along. Chow. I was fooled by him. I thought he was a loser. But I didn't realize that the clowns were actually ourselves. Then perhaps just now, Zhao Badian didn't split and bend, but rather this dog is lying. Until this moment, where did the crowd not understand that Xiao Chen had hidden his strength before? At this time, Zhao Bantian, who had just woken up, glanced at the black-faced big man who had been killed by Xiao Chuan in a second with a single punch and smashed to the ground. His face flushed red for a while, and he said excitedly, Bucktooth brother, you actually tricked me. Before the words were out of his mouth, he fainted again. Young master, not good. The young master's anger attacked his heart and he fainted again. Quickly send it to the pharmacist for first aid. The guard beside him checked the fainting Zhao Badian and hurriedly picked him up on his back and ran towards the pharmacist not far away. This time, the ring match was extremely tragic, with a high death and injury rate, And the martial hall had specially brought some pharmacists to heal the injuries of a group of martial artists. Hee, little bucktooth. I didn't expect you to have some skills. No wonder you dared to kill my Xiao family's children. However, now that I'm personally taking action, you're destined to have no chance. Right at this moment, Xiao Qingxuan appeared. He looked arrogant, looking at Xiao Chen with disdain in his gaze, as high and cold as an unrivaled monarch. ********. Xiao Qingxuan actually made a move himself. Now this little bucktooth is dead. In the field, the faces of the crowd changed slightly. Those who were originally shocked by Xiao Chuan's strength and had hopes for him had turned against him at this moment. Xiao Qingxuan was the best of the young generation in desolate North City. The battle power was amazing, and it was hard to find an opponent among his peers. In their opinion, even if this Xiao Chen had hidden his strength, he could not be a match for Xiao Qingxuan. Little brother, quickly abstain. Xiao Qingxuan's strength is amazing. It's not something you can deal with. If you force your way out, he will definitely frame you on the spot. When Lu Qingfeng saw that Xiao Chen was still standing in the ring, he became anxious. When a challenger takes the stage, if the defender doesn't immediately concede, it means the challenge is taken. Once the battle begins, no one is allowed to intervene unless a winner is distinguished. Although Xiao Chuan had some strength, he could not be a match for Xiao Qingxuan. Of the several thousand people present, no one could deal with Xiao Qingxuan except for those 24 heavenly pride figures at the 8th level of the apprentice realm and the 9th level of the apprentice realm. Brother Lu, you're worrying too much. With him, he can't hurt me yet. Xiao Dust shook his head. Village people are village people after all. Haven't seen the world. Beat a few small characters of the 6th and 7th level of the apprentice realm and think you're invincible? Let me tell you, little bucktooth, the biggest mistake you've made in your life was to leave the village and enter the city. Desolate North City is a big city. There's no place for a country bumpkin like you. People from small places are born inferior. Xiao Qingxuan's tone was icy cold, and there was disdain in his eyes. He came from a noble background, and from a young age, he regarded himself as high, and treated some of the children of the world's families who were not as well born as him as if they were pigs and dogs. Like Xiao Dust, who claimed to be from Bearhead Village. It's much less in the eye of the beholder. Bearhead Village. It's just a little place in the middle of nowhere. At this moment, there were also quite a few martial artists in the arena who came from small places, and when they heard Xiao Qingxuan's words, they were all trembling with anger. Their fists pinched to death, but they didn't dare to have a seizure. They're just powerless casual cultivators. It simply couldn't afford to provoke the behemoth that was the Xiao family. Are you, done? When you're done, go to hell. Right at this moment, Xiao Chen's gaze flickered and he suddenly struck out. Sneak attack? You think sneak attacks work? Xiao Qingxuan's face showed disdain. Chapter 108 Recruitment. However, just when the crowd thought that Xiao Qingxuan would easily counter-kill Xiao Chen, his entire body was directly blown away. Feeling the power that was so powerful that it was as terrifying as a flood beast, Xiao Qingxuan's eyes snapped round and a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. How could this hillbilly be so powerful? But in the end, he was a celestial pride, and did not sit back and wait for death. And soon, he began to use his means. Only a powerful qi and blood surged out from his body, forcibly changing his stance and stepping on the ground with his toes, trying to stabilize his stance with the help of resistance. But Xiao Chuan's power was too strong, and with a martial god body, he had a broken lead in flesh strength compared to martial artists of the same realm. And even if he only used 20% of his power, it was still not something that Xiao Qingxuan could carry. Even though Xiao Qingxuan exerted all his strength, he still skidded for several meters before stopping, leaving 2 long traces on the ground. Dead bucktooth. You. Xiao Qingxuan's face was gloomy, and he just wanted to put in a couple harsh words. Xiao Dust flashed his body again and blasted out a straight punch. With this punch, Xiao Chen had obviously added a few more points of force. The wind of the fist whistled. Xiao Qingxuan's face changed drastically, but he had just suffered a loss once before, and this time, he was on guard in the dark, and when he saw Xiao Chuan appear, he hurriedly blasted out with a fist, and a terrifying qi and blood power wrapped around his fist, emitting a palpitating aura. Can we win this time? He looked hideous and used all his strength to ruthlessly strike towards Xiao Chen's head. That punch, he was going to blow Xiao Chen's head off, but he was too naive. How can the light of a grain of rice compete with the light of the moon? When 2 fists meet, Xiao Qingxuan was shocked to find that the power of Xiao Chen's punch was twice as strong as before, just like a terrifying ferocious beast that was simply unstoppable. His face showed pain and shock as he was like a kite with broken strings, and he was once again sent flying. After landing on the ground, he struggled a few times to get up, but he froze and his entire body collapsed to the ground. Seeing this scene, the crowd froze. Even Xiao Qingxuan is no match for this bucktooth? The person from the martial hall in charge of their ring also glanced at Xiao Chen with a surprised gaze before directly declaring that Xiao Chen had won. After this battle, the entire desolate North Square was shocked. No one dared to underestimate Xiao Chen anymore. In this world, it was ultimately necessary to use strength to speak. And although Xiao Chuan came from a lowly background, at his age, being able to possess this kind of combat power was already enough to gain the respect of the crowd. Hello Brother Chen, I am Su Renjie, the son of the Su family of desolate North City. Brother Chen doesn't have any forces behind him yet, right? At this moment, a blue-clothed teenager walked over, and with a warm smile on his face, he reached out and cupped his fist to Xiao Chen. The crowd froze. Recruitment? This blue-robed teenager was wooing Xiao Chen? However, on second thought, they were all relieved again. Now that the day of the opening of the secret realm was approaching, all the great clans were on the verge of going crazy in order to compete for the treasures in the secret realm. What's most precious now? Talent is most precious. A loose cultivator like Xiao Dust who was powerful and had no background was a sought-after item and would be coaxed by all the major clans. Xiao Chen looked at Su Renjie lightly. That's right. I am a casual cultivator. Su Renjie's eyes lit up as if he had seen a rare treasure. Brother Chen, if you don't mind, you can join my Su family. My Su family can promise you a monthly salary of 100 taels of gold. In addition, if Brother Chen can fight for 1 or 2 chances for my Su family in the secret realm, my Su family can also betroth my Su family's little princess to you. My Su family's little princess is gorgeous. I don't know. Brother Chen, what do you think? Su Renjie knew that although the Su family had some strength in desolate North City, it wasn't considered top-notch and could only barely be considered a second-rate family. Now that the opening of the secret realm was imminent, all the great clans were going around recruiting talents so that they could go and compete for the opportunity on their behalf. A talent like Xiao Chuan would soon be snatched away if he didn't get his hands on it quickly, so he was the first one to run up and promise heavy benefits. 100 taels of gold a month, equivalent to silver is 1,000 taels, even for the Su family, is not a small amount. Willing to marry the little princess, is more sincere. After all, as far as Xiao Chen's current dignified appearance is concerned, Xiao Dust glanced at him and remained silent. Join the Su family? Fighting for the Su family's chance? How is that possible? There are benefits, of course, eat yourself. Seeing Xiao Chen did not speak, Su Renjie was anxious. Brother Chen, 100 taels of gold monthly salary is quite a lot, and my Su family little princess is even more. Humph. Halfway through Su Renjie's words, an angry grunt suddenly rang out in the arena. Su Renjie immediately froze and turned his head to look, only to see that to the side, a stunningly beautiful young girl with a pure and lovely appearance was staring at him with a face full of anger. Su Renjie was dumbfounded. He recruited Xiao Duan. What's the girl so mad about? Just as he wanted to open his mouth to inquire, Xiao Chen's voice rang out. Brother Su, go away. I won't join the Su family. Brother Chen, but do you think the pay is not enough? If you think it's not enough, we can still discuss it again. Su Renjie was unwilling to give up and gritted his teeth. He thought he opened the conditions have not been low. Give the monthly salary is very high. Married the Su family little princess is more accurate to seize the pain point if Xiao Dust looks ugly is not good to marry a wife. I did not expect that this Xiao Dust to consider all did not consider the refusal. However, he had already been observing the area for half a day, but he hadn't found any casual cultivator stronger than Xiao Chen at all. That's why he's not willing to give up so easily. Seiji Su, it's too delusional for you to want to recruit a talent like Junior Frenchin with just your mere Su family. Just then, a sharp-eyed white-haired old man walked over with a snicker on his face. The crowd was stunned to see the old man, the 9th elder of the Cui family. Cui Zhan? I didn't expect that this half-step martial master realm big brother would actually come out to solicit Xiao Chen in person as well. The Cui family was a first-rate family in desolate North City, with a long history and strength, much stronger than the Su family. This hillbilly is out of luck, isn't he? It's amazing that the Cui family can look at it. Elder Cui, are you trying to steal someone from my Su clan? Seeing Cui Zhan's arrival, Su Renjie's face instantly turned ugly. In terms of strength, in terms of heritage, his Su family was no match for the Cui family. If the Cui family made a move, Xiao Chen, a talent, was afraid that he would not be able to stay. Robbing people? Prince Su, what do you mean by that? I clearly heard that little Frenchin rejected your Su family's recruitment. Since your Su family was rejected, why can't my Cui family extend an invitation to little Frenchin? Cui Battle sneered. Glancing at Su Renjie, he added, Prince Su, one must be self-aware. A heavenly pride like little Frenchin is not something that a small family like your Su family can afford to eat. You, Su Renjie's face turned blue. He turned his head to look around and saw that many people were looking at him with mocking gazes. His face couldn't help but turn red, but he didn't dare to put harsh words in Cui Zhan's mouth. He could only lower his head and slink away. Humph, You don't know your own strength. You dare to fight for the person my Chui family has its eyes on. Cui Zhan looked at Su Renji's fading back and showed disdain. And then he turned his head and smiled gently at Xiao Chen. Little friend Chen, you are very sensible. The Su clan's temple is too small to accommodate a big Buddha like you. Come to my Chui family. Whatever conditions the Su family gives you, my Chui family doubles it. If you can fight for some opportunities for my Chui family in the secret realm, the techniques, divine weapons, spiritual medicines, and women will be at your disposal. What do you think? Would you like to join my Chui family? Many of the surrounding martial artists' eyes turned red with envy when they heard the conditions proposed by Cui Zhan. Secretly jealous. Why was it not them that the Chui family wanted to recruit? In today's world, the most important thing is to have someone behind you. If he could rely on the big tree of the Chui family, in the future, he would not say that he would walk horizontally in desolate North City, but at least he would not be bullied so easily. Elder Chui. This person killed my Zhu family's children and is someone the Zhu family must kill. Are you recruiting him because you want to make an enemy of my Zhu family? Xiao Dust was just about to refuse when he saw Zhu Qingxuan walking over with a gloomy face. Chapter 109 Brother Chen. I was wrong. What? He killed someone from the Zhu family? Cui Zhan looked horrified. Looking at Zhu Qingxuan's cold as ice gaze, a fine layer of cold sweat seeped out on his forehead. He had just been observing from the other rings and hadn't noticed exactly what was happening here. He had originally thought that Chen Xiao had only defeated Zhu Qingxuan, and in that case, it was no big deal. After all, above the ring, it was impossible for anyone to keep their hands open, and even if Chen Xiao had injured someone from the Zhu family, it was far from a feud. But he didn't expect this Chen Xiao to be bold to such an extent that he even dared to kill the people of the Zhu family. What kind of existence is the Zhu family? That was one of the 5 great families of desolate North City, an existence that could almost walk horizontally in desolate North City. Besides the Jinbei royal family, who dares to say that they can steadily suppress the Zhu family? Although Chen Xiao had some strength, in the end, he was still a casual cultivator. Who gave him the courage to dare to kill someone from the Zhu family? Although he wanted to recruit talent, it was impossible for him to offend that behemoth of the Zhu family for the sake of a Chen Xiao. Misunderstanding? Ah, Mr. Zhu, this matter was unknown to me beforehand. If I had known that this brat was so ungrateful that he dared to kill someone from the Zhu family, I would never have been able to recruit him, Cui Zhan explained in succession, and his gaze at Xiao Chen suddenly turned cold. It's good that it's a misunderstanding. I'm here to advise all of you. Don't waste your efforts to solicit this Chen Xiao. He's already someone my Zhu family must kill. Whoever solicits him is my Zhu family's mortal enemy. Zhu Qingxuan laughed coldly and looked around with a morose gaze. Those who originally wanted to solicit Xiao Dust retreated silently. It was not worth it to offend the Zhu family for the sake of a heavenly pride. See this scene. The corners of Zhu Qingxuan's mouth curled slightly as he looked at Xiao Chen with a fierce expression. Aren't you powerful? I'll break your path to the green cloud now. Let's see what you do in the future. So what if you can fight? A mudblood from the village. No power. No power. No matter how good he is at fighting, what can he do? In front of his Zhu family, it was still just a mole cricket that he could trample to death if he wanted to. Get yourself out before I get angry. Xiao Dust looked toward Zhu Qingxuan. He was traveling for the qualification to enter the secret realm and didn't want to cause trouble, but if Zhu Qingxuan was buzzing around in front of him like a fly like this, he wouldn't mind sending him to a long sleep. Buck-toothed dog. I see that you really don't know the heights of heaven and know nothing about the strength of my Zhu family. Look at this. Just now, I just casually said something, and all those people who wanted to recruit you ran away. You know why? Because my Zhu family is powerful. Do you understand? Zhu Qingxuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he laughed coldly. Don't get it. Snap. Xiao Dust directly slapped Zhu Qingxuan and sent him flying. How dare you? Zhu Qingxuan climbed up from the ground and wiped the bloodstains at the corner of his mouth as he looked at Xiao Chen with an incredulous expression. He doesn't understand that he's made it so clear. Why does this Xiao Dust still dare to make a move? Just as he was planning to have someone chop Xiao Dust into 8 pieces, the summoning jade tablet on his waist suddenly vibrated. He didn't want to pay attention to it, but the jade pendant vibrated several times in a row. Obviously there was some kind of urgent message. Zhu Qingxuan froze, removed the jade pendant at his waist, and was just about to read the message on it when he suddenly realized that it had turned red. A flash of horror flooded his eyes. The summoning jade plate turned red, which meant that there was extremely important news that had to be read immediately. It had been many years since he had received a red message. The last time I received one was more than 10 years ago, when the old head of the family died after a long illness. Thinking that the family might have 100,000 urgent matters, he didn't dare to delay and hurriedly picked up the jade pendant to consult the information on it. Only a few lines of small red characters emerged on the jade plate. Sword demon Xiao Dust has surprised Bear Head Village and has taken a girl named Jasmine to desolate North City. The sword demon's battle power is astounding, with the strength to kill a half-step martial general in seconds. If my Xiao family disciples encounter it, they must retreat and never take the initiative to mess with it. And those who disobey the order will be killed without amnesty. It turned out that after receiving the information sent by Zhu Xilong's guards earlier, the Xiao family immediately sent people to rush to Xiongtu village, and after seeing the words left behind by Xiao Duan, they had originally disdained them and wanted to break in to investigate. As a result, anyone who came close to those words were all blasted into a bloody mist by an invisible sword chi. The Xiao family had sacrificed 7 or 8 strong martial master realm practitioners for nothing as a result. And then the Xiao family's group of experts panicked and retreated. On the way, he looked for nearby pedestrians to ask around and found that Xiao Chen had brought Jasmine towards desolate North City. Immediately, he gave secret orders to his people. After seeing the words left behind by Xiao Chen, the Xiao family completely lost the courage to retaliate. Just a few words could tear apart a martial master realm expert. Who knew how many more terrifying means this Xiao Chen had? A moment later, the writing on the summoning jade tablet was hidden. Zhu Qianquan's face was horrified. The sword demon actually came to desolate North City. God forbid he should ever meet. I heard that the sword demon is ferocious, and if anyone dares to offend him in the slightest, he will dismantle him, and so on. Bear Head Village? With a teenage girl? Suddenly, he raised his head and glanced at Xiao Chen and Jasmine in front of him, and felt a chill run down his spine. It can't be that coincidental, can it? Out walking in the Jianghu disguise is a common thing. It will not let him meet the disguise of the sword demon, right? Dare I ask this girl, is your name Jasmine? Zhu Qianquan changed his arrogant face and asked respectfully. Jasmine froze and subconsciously replied, that's right. How did you know? How many Mollies are there in Bear Head Village? Zhu Qianquan's face changed drastically as he asked in a trembling voice. It's just me. You know me? Jasmine's eyes were confused. She didn't understand why Zhu Qianquan was murderous one moment, and the next moment his attitude changed altogether. Zhu Qianquan's face instantly turned pale as he glanced at Xiao Chuan in horror and quickly began to organize words of reparation in his mind. He knew that he was now facing a life and death crisis. With sword demon's battle power, all of the people present combined wouldn't be enough for him to kill alone. But just then, a few guards behind Zhu Qianquan couldn't help themselves and took a step forward. One of them pointed at Xiao Chuan's nose and cursed. Asterisk 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 your mother's chicken. You little Yakuza. Why don't you quickly admit your mistake to my family's son? Admit your mistake as soon as possible. And when our son is happy, he might even reward you with a clean corpse. Otherwise, if you offend the Zhu family, your entire family will die. No, your entire village will die. The other man immediately picked up on it, disdain at the corners of his mouth. Zhu Qianquan was so scared that his liver and gall bled, and wanted to step in to stop it, but it was too late. Mentally cursing his 2 henchmen for being stupid. Are they crazy? Do you know who this buck-toothed boy is in front of them? How dare he say such crazy things? Zhu Qianquan turned his head to look at Xiao Chen in shock, only to see the latter's eyes slightly cold. He immediately broke out into a cold sweat, dragging his heavily injured body. He rushed up in an arrow step and punched and kicked his 2 guards. I chow your mom. How do you talk to Brother Chen? It's obvious that we were wrong. How dare you ask Brother Chen to apologize? I'll whip you to death. Zhu Qianquan's face was hideous and he gritted his teeth. Ignoring his injuries, he viciously and frantically beat on these 2 men. Without knowing, one would think that Zhu Qianquan had a father-killing feud with these 2. Young master, what's wrong with you? Wasn't it you who taught us that when we go out, we have to run roughshod over each other? One man, who couldn't take the beating anymore, gritted his teeth and asked, put your mothers on. When did I ever say such an asshole thing? What I said was, when you go out, you have to be nice to people. Do you understand? Zhu Qianquan was furious. The people present were all dumbfounded. Did Zhu Qianquan just hit his head? With people? His Zhu family's dominance was notorious in desolate North City. When had he ever been kind to people? It was a full quarter of an hour's fight. Exhausted and panting, Zhu Qianquan finally stopped. The 2 guards had been beaten up so badly that they probably wouldn't even recognize who the 2 of them were from their mother. Yet that's not all. The scene that happened next directly shattered the crowd's 3 views. Chapter 110, How did you meet this woman? Zhu Qianquan, who had always been arrogant and awe-inspiring, slowly walked up to Xiao Chuan, bent down, clasped his hands, and directly gave Xiao Chuan a big salute. Brother Chen, I am incompetent. I did not discipline my subordinates well, and I am really sorry for rushing Brother Chen. His tone was sincere, his posture humble, and on his forehead, there were beads of sweat rolling down. Everyone in the arena was confused. When did Zhu Qianquan's temper become so good? Where's his brashness? His lack of respect? On the side, Ye Qingxuan also looked dumbfounded. He had known Xiao Chen for so long, and had never seen him admit fault to anyone. What's wrong with you today? How dare you admit your faults to a country boy from Bear's Head village? A group of Xiao family members behind him were shocked and angry. Their eyes were red as they looked at Xiao Duan, like bloodthirsty hungry wolves, itching to rush up and tear Xiao Duan apart. They don't understand. Why would their young master, a direct descendant of the Xiao family of the 5 great families, apologize to a lowly bumpkin? Where did the Xiao family's bullying go? Where is the face of the Xiao family going to go? When had they, the Xiao family, ever suffered such an insult? Xiao Dust, on the other hand, was directly silenced by Xiao Qianquan's maneuvers. He was ready to kill him before, but now that people were apologizing to him in such a humble manner, he suddenly couldn't get down a bit. Seeing that Xiao Chuan did not speak for a long time, Xiao Qianquan thought that he was still not satisfied, so he gritted his teeth and, with a plop, knelt down. Brother Chen, this matter is my little brother's fault, so I beg Brother Chen to be forgiving and spare my dog's life? The crowd was petrified on the spot, and many people's eyes popped out. A countryside teenager out of Xiongtou village killed a man of the Xiao family and seriously injured the Xiao family's 3rd young man, who not only didn't pursue the matter, but also apologized to the murderer. And not only apologized, but also knelt down? What the hell is going on here? Did I have some kind of misunderstanding about Bear's Head village before? Could there be a hidden master in this Bear's Head village? Someone in the field looked at his companion in confusion. Tough backer? What's so hard about it? It's just a poor and remote place that hasn't produced a single martial artist in 800 years. How hard do you think it is? Disdain was at the corners of his companion's mouth. Then why does this Xiao Qianquan look as if he's afraid of this buck-toothed teenager? Hell knows. Maybe his brain broke when he smashed to the ground just now. So it is. The man nodded. Young master, are you crazy? He's just a lowly bumpkin. Why would you want to kneel to him? Get up. One of the Xiao family guards suddenly changed in color and hurriedly went to pull Xiao Qianquan. You impudent thing. You must not be rude to Brother Chen. Get lost. Xiao Qianquan coldly rebuked. Brother Chen? What virtue or ability does this brat have to deserve the word brother from you? Young master? The guard lifted a glance at Xiao Chen and his face was gloomy. Having said that, he took another step forward and pointed at Xiao Chuan's nose, saying in a chilling voice, Kid, my young master just hit his head on the ground and lost his mind before he acted in such a ridiculous manner towards you. What virtue and ability do you have? A yakuza out of the Bear's Head village, that you would dare to accept it with peace of mind? Quickly kneel down and kowtow 100 times to our young master, or else, Pust. Before that guard's words fell, Xiao Qianquan climbed up with great speed, and at once drew out the long knife in his hand and ruthlessly chopped off his head. The crowd's eyes were horrified. Murder? Just because this guard was disrespectful to this buck-toothed teenager, Xiao Qianquan actually killed all the guards who had followed him for years? It's not like he's in over his head by the looks of him. Could this buck-toothed teenager have some amazing background? Brother Chen, I'm really sorry. I've been too lenient with my subordinates, and these dogs actually don't know what's good for them to dare to be so disrespectful to you. Brother Chen, here are 1,000 taels of silver tickets, considered a small token of my appreciation. I hope that Brother Chen can be an honorable man and turn his quarrels into peace with me. Brother Chen, what do you think? Xiao Qianquan took out a stack of silver tickets and carefully handed them to Xiao Chen. Xiao Dust glanced at Xiao Qianquan and did not say anything as he took the silver ticket and turned around to leave. Although he didn't know why the Xiao Qianquan's attitude changed drastically all of a sudden. But the so-called reaching out doesn't hit a smiling person. The other side has made amends to this extent. It wouldn't be appropriate for him to hold on to it any longer. Watching Xiao Chen's figure gradually walk away, Xiao Qianquan let out a long breath of relief, having a feeling of escaping from death in front of the King of Hell, due to the excessive tension just now. At this moment, suddenly relaxing, his entire body collapsed to the ground at once. He tried to get up, but his legs were already weak from the shock he had just experienced, and he tried several times without success. What are you dogs waiting for? Why don't you give this young master a ing hand? Xiao Qianquan glared unhappily at the several guards on the side, the high and cold look on his face suddenly returning. One of the guards hurriedly pulled up Xiao Qianquan and asked with a puzzled expression, Young master, what exactly is the origin of this buck-toothed teenager? You're actually so scornful of him. What is the origin? Tell me the origin that can scare you to death. You dogs are truly blind. I've taken such a low stance and you still can't see it, and you're still going to provoke that Chen Xiao. I almost didn't get killed by you dogs. Xiao Qianquan's face was furious. The guards were startled and looked at each other in dismay. One of them bravely asked, Young master, who is that Chen Xiao actually? Is asking so much for what? You only need to know that he is someone you can't afford to mess with. Still standing stupidly, why? Hurry to help me get up to find the pharmacist. Xiao Qingxuan wanted to make Xiao Chen's identity public, but when he thought that since the other party was masked, he didn't want people to know, and if he made it public, he might anger Xiao Chen and bring about the trouble of killing him. Therefore, he stopped in time. The guards didn't dare to ask more questions and hurriedly helped Xiao Qingxuan leave, rushing towards the pharmacist's place not far away. And no one realized that a blue-robed old man was hiding in the shadows and secretly observing all of this. The old man's beard and hair were white, his eyes were sharp, and his clothes were embroidered with a few sacred dragon flowers that symbolized the identity of the Xiao imperial family. And below the sacred dragon flowers, there was the character Xian. It meant that the old man was a henchman of the 9th princess of Daxia, Ye Qingxuan. Elder Wu, have you found any usable talents in this place? Suddenly, a white-skirted girl as clear as a flower walked out from a short distance away. Look, it's Her Highness the 9th princess. Oh my god, Her Highness the 9th princess is so beautiful, worthy of being the goddess I've been longing for. The 9 princesses appearing here should also be here to recruit talent. I heard that this time the secret realm opens. The royal family also attaches great importance to the internal. To all the royal sons and daughters of the royal family have given a dead order. Must be for the royal family to fight for the opportunity. If you don't fulfill the target, your status, power, and resources will all be in tatters. The 9th princess must be very anxious at the moment, wanting to find some good help quickly. The 9th princess has always been very discerning. I don't know which celestial pride she will look at. If I were chosen, that would be great. I could accompany the 9th princess day after day and admire her stunning face. Ye Qingxuan's appearance instantly lit up the scene. Ye Qingxuan is a famous beauty in Daxia, although her beauty is inferior to Silver Moon Princess Ye Lanqi by half a point, but her personality is easygoing, and she is smiling to some civilian martial artists. Unlike Ye Lanqi, who is so high and cold, so in the civil society, she has a high reputation, and there are countless admirers. Back to the 9th princess. My subordinate has looked at this place for half a day and indeed found a heavenly pride. If the princess can take him under her wing, there might be an unexpected gain in this secret realm competition. Elder Wu bowed and said softly, "Only one?" Ye Qingxuan was slightly disappointed. The battle for the secret realm was extremely important to her. Not only the royal family, even the Zhenkoan Academy was extremely important, and she was urged to fight for the resources in the secret realm at all costs, and it would be best if she could capture the water and fire lotus. Even if it was just a petal, it would be a heavenly creation. Therefore, as soon as she learned of the news of the opening of the secret realm, she immediately started recruiting. It was a pity that the human race's heavenly pride was already rare, and even if there was one, most of them had their own families, and at times like this, they would mostly choose to serve their families. As a result, she didn't recruit many people. I was thinking of relying on Elder Wu to pull in some talent, but I didn't expect that Elder Wu's side would only find one person. Princess, where is it so easy to find a heavenly pride that is powerful and has no lineage behind it? It's good to have one. Elder Wu smiled bitterly. Okay, who is the person Elder Wu has his eye on? Quickly introduce me to him. Ye Qingxuan was a bit anxious. Look, princess, it's that very teenager. Ye Qingxuan looked in the direction of Elder Wu's finger, only to see an ugly-looking buck-toothed teenager standing under a large acacia tree with a young girl to take a cool breath. Her brow immediately frowned. Elder Wu, this person looks like he has a very weak aura on his body. Are you sure that he's a heaven's pride? Of course there was one more thing she didn't say. It's just that the guy is so ugly too. If you carry this around with you and spend all day with it, you'll be sick to death. Only the next moment, for some reason, she felt that this person gave her a very familiar feeling. Her eyes stared and landed on the buck-toothed teenager's ears. And then, her pupils shrunk slightly. As a martial artist, Ye Qingxuan's eyesight far exceeded that of normal people, and she was able to perceive all the details even from a distance of more than 10 meters. And when she saw the shape of the buck-toothed teenager's ear, her entire body froze. Sawdust. This buck-toothed teenager is actually Xiao Chen? Can't go wrong. Xiao Chuan's ear shape was different from normal people. A very nice and unique shape. This kind of shape, after living for so long, she had only seen it on Xiao Chen, coupled with the fact that this buck-toothed teenager's alias, Chen Xiao, happened to be the opposite of the word Xiao Dust. This must be Xiao Dust's alias. No wonder the unstoppable Zhu Qianquan's legs went weak in fear when he saw this Chen Xiao. If Zhu Qianquan knew Xiao Chen's identity, then everything would make sense. Xiao Chuan's appearance here at this moment and deliberately attracting Elder Wu's attention, was it not to deliberately approach her? To break the mirror with her? At this moment, Ye Qingxuan's mood was slightly agitated. Previously, Xiao Chen had been indifferent to her, making it very difficult for her. If Xiao Chuan was really a waste, then it would be fine. But at this moment, Xiao Chuan stood up and became a supreme sword Dao genius. Ever since that day, when she had seen Xiao Chuan alone with one sword, suppressing 2,000 demon clans alone like a heavenly god, Ye Qingxuan could no longer tolerate anyone else in her heart. Now that Xiao Chen had taken the initiative to seek peace, she decided to give him a chance to bow his head and admit his mistake. Xiao Chuan also noticed Ye Qingxuan's gaze and turned his head to look, a chill immediately rising in his eyes. I can't believe I met this woman? What bad luck! Chapter 111 Requests. Back then, Xiao Chen loved Ye Qingxuan to the bone, even after the dantian was shattered. Ye Qingxuan was indifferent to him. As long as he could look at Ye Qingxuan from afar, he felt incomparably happy. Thinking about it at the moment, he was pretty stupid back then. Without that rebirth, he might have been blinded by Ye Qingxuan's hypocrisy and been so deeply in love with her that he wouldn't have known Ye Qingxuan's true nature until he was killed by her. Luckily, now, he had an epiphany. Never make the same mistake again. Sir, is that the ninth princess? It's really beautiful, just like a heavenly fairy. It must be hard for you to withdraw from marriage with her, right? Jasmine looked at Ye Qingxuan, who was not far away. Her eyes were gray and she couldn't help but lower her head. She had originally only heard that the ninth princess was as beautiful as heaven, but now that she had seen it, she was simply astonished. Jasmine, have you ever heard of the saying that the outside of a golden jade is a piece of? There are people who are shiny on the outside, but on the inside they are a piece of filthy as hell. In my eyes, you are a million times better than Ye Qingxuan. Xiao Chen smiled and stroked Jasmine's head, softly comforting her. Really? Jasmine's eyes lit up. Really? Xiao Dust nodded solemnly. He had been pouring his heart out to Ye Qingxuan for more than 10 years, and he could even give her his life. But when his dantian was shattered, Ye Qingxuan flipped out and abandoned him at the first opportunity. And while he and Jasmine have never met, Jasmine is willing to expend the effort to save him when he is seriously injured. When compared to the two, Jasmine is as noble as a heavenly fairy. Right at this moment, Ye Qingxuan had slowly walked up to Xiao Chuan with a soft smile on her face. Mr. Chen Xiao, could you step aside for a few words? It was only when she saw Jasmine by Xiao Chen's side that a trace of anger flashed in Ye Qingxuan's eyes, but it flickered and was soon well hidden by her. Many of the surrounding men's eyes went straight. A high and mighty goddess like Ye Qingxuan actually took the initiative to talk to this dead bucktooth Chen Xiao, and to ask him to come aside for a chat alone? Is there any justice in this? Princess 9, open your eyes. That's a buck-toothed cub. How has the face ever been 1% as good as theirs? If you want to chat, you find them. Talk as long as you want. However, Ye Qingxuan's pair of beautiful eyes stared straight at Xiao Chuan, ignoring the rest of the people. In the middle of the field, there was a sound of heartbreak. So it's your highness the ninth princess. I still have things to do and have to leave immediately. So I won't accompany the ninth princess for a chat. Xiao slightly clasped his fists, pulled up Jasmine, and turned around to leave. Talk? What's there to talk about? The current Xiao Chuan felt nauseous at the sight of Ye Qingxuan and couldn't wait to stay far away from this woman for the rest of his life. So naturally, he was not willing to waste time talking to this woman. This statement was made. The crowd in the arena was shocked. Many of the men had red eyes and looked at Xiao Chen with a gaze of extreme hatred. Gone? This buck-toothed kid is actually gone? The 9 princesses, who are as dazzling as the divine moon in the sky, are looking for him to speak, and this dog is actually leaving just like that? It's simply ungrateful. Dead bucktooth. Stop right there. It's a blessing of several lifetimes for you that the 9th princess wants to talk to you. A bumpkin from the village. How dare you refuse? Do you want to die? A young man with strong chi and blood stood out and grabbed Xiao Chen's shoulder. With a gentle bump, a terrifying force directly shattered the bones of the youth's hand and sent his entire body flying. The youth fell to the ground, screaming miserably as he struggled to raise his head, his eyes looking at Xiao Chuan in horror, not daring to say another word. Some of the surrounding martial artists who originally wanted to show off in front of Ye Qingxuan did not dare to move when they saw this. Seeing this scene, Ye Qingxuan's face also changed slightly. As the towering 9th princess, she had been favored by thousands of people since she was a child, and today's willingness to take the initiative to speak to Xiao Chuan under the eyes of everyone was already very rare. I didn't expect Xiao Chen to have this kind of attitude. She didn't believe that Xiao Chen had liked her for so many years and could really just say put it down. Otherwise, why would he have appeared here and deliberately attracted Elder Wu's attention? Everyone knew at a glance at the robe on Elder Wu that he was her Ye Qingxuan's man. Xiao Chen has been with her for so many years. Would he not know? If he did that, wasn't he still trying to use Wu Lao to reach out to himself? She's already taken such initiative and Xiao Chen is still so heartless. Disgusting who? Does it mean you're a great sword genius? You're the one who's been in love with me for so many years. And you're the one who's dying for me. It's not me who's in love with you. So don't you dare show your face? Ye Qingxuan's pride was engraved in her bones. Of course she had the capital to be proud. So in her eyes, Xiao Chuan was just angry with her. and as long as she appeased her a little, Xiao Chuan would be charmed by her again, just like before. Xiao Chen, do you really intend to be a stranger to me? Ye Qingxuan walked to Xiao Chuan's side, tilted her head, and whispered softly into his ear, and Xiao Chuan could even smell the refreshing fragrance of her body. Hear that? Xiao Dust was shaken and a surprise flashed in his eyes. What the is this? How could this woman recognize him? System, what's going on? Didn't you say your disguise was seamless? This is going to be seamless? Theoretically, it should be seamless, and in this case today, the system doesn't know why. Xiao Duan, Mr. Chen Xiao, can you have a few words with me now? Ye Qingxuan was somewhat pleased when she saw the shock in Xiao Chen's eyes. Xiao Chen silently walked aside with Ye Qingxuan. Jasmine wanted to join her, but was scared by a look from Ye Qingxuan and stood still, not daring to move. Xiao Chen turned his head to look at her and softly said, "Wait beside me for a while first." Oh, Jasmine nodded curtly. Humph, a peasant girl is just a peasant girl. You also bring it with you. Not afraid of dropping your status? A hint of displeasure flashed in Ye Qingxuan's eyes. So what if she's a peasant girl? She's kind and beautiful. Much better than you. Xiao Dust snorted. You? Ye Qingxuan's face was irritated and she was so angry that she couldn't speak. This damn Xiao Chen was actually still angry. How did you recognize me? Xiao Chen stared at Ye Qingxuan with a ghostly gaze. Secret. Ye Qingxuan naturally would not tell Xiao Chen the secret. What did you want me to come over here for? Xiao Dust didn't ask any more questions. You and I still have a marriage contract. What do you mean when you see me and leave without saying hello? Ye Qingxuan lightly bit her red lips. A marriage contract? Have you lost your memory? Wasn't the engagement broken off? What the hell's the matter? Nothing, I'm leaving. A trace of impatience surfaced between Xiao Dust's eyebrows. Ye Qingxuan's face was unsightly and her heart ached as if she was being stabbed by needles. This Xiao Chen was so patient with a peasant girl just now, but after only a few sentences with himself, he was impatient. Xiao Chuan, you've changed. In the past, you wouldn't have the slightest complaint even if you accompanied me all night to talk. Instead, you still had a happy smile on your face. Ye Qingxuan's face was full of resentment. Don't talk about the past. The old Xiao Chen is dead. If it's okay, I'm leaving. Xiao Chuan's face was calm and he was not interested in Ye Qingxuan's words as he directly turned around to leave. Xiao Chuan, I really need the spiritual treasures in the Jiao mysterious realm, especially that water and fire lotus. Help me fetch them. Will you? Ye Qingxuan could only open the door when she saw that Xiao Chen really intended to leave. Although the sacred desolate elder had a prediction that Xiao Chuan would lose his cultivation immediately, she did not believe it. The shock Xiao Chuan had given her before was too great, and he did not believe that such a person would fall with a bang all of a sudden, and her strength compared to the other royal princesses did not have an absolute advantage. In order to seize the opportunity, or even compete for that heavenly and earthly treasure, the lotus of water and fire, she had to rely on the power of Xiao Dust. The Jiao mysterious realm could only accommodate martial artists below the first level of martial general, and Xiao Dust had the strength to kill a half-step martial general in a second, so he could definitely walk sideways in the mysterious realm. The corner of Xiao Dust's mouth hooked into a cold smile. This woman's skin is really thicker than a city wall. Back then, when he fell from the clouds and became an invalid, this woman simply abandoned him without saying a word. Now that he had risen again, this woman wanted to come to him for favors again. Shame on you. Why should I help you? Xiao Chen turned to look at her with a cold gaze. Chapter 112, Blogs. We were childhood friends and you used to love me so much. Can you help me one more time? One last time. If I can't get the heavenly treasures in the Jiao mysterious realm this time, my position in the royal family will fall to pieces and I'll be miserable. Can you bear to see me suffer like this? Ye Qingxuan looked at Xiao Chuan with supplicating eyes, and there were already a few tears in her eyes. If it was the previous Xiao Chuan, he was absolutely heartbroken and held her firmly in the palm of his hand to pamper her. It's just that nowadays, seeing Ye Qingxuan's sadness, Xiao Chen's face was calm and his eyes were indifferent. You and I have long been strangers, so what does it matter to me if you fry or not? After saying that, he directly turned around and left with Jasmine. Only Ye Qingxuan, who was full of shock, was left alone in the same place, messing up in the wind. Gone? He's actually gone? Her acting was so on point that she even had tears in her eyes, and this asshole didn't even look at her more than once. He's changed. The old him wouldn't have done this to her. From afar, Elder Wu looked directly confused. It's not working out? Recruiting a buck-toothed teenager from Bear Head Village was just a matter of recruiting. With Ye Qingxuan's looks, shouldn't her identity be at hand? Why is there still talk of collapse? But that wasn't something he should be thinking about. What he has to do at this time is to show his loyalty. Princess, don't be too concerned. This Chen Xiao doesn't know what's good for him and refused your solicitation, so he'll definitely regret it in the future. Elder Wu slowly walked to Ye Qingxuan's side and advised in a low voice. Maybe, Ye Qingxuan nodded her head gently, and then, as if she had thought of something, she suddenly turned her head to look at Elder Wu, her eyes ghostly. Elder Wu, do you think that Elder Sacred Wasteland's prophecy could be wrong? Elder Wu froze at his words before his face changed drastically. Sacred Desolate Elder? The princess is referring to the fact that he said that Xiao Chuan would become an invalid? He was a bit confused and didn't understand how he was talking about Qin Xiao before, but the next moment, it was brought to Xiao Chen. Right. Ye Qingxuan slowly nodded her head, with a hint of hatred still in her eyes. Aren't you Xiao Duan a cow? Once you're 18, you become an invalid. I'll see how you can still be arrogant. A woman's heart is a needle in the bottom of the sea. A few moments ago, she felt that Xiao Chuan might not be ruined, but at this moment, because of her hatred, she was very hopeful that Xiao Chuan would be ruined. What she can't have, no one else can have. The Sacred Desolate Elder's battle prowess is heavenly. He is a godlike figure. If he says that Xiao Dust will be ruined, Xiao Dust will definitely be ruined. There's no way he can make a mistake. Wu Lao truthfully said what was on his mind. Ye Qingxuan nodded. The corner of her mouth hooked into a cold smile. One day, a day later, it was Xiao Chen's birthday. At that time, Xiao Chuan would become an invalid. At that time, she would see if Xiao Chen could still get his way. Without keeping Xiao Chen, Ye Qingxuan did not stay here for long, and soon brought Wu Lao to watch the battles in various rings at a rapid pace so that he could select talents. She's really short-staffed at the moment. With her beauty and status, there were a large number of people willing to work for her, only that there were not many who had the strength to do so. Elder Wu, do you think there are any useful talents among those people just now? Ye Qingxuan looked at Elder Wu. Elder Wu frowned. Barely. I can pick out one or two, but compared to that Qin Xiao, they are all quite a bit worse. I think it's better if I don't go talk to that Qin Xiao again and see if I can bring him on board. It's not necessary. A chill rose in Ye Qingxuan's eyes. Elder Wu sniffed in silence. Since Ye Qingxuan had said so, he no longer mentioned the matter of recruiting Qin Xiao. It was just that he still felt some pity in his heart. That Qin Xiao's battle prowess was amazing and really outstanding. If he could get his help, Ye Qingxuan would get a big boost this time when she went to the secret realm to fight for the chance. And the other side, Xiao Dust arrived at a vacant ring and leapt up to the stage to guard the ring. But after waiting for half a day, no one dared to challenge him. He had killed Zhu Qianquan in seconds earlier, displaying his super strength, and had already emboldened many people. With nothing else to do, Xiao Chen could only take the initiative to challenge others. However, these two people who were challenged by Xiao Chen, once they saw him coming up, they simply did not have the courage to answer the battle and directly chose to abstain. Just like that, Xiao Dust easily won 5 consecutive victories. Being unchallenged and overly bored, he and Jasmine sat under a large acacia tree and chatted in order to wait for the ring to end. Gongzi, the 9th princess is so beautiful and has a good temperament. It's obvious that she's also interested in you, so why did you reject it without turning your head back? Jasmine hesitated long enough to ask the question. In her opinion, Ye Qingxuan was perfect, so perfect that she was ashamed of herself. Silly girl, she is not as good as you think at all. Xiao Chen laughed. A color of remembrance gradually surfaced in his eyes. Back then, when I was born in the Jinbei King's mansion and possessed a natural kingly body, with thousands of halos converging on my body, it can be said that I was in the limelight for a while. The Xia Emperor valued me, and when I was 1 year old, he betrothed his favorite little princess, Ye Qingxuan, to me, and sent her to the Jinbei King's mansion to spend time with me, and I, with her, was a complete 2 youngsters. As you can see, she was stunningly beautiful and easygoing, so perfect in the eyes of outsiders that few people didn't like her, and I did too. All those years, I loved her to the bone, but she didn't give a damn about me. I clearly remember. Once, in the cold winter months, she asked me to go enjoy the snow. She forgot the time. I waited for her in the snow for a few hours. When she appeared, I was freezing, but she didn't care at all. Instead, she laughed at me for being a fool. There was also a time when I was traveling with her in a deserted mountain. She attracted a group of demonic beasts. I fought in blood and killed them for several hours, and was seriously injured before I managed to regain my life, while she fled on her own at the first sign of the incident. But all of this is nothing. The most heartbreaking is when I, in order to save Xiao Lingtian dantian broken, from the absolute heavenly pride reduced to a waste of time, most in need of her companionship and comfort, she did not say a word, directly moved back to the palace. Oh, this woman, kind on the surface, heart, but more ruthless than anyone. After hearing all this, do you still think she's good? When Xiao Chen finished, Jasmine was angry and heartbroken. Gongzi, you've had it so hard before. How could she do this to you? Xiao Chuan's expression was bland and incomparable as he smiled. Jasmine, the human heart is like the sea. It's hard to catch. So, don't love people easily. It's easy to get hurt. Jasmine's eyes reddened and she was just about to speak when she heard, not far away, the sound of gongs and drums. The Secret Realm Ring Tournament is over. Please the martial artists ranked within the top 100. Come here to receive the token to enter the Secret Realm. The old man named Guo Huai from the martial hall stood in the center of the square with his hands behind his back and announced loudly. And behind him, there stood a few martial palace guards who were constantly beating a gong. Most of the thousands of martial artists throughout the plaza were hanging their heads in shame because they hadn't made it into the top 100. The competition in this ring is so fierce. Only the strongest heavenly pride could stand out. Now I will begin to read the names, and those whose names are called, please come up and claim your token. The first one, Lu Qingfeng of the Lu family. The second one, Xiao Chen of the Zhu family. The third one, Su Badian of the Su family. Fourth, Guo Samuel swept a glance at the crowd and slowly opened his mouth. Those martial artists who had obtained the qualifications to receive the tokens, one by one walked onto the stage with a spring in their step. Xiao Dust waited for a moment. Suddenly something was wrong. I didn't hear his name until the list of 100 was about to be read out. He glanced up at Samuel Kwok and found him sneering at him. A hint of coldness flared under Xiao Dust's eyes. Chapter 113, Revealing the True Face. Soon, all the lists were reported. Xiao Dust didn't hear his name. In addition to Xiao Dust, there were two other loose cultivators who had entered the top 100 and were similarly not reported by name. Bucktooth, why isn't there a name for you? Future Blade Saint Su Boitian walked over and looked at Xiao Chen with a puzzled expression. This Xiao Dust had clearly won all 5 battles and had amazing strength, ranking even higher than him. It was logical that there must be a spot to enter the secret realm. I don't know. Xiao Chen shook his head and stared coldly at Guo Huai with a pair of eyes. Bucktooth, I don't suppose you didn't give him a gift? Su Bantian suddenly thought of something and his face changed slightly. A gift? I'm fighting for a spot in the ring based on my skills. Why do I need a gift? Xiao Dust frowned slightly. Deacon Gua. I obviously made it into the top 100. Why am I not on the list? And me? Two plainly dressed loose cultivator teenagers angrily came before Guo Huai and questioned loudly. Guo Samuel looked at the two coldly. I'm a deacon of the martial hall. Whoever I say has it has it. What are the two of you? And you dare to question it? The martial hall's position in the Grand Xiao was supreme. Even the Xiao royal family had to be courteous. The mighty sacred desolate elder desolate nameless was one of the several hall masters of the martial hall. Guo Huai was a deacon of the martial hall. Although in the martial hall, his status was not high, but after all, he represented the martial hall. Questioning Guo Huai was somehow equivalent to questioning the martial palace, and the temple of martial arts, which cannot be questioned. Guo Huai, isn't it just that we didn't give you a gift? Are you as much as to deprive us of our places? A loose cultivator teenager angrily pointed at Guo Huai. How dare you question the martial hall? Men, drag him down and cane him, Guo Samuel said angrily. Several ferocious martial hall martial artists immediately rushed over from the side, about to drag these two away. Get off me. The martial palace handles things unfairly. I'm not convinced. Those two loose cultivator teenagers roared madly. Although the two men had extraordinary hands, both of them were the 7th level of the apprentice realm's heavenly pride, but it was too strong for the martial palace martial artists. Both of them had the strength of the 8th level of the apprentice realm's heavenly strength. The two of them were not rivals at all, and they were soon knocked over on the ground, and were dragged down. Ah, spare me. I don't want the quota. Spare my life. Soon, miserable screams came from the two loose cultivator teenagers who were beaten to the skin. Asterisk 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 how dare this old thing be so rampant? No, Su Badian, can't just sit back and watch. Su Banshan's eyes were filled with rage, and he was just about to stand out and speak, but he was pulled back by the death by an old servant behind him with an appalling aura. Uncle Lu, what are you pulling me for? Su Bantian looked at the old servant. Young master, that's the martial hall deacon. My Su family can't afford to mess with him. The old servant stopped it with a look. Although he, the Su family, was considered a large family in desolate North City, he was not even a grasshopper in front of the martial palace. If Su Badian dares to intervene, Su Badian will be finished, and he is afraid that his Su family will also go up in smoke. But he's bullying people. Even Bucktooth's quota is going to be swallowed. Su Bantian had an indignant look on his face. Young master, this world is inherently weak and strong. He has his back to the martial palace and has the strength to do so. Even if he is bullying others with his power, there's nothing we can do about it. The old servant laughed bitterly. A bully? His own young master was still too young after all. Isn't it normal to bully others in this world today? The secret realm quota was so precious that a powerless casual cultivator like Chen Xiao would not be able to keep it. The interests behind this secret realm were too great and could determine the rise of a great family. And a teenager from the village like Chen Xiao would not be able to keep his place even if he got it. The miserable screams of the two loose cultivator teenagers continued to ring out, sobbing blood, and a moment later, the screams stopped and the two fainted to death. Deacon Gua. They fainted. Should we just beat them to death? A martial hall martial artist walked up to Guo Huai and respectfully said, when they wake up, continue to fight and kill them alive. I'll see who dares to question my martial palace in the future. Guo Huai was full of hostility. After he finished he turned his head to look at the crowd. His gaze was grim. This quota thing? It's settled. Can there be anyone who is not convinced? After he finished speaking, he even deliberately glanced at Xiao Chen. There were 3 people who were hacked out of their spots, except for those 2 casual teens. It's Xiao Duan. He was looking forward to Xiao Chen coming out to make trouble as well, so that he could use the opportunity to get him killed. Earlier, when he had lectured Xiao Chen, the other party had actually dared to talk back. A small apprentice realm casual cultivator. It's just treasonous. Seeing Xiao Chen's silence, a snicker appeared at the corner of his mouth. From a small place, you really don't have any balls. Don't even dare to say a word. Everyone in the arena noticed Guo Huai's gaze, and many people could not help but feel a trace of sympathy for Xiao Chen within their hearts. Misery. It's really too bad. Bear's Head Village was a small place with no, and could not produce a single martial artist for 800 years, and it was not easy to produce a Chen Xiao, who got the qualification to enter the secret realm, only to be hacked alive by Guo Samuel. At this time, Ye Qingxuan glanced at Xiao Dust, his brows furrowed slightly as he slowly stood out and arched his hand at Guo Samuel. Deacon Gua. I don't think this matter is proper. Since Chen Zhao's trio killed their way into the top 100 in the ring competition, they deserve to be qualified to enter the secret realm. He had wanted to come out and speak for a long time, but he had been hesitant to do so due to the power of the martial palace, and now that he saw Guo Huai being so arrogant, not only depriving Xiao Chen of the qualification to enter the secret realm, but also provoking him, he was really a bit unable to look at him. That is, where is the so-called fairness and impartiality of the martial hall? Su Bantian also stood out despite the old servant's obstruction. Mr. Lu, Mr. Su, are you guys trying to make an enemy out of me? With all due respect, although the Lu family and the Su family are powerful, the martial hall, do not place them in my eyes. Both of you, do not invite trouble for your respective clans. Guo Samuel glanced at the 2 men with a cold expression. This statement was made. The faces of everyone in the arena changed drastically. Bringing trouble to the family? This Guo Huai was actually tough to such an extent. You don't even care about the Lu and Su families anymore? This old thing is really arrogant. He still dares to say such words in desolate North City. The Lu family, the Su family sends out a random expert to kill him like a chicken. You're right. The Lu family, the Su family do all have the ability to kill this Guo Huai. But what about after this? How are they going to face the wrath of the martial palace? That's the martial palace. To exterminate the Lu family, the Su family, it's almost like crushing a mole cricket. So the martial hall can run roughshod over people? So Chen Xiao and the others deserve to be bullied and no one cares? Management? How? The weak and the strong are unchanging throughout the ages. If you want to blame it, you can only blame this Chen Xiao for being too weak. There was a lot of talk in the arena. Lord Deacon, my son is young and ignorant and was impulsive. Please forgive me. Mr. Deacon, Lord Deacon, I apologize to you on behalf of my son. Please spare my son once for the sake of my Lu family. Immediately, someone from the Su family and the Lu family stood out to make amends to Guo Huai, their faces pale and humble, kneeling on the ground, trembling. Just this once. Take them back, Guo Samuel said in a cold voice. Soon, the reluctant Su Bantian and Ye Qingxuan were brought down by the people from their respective clans. Daring to provoke Chen Xiao like this Guo Huai is going to be finished. In the crowd, Xu Qiankuan sighed softly. Young Zhu, what do you mean by that? Even the hallowed Lu family and the Su family suffered defeat in front of Guo Huai. What waves can a small casual cultivator, Chen Xiao, make? Some people don't understand. Xu Qiankuan didn't speak, but the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Scattered? This Chen Xiao is the disguised sword demon Xiao Chen. How could sword demon Xiao Chen be a casual cultivator? Besides, with Xiao Chen's temper and battle strength, there was no way he would eat this dumb loss. The good stuff is about to start. Chen Xiao, so many people are fighting for you. Do you have anything to say for yourself? I robbed you of your secret realm qualification. Do you harbor resentment in your heart? Guo Huai looked at Xiao Chen with a cold smile on his face. At this moment, Xiao Chen's appearance suddenly began to change. From an ugly and unpleasant buck-toothed man to a handsome young man with a face like a jade, and behind his back, a worn-out ancient sword slowly emerged. The teenager looked at Guo Huai coldly. His gaze was cold. A shocking sword chi surrounded his body, just like an absolute sword, making people not dare to look directly at him. Ancient sword in white. Xiao Dust. You're Xiao Duan. Guo Huai saw the appearance of the young man in front of him, as if he had seen the Shura of hell, and immediately lost his voice and exclaimed in shock. Xiao Chuan, the eldest son of the king of Zhenbei, was later expelled from the royal residence and worshipped a mysterious master as his teacher. Cultivation was growing by leaps and bounds in a single day, so it could be said that one could fly without flying. In a short period of time, he broke through several realms in a row, and at a young age, he has already reached the Sword Master realm. What was even more terrifying was that this person crossed the border like drinking water, and could kill a half-step martial general in seconds at the first level of Swordmaster. Who knows how deep his strength really goes? This Xiao Dust had a strong temperament and could not rub sand in his eyes. Today, he actually dared to provoke Xiao Dust and was afraid of extinction. Countless thoughts flashed through Guo Huai's mind, and right at that moment, an air sword was pressed against his brow. Now can I get my secret qualification? Xiao Chen looked at Guo Huai. Chapter 114, Cultivation. Dang, sure. You deserve it. Guo Huai hurriedly handed Xiao Chen a blue formation stone with trembling hands. Outside of the Jiao mysterious land, a boundary had been set up by the martial palace at the moment. When the Jiao mysterious realm opened 3 days later, one had to hold a formation stone sent by the martial hall in order to enter the secret realm. Xiao Chen received the formation stone and quietly punched a sword chi into Guo Huai's body to ensure that he would burst into flames within half a month before turning around and leaving with Jasmine. The secret realm will open soon. At this moment he does not want to tear his face with the martial arts hall. And this Guo Huai, he does not want to let go. He can only come up with this strategy. Seeing Xiao Chen's back gradually fading away, Guo Huai let out a long breath. This Xiao Chen's battle power was simply too terrifying. Just now, that chi sword was on top of his brow, and he felt like he couldn't move, and he didn't even have the power to resist a little bit. Even when he faced the elders of their desolate North City Martial Hall, his pressure had never been this high. It felt like, literally, a life hanging in the balance. It was really a pity that such a heavenly pride could not be used for their martial palace. Fortunately, there were less than 24 hours to go before Xiao Chen was about to turn 18 years old and would become an invalid. Asterisk 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 damn. Bucktooth brother is actually sword demon Xiao Chuan. No wonder he abused me like a chicken. Su Banshan's gaze stared at the direction Xiao Chen had disappeared in. His face stunned. He had been defeated by Xiao Chuan before, and was still skeptical of his own talent, doubting whether he could become a blade saint or not. But in this moment, he let go. Xiao Dust, a supreme genius who hasn't been seen in 10,000 years. There's no shame in losing to him. Lu Qingfeng was also shocked as he took out the summoning jade pendant that Xiao Chen had given him, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It turned out that he was the sword demon Xiao Chen. No wonder he said that in the future. When he encountered something he couldn't solve, he told himself to go to him. If it's a sword demon, nature has the power. Unfortunately, the sacred desolate elder had predicted that Xiao Chen would become an invalid when he reached the age of 18. This is true of all the heavenly jealousies in history. No one is an exception. A generation of heavenly pride fell. It is really regrettable. With Xiao Chen's departure, a farce ended, and the crowd in the desolate North Square gradually dispersed. Deacon, why didn't you keep him just now? My martial hall has never lost face like this. A martial hall martial artist looked at Guo Huai with a face full of resentment. It had never been only he, the martial hall, who had threatened others. No one had ever threatened the martial hall. Just now, Xiao Chuan's use of the chi sword against Guo Samuel's brow was no less than hitting his martial hall in the face. Keep him? Do you know his strength? Guo Huai looked at that martial hall martial artist without a good look. Keep the sword demon? What's on your mind? He is the existence of one person to suppress the group of demons and a single sword to cut down 1,000 armies. We can call someone. That martial hall martial artist was unconvinced. Call out? How fast is his sword? And under his sword, you have a chance to call out? Samuel Kuo glared at him. So that's it? Forget it? How is that possible? He's going to be an invalid soon, and when the time comes, there'll be plenty of chances to get him. Now let him bounce around for 2 more days. Let's go. Take the secret realm relic to the Zhu family and exchange it for money. Guo Huai's eyes narrowed slightly as he turned around with a group of martial artists and headed towards the Zhu family. Xiao Chen's token was taken away by him, but the 2 loose cultivator teenagers were still in his hands. The Zhu family offered a big price for the token. He's got to go to Zhu's to trade. In the meantime, Xiao Chen led Jasmine on the road to the inn. At this point, he used his original face. He had originally wanted to use the identity of Chen Xiao to enter the secret realm, but for one, his identity had already been recognized by Ye Qingxuan, so there was no point in pretending anymore. Secondly, Guo Huai this old thing wanted to hack his secret realm token. At this moment, he couldn't turn his back on the martial palace and kill this old thing, so he had to reveal his identity and deter that old guy so that he could get the token back. So, he simply stopped pretending. Anyway, because of the sacred desolate elder's prophecy, everyone in the whole world thought that in a little while, he was about to become an invalid. He could just use this as a disguise. Jasmine, do you know why I didn't save those two casual teenagers just now? Xiao Dust suddenly looked at Jasmine. Molly doesn't know. Are they both bad people? Jasmine blinked. No, it's that even if I made a move to save them just now, as soon as I leave, the tokens on them will immediately be snatched away again. The pipsqueak is not guilty of harboring a treasure. Do you understand? Without enough strength, you can't guard the treasure. Xiao Dust explained. Jasmine thoughtfully nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice, her eyes gradually firming up. Jasmine remembers. Jasmine also wants to become strong. That way she can protect Gongzi. Okay, I'll wait for my Molly to become a Jedi and then protect me. Xiao Dust smiled and looked at Jasmine, and there seemed to be starlight shattering in her eyes. Jasmine nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps no one could have imagined that because of Xiao Chen's casual remark, the soft and lovely Jasmine would become the chilling Yellow Springs Empress in the coming days. Soon, Xiao Chen led Jasmine into an inn. Nowadays, Xiao Chen's reputation was too loud, and as soon as he entered the inn, there were many people pointing and talking, and Xiao Chen didn't care at all. Ordered some food, asked for 2 rooms, took Jasmine to finish her meal and started to go upstairs to rest. He wanted the best heavenly room, not only spacious and comfortable, and there are formations to isolate the outside noise. The service is quite thoughtful. The only drawback is expensive, a night of 2 rooms to 30 taels of silver, so that the meticulous Jasmine's heart aches. However, Xiao Chen wanted to cultivate, so he did not want to be disturbed by the outside world, so he could only choose the heavenly room. After entering the room, Jasmine thoughtfully tidied up the room for Sha Duan and carefully wiped the entire room with a white cloth until not a single speck of dust could be seen anymore before she returned to her own room with satisfaction. And Xiao Chen also had the rare time to enter a state of cultivation. This trip to the secret realm was extremely perilous. Not only were there all kinds of ancient beasts with terrifying strength inside, the people from the demon god hall would also enter, plus the human race's internal trickery and competition with each other. The competition could be said to be extremely fierce. Not to mention that his target was the most heaven-defying water in Fire Lotus in the secret realm. Even if it was a heavenly treasure that was much worse than the water in Fire Lotus, a large number of people would not want to grab it. In the secret realm, the strongest strength was the first level of the general realm. If he uses the Swire True Devil, naturally can suppress everything, but the side effects of the Swire True Devil are also very obvious. The weakness period is very long, and in the Jiao mystery realm where everywhere is dangerous, a second of weakness can be fatal, not to mention a full 2 sincerity. Therefore, he had already made up his mind to not use the Swift True Devil if he could in the secret realm. It's too dangerous. Then without using the ancient True Demon, his strength could merely be invincible under the martial general realm. Such strength was actually very strong, and in the secret realm, one could almost walk sideways, but it's not enough to take the water in Fire Lotus. He had received news that the Sacred Desolate Academy would send a supreme talent of the first level of martial general to enter the secret realm to seize the water in Fire Lotus for Xiao Lingtian and reshape his physical body. As for the evil Jiao guarding the water in Fire Lotus, its strength was unknown, but he guessed that it would not be weaker than a demon general. So, he wants to capture the water and Fire Lotus. One must have the strength to defeat a general realm first level expert. To make it this far, he still needs to improve his strength. And so, he intended to cultivate the first killing move in the first volume of the reverse heavenly demon slaying technique, one sword ascending to immortality. Although killing moves were not as good as sword techniques, they could also enhance a martial artist's combat power to a great extent. If he could practice this sword ascension, it would be enough to defeat an expert of the first heavenly realm of the general realm. How long does it take for the system to cultivate one sword to immortality to the introductory level? As fast as a month, as slow as a year. It all depends on enlightenment. So long? Xiao Dust froze. He had thought that 3 days would have been enough time to get started, but he hadn't realized that the fastest would be a month. But with things having come to this, he had no other choice, and directly began to cultivate. With a movement of his divine thoughts, Xiao Chuan directly appeared under a large starry sky, and there was a silhouette of a blood-armored teenager that was standing there waiting. The blood-armor young man has a straight figure, a clear face, but his eyes are haunted by a trace of melancholy, as if there is something that cannot be dissolved in the heart, has been held in the heart. This teenager was none other than a silhouette left behind by the demon-destroying sword god Ye Qingxuan 10,000 years ago. Ye Qingxuan's power is amazing. Just standing there, there has been a heavenly collapse. Destroying the stars and destroying the moon's visions are constantly born and extinguished. Seeing Xiao Chuan arrive, he turned his head to look over, a divine might permeating his eyes as he said in a cold voice, "I am the sword god. Why don't you kneel when you see me?" Chapter 115, Worshipping Ji Wushu. When he was enveloped by Ji Wuhan's gaze, Xiao Chen's body shook and he felt that his soul was trembling and was about to collapse. So strong. Xiao Dust was secretly surprised in his heart. Just a mere shadow left behind 10,000 years ago was actually this powerful? If the real body was here, wouldn't a mere glance cause his soul to be scattered? Under that terrifying pressure, Xiao Chuan's figure began to bend, gradually unable to remain upright. Posterity, since you cultivate my gongfu, you should kneel to me. Ji Wusun spoke again, a flash of ghostly light in his eyes. Boom! The pressure Xiao Chuan endured suddenly increased, and his entire body was heavily pressed down, his knees bending as he looked about to kneel down. But just then, Xiao Chuan fiercely gritted his teeth and a shocking sword chi immediately rushed out from his body before he began to slowly straighten his body. Sword! Go forward! Sword! Rather than bend. I am a sword cultivator, and in this life, I will not fear heaven and earth, or ghosts and gods, in heaven and on earth. I am the only one. Xiao Dust's eyes were crimson as he spoke out word for word against the immense pressure. He had already used all his strength, but the pressure Ji Wuxian gave him was too great, and he could only straighten his body a little bit at an extremely slow speed. Seeing that Xiao Dust could barely stabilize his body under his might, a trace of surprise flashed in Ji Wuxian's eyes, but this trace of surprise quickly turned into coldness as he looked at Xiao Dust, his gaze indifferent as if looking at a mole cricket. If the enemy is so strong that he can easily crush you, what are you going to do? Without strength, an empty backbone is foolish. Ji Wuxian's voice was like the voice of the great Tao, without a trace of emotion, so cold that it sent chills down one's spine. The next breath, the pressure on Xiao Chuan's body doubled again, an irresistible force, ruthlessly pressed down, like a heavy hammer smashed into Xiao Chuan's body. His legs kept trembling, a mouthful of silver teeth almost gritted, his eyes were already full of blood, his knees kept bending, and he looked like he was about to touch the ground. Even though Xiao Chuan fought to the death and had used all his strength, but how can mortals fight against the gods? Not to mention that in front of Xiao Chuan was the demon-destroying sword god who had superior battle prowess even amongst the gods. Can't we just give in? A trace of powerlessness suddenly surfaced in Xiao Chen's heart, eyes gray, but in the next moment, a strong wave of unwillingness suddenly surged through his heart. Not willingly, I'm not willing, so what if you're the god of swords? Who am I to kneel to you? Read about it. A shocking sword intent suddenly erupted from Xiao Chuan's body, directly breaking through the layers of pressure enveloping him. It's like, smash the doom and bloom. This was the infinite sword intent that Xiao Chuan had comprehended. Heaven and earth have no limits. The sword breaks the dry land. Thousands of disasters. Gods and devils of the heavens. I own. A sword chop. Boom. Right at this moment, Xiao Chuan's gaze suddenly lit up, brilliant as a star, and he released Dao sword chi around his body, which was harsh and appalling. The sword god's mighty pressure that enveloped him was like a spider's web cracking inch by inch at this moment, and then completely shattered and turned into nothingness. Next moment, Xiao Chuan's bent figure suddenly straightened up, reaching back and pulling out the long sword behind his back as he pointed it at the sword god, angrily saying, so what if it's a god? I, Xiao Chuan, will not kneel even if I see a god. Ji Wusan looked at Xiao Chen. The coldness in his eyes gradually dissipated and a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Good. You are very good. Better than any of my other heirs over the past 10,000 years. Xiao Chuan froze, and then instantly understood. Are you testing me? Ji Wusan nodded slowly. Sword cultivators, you have to have a courageous heart. So what if it's a god or a demon? Fearless as usual. If you fear the gods, how can you become a god? I have left this shadow behind to teach my techniques for 10,000 years, and no one has dared to see me without kneeling. You are the only one who not only doesn't kneel, but also dares to strike your sword at me. I'm so relieved. Xiao Chuan nodded. So that's how it is. Senior sword god is well-intentioned. The human race is weak and has been killed by the demon race so much that they can't even lift their heads. I have always hoped that the human race could produce a genius to lead the human race out of the darkness. It's a pity that after 10,000 years of waiting, there is no one who can fulfill this role. Now, your appearance may bring a ray of light to the future of the human race. Will you fight for the human race? Ji Wusan looked at Xiao Chen with a deep gaze. His entire family of relatives were exterminated by the demon race, and he grew up hating the demon race to the bone and pitying the misfortune of the human race. In his life, he has not slacked off for a day, all the time not thinking of exterminating the demon race, for the human race to kill a clear sky. It was a pity that even though he was amazingly talented, he could not help that the demon race was too strong, and he had not been able to lead the human race to kill off the demon race until he ascended to the divine realm. 10,000 years have passed. The human race is getting weaker and weaker. The demon race, on the other hand, is getting stronger and stronger. 10,000 years since, although the human race had produced some heavenly pride, However, none of them had reached that height that Ji Wuyo had reached back then. Now that the demon race is about to launch a general attack, the crisis of the human race has arrived. The human race desperately needed a second demon-destroying sword god to go and lead the human race to save the day. Original. Ji Wuhuan had been disappointed. However, Xiao Chen's appearance allowed him to see a glimmer of hope again. Not much though, but it is invaluable. Looking at Ji Wuxian's expectant eyes, Xiao Chen suddenly felt that the burden on his body was a few points heavier, took a deep breath, and said with a straight face, "Don't worry, senior. If I don't die, I will not let the demon race cross half a step in front of me." Good. Very good. I have a sword pill here. I will gift it to you today. Crush it and you can summon one of my doppelgangers. The doppelganger can't survive for a long time. It will disappear in a quarter of an hour. If there is a life and death crisis, you can crush it and my doppelganger will protect you. It's a pity that I won't be able to stay by your side and watch you lead the human race back to glory. Ji Wuxian handed Xiao Chen a blood-colored sword pill with a hint of melancholy in his eyes. His true body had already gone to the divine realm, and this earthly doppelganger could only remain in the reverse heavenly demon slaying technique forever. It was so hard to meet a supreme sword sapling, but he couldn't protect him all the way to grow up, which was a real pity. Thank you, Elder. Xiao Chuan received the red sword pill that looked like it had no visible breath with slightly trembling hands, and his heart was overwhelmed with excitement. A detachment of the demon-destroying sword god. How strong would that have to be? He couldn't even imagine it. The demon-destroying sword god was the strongest sword god the human race had ever seen. Ever since he started practicing the sword, he has been invincible and has never lost a battle. His detachment, I'm afraid, is capable of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Will you call me master? If you can ascend to the divine realm in another day, we may still have the day to meet. Ji Wuxian looked at Xiao Chen with a hint of expectation hidden in his eyes. Master is above. Please accept my disciple's obeisance. Xiao Chen rushed towards Ji Wuxian and bowed deeply. A sword cultivator never kneels when he worships his master. Take this bow, even if you've performed the rite of worship. From then on, Xiao Chen was Ji Wuxian's disciple. If he were to ascend to the divine realm in the future, he would be considered a great backer. Good, good, good. Rise up, my disciple. It pleases my heart to accept you as my disciple today. A smile appeared on Ji Wulian's face. Master, would you be so kind as to pass on a sword to ascend to immortality? Xiao Dust did not forget the purpose of coming in this place. Naturally, Ji Wuhuan nodded. Master, how long will it take me to cultivate this killing move? Will it take at least a month? Xiao Dust looked toward Ji Wuxian. Ji Wuxian shook his head. To the next person, it's true, but you're different. Xiao Chen froze. What is the explanation for this? Chapter 116, Retaliation by the Palace of Martial Arts. Sword stance is the form. Sword intent is the reality. Sword stance is driven by sword intent. You have already realized the sword intent. When you cultivate it, naturally you will get twice the result with half the effort. In 3 days, you will surely be able to cultivate the one sword ascension. Ji Wuhuan explained with a smile. Xiao Dust was delighted at his words. 3 days. That means in time to cultivate it before entering the secret realm. Earlier, when the system said that it would take at least a month to cultivate, he was a bit disappointed. But now, the peak was turned around. Master, can you start teaching me? Xiao Dust wanted to seize the opportunity to cultivate. Yes, one sword to the immortal was realized in a dream when I was 15 years old, with the intention of stepping into the sky with a sword. I'll demonstrate it for you once. You have the sword intent in your body. You should be able to comprehend it very quickly. Having said that, Ji Wuxian's body transformed into thunder and suddenly disappeared in place, transforming into a sword light that shot straight into the sky. The void crumbled. Heaven and earth changed color. Endless thunder suddenly surged in the starry sky. In the blink of an eye, Ji Wuxian had already stepped into the sky. The sword was majestic and unstoppable. In the next breath, he swooped down, his sword like a long dragon, like a meteor falling, and stabbed the ground hard. Click! The ground instantly crumbled apart, and a crack as wide as 100 meters appeared, extending all the way to 1,000 meters away before slowly stopping. The power is amazing. Xiao Dust looked dumbfounded. This sword is simply divine. It felt somewhat similar to a palm technique that fell from the sky in a certain novel in his previous life, but more powerful. There's still a bit of immortality to it. This sword is to ascend to the heavens with the body of a mortal. Do you understand? Ji Wuxian stood with his sword and looked towards Xiao Chen with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. On the path of sword cultivation, in order to go a long way, the most important thing was to rely on enlightenment. Xiao Chen was satisfied that he possessed an unyielding sword heart, but I just don't know how perceptive it is. Xiao Chuan was in a trance, still immersed in the shock of that sword from before, and ignored Ji Wuyo's words. Looking a bit dull, Ji Wuhuan shook his head slightly. A hint of disappointment swept across the bottom of his eyes. Frozen? Seems a bit poorly realized. Yet the next moment, Xiao Chuan's eyes lit up abruptly, like starlight shattering, then he suddenly rushed up to the sky, holding his sword towards the sky, and the starry sky was filled with a succession of visions for a split second, and then he descended from the sky, blasting his sword towards the ground. After the sword, there was no horrifying scene of the earth cracking open 1,000 meters before, but only a large pit with a diameter of 10 meters was blown open. Senior, what's going on? Why is the power of my sword so much worse compared to what you had before? Is there something wrong? Xiao Dust stood in front of the large pit, and it was hard to hide the loss in his eyes. Ji Wuxuan, however, had a trace of shock on her face. Only read it once. I can't believe you just learned that? Not only learned, and rehearsed to this extent? This son's enlightenment is unbelievable. Master, have I let you down? Xiao Dust looked toward Ji Wuxian. No, you're doing great. Much better than I expected. Ji Wuxia smiled, a hint of relief in the bottom of his eyes. But I saw that sword of yours before. It was so powerful that it had the momentum of the sky crumbling into the earth. While I was much worse, the first time you perform it, the power is inevitably insufficient. You will naturally improve after practicing for some more days. Ji Wuhuan spoke in a warm voice. If the people of the divine realm were to see that the always cold and ruthless Ji Wuhan was actually so kind and amiable as Xiao Chen, they would definitely be shocked out of their wits. Good. Disciple will definitely practice diligently. Xiao Dust nodded his head and quickly entered cultivation once again. Cultivation is boring. Xiao Dust repeated one sword ascension over and over again, constantly refining the mood and moves. The sword stance is both intentional and formal. Only when both were practiced to the fullest could the sword moves be utilized to their fullest power. Xiao Chuan practiced his sword moves over and over again. Ji Wusen watched from the sidelines, and when he saw that Xiao Chuan was making rapid progress, practicing the one sword ascension to immortality more and more purely, a smile appeared in his eyes. He has been crossing the world for tens of thousands of years, and his life has been majestic and not weak. The only thing that's missing is an heir apparent who can greenlight it. He also had a few disciples under him. Each one of them is described as amazingly talented, and they have overwhelmed an era. But there is no one like him. Now that he had encountered Xiao Chen, he had seen a glimmer of hope. Just like this, Xiao Chen practiced his sword stance over and over again. Time passes. Soon 2.5 days passed. Under the deliberate propaganda of the Sacred Desolate Academy, the news that Xiao Chen had become an invalid spread throughout the entire daxia, and for a while it became a hot topic for people to talk about after tea. This Xiao Dust was arrogant and domineering before on the basis of having a few cultivation points, and didn't put anyone in his eyes, but now it's completely ruined. That's right, the maniacs have their own heavenly acceptance. Even the Jinbei guards who had escorted them had the heart to wipe out all of them. This person's heart is too ruthless. But he resisted the demon race before and is a hero of the human race. A human hero? It's just claptrap. Thinking of the limelight, the walls are falling down. As soon as the news of Xiao Chen becoming an invalid spread, countless people scoffed at him. Once, Xiao Chen shone like a star in the sky, and they could only fear and look up. Now that they had ruthlessly stepped on a genius that had once been out of their reach, they felt unusually unrestrained. Since the sacred desolate elder had been standing on the clouds, almost no one had doubts about his words. And everyone was convinced that sword demon Xiao Chen had fallen. Jinbei City Martial Hall. A room. Deacon Gua. I've inquired clearly. Xiao Chen and his maid are staying in the Junbei Inn's heavenly room. Xiao Chen hasn't come out since he entered the room. It's been almost 3 days. Now that Xiao Chen has become an invalid, just like a bereaved dog, it's time for us to go and settle the score with him, isn't it? A martial hall attendant stood beside Gua Samuel, his tone morose. Ever since that day in the desolate North Square, Xiao Chuan had pointed his chi sword at Guo Huai's brow and forcefully asked for the formation stone. These people of the martial hall were holding their breath in their hearts. Their martial palace had been rampaging for many years, and no one had ever dared to be so rude to them. Only, at that time, they did not dare to act rashly due to Xiao Chen's incredible battle power. Now, Xiao Duan is wasted. It's only natural for them to seek revenge. Hiding? It seems that he also knows that he's in crisis now, and wants to utilize the power of Junbei Inn to ensure his safety. Only, does he think that I can't do anything about him? Go to the Junbei Inn. Samuel Kwok sneered. Junbei Inn had some energy behind it, and it was rumored that the owner behind the scenes had friendships with some of the bigwigs in the martial palace, so if he went in to arrest someone rashly, he might get into trouble. So they planned to capture the little maid beside Xiao Chen and lure him out. They had already snooped around and found out that the little maid would go out every day to purchase some fresh fruits and vegetables for Xiao Chuan, and as soon as she went out, the people they had ambushed outside the inn would take her down and bring her to a nearby deserted mountain. At that time, If Xiao Chen dared to come, his head would be ripped off. In the meantime, Jasmine, who was unaware of the danger that had befallen her, was picking out Xiao Chen's favorite spirit fruits at a fruit and vegetable store near the inn. Xiao Chuan had been cultivating very hard these past few days, meditating with his eyes closed all day, and occasionally when he was awake, he wanted to eat some spirit fruits to relieve his fatigue. The spirit fruit at the inn was expensive and not fresh. In order for Xiao Chen to eat delicious spirit fruits, she had to go out and purchase them every day. She's very resourceful. Only pick at the fruit stand near the inn. Buy and go. This will minimize the danger. Only that the two martial hall attendants had been waiting nearby for a long time, and today, as soon as she went out and came to the fruit stall, two menacing men surrounded her. What are you doing? Jasmine backed away warily. Xiao Chen has offended our martial hall, and now we would like to ask the girl to come with us. One man sneered. Jasmine sniffed in shock and turned to run. However, as soon as she moved, a dagger was pressed against her waist. For a mere maid to try to escape in front of the two of us is simply foolish. I advise you to obediently cooperate with us and lure out Xiao Chen. That way you might still be able to leave alive. There's no need for you to fight for your life when you're a maid with a meager salary. Is there? A martial hall attendant sneered. They had investigated long ago, and this maid was only recently collected by Xiao Dust from Bear Head Village. A country girl. A casual scare should make you honest. Jasmine's body froze. A fear flashed in her eyes, but she didn't give in and said in a trembling voice through clenched teeth, "Trying to use me to threaten His Excellency. Don't even think about it." That martial palace attendant froze and his eyes grew cold. Seek death. Right at this moment, Jasmine seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly her eyes turned. You guys were afraid of Gongzi dying before. Why do you suddenly dare to come and retaliate today? Did you call for help? Ha ha, helpers? Are you kidding me? If it was the Xiao Chen of the past, it was indeed terrifying, and I wouldn't dare to seek revenge on him even if I had 10 guts. But nowadays, he's already become an invalid. We can destroy him with a single hand, so why do we need any help? The two martial hall attendants laughed out loud, the contempt under their eyes undisguised. This girl is just too funny. Aren't the two of them enough for an invalid? Still need help? Jasmine's heart was clear. It seemed that they didn't know that not only was Gongzi not wasted, but he was even stronger. When His Excellency shows up, he'll be able to beat these assholes to death. Don't touch me. I'm coming with you. With this in mind, a hint of cunning flashed in Jasmine's eyes and she suddenly cooperated. Ha ha, count on you to know what you're doing. You take her to the nearby barren mountains. I'll wait for Xiao Chen here. Yes. The two martial hall attendants exchanged a few words, and one of them escorted Jasmine away with a dagger in hand, while the other stood in front of the inn with a flourish, pulling out a spirit fruit from his pocket and nibbling on it. A few moments later, Xiao Chuan happened to have practiced one sword to immortality to the introductory level and returned to reality after bidding farewell to Ji Wusen. And just as he wanted to share the good news with Jasmine with a face of joy, he suddenly realized that Jasmine had disappeared. He grimaced. This time, Jasmine should have come to give her the spirit fruit by now. How come there's no one? Is it in some kind of danger? Thinking of this, he hurriedly went downstairs to inquire about the store assistant and learned that Jasmine had just gone to the spirit fruit stall on the side. He rushed to it. That martial hall attendant was waiting in front of the stall, and when he saw Xiao Chuan, he immediately laughed coldly and teased. Yo, isn't this the famous sword demon Xiao Chuan? Why are you in such a hurry? Wouldn't you have lost your little maid? Chapter 117, If There Is an Afterlife. You guys got Molly? Xiao Dust looked towards that martial hall attendant. That's right. Dare you take a walk with me to the barren mountains behind us? I advise you that you'd better decide quickly. Your little maid is good looking. Go late and Deacon Guomite. He he he. The martial temple attendant laughed sardonically. Xiao Chuan's gaze was slightly chilled, and a smear of killing intent surged under his eyes. If you dare to hurt her in the slightest, I will exterminate your entire clan, and the martial hall will not even be able to protect you. Sure enough, it's that old dog Samuel Kwok. Earlier in the desolate North Square, he had wanted to kill this old dog. However, there were too many people at the scene, so he could only punch a sword chi into him, intending to get him killed later on. But he didn't expect that this dog would live long enough to come and find trouble with him. Do you really think he's lost all his cultivation and has become an invalid? What? Kill our whole family? With you, an invalid who has lost all his cultivation? The martial temple attendant snorted. He thought Xiao Chen was crazy. All have lost their cultivation. You're still playing the big tail here. Who are you scaring? Let's go. To the barren mountains. Xiao Dust was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and let him lead the way in front as the two of them rushed at full speed towards the barren mountains behind the city. AI. This Xiao Chen is finished. Taken away by the people of the martial hall. I'm afraid it will be hard to come back. Who told him to be so bold that he dared to offend even the people of the martial hall? There's nothing to sympathize with. There's nothing to sympathize with. The crowd of onlookers watched Xiao Chen's distant figure and murmured. They knew that since today, Xiao Chen's legend was over. It was once glorious and incredibly short-lived. But to them, it was just a casual conversation piece that they could bring up on occasion, and wouldn't pay much attention to it. Nowadays, in this world, the people are not happy, and it's hard enough to keep from starving to death. So how can they have time to care about other people? In the meantime, Jasmine had been brought to a barren mountain where Guohuai several people were waiting. This barren mountain was called Dead Heart Mountain, and because of the soil quality, not an inch of grass grew all year round, and it was a bare patch, rarely visited by people. Many wicked people regard this place as a good place to kill people and get away with it. As a result, a number of people's bones are buried on this hill. Guohuai let someone bring Xiao Duan here to kill him. Firstly, because of the image of the martial palace, and secondly, because he was concerned about the Zhenbei royal palace. The martial palace had always prided itself on fairness and justice, and although in private, there was no shortage of dirty deeds, in front of the public, it would still be restrained. And Xiao Dust was the eldest son of the Zhenbei king. Although it was said that he had been expelled from the family, killing Xiao Dust in the city was still a bit of a disgrace. Therefore, Guohuai set the killing place in the uninhabited Kushan mountain, where he could do whatever he wanted. After killing a person, directly dig a hole on the ground and bury it. No one knows that he had killed someone here. Xiao Dust dared to treat him that way that day, and he must, today, torture him to death bit by bit. Deacon Gua, the person has been brought to you. The martial hall attendant bowed with a respectful face. Guohuai nodded. His gaze then fell on Jasmine. A hint of desire flashed in his eyes. Is this that Xiao Chen's maid? Looks quite watery. Ha ha. The old man likes it. At that time, there were too many people in the desolate North Square, and he didn't look carefully, but now that he looks at it, this Xiao Chuan's little maid looks really pure and lovely, and I feel sorry for her when I see her, and he has a great skill to see if a woman is a chick. The young girl in front of me had straight and tight legs. At first glance, he had not yet enjoyed the pleasure of cloud and rain, and still had a clean body. His heart was on fire at the thought, and he felt lucky. I didn't expect this Xiao Chen to be a waste, not eating the fat meat in his mouth. Today, instead, it was cheaper for him. What are you doing? Don't look at me like that. Jasmine was stared at by Samuel Kwok. The other man's eyes were glowing with lust, just like a hungry wolf that wanted to eat her up. She didn't understand how the other man could still think that way about her when he was old enough to be her grandfather. Girl, what are you afraid of? It's your good fortune that Deacon Gua has taken a liking to you. How many women can accompany our deacon? But our deacon still can't look at them. As long as you put your heart and soul into serving our deacon well, you will enjoy endless glory and wealth in the future. Isn't this 100 times better than being a maid by Xiao Chen's side? On the side, a martial hall attendant said with a strange smile. Jasmine hurriedly took 2 steps back and refused. I don't need it. I just want to be a maid by the side of Gongzi and serve him well for the rest of my life. What kind of glory and wealth? I don't care. After saying that, she turned to escape. She had thought that the other party just wanted to hold her as a hostage, but now it seems that Guohuai, that old thing, even wanted to bat her body. There was only one person in her heart, Xiao Chen. How could she let others get their hands on her innocent body? That martial palace attendant hurriedly stopped her. His face grim. Stinky girl, stop right there. Can you walk? Can you walk? The other guy had a knife in his hand. Molly was forced back. Several martial hall attendants surrounded her with a bad smile on their faces, their mouths spewing obscenities. Sister, don't go. Play with our Deacon Gua. That's right. Don't you look at our Deacon Gua's age. But actually, he's old and strong, and he's very vigorous. That's right. It's your first time. I don't know if you can bear Deacon Gua's favor. Last time there was a fledgling who was directly played by Deacon Gua until he broke. It can't be helped. Who told Deacon Gua to be as fierce as a tiger? A man should be like Deacon Gua. Jasmine, a girl out of the village, never had emotional experience, clean as a white sheet of paper. Where to see this kind of formation? Suddenly scared face pale. At this time, Guohuai walked over, along with a group of martial hall attendants and lightly reprimanded. What are you doing? Do you want to scare the girl? Why don't you get the hell out of my way? Although his mouth was reprimanding, there was a smile in the bottom of his eyes. Not much of a real reproach. It's their usual trick to force young girls. One side sings red, the other white. The valet is the bad guy. And when the young girl is scared to death, Samuel Kwok comes out to relieve the young girl. In the midst of despair, a person suddenly came out in solidarity. And like the only light in the darkness, the young girl easily threw herself into Guohuai's arms and let him play with her. Only, those young girls wouldn't even think that Guohuai was the mastermind behind all of this. The biggest devil of all. Yes, oops, Deacon Gua. You're so kind-hearted. actually treating a maid so well. That's right, girl, why don't you thank our deacon? If it wasn't for him coming out to speak for you, I wouldn't have had to slash your face a few times today. Seeing Guo Samuel's words, a group of martial hall attendants tacitly retreated backward, leaving space for Guo Samuel. Jasmine wasn't one of those simple-minded ignorant girls, and saw Guo Huai's ruse at a glance. Her delicate body trembled lightly as she backed up, pointing at Guo Huai who was slowly approaching. Stop, don't come over. Guo Huai's face changed, directly revealing his original face. Carping, stinky girl, I didn't expect to be seen through by you. Then the old man can only use the strong one. If you dare to touch me, my son will definitely not let you go. Jasmine was getting more and more alarmed and could only move out Xiao Chen. However, upon hearing Xiao Chuan's name, not only did the crowd of the martial hall not panic, but instead, as if they had heard a heavenly joke, they let out a burst of laughter. Ha ha ha, silly girl, are you going to laugh us to death? Xiao Chuan? He's already an invalid. How can he still be rude to us? That's right, and besides, he should be on his way at this moment, and will soon be here to die with you. What can a dying man do to us? Can't he turn into a ghost and haunt us? Samuel Kwok is also thinking that Jasmine is out of her mind. But that wasn't the point he cared about. He cared about Jasmine's body. All of you stay away. A few martial hall attendants immediately understood and nimbly turned around to leave, and one of them spread a thick blanket of animal fur on the ground before retreating. Girl, now that no one is around, let's have a 300-round battle. Old me will let you taste what it's like to be a woman today. With that, his eyes flashed with a lustful light as he slowly pressed forward towards Jasmine. Jasmine kept retreating, but gradually, there was no way for her to retreat, because behind her, there was already a 10,000-foot cliff. Please, please, let me go. I'm just a girl from the village. I don't deserve you. Jasmine was in despair and began to beg. Tears, like a pearl, kept slipping down her cheeks. Spare you? There is no reason not to eat the meat that comes to your mouth? Do you think Lao Fu is a waste like Xiao Chen? Guo Huai had an evil smile on his face. Jasmine, with all her thoughts, turned to face the cliff, her eyes sad. Sir, Jasmine can't be with you anymore. If it's meant to be, I'll see you in the next life. The moment. She was a little dismayed. It's not that I can't spare this life. Rather, he couldn't let go of Xiao Chen. Meeting Xiao Chen was the greatest fortune of her life. She really wanted to be by his side all the time, even if it was just to watch him silently. Pity. She doesn't stand a chance. If there is an afterlife, may she be of noble birth and worthy of His Excellency's great splendor. Molly moved forward on her toes. Then he was going to jump off. Just then, two figures suddenly appeared not far from her. Guo Huai, how dare you have the audacity to bully me? Jasmine? A voice as cold as ice suddenly rang out, but it was like heavenly music in Jasmine's ears. Duke! Jasmine's face lit up with joy and she quickly turned her head to look. Chapter 118, When Wanrong's Arrival. The people of the martial hall were all stunned. Xiao Duan? This punk is actually here? Guo Huai's eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed under his eyes. Xiao Chen? You actually have the guts to come? Immediately afterward, he directly said, someone come and break this punk's legs. Today he is emboldened. Xiao Dust's body was completely devoid of breath. Not a bit of chi and blood power could be seen, so it seemed that he was truly wasted. Lord Sword Demon. I'm sorry. The martial hall attendant closest to Xiao Chuan immediately laughed as he walked toward Xiao Chuan and viciously kicked toward Xiao Chuan's left leg. He was at the 4th level of the apprentice realm, and the strength of this kick exceeded 600 pounds. An ordinary person would definitely be kicked to the bone. However, when he actually kicked Xiao Chuan's leg, it felt like he had kicked onto a piece of 1,000-year-old shin iron, and while the latter was fine, his leg clicked and broke directly. Ah! He screamed miserably and fell to the ground rolling around in direct pain. The crowd of people from the martial hall took a look and realized that his leg bones were actually completely broken, turning into a bizarre right-angle shape, with morose white bones poking out, dripping with blood. You still have your cultivation? The crowd felt their livers and guts split, as if they had seen a hellish Shura, and looked at Xiao Chen in horror. What the is going on here? Didn't that sacred wasteland old man say that Xiao Chen was wasted? How can you still be so powerful? Who told you that my cultivation is gone? Xiao Chuan casually waved out a sword chi and sliced off the head of the martial hall attendant who was rolling on the ground, kicked it to pieces, and walked towards Guo Huai. Young Dust, forgive me. Misunderstanding. Guo Huai was so scared that his scalp went numb. Misunderstanding? You arrested Jasmine and brought me here. A misunderstanding? You dare to touch my people. You've got a lot of guts. Xiao Dust walked slowly, his gaze slightly cold and murderous. Stop. We're from the martial hall. If you kill us, you'll be making an enemy of the martial hall. You can't afford this consequence. At this time, A martial hall attendant was in a hurry and tried to use his identity to pressure Xiao Chen. He believed that Xiao Chen would not have the guts to make a move against them if he still had his senses. The martial palace, after all, could not be provoked. Killing so many people from the martial hall and fleeing to the ends of the earth would result in them being hunted to death. At those words, Guo Huai also reacted. Yeah, they had the martial palace as their backer. What was there to fear? Didn't Xiao Chen not dare to kill them in the desolate North Square before? Xiao Chuan, immediately bind your hands and surrender. Otherwise, I'll assume that you're going to fight against the martial hall. Fear receded from Guo Huai's face as he threatened Xiao Chen. Xiao Dust was only a sword master first level, whereas his martial hall had a supreme expert above a martial king in attendance. If he dared to kill someone with his hands, once he was discovered by the martial palace, he would die without a burial place. The corner of Xiao Dust's mouth curled slightly. The Temple of Martial Arts? If it had been before, he might have been afraid. But now, he had worshipped Ji Wuhan as his master and had a sword god doppelganger in his hands. What's the point of being afraid of the martial palace? If the martial hall didn't come to mess with him, it could still be well water. And if the martial hall was looking for death, he wouldn't mind sending some of the martial hall giants to hell to reincarnate. Of course, the sword god split was incredibly precious and there was only one. He wouldn't use it easily until he had to. Seeing that Xiao Chen did not speak, Guo Huai thought that he was afraid. A hint of smugness appeared on his face as he walked over and was about to grab Jasmine. He wanted to savor his woman in front of Xiao Chen. Jasmine's eyes were fearful and she looked at Xiao Chen with an apprehensive expression. The Temple of Martial Arts is so terrifying. The male can't resist the pressure to give up on her. Can he? As it is, then she'll have to jump off a cliff to preserve her innocence. Old dog, you seek death. Right at this moment, Xiao Chen's figure thundered and appeared directly in front of Guo Huai. Kid, you. Guo Huai's face was horrified and he was about to speak when he was directly slapped by Xiao Chen. He spat out blood and slammed down heavily 10 meters away, squirming a few times before losing his breath. See this scene. The crowd in the arena was dumbfounded. Dead? This Xiao Chen actually dared to kill the martial hall deacon. Don't you know that this will provoke the thunderous wrath of the Temple of Martial Arts? Xiao Chen, you're so big, ah. A martial hall attendant was just about to speak when his head was directly sliced in half by a sword chi. Blood splattering everywhere. Run! This kid has gone killing mad. The remaining few martial hall attendants were trembling in fear and directly pulled out their legs to run. However, within a few steps, he was decapitated, exterminating everyone and throwing the corpses off the cliff. Xiao Dust pulled up the stunned Jasmine and slowly walked towards the bottom of the mountain. My lord, the martial palace is powerful. Will you be in trouble if you kill them? Jasmine looked at Xiao Duan with some guilt. If it wasn't because she was too careless and was captured by the people of the martial hall, Xiao Chen wouldn't have used a killing spree. There will always be some trouble, but I've never been afraid of trouble. Xiao Dust smiled. It's all my fault. Molly chided herself. What's it got to do with you? They wanted to bully people. I didn't want to, so they tried to retaliate. And from the beginning to the end, they were the ones at fault. Also, what kind of man am I if I can't even protect the people around me? Don't say such things again, or I'll get angry. Xiao Dust stopped and looked at Jasmine with a straight face. Oh, good. Jasmine responded softly, her heart warming. It didn't take long. Jasmine and Xiao Chen returned to the inn. Many people were shocked. Xiao Chuan had offended Guo Huai before. That old thing was notorious for being lustful and narrow-minded. It was a miracle that the two of them were actually able to come back in one piece after being taken away by the martial palace. Ignoring the stares, the two returned to their room, ate something, and began to rest. Xiao Chen was sleeping soundly when a sudden knock on the door woke him up and he asked impatiently, "What is it? Didn't I say I was sleeping?" The store assistant pushed the door in and respectfully said, "This customer, I'm really sorry for disturbing your rest. However, there is a valued guest outside the door seeking an audience." He looked apologetic. Under normal circumstances, if the guests in the heavenly room were resting, they could not disturb them at will. But the honored guest outside the door, his status was too high. They couldn't afford to offend him. Xiao Dust froze. A guest of honor? Ever since his dantian was shattered, he didn't have many friends around him anymore. So where would he get any honorable guests? Seeing the look on Xiao Chuan's face, the store assistant hurriedly said, "It's your mother, Princess Xinbei." Xiao Dust's face suddenly turned gloomy. What is this woman Wen Wanrong doing here looking for him? Shouldn't she be with his precious son Xiao Lingtian at this time? Nope. Xiao Lingtian was wasted by him. Maybe, at the moment, at home, it is also being disliked. The Sacred Wilderness Academy also wanted to enter the Jiao mysterious realm to seize the water and fire lotus for him, repair his dantian, and reshape his physical body. It's just delusional. There he is. Xiao Lingtian won't be able to get a single hair on his head. Just tell her I'm sleeping and ask her to leave. Xiao Dust instructed and went back to bed to prepare for sleep. Practicing is just too tiring. He had to recharge his energy properly. Dusty, do you loathe me that much? I'm your birth mother. Right at this moment, a graceful and luxurious figure walked in. And it was definitely Wen Wanrong. Her eyes were haunted and she was followed by a sister. Is this how you protect your guests' privacy at your inn? Xiao Chen looked at the shopkeeper with hidden anger in his eyes. It's so expensive. They actually let Wen Wanrong, a woman, right in? Guest. I'm really sorry. Well, you go on down. The store assistant was sweating anxiously and was about to explain. Just then, when Wanrong spoke up, the store assistant was like an amnesty. He hurriedly said thank you and retreated. Young master, you're also too much of a bad boy. Madam knows that you've become an invalid. Afraid that you won't be able to think about it. Specially came to see you. You don't come out to greet even if it's not enough. You still want to drive people away. Where's the appearance of being a son? The sister behind Wen Wanrong was conspiratorial and pointed at Xiao Chuan, referring to the young master with no respect at all. This person was named Sister Zhao, an old man who had always served Wen Wanrong, and had been by her side since Wen Wanrong's teenage years, with a very high seniority, and had always liked Xiao Lingtian and loathed Xiao Chen. Back then, after Xiao Chuan's dantian was shattered, this old thing hadn't rarely tripped Xiao Chuan behind his back, and his exile from Xiongwu City was encouraged by this old thing. Chapter 119 Water and Fire Lotus Flower Xiao Lingtian don't even think about it. Sister Zhao, don't talk about Dusty like that. He's just still angry and confused for a moment. I believe he'll understand me in the future. When Wanrong turned around to stop it, but all the harshness was missing. At this time, Jasmine, who had heard the commotion, walked in, glanced at Wen Wanrong and the two of them, and ran to Xiao Chen's side. Gongzi, these two are? Humph. Where did this wild girl come from? She doesn't even salute when she sees madam. Did no one teach you the rules? Masters and servants are all so rude. Let the old slave teach you what rules are. Although Sister Zhao was talking about Jasmine, her pair of triangular eyes kept staring at Xiao Chen with a cold light in her eyes. And as she said that, she suddenly slapped her hand fiercely towards Jasmine. Her nails were sharp and she was an apprentice realm martial artist. If this slap was solid, Jasmine was bound to rot half of her face. Disfigurement was a certainty. Ah! Jasmine's face plummeted and she let out a scream of horror. Evil slave! How dare you! Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as a sword chi suddenly appeared and directly severed Sister Zhao's palm. The broken palm landed. Blood splatters. Ah! My hand! Sister Zhao immediately let out a pig-killing scream. Her face pale as she covered her broken hand, looking incredulously at Xiao Chen with shock in her eyes. Sword chi? How can this little still send out sword chi? Isn't he wasted? Dusty, you're not wasted? When Wanrong also looked surprised. The eldest son is not wasted? She originally thought that it was too pitiful for her eldest son to become an invalid, and wanted to come over to give him some silver so that his life would not be too miserable. Didn't realize. The eldest son was not even abolished. That sacred wasteland old man's prophecy actually missed the mark. She really didn't expect that the great summer warrior sealing desolate nameless would actually miscalculate. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I'm really not wasted. The corner of Xiao Dust's mouth hooked into a sneer. Dusty, you've misunderstood mother. Mother is afraid that you'll suffer this time, and has specially come to give you silver. Seeing her eldest son treating her in this manner, Wen Wanrong immediately felt a pain in her heart and hurriedly handed Xiao Duan a purse that she had prepared beforehand. Xiao Chuan took it and opened it. There were 200 taels of silver tickets inside. Xiao Chen glanced at Wen Wanrong. His eyes grew cold. Yo, 200 taels? You are really generous. Xiao Ling Tian's usual pocket money casually has tens of thousands of taels, right? Learning that I am wasted, you give 200 taels. Ha! Saying that, he casually slammed the purse on Wen Wanrong. This woman is disgusting. Bold. How dare you be so rude to your mother? Is there any more? Sister Zhao held her broken hand with a ferocious expression and just wanted to morally kidnap Xiao Chen. Phew! A sword light flashed. A line of blood suddenly appeared at her throat, and she covered it, falling straight down. When the master speaks, there is no place for an old slave like you to speak. Xiao Dust glanced at her corpse and coldly said. When Wanrong froze, she hadn't realized that her eldest son was actually so fierce nowadays. At the drop of a hat, he actually killed Sister Zhao directly. Sister Zhao had followed her for more than 20 years, equivalent to half of her family. Now that she watched Sister Zhao die a horrible death, her heart was as hard as being cut several times by a knife. She looked at Xiao Duan with an ugly face and her tone became a few points harsher. Duaner, I really didn't expect that you have actually become like this nowadays. Sister Zhao is also considered your elder and has watched you grow up. How could you bear to lay such a cruel hand on her? Elder? Wen Wanrong. This old dog has been mean to me for many years. And once, for no reason at all. He even let someone cut off my food and drink, starving me to dig up wild vegetables in the mountains to eat. And this is called elders? Coldness surfaced under Xiao Dust's eyes. This statement was made. Jasmine and Wen Wanrong were both shocked. The son of the king of Zhenbei was forced to dig wild vegetables in the deserted mountains? I can't believe this is still happening? Jasmine looked at Xiao Chen with a heartbroken face, and without realizing it, her eyes reddened. How can these people from the Zhenbei royal family do this to Gongzi? Wen Wanrong, on the other hand, had a guilty look on her face. Duaner, mother didn't know that she was treating you like this. If mother knew, she would never have allowed it. No? Yes. You follow Xiao Lingtian every day. When have you ever cared about my death? Of course you don't know. How could you possibly know? Xiao Dust's mouth was tinged with a hint of sarcasm. As a mother, it's amazing that she didn't even know that her son was being bullied to such an extent. How can such a person be a mother? Dusty, mother was wrong. Will you forgive mother? Go back with me. We'll have a family reunion, and I'll make it up to you in the future. When Wanrong was feeling increasingly guilty and couldn't help but burst into tears. She had never known that her eldest son had actually suffered so much. At the moment, she was beyond remorseful, regretting why he had ignored his eldest son in the first place. Compensation? There's no need for that. Princess Zhenbei, you'd better please return. When you have time, spend more time with your young son who has wasted his dantian. Xiao Dust disdained it. Now that he has become a sword cultivator, with a talent that shines through the ages, he will break the 9 heavens with his sword in a matter of days. So what need is there for Wen Wanrong to make up for it? Dusty, mother knows that for a while. It's hard for you to forgive mother, but after all, you are the flesh that fell from mother's body, breaking bones and connecting tendons. This blood relationship cannot be broken. When Wanrong cried more and more sadly, constantly wiping her tears. If a normal person saw this, they would definitely be greatly moved. However, Xiao Dust did not have a single touch, and was indifferent from start to finish, without even the slightest subtle emotional fluctuation. He used to be so eager for Wen Wanrong's love. He did everything he could to please, just wish the other guy would look at him more. But, even this small wish is just wishful thinking. He was exiled for 3 years from Kumwa City, when Wanrong had passed by many times, but she hadn't come to see him once. Many times, he just stood blearily outside the door and sat there all day long, from day to starry night, expecting Wen Wanrong to suddenly appear and say a word to him. But not once did his wish come true. Wasn't ing once. Now he's released, relieved, and doesn't want it. When Wanrong, however, came back to beg for forgiveness. There is no medicine for regret in this world. A miss is a miss. Princess Zhenbei, please return. You and I have cleared our grudges. I am no longer your son, and you are no longer my mother. You only have one son now, and that is Xiao Lingtian. Xiao Dust's expression was indifferent as he once again rushed the people. When Wanrong looked pained and hesitated for a moment before finally getting up to leave. Wait, she just walked to the door. Xiao Dust's voice, however, suddenly sounded. When Wanrong turned around in surprise. Dusty, but you are willing to forgive mother? Xiao Chuan laughed coldly, his complexion as cold as frost. Of course not. I just want to let you know. Don't presume to take the water and fire lotus flower to repair Xiao Lingtian's dantian for him. With me here, he doesn't even want to get a single hair. This statement was made. When Wanrong's face changed drastically as she hurriedly ran to Xiao Duan's side, grabbing his hand and pleading in a low voice. Duster, please, give your brother a way out. He has now had his dantian wasted by you, and the water and fire lotus is his only hope. If you take it, he won't be able to handle this fall. At this moment, she really panicked. Xiao Chen was incredibly strong and could easily kill a half-step martial general. If he really wanted to seize the water and fire lotus, the people of the Sacred Desolate Academy might not be able to secure a victory. But his young son really needs the water and fire lotus. Ever since the dantian was abolished, the youngest son was like a different person. Irritable. One slightly off-putting remark and he would burst into a rage. In just a few days, a dozen underlings had been killed, and no one in the mansion dared to go near him anymore. It wasn't until the Sacred Wilderness Academy said it would fetch the water and fire lotus for his young son and remodel his dantian that he was ecstatic and returned to normal. Nowadays, the youngest son had extremely high hopes for the water and fire lotus, and if he didn't get his hands on it in the end, the youngest son would definitely go crazy. Chapter 120, Xiao Zhenbei's anger. Can't take it? Yes. That feeling of falling from the clouds to the bottom of the valley is not pleasant. With Xiao Lingtian's pampered nature, he shouldn't be able to carry it. Xiao Dust laughed coldly. Duster, you have experienced that kind of taste before. How can you bear to let your brother follow your old path again? Although there are misunderstandings between you, after all, blood is thicker than water. It's impossible to hate each other for the rest of your lives. Promise your mother to put aside your hatred and come home with me. And let's put aside our old grudges and make peace as a family, okay? When Wanrong whispered a prayer, Princess Jinbei, stop being delusional. Please return. Xiao Dust once again drove people away. Peace and quiet? Ha! Thinking beautifully, if he does not make a mess of the Jinbei King's house, I am sorry for all the years he has suffered. Seeing her eldest son's attitude so resolute, Wen Wanrong sighed, wanting to say something, but in the end, she said nothing and reluctantly turned to leave. Opening the door, the guards of the Jinbei royal house who were guarding the doorway saw the bodies in the room and their faces changed drastically, pressing their hands on the hilts of their swords as they looked at Xiao Chen with a wary expression. They were calm on the surface, but inside they had already been panicking. This Xiao Chen is not wasted? If the other side really wants to go on a killing spree, with this number of them, how could they be a match for the sword demon? Stop! Dispose of the body quietly and keep quiet. When Wanrong hurriedly stopped it. Yes. Several of the guards let out a sigh of relief and let go of their hands that were pressed on the hilts of their swords in quick succession. Several people had a look of celebration on their faces. Luckily, Princess Jinbei did not let them take down Xiao Chen. Otherwise, they'll all die here today. Soon, one of them went outside and got a sack, packed Sister Zhao's body and carried it out. The other person called a basin of water to wipe away the bloodstains in Xiao Chen's room. After handling everything, the guard closed the door to the room and quickly retreated. They are the ones who don't want to stay here for a moment longer. Carrying the sack, when Wanrong and her group walked out of the Junbei Inn, the people at the inn smelled the blood coming from the sack and their faces changed. It's a moment's work. Why is someone still dead? A death at the inn is a taboo, equivalent to slapping the inn in the face. However, the other party was from the Jinbei King's residence, so they didn't dare to ask more questions, and could only watch as the group walked out of the inn. Your Highness, what about Sister Zhao's body? One of the guards looked at Wen Wanrong. Throw them to feed the beasts at Dead Heart Mountain. When Wanrong's face was gloomy. Ah, the guard froze. Thought I heard wrong. Sister Zhao was an old man beside Princess Jinbei, and the princess had always been extremely affectionate with her. He really didn't expect the princess to do this to her. What? Her family members are also given 100 strokes of the cane and blown out of the royal residence. When Wanrong looked at the guards, her eyes cold. Yes, that guard also knew that he had lost his temper and hurriedly bowed his head in agreement. Only then did Wen Wanrong withdraw her gaze. She hated Sister Zhao with a passion at the moment. She had always been extremely kind to Sister Zhao, treating her as half of her mother's family, but she never thought that she would actually torment her eldest son in secret, even withholding his meals on purpose. Simply damned. Now that I think about it, it was Sister Zhao who had been encouraging the exile of the eldest son to Xiangwu City at that time, saying something about for the sake of the reputation of the royal family and for the sake of the eldest son's peace of mind and recuperating from his injuries. She really regretted listening to this old thing now. After when Wanrong left, Xiao Dust and Jasmine went to their respective rooms and began to go back to sleep again. Xiao Chen's mood was unusually calm, almost without any ripples. At this moment, he had long been dead to the Jinbei royal house, and no matter what the other party said or did, it could no longer affect him. Of course, when he entered the secret realm, he would definitely take away the water in Fire Lotus, so that Xiao Lingtian could have a good taste of what it would be like to become an invalid. And this was also the reason why he did not kill Xiao Lingtian. Killing him only hurts for a moment. Abolish him in order to torture for the rest of his life. Letting him die a little bit in despair and pain is the most ruthless revenge. In the meantime, the house of the king of Jinbei. Xiao Jinbei was sitting in a large hall drinking mulled wine, with his eldest son becoming an invalid and his youngest son's dantian shattered. The two great heavenly prides of the Jinbei royal house had fallen together, dealing him a severe blow. What's the most important thing about a family? It's the legacy. Without an inheritance, what was the use of him being strong? Even if he was Xiao Jinbei, when he dies, all glory will be annihilated. And although the sacred Desolate Academy promised to fetch the water and Fire Lotus for the young son, the secret realm was dangerous, and that water and Fire Lotus was guarded by the evil Zhao. So even if the sacred Desolate Academy wanted to obtain it, there was little hope. Of course, it was the eldest son that he lamented the most. The eldest son's talent is too high. If he doesn't fall and grows up, his Xiao family might grow into the second martial palace, standing at the top of the great summer. It's just a shame. The creation of the world. Where's ma'am? After drinking a few cups of mulled wine, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't seen Wen Wanrong yet today, so he looked at the guards on the side. The guard hurriedly bowed and said, I heard from the subordinates that madam just went to look for the eldest young master. Xiao Chen? That retrograde son is already wasted. What's she doing visiting him? Xiao Jinbei frowned. He was more rational and ruthless than Wen Wanrong, and he hadn't gone to see Xiao Lingtian after he was wasted. Not to mention Xiao Chen, whose feelings had always been indifferent. Madame said that she was afraid that the Grand Duke would suffer, so she went to send him some silver bills. The guard said truthfully, "Humph, he's wasted, and he's got his mother to worry about." Xiao Zhenbei drank another cup of spirit wine. Today, he had already drank a lot, and did not use his energy to resist the alcohol. So even though he had a good capacity for alcohol, he was already a little bit drunk at this moment. "Your Highness, in the past few days when you weren't here, those clan elders came to make trouble a few more times, saying that they want to hold a family assembly, wanting you to hand over the position of the clan leader. They said that both of your sons have become invalids, that there is no one to succeed you, and that you don't deserve to be the Xiao family's patriarch anymore." At this time, the guard seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said with an ugly face, "Bang!" Xiao Zhenbei threw the wine cup on the ground and shattered it, while then said with a face of anger, "These old things, in the past, when both of my sons were geniuses, they cried out for me to be the patriarch. Now that my son is ruined, he changes his face faster than a book." The guards were beside him, too silent to make a sound. Large families have always valued their offspring's inheritance. A situation like Xiao Zhenbei, no great family would fail to act. The heir is not strong enough to sit on the patriarch's throne. Just then, a gloomy-faced Wanrong walked in from outside. Seeing the other party's face in a cloud of sorrow, Xiao Zhenbei immediately changed his face and got up to come forward. "Ma'am, is it that rebellious son of Xiao Chuan that has made you unhappy? I will go and arrest him to make amends to you. An invalid, and still so unintelligent." When Wanrong pulled Xiao Zhenbei, who was about to go out, and shook her head at him. "No, Duaner didn't make me angry. It's Sister Zhao." "Sister Zhou? What's wrong with her?" Xiao Zhenbei was stunned. Wasn't this Sister Zhao extremely close to Wanrong and hadn't blushed for decades? What's going on today? The two actually had a falling out. Back then, Sister Zhao and the others purposely didn't feed Dusty, forcing him to almost starve to death, so he had to go to the mountains and dig up wild vegetables to eat. "You know? What? Is that even possible?" Xiao Zhenbei was shocked and furious at his words. A son of the royal family was forced to such a state by an old slave? It's ridiculous. Although he did not like Xiao Chen, but that was his son in the end. No matter what, it was not the turn of an old slave to bully and insult him. "Stewardly, is this matter serious?" He turned his head to the butler at the side, anger surging in his eyes. Chapter 121, The Barbaric Demon God Hall. Butler Li's face changed greatly and he hurriedly knelt in front of Xiao Zhenbei. Back to your highness. A month after the eldest young master's dantian was shattered. This did happen. Then why don't you come and report? Want to die? Xiao Zhenbei coldly and angrily rebuked. The old slave had been the first to discourage it after discovering it, but not only did Sister Zhao not listen, she even beat the old slave. Plus there's the shadow of the young master behind this, so the old slave wouldn't dare to talk too much. Steward Li was trembling. Ling Tian? This asshole actually did something like this. Anger surged under Xiao Zhenbei's eyes. If it was before, he would never have believed Steward Li when he said such things. But now, after Xiao Ling Tian's scandalous story of assassinating Xiao Duan back then came to light, he had serious doubts in his heart about Xiao Ling Tian's character, and felt that it wasn't a surprise that he could do such a thing. Call that rebellious beast over to me. I want to ask him face to face. How could he do such a thing that is worse than a pig or a dog? Xiao Zhenbei ordered the guards. Yes. A few guards with cold gazes responded and were about to go find Xiao Ling Tian. Zhenbei. Forget it. Ling Tian. His dantian has just been wasted and he's in a bad mood right now. Don't bother him. When Wanrong hurriedly blocked it. This, king. A few guards looked at Xiao Zhenbei with difficulty. Never mind. Listen to your highness. Xiao Zhenbei waved his hand. All of you go down first. I have important matters to discuss with the king. When Wanrong swept her gaze around and said softly, yes, the group nodded and retreated. What is so mysterious, ma'am? Xiao Zhenbei was slightly stunned. I went to see Dusty today, and guess what I found? When Wanrong looked at Xiao Zhenbei with a ghostly gaze. What was found? Dusty's cultivation is still in place, and desolate nameless prophecy was off the mark. When Wanrong glanced around and lowered her voice. What? Dusty's cultivation still exists? Xiao Zhenbei's slightly dark eyes suddenly lit up, even though he had always been unperturbed by changes. At this moment, he was so excited that he wanted to raise his voice to the sky. His Xiao family's most powerful unicorn child was actually not wasted. Truly the heavens have mercy. He was worried about how to deal with the persecution of those clan elders before, but now it's fine. Although the youngest son is wasted, the eldest son is still around. One firstborn son is enough for 100 younger ones. Who would dare to force him to give up his position as head of the family? Never wrong. Sister Zhao was killed by his sword. When Wanrong nodded. Then why didn't you bring Dusty back? Xiao Zhenbei couldn't wait to immediately put aside his former enmity with Xiao Chen at this moment. Xiao Chuan's natural talent today was much stronger than when he was born with a king body. Back then, Xiao Dust was only a martial artist, but now he was a sword cultivator with astonishing killing power. And he was also a peerless sword sapling. Becoming a sword king in the future could almost be said to be the nail in the coffin. There was also a good chance above the sword king for the Xiao family to produce such a terrifying sword cultivator. They would definitely be able to walk sideways in the future. The key was that Xiao Lingtian was already wasted, and it was still unknown whether the dantian could recover in the future. He, Xiao Zhenbei, desperately needed Xiao Duan to stand up for him. I mentioned it to Dusty, but he didn't want to. Moreover, he even let slip that this time, during the Secret Realm contest, he would definitely snatch away Ling Tian's water and fire lotus and make him a cripple for the rest of his life. Dust Child's battle prowess is astounding. If he's determined to take the water and fire lotus, I'm afraid there's a real possibility that he'll get his hands on it, and at that time, Ling Tian will be finished. Jinbei, think of a way to persuade Dusty. The palm of your hand is all flesh. I don't want any of them to suffer. When Wanrong's face showed concern. Ma'am, this matter, I can't do anything about it. Back then, Ling Tian caused Dusty to suffer so much, and suffered so much. Now, you're asking me to go and ask Dusty to let go of Ling Tian. Isn't that forcing people to do something? Xiao Zhenbei's sword brows frowned lightly as he slowly shook his head. It wasn't that he was genuinely upset for Xiao Dust, but now that Xiao Dust was already so resistant to him, if he were to persuade him to let Xiao Ling Tian go, then the chances of Xiao Dust breaking the ice with him would be even smaller. His Xiao family needs Xiao Chen. He, Xiao Zhenbei, needed a son who was a supreme genius even more. So, he can't do that. As for Xiao Ling Tian, although it was also stunning, it was far worse when compared to Xiao Chen. Sacrifice is sacrifice. Big deal. Raise him for a lifetime of glory. Xiao Zhenbei, what do you mean? Now that Ling Tian is ruined, do you not care about him? He is also your son. When Wanrong looked at Xiao Zhenbei with a cold gaze, Madam, Ling Tian's own sins must be borne by him. Besides, my Zhenbei royal house needs Dusty Child. I can't turn my back on him. Those clan elders are now coming to force me to hand over the family head position every 3 days, saying that I have no one left to succeed me and that I should step aside and give way. If Dust Child was willing to come back, how would they dare to be so arrogant? Xiao Zhenbei had always obeyed his wife, but this time he refused her request. The interests of the Xiao family are above all else, not to mention a Xiao Ling Tian, anyone he could sacrifice if necessary. When Wanrong was so angry that her chest rose and fell, and she directly whisked her sleeves away, and Xiao Zhenbei didn't stay, but personally ran to meet the guards who went to see Xiao Chen with Wanrong today, and repeatedly instructed that the matter of Xiao Chen's cultivation still being present must not be leaked out. Those few guards had grown up in the Zhenbei Wangfu since they were young and were loyal to the Wangfu, and they repeatedly assured that they would keep their mouths shut. He expected his eldest son to make a splash in this secret realm battle. This time when the secret realm opens, the demon god temple, the demon race, and the heavenly pride of every city in the great Xiao will go, and whoever can capture a heavenly treasure will be famous in the world. If you can pick the water and fire lotus, then you can even soar to the sky. Soon, nightfall. There was no talk all night. Dawn. Outside the inn, Xiao Chen slowly left, while Jasmine stood behind him, looking at his distant back with an unwilling face. Silly girl, go back. Xiao Chen felt Jasmine's gaze and suddenly turned back, smiling. My lord, go away. I'll watch a little longer. Entering the secret realm. Remember that safety comes first. What heavenly treasures are in Jasmine's eyes? Not as much as a hair on your son's head. Jasmine's eyes reddened slightly as she droned softly. Every time she parted with Xiao Chen, it was a torment for her. She also didn't understand why. In just a few days, she was already so attached to the man in front of her. Xiao Chen smiled helplessly and raised his hand. Let's go. With that, he turned and left. This time, he didn't look back and quickly disappeared into the sea of people. He didn't ride a horse because his speed nowadays had far surpassed that of an ordinary horse and he didn't need a mount. Of course, if it was one of those foreign beasts with speed like a god, it was still faster than him. Only this kind of mount is extremely rare. The price is high. It can easily be 1,000 taels of gold. Hard to find and can't afford. Xiao Dust went out of desolate North City and sped along. In about half an hour, he arrived under the Jiaolong Mountain. At this moment, quite a number of people had already gathered at Jiaolong Mountain. The location of the secret place was halfway up the mountain. There's only one trail leading there. Xiao Dust is slowly climbing upwards. At the moment, he was wearing a black Shura mask, and the iconic ancient sword on his body had been put away. The demon god palace is here. The human race get out of the way. Xiao Dust had just reached the halfway point when a brutal voice rang out from behind Xiao Dust. Xiao Dust turned around and saw a few demon god temple martial practitioners, who were riding a few giant wolves to arrive. Those few martial artists' demonic auras rushed to the sky, and they were all clearly experts with terrifying cultivation levels. Those who were able to come to the secret realm this time were all geniuses from the major powers. The path up the mountain was already narrow and everyone was on foot, but these few people were riding huge wolves like small mountains, taking everyone's path at once. This was their intention, to make everyone give way to them, which could be described as overbearing. The several human race celestials in front of them all changed their faces when they saw these people, and without even thinking about it, they retreated to the side, making way for the demon god temple martial artists. However, Xiao Dust was not the least bit afraid, and after only glancing at it, he turned back and hurried on his own again. Everything comes first. Obviously he was here first. Make way for the second dog of the demon god's temple? How is that possible? Brothers, retreat! People from the demon god hall are not to be messed with. Beside Xiao Chuan, a human martial artist's face changed drastically as he hurriedly reminded. That masked teenager looked like he had a flat breath and was just an ordinary person. And at this moment, when he encountered the provocation of the demon god's palace, he actually dared not to retreat. I don't know what the other party thought. No harm done. A few demon race lapdogs are just that. Not enough to worry about. Xiao Dust responded indifferently. The faces of those few demon god hall martial artists all sank as they heard this. A lapdog? This masked teenager has a big mouth. One of the blonde martial artist's eyes narrowed slightly. A tiny human race, seeing us, actually dares to not allow us to give way. Charge forward and crush him. Right at this moment, a long-faced teenager carrying a huge sword suddenly rushed out from the side and blocked in front of Xiao Chen, shouting angrily at the people from the demon god hall. Stop it all. In front of my future blade saint Su Buitian, who the hell dares to brutalize my human compatriots? Chapter 122, Gargantuan Killing? Xiao Chen glanced at Su Badian and was slightly surprised. I didn't expect to meet this middle-aged teenager here again. I don't know what to do. And those few demon god temple martial artists coldly glanced at Su Bantian and directly drove the giant wolf to crash over. A ferocious light flashed in the eyes of the giant wolf that rushed at the very front, pulling its speed to the extreme, and with a savage charge, it was about to kill Xiao Bantian alive. Su Buitian, who was in front of Xiao Chen, froze. He had thought that the people from the demon god's palace would give a few points of face when they saw him striking and make the giant wolf stop, but to his surprise, the other party didn't even pay attention to him and directly charged over at full speed. These guys are pretty damn arrogant. Think I, Zhao Baodian, am a vegetarian? Su Badian reached his hand behind his back and directly drew his large sword that was close to 2 meters, slashing it fiercely towards the giant wolf. Boom! A terrifying blade chi appeared and landed on the giant wolf, leaving a long bloodstain on its body, lifting it out and smashing it into the several giant wolves behind it. The face of that demon god temple martial artist who was riding on the giant wolf changed slightly, and he directly leapt up and tumbled in the air a few times before landing on the ground. The few demon god temple martial artists behind them, on the other hand, had controlled the giant wolves underneath them to change direction and hide to the side, while then they made a sharp break, trying to stop not far away. With a sharp friction, the wolf's claws left several long claw marks on the trail, and debris crumbled. A few breaths later, several giant wolves had all stopped on the pathway, blocking the entire pathway like several small mountains. Those few demon god temple martial practitioners on the giant wolf took a long leap and landed on the ground. They looked at the giant wolf not far away that had been hacked by Su Bantian and had blood pouring out of it. Their faces instantly became incredibly ugly. Several people turned their heads to look at Su Badian, killing intent in their eyes. A mere human, daring to hurt their giant wolf? Many of the surrounding human martial artists saw this scene. All of them shuddered. The people of the demon god's palace were furious. It's over. Although the demon god's palace was composed of a group of human traders, it had received a large amount of resources provided by the demon race, and had already become a half-demon, with a terrifying strength that was far more powerful than the average human race. These few people from the demon god temple were again the elites in the demon god temple, and their strength was even more terrifying, and it was simply not something they could afford to mess with. The people of the demon god temple have always been vicious in nature. This is where they'll all die if the other side goes on a killing spree because of this. Many people looked at Xiao Chen and Su Buitian with grudges, feeling that they were causing trouble for no reason. Originally, as long as we endured for a while and let these few demon gods' palaces pass, nothing would happen. It would just be a matter of delaying our efforts for a while. But now it's good. The other side's giant wolf is injured, and things have gotten out of hand. Your name is Su Badian? Why are you meddling? Several demon god hall martial artists walked towards Su Badian with murderous aura. Obviously this brother was here first. Who are you to tell him to get out of the way? And the trail is so narrow that it's crowded with everyone on foot. And you guys are ing riding wolves. Have you no sense of civility? Su Zhentian pointed at Xiao Chen with an angry expression. In recent years, with the weakening of the human race, those bastards from the demon god's palace were getting more and more arrogant, relying on the power of the demon race to bully their compatriots everywhere. Public morality? Kid, what nonsense are you talking about? The human race are all born as cheap bastards, born to be bullied by my demon race. To trash like you, why should I have a sense of fairness? A demon god hall martial artist had a cold smile on his lips. All around, there were many human martial artists on the sidelines, and many of them were filled with shame and anger, clenching their fists, but no one dared to speak out in rebuttal, because the human race today is indeed too weak and too weak. You're a ing human yourself. How can you say such things? Su Zhentian angrily pointed at the other party. Old me is not a human race. I'm a demon. Understand? That demon god hall martial artist was arrogant and domineering. Know your mom. I'll kill you. Su Zhentian couldn't bear it anymore and directly slashed over. The blade light was bitterly cold, and the terrifying blade she swept around, startling countless birds and beasts. So strong. This brother has some power. No wonder he dares to fight hard against the demon god hall. It's much better than certain losers who have caused trouble but only dare to wear a mask and hide in the back to watch the show. Obviously an ordinary person. Yet he dares to provoke the demon god temple. Simply stupid. The crowd was talking. Some people even pointed their spearheads at Xiao Chen, feeling that he was timid and cowardly, and that he was clearly the one who had caused the trouble. But at this moment, he was hiding behind Xiao Zhentian, not daring to come forward. Xiao Chen, on the other hand, had a bland face and was not moved in the slightest, but just stood there and quietly watched the battle develop. He didn't need Su Zhentian to make a move at all, but since he had made a move, he always had to let them show their performance. After all, he was a future sword saint, and he was still very powerful. However, as Xiao Chen was thinking, a figure flew towards him. Seeing that it was going to smash into him, he hastily dodged out of the way, and the figure smashed heavily into the ground, falling into a dog's poop. He quickly got up from the ground, pointing at those demon god temple martial artists, and angrily roared. You guys don't ing talk about martial virtues. You're actually ganging up on each other. If you're capable, fight me one-on-one. I'll kill you all. In the meantime, he also glanced at Xiao Duan in a sly manner. In his heart, he somewhat blamed Xiao Chuan for not catching him just now, making him make a big fool of himself. One-on-one? Why fight one-on-one when you can fight in a group? A demon god hall martial artist's eyes mocked, looking at Su Zhentian as if he was looking at a little cutie. You're ing outnumbered, aren't you? Can't you see that I'm surrounded by so many human brothers? I'll be afraid of you if I'm outnumbered? Brothers, join forces with me and them up together. Su Zhentian swept his gaze toward the dozen or so human martial artists around him. However, except for Xiao Chuan, everyone else who was swept by his gaze had a slight change of color and pulled away from him without moving. At this time, 5 demon god temple martial artists had already forced their way up with their faces full of sardonic colors. Where are your brothers? I'd like to see who dares to help you. That blonde martial god temple martial artist arrogantly glanced around, scaring those human martial artists back several more steps. Don't you guys ing wimp out. There are more than a dozen of us here, united, enough to blow the heads off these dogs. Su Zhentian became anxious and shouted to those martial artists around him. However, no one responded. At this time, Xiao Chen behind him suddenly walked up and patted his shoulder. Brother Su, the two of us are sufficient to deal with these trash. You and I teaming up. Absolutely gaga messy kill. Xiao Dust had the intention to tease the middle-aged teenager in front of him. The surrounding crowd was stunned at the words, and then, many people's faces surfaced with a look of contempt. Xiao Chuan's aura had been completely restrained at this moment, and he looked like an ordinary person. There are more than a dozen small villages in the vicinity of Jiaolong Mountain. The so-called rely on the mountain to eat the mountain. Many villagers have come to Jiaolong Mountain to pick medicine for a living. The odds are that the masked teenager is a nearby farmer who came to the mountains to collect medicine. A mere farmer dared to make an enemy of the demon god's palace. It's just not self-serving. Older brother, are you crazy? You, a farmer, want to team up with me to kill the enemy? And ing gagging and killing. I'm in charge of the gagging and you're in charge of the gagging? Su Zhentian also thought that Xiao Chen was a farmer and looked at him with a shocked expression. Farmers are so lacking in common sense these days, aren't they? Across from you is the murderous demon god temple. It was only because he had a sword technique that was out of this world that he had the confidence to fight with the people from the demon god hall. You're a weak chicken farmer. What's the point of getting together? Chapter 123, Xiao Chen makes a move. Xiao Chen was just about to open his mouth to explain, when Su Zhentian directly pulled him behind him. Older brother, I appreciate your feelings, but the ferocity of the demon god temple is not something you can imagine. He, Su Zhentian, was temperate. And even though he was now being swarmed by the grandsons of the demon god's palace, he couldn't let a farmer come out to die. Sacrifices that made no sense were, in his opinion, avoided when they could be. After settling Xiao Dust, he turned to look at the demon god hall crowd again and said with a murderous look on his face, "Come on, you grandsons. The other day, my brother, sword demon Xiao Chuan, was able to suppress 1,000 demons with one man and one sword. And today, my future blade saint Su Buitian will also be able to beat all of you demon god hall's lapdogs. All of you. To death. All of you. 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 All of you." The moment these words came out, the faces of everyone in the arena changed. I didn't expect that this Su Bushan's connections would actually be so powerful. Even a world-defying demon like Sword Demon. He knew, and he was still a brother, that Xiao Dust was the brightest star in the entire Grand Xiao recently, and the demonic talent and appalling battle strength had reached the point where no one knew what was going on. It is a pity that due to his qualifications being too good, he suffered from heavenly jealousy and has now fallen, but that didn't stop him from becoming a legend in the history of the human race. Are you that Xiao Chen's brother? On the other hand, a few people from the demon god temple's face was gloomy to the extreme when they heard this, and they coldly looked at Zhao Bantian with hatred in the bottom of their eyes. This Xiao Dust had killed quite a few people from their demon god temple and had a life and death grudge against them. When Xiao Dust heard this, then the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch twice. Brothers? When did he and Su Batian become brothers? It's just one fight, isn't it? That's right. I share the same aspirations and friendship with Dusty. Well, now you know how scary I am? Su Buitian spoke out loud and called Xiao Dust his brother Dust. Humph, that brother of yours, Xiao Chen, is indeed powerful. If he hadn't fallen, we would definitely pull our legs out and leave when we see you at this moment. But isn't he ruined now? A prematurely fallen heavenly pride. What else is there to brag about? A demon god hall martial artist had contemptuous eyes. That's right. Originally we just wanted to break your 2 legs today so that you would learn a lesson. But since you're Xiao Chen's brother, I'm sorry. Brothers, get him dead. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in the eyes of that blonde demon god temple martial artist, and he directly charged towards Zhao Bantian. The remaining few demon god hall martial artists also followed when they saw this. Soon, 5 demon god temple martial artists formed a siege against Zhao Baotian. Chow, my dusty brother can suppress 1,000 demons by himself. My future blade saint Zhao Baotian can just as easily get you 2 dogs killed. Eat my blade. Of course, Su Buitian would not fold his arms and began to madly swing the large sword in his hand, battling with these few people from the demon god temple. One time, demonic power overflowed. Blade chi is spread out. These demon god temple martial artists were all demon disciples 7th level experts. They were powerful. One-on-one, Zhao Baotian could easily defeat them. But 1-on-5, they were no match at all. It didn't take long before they were pressed to the ground and blasted with hammers by the people from the demon god's palace. You're the future sword saint, aren't you? You're the only one who knows Xiao Chen, right? Where is your brother now? Why hasn't he come out to save you? How useful is it to have a large number of human clansmen? Open your dog's eyes and see. You are surrounded by so many human martial artists. But who the hell dares to come out and mind their own business? Who dares? In just a few breaths, the people from the demon god's hall had already whacked Zhao Baotian until he was blue and swollen. And while he was beating him, he didn't forget to scan the surroundings with a disdainful gaze. On the side, a dozen or so human martial artists were all shaking with anger, but none of them dared to stand out. Those people from the demon god temple insulted the human race so much that they also had anger in their hearts. And they also wanted to step in to teach these bastards a lesson. But heroes aren't that good. And many times there is a heavy price to pay. And sometimes, that price can be their lives. It wasn't worth it to take this kind of risk for the sake of a Su Batian. Chow, you're all ing watching the show. Still ing, aren't they human? Su Bantian couldn't help but roar loudly while using his hands to protect his head in death. Ha ha, human men? Human men are all timid and cowardly losers. You expect someone to come out and save you? Don't dream of it. That blonde-haired demon god temple martial artist laughed wildly. Let go of him, or die. Right at this moment, an icy voice suddenly resounded from the field. The crowd froze and looked in search of the voice, only to see that the one who opened his mouth was none other than the white-clothed teenager wearing a Shura mask. Many people were dumbfounded. What's this punk farmer doing out here again? It's you? You're a small peasant who dares to meddle in my demon god temple's business? Want your whole family to die out? A demon god temple martial artist's face turned blue. A small farmer, over and over again, provoking his demon god's palace. Did he think they wouldn't kill? Older brother, didn't I tell you that the demon god hall isn't something you can deal with? Hurry up and go. At this time, Su Buitian was also anxious and covered one panda eye as he shouted repeatedly at Xiao Chen. Brother Su, What are you leaving for? Didn't we say we'd crunch and kill together? Xiao Chen smiled. Only through the mask. Outsiders could not see it at all. Su Biantian was shocked. This farmer isn't out of his mind. Is he? You don't really think you're some kind of hero, do you? Kid, you seek death. He was just about to open his mouth to persuade again when a martial god hall martial artist had already blasted his fist towards Xiao Chen with a demonic aura. It's over. This little old farmer is going to be gone. Su Banshan's heart went cold. Some of the surrounding human martial artists also unconsciously lowered their heads, unable to bear to see the tragic scene of Xiao Chen's head being exploded by a punch. But just then, Xiao Dust moved and fiercely blasted out a fist, directly meeting the fist of that demon god hall martial artist. Bang! The two fists clashed with a muffled sound. The terrifying demonic aura on the fist of that demon god hall martial artist suddenly collapsed under Xiao Chuan's punch, and in the next breath, that demon god hall martial artist directly broke the bones in his hand and flew out upside down. The demon god temple. It's no better. Xiao Chen withdrew his fist and looked at the four remaining demon god temple martial artists across the room and said. There was a sudden dead silence in the arena. Everyone was frozen in place as if petrified, their eyes staring at Xiao Chuan with dullness. This farmer actually wasted a demon god temple expert with one punch? Su Buitian was even more full of consternation. Old brother. This is a bit fierce. Waves of shock stirred in his heart. No wonder this masked teenager had just said that he was teaming up with him to quack and kill. It turned out that this person was actually so strong. Go see how Takeshi is doing? On the opposite side, the blonde-haired demon god hall martial artist glanced at Xiao Chuan, a cold aura surging in his eyes, but he did not go to Xiao Chuan for revenge at the first opportunity. Instead, he greeted his companions and went to check on the injuries of the demon god hall martial artist who had been blown away by Xiao Chuan. This time, they had come with a mission to compete for the treasures in the secret realm, and at this time, if they lost one person, it would be a great blow to them. Those few demon god temple martial artists hurriedly ran to Wu's side and crouched down to check their injuries. Upon checking out Wu's situation, the faces of several people were suddenly unsightly. Takeshi's injuries were far too serious than they thought. Comminuted fracture of the left arm, broken sternum, visceral fragmentation. They didn't expect that the masked teenager's punch actually had so much power that it actually beat a demon disciple 7th level expert to such an extent. Although Wu was the weakest of them, being beaten by a human teenager like this was simply unbelievable. Well, is Wu's injury serious? Will it delay the secret mission? The blonde demon god temple martial artist looked to his companion. Takeshi, he won't survive. This statement was made. It was like a thunderbolt exploding in the ears of the crowd. Can't live? What does that mean? The masked boy clearly just casually punched, and did not hit the vitals. How can he not live? What nonsense are you guys talking about? Takeshi only threw a punch against that kid. At most he suffered some injuries. How could he not survive? The blonde demon god temple martial artist was instantly enraged. The location where Takeshi landed was farther away from him, and he couldn't see the situation at all. But judging by common sense, Takeshi couldn't have been injured that badly either. Chapter 124, recognized again? The blonde demon god temple martial artist didn't believe it, and with an angry face, he walked to take a look in front of Wu. Wu, who was a dragon and tiger a moment ago, was unexpectedly pale and breathless at this moment. How is that possible? He was just about to crouch down and specifically check Takeshi's injuries when Takeshi's neck lulled and he directly snapped. Ryu, Takeshi is dead. A demon god hall martial artist said in shock. This statement was made. The field was instantly dead silent. Dead? This masked teenager had blown away a demon disciple 7th level with one punch? The blonde-haired demon god Templar martial artist who was called Brother Liang glanced at Wu's corpse and his face was incredibly gloomy as he rushed directly in front of Xiao Chuan and said in a cold voice, Kid, you're ruthless enough to actually kill Wu with a single punch, but if you think you'll be able to leave this place alive today, you're very wrong. My big brother Nan Hangshan will be here soon. He's a demon apprentice 9th heavenly master. You're at most a martial apprentice 8th. It's as simple as killing a chicken for him to kill you. His elder brother is actually the top 10 heavenly pride among the younger generation of the demon god temple in Desolate North City. Nan Hangshan, who is ranked 218 on the Desolate North demon ranking list. I heard that Nan Hangshan has amazing strength and has few enemies among the younger generation of Desolate North City. This time, this masked teenager is finished. Hearing the name of South Yokohama, there was a gasp of surprise from the field. The entire Desolate North province, with its vast expanse and large population, added up to several million martial artists, and the Desolate North demon ranking, which gathered all the human geniuses under the age of 30. Although the demon god hall was a traitor to the human race, in order to let the young generation of the human race know the terror of the demon god hall and fight with 12 points, So the desolate North Demon ranking also included the pride of the Demon God Hall, but anyone who could enter the top 10,000 of the desolate North Demon ranking was a heavenly pride among heavenly prides, terrifying beyond compare. And this South Hengshan ranks 218, evidently fierce. Seeing the horror in the eyes of the crowd, a touch of smugness appeared on Liang's face as he continued to clamor at Xiao Chen. If you have the guts, don't leave here, and when my big brother arrives, he will definitely make you look good. However, Xiao Chen ignored his words as he picked up Su Buitian, fed him a few healing pills, and when he saw that there was nothing serious wrong with him, he directly turned around and left. Waiting for that southern Yokoyama? Where does he get the time? That desolate North Demon list he knew. The top of the list was only a Demon Master 8. With his current battle power, if he wanted to be on the list, he would be directly invincible. A district's Nan Hengshan was considered a character in the eyes of outsiders, but in his eyes, it wasn't worth mentioning. He didn't bother wasting his time because of this kind of small shrimp. The crowd in the arena froze at the sight, and many of them showed contempt in their eyes. Escaped? This masked boy is too wasted, isn't he? Hearing the name of Nan Yokoyama actually scared you so much that you just fled? However, on second thought, they were relieved. That's South Cross Mountain, a heavenly pride ranked 218 on the desolate North Demon ranking. At the age of 20, he had already cultivated to the night sky of demon disciples. Who in the room wouldn't be afraid of such a terrifying figure? This kid is such a coward. He actually fled in fear. Ryo's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. The human race. I'm sure they're all gutless rats. Ryu, should we go stop that kid? Wu can't die in vain. When has my demon god temple ever suffered such humiliation in front of the human race? A martial god hall martial artist had indignant eyes. Stop? With what to stop? That kid is most likely a martial apprentice 8th level. And not just any martial apprentice 8th level. Otherwise it would be impossible to kill Wu with one punch. My big brother hasn't arrived. Just a few of us, going up to stop him, sending him to his death? Ryo glared at the man. What then? Do we just watch him go? Don't worry, this kid can't leave. I've sent a message to my big brother. He'll be here in a few moments. When my big brother arrives, this kid will die for sure. A cold aura surged in Ryo's eyes. Go, killing his demon god temple and still want to leave? How is that possible? It wasn't long before Xiao Dust left. A small black dot suddenly appeared over Takeshi's body, approaching towards the ground at a rapid pace. A terrifying demonic aura instantly filled the void. The crowd was startled by the demonic aura and suddenly looked up to find that it was actually a giant eagle more than 10 meters long slowly landing, and between the swings of its giant wings, the air currents surged and covered the sky. The giant eagle was still a dozen meters away from the ground, when a stout teenager wearing a demonic beast totem armor engraved on his body leapt up from the eagle's back and landed heavily on the ground. Under one step, a dozen fine cracks appeared on the ground, which was extended to 2 meters away before gradually stopping. The lanky teenager stood there, his figure like a mountain, and at a young age, there was a mighty force around him. In the cultivation world, when the realms were the same, the battle power could be vastly different, such as Xiao Chuan, who could easily cross the realm to kill his enemies. Although this lanky teenager was not as terrifying as Xiao Dust, who could cross the border as if he were drinking water, his battle power was also far beyond that of cultivators in the same realm. The crowd of people in the arena all changed their faces when they saw the teenager. Ryu and the others, however, had joy floating on their faces as they hurriedly walked next to the teenager and shouted, "Brother, Yokoyama-chan!" This lanky teenager was none other than Nan Hengshan, who was ranked 218 on the desolate North Demon ranking list. He originally had other business to attend to and did not travel with Liang's few people, intending to rush to Jiaolong Mountain later, but then when he received the news that Wu had been killed, he put down what he was doing and rushed to live at the first opportunity. For how many years? His demon god temple had been suppressing the human race so much that they couldn't raise their heads, but he didn't expect that today someone from his demon god temple would actually die at the hands of a human race, or a human race that was about the same age as them. It's just a strange shame. Nan Hengshan nodded slightly at the few people before his gaze fell on Wu's corpse, and after seeing Wu's injuries, he couldn't help but change his face slightly. The general course of events was clear to him. A masked teenager punches Takeshi, and Takeshi dies afterward. When he first received the news, he didn't believe it at all. How could a human race in the district have this kind of strength? In his opinion, the other party must have secretly done something to cause Takeshi's death. But now that he took a look, he was completely shocked, because he realized that his opponent had really only struck out once, in just one pair of punches. The other party's fist strength penetrated through the arm and went straight to the internal organs, directly shattering Wu's heart vein. He was a little incredulous. When did the always weak human race produce such a heavenly pride? However, The good thing was that the other party should only be a martial apprentice 8th level, and when he met him, there would be no chance of survival. What about the masked boy? Nan Hengxian scanned around and didn't find any human martial artists wearing masks, so he couldn't help but frown slightly. Brother Yokoyama, that masked teenager was afraid of your reputation, and as soon as he heard that you were coming, he was so scared that he ran straight away. A demon god hall martial artist sneered disdainfully. Ran away? Ha, count on that kid's good sense. However, after killing someone from my demon god temple, can he run away? Go! Follow me to chase after him. A cold light flashed in Nan Hengxian's eyes as he directly leapt up and stepped onto the giant eagle hovering in the void, flying towards the secret gathering point. His giant eagle was extremely fast, not at all comparable to ordinary mounts, and it was more than enough to catch up with the masked teenager. The rest of the group of demon god temple martial artists also mounted their giant wolves and rolled up a gust of wind, chasing after Nan Hengxian. As for that Takashi's body, it was discarded in the wilderness. The demon god temple was cold-blooded and ruthless, and they wouldn't look at anyone without value. Looking at Nan Hengxian and the others who whistled away, the hearts of the surrounding human martial artists all thumped. Nan Hengxian personally struck out. Among his peers, how many people could block? This masked boy is mostly finished, but he blamed himself for his own stupidity. So yeah, there's no such thing as playing the hero. In the meantime, the other side, Xiao Chuan had already arrived at the secret realm gathering, where quite a few martial artists had already gathered. There were those from the demon god's temple and those from the human race. Among them were some of Xiao Chen's acquaintances. Silver Moon Princess Ye Lanqi, Ninth Princess Ye Qingxuan, Lu Qingfeng from the first line of the Lu family, and Lin Qingxian from the Sword Immortal Academy. The two camps were separated on both sides, far apart, looking at each other with a bad eye. But the people on the side of the demon god temple were much more arrogant, spewing all sorts of obscenities at the human side of their mouths. The human race is all crap. Once we enter the secret realm, I'm going to capture a few beautiful women of the human race to have some fun. The princesses of the human race are just fine. I heard that several human princesses who will be entering the secret realm are as beautiful as the heavens, so I think it's just right for me to be a concubine. At those words, the human martial artists all showed indignation, but no one dared to talk back. Xiaodust glanced at the demon god temple camp and did not say anything as he silently walked over to the side of the human race camp, showing off as a child's trick. He's not interested. When he entered the secret realm, he would kill anyone who dared to mess with him. Ye Qingxuan, who was not far away, saw Xiao Chuan approaching and immediately felt that this person's figure was somewhat familiar. Her eyes slightly condensed as she stared at Xiao Chuan's ears, and after taking a closer look, a hint of surprise immediately flashed in her eyes. Xiaodust actually came to the secret realm as well. Looking at the flatness of his breath, he seems really wasted. A hint of pleasure flashed in Ye Qingxuan's eyes, but in the next moment, this pleasure turned into doubt. What's a wasted man like Xiao Duan doing in the secret realm? Are you trying to take a chance on something? It has to be. It was only that this secret realm was filled with danger, and powerful martial artists would be immediately pulverized if they were not careful. Xiaodust's desire to pick up the pieces was simply foolish. However, since she had met them, she instantly wanted to tease Xiao Chen. Thinking of this, she slowly walked towards Xiao Chen, who was not far away. Seeing Ye Qingxuan walking towards him, Xiao Chen frowned. Why is this woman here again? It's still really shady. He got up and tried to duck. However, she was directly stopped by Ye Qingxuan. The latter's white skirt swayed and set off a fragrant breeze as she walked to Xiao Chuan's side and stopped, tilting her head to press her red lips against his ear. Xiao Chuan, this is not a place for you to come. Since you have become an invalid, you should have the consciousness of an invalid. Don't think of relying on the heavenly materials and treasures in the secret realm to change your life against the odds. You are destined to be as humble as dust in this life. Her complexion was as high and cold as a god, and she looked at Xiao Chen as if she was looking at a mole cricket. She's taking revenge. Didn't you ignore me before? Now you're an invalid and she's still high and mighty. Do you ever regret this moment? Xiaodust was shocked when he heard this. He didn't care about Ye Qingxuan's cold attitude, but he didn't understand why he was recognized again. How the hell did this woman do that? How the hell did you recognize me? Xiaodust really couldn't help himself and asked directly. He didn't understand that the last time the system gave him a disguise, he was recognized by Ye Qingxuan. This time wearing a mask, he was recognized again. How the hell did this woman do that? Chapter 125, Finding the Cave. Secret. Ye Qingxuan sneered, a hint of mockery at the corner of her mouth. Surprise surfaced on the faces of the people around them. I don't understand why the high and mighty ninth princess would even go and talk to a masked teenager who was nobody, and it's almost lip to ear. To be able to have such skin-to-skin contact with the ninth princess and smell the fragrance of her body, it made many men crazy with envy. But Xiao Dust only felt nauseous and turned around to get away. He abhorred this woman so much that he didn't want to touch her for more than a moment even if she looked beautiful. Xiao Chuan's action immediately caused Ye Qingxuan's face to change slightly, and she felt very uncomfortable in her heart, as if there was a sharp thorn inserted into her heart. At this point in time, Xiao Chen actually disliked her? He's wasted. On what grounds? Stop right there. You. Just as Ye Qingxuan became furious and wanted to keep Xiao Chen, an eagle whistle swept across the sky. The crowd looked up, only to see the sky above. A giant eagle was swooping towards the ground at breakneck speeds, and in a few breaths, it was already close to the ground, and when it was still 7 or 8 meters away from the ground, a lanky teenager jumped straight down, and with a thud, landed heavily on the ground. 218 on the desolate North Demon ranking. Southern Xingshan? That's right, Demon Armored Giant Eagle. It's him. What a terrifying demonic aura. Worthy of being a heavenly pride ranked 218 on the desolate North Demon ranking. The arena erupted into a chorus of gasps. This secret gathering. There were 2 batches. One batch below the division realm. Above the division realm is another batch. There were 2 areas in the Jiao mysterious realm. The first area and the second area. And the quality of the heavenly materials and treasures inside the 2 were completely different in terms of quality and level of danger. The first area was equivalent to the novice area, suitable for martial artists below the division realm. On the other hand, the second area was much more menacing, only suitable for martial artists above the division realm to enter. But of course the heavenly materials and treasures inside were of much better quality. The 2 areas are open at different times, with the first area opening first and the second area not opening until 2 hours later. Therefore, all the people waiting here now were below the master realm, except for Xiao Chen, who could rely on the system to cheat and hide his cultivation. The division realm was not out, and an expert like Nan Hangshan was almost invincible. Therefore, the moment such a strong person appeared, he quickly drew the attention of the crowd. Of course, the 2 camps had different emotions. The demon god temple crowd admired and respected, but the human camp was fearful and hateful, and in the past few years, many human prides died tragically at the hands of Nan Hangshan. Nan Hangshan scanned the surroundings and quickly locked his gaze on Xiao Chuan. His body transformed into wind and disappeared in place, reappearing again. He had already arrived in front of Xiao Chuan. Were you the one who killed Ah Wu? He looked calm, but anger raged under his eyes. Everyone in the arena was shocked. This masked teenager actually killed someone from Southern Cross Mountain? Is this a desperate move? The crowd of martial artists were also shocked. Over the years, the human race is weak, often bullied by the demon race and the demon god temple. They endure. The demon god temple still often find them trouble. And this masked teenager actually do not know how to kill the demon god temple heavenly pride companion. This is to invite disaster for the human race? Yeah, but he messed with me first. Xiao Dust graciously admitted. It wasn't that he was arrogant. If it came down to battle power, everyone present was like an ant in his eyes. Even this what ranked as the 218th Nan Hangshan on the desolate North Demon ranking. He was just a slightly stronger mole cricket. He doesn't need to cover up. He came to mess with you first? He's a member of my Southern Hangshan Mountain, let alone messing with you, even if he kills you. So what? You should bear it obediently, so that only you will die alone, and won't drag your family to die with you. Nan Yokoyama sneered disdainfully. So there is no justice in this world? Xiao Chen looked at Nan Hangshan's eyes. Justice? Naturally there is, but it's all in the fist, and whoever has the bigger fist is justice. As it happens, my fist is a bit bigger than yours. So to you, I am justice. Nan Hangshan looked arrogant and did not put Xiao Chen in his eyes at all. How do you know who has the bigger fist if you don't try? A chill rose in Xiao Chen's eyes. Silence. There was a moment of silence. When they heard Xiao Chen's words, the people in the arena were stunned, and many of them looked at Xiao Chen incredulously. Is this masked boy in over his head? The aura on his body was mediocre. So how could he dare to say such words to Nan Yokoyama? Not far away, Yi Lanqi was also watching everything. She couldn't understand how this masked teenager, who looked like he had a flat breath and didn't have the slightest bit of an expert look, dared to talk to Nan Hangshan like that. And a stunningly beautiful purple-skirted girl beside her even showed a sneer on her face. Lan Shi, there are so many people who don't know their own strength nowadays. This masked man clearly doesn't have the strength, yet he's still provoking Southern Hangshan, simply looking for death. Women all adore strong men, and although the purple-skirted girl didn't know what that masked teenager was, she had a very poor outlook on him, thinking that if you come to the secret realm and still bring a mask, you are either strangely ugly or notorious and unseen. Yi Lanqi's gaze flickered slightly and she didn't say anything. She wouldn't easily jump to conclusions about a person. You think you might have a bigger fist than me? And Minami Yokoyama was amused. He thought that the human in front of him was crazy, obviously weak as a chicken. but still trying to compete with him. Although this person had some strength, I'm afraid he couldn't even make it to the demon list, so how could he compete with him? He was the 218th on the desolate North Demon ranking. Xiao Dust was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and just wanted to blow this punk to pieces with one punch. Just then, a black void door suddenly appeared in the center of the field, diffusing a burst of energy fluctuations in all directions. The secret realm opens immediately. Everyone get ready. A leading human elder's face changed slightly as he shouted in succession. In the next moment, the formation stones in everyone's hands emitted a white halo that enveloped them, and 3 breaths later, everyone disappeared from their original location, and when they reappeared, they had already arrived within an ancient forest. At this moment, he had officially entered the first area of the Augur Mystery Realm. Xiao Dust swept a glance around. The entire secret realm was haunted by mists, transmitting a hint of mystery. The trees here are huge and incomparable, with trees reaching into the sky and into the clouds, and it is not known how many years of growth it took to grow to this size. Beyond the ancient forest, there were hills, rivers, and strange beasts. The sky is blue and the sun is warm here. Aside from the shroud of fog, it was almost indistinguishable from the outside world, and even more fascinating. Having just entered the secret realm, Xiao Chen was in no hurry to look for treasures and planned to look around first. The first district was huge, equivalent to a small world, and whether or not you could find treasures depended on luck. He'd have to think of something to see how he could be as efficient as possible. It would be best to unite some trusted human martial artists as allies to accomplish some chores for him, but there weren't many people he could trust. Just Zhao Badian, Lu Qingfeng, Lin Qingxian, and Yi Lanxi. However, the location of everyone going into the secret realm was randomized, and it was difficult for him to find these people for a while. Forget it, let's take one step at a time. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen walked out of the ancient forest, wanting to go and see if there was a place where he could land. He didn't know how long he would have to stay in the secret realm yet. He had to find a place to stay first. There was no shelter in the secret realm. Just like the wilderness survival in the previous world, everything needed to be found on one's own. If they couldn't find a safe place to stay, not to mention suffering from the wind and rain, when they rested at night, if they didn't pay attention, they could also be taken by demonic beasts and become blood food. Just like this, Xiao Dust began to look around. In the secret realm, the best place to live was nothing more than some natural caves in a hidden location, where demonic beasts were not easy to find. Spreading bed blankets, lighting up campfires, and still being comfortable. Of course, the secret realm had its own laws, and the space rings, food, etc. brought in from the outside world could not be used in the secret realm, so all supplies needed to be obtained in the secret realm. Blankets like this were a no-brainer, but so were the pelts of demonic beasts. But such caves were extremely hard to find, and Xiao Chuan had searched for an hour and a half without finding one. Xiao Chen, who was tired of searching, sat on a boulder not far away and wanted to rest his feet, but when he inadvertently turned back, he realized that there was a cave hidden in the barren grass on the opposite side. Xiao Dust was instantly overjoyed and hurriedly got up and ran over. The joy in his eyes intensified as he walked into the cave to take a look. The cave is not only spacious, but cool and perfect for living. In the middle of nowhere like this, it was simply lucky to find such a cave. With the cave in place, next, he had to go and prepare the haystack, firewood, hides, and food, so he immediately went out to prepare various supplies. The first thing was the grass pile. There was one at the entrance of the cave, but the barren grass there could serve as a concealment. Xiao Dust didn't want to destroy it, so he walked a few hundred meters further to the east, took the barren grass over there, transported it back to the cave, and laid it on the ground. And then he went to the neighborhood and hunted a few demonic wolves, washed the wolf skins with water and brought them back to the cave and laid them on the pile of grass, so that a comfortable bed was finished. As for the wolf meat, he exists in the cave. After doing this, he went outside the cave and found some firewood, using his sword chi to rub the stones to light the fire, and began to roast the demon wolf meat. In a short while, the demon wolf meat was roasted until it was golden and oily, and the tantalizing aroma filled the entire cave. After thinking about it, Xiao Chuan took out some more condiments from his arms and sprinkled them on, and then made the fire small and let the demon wolf meat roast on the small fire while he went out to replenish the water source. Because the spatial ring could not be used, the crowd had to keep the space again and preserve the heavenly treasures. So regarding food and water sources, almost no one brings them with them. It's all taken in the secret world. How do those pampered young ladies know this? At the moment, one was starving and screaming. If he knew that Xiao Dust had already lived a good life with a bed and meat, he would definitely be shocked out of his wits and his eyes would turn red with envy. And the main reason why Xiao Chuan is so familiar with these wilderness survival processes is due to the fact that in his previous life he often watched Master Bai's wilderness survival. Therefore, nowadays, Entering the secret realm was like a fish out of water. In the meantime, two flamboyant young girls were walking near Xiao Duan's cave with tired faces. Both of them were incomparably beautiful in appearance. A young girl was dressed in a pink dress, with delicate features and a graceful figure, but with a lingering arrogance between her eyebrows. Another young girl appearance is more stunning. Skin like snow, eyes with autumn water, simply like a goddess fall into the mortal world. A head of silver hair is in the sunlight glitter. These two young girls were precisely the 2nd and 8th ranked Silver Moon Princess Ye Lanqi and the daughter of the King of Tunnan, Xi Lingling, on the Great Summer's prestigious divine feminine list. Lanqi, why do you think it's so hard to find a cave? My legs are breaking from walking. Xi Lingling wiped a handful of fragrant sweat from her forehead and couldn't help but complain. She and Ye Lanqi had known each other since they were young, and after entering the secret realm, they happened to be located close to each other, so they traveled together. It was too sunny outside, and they thought about finding a place to land, but they couldn't find it after half a day's search. Look for it again. I heard father say that it's quite difficult to survive in this secret realm, so I'm afraid it's not that easy. Ye Lanqi's entire body was also a bit dusty, obviously not too accustomed to the secret realm. Ha, Lanqi, do you smell a very strong smell of roasted meat? Xi Lingling had just wanted to sit down and rest, but she suddenly realized that there was a very tantalizing meat aroma coming from not too far away. Chapter 126. Ye Lanqi's nostrils flared, and he also smelled a strong smell of meat. The two of them had entered the secret realm and had been running all the way there, and they hadn't eaten anything yet. By now the stomach was rumbling with hunger. At this time, when they smelled this meat aroma, they all couldn't help but slightly move their throats and swallowed their saliva. If outsiders were here and saw the scene, they would definitely be shocked. No one could possibly think that Ye Lanqi and Xi Lingling, who had always been dignified and cool as goddesses, would even have this kind of loss of temper. Going to see? Xi Lingling was starving and immediately proposed. Good. Ye Lanqi nodded gently. After making up their minds, the two women immediately followed the fragrance of the meat and searched forward, and in a short while, they arrived in front of a patch of barren grass. Ha, why is there no road? Violet Lingling froze. Ahead was a large 2-meter-high patch of barren grass with no smoke in sight, which stumped her. I have to say, the concealment of this barren bush is really good. However, there was no way that Xiao Dust's roasted wolf meat was too fragrant, and the two women searched for the aroma and found Xiao Dust's cave after a little diversion. Wow! The beds, the barbecue, it's like heaven on earth here. Look inside at the wolfskin beds and roasted wolf meat. Violet Lingling's eyes lit up. The owner of this cave is too extravagant. Everyone's eating dirt and he's being so comfortable. The same people. Why is there such a big difference? Ye Lanqi also froze. It was the first time they had all entered the secret realm. Their ability to survive in the wild was almost zero, and they had only entered the secret realm for less than 2 hours. Surprisingly, someone had not only found the cave, but had also made a bed and even roasted the demon wolf meat. Who the hell is it? It's so powerful. Lanqi, the Zhenghu saves the day. Let's have a mouthful of roasted wolf meat. We should be fine, right? Xi Lingling's eyes were fixed on the golden roasted wolf meat, and her gaze was already completely unable to move away. She hadn't seen such fragrant roasted wolf meat a few times, not to mention in this secret realm where supplies were in short supply, even outside. No, we're already rude for entering someone's cave without their master's consent. How can we still steal their roasted meat? Ye Lanqi shook his head. She was hungry, but she didn't care enough to do such a thing. Available. There's nothing but, Ling, if you want to eat meat, wait here with me for the master to come back. He can only eat it if he agrees. Xi Lingling still wanted to argue, but Ye Lanqi's face suddenly turned serious and directly interrupted her. Although Xi Lingling was spiteful and capricious, but Ye Lanqi was the future empress of Daxia, and when she really set her face, Xi Lingling was still a little afraid, and could only reluctantly mutter in a small voice, "Okay, don't let me eat. Don't eat is it?" Although the word said so, Xi Lingling's eyes were staring at the fragrant roasted meat, and in her heart, she cursed Xiao Chen die where he was. Why he hadn't come back yet? Fortunately, Xiao Dust did not make him wait for a long time, and within a short while, he rushed back to the cave with a water bag filled with water. Just after stepping into the cave, 2 fragrant winds greeted his face. Xiao Chuan looked up and saw 2 silhouettes sitting on the ground. One of the pink-skirted maidens was looking blearily at the roasted meat, her stomach grumbling, while the other silver-haired maiden was much more reserved, and was resting her eyes with her eyes closed. Xiao Dust was instantly confused. Ye Lanqi, Violet Ling, what are these 2 doing here? He just went out to fetch some water, and even his home was stolen? But the good thing is that both of them are sort of old acquaintances. Ye Lanqi had helped him in Xiangwu City back then, and the two were considered to have fought side by side, and in order to help Xiao Duan, Lanqi's blood armor guards were all wiped out, a matter that Xiao Duan had always felt a bit guilty about. As for Zi Lingling, he is even more familiar. Zi Lingling's father, Yunnan King Zi Rulong and Xiao Zhenbei have always been political disagreement. In the court of water and fire incompatibility. Influenced by her father, Zi Lingling had always been somewhat unable to look at Xiao Chuan, feeling that his nature was too soft and not masculine enough. When he was a child, he often chased after Xiao Chuan and beat him. Xiao Chuan, in the spirit of a good man, does not fight with a woman, never bothered with her, which made this little nymph even more rampant, many times chasing after him and beating him violently on the street, letting him be laughed at by the entire desolate North City for a long time. Only, this Zi Lingling's heart is not bad, just a little self-centered and bratty. At this time, Zi Lingling realized that footsteps were coming from behind her and turned around. Seeing Xiao Chuan, her complexion instantly condensed. Masked man? How is it you? She had previously told Ye Lanqi at the entrance of the secret realm that the masked man was a person who didn't know how to die and was very wasteful, but she didn't expect that it would be too ironic to turn around and ask for someone to give her meat. From what she could tell, the masked man should be pretty wasted. How is it possible to have all the living supplies organized after only a short while? But then she thought about it and immediately understood. This masked man should have a low status in the family, so he was usually in charge of these trivial chores in the family, which was why he could have such a strong resilience after entering the secret realm. The more she thought about it, the more it made sense. How else can we explain that he's so good at these trivialities? These are things that should be done by underlings. The thought came to her. A person of such low status as the masked man would surely go crazy with joy to share a room with a goddess like them, right? In that case, wouldn't you be able to use it at will? Thinking of this, Zi Lingling looked at Xiao Chuan with a haughty expression. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and cut the meat for us. Remember, the meat should be cut into small pieces, not too thick, not too thin. And when you're done cutting the meat, you go out and keep watch. We're going to rest for a while. She directly posed and took out a big lady stance, making a pass at Xiao Chen. She grew up with a noble birth. Her appearance and figure are all top-notch, and she has been favored by all kinds of people since she was young. And when she grew up, the celestial pride that knelt down to lick him was even more countless, and she has already developed the habit of not putting men in her eyes. After concluding that Xiao Chen's identity was low, he was even more carefree. Xiao Dus smiled in anger at his words. After not seeing her for several years, Zi Lingling still had this condescending face. It seemed he needed to teach her a lesson today. This girl, trespassing into someone else's cave without their permission is inappropriate, isn't it? Please get out. Xiao Chen looked at Zi Lingling and directly coldly shouted. What did you say? Let me out? Do you even know who I am? How dare you speak to me like that? Zi Lingling froze, and then, her face clouded over. She had never had a man reject her since she was a little girl. How dare a masked man as wasted as a straw dog speak to her like that today? Xiao Chuan coldly said. Aren't you that unruly and capricious daughter of the South-Swallowing King? Zi Lingling? Is it very powerful? Zi Lingling froze again. This masked man actually knew her identity? How dare you treat her like this knowing who she is? Who the hell is this guy? On the side, Ye Lanqi also looked stagnant. She also didn't expect this masked teenager to have the courage to treat Zi Lingling in such a manner even though he knew Zi Lingling's identity. One must know that the king of swallowing the south, Zi Rulong, was a terrifying martial king, and his men even had countless elite soldiers and good generals under their command. And in the entire Great Xia, it could be said that they were in a position of power. The average person wouldn't even dare to offend. This gentleman, my sisters and I, having failed to find food and shelter, had no choice but to break into your residence. So please forgive me if I have offended you. If your excellency does not welcome us, we will leave immediately. Seeing that the atmosphere had fallen into awkwardness, Ye Lanqi stood out and gave a slight salute to Xiao Chen. Although she was the future empress of Xia, she never bullied anyone and was extremely reasonable. What happened today is indeed their fault. Even if this masked teenager was not strong, she would not bully. Lanqi, who the hell is he? Why are you apologizing to him? Zi Lingling was furious. With that, she turned her head to look at Xiao Chuan with a cold gaze. We are willing to eat your meat because we think highly of you. We don't go when other people beg us to go and eat it, and yet you still dare to refuse. You don't know what's good for you. Chapter 127, The Hungry Ye Qingxuan. Xiao Chuan's sword brows slightly raised. I killed this demon wolf, and I roasted the wolf meat, so why should I give it to you to eat? You want to eat it, don't you have your own hands? Zi Lingling was so angry that she was trembling all over. Her big lady temper came up. From childhood, there is nothing that I can't get if I want it. I can do whatever I want. You dare to go against my wishes? I'm going to have to go against your wishes today. What do you want? Xiao Dust's face clouded over. He really hated Ye Qingxuan's unruly and capricious character. You can do whatever you want? You think you're invincible? What do I want? Apologize to me immediately, or else I'm going to step in and teach you a lesson. Don't blame me for not reminding you that I'm an expert at the 8th level of martial apprentice, the 583rd on the desolate North Demon ranking. If I strike, you're bound to be beaten to death. Ye Qingxuan's body was surging with chi and blood, and a stern aura emerged around her. That's right, she is also a generation of heavenly pride. Not even 20 years old, he was already at the 8th level of martial apprentice, ranked at 583 on the desolate North Demon ranking. It was not to say that the world was invincible in this secret realm, but it was rare to have an enemy. She believed that it was absolutely easy to deal with this masked teenager in front of her who was as weak as a vegetable chicken. Spirit, no, this matter was originally our fault. How can you still make a move against this gentleman? Ye Lanqi's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly spoke out to stop him. She was aware of Ye Qingxuan's strength, and in the younger generation, she was also a leading level figure. There was no way this masked teenager was an opponent. Lanqi, don't stop me from this today. It's the first time I've met such an arrogant person in my entire life. He must be made to remember. Ye Qingxuan's fire came up and she didn't even give face to Ye Lanqi. Are you sure you want to fight me? Then don't you regret it? Xiao Dust laughed coldly. Regret? What do I regret? You don't think this lady can't beat you, do you? Don't you tease. Have you heard of sword demon Xiao Chen? He was chased and beaten by me when he was a child and didn't even have the strength to resist. This young lady has been invincible since she was a child. Violet Qingxuan was amused. A mere trashy masked man actually dared to speak out of turn. It's almost as if I don't know what I'm talking about. Ever since Xiao Chen became famous, more and more people like to take him to task. For example, the previous Zhao Baodian, and the current Ye Qingxuan. All in all, people are popular. Hearing Ye Qingxuan's words, Xiao Dust's face darkened immediately, and the corners of his eyes could not help but twitch twice. This Ye Qingxuan actually revealed his scars in front of him. It's simply unforgivable. Sword demon Xiao Chen has unrivaled combat power. Just by you. Are you his opponent? He only sees you as a woman and doesn't want to bully you. Do you really think you can beat him? Xiao Dust gritted his teeth. Come on. What battle power is unrivaled? This Xiao Dust is a soft egg goon, bullied by this young lady since he was a child. When he sees this young lady, he'll immediately be scared and his legs will go weak. Violet Spirit Qingxuan was not ashamed but rather honored for bullying Xiao Chen in the past. In the next moment, Xiao Chen took off his mask, revealing a face that was like a finely carved jade, only that this face was filled with anger at the moment. See this scene. Ye Qingxuan and Ye Lanqi were both startled. Xiao Duan? What's he doing here? Isn't he wasted? Ye Qingxuan, I'll settle the previous scores with you all together today. Xiao Dust really couldn't hold back any longer. A moment of weakness flashed in Ye Qingxuan's eyes, but when she thought that Xiao Chuan was already wasted, she got high and mighty again. Just by you? The corner of Xiao Chuan's mouth suddenly hooked into a cold smile as he raised his head to look at Ye Qingxuan, and a terrifying sword aura suddenly erupted. You're actually not wasted? Ye Qingxuan was instantly scared out of her wits. Ye Lanqi's beautiful eyes also flashed with gusts of thunder. I thought you said my legs were shaking when I saw you. Come on. A battle? Xiao Dust had a cold smile on his lips. Where did Violet Spirit dare to answer the battle? This Xiao Chuan's battle power was amazing, but one person had slaughtered an entire Zhenbei. Not to mention one her. Even if there were 100 of her, it wouldn't be enough for Xiao Chuan to cut with a sword. You stay back. If you come over again, I'll yell for someone. I'll really yell for someone. Violet Spirit Qingxuan shivered in the face of the ever-approaching Xiao Chen. You shout. Shout all you want. Let's see if someone will come to your rescue if you scream your throat out. The corner of Xiao Dust's mouth curled slightly. After an extremely short fight, Ye Qingxuan was pressed to the ground by Xiao Chuan and slapped her arse hard with her palm. Snap. 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 When I was 5 years old, you tried to pull down my pants on the street, and if I hadn't run so fast, I would have just run naked. You're tough enough. When I was 7 years old, you blew me up with a cannonball and scared me so much that I ran for my life. 9 years old, Xiao Chen smoked while recounting the evil deeds that Ye Qingxuan had done. Ye Qingxuan's cheeks were flushed from the beating, and teardrops continued to fall. Xiao Chen, you asshole, have the balls to let go of me and we'll fight again. Lanqi, help. Brother Dust, I was wrong. I was wrong before. Let me go. Ye Qingxuan resisted desperately at first, but as Xiao Chuan's slaps rained down on her arse, she quickly became honest. Only then did Xiao Chen release her. Ye Qingxuan got up from the ground, and when she touched her butt, it was all swollen. She gritted her teeth in hatred and stared at Xiao Chuan with a murderous gaze, but when she saw Xiao Chuan turn back to look at her, she immediately lost all of her vigor and lowered her head, standing quietly like a child who had made a mistake. After giving a slap to Ye Qingxuan's buttocks, Xiao Chen also consumed quite a bit of physical strength, and seeing that the demon wolf meat was almost roasted, he tore off a wolf leg and took a bite. The mellow wolf meat was tender and juicy, and Xiao Duan's eyes lit up as soon as he entered the mouth. I have to admire my own technique. Both the heat and the seasoning are just right. Xiao Chuan's enjoyable appearance made the two women's appetites flutter as they watched. Xiao Chen glanced at Ye Lanqi, pulled off another wolf leg, and handed it over. Ye Lanqi froze. For me? Xiao Dust nodded with a smile. Thanks to Princess Silvermoon's righteousness in Xiangwu City that day, Xiao Dust is grateful. A mere wolf leg is not worth mentioning. Thanks a lot. Ye Lanqi nodded and took the wolf leg, gently biting into it. His good-looking eyes suddenly curved up. This roasted wolf leg is too good to be true. She didn't expect Xiao Chuan to not only be great at swordplay, but even grilling meat was so good. Lanqi, give me a taste. Give me a taste. Ye Qingxuan was so gluttonous that she hurriedly went to grab Ye Lanqi's wolf leg, tore a large piece of meat from it, and put it into her mouth. After chewing a few bites, Ye Qingxuan was practically crying out in happiness. This wolf's leg. It's too good to be true. Little softy. You can do it. This meat is also too deliciously roasted. Ye Qingxuan ate with her mouth full of oil and did not forget to give Xiao Chen a thumbs up. Little Softball was the nickname that Ye Qingxuan had given Xiao Chen when he was a child. What did you call me? A few black lines immediately appeared on Xiao Dust's face. Hey, wrong word. It's Brother Dust. As the saying goes, eating the mouth of a man is short. Ye Qingxuan had the good sense to change her name. At this moment, Ye Lanqi's summoning jade plate suddenly lit up. Ye Lanqi put down the roasted wolf leg and a touch of moonlight emerged on her jade hand, purifying the grease on her hand before picking up the summoning jade tablet. A message popped up on it. From Ye Qingxuan. Sister, do you have any more food over here? I'm starving. Ye Qingxuan grew up with a high level of respect. Everything was served by servants. Where would she know anything about wilderness survival? At the moment, it was starving and dizzy. The reason why the secret realm had a high mortality rate, besides the demonic beasts being ferocious and the human race killing each other for treasures, there was another reason why a very large number of people were not adapted to survive in the wilderness. Ye Lanqi never lied to his sister and told Ye Qingxuan all about the current situation. This includes living in a cave, eating roasted meat, meeting Xiao Duan, and Xiao Duan not being wasted, etc. Hearing this information, Ye Qingxuan's entire body was struck by lightning. Couldn't believe what I was hearing. Xiao Duan didn't waste it? How could Xiao Duan not be wasted? Also Ye Lanqi lives in a cave and eats roasted meat? Why were we all in the same secret realm, and she was eating dirt and suffering, while Ye Lanqi Xiao Duan was enjoying the blessing of roasting meat? She had been walking alone in an ancient forest for more than 2 hours now, and hadn't found any useful supplies. She asked a few of her companions and found they were in a similar situation. How did this Xiao Dust manage to be such a fish out of water in this secret realm? Moreover, Xiao Chen wasn't wasted, so wouldn't that make him her ideal candidate for a husband again? She was beyond sorry at the moment. Why did he himself say those disgusting words to Xiao Chen before entering the secret realm? If it wasn't for that, with Xiao Chuan's love for her for so many years, the one who was eating barbecued meat and living in a cave by Xiao Chuan's side at the moment should be her. Ah, no! She had to rush to Xiao Chen's side and redeem him. Sister, can you talk to Xiao Chen and take me over as well? Making up her mind, Ye Qingxuan quickly sent a message to Ye Lanqi. Ye Lanqi received it, looked at it, and was a bit embarrassed. She knew about her sister's feud with Xiao Chen. Objectively speaking, it was the younger sister who had apologized to Xiao Chen. Now, the younger sister wanted to ask for benefits from Xiao Chen again, which was truly a bit excessive. However, she was after all Ye Qingxuan's elder sister and could not be so heartless. So, after hesitating for a while, she still opened her mouth and said to Xiao Chuan, Xiao Chuan, Qingxuan is starving and doesn't have a place to stay, so can you pick her up? Xiao Chen, who was eating the roasted wolf meat, suddenly frowned. Michelle Yat? Why this woman again? You're still a ghost, aren't you? What's he got to do with her starving to death? He had been so good to her in his previous life, only to be abandoned by her mercilessly. How could he care about such a serpentine beauty in the slightest anymore? Can't. Xiao Dust directly refused. Available. Princess Silvermoon. I hope you understand that I have never wronged Ye Qingxuan. It is Ye Qingxuan who has wronged me. Now, she and I have severed our ties and have nothing more to do with each other. His business is none of my business. Ye Lanqi was silent and did not speak again. On the other hand, Ye Qingxuan on the other side was waiting impatiently and kept sending messages to Ye Lanqi. Sister, how's it going? Did he agree? I have some misunderstandings with him. Help me explain to him that I actually still love him. Chapter 128, Nan Yokoyama's Shock. Ye Qingxuan had collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. She was just too hungry and tired to make the effort. At this moment, she pinned all her hopes on Xiao Chen. She believed that although Xiao Chen was currently somewhat resistant to her, as long as he saw her in this miserable state now, he would definitely soften his heart immediately and pamper her. Because for the past 18 years, Xiao Chen had been like this, unable to see her suffer half a bit. In the past, Xiao Chen was indeed like this, but the old Xiao Chen was already dead, killed by Ye Qingxuan's cold and heartlessness. The current Xiao Chen couldn't wait for Ye Qingxuan to die. After waiting for a while, still not waiting for Ye Lanqi's message, Ye Qingxuan's expression became more and more anxious, and again sent several messages in succession. Sister, did you get my message? Sister, let Xiao Chen pick me up. Just then, Ye Lanqi replied, Qingxuan, I'm sorry, Xiao Chen is not willing to pick you up. Upon seeing this message, Ye Qingxuan's complexion instantly condensed. No, she's been this miserable and this low. This Xiao Chen is actually unwilling? Really not a man. Ye Qingxuan angrily closed the communication interface of the summoning jade tablet, and began to contact a few nearby celestials who had some good feelings for her and had been pursuing her. Those celestial pride had a miserable time too though, but at least there were a few wild fruits on hand. It was a lot worse than Xiao Duan's roasted wolf leg, but it was better than nothing. She was complaining about Xiao Chen in her heart at the moment, feeling that Xiao Duan was a bit excessive. She's a beautiful girl, even if she accidentally made a mistake. She apologized. So what reason do you have not to forgive? There are plenty of people who like her. It's not like she has to be you. Xiao Duan. She had already decided that she wouldn't even bother with Xiao Chen for the rest of the day, and that she might consider giving him a chance only if he licked her wholeheartedly like before. Xiao Chuan had changed a lot recently, ignoring her, but in the end, Xiao Chuan had changed for too short a period of time, and Ye Qingxuan didn't even realize that Xiao Chuan had completely changed, thinking that he was just having a temporary meltdown, and that he would soon come begging for her again. Her mind had already conjured up the image of Xiao Chuan kneeling in front of her in remorse, and the corner of her mouth could not help but curl up with a touch of pleasure. The other side, inside the cave, Ye Lanqi, Zi Lingling, and Xiao Duan were eating roasted wolf legs while nibbling on the spirit fruits that Xiao Duan had brought back. And this day was not to mention how nourishing it was. I don't know if it was because of the different growing environment. The flesh of the demon wolves in the secret realm was a few points more robust than the demon wolves in the outside world, and the meat was also more chewy, coupled with the fact that Xiao Chuan was very cool with barbecuing in his previous life and had excellent skills. So this barbecued wolf meat was really delicious and so addictive that Zi Lingling could not stop eating it. Brother Dust, your roasted wolf meat is too delicious. Can you roast a little bit more for others? Zi Lingling swallowed the last mouthful of meat in her hand, feeling that she had not yet finished, and looked at Xiao Chuan blearily again. On the other hand, Ye Lanqi was a bit silent because he was worried about Ye Qingxuan, and he didn't eat much meat, giving it all to Zi Lingling. Zi Lingling, you think beautifully, with the way you treated me when you were a child. It's good enough that I've given you this much to eat, and you still want more? You can eat roasted wolf meat if you want. I still have plenty here, but you have to pay the corresponding value. I don't support whoring here. Xiao Dust was exasperated and laughed by this glutton, but he did not reject it outright. Instead, he pointed to the demon wolf meat that was piled up deep in the cave. Seeing the pile full of demon wolf meat, like a small mountain, Zi Lingling's eyes instantly lit up as she turned her head to look at Xiao Chuan. What do you expect me to pay? What can you give? Xiao Chuan looked at Zi Lingling and casually sized her up for a few moments, realizing that after a few years of not seeing her, the other party had actually developed all of a sudden. Originally, she was the Princess of Peace, and now, with her peaks gathering and her waves, she was already a rather feminine older girl. But when he thought about it later, he felt that it was normal. The last time he met with Zi Lingling, the other party was only 11 years old, and now they were all 18 years old. 7 years, it was normal to develop. What do you want? You don't think you want me? Zi Lingling clasped her hands on her chest and looked at Xiao Chen with a wary expression. Nerve, I'm not interested in you. How many people have come into your Tunnan royal house this time? Anyone specialized in prying for information? Xiao Chen blankly glanced at Zi Lingling. For some reason, hearing Xiao Chen say this, Zi Lingling was both relieved and a little angry. This asshole Xiao Duan, with her looks and figure, she actually said she wasn't interested. Still not a man. At this moment, she had the urge to violently beat up Xiao Chen, but once she thought of the other party's terrifying strength, she wimped out again and answered honestly. This time, my Tunnan royal house has a total of 26 people coming in, and there are 7 scouts who are specifically responsible for poking around for news of spiritual treasures. Hearing this, Xiao Chen's eyes brightened slightly. A scout? That's the army that specializes in spying and scouting, and their observations are all first-rate and sharp. What he lacked most now was access to information. This secret realm was too big for him to find by himself. He had wanted to contact some acquaintances and share news with each other, but ordinary martial artists, gathering news, were compared to professional scouts. This is just heavenly. Thinking of this, his eyes softened a few points as he looked at Ye Qingxuan, a gentle smile at the corner of his mouth. Still want to eat roasted meat? Want. Very much. Violet Qingxuan nodded her head repeatedly, like a chicken pecking at rice. Then let's exchange it with information. How about I give you 10 pounds of roasted wolf meat for the news of a heavenly treasure? Xiao Dust gave a price after a little thought. He never suffered losses as a human being. Don't look at Ye Qingxuan as a delicate beauty, but if you want to get benefits from him, you have to pay the corresponding price. He wouldn't be like those dog-licking heavenly pride who pursued Violet Spirit Qingxuan, holding her up in the sky like the moon. What? Only 10 pounds of roasted meat is given for the news of a heavenly treasure? Xiao Chuan, your heart is really dark. Ye Qingxuan couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise. How precious this heavenly material is. Any one of these plants could potentially give a person a flying start and completely rewrite his or her destiny. At the very least, it could be sold in the outside world for 100,000 taels of silver, which translates to 1,000 lower grade spirit stones, which can be said to be a huge fortune. It's just a message, but it can't be worth only 10 pounds of roast. How much is a pound of roast? Ye Qingxuan, you're wrong. If you put it in the outside world, my price is indeed low. But where is this? This is a secret land in the middle of nowhere. Not to mention my fragrant roasted meat. Even a fruit is worth a fortune. Besides, you're just providing the information. It's still me who actually does the work. 10 pounds of roast meat is quite a lot. At most, I'll let you stay within this cave of mine again, and keep you safe from the wind and rain. All right? Xiao Chuan did not agree with Ye Qingxuan's viewpoint. Okay, but now that I haven't gotten the news, can I get an advance on some roast? When one was under the roof, one had to bow one's head. And Ye Qingxuan quickly accepted Xiao Chuan's suggestion and wanted to try to order some roasted meat to eat first. However, this proposal was ruthlessly rejected by Xiao Chen, infuriating Ye Qingxuan, who stomped her feet. Because the barbecue had been going on for a long time, the firewood was gone, so Xiao Chen could only put on his mask and go outside to gather some firewood. After Xiao Chuan left, Ye Qingxuan looked at Ye Lanqi with a grudging face. Lanqi, you're also too insufficient. Just now when Xiao Chuan, that little thief, beat my ass, you actually didn't even step in to stop it. Ye Lanqi covered her mouth and laughed softly. Who let you bully others when you were a kid? Now you've got retribution. Besides, how am I going to make a move? Do you think I can beat him? Ye Qingxuan gritted her teeth. Isn't this little thief wasted? How come it's getting more and more powerful? When we get out from here, I have to find a way to take revenge. And in the meantime, Nan Hangshan was leading a demon god temple martial artist who was as thin as a bamboo pole to keep searching in the barren grasses near Xiao Dust's cave. Paki, are you sure you saw that masked teenager around here just now? Paki fawned and smiled. Brother Yokoyama, these eyes of mine, born far-sighted, will never be wrong. That masked teenager appeared in this area before, and when I chased him here, I suddenly lost the trail. But this is surrounded by mountains on all sides. He couldn't walk out. Most likely he entered some cave. A cave? Nan Yokoyama's eyes suddenly lit up. What is most precious in this secret realm? Food and caves. Without both, even basic survival is not guaranteed. Brother Yokoyama, that's not all. I just saw two stunning young girls also walk into the barren grass. Their strength is terrifying. Both of them are at the 8th heaven of the apprentice realm. I didn't dare to get close, but with just a hurried glance, I dare to conclude that these two young girls are definitely top-notch beauties. When the time comes, Yokoyama brother, you first. You are tired of playing. Can you let me? A lewd and strange smile appeared on the pockmarked face. Ha ha, yes, I'll play first, and when I'm done, I can make you feel good too. Minami Yokoyama was very happy. In this secret land of birds and, with caves and women, it's like being happier than a god. Asako was instantly delighted. Thank you brother Yokoyama. Well, find the cave first. Ha, brother Yokoyama. Look, it seems like there really is a cave over there. Asako's eyes stared, and he suddenly reached out and pointed to the east. Nan Yokoyama walked in the direction that Asako pointed, and soon, he came before the cave. See the cave and what is happening. His entire body froze, even his breath caught. Chapter 129, Little Thief. Did you do it on purpose? Nan Yokoyama couldn't believe what he was seeing. On a soft and cozy wolf fur blanket, two stunning young girls were sitting together and playing with each other. One was wearing a purple dress and was stunningly beautiful, while the other had silver hair flowing like an exiled immortal. Both of them were superb in figure and appearance, the kind of superb he had never seen before. Nan Hengxian was also a master who had played with a lot of women, but he still couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva when he saw the two women at this moment. Beauty. It's just so beautiful. And to the side, Asako even popped his eyes out. A trace of scorching heat flashed in the eyes of the two men, and they directly walked into the cave, looking at the two women with a grin. Two girls? This place is deserted. The two of you must be very lonely. Let us accompany the girls. As the voice rang out, both Ye Lanqi and Zi Lingling were stunned, and then they turned their heads to look and found Nan Hengxian and Asako walking in. Bastards from the demon temple? What are you doing here? Zi Lingling's eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, and her tone was somewhat displeased. She had never been able to look at the lapdogs of the demon god's palace. Bitch, how do you talk? Do you know who this person standing in front of you is? He is my desolate North City Demon God Hall's renowned genius, Nan Hengxian, Demon Apprentice 9, ranked 218 on the desolate North Demon ranking. It's an existence that's enough to crush your group of human trash. Understand? Paki's eyes showed a fierce light as he shouted angrily at Zi Lingling. This statement was made. Both Zi Lingling and Ye Lanqi's faces changed slightly, and a flash of intensity appeared in their eyes. South Yokohama? Although they hadn't met Nan Yokoyama, they had heard of this person's name, Nan Yokoyama. His parents were killed at birth by a demon god temple martial artist. Originally, the people from the demon god temple wanted to kill him as well, but he didn't cry or make a scene. His eyes were firmly fixed on that demon god hall martial artist, and he even leered at that person. In a moment of weakness, the man took him back for adoption. When he grew up, he joined the demon god temple as a matter of course. Learning of his own life, not only did he not take revenge, but he also recognized a thief as his father and helped the demon god's palace as a tiger. But despite his low character, his natural talent was amazing, and at a young age, he had already reached the ninth sky of demon disciples, and could be considered a supreme genius. Lan Shi, can you and I join forces to defeat Southern Hengxian? Zi Lingling looked towards Ye Lanqi and lowered her voice. Ye Lanqi shook his head. He's not an ordinary demon apprentice 9th level. I heard that he acquired a demon technique under a coincidence. Even if you and I teamed up, we couldn't possibly be his opponent. What then? It seems that we can only wait for that little thief to return. This little thief is really something, going out to collect firewood at a critical moment. He's still so slow in collecting firewood. If he were here, we wouldn't need to be afraid of Southern Hengxian. Violet Spirit was burning with rage and took her grievances out on Xiao Chuan's head. Now that a great enemy was at hand, there was no way for the two girls, her and Ye Lanqi, to cope, even though the two women's voices had been lowered. But what a keen sense of hearing Nan Yokoyama had. Listen to the entire conversation between the two women word for word, hearing that the two women were waiting for their savior. The corner of his mouth hooked up with a hint of disdain. It must be that the little thief they were talking about should be that masked teenager. That punk is at most an 8th level martial apprentice. What's he good for? He can crush it with his hand. It just so happened that he was worried about where to find him. At the moment, he was waiting here for the masked teenager to come back, and then he would settle him first before slowly playing with these two women. Otherwise, if this masked teenager is scared and hides, this secret realm is so big, he doesn't know where to look for him, and then it will be hard to avenge Awu's death. Thinking of this, Nan Hengxian directly said with a domineering face, "Don't say that I won't give you guys a chance. I'll just leave you guys alone for now, and wait for that masked teenager to come back, and see if he dares to save you in front of me." Nan Hengxian. The two women sniffed. Zi Lingling said incredulously, "How did you know there was another masked teenager here? That masked teenager killed one of my men, and this time, I've come specifically to seek revenge on him. You two are an unexpected blessing." The corners of Nan Yokoyama's mouth hooked into a sardonic smile. "You're not afraid of him?" Zi Lingling couldn't figure out where Nan Hengxian had the backbone to dare to wait for Xiao Chen here. What kind of battle power does Xiao Duan have? That was an existence of one person suppressing 1,000 demons. South Yokohama is indeed awesome, but compared to Xiao Chen, it was still too weak and too weak. If he made a move against them at this moment, they might only be forced to reveal their bottom cards and use them to save their lives. However, if they waited for Xiao Chen to return, the southern Hengxian mountain would definitely die without a burial place. "Brother Yokoyama, there's demon wolf meat there." Nan Yokoyama was just about to speak when Asako suddenly surprised him. His eyes were really powerful, and from a long distance, he saw the demon wolf meat that Xiao Duan had hidden in the cave. Nan Hengxian followed his gaze and indeed found a large pile of demon wolf meat. His eyes lit up. He entered the secret realm and searched like a dog for 2 hours, only to find nothing. The secret world is too big. The demonic beasts all appear randomly. He did encounter some demonic beasts, but most of them were groups of demonic beasts that even with his strength, he would have to suffer against them. Therefore, he just found a few wild vegetables to fill up his hunger, and he was already starving. At this moment, his mouth was watering at the sight of the demon wolf meat. You, go roast us some meat. He glanced at the two women and eventually pointed at Ye Lingling. Why me? Ye Lingling jumped up at once. This Nan Haingshan clearly glanced at her and Ye Lanchi, but in the end, he only made her alone to roast the meat. What was the meaning of this? If Brother Yokoyama tells you to go, you go. Don't ing bull. One more word and I'll ing whip you to death. Seeing Nan Haingshan's gloomy face, Paki immediately pointed angrily at Ye Lingling. You dare to talk to me like that? Looking for death? Ye Lingling instantly became furious and fiercely threw a punch out towards Asako. The brutal power of chi and blood suddenly erupted. The sound of fist explosions even rang out in the arena. Asako's face changed drastically. A martial arts disciple at the 8th level? This dainty young girl in front of her was actually a martial apprentice 8th level Heaven's Pride? He was only a demon apprentice 7th level, and he was no match for Violet Spirit. Brother Yokoyama, help me. Paki was so scared that he hugged his head and hid behind Nan Yokoyama. Nan Haingshan's eyes narrowed slightly. A hint of sternness flashed in his eyes as he sneered coldly. A mere 8th level of martial apprentice. How dare you take liberties in front of me? Nan Haingshan simply don't know how to live. When Ye Lingling's fist came in front of him, he suddenly roared violently. A thick demonic aura rose up to the sky, and a tiger whistling sound suddenly formed into a sound wave, blasting out towards Ye Lingling. Ye Lingling immediately flew backwards as if she had been hit by a terrifying beast, smashing heavily into the ground and falling to the ground. Her originally exquisite makeup was instantly polluted by dust, and Ye Lingling's entire body became dusty. Asako stood aside. The man looked dumbfounded. A martial apprentice 8th Heaven's Pride had actually been seconded by Nan Haingshan just like that? Although he knew that southern Hangshan Mountain was terrifying, he didn't expect it to be terrifying like this. Martial Apprentice 8 could be considered a rare heavenly pride in the younger generation. I didn't expect that I wouldn't be able to carry a strike from Nan Yokoyama. After this incident, the level of reverence for southern Hangshan rose several levels again within him. Your battle power is good. You should also be on the desolate North Demon ranking. It's just a pity that you've met me, and compared to me, you're not even close. Glancing at the horrified Asako, Nan Haingshan himself was immensely satisfied with the blow he had just made, and began to speak out to ridicule Ye Lingling. Yo, Ye Lingling, I've only been gone for a while. Why are you lying on the ground eating dirt after being beaten up? At this time, Xiao Dust walked in from outside with a flourish, holding a pile of firewood. Actually, he's been here for a while. He came before Ye Lingling made a move with Nan Yokoyama. It was only that this Ye Lingling had bullied him many times when he was a child, and he wanted her to be taught a lesson before he struck. Unexpectedly, Ye Lingling actually fell straight to the ground. Little thief, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Violet Lingling suddenly reacted with rage. Chapter 130 Longevity Extension Flower. Ye Lingling's pair of beautiful eyes stared at Xiao Chen as if she wanted to eat someone. This little thief has definitely been here for a long time, but waiting for her to get knocked off her feet before showing up was excessive. Even if she had bullied him dozens of times as a child, it was all because she didn't know any better as a child, and it was none of her business now. This little thief actually holds such a grudge. As for Nan Haingshan, he was stunned when he saw Xiao Chen appear, because he actually didn't realize when this masked teenager appeared from the beginning to the end. With his cultivation, even if a mosquito flew by in a 10-meter radius, it wouldn't be able to escape his perception. But he didn't care. He was probably distracted just now as he was focused on looking at a beautiful woman. Kid, you know that my Yokoyama brother is here, but you still dare to come out. Are you not afraid of death? Nan Yokoyama was just about to speak when Asako suddenly spoke up. Hearing the hemp's words, Ye Lingling and Ye Lanchi's expressions were both slightly stagnant. Is Paki crazy? Does he know who's in front of him? Why are you guys looking at me with such eyes? You guys don't think this masked man can beat my Yokoyama brother, do you? Asako sensed that something was wrong. He felt that the two women were looking at him as if they were dead. Xiao Dust, two tiny demon god mongrels also dare to disregard you. Does your name of sword demon not work very well either? Ye Lingling held a grudge against the earlier incident and couldn't help but sneer. Yes? The corner of Xiao Dust's mouth curled slightly as a wave of aura exploded, and the entire cave was immediately filled with a stern sword aura. Such a terrifying sword chi. You are sword demon Xiao Chen? When Nan Haingshan saw this scene, his pupils plummeted into needles and he couldn't help but scream out in shock. This masked man in front of him was actually sword demon Xiao Chen? Isn't he ing wasted? How come you still have your training? Sword demon Xiao Chen was ferocious and incomparable, and although he was young, his mighty name had already resounded throughout the world. Nothing else. Xiao Chen's strength was simply too terrifying. Whether it's one person killing off 1,000 demons, or slaughtering all the Jinbei guards by himself, or breaking into the Jinbei king's residence alone and shocking half-step military generals, all of them were sufficient to illustrate the terror of Xiao Chen. To be honest, although he had always been proud of himself and had never placed the human race's heavenly pride in his eyes, he only had fear and awe for Xiao Chen. On the side, Pocky was even more frightened when he heard Xiao Chen's name and his legs went soft. Sword Demon Xiao Chen. He actually provoked Sword Demon Xiao Chen? This is tantamount to suicide. What are you two afraid of? Sword Demon Xiao Chen isn't as powerful as you think. Seeing Nan Hangshan and Asako's legs soften in fear, Zi Lingling pouted and couldn't help but spit out her words. Are you kidding? Sword Demon Xiao Chen isn't powerful yet? Pocky couldn't help but glare at Zi Lingling before turning around and coming in front of Xiao Chuan. With a plop, he directly knelt down. Sword, big brother Sword Demon. I'm just a snooper. I accidentally intruded into your cave. It's me who's wrong. I'll kowtow to you. Please, let me off the hook. Knock, knock, knock. He was so scared that his face turned white, trembling as he kowtowed to Xiao Chuan a dozen times in a row, and his forehead was immediately red and swollen. Asako, you. When Nan Hangshan saw that the hemp actually wimped out like this, he couldn't help but frown slightly, although he was also scared. But after all, he was a heavenly pride on the demon list. He still had a few points of temperament. Kneeling down and begging for forgiveness was something he couldn't do. If you want to live, you'll have to trade something of value for it. Xiaodust took off his mask and looked at Pocky. Before entering the secret realm, he was afraid that the Sacred Desolate Academy and the demon race would find him in trouble, so he was wearing a mask. But now that he had entered the secret realm, it didn't matter whether he brought it or not. The most crucial thing was that he had been recognized by this dead woman Ye Qingxuan again before. I know the location of an elixir. Can I tell you about it in exchange for a life? Asako said in a hurry. He was born with amazing eyesight and did the job of scouting, and before he discovered Xiao Chuan, he happened to find a spirit medicine, but there were a few terrifying demonic beasts guarding next to the spirit medicine, so he didn't dare to act rashly, and he planned to find all the manpower and then go to snatch it. Although they were from the demon god temple and had defected to the demon race, once they wanted the treasures in this secret realm, they would clash with the demon race in the secret realm, and there was no mercy to be had. In the face of interests, the same clan can kill each other, let alone they are just two dogs. What kind of elixir? If it has value, it can keep you alive. Xiaodust's eyes lit up slightly. A life-extending flower, Asako said. This statement was made. All the people in the arena were staring at each other. It's a life-extending flower? Which are the most precious things in this world? Longevity is definitely one of them. As the saying goes, if a mole cricket can live, no one wants to die. But life and death are determined by heaven and cannot be changed by man. Therefore, countless people suffer from a lack of access even though they have the intention to prolong their lives. But some of the secret world of the spirit of heaven and earth, sucking the essence of the sun and moon, get the creation of heaven and earth, adhering to the avenue of luck and born, people or demons serve, that can be against the sky to take life. The life extension flower in the mysterious realm of Jiao has this effect. Therefore, every time the Jiao mysterious realm opens, there are countless old monsters whose lifespan is approaching who send people to enter the secret realm despite all odds and seize the life extension flower, wanting to take their lives against the heavens and fight for more time in order to break through to a higher realm. Historically, whenever a life extension flower appeared, it would cause countless people to fight over it, with rivers of blood flowing and mountains of corpses accumulating. Pocky, why didn't you tell me earlier about something so important? Nan Yokoyama was incomparably angry at the moment. Had he known that there was a life extension flower nearby, he would have gone to fetch it himself long ago. Where would he have followed Pocky here to look for Xiao Chen? Extended life flowers are just too important. His old ancestor of the Nan family was now nearing the end of his lifespan, and it was the time when he needed this life extension flower. I didn't think I'd let this pockmarker spoil it, brother Yokoyama. I thought it wouldn't be too late to go after playing with women, Asako stammered. When Zi Lingling and Yi Lanqi heard this, their faces both darkened a bit. What year? At this time, Xiao Chen suddenly asked. 100 years, take it to extend your life by 1 year. Asako made peace with the situation. The life-extending grasses all have their years, and for every 100 years of growth, the medicinal power increases and can prolong life for 1 more year. 100 years of longevity extension grass is just enough to extend your life by 1 year. In Zone 1, most of the prolonged life grasses are of this vintage. Only in the second zone will there be life-extending herbs of a higher vintage. It's only been a year though, but it's also incredibly valuable. It's longevity, not the other way around. As for value, it's immeasurable, because the life extension herb is extremely rare. Get the people, either for their own use, or to their own ancestor use. Very few people to sell, even if they sell, but also are looking for acquaintances to trade privately. So, there is a market without a price. Good, take me there at once, and if the news is true, I can let you live, Xiao Dust promised. Thanks, Lord Sword Demon. Asako was thrilled beyond belief. Xiao Dust nodded and looked at Nan Hangshan again. What about you? What do you have to offer me? Nan Yokoyama's face was suddenly unsightly. He did have quite a few treasures, but it's all out there. At the moment, he didn't have anything on him to hold, only a few sidearms. I don't think the swordsman can see it. So, that's a no? Xiao Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and a chi sword was suddenly pressed against the center of Nan Hangshan's brow. Nan Hangshan wanted to dodge, but it was simply too late. His pupils suddenly shrunk, and his eyes were filled with horror. What a fast sword. For the last time, do you have something to trade for your life? I can submit to you. I can. Nan Hangshan desperately struggled, wanting to live. However, in the next breath, the sword that was pressed against his brow directly pierced through his brow. His eyes gradually became lax, and then his body went limp and fell to the ground. Submit to me? You're not worthy. Xiao Chuan coldly glanced at his corpse before turning his head to look at Asako. Take his corpse, throw it out and bury it. Bury it far away. Why, yes. Lord Sword Demon. I'll go immediately. Paki's face was horrified, and he hurriedly shouldered Nan Yokoyama's corpse and was about to run outside. Don't think of running. Otherwise, die. Xiao Dust glanced at him and said expressionlessly. Paki, however, felt a piercing chill and said in a trembling voice, don't worry, Lord Sword Demon. Paki wouldn't dare. Soon, Paki ran back after handling the corpse, and after cleaning up the bloodstains in the cave again, he led Xiao Chuan and the others to look for the life extension flower. Under the leadership of Paki, it did not take long for Xiao Chen's few people to arrive at an ancient forest. Lord Sword Demon, the longevity extension flower is right over there. Paki fawned and smiled, groveling as he pointed a direction to Xiao Chen. Xiao Dust followed Paki's finger and found that a green spirit flower, which was already in full bloom, emitted a soft green light and was full of vitality among the grass a dozen meters away. And around the flowers, there were 5 three-eyed ferocious tigers that were suppressing the 4 directions and were carefully guarding them. Each of the ferocious tigers is more than 10 meters long, 7 or 8 meters high, like a mountain, emitting a terrifying aura. Intimidating. All treasures in heaven and earth are guarded by ferocious beasts, which have to absorb the treasure's aura to reach metamorphosis. Lord Sword Demon. These 5 three-eyed ferocious tigers are the guardian demonic beasts of this longevity extension flower, and they must be defeated in order to obtain the spirit flower. Can I go now? Asako introduced himself. Xiao Chen nodded. You can go now. Thank you, Lord Sword Demon. Asako was overjoyed, and with a slight salute, he directly turned around and left. Xiao Chuan swept his gaze around and realized that there were already quite a number of martial artists with overpowering auras ambushing the surroundings, and it was obvious that these people had come for the life extension flower. But he wasn't surprised. Who wouldn't want to think about a precious spirit like the life extension flower? However, since he appeared here, the longevity extension flower could only be his alone. Thinking of this, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly, and he was about to walk towards the life extension flower. Just then, a low voice suddenly came from not far away. Who is it that is coming? Stop at once. Chapter 131, The Fierce Tiger. A feminine-looking youth walked out from the shadows with a few martial artists with potent chi and blood, staring at Xiao Chen with an unkind gaze. The group's clothes were embroidered with a few sacred dragon flowers, and underneath the flowers, there was the character Xian. Xiao Dust's eyes narrowed slightly. Ye Qingxuan's people. These people's faces were very raw, and they appeared to be the martial artists that Ye Qingxuan had recruited from other cities during this period of time to fight for her chance in the secret realm. We discovered this longevity extension flower first, so please retreat quickly. The feminine youth's eyes were stern, and his words had an air of superiority. All heavenly treasures are ownerless, and whoever gets their hands on them is the one who owns them. Your Excellency is being a bit overbearing when you say that, aren't you? Zi Lingling's eyebrows were slightly furrowed. Bully? See the holy dragon flower and Xian character on my chest? We are Her Highness the 9th Princess people. How about being overbearing? The feminine youth's eyes glowed with a cold light. He had come from another city and had no idea of the identity of Xiao Chen's trio, and he was a bit brash on the basis of being Ye Qingxuan's man. He had already passed on the news of the discovery of the longevity extension flower to Ye Qingxuan, who was overjoyed when she learned of it, and instructed them that this longevity extension flower was extremely important to her, and told them to get their hands on it at all costs. Therefore, this longevity extension flower, he was bound to get it. Moreover, he believed that with the 9 princesses' might, not many people in the human race would dare to be ungrateful and fight with them. This Lu Hao is also too arrogant. This longevity extension flower was obviously discovered by us first, yet he wants to hog it alone. That's right. The ninth princess's people are marvelous? Remarkable indeed. That's the ninth princess. If she didn't look down on me, I'd want to follow her too. A murmur rang through the arena. There were quite a few martial artists lurking around, all salivating over the life extension flower, only that they were afraid of the identity of the several people of the feminine youth and did not dare to step forward to fight for it. Although they came from major families and were all prominent figures in their respective cities, they were like ants in front of Ye Qingxuan. Ye Qingxuan came from the Xiao royal family and was deeply favored by the Xiao emperor, so it was not good to offend. Get lost, or I'll leave you here forever. Seeing that Xiao Chen still did not leave, the face of the feminine youth named Lu Hao grew impatient. On the side, seeing this scene, Yi Lanqi's face gradually chilled. Brother Hao, I see that this little white boy doesn't know what to do, so why don't I make a move and teach him a little lesson? Or let him understand that there are some people that he can't afford to mess with for the rest of his life. At this time, behind Lu Hao, a sharp-tongued, white-clothed youth suddenly stood out. When he saw that beside Xiao Chuan, there were two stunningly beautiful women, Zi Lingling and Yi Lanqi, he was so jealous that he wanted to teach Xiao Chuan a lesson. Why everyone wears white? His cultivation is still stronger than this little white boy, but this little white boy can embrace left and right, but he has not been able to find a woman? It's so unfair. Go on. Two girls, my name is Wu Yong, 7th level of martial apprentice. Now I have already defected to Her Highness the 9 princesses. This little white man is useless. There is no future in following him. Why don't you two girls follow me? Guarantee that you will eat fragrant and drink spicy food. Wu Yong walked up to Xiao Chen and gave him a provocative look as he directly began to molest Zi Lingling and Yi Lanqi. Violet Spirit was stunned. A small character like an ant actually dared to provoke the sword demon and offend the future empress of Xia. That's a lot of nerve. And Yi Lanqi's face grew cold. She didn't understand how Ye Qingxuan picked her men. How do you find such low character scum? When you see her, you must give her a good reprimand. This was no longer just disgracing her, Ye Qingxuan, but also damaging the face of the entire Xia emperor. Everyone in the arena froze as well, trolling people in front of them. Simply A lot of people looked at it with righteous indignation, but no one came out to mind their own business. After all, they didn't want to offend the 9th princess. White boy, I've got my eye on your woman. You don't mind letting me have her, do you? I don't think you'll mind. Wu Yong gave an inch and reached out his hand, about to grab Zi Lingling's shoulder. I mind. Xiao Chen's gaze turned cold and he directly slammed his fist on Wu Yong's head. Bang! Wu Yong didn't have time to make any reaction before his head turned into a bloody mist. Seeing this scene, the surrounding onlooker martial artists were all stunned. This white boy is too strong. Blasting a 7th level martial apprentice with a single punch? At the age of 17 or 18, he had such battle power. It could never be a nobody. I don't know which family's son. Only, no matter what background he had, if he messed with the 9 princesses, he was afraid of a great disaster. After all, the royal family had a supreme position in the Grand Xia, and no one could rival them except for the martial hall, and some hidden sects. Zi Lingling and Yi Lanqi were also startled, not expecting that Xiao Chen's temper was so violent that he directly made a move to kill someone. You dare to kill the 9th princess men? You don't want to live. Lu Hao's eyes narrowed slightly, and coldness flared up in his eyes. What about the person who killed Ye Qingxuan? Xiao Dust's expression was flat. Well, the 9th princess and Lord Ho Donglai will be here soon. I hope you'll still be so tough when you see her, Lu Hao said in a fierce voice. He was in a comparable realm to Wu Yong and thought that he was not Xiao Chen's opponent. However, at this moment, Ye Qingxuan was bringing Ho Donglai and rushing towards this place, and once Ye Qingxuan arrived, this brat would die without a burial place. Ho Donglai, the son of Donglai City's lord, a supreme heavenly pride, 24 years old this year, has already accomplished the 9th level of martial apprentice, ranked 145 on the desolate North Demon ranking list, and is much more powerful than Nan Hengshan. In the first district of this secret realm, the comprehensive strength can enter the top 10. Ho Donglai had always been Ye Qingxuan's avid suitor. Killing Ye Qingxuan's people was equivalent to offending Ho Donglai. He didn't believe that this kid was a match for Ho Donglai. What? Her Highness the 9th princess and Ho Donglai are going to arrive in person. It's over. Now the life extension flower is completely hopeless. I didn't realize that the news had leaked out so quickly. This kid is dead. Ho Donglai is a tough guy. He's a bully. He won't show mercy to this kid. Hearing that Ho Donglai was coming, the faces of the crowd turned ugly, and Xiao Dust didn't take that what's-her-name Ho Donglai seriously at all, and walked straight towards the extended life flower. Kid, you. Lu Hao's face was unsightly and he just wanted to stop him when Xiao Chen glanced back at him. his eyes as cold as hellish cultivators. Lu Hao was instantly startled and did not dare to say half a word more. He had a feeling that as long as he said one more word, the white-clothed boy in front of him would dare to kill him. He hurriedly took out his summoning jade tablet and sent several messages to Ye Qingxuan one after another. Your Highness the Ninth Princess, something bad is happening. There's a white-robed teenager, frighteningly strong, who killed Wu Yong with a single punch, and is now about to pick the longevity extension flower. I can't stop him, please. Your Highness the Ninth Princess and Prince Ho Donglai, come here quickly. That man is incredibly strong. Only Prince Ho Donglai can fight him. And just as Lu Hao sent the message, Xiao Chen had already arrived at a position less than 5 meters away from the extended life flower. Roar! The 5 three-eyed ferocious tigers instantly roared angrily and pounced towards Xiao Chen. The ferocious tiger's 3 eyes were scarlet red. Its fierce aura was monstrous, and its small mountain-like body rose into the air, covering the sky. For a time, demonic chi rolled in the void. Many of the people around them were separated by more than 10 meters, and they were all trembling in fear by that baleful aura. Secretly, he was glad that he didn't rashly make a move to take the longevity extension flower just now. This ferocious tiger is also too fierce. Earlier, the ferocious tiger had not yet become angry, and although it was also very terrifying, but with that might, they could at least withstand it. But now, when the fierce tiger moved to the real thing, they realized that this fierce tiger was even more terrifying than they had imagined. If they had dared to act rashly just now, at this moment, they would definitely have been buried in the tiger's mouth. It seemed that the elders in the family were right. None of the spiritual treasures in the secret realm were easy to obtain. They all needed to be filled with human lives. Lu Hao was also startled by the might of the ferocious tiger. But in the next moment, his gaze looked towards Xiao Chen and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Humph! 5 ferocious tigers. The furious chi rushes to the heavens. And this white-clothed youngster dares to go alone. He's simply sending himself to death. However, just as the crowd thought that Xiao Dust was about to be devoured by the ferocious tiger, Xiao Dust slightly raised his head, and a shocking chi and blood suddenly erupted like a blazing sun dazzling the 8 directions. Immediately afterward, several fist shadows flashed by. Bang! 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 There were several loud bangs in quick succession. Chapter 132, Hou Donglai. Ink-colored demon blood spurted out. The 5 three-eyed ferocious tigers were instantly smashed in their skulls and were killed on the spot. The huge tiger corpse slammed down so heavily that the ground smashed out several large craters. The whole room was silent. It's like dead silence. Except for Zi Lingling and Yi Lanqi, who had long known Xiao Chen's strength. Everyone was looking at Xiao Chen with horror in their eyes. Who the hell is this guy? Such a terrifying 3-eyed ferocious tiger. A few punches in seconds? Is it a boxing genius? Because of the martial god body, Xiao Chuan's fleshly body was also very terrifying. But of course compared to his sword Dao, it was far worse. How is this possible? Lu Hao's entire body was dumbfounded. His expression stagnant, and he didn't come back to his senses for a long time. This 3-eyed ferocious tiger was an ancient foreign species with a powerful bloodline. Far more powerful than the average demon race. And each of these 5 ferocious tigers had reached the 8th level of demon disciple. With 5 heads together, even an 8th level martial apprentice would be killed in an instant. Had this person's strength reached the 9th level of martial apprentice? Seeing that he was less than 18 years old, I didn't expect his strength to be so amazing. However, although he was appalled, he was not afraid. This was because Ho Donglai, who would soon arrive here with Ye Qingxuan, was not only a martial apprentice of the 9th level, he had also mastered a family heirloom martial art, the mountain-shattering foot. Martial skills were extremely rare, and were priceless treasures that a martial artist could only dream of, with qualitative improvements. At the same realm, a martial artist with martial arts skills could kill a martial artist without martial arts skills in almost 100% seconds. No matter how strong this white-clothed teenager in front of him was, if he didn't have any martial arts skills, he couldn't possibly be a match for Ho Donglai. And this thing, martial arts, was too rare, unless some people with a particularly illustrious birth, or particularly good fortune. It was very difficult for the average martial artist to possess it, and this white-clothed teenager definitely didn't have it. Since this was the case, as soon as Ho Donglai arrived, this white-clothed boy would definitely die. And Xiao Chuan did not care about the reactions of the outside world at all, walking directly to the longevity extension flower and reaching out to gently pick it. Looking at the longevity extension flower in front of him, which was emitting a hazy green light, Xiao Chuan lightly sniffed it and suddenly felt that his body's chi and blood had flourished a little. The essence of prolonging life is to enhance chi and blood. This life-extending flower is truly marvelous. Xiao Dust took out the pre-prepared package and carefully placed the longevity extension flower inside. This package was specially made before entering the secret realm by Xiao Chuan, who had found someone to make it, which could preserve the aura of the heavenly treasures for a short period of time. In order to get this thing, Xiao Dust had spent a full 200 taels of gold, causing him some heartache. The surrounding people's eyes turned red with envy when they saw Xiao Chen successfully take the longevity extension flower into his arms. It's a life-extending flower. Although it wasn't the most precious treasure in the secret realm, it was definitely something that countless people could only dream of. Not to mention for those old people whose life expectancy is approaching. Even for teenagers of 17 or 18 years old, it is of great use. No one lives too long. Just then, a young girl as clear and elegant as a white lotus flower was walking along a path with a sword-browed, starry-eyed black-robed youth. The young girl walked fast, with a hint of anxiety on her face, while the young man followed closely, his gaze never leaving the young girl's face, with infatuation in his eyes. The two were none other than Ye Qingxuan and Ho Donglai, who received Lu Hao's message and flew towards Xiao Chen's location. Qingxuan, are you worried about that longevity extension flower falling into someone else's hands? There's no need to rush. That longevity extension flower is guarded by 5 three-eyed ferocious tigers. That ferocious tiger is so hostile and ferocious that white-clothed young man alone can't solve it. Seeing how anxious Ye Qingxuan was, Ho Donglai smiled and relieved. I'm not afraid of 10,000 things. That life extension flower is extremely important to me. A highly respected clan elder of the royal family is approaching his life expectancy. If I can seize this flower and offer it to him, I will surely be able to gain his support and further solidify my position in the royal family. Ye Qingxuan's brows were filled with anxiety. She had already sent a few celestial pride to guard the extended longevity flower, successfully deterring the group of martial artists who wanted to seize the extended longevity flower. And next, as long as she was there in person, taking the extended longevity flower would be almost a nail in the coffin. Unexpectedly, a white boy was suddenly killed out. It actually dared to not give her face and directly seize it with her hands. It is simply rampant. She would like to see in a moment just what kind of god that white-clothed teenager was, who actually dared to not give her Ye Qingxuan face. If the background wasn't hard enough, she was going to make him look good. Qingxuan, there's no harm in it. Even if that white-robed youngster does manage to take down the fierce tiger and seize the longevity extension flower, I'll still fetch it for you. You know, I'm on to you. Ho Donglai was deeply in love, and there seemed to be broken starlight in his eyes. He had been pursuing Ye Qingxuan for several years. In the past, when Ye Qingxuan had a fiancée, he could only sneak around, but now that she had broken off her engagement with Xiao Chen, he could finally be honorable. Thus, he couldn't wait to finalize his relationship with Ye Qingxuan. Brother Donglai, I don't want to talk about feelings yet. Ye Qingxuan didn't even think about it and directly refused. This Ho Donglai was nothing more than a spare tire that she kept in the shadows, and although his strength was excellent, it was still far too inferior when compared to Xiao Chen. Regardless of looks, natural talent, and strength, they were not on the same level. She had seen Xiao Chen's amazing talent, so how could she willingly commit herself to this kind of goods? If it wasn't for the fact that in the secret realm, supplies were really in short supply, and she had her eye on a few spirit fruits in his hand, she wouldn't even have contacted him. Qingxuan, am I not good enough? Hu Donglai was a bit glum. Since childhood, he had been a star-crossed existence, with countless girls adoring him, but he had never been able to forget Ye Qingxuan since a few years ago, when he had met her by chance. But Ye Qingxuan always treated him with disinterest. He thought at first that it was because he wasn't patient enough, but after insisting for several years in a row, Ye Qingxuan hadn't changed the slightest bit towards him, which made him a bit disheartened. This time, when Ye Qingxuan took the initiative to contact him, he was so excited that he gave Ye Qingxuan all the spirit fruits that he had managed to pick, and was now starving himself. He had thought that Ye Qingxuan would be moved and try to confess again, but to my surprise, the other party still refused. Can't it be that she's still thinking about that Xiao Chen in her heart? But even though he had never seen Xiao Chen, he knew that it was a person of doom who had disobeyed his parents and suffered a curse from the heavenly Tao. How could such a person be worthy of a character like Ye Qingxuan, a fairy who had fallen from the mortal coil? The more he thought about it, the more his suspicions made sense. It must be because of Xiao Chen that Ye Qingxuan had rejected him several times. Thinking of this, a hint of gloom flashed in Ho Donglai's eyes. He didn't understand which point he was not better than that Xiao Chen. A trace of impatience flashed in Ye Qingxuan's eyes, and she was just about to speak when suddenly, the summoning jade tablet on her waist began to vibrate slightly, and she hurriedly picked it up, and her face instantly sank when she saw the message on it. The message said that the white-clothed boy had casually blown away the ferocious tiger and had already obtained the longevity extension flower. Where did the teenager come from to be so terrifying? Suddenly, a stunningly handsome face appeared before her eyes. Could it be Xiao Chen? But soon, she dismissed the thought. Xiao Chuan used his sword and that teenager used his fists, so he shouldn't be alone. Qingxuan, what's wrong? Ho Donglai noticed Ye Qingxuan's abnormality. Brother Donglai, That white-robed boy has already killed the fierce tiger and seized the longevity extension flower. Ho Donglai's face changed slightly at his words, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. In such a short period of time, that white-clothed boy had actually killed all the ferocious tigers? It looked like it was at least the 9th level of martial apprentice. Such a young martial apprentice 9. Simply appalling. There weren't many such characters in the entire first district, so how could they be nameless? However, he was not afraid. With martial arts in his hands, he could be called invincible in the same realm as he traveled all the way. Brother Donglai, I'm still troubling you. Full speed ahead. Go ahead and stop that teenager. Yes, Brother Donglai. This longevity extension flower is very important to me. Please. Ye Qingxuan was so pitiful that she looked at Ho Donglai with infatuated eyes. Qingxuan, don't worry. As long as it's something you like, I'll fight tooth and nail to get it for you. Ho Donglai said with a smile, and then, his body transformed into the wind and directly disappeared in place. His cultivation level was much higher than Ye Qingxuan's, and he hadn't driven at full speed before in order to take care of Ye Qingxuan. But at this moment, with a slight force, he threw Ye Qingxuan out of the way. A trace of disgust flashed in Ye Qingxuan's eyes as she looked at the distant figure of Ho Donglai. This Ho Donglai is simply a toad trying to eat swan meat. Just by him, he wants to get himself. It's just delusional. Only a heavenly pride like Xiao Chen was a good match for her. The other side. After Xiao Dust had taken the flowers, he spent some more time cutting up some demon tiger meat, intending to bring it back to be roasted. As he finished getting it and carried the demon tiger meat, he was just about to leave when a black-robed youth suddenly stopped in front of Xiao Dust like a whirlwind. I am Donglai City's Donglai Ho. I'll take this longevity extension flower in your hand. I won't bully you either, so I'll give you 100,000 taels of silver. Ho Donglai faintly swept a glance at Xiao Dust and opened his mouth, a hint of unquestioning in his tone. A life extension flower 100,000 taels. Seems to give a lot. In fact, in the market will not be sold at all. What a precious flower of prolonged life. It's simply not something that can be measured in dollars and cents. He's taking it by force. However, the breath of this teenager in front of him didn't look strong, giving off the impression that he was at most at the 7th level of martial apprentice, and apart from looking better than him, he was nothing. So bullying was just bullying. Chapter 133, I don't believe he's so powerful. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ho Donglai actually really came. That speed just now. It was terrifying. Worthy of being the 145th on the desolate North Demon ranking, Nan Hengshan is far worse compared to him. That's natural. It's just that. I heard that he's been courting Her Highness the 9th Princess lately. Why didn't Her Highness the 9th Princess come with him? Ho Donglai's reputation spread far and wide, and the moment he appeared, he caused a gasp of surprise. As for Lu Hao, he was so excited that he almost jumped up when he saw Wei Dong coming. The Wu Yong who had just been killed by Xiao Chuan was his life and death brother and beloved family friend. He hated Xiao Chen in his heart at the moment. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't fight, he would have gone up and gotten Xiao Duan killed just now. And at this moment, Ho Donglai is here, and this Xiao Chen is still alive? Despite the outside world being very boisterous, Xiao Dust had a bland look on his face. Instead, he raised his eyes and glanced at them before speaking. Not for sale. The crowd froze at these words. No sale? Do you know who you're talking to? That's the 145th weight Donglai of the desolate North Demon ranking. Do you want to die for being so disrespectful? Ho Donglai's face also cooled down. Little brother, you can think it over. Although the life extension flower is good, you must also have the life to enjoy it. I'll take the longevity extension flower. Will you sell it to me or will I rob it myself? Brother Donglai, you're finally here. This kid killed Yong. You must avenge him. Xiao Chen frowned and was just about to speak when Lu Hao ran directly in front of Ho Donglai to complain. What? He actually killed Qingxuan's men? Ho Donglai's face sank, and his eyes glowed with a cold aura. Although Wu Yong was not a big shot, he was also recruited by Ye Qingxuan at no small cost. Killing Wu Yong would be tantamount to hurting Ye Qingxuan's face, and hurting Ye Qingxuan's face was tantamount to hurting his face, tantamount to going against him. Little brother, grabbing treasure is grabbing treasure. Why kill someone? Did you know that he was Qingxuan's man? Ho Dong came to look at Xiao Chen, his gaze gradually sharpening. No, you still kill? If you want to kill, kill. Xiao Dust carried the tiger demon meat as he gazed straight at Ho Donglai. Kid, you seek death. A hint of murderous aura flashed in Ho Donglai's eyes. Not many people had dared to talk to him like that since he was a kid. This white-clothed teenager didn't know where to come from, but he was actually so arrogant and didn't even give a bit of face. Just as he was about to make his move, a fragrant wind came, followed by a stunningly beautiful white-skirted girl appearing in front of the crowd. None other than the belatedly arriving Ye Qingxuan. Your Highness, the 9th Princess. Greetings, 9th Princess. Her Highness the Ninth Princess is so beautiful. The people in the arena saluted when they saw Ye Qingxuan. Gentlemen, there's no need to be polite. Ye Qingxuan smiled, still looking gentle and gracious in front of outsiders. And then, her gaze flowed and she saw Xi Lingling and Ye Lanqi on the side. A trace of surprise flashed in her eyes, and she was just about to open her mouth to greet her. But when she saw Ye Lanqi shaking her head slightly, she immediately understood that Ye Lanqi did not want to reveal her identity, and held her words back. And then she saw the white boy who had often appeared in her dreams lately. The young man's complexion was cold, and when he saw her appear he just gave her a cold glance, and then he retracted his gaze, that indifferent attitude, as if he was treating a stranger. Ye Qingxuan's heart suddenly ached. Why is he looking at her like that? Obviously he was the one who rejected her request to live in the cave with him before. It's not like she's the one who apologized to him. What gives him the right to do that to her? Qingxuan, you're here. I stopped the one who robbed you of your longevity extension flower. Seeing Ye Qingxuan's appearance, Ho Donglai immediately turned to greet her with a smile, only to find that Ye Qingxuan was lost in thought as she looked at the white-clothed young man across from him, her eyes haunted, seeming to have a mist curling up, as hazy as the smoke and rain twining around them. He was struck by lightning all at once. How could Ye Qingxuan look at that teenager with such eyes? She'd never looked at herself that way before. Qingxuan? He called out again, but there was already a bit of anger in his eyes. Ye Qingxuan finally came back to her senses and looked at Ho Donglai. Brother Donglai, step back. This matter, it's not for you to meddle in. With Xiao Chen's battle power, there was no way that Ho Donglai would be an opponent. Qingxuan, what do you mean by that? Are you looking down on me? Ho Donglai was furious. The woman he'd been chasing for years was actually eyeing another man. Could he stand that? And what does it mean that it's not his place to intervene? He was a martial apprentice 9, and he was armed with martial skills. There were a few people in this secret realm that he couldn't defeat. Ye Qingxuan still wanted to persuade, but Xiao Chen was already impatient as he carried the tiger demon meat and directly stepped forward with the intention of leaving. Ho Donglai's figure flashed and stopped in front of him once again. Move over. Xiao Dust looked up. What's your relationship with Qingxuan? Why does he look at you like that? Ho Donglai gritted his teeth. Previously engaged, Xiao Dust said indifferently. This statement was made. It was like a thunderbolt exploding in the ears of the crowd. Engaged? This white-clothed young man, could it be sword demon Xiao Chen? It should be by looking at Ye Qingxuan's expression. But isn't Xiao Duan already wasted? Why are you still so fierce? Ho Donglai's pupils also suddenly shrunk. You are Xiao Chen? Xiao Duan nodded. Can you get out of the way now? Ho Donglai's face began to change as a struggling color appeared in his eyes. This Xiao Chuan's battle power was astounding, and it was rumored in the outside world, but he didn't really believe it. He had counted himself as having seen many heavenly prides, but he had never seen one as terrifying as Xiao Chen. It is said that hearing is not believing. He wanted to try Xiao Chen's depths today. Most of all, Xiao Chen was his #1 love rival, and if he let him go just like that, he wouldn't have the face to hang out in the future. I've heard that Prince Xiao Dust's battle prowess is astounding. He once shocked 1,000 demons with one person, slaughtered all the Jinbei guards with one sword, and killed through the Jinbei king's residence with just one person. The legend is too prevalent, so I'm afraid that the name doesn't live up to its reputation. Today, I would like to learn about your excellency's divine might. I don't know if your excellency is willing to show your face. In the end, Ho Donglai decided to fight Xiao Chen. Although there were many legends about Xiao Dust in the outside world, he was from Donglai City and had not seen Xiao Dust strike before, so the outside world was mostly spreading falsehoods, and he didn't believe that Xiao Dust was really that fierce. Xiao Dust nodded his head indifferently. Anyway, drying out Ho Donglai was not a big problem as it would waste at most one breath. Brother Donglai, you're no match for him. Don't fight unnecessarily. Ye Qingxuan was instantly anxious and went up to advise in a low voice. She still had to use Ho Donglai to fight for her chances in the secret realm, so if she was injured or died, it would be a great loss to her. Qingxuan, you don't believe in my strength? Even if I can't win, I can always fight him for 300 rounds, right? Besides, I'm confident that I can win against him. Ho Donglai was also a man of pride, and when he heard Ye Qingxuan say this, he was instantly displeased. I didn't expect to see the sword demon strike today. It's really a blessing of 3 lifetimes. I don't think this sword demon may be as exaggerated as the legends say. What the outside world says is just too exaggerated. There's definitely a lot of water. I feel the same way. One person drying out 2,000 demon clans. One person slaughtering an entire army of Jinbei guards. One person killing through the Jinbei king's residence. How can this be real? If it's true, I'll just kill myself. There was a lot of talk in the arena. Some people supported Xiao Chen, but more of them questioned Xiao Chen's strength. It's no wonder. Xiao Dust's battle record was too formidable to sound exaggerated. Xiao Chen, can you spare his life for my sake? When Ye Qingxuan saw that He Donglai insisted on fighting, she came to Xiao Chen and said to him, Qingxuan, what do you mean? Do you think I wouldn't even survive under him? He Donglai was furious. Chapter 134, Sneak Attack. What is the ninth princess talking about? Letting Xiao Chuan leave He Donglai alive? That Xiao Dust looks mediocre. Is he that strong? I don't believe it either. That's He Donglai. The 145th ranked He Donglai on the demon ranking list has unrivaled battle prowess. As soon as you guys take a look, you haven't seen the might of the sword demon with your own eyes. His strength. It's already hard to describe in words, not to mention He Donglai. Even if it's a martial master realm powerhouse, he'd have to call out to his father when he comes. You're just bragging. He looks like his breath is only at the 7th level of martial apprentice. Can he have such divine power? I, Go Killing Sky, am the first to be unconvinced. Under the system's camouflage, Xiao Chuan's current breath was only at the 7th level of the apprentice realm, making him look very ordinary. Most of the martial artists present were from other cities, and although they had heard of Xiao Chen's reputation, few had actually seen him. After all, Xiao Chen had fallen for 3 years before and only rose like a comet in the last few days. The time for his reputation to skyrocket was too short, unlike He Donglai, who had been renowned for the past few years. Face? Ye Qingxuan, what kind of face do you have with me? At this moment, Xiao Chen suddenly laughed coldly with disdainful eyes. The moment these words came out, it was like a huge stone smashing into a pond, a stone stirring up 1,000 waves. Many people's complexions immediately became angry. What does this Xiao Chen mean? How dare you speak to Ye Qingxuan like that? Ye Qingxuan's expression froze, and her heart felt as if she had been hit with a knife. The pain was unbearable. She couldn't believe that Xiao Chen was this desperate, and in front of a large crowd, he actually didn't give any face at all. Xiao Dust has really changed. In the past, even though he was angry, he would still take care of her face in public. He Donglai's eyes also spewed fire. Xiao Chuan, apologize to Qingxuan immediately. That's right, apologize. Even if you're a sword demon, you can't insult the ninth princess like that. An ordinary apology won't do. You must kneel and kowtow. As He Donglai led the way, the number of people who denounced Xiao Chen increased. Dozens of pairs of angry eyes stared deathly at Xiao Chen. It can be said to be a crowd pleaser. Unlike Ye Qingxuan, who lived in deep seclusion and hardly appeared in public, she often attended events to recruit talent and enlist people's support. As a result, it is highly reputable in the outside world and has a huge number of admirers. Zhi Lingling froze at the sight. This Ye Qingxuan had too many admirers. In the past, when someone said that Ye Qingxuan liked to show her face and collect people's hearts, lacking the reserve that a royal princess should have, she thought it was a rumor. But at this moment, it seemed to be true. Gentlemen, thank you for standing up for me, but Mr. Xiao Chen and I are old friends, so he spoke a bit straighter. So don't blame him. Ye Qingxuan swept her gaze over the crowd and gave a slight salute, churlish and pitiful, like a white lotus flower reflecting the sun. Your Highness the ninth princess, you are just too kind. Xiao Chuan the son of an insulted you like this and you are still so generous. I, Go Killing Sky, am the first to be unconvinced. That's right, he must be taught a lesson. There are so many of us here. What can he do if he's more powerful? Get him. Instead of calming down, the anger of the crowd burned hotter and hotter. After saying that, a group of people suddenly erupted with amazing chi and blood and raised the weapons in their hands to kill towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Dust glanced at it and the corner of his mouth could not help but curl up into a snicker. Ye Qingxuan had raised quite a few licking dogs outside over the years. Everyone, please stop fighting first. Let me fight Xiao Chen first. At that moment, He Donglai spoke up. Ye Qingxuan glanced at He Donglai and wanted to open her mouth again to persuade him, but seeing the determination in his eyes, she eventually gave up. She understood He Donglai's character. He valued his face more than his life, and at a time like this, he wouldn't say anything to stop. The scene gradually quieted down. He Donglai turned his head to look at Xiao Chuan, his gaze as stern as a sword. I know you are a sword cultivator. Draw your sword. Xiao Dust slowly shook his head. The crowd's faces stagnated. Is this not putting He Donglai in his eyes? He Donglai's face also stiffened violently, and immediately afterward, a surge of sky-high fury surfaced in his eyes, not even bothering to draw his sword. Is this belittling him? What a sword demon Xiao Chen! Hopefully he wouldn't cry out in fear after seeing the power of his martial arts. Mountain-shattering leg. Wait, Donglai raised his right leg, a shocking aura suddenly erupted, and a terrifying chi and blood power swept around in a flash. The wind's hunting. A channel of black energy suddenly converged at He Donglai's right leg, and in the next moment, the vision of a landslide appeared, lingering around He Donglai. So strong, not bad for a martial art. This is too terrifying. Xiao Chuan might get kicked to death. The field gasped in shock. Xiao Chen, quickly draw your sword, or you will die. Ho Donglai roared again. However, Xiao Dust ignored it and only stood still on the opposite side, looking at Ho Donglai indifferently. That gaze is cold as, like looking at a mole cricket. Die. Ho Donglai couldn't hold back any longer and viciously kicked at Xiao Chen. The breath was horrifying. Countless rubble crumbled and flew high into the air, and the energy waves that spilled out sent many people flying several meters. This is the power of martial arts. Although it extremely consumed chi and blood, the power was also very amazing. However, just as the crowd thought that Xiao Dust was going to be pulverized by this kick, Xiao Dust clenched his fist slightly and suddenly released a powerful force of chi and blood, forming a shield in front of his body. Ho Donglai's foot was inches in front of Xiao Chuan's body, and it actually stopped hard, making it difficult to advance half a point further. He relied on his powerful chi and blood power to levitate in the air, forming a confrontation with Xiao Chen. However, no matter how much force he exerted, he could not break through Xiao Chen's defense. How is this possible? See this scene. The crowd was dumbfounded. Just by releasing some chi and blood power, it blocked Ho Donglai's mountain-shattering kick? That was a martial art that could shatter even giant mountains when practiced to the extreme. Ye Qingxuan also froze. She knew that Xiao Chuan's sword Dao was powerful, but the fact that his physical body was also so perverted was something she had not expected. It was a recognized fact in the cultivation world that sword cultivators had amazing killing power and weak physical bodies, but Xiao Dust was even as terrifying as his fleshly body. It was really an anomaly. Ho Donglai, as the person concerned, was even more shocked to the point where his liver and gall bled. He had already exerted all his strength, but he did not expect that Xiao Chuan would easily block his martial skill by simply releasing a small amount of his chi and blood. This is not at all on the same level, but as things stood, there was no way back for him. Ye Qingxuan with so many people were watching from the side. If he lost this battle, he would lose his reputation. Thus, he gritted his teeth and touched the mechanism in his boots with his toes, and his sharp dagger instantly stabbed out towards Xiao Chen. The blade of the dagger shone with a faint blue light, obviously quenched with poison. This was one of the backhanders that he had prepared this time in order to seize the treasure in the secret realm for when he encountered danger, but he did not expect to use it on Xiao Chen in advance. See this scene. The faces of the people in the arena all changed slightly, and a hint of contempt flashed in their gazes as they looked at Ho Donglai. A sneak attack? Xiao Chuan's bare hands and empty fists, and Ho Donglai actually triggered a concealed weapon all of a sudden? Is this the kind of move that an expert like Ho Donglai should make? Xiao Chuan, retreat, the dagger is poisoned. Violet Spirit Ling Ling's complexion suddenly changed, and she hurriedly shouted, looking at the sudden dagger. A trace of surprise also flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes, but this trace of surprise only lasted for an instant, and soon, Xiao Chen's eyes once again returned to calm. Next breath, a loud and clear sword sound that resembled a dragon's roar abruptly resounded in the center of the field. Although Xiao Chuan had not drawn his sword, there were already threads of sword chi within his body that automatically diffused out and began to protect his master. Chapter 135, Silver Armor Guard. In the next moment, several purple chi swords formed around Xiao Chen and shot toward Ho Donglai. The dagger met the sword chi, and it crumbled into dust by inches, and Ho Donglai's entire body was shot through by the sword chi, with dozens of bloody holes in his body, and suddenly flew backwards, smashing into the ground and directly becoming a corpse. Seeing this scene, the crowd's eyes froze. A generation of heavenly pride. 145 ranked on the demon ranking list. Donglai City's young city lord, Ho Donglai, had died just like that? That Donglai City master Ho Qingol to get a son. Just Ho Donglai so a seedling. Baby can't. Now Ho Donglai tragic death. He learned the news. Must not go crazy? Donglai City was a large city with a long history, deep roots, and very impressive strength. The city lord Ho Qing was even more terrifying, being a martial arts general with a pure martial arts cultivation, and was a ranked ruthless person in the desolate North Province. If his name seeks revenge on the sword demon will have to die a horrible death. Right? Young master. Several cries of grief and shock rang out. A few young martial artists in the shape of retainers rushed out from the crowd, clutching Ho Donglai's corpse in death, their faces miserable, looking at Ho Donglai, whose body was covered with bloody holes. Several people's faces turned pale and their eyes were filled with anger. One of them raised his head to look at Xiao Chen. Little thief. My young master was only engaging in a fair sparring session with you, but you actually dared to inflict such a poisonous blow. Do you know what my young master's status is? If you kill him, your whole family will die. Although Xiao Dust's reputation had spread quickly, it was limited to desolate North City, Xiangwu City, and cities that were a little farther away like Donglai City might have spread it as well, but the vast majority of people did not know Xiao Dust's details very well. When the crowd heard this, Complex colors appeared on their faces. A fair fight? Halfway through the fight, he suddenly used a concealed weapon, and it was poisoned, rushing towards Xiao Chen's vitals. Is this also called fair sparring? Only, these words, they only dared to think in their hearts, saying that they did not dare to speak out. After all, Donglai City Lord Ho Qingna was considered a giant in the desolate north. You want to kill my whole family? Xiao Dust raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't think there was such a thing as a good thing. If this Ho Donglai's family could really get Xiao Zhenbei's family killed for him, then he would definitely have to thank the other party. It was just that in the entire desolate North Province, there were not many who could kill Xiao Zhenbei. I was afraid. I wonder if this Ho Donglai's family has the strength. You don't believe me? Do you know whose son you killed? You're in big trouble. Have you heard of Donglai City Lord? Ho Chang? You can crush your entire family with a lift of your hand. The man got more and more angry as he spoke. Ho Chang? Is it strong? Xiao Dust had never heard of who this person was and had some hidden expectations in his heart. If this person was incredibly strong and could take out Xiao Zhenbei, it would save him a lot of effort. Is it strong? Marshal General 1, do you think it's strong? The man snorted and looked at Xiao Chen as if he was looking at a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. The Lord of Donglai City isn't strong? Then who dares to say strong? The crowd in the arena also looked at Xiao Chen with sympathetic eyes. Offending a martial general was tantamount to incurring a disaster of destruction. For a demon like Xiao Chen, there was no exception. How many military generals are there in the entire desolate North Province? And that's definitely a giant that turns its hand to the clouds and its hand to the rain. Only the first level of martial general? Xiao Dust looked disappointed. Seeing how powerful and coaxing the other party was, he thought that this Ho Qing was a martial king. I didn't realize it was just a military general. A mere first level of martial general. Nowadays, he was able to kill without using his various undercards. It might be strong in the eyes of others, but in his eyes, it was just that. What did you say? It's only the first level of martial general? Little thief. You have a big mouth, and you're not afraid of the wind flashing your tongue. The man's eyes went wide. What do you mean? Only a general? Is Martial General 1 weak? If you have the ability, report your family name, as long as you dare to do so. Tonight, my army from Donglai City will trample down your mansion, leaving no chickens or dogs behind. At this time, another retainer of Ho Donglai stood up and angrily pointed at Xiao Chen. Bold, who dares to disrespect my son? Right at this moment, several martial artists covered in silver armor suddenly rushed out not far away. These people were stout, with eyes containing murderous energy, exuding a strong force of chi and blood, wearing armor with a ferocious tiger engraved at the chest, and under the ferocious tiger were engraved 2 words, Zhenbei. Upon seeing these silver-armored martial artists, the faces of everyone in the arena suddenly changed. Zhenbei King's silver-armored personal guards. The world knows that the King of Zhenbei has a personal guard around him, the Silver Armor Guard. Each of these silver-armored guards were martial arts prides, either with amazing strength or infinite potential, and the silver-armored guards were only subject to the Zhenbei King's one person's dispensation. And other than Xiao Zhenbei, there was no second person in this world who could command the silver armored guards, not even the Xia Emperor. Seeing the silver armor guard is like seeing the King of Zhenbei in person. If the Zhenbei guards were guarding the Zhenbei King's son, then the silver armored guards were directly responsible for the safety of the Zhenbei King alone. Only, this silver armor guard had always been hidden in the shadows to carry out the tasks issued by Xiao Zhenbei, and would almost never stray too far from Xiao Zhenbei. So today, how did he appear in the secret realm? And why did you address Prince Xiao Duan? In regards to Xiao Dust, what the people in the arena understood varied, with some not knowing Xiao Dust's relationship with the Zhenbei royal house at all, while others understood that Xiao Dust had been expelled from the royal house by the Zhenbei royal house. But anyway, this silver-armored guard shouldn't even be here to address Xiao Chen as the world's son. World's son? Isn't the son of the Zhenbei royal house Xiao Lingtian? But that Xiao Lingtian is clearly not here. When the few people from Donglai City saw the silver-armored guards, their faces also changed drastically, and their gazes kept scanning around, wanting to see who the world's son they were talking about was. They're unimaginable. In the desolate north, there was actually someone who dared to mess with the Zhenbei King's son. It's like eating a bear's heart. Zhenbei King's son. What kind of horrible identity is this? Although he, Donglai City, was considered a major power in the desolate north and could call the winds and the rain, in front of the Zhenbei King's house, it wouldn't even count as a hair. Don't say that the Zhenbei King's battle power was astonishing and he was one of the 10 kings of the Great Xia. Even among the generals of the Zhenbei royal house, there were many great powers above the level of military generals, and it was not something that his mere Donglai City could handle. Many of the martial artists in the arena who knew the identity of Xiao Dust were all looking towards Xiao Dust with a curious expression, while others were not clear. They understood that the son of the world that the silver armored guards were looking for was undoubtedly Xiao Dust. Just that. The king of Zhenbei has always been a man of his word, and since he expelled Xiao Chuan from his residence, how could he possibly readmit him? How could he readmit Xiao Chuan and take away the position of son from Xiao Lingtian and award it to Xiao Chuan again? Xiao Dust raised his eyebrows slightly, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He had grown up in the Zhenbei king's mansion since he was a child, so he naturally knew what the silver armored guards meant. The appearance of the silver armor guard here was no less than Xiao Zhenbei's personal presence. At this time, the silver armored guard stood out to back him up. What was Xiao Zhenbei trying to express? Did he want to show him favor? Everyone, what are you all looking at this little thief for? Can it be that this little thief is the Zhenbei king's son? A person from Donglai City snorted, not even realizing that the atmosphere was already wrong, and was still madly mocking Xiao Chen. Chapter 136 in Ye Qingxuan. The crowd had a strange face, looking at the people of that Donglai city, as if looking at them. Little thief? The silver armor guards have killed in front of you, and you still dare to call someone else's son of the Zhenbei king's house a petty thief? How dare this? You, Donglai city, have too little regard for the Zhenbei royal family, don't you? At that moment, the man from that Donglai city finally read a hint of clues in the eyes of the crowd, and his face suddenly turned white. Xiao Dust, Xiao Zhenbei, both are surnamed Xiao. Xiao Duan is from the Zhenbei royal family? The more he thought about it, the more horrified he became, and without realizing it, a fine bead of sweat had broken out on his forehead. He turned his head violently and stared at Xiao Chen dead on, wanting to see some clues from his face, but found that the other party's face was as calm as a pool of stagnant water, unable to see the slightest ripple. Prince Xiao Chen, you are the prince of the Zhenbei king? He asked stiffly. No. Xiao Dust shook his head indifferently. The person from Donglai City immediately let out a long breath, feeling a 1,000-pound stone fall to the ground, and looked at Xiao Chen, the corner of his mouth once again spreading a sneer. I told you, with a cheap bastard like you, how can you be the son of the Zhenbei king? Little thief. You, however, in the middle of his words, a silver-armored guard's face suddenly changed and he directly rushed over, slapping him hard on the face, directly sending his entire body flying. He sprayed out a mouthful of blood, spat out half a row of teeth, and his entire body was in the air, tumbling for 2.5 weeks before slamming heavily to the ground. That person from Donglai City was directly confused. His mind went blank, struggling for a long time before he climbed up from the ground. He looked at the silver-armored guard who had struck him with his hands with an aggrieved look, covering his face. This Lord Silver-Armored Guardsman, why are you hitting me? Why are you being beaten? You actually dare to call my family's son a cheap bastard? How dare you? Do you Donglai City not put our Zhenbei royal house in your eyes anymore? That silver-armored guard's face was blue, and a cold light surged in his eyes. Seiji? The man from Donglai City instantly understood and turned his head to look at Xiao Chen, a trace of shock flashing in his eyes. This Xiao Chen was actually really the son of the Zhenbei king. Then why did he just deny it? He was shocked at how someone could be so devious as this. You're the son of the king of Zhenbei. You should have said so. You told me you were Xiao Zhenbei's son. Even if you killed Ho Donglai, would I dare to say a word of no in front of you? There's a whole Zhenbei royal family standing behind you, not to mention his Donglai city. Even in the entire desolate North Province, who dares to be your enemy? Your Highness, these people have offended you. How do you think they should be dealt with? The silver-armored guard, who was imposing in the eyes of outsiders, walked up to Xiao Chuan and respectfully hung his head, lowering his eyebrows and being as docile as a cat. I've long since ceased to be the Zhenbei king's son, so go away. Xiao Dust swept him lightly, carried the demon tiger meat, and directly walked away. The crowd in the arena also froze. How does this Xiao Dust hang? How many people dream of having a good father like Xiao Zhenbei, but Xiao Duan actually can't see it? That silver-armored guard's face was immediately unsightly. They had always been high and mighty. When had they ever suffered such a cold shoulder? It was just that Xiao Zhenbei had previously given a deadly order that he must show his Zhenbei royal house's goodwill towards Xiao Dust at all costs, and he didn't dare to snap at the moment. Brother gang, what should we do now? The young master doesn't seem to appreciate the king's favor, or else, let's retreat first. A thick-browed, silver-armored guard came forward and asked in a low voice, withdraw what? His Highness said that the young master must be retrieved at all costs. If we withdraw now, how can we explain to His Majesty? Kong glared at him in dismay. Hey, what do you think the king means by this? In the past few years, he has exclusively favored the second young master, treating the eldest young master like a pig or dog. And now, with the second young master wasted and the eldest young master's natural talent unmatched, he wants to give up the second young master and welcome back the eldest young master again. If I knew it would come to this, why did I bother? The thick-browed, silver-armored guard sighed in a low voice. Gang's face changed when he heard this, and he glanced nervously to his left and right, realizing that no one outside of the royal palace had noticed their conversation. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. He turned his head, his gaze coldly staring at the thick-browed silver-armored guard, and he angrily said, "Little Zhou Zi, do you want to die in your ing mind? Are such words something we can say as subordinates?" Xiao Zhouzi's face suddenly turned white, and he also realized that he had blundered, and he quickly bowed his head and admitted his mistake. "Brother Gang, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again next time." Seeing him with such an attitude, Gang's face eased a bit and commanded, "Leave one person to keep an eye on the movements of the young master at all times, and if anyone dares to take offense, report it immediately. The others are coming with me to look for heavenly materials and treasures. It's not easy to come to the secret realm once. We can't return empty-handed." The other side, Xiao Chuan, Zi Lingling, Yi Lanxi, and Ye Qingxuan were already on their way back to the cave. After Xiao Chuan left, Ye Qingxuan chased after him in a deadpan manner and insisted on following him back to the cave. Xiao Chen repeatedly refused, but Ye Qingxuan simply wouldn't listen. In the end, Yi Lanxi couldn't bear it and stepped in to persuade Xiao Chen to give his sister a place to stay. On that day, in Xiangwu City, Yi Lanxi not only sent all of his blood armor guards to help him, but also gifted Xiao Chen with a small return pill to heal his injuries. Now that Yi Lanxi had opened her mouth, Xiao Chen was unable to refuse and had to agree with extreme reluctance to let Ye Qingxuan live in the cave as well. "Xiao Chen, I know that you have some misunderstandings about me, but please believe that I have feelings for you." Ye Qingxuan followed beside Xiao Chen, glistening with tears as she kept explaining her plight. In her mouth, it was Xiao Lingtian, this big grudge that kept pestering him. She looked at the other party with Xiao Chen's own brother's sake. She was forced to have no choice, so she pretended to cope with it, but also just coped with it, and never had a moment to move her heart. The corner of Xiao Chen's mouth curled slightly when he looked at Ye Qingxuan's affectionate look. This woman is a great actress. If he hadn't been born again, he might have believed her. But now, he had long ago seen through this woman's hypocritical face and wouldn't believe half a word. Not only did he not believe it, he secretly took out a shadow-retaining stone to record everything. When the time came, he would show Xiao Lingtian, this spiteful bastard, how the goddess he had been in love with for so many years, judged him behind his back. "You mean, from beginning to end, you have never liked Xiao Lingtian? It was me that you liked all along?" Xiao Dust had a smile on the corner of his mouth, and while filming, he also had the intention to ask some questions with guidance. "Of course, I was your childhood friend, and there's only one person in my heart from beginning to end." Ye Qingxuan's feelings were so deep that there were already a few tears in her eyes. "Then why did Xiao Lingtian say that you had said that you liked him and wanted to marry him?" "He made it up. I never said that." "Then why don't you like him? He is inferior to you in looks, talent, and character, so why should I like him?" Seeing that Xiao Chuan's attitude towards her had eased quite a bit, Ye Qingxuan was overjoyed and spat out her heart. And seeing that the shooting was almost done, Xiao Dust directly put away his smile and with an indifferent face brought the shadow retention stone in front of Ye Qingxuan and coldly laughed. "Thanks for cooperating. I'll definitely personally take this shadow retention stone in front of Xiao Lingtian to show it to him, and ask him why he lied to me that you love him." The image of Ye Qingxuan saying all the things that Xiao Lingtian was not just now suddenly surfaced. Zi Lingling, Yi Lanxi's complexion stared. Ye Qingxuan's face was even instantly as if she had eaten a dead fly, incomparably ugly. She looked at Xiao Chuan, her voice slightly cold. "Xiao Chuan, you're actually shading me?" Chapter 137 I, Gujishan, am not convinced. Ye Qingxuan was a bit angry at the moment, feeling that the Xiao Chen in front of her was becoming more and more unfamiliar. How could she not have expected that Xiao Chen would actually use the shadow retention stone to secretly record what she said? What is this? Keeping incriminating evidence? She's already so low. What more does he want? "I just wanted to tell you to stay away from me. I don't believe a word you're saying." Xiao Dust's face was indifferent. "But you clearly said that for all eternity. You love only me. Have you changed your mind?" Ye Qingxuan was incredibly saddened by Xiao Chen's coldness. The corner of Xiao Dust's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Change of heart? This woman is quite the hatchet man. Obviously, she was the one who started the trouble, disliking his broken dantian and wanting to be with Xiao Lingtian. Nowadays. But it became him changing his mind. Forget it. There's nothing to say to a woman like that. Thinking of this, Xiao Chuan suddenly threw a large piece of tiger demon meat on the ground and said to Ye Qingxuan, "It seems that you are quite idle, so this piece of tiger demon meat will be carried by you to the cave." Ye Qingxuan froze, taking a look at the tiger demon meat on the ground stained with demon blood, which was at least hundreds of pounds. He said incredulously, "I'm carrying it?" She was a pampered fairy. How could she do such menial work? This place is still several hundred meters away from the cave. This demon tiger meat is dirty and heavy. Carrying it all the way over there will not tire people to death? She hadn't been able to find anything to eat after entering the secret realm and had only eaten a few spirit fruits to fill her stomach. And now she was hungry and tired. Xiao Chuan asking her to carry the demon tiger meat at this time was simply asking for half of her life. You want to live in a cave. You have to provide value. What's wrong with letting you carry a piece of meat? Xiao Dust was expressionless. In the past, when he was with Ye Qingxuan, he took care of all the dirty work and the other party didn't say a word of thanks. Nowadays, he wouldn't spoil the other party. Then why don't my sister and Lingling have to carry it? Ye Qingxuan pointed at Yilanqi and Zi Lingling with an angry face. Yilanqi and Zi Lingling also turned their heads to look at Xiao Chen. They're my friends, Xiao Dust said indifferently. We've been childhood friends for 20 years. Can't we even be friends anymore? Ye Qingxuan was shaking with anger. Are you moving or not? If you don't move, please leave. Xiao Chen glanced at Ye Qingxuan, and there was already a hint of impatience in his gaze. Xiao Chuan, why don't you forget about it? Qingxuan is a girl and you're making her carry meat. That's not good. Zi Lingling and Ye Qingxuan were childhood playmates, and at this moment, she came out to plead for Ye Qingxuan. Zi Lingling, you're quite sympathetic. Otherwise, why don't you move it for her? Xiao Chuan looked towards Zi Lingling. Zi Lingling's face changed, and she immediately stopped speaking. This demon tiger meat was dirty and heavy. She didn't want to suffer from it. Ye Qingxuan again looked at Yilanqi for help, while the latter did not say anything. Unlike Zi Lingling, she had a deeper understanding of Ye Qingxuan's grudge against Xiao Chuan. It was indeed her sister who had wronged Xiao Chuan, and there was nothing wrong with Xiao Chuan's small punishment now. Although this demon tiger meat was heavy, Ye Qingxuan, as a martial artist, was not so heavy that she could not move it. In the end, Ye Qingxuan reluctantly carried 100 or so pounds of demonic tiger meat. The pungent smell of blood caused her to dry heave several times and almost spit out the jaundiced water. She glanced at Xiao Chuan with misty eyes and found that the other party was indifferent and uncaring, so she could only stiffly carry the tiger demon meat and follow Xiao Chuan as he walked along behind her. But she grew up in fine clothes. Where has she ever done this kind of dirty and tiring rough work? Without taking a few steps, she felt incomparably aggrieved, and her tears kept sliding down her cheeks like broken beads. It's not pretend this time. It's true. She did not expect Xiao Chen to actually lay such a cruel hand on her, which was beyond the limits of what she could bear. Bold, Xiao Chuan, you actually let a girl as beautiful as Her Highness the Ninth Princess carry the tiger meat. Are you still a man? I, Go Killing Sky, am not convinced. Just then, a white boy with a face full of red pimples and a short stature suddenly jumped out. This person was of a similar age to Xiao Chuan and wore the same white clothes, but Xiao Chuan looked handsome and extraordinary, while this Go Killing Sky looked strange and incomparable, mainly because of his appearance, and his stature was too much different. What do you want if you're not convinced? Xiao Chen felt amused and turned his head to look at Go Kaitian. I have to say, whether it's the modern world or the metaphysical world, creatures like dog lickers are really incessant. What do I want? You don't deserve to know. Go Kaitian looked at Xiao Chen with contempt before coming to Ye Qingxuan's side and bowed. Your Highness, the Ninth Princess, I previously happened to find a cave beside a small river 400 meters away from this place that is extremely comfortable, and now I would like to offer it to Your Highness, the Ninth Princess. Your Highness the Ninth Princess, if you don't mind, the Ninth Princess can live in that cave, and I'm willing to be Your Highness the Ninth Princess's escort, guarding 10 meters away from the cave day and night. This statement was made. The eyes of many people around them lit up. A cave? The most precious thing in the secret realm is the cave and food. Technically, caves are more valuable than food. Countless envious gazes immediately fell on Ye Qingxuan, sighing that her charm was just too great. Even though Go Kaitian was short and ugly, but he was directly sent to the cave. It's more hoity-toity than giving away your mansion on the outside. A hint of intent also flashed in Ye Qingxuan's eyes as she put down the demon tiger meat and glanced at Xiao Chen with a smug expression. Aren't you playing games with me? See my charm? In this secret place, I do nothing but have caves offered to me. Are you still pretending now? If you don't come and keep me at once, you're going to lose me. However, after she had looked at it for half a day, Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly, and a hint of joy even flashed in his eyes. Could it be that this dog-killing heaven could help him get rid of this drag queen Ye Qingxuan? The hint of joy was fleeting, but Ye Qingxuan saw it and was struck by lightning. What does he mean? Happy to see me go? Okay, I'll follow Go Kaitian to the cave. If you don't come to coax me, I'll never pay attention to you first. Let's see how long you can hold out. By then, you'll surely die of exhaustion and beg me to come back. Mr. Go, thank you for your kindness. I wonder which family you come from. Thinking of this, Ye Qingxuan forced herself to endure her discomfort and said with a smiling face to Go Kaitian, who was covered in red pimples, Back to your highness the ninth princess. My parents died when I was a child, and I am a casual cultivator. Ye Qingxuan gathered his hair and grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Ye Qingxuan frowned slightly. Scattered? That's not to say there's no one behind you. This Go kills the sky's conditions are too poor. Short and ugly and scattered cultivators. In addition to a cave, nothing else, compared with Xiao Dust is simply like mud. Should we go with him? She turned her head to look at Xiao Chen and said in her heart, retain me quickly. Just take a moment. Otherwise, I'm really leaving. However, after waiting for half a day, Xiao Chen had no response. Your highness the ninth princess. Look, my cave, are you willing to accept it? At this time, Ye Qingxuan spoke again, his head hanging low as he secretly looked at Ye Qingxuan, his eyes filled with adoration, as if he was looking at a god. Well, this princess can't shrug off Mr. Go's good intentions. However, since men and women are not related, I'll have to ask Mr. Go to live outside the cave. This is natural. Unless the ninth princess calls out, I will never come within 10 meters of the cave. Ye Qingxuan was ecstatic. After the dust settled, Ye Qingxuan looked at Xiao Chen several more times and saw that he had no reaction at all, so she could only turn around and leave with Ye Qingxuan. And before she left, Ye Lanqi summoned the moon glow and cleaned up Ye Qingxuan's entire body, and her entire body was back to being clean and tidy again. After Ye Qingxuan left, several people from Xiao Chuan also left immediately. A quarter of an hour later, Xiao Chuan's several people returned to the cave, put down the demon tiger meat. Ye Lanqi summoned, and the moonlight purified Xiao Chuan all over his body. Under the silver moonlight, the blood and fishy odor on the two men dissipated into nothingness. When he watched Ye Lanqi perform this trick on Ye Qingxuan before, he felt that it was magical, but now that he experienced it himself, he was even more surprised. The dark Dao art cultivation was really magical. It was much more convenient than taking a bath. In the meantime, Ye Qingxuan and Ye Qingxuan also came to the vicinity of that cave of Ye Qingxuan's. Ye Qingxuan was extremely disciplined, giving Ye Qingxuan a direction from afar, and guarding himself 10 meters outside the cave. However, when Ye Qingxuan walked into that cave and looked around, her entire body was dumbfounded. Caves are caves, but the whole cave was dark and damp. There are also centipedes, termites and other small insects on the ground. There were neither haystacks nor hides on the ground. What's even more exaggerated is that there wasn't even a bite to eat. Compared to Xiao Duan's cave, other than the fact that they were all caves, there wasn't a single thing that could be compared. You call this extremely comfortable? It was a moment she regretted. She regretted why she had given up the opportunity to return to the cave with Xiao Chen and came to this tight place with that Ye Qingxuan. At this point, her summoning jade tablet lit up. She picked it up and looked at it. It was a message from Ye Lanqi. Qingxuan, how's it going over there? Ye Qingxuan replied with tears in her eyes. Good, very good. The other side. Ye Lanqi finally let go of his heart. Lanqi, how is Qingxuan's side? At this moment, Xiao Chuan started the roasted meat session that the two girls were pleased with. The meat smelled so good that Zi Lingling's eyes were glowing as she grabbed a skewer of roasted meat and ate it. While eating the meat, she did not forget to care about Ye Qingxuan. Ye Lanqi smiled. Qingxuan's side is fine. Wow. Qingxuan is so charismatic that someone is actually giving away caves in the secret realm. She must be living comfortably now, right? Unlike me, I still have to trade information for some roasted meat. AI. Zi Lingling sighed. The corner of Xiao Dust's mouth hooked up into a snicker as he heard this. Good. Based on the location described by Ye Qingxuan, he could be certain that the cave Ye Qingxuan was living in at the moment was the very one he had given up on earlier. I'll be damned if that hole is any good. Chapter 137. Do you recognize me? No. When he had just arrived at the secret realm, Xiao Dust had spent a great deal of effort to find the cave. Before discovering this current cave, he had also discovered a cave that was exactly the one Ye Qingxuan had just mentioned, but Xiao Dust gave it up decisively after examining it. That cave is not habitable at all. Because of the proximity to the creek, the moisture in that cave was too heavy, and it was humid and dark inside. So even if a martial artist with exceptional physical qualities lived for a long time, he would still be uncomfortable. And due to the humidity, that cave was full of insects and ants, many of which contained microtoxins, which were not fatal, but could make a person feel very bad. Besides, there are rivers and lakes all around there, and it's not even good to get barren grass. The surrounding demonic beasts were all in groups with terrifying battle strengths, making them difficult to capture and hunt, and food was even in short supply. In short, Xiao Dust originally wanted to settle down there as well, but considering the excessive number of unfavorable factors, so in the end, he endured the pain and gave up. Of course, if he ended up not being able to find the cave, he'd have to go back there and barely scrape by. After all, in the secret realm, even the worst caves were precious. Xiao Chuan, when you were little, Weren't you the most enamored with Qingxuan? You were willing to do whatever she asked you to do. Now, why are you so ruthless? Ye Qingxuan swallowed a piece of roasted meat in one mouthful and looked at Xiao Chen curiously. Xiao Chen sneered. Ruthless? Do you know what I did to this woman? What? Ye Qingxuan did not know much about Xiao Chen. Don't bother talking to you. You, humph. If I don't say it, I'll eat the meat alright. With that, she reached for another kebab. Have to say, Xiao Chuan's technique of roasting meat was definitely unrivaled in the world. Whether it was the fire, the seasonings were mastered just right. 100 times better than any of the chefs in her Tun Nan Wang Fu. She used to be a voracious eater, but her appetite was nowhere near as large as it was now. And now, she felt sick to her stomach if she didn't eat a few pounds of roasted meat at a meal. However, in the next moment, her jade hand that was reaching for the roasted meat was slapped away by Xiao Chen. Hey, what are you doing? I'm not full yet. Ye Qingxuan said angrily. Eat? Did you offer information? Xiao Chen looked at Ye Qingxuan expressionlessly. Intelligence isn't that fast. Oh, but you eat meat very fast. Xiao Dust showed no mercy. This purple spirit Qingxuan looks slim. A little bit of extra flab is not there. I did not expect to be able to eat so much. The speed at which she grilled the meat couldn't even keep up with the speed at which this little ninny ate it. Then I'm hungry. Ye Qingxuan blushed. 200 taels of silver for a caddy of roasted meat before the information is provided. Any questions? Xiao Dust intends to make some extra money. 200 taels? You adulterer. Ye Qingxuan gritted her teeth. That's too expensive. How much is a pound of barbecue out there? That's hundreds of times more. Then get your own food. This is a secret realm. Prices are naturally different from outside. As Xiao Chuan said that, he picked up a skewer of meat that had been grilled until it was golden and displayed it in front of Ye Qingxuan. Ye Qingxuan couldn't help her throat knots moving slightly as she smelled the tantalizing aroma, and after struggling for a long time, she eventually endured the pain and agreed to Xiao Dust's price. And after that, she finally ate the roasted meat. The violet spirit bit viciously, as if Xiao Duan was the roasted meat, wanting to bite Xiao Duan alive. In the meantime, a few teenagers wearing the demon god temple's attire were lurking in the barren grasses outside Xiao Chuan's cave, a pair of eyes staring deathly at Xiao Chuan's trio, who were gorging themselves on roasted meat. One of them had a full head of blonde hair that blended perfectly with the barren grass. Ryu, barbecue. This kid is actually eating barbecue. And two stunningly beautiful women for company. This is awesome. Why is it that we can only gnaw on the bark of a tree, but he can live such a cool life? Brother Ryu, aren't we going to do it yet? I can't help it. These people were none other than Ryu and his companions who had clashed with Xiao Chen earlier. They had gotten a message from Masako earlier that the masked teenager who had killed Takeshi earlier was in this cave. And after receiving the message, they had directly killed over. It's just that, as originally agreed, Asako and his elder brother Nan Yokoyama would be waiting for them here. But when they arrived, they didn't see any sign of Asako and Nan Yokoyama at all. This puzzled them. In theory, with his big brother Nan Hengxian's cultivation, it should be easy to grab this cave off. But why is the cave still at masked boys now? After thinking about it, he thought that something had delayed Nan Yokoyama, so he decided to wait for him here. Only, the message was sent numerous times, but no one ever responded. Second son, you're stupid. This kid's battle power is amazing. My big brother didn't come, so what are we going to do? Use your head, okay? At that moment, Ryu gave a swarthy, lewd teenager beside him a look without a good reason. Z quickly compensated with a smile. Ryu, my fault. Wasn't I in a hurry then? I'm itching to watch that kid eat barbecue and play with women. I haven't touched such a nice woman yet. Ryu said disdainfully. Look at you. You worthless thing. You won't be missing out in a while. Having said that, his eyes were also glued to Ye Qingxuan and Ye Lanqi's bodies. He was young, but he had played with a lot of women. But these two women in front of me are so beautiful. This look, this temperament, this body, he hasn't seen it either. Though he rebuked his second son, he himself was actually no better. Another quarter of an hour passed. Liang several people also do not know how many mosquitoes shot dead. All over the body was bitten at least a few hundred mouths. Also did not see the arrival of the South Hengshan. Not only people did not arrive, even the information is not. A few people gradually lost patience. What's going on with my brother? Why isn't he here yet? Ryu grumbled. Just then, the second son suddenly sneezed, sounding like thunder. Asterisk. Second son, are you looking for death? Ryu became furious and viciously kicked his son to the ground. However, Xiao Dust had been startled. In the next moment, he and the two girls appeared in front of Ryu. Due to Ryu's trademark blonde hair, Xiao Chuan recognized him at a glance and frowned slightly. It's you? You're here specifically to find me? No. I was just passing by. Ryu was a good man. And he smiled back and forth. But Eriko, who had just gotten up from the ground, wasn't happy about it. He's been here for half a day feeding mosquitoes, craving grilled meat and beautiful women to the point of tears. Anyway, South Yokohama will be here soon. What's the point of being polite to this little white boy? Kid, recognize me? Erzi looked at Xiao Chen with an arrogant expression. Xiao Dust glanced at him. It was found that this person seemed to be nothing special except for his lewd looks, and his cultivation was mediocre. Just a demon disciple 7th level, and not one of the group that went up the mountain in the first place. So he shook his head. I don't recognize it. Don't recognize it? That's okay. You'll recognize it later. My name is Zhang Air. Everyone calls me Master Air. I'm informing you now. Second Master, that your barbecue, your woman, and your cave are taken over by Second Master from now on. If you are sensible, get lost now. Second Master is in a good mood today, so I'll spare your life. Zhang Air looked arrogant. At this time, Ryu's communication jade tablet finally vibrated. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from Asako. After he read it clearly, he immediately turned pale with fear. Nan Yokoyama has actually been seconded? The body is buried not far away? And this bastard, second son, was actually still madly provoking Xiao Chen? Is this the end of the line for them? Big brother, we're just passing by, borrowing your precious land for convenience. Absolutely no offense. We don't know this kid. There's nothing else. So we're off. Ryu's scalp tingled as he squeezed out a smile and gave Xiao Chen a burst of explanation. The rest of his companions froze. Borrowing a place of convenience? What the hell? Brother Ryu, don't be afraid. Brother Yokoyama will be here soon. What are you afraid of this little white boy for? If something goes wrong, my second son will take care of it first. In a while, you and Brother Yokoyama will play with the women first. Zhang Air didn't notice in the slightest that Ryu's face was green with fear and he was still boasting. Zi Ling Ling and Yi Lanchi didn't look too good. How come everywhere you go, people are trying to steal them? The so-called red face. Sure enough, it's not false. Born as beautiful as they are, without strength, I'm afraid that they can only be reduced to strong people's playthings. Big brother, this man is crazy. I really don't know him. Ryu looked at Xiao Duan with a shiver. No, are you sure? Xiao Dust looked at Ryu with a cold smile. Chapter 138, Opportunity? Asshole, why are you looking at my Ryu with such eyes? Think my second master doesn't exist? Zhang Air instantly became angry and glared at Xiao Chen. You shut the up. You stupid ass. Apologize to big brother now. Ryu felt a chill down his back and directly slapped Zhang Air's big mouth. Ryu, you actually hit me? He's a trashy little white boy. Brother Yokoyama can crush him with his hand. What are you afraid of him for? Zhang Air was incredible. Come on. We were supposed to come and borrow the place to poop. What are you mad about? Ryu kept giving Zhang Air a wink to keep his mouth shut in a hurry. So anxious that he was on the verge of crying. Yokoyama is all buried in the ground eating dirt. An ing Yokoyama brother. Ryu, you. Zhang Air was still puzzled, but at that moment, the summoning jade pendant on his waist suddenly lit up, and he picked it up, only to see that it was a message from Ryu. A flash of surprise passed through his eyes. What does that mean? You're right next to me. Why don't you just say what's going on and send a message? With a puzzled mood, Zhang Air glanced at the message sent by Ryu. Just see what the message says. Paki sent a message saying that my brother has been seconded by this white-clothed teenager in front of you, and that this white-clothed teenager's true identity is Sword Demon Xiao Dust. Hurry up and shut up. After Zhang Air read the message, countless lines of shock immediately flashed in his eyes. Such a horrible Nan Yokoyama was seconded? The harmless-looking white-clothed boy in front of him was the ferociously famous Sword Demon Xiao Chen, and he had just been outputting against Sword Demon's face. It's over. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became, and a great fear welled up in his heart. His eyes went black, and he fell straight to the ground, fainting. This scene directly stunned the crowd. Zhang Air, who was so arrogant just now, actually laid down directly? Ryu was even more frightened and his face went white. You're ing comfortable lying down. What do I do? Big brother, this person was hit on the head earlier, and his brain is a bit bad. You'll forgive me. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. I'll leave this man here for you. Kill him or not. As you wish. Ryu laughed humbly and turned to leave after that. Stop. Xiao Dust raised his eyes. Ryu's body stiffened, leaving a bead of sweat on his forehead. He hurriedly turned around and smiled. Big brother, what else do you command? Did you just say you came to borrow my place? Don't you have to pay for soiling my place? Xiao Dust's gaze was ghostly. I haven't. Xiao Chuan directly interrupted. I don't care. Take out everything of value on your body. Ryu's face became incredibly ugly. Is this to rob him? However, forced by Xiao Chen's might, he and those of his companions still cooperated and pulled out what they had on them. These people were poor, with only a few spirit fruits and some tree bark on them. Nothing else. Almost nothing from the outside world can be used in the secret world. They didn't bring anything in. Xiao Dust glanced at the several people, and a trace of unconcealed dislike flashed in his gaze. Big brother, this is all we have. It's all yours now. Can we go now? Ryu inquired carefully. Go! Ryu and the others let out a long breath, said thanks, carried the unconscious Zhang Air on their backs, and turned around to leave. But just then, an orange crystal stone suddenly fell out of Liang's sleeve and rolled on the ground a few times before finally stopping at Xiao Chen's feet. This orange crystal was like a pigeon egg, flashing with a rich orange light, filled with a lurid demonic aura, and within the crystal, there was a miniature three-headed leopard demon hissing and roaring. See this crystal? Zi Lingling's face changed slightly. Demon core? And it's still a division realm demon core? The demon core contains a very large amount of demonic energy. After a certain degree of purification, it can provide human cultivators with the energy needed for cultivation. The human race is currently very scarce in spirit stone resources. The demon core is one of the few types of cultivation resources that can replace the spirit stone. It is very precious. A single apprentice realm demon core can be sold for more than 100 taels at the lowest in the market. A master realm demon core was worth 10 times as much as an apprentice realm demon core, so it could be considered valuable. And the orange light emitted from this demon core was very dense. It was obviously already close to the general realm, and was most likely a demon core of the 9th level of the master realm. Such a demon core was very rare. The value is hard to estimate. Those demon god temple companions beside Ryu also froze. This Lian had agreed that no matter who it was, if he found the opportunity, he would share it equally with everyone. But he himself had secretly hidden such an amazingly valuable demon core, wanting to eat it alone. What about the most basic trust between people? Seeing the demon core fall to the ground, Ryu's face instantly turned frighteningly white, and he hurriedly turned around to pick up the demon core. This demon core was something he had previously found in a small river in the secret realm, and as he came from the demon god temple, he naturally knew that it was a division realm demon core, and it was also a division realm demon core that was close to the general realm. At the time, he was overjoyed. That's a lot of chances. So, he watched everyone pick up the demon core and secretly hid it in his sleeve, intending to bring the demon core out of the secret realm unknowingly, and by then, whether he absorbed it himself or sold it, it would be a blood profit. Unexpectedly, just now, he was about to leave, but in a moment of inadvertence, he dropped this treasure. Xiao Chen grabbed the demon core and looked at Liang, a sneer spreading from the corner of his mouth. What is this? You actually dare to hide it? Big brother. I earned this by fighting for my life. Please give it back to me. Ryu was in a hurry. Not a trace of blood on his face. This was a chance he hadn't been able to get with much difficulty. He was unwilling to be snatched away by Xiao Chen just like that. How rare are the chances in this secret realm? After losing this demon core, he might never find another chance. Get out! Xiao Chen directly kicked him off. Ryu felt like he had been hit by a ferocious beast, and struggled for a moment before he managed to get up. He glanced at Xiao Chen unwillingly, his gaze filled with hatred, and after hesitating for a moment, he finally turned around and left with his companions. Why don't you kill him? Aren't you afraid he'll bring someone to retaliate? Zi Lingling looked at Xiao Chen curiously. Kill him? People call me big brother in every breath and give me babies. Wouldn't it be cruel for me to kill him? Xiao Chen looked towards Zi Lingling and the corner of his mouth curled slightly. As for retaliation, in this first district, I am invincible, so they are free to do as they please. Retaliation? With his current strength, what's the fear of retaliation? If anyone dares to come, he will rob as many as come. Who called him poor? There's gotta be some way to make money, right? When Violet Spirit Ling Ling heard Xiao Chen's words, she was somewhat unconvinced and just wanted to retort. However, upon careful consideration, he realized that what Xiao Duan had said didn't seem to be wrong. In the first district, there were all martial artists below the division realm, although it was unknown how Xiao Chen, a sword master, had managed to trick the laws of the secret realm and blend in. But at this point, here, Xiao Chen was indeed invincible, and not just any old invincible. It's the kind of desperately broken invincibility. Although Zi Lingling did not believe that Xiao Chuan could win against a half-step martial general as rumored in the outside world, it should still be considered relatively strong in the division realm. If anyone dares to retaliate, that's definitely hitting a stone with a stone. You guys protect me, I'm going to absorb the demon core. Xiao Chuan glanced at the demon core in his hand and said to the two women. For some reason, his intuition told him that if he were to go to the second district to compete for the water and fire lotus flower, there would be enemies there that were powerful beyond his imagination waiting for him to defeat, and he had to raise his strength as soon as possible. Prince Xiao Chen, you said that you want to directly absorb the demon core? Don't you know that demon core energy bursts need to be purified before they can be absorbed? Ye Lanqi was slightly stunned. As long as she had grown up, she had never heard of anyone who was directly absorbing demon cores. Historically, there were a few lunatic celestial pride who had tried it, and without exception, all of them burst into flames. Xiao Chen, you're really crazy. Did no one tell you the common sense of the practice? If it weren't for us today, you would have exploded and died. Zhi Lingling also looked at Xiao Chen in surprise, a hint of contempt in her words. She suddenly felt that the gap between herself and Xiao Chuan wasn't that big, and was even stronger than Xiao Chuan in certain places. At least she wouldn't make this kind of low-level mistake.